I was just born 3 minutes ago, and was sentenced to 60 years in prison. And the inmates were the most dangerous criminals in the world, demons with blood on their hands, cold-blooded killers who have murdered countless people, evil sorcerers who command spirits and demons. They treated me like their own, imparting their lifelong knowledge. Today is finally the day I get out of prison. Old Chen handed me 7 marriage certificates and a jade pendant. He told me that if I gather the jade pendants from 7 fiancés, I can uncover my true identity. Upon leaving prison, I took out the 7 yellowed marriage certificates, the first one reading Lu Ruyen of the Lu family, the elves. Although this information is from 20 years ago, it's not a challenge for me. After all, I have a master who is a super hacker. He has hacked into networks of many countries, so I quickly found Lu Ruyen's information. Minutes later, I stood at the entrance of the Lu family's estate, ready to enter. Stop! Who are you looking for? A sharp voice called out as 2 bodyguards blocked my way. Well, I have a marriage contract with Lu Ruyen. I'm here to annul it. Old Chen said that regardless of marriage, as long as I retrieve the mother pendant, I can uncover the mystery of my identity. Marriage is just too troublesome, so I chose to annul it. The 2 bodyguards were taken aback for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh. You have a marriage contract with our young lady and you want to annul it? Do you know who she is? I thought for a moment and replied, I know a little, but not much. The bodyguards looked at me as if I were a fool. You know? Let me tell you, Miss Lu is the campus belle of Jinling University and the apple of our master's eye. Do you think a loser like you deserves a top-notch girl like her? I shrugged. The question meant nothing to me because I was here to annul the marriage. You really think you're something? The bodyguards pointed towards the gate. That's the exit. Get lost, or don't blame us for being rude. I shook my head and continued walking toward the Lu estate. You're asking for it, the 2 bodyguards fumed, stepping forward to block me. At that moment, a Rolls-Royce pulled up at the entrance, and an elderly man in a Zhongshan suit stepped out. It was Lu Gongming, the head of the Lu family. The 2 bodyguards were startled. If this ignorant kid offended the old master, they would be in big trouble. Lu Gongming frowned and asked, What's going on? One bodyguard quickly explained, Sir, this kid says he has a marriage contract with the young lady, and we're about to throw him out. After saying this, the bodyguard moved to scold me. Wait a moment, Lu Gongming interrupted excitedly, quickly walking over to me. You're Yi Feng. I nodded. You know me? Lu Gongming excitedly grabbed my hand. Little Yi, your master saved me back in the day. We arranged a betrothal between you and Ruyen. I'll arrange for you to meet her right away. Old master, I'm here to. I was about to explain my purpose when Lu Gongming interrupted me. Don't worry, little Yi. My granddaughter is a famous beauty among the elves. You wait inside, I'll have her back in no time, he said, ushering me into the house. I had no choice but to comply and prepared to wait for Lu Ruyen to return to discuss the annulment. Seeing this, the 2 bodyguards swallowed hard. This kid's entire outfit cost less than 100 yuan, yet he was Lu Ruyen's fiancé. He had just saved himself 10 lifetimes of struggle. A few minutes later, Lu Ruyen stormed into the living room, fuming. Ruyen, you're just in time. Lu Gongming said with his eyes squinting with joy upon seeing her return. Grandpa has a grand introduction for you. Lu Ruyen pouted, Grandpa, I absolutely do not agree to this marriage. Ruyen, little Yi's master saved me and our Lu family. We cannot be ungrateful. Lu Ruyen shot me a glare and huffed, Grandpa, there are many ways to repay kindness. Why must it come at the cost of my happiness? Lu Gongming chuckled, Ruyen, little Yi is an exceptionally talented young man. You will surely be happy marrying him. Talented? Lu Ruyen's eyes widened. Grandpa, what do you misunderstand about talented? No offense, but a person like him could be easily beaten by a stick in our school. At this moment, Lu Ruyen's father, Lu Genoa, quickly added, Yes, Dad, even the mayor's son is pursuing Ruyen. Even if you don't consider her happiness, you can't let her marry just anyone. Lu Gongming snorted, What do you know? A flickering candle cannot compete with the sun and moon. Those so-called talented youths you speak of are nothing compared to little Yi. I'll have someone set a date for Ruyen and little Yi's wedding immediately. For a moment, everyone in the Lu family was stunned. They never expected Lu Gongming to say such a thing. Lu Ruyen stomped her foot in anger, almost in tears. I will not marry him, no matter what. I said, Excuse me, everyone, may I say something? After taking a sip of tea, I continued, I think you've misunderstood. I'm not here to get married, I'm here to annul the marriage. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. The young lady was not only stunning in appearance and figure but also the apple of the Lu family's eye. With such a great opportunity before him, this kid actually wanted to annul the marriage. I took out a marriage certificate and said, Since the old master no longer recognizes the marriage contract, please return the pendant to me. Lu Ruyan glanced down, pulled a jade pendant from her cleavage, and tossed it to me, saying, "Is this the pendant? Here you go, but on one condition, you can't bother me anymore." I reached out to take the pendant. "No way." Lu Gongming snatched the pendant back. Little Yi and Ru Yen were destined for each other. I've consulted the fortune on this matter. Lu Ruyan pouted, "Grandpa, I don't believe in fortune tellers. My destiny is in my own hands. I am the head of this family, this marriage is up to me. I will choose a date for Little Yi and Ru Yan's wedding." Everyone present was stunned. Lu Gongming was trying to forcefully marry Lu Ruyan to this kid. What qualifications did he have? I felt somewhat helpless. I didn't expect annulling a marriage would be so troublesome. Just as I was about to say something, at that moment, Lu Gongming suddenly coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. Instantly, the entire Lu estate was thrown into chaos. Lu Genoa helped Lu Gongming lie down while shouting, "Quick, go get Dr. Bai." 7 or 8 minutes later, an elderly man carrying a medical kit entered the Lu estate. It was Dr. Bai Guanghua. Du Genoa quickly went up to greet him, and Dr. Bai's father suddenly spat blood and fainted, with symptoms the same as last time, and he is still convulsing now. Bai Guanghua didn't say anything. When he reached Lu Gongming's bedside and took his pulse, the Lu family members all breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Guanghua is a renowned divine doctor, with superb medical skills. Last time, Lu Gongming also coughed up blood and fainted. At that time, the top-tier hospital had already issued a death notice, and it was Bai Guanghua who saved him with a silver needle. Very soon, Bai Guanghua said that the pulse was the same as last time, completely chaotic. "I need to insert needles." After saying this, he opened the medicine box and took out a silver needle. Amidst the dazzling spectacle, Bai Guanghua had already inserted needles into Lu Gongming's inner observation point. As a few needles were placed, Lu Gongming's body suddenly stopped twitching. Seeing this, my eyes lit up. Master Ba, who is skilled in medicine, said that traditional Chinese medicine is in decline, and those who are proficient in it have mostly passed away. I didn't expect that this old guy, Bai Guanghua, actually has some real skills. However, when Bai Guanghua picked up a silver needle again and aimed it at Lu Gongming's Tanzhong acupoint, my brows furrowed tightly, and I interrupted Bai Guanghua. Bai Guanghua frowned and looked at my young friend. "Are you talking to me?" I nodded. "Once you make this injection, old Lu's life will be gone." Just now when I shouted to slow down, the Lu family didn't react. At this moment, each of them is about to explode with anger. You should know that even I have a temper with a divine doctor like Bai Guanghua. If I make Bai Guanghua unhappy, the consequences are something no one can bear. "Kid, do you understand medicine? If you don't, shut up. Have you thought about the consequences of offending Dr. Bai? Yi Feng, you are going too far. Do you want to harm my grandfather?" The Lu family members scolded one after another. Bai Guanghua's expression was not good either. He coldly snorted and said, "Are you questioning my medical skills? I question your medical skills. You are not yet qualified to make me doubt. I just think that old Master Lu is a decent person and don't want him to die in the hands of your quack doctor." As soon as these words came out, Bai Guanghua's face turned green. For the first time in so many years, he was called a quack. The Lu family was directly breached, and Lu Ruyan was so angry that she stomped her feet. "Do you want to harm my grandfather? Isn't it just because you want this jade pendant? Take the jade pendant and get lost quickly," he said as he threw the jade pendant at me. I reached out to grab the jade pendant and turned to leave. "That kid Bai Shini is just a lunatic. If we had known he would offend you, we would have kicked him out long ago." Yes, Bai Shini has no relationship with the Lu family, so please don't take it to heart. Dr. Bai twirled the silver needle with his fingers and said, "The young people nowadays, without any real talent or skills, dare to show off in front of experts. Forget about him, saving lives is more important." As he spoke, the silver needle in Bai Guanghua's hand finally landed on Lu Gongming's Tanzhong point. Ahem, Lu Gongming coughed violently and woke up. Woke up. Dr. Bai's medical skills are simply divine. I said it, I must have misjudged the person. This kid has no real talent, but the key is that his character is lacking. A crowd of people criticized me for praising Bai Guanghua. However, Lu Gongming had just woken up not long ago when his eyes suddenly widened, and he fell down again. This time the situation was worse, with more exhalation and less inhalation. The white divine doctor's expression changed. He tried to check Lu Gongming's pulse, and then tested the other party's breathing, and exclaimed in shock, "No, there's no breath. White divine doctor, please think of a way. The Lu family has become a mess." The inner coffin reprimanded Wei Zhong Tanzhong. Bai Guanghua repeated word for word. His eyes suddenly widened, quickly calling for that person to come back. "Hurry up and listen to what Bai Guanghua has to say." The Lu family was all taken aback. Taoist Lu Ruyan was the first to react. "Bai Shinsher, do you mean to let Yi Feng come back?" Bai Guanghua said solemnly, that's right, only he can save old Lu now. Hurry up, or it will be too late. The Lu family didn't have time to ask more and hurriedly ran outside, fearing that I would walk too far away. As soon as I left the Lu family's house, I heard the voices of the Lu family behind me. Yi Feng, wait a moment, Lu Genhua and others came running over. My voice is a bit cold. What's wrong? My father just woke up, but then passed out again. This time he isn't even breathing. Please hurry and save him. Don't save me, just spit out 2 words and turn around and leave. Yi Feng and Lu Genhua were furious. Usually, a group of people revolved around him. When had he ever cared about others' expressions? Yet I ruthlessly rejected him. How could he tolerate this? Stop him for me. Today, even if I have to tie him up, I will take him back. Just then, Lu Ruyen caught up. Dad, this is not how you ask someone for help. After saying that, Lu Ruyen quickly caught up with me. Mr. Yi, I'm begging you to save me. Grandpa's heart is not sincere, and I have no expression on my face. Liu Ruyen bit her lip and bowed, saying, Mr. Yi, if the Lu family accidentally offended you, Ruyen is here to apologize. I still didn't speak. Before leaving the prison, Master Bao once advised me that learning his medical skills means becoming the heir of the suspense sect, to help the world with my skills. But Master Bao also said that saving people can be free, but it cannot be cheap. At this moment, Lu Genhua also saw the situation clearly, came to my side, and with a thud, knelt on the ground. Mr. Yi, I apologize for my earlier behavior. I beg you to save my father. I slightly softened my expression, but still didn't speak, just walked towards the Lu family manor, and soon I entered Lu Gongming's room. Bai Guanghua stepped forward, clasped his hands, and said, Mr. Yi, I have eyes but fail to recognize Mount Tai. I ask you to save old Lu. As he spoke, he handed me a brand new set of silver needles. I took the silver needle and casually sprinkled it over Lu Gongming's body. Immediately, Bai Guanghua saw a scene that overturned his understanding. Dozens of silver needles were actually suspended above Lu Gongming's body, the tips of the needles slightly trembling, and Shiyuan and Bai Guanghua's eyes were wide open in disbelief. My voice falls, and my hand presses down accordingly. All the silver needles seem to respond to the command, falling one after another to the points of intersection at the fish's belly, Baihui, and other acupoints. Seeing this scene, Bai Guanghua's eyes widened even more. The Joyang Resurrection Needle, it is the Joyang Resurrection Needle, Bai Guanghua repeated word by word, as if he were possessed. Hearing Bai Guanghua's words, Lu Genhua couldn't help but ask Bai Shini, what is the 9-Yang Revitalization Needle? Bai Guanghua's face was ashen, pointing at me and saying that I am not a divine doctor. I am not worthy at all, Mr. Yi is the true divine doctor. Mr. Yi. Lu Genhua looked at me, but the next second, his gaze fell on Lu Gongming. He was shocked to discover that Lu Gongming had actually sat up. Lu Gongming was a bit confused and had no idea what was happening. When he heard everyone's explanation, he quickly got off the bed and said, Thank you, Xiao Yi. If it weren't for your grandfather, I would have had to meet King Yama. I was speechless for a moment. This old fellow was a bit cunning. He even said he wanted to break off the engagement, yet the other party still calls him grandfather with a shameless face. It's just a small effort. I waved my hand and said that if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. After saying that, I turned and left, without any hesitation. At this moment, Bai Guanghua rushed towards me and suddenly knelt in front of me, saying, Night Doctor, I beg you to take me as your apprentice. He has been completely conquered by me. I said coldly, You are not qualified to be my disciple, and then turned around and left. However, I had barely taken a few steps when another figure rushed in front of me. This time it was Lu Gongming. Yi's son-in-law, you cannot leave. That old guy on the doomsday doesn't care about his face anymore, calling himself a son-in-law. Lu Gongming held my hand and said, Son-in-law Yi, to be honest with you, the piece of mother jade pendant you have is fake. If you don't believe it, you can take out your palace jade pendant and see if they can fit together. I was taken aback and took out 2 jade pendants, trying to combine them, but they were completely different sizes. I was somewhat speechless. I had been fooled by this old guy. Give me the real jade pendant, I said coldly. If you don't give it to me, even if you take my life back, you won't be able to take the jade pendant away today, unless you marry Ruyen. At this moment, Lu Gongming looks nothing like the head of a big family. He is completely just a rogue. Willow Ruyun silently said, Grandpa, I'm not someone who can't get married. It's just that Lu Genhua and Su Lan and others are all getting back together. Lu Gongming meaningfully said, What do you understand? The son-in-law Yi is a dragon among men and a phoenix among women, embodying the spirit of my Lu family. If I miss this opportunity, I will be the sinner of the Lu family, feeling ashamed before the ancestors of the Lu family. Lu Gongming then said to his son-in-law Yi, Actually, Grandpa is not an unreasonable person. How about this, you two try to get along for a month. After a month, if you don't want to be together, then grandpa won't force you. Lu Ruyan sighed. He knew very well that with things having developed to this point, he could only accept it. Having said this, Lu Gongming looked at me and said, after a month, no matter how you choose, I will return the Mother Jade pendant to you. How about I thought for a moment and said, okay, let's try to date a bit. Okay, I'll have someone handle your student status at Jinling University for you. Tomorrow you will go to school with Ruyan, and Lu Gongming is in a great mood. Things have come to this point. Although Lu Ruyan's family has objections, they can only keep them to themselves. However, a cold smile appeared on Lu Ruyan's face. When that brat arrives at school, I have 10,000 ways to make you retreat in defeat. The next day, Lu Gongming handed me the student ID of Jinling University, saying with a smile, Yanuxi University is an ivory tower. I hope you and Ruyan can find a perfect love in this pure land. I received the student ID and went to Jinling University with Lu Ruyan. On the road, Lu Ruyan deliberately cleared her throat and said to me, let me tell you, don't think that just because of my grandfather's connections, getting into Jinling University means you can easily get a diploma. We are from the Department of Finance in the School of Economic Management, Class 2 of the International Finance major. At that time, without a foundation, even graduating was difficult. I know about international finance, it's nothing difficult, I said lightly. I'm not bragging because I have a mentor who once made waves on Wall Street and used financial means to wipe out many companies. My mentor taught me all the fundamental knowledge a long time ago, so the knowledge I get in university is child's play for me. However, what I said fell on Lu Ruyan's ears, and it was completely a different matter. Without even thinking, she assumed I was bragging. Although Lu Ruyan despised me in her heart, she didn't say anything out loud. She believed that I would soon be beaten, and it would be the kind that echoes with slaps. Quickly arrived at the entrance of Jinling University, Lu Ruyan's best friend Zhang Lingling waved to us from afar. Zhang Lingling was dressed from head to toe in high-end brands. When she walked up to Lu Ruyan and me, she exclaimed in surprise, oh my gosh, Ruyan, this can't be your fiancé, can it? Lu Ruyan's face suddenly turned red. Lingling, keep your voice down. If others hear, how can I still be a person? Zhang Lingling said with a smile that seemed not quite a smile, Yuyan, your fiancé is quite handsome, and he has a good figure, a standard little puppy. It's just that his fashion sense isn't great. Poor Jinling University has added another loser, huh? Zhang Lingling laughed while holding her stomach. I shook my head. Going to school is not a fashion show. Do I really have to wear all designer brands? Old Master Lu said that university is an ivory tower, so this pure land must not be that clean either. Zhang Linlin said, of course I have to wear designer brands. My life belief is that I must have LV in my speech and Prada in my actions. Please, don't tarnish the word faith. No wonder some people say that today's female college students dress like prostitutes. There are too many people like you. I made a shallow comment and won't engage with the other party anymore, stepping towards the school. If you dare to say I'm a miss, you're dead. Just wait, Zhang Lingling is going to explode. Like Yen, your fiancé is simply too despicable. Zhang Lingling said hatefully, but I have already told Qinling about your affair. She is doomed. Lingling, what nonsense are you talking about? Didn't we agree to keep it a secret? Lu Ruyan was speechless. When he told Zhang Lingling last night, he specifically advised her to keep it confidential, otherwise, how could he face himself? As a result, he turned around and told this matter to his fervent pursuer. Zhang Lingling immediately said nervously, it's a secret, don't worry, I just told Qin Ling alone. Just a few minutes later, as soon as I entered the classroom, I was stopped by a few people. The one in the lead is a tall boy wearing a full Armani casual outfit. The other party was staring at me with a face full of hostility. He is Yi Feng, Lu Ruyan's fiancé. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the classroom began to discuss, no way, Lu Ruyan actually has a fiancé? The Qinling Mountains could have captured Lu Ruyan within 2 months, but just as the time was approaching, a Chungnao Jin appeared out of nowhere. At this moment, I glanced at the aggressive Qin Lin and coldly said no comment, then turned around and walked directly into the classroom. Qin Lin didn't expect to be directly ignored. His eyes seemed like they were about to spit fire. Kid, I'm giving you a chance to break off the engagement with Ruyan, then drop out and leave Jinling University, otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Many people took a deep breath, and the threat of Qinling was very obvious. I found a place to sit down and said lightly, since that's the case, I'll give you a chance, don't entangle my fiancé, then drop out of Jinling University, otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences. I finished speaking, and everyone looked at me with incredulous eyes. This guy actually dared to confront Qinling head-on. Doesn't he know that the consequences of opposing Qinling are worse than one could imagine? Qinling was so angry that even the platinum jumped up. It had been a long time since anyone challenged his authority. Kid, you're quite arrogant, but I want to see how long you can keep being arrogant. Speaking of which, Ling snapped her fingers, and several followers immediately surrounded me. The little brat, Lu Xiaohua, is a woman with predetermined emotional intelligence. How dare you make a move? Several followers rolled up their sleeves, ready to take action. Suddenly, everyone looked at me with eyes full of pity. The followers of Xingling, some from the sports academy and some from the Taekwondo club, are all fighters who can take on several opponents at once. I guess even if I don't die today, I'll definitely be in for a rough time. Lai Yuruyan's brows furrowed tightly. Grandpa seems to take this very seriously. Yefeng, if you get sent to the hospital on the first day of school, I won't be able to explain it to Grandpa. He was just about to say something, but was stopped by Jiang Lingling. As for this matter, don't worry about it. If he knows a bit of difficulty, he will retreat. Jiang Lingling had a face full of concern. I looked at them coldly. In my eyes, whether it was the Qinling or his followers, they were just a group of ants. However, if this group of ants seeks death, I don't mind completely stepping on them. Qinling saw me sitting still and thought I was scared, sneeringly saying, "Weren't you pretty arrogant just now? Now you're scared, but it's too late, you've already taken out a few of his followers." I shook my head, not expecting that the first stop after leaving the ghost prison would be a few school bullies, which is quite embarrassing to say the least. As I saw a few people about to rush in front of me, the class bell suddenly rang, the teacher arrived, and I don't know who shouted. Only saw an old professor wearing gold-rimmed glasses, walking in with books. Ling and a few followers had to stop. "Kid, consider yourself lucky, but this matter isn't over today." I shrugged my shoulders, it's best not to act. After spending over a decade in prison with Master San planning murders, fighting with small-time thugs outside, I can't afford to lose face. Liu Ruyan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, feeling somewhat complicated. Many people couldn't help but discuss that this kid dared to provoke young Master Qin. He can avoid the first day of the month, but he can't avoid mistakes, he's doomed. Wu Dalong has already warned us with his life, a man without ability shouldn't play with high specs. This kid is Lu Ruyan's fiancé, if he doesn't die, who will? Just as everyone was whispering, the boy sitting next to me enthusiastically introduced himself. "I am Fu Yanjia, and this one is called Songren too." I then realized that several of them were in the same dormitory as me. "Brother, you were really impressive just now, you directly made Qinling unable to come down from the stage." Yes, Qinling is the school bully. His dad donated a building to the school, which is why he was admitted. The background is quite scary. By the way, the big school beauty Lu Ruyan is really your fiancé. Considering we are in the same dorm, brothers kindly remind you to withdraw early. Previously, a rich second generation was pursuing the school beauty Lu, but was interrupted by Qinling, and that scream was so tragic. A few people said this and looked at me one after another. I said without any care that I, Yifeng, do not seek trouble, but I am not afraid of it. If Qinlin dares to provoke me, I will make him understand that I am not someone to be trifled with. Seeing that I wouldn't listen to advice, a few people could only give up. But just then, someone slammed the table and said during class, "Can anyone even hear the lecture with all this talking?" The one speaking was one of Qinlin's followers. The other party pointed at me not far away and said, "Teacher, I report Yifeng and those few people for talking during class and disrupting the classroom order. I suggest letting them go out." It is obvious that Qinling is intentionally disgusting. Countless gazes fell on me. I glanced at Qinling's lackey. "Which dog eye of yours saw me talking? Who are you talking about?" The follower of the Qinling instantly exploded in anger. Just as the words fell, a shadow suddenly appeared, and I grabbed the follower's hair and slammed their head onto the table. The face of this lackey directly bloomed from the impact. This violent blow silenced the entire classroom, leaving only the cries of the lackey. After a while, Qinling stood up angrily and coldly said to Yifeng, disrupting the classroom order and even hitting people. It's not good that I ignored Qinling's threat. I just coldly said, "You better not touch my bottom line, otherwise my master and the dog will fight together." Everyone was shocked. This person named Yifeng's outburst seemed even more reckless than Qinling's. After all, even Qinling wouldn't dare to cause a scene in class. Shijin Jingling was so scared that she opened her small mouth wide. "Is your fiancé, like smoke, so violent?" Lu Ruyan couldn't help but furrow her brows. She sighed inwardly, realizing that it seemed he was about to be expelled from school without Qinling's intervention. At this moment, the old professor tapped the desk and said to the student, "This is a classroom. How can you hit someone?" The old professor's expression was not very pleasant. I finally showed a smile on my face. "Teacher, I was listening to the class seriously just now. It was he who disrupted the classroom order and falsely accused me. It is reasonable for me to teach him a lesson." The teacher didn't listen to the class at all. He kept talking. The student beside him said angrily, "But because he lost 2 teeth, he leaked air every time he spoke. The old professor squinted his eyes and said, "This student, you claim you have been listening to the lecture. May I ask what I just talked about?" Everyone exclaimed the old professor's brilliance. With such a question, my lie is exposed without defense, and soon I will become a clown. However, what no one expected was that I spoke up. "Teacher, what you just talked about regarding the essence of international trade, with the continuous expansion and deepening of global division of labor," I spoke very quickly and completely recited it in one breath. Everyone was flipping through the textbooks, each with their eyes wide open, because I recited it word for word, and even the old professor's explanation was recited without a single word missing. When I finished reciting, the entire classroom was silent, everyone looked at me with shocked expressions, and soon the classroom erupted in warm applause. "Very good, go back and continue attending classes, the old professor is very satisfied." I returned to my original position and sat down. Several roommates gave me a thumbs up, saying, "You clearly didn't attend the class just now, how did you memorize everything? No wonder you're the man who can win over the campus spell, I'm really impressed." As class is about to end, the old professor said, "This semester's classes are also nearing the end. Today, I'm assigning a homework assignment. If any student can solve it, it proves that your 4 years in college have not been in vain." With that, the old professor projected a slide. And seeing the content on the slides, everyone was dumbfounded because they couldn't understand it at all. The old professor said, "This is the Kingdom of France, Walras, a fragment from the Essentials of Pure Economics, which contains a question that accurately predicted the direction of the world financial market 10 years later, that is, the current trend. Everyone take a picture with your phone, translate it, and see if you can use today's lecture content to solve this question." Everyone felt a chill, but at that moment, Ling stood up and said, "No need for the teacher, I can solve this problem." Ling walked to the podium, wrote the calculation formula on a blackboard, and arrived at the result. The old professor squinted at Ling's solution, finally nodded, and said with approval, "This student, you have exceeded my expectations. You should explain it to your classmates." "Good teacher." Ling glanced at Lu Ruyan with a confident smile. In fact, it is the mathematical modeling that the teacher has taught in the past few classes, using modeling to predict the trends of the world economy. "Everyone, please look. I am using the formulas explained by the teacher in this class." After Ling finished speaking, the classroom erupted into intense applause once again. It turns out Ling is so impressive, he is not just a pampered young master. Just now, I thought Yifeng was quite handsome, but now it seems he can't compare to Ling at all. Even the old professor gave Ling a thumbs up once again. Ling smiled and humbly said, "I feel ashamed to say that I have actually seen this question before. My dad's publicly listed company has investment from the Kingdom of France." During a previous shareholders meeting, I heard several shareholders discussing this book. Everyone is even more surprised to hear that the Ling was born directly at the finish line. "This cup is too smooth, it must get a perfect score." At that moment, I shook my head. This scene happened to be seen by another follower of Ling. "Classmate Yifeng, why are you shaking your head? Do you have a different opinion?" The Ling Mountains seemed to look at me with a half smile, as he didn't expect me to stir things up at this moment. "Isn't this just a clown act?" In an instant, all eyes fell on me again. I didn't want to say anything, but at that moment, I could only stand up. That's right, I believe that whether it's Walras, the mathematical modeling of pure economic principles, or the explanation just now, it's all nonsense. The old professor frowned upon hearing this. Student Walras's mathematical modeling has stood the test of time, and there is nothing wrong with this student's explanation. Several of Ling's followers naturally stood up again, criticizing me one after another. Yifeng even said that what young Master Qin said was not wrong. "Do you really think you are better than the teacher?" The others also felt that I was just looking for trouble. Lu Ruyan and Jian Lingling shook their heads, saying this guy is too much of a headache. "Yifeng, if you think these things are nonsense, then come over and prove it," Ling said with a cold smile. He felt that he had turned the tables, and next, I would become a clown, a complete clown. Amidst the complex gazes of the crowd, I strode up to the podium, picked up a piece of chalk, and wrote a long formula on another blackboard. Then I said, "What influences the world financial market is not just these factors in this mathematical model, but also one very important factor, which is the global situation. Therefore, this formula should add a variable and be changed to this." I wrote a long formula while talking, and this formula is a model of the world situation, which includes several important variables, and finally completed this modeling. When I finished writing, everyone in the classroom was staring at each other with big eyes and a confused expression. At this moment, the old professor watched my problem-solving process. His whole person seemed to be petrified, but soon his body began to tremble, and even his voice started to tremble. This is the Goldbach conjecture in the field of financial economics. My goodness, you actually figured it out. Indeed, if this variable you mentioned is missing, Walras's financial mathematical modeling is completely wrong. The reason he was able to predict today's financial market is entirely because a blind cat stumbled upon a dead rat. Finally, the old professor excitedly grabbed my hand and said, "Classmate, what is your name? Who taught you this formula? Can you take me to visit him? My name is Yifeng, and this formula is something I came up with myself." At this moment, the old professor was shocked, everyone in the classroom was shocked, and finally, the old professor emotionally said, "To hear the way in the morning and farewell in the evening, you can thank classmate Yifeng. If you have time, I would like to ask you more questions." I nodded, glanced at the time on my watch, and said, "Teacher, you went over time." When the old professor left, the whole classroom exploded. As the main character, I returned to my original spot and sat down. Several roommates were already overly excited. "Bro, your move was simply amazing. Brother Phone, I'm buying out this title for your little brother from now on." A few roommates were all hyped up. Not far away, Jiang Lingling widened her eyes in surprise, looking shocked. "No way, Ru Yan, your fiancé is so impressive." Liuruyan's face turned slightly red, and she didn't say anything, but her heart was equally filled with shock and disbelief. She originally thought that when she came to Jinling University, she would discover her own mediocrity and insignificance, but the reality was completely different from what she had imagined. Jinling listened to the discussions around him, his face extremely unpleasant. He had been slapped in the face by me more than once today, and what made him feel the worst was the admiration those girls showed towards me, which fueled the anger in his heart even more. The boss lets this kid be proud for a while first. When heaven wants to destroy him, it will first let him go crazy. He won't be arrogant for long, he's just looking for death, and no one can save him. Hearing the comfort from a few followers, Jinling's mood improved quite a bit. He glanced at me, snorted coldly, and said, "It's okay, I'll play with him slowly." After class, a few people from Femcare pulled me to go have lunch, but just then, two figures walked over slowly. It was Lu Ruyan and Jiang Lingling. "Yifeng, wait a moment, I have something to tell you," Lu Ruyan said in a cold voice. "What is it to say?" My voice has no ripples at all. Willow Ruyun frowned slightly, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. From childhood to adulthood, no one has ever treated her with such an attitude, making her feel as if she owed that guy money. "I want to tell you that it's best not to go against Jinling. His background is not ordinary, and you can't afford to provoke him." Just now, Lu Ruyan thought for a long time and decided to advise me well. According to Jinling's vengeful nature, if I provoke him, I will definitely not end up well. However, I waved my hand and casually said that I came to school just because I promised old Lu. After a month, when I get the jade pendant from my mother, I will just save a clueless rich second generation. I don't take it seriously, there's no one I can't handle. My voice was faint, yet it revealed strong confidence and dominance. Upon hearing this, both Lu Ruyan and Jiang Lingling felt as if their hearts were touched by something. Especially Lu Ruyan, whose feelings were even more complicated. My words seemed to convey a desire to quickly obtain the jade pendant and leave. Does this guy really want to end their engagement just like that? Jiang Lingling snorted coldly and said, "Yifeng, can you stop bragging? If Qin Lingdong is serious, you won't even be able to find the basement of your books." I became impatient and said, "I'm leaving first, the others are still waiting for me outside to eat." After saying that, I left without looking back. In the blink of an eye, it was afternoon, and the last two classes were Taekwondo classes, which is also one of the subjects of Jinling University. As the class bell rang, the Taekwondo class officially began. A coach dressed in training attire walked in, and everyone quickly stood up and bowed to show respect. The coach nodded and said that the most important thing in Taekwondo is practical combat. Next, we will have some sparring. I will find two students with higher ranks to demonstrate the sparring. Jinling, please come up. Jinlin walked forward proudly, arriving at the center of the factory. He has practiced Taekwondo since he was young and is currently a 5th-degree black belt, highly appreciated by his coach. Very soon, the coach invited a red belt to practice again. The red belt is one level lower than the black belt, but its lethality should not be underestimated. One can easily take on 5 or 6 ordinary people. The two bowed to each other, and then both launched their attacks. Jinling's leg technique is extremely fast, and the man in the red belt is somewhat unable to resist, retreating step by step. Jinling smiles confidently, freely displaying his moves, and with the final sweeping kick, he directly lifts the opponent up. The man in the red belt stumbled and crashed heavily to the ground, causing everyone to gasp in surprise and erupt in applause. Classmate Jinling's skills are indeed remarkable, and I concede wholeheartedly. The man in the red belt, lying on the ground and enduring pain all over his body, praised, "Ha, that was the Taekwondo club at school back then, which invited our leader to be the president, but he refused, prioritizing his studies. Even when compared to professional athletes, our leader was not lacking, and the younger brothers shouted loudly, while everyone praised him. On the other side, Fu Yanjie clapped her hands and laughed while asking the people next to her, "What do you think of how he played?" Wang Tianliang replied, "What else is there to say? A black belt level 5 can kick me away with just one kick, those who can do that are too strong." At this moment, Fu Yanjie saw that I wasn't speaking, nudged me with her arm, and asked, "What do you think, brother Feng?" The people around also looked at me, waiting for this new classmate's response, but when I opened my mouth, I startled them. I only faintly said that it's just flowery fists and embroidered legs. As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the people around changed dramatically. Willow like smoke and rain, Zhang Linlin frowned, "Yifeng is going to cause trouble again." Xinlin naturally heard this, and it seemed as if fire was about to burst from his eyes. This was already the third time I had openly humiliated him. How could he possibly endure it? He looked at me and coldly questioned, "Yifeng, you said Taekwondo is all show and no substance." I shrugged my shoulders. It's true that only performances in competitions can make use of it. When it comes to the critical moment of life and death struggles, it's simply not up to the challenge. The Qinling is simply about to explode with anger. He laughed in rage, knowing that talking is useless. "Since you say Taekwondo is just fancy moves, do you dare to accept my challenge?" After finishing speaking, Qinling walked up to the coach and said, "Coach, I want to challenge this student." The Taekwondo coach's expression was also not good. I said Taekwondo is just for show. This not only slaps Qinling's face but also is. As a coach, he naturally couldn't take action, so Qinling's request was exactly what he wanted. "Okay, save some strength, don't hurt this classmate. Please rest assured, coach, I will stop at the right point." Though he said this, he didn't think that way in his heart. Today he wanted to beat Yifeng to the ground, completely putting the opponent out of commission in the end. When Fu Yanjie saw the situation at this moment, she regretted it deeply. Had she known that Yifeng was such a stubborn fool, she wouldn't have said so much earlier. Even Lu Ruyan and Zhang Lingling warned me not to accept the challenge. Several of Qinling's followers also jumped up and shouted, "Kid, you really are looking for death. Do you dare to fight our boss? Let's see if our boss will kill you." And I, facing the imposing Qinling, said, "I won't fight you. I'm afraid if I strike too hard, I'll hurt you." "Next, kid, what are you pretending to be humble about? What generation are you from?" A follower jumped out. Qinling didn't say anything, quietly looking at me. In his view, no matter how I chose, he would be the winner. If I didn't dare to accept the challenge, it would prove that I was cowardly. If I accepted the challenge, he would beat me until I begged for mercy. I calmly said that I haven't practiced Taekwondo. Everyone who heard my words couldn't help but laugh. They thought I was just courting death. "This is the open road of the Qinling Mountains, and I give you two choices. The first is to accept my challenge, and the second is to apologize for your earlier remarks." I shook my head slightly and said, "You're not my opponent, but since you're looking for trouble, I can fulfill your wish." Looking for death, Qinlin became angry. His body transformed into a powerful wind rushing towards me. When he was about 4 or 5 meters away from me, Qinling suddenly swung out a whirlwind ladder. Seeing this scene, many bystander boys clapped and praised, while the timid girls were so frightened that their faces turned pale. Yifeng was definitely finished this time. The coach snorted coldly. Although he felt that Qinling's actions were a bit heavy-handed, he did not intervene. He must let this young man, who does not know the heights of heaven or the depths of the earth, often remember. A few lackeys are acting like they've been injected with chicken blood. Ha ha ha, did you see that? Yifeng didn't even move. Is he scared silly? Willow Ruyan also noticed that I didn't move, completely flustered, unable to help but exclaim, "Hurry and hide." His heart was collapsing, and he felt that he would soon see the scene of Yifan being knocked down. Zhang Lingling said speechlessly, "Let's call an ambulance," like smoke. Seeing Qinlin's clever corner, only half a meter away from my face, a trace of cruelty appeared on Qinling's face as he suddenly increased his strength and shouted, "Die." At this moment, I finally made my move. Amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, I grabbed Qinling's ankle, and her body instantly froze in midair. In the next moment, my voice came through as I said, "Taekwondo is just flashy moves and fancy legs, because those who practice Taekwondo will never understand that in all martial arts, only speed is unbeatable, and nothing is indestructible." As my words fell, I slapped out, landing firmly on Qinling's face. Pa Qinling was directly knocked away 7 or 8 meters. His body spun in the air several times before falling to the ground. Qinling crashed to the ground like a dead dog, with a clear palm print on half of his face, and his cheek was swollen high. A few followers rushed up to help Qinling up, but as a result, Qinling spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, which was mixed with 3 shattered teeth. At this moment, everyone's gaze towards me completely changed. It turns out the other party is so strong. Wow, Brother Feng is amazing. A few people from Foyenjia jumped up excitedly. Everyone was discussing it, especially many girls, who shifted their gaze from the tragic Qin Ling to me. They initially thought I was just showing off, but it turned out that I really looked down on getting into a fight with Qin Ling. The coach watched the whole process with his eyes wide open, his eyelids twitching. He sighed to himself. This time Qin Ling had kicked against a steel plate, against a titanium alloy plate. He felt relieved. Thankfully it wasn't him who kicked against the titanium alloy plate, because he knows very well that based on my performance just now, even the top Taekwondo masters would probably be slapped away in front of me. Taekwondo is just for showy moves and performances. It can only be used in demonstrations and competitions. When it comes to the critical moment of life and death, it can't withstand a single blow. The coach murmured to himself, what he said was all true. Then the coach weakly sat down on the ground, feeling completely defeated. Liu Ruyan and Jiang Lingling both opened their mouths in shock. Jiang Lingling had already dialed the emergency number. The operator's voice came through. This is the emergency hotline of Jiling City. How can I help you? Jiang Lingling felt a strong urge to vomit blood. In desperation, she could only walk over to Qin Ling and ask, do you need an ambulance? Qin Ling spat out a mouthful of old blood again. What Jiang Lingling said was simply like sprinkling salt on his wounds. It was too heart-wrenching. Qin Ling was eventually driven by a few followers, awkwardly got into the car, and the coach announced the end of class in a daze. Just as I was about to leave, I heard Liu Ruyan's voice behind me. Yifeng, wait a moment. I just noticed Liu Ruyan and asked if there was anything wrong. Liu Ruyan was a bit annoyed. What's the matter? At least for now, I'm still your nominal fiancé, right? What kind of attitude is this? He bit his lip. Yifeng, you don't really think that injuring Qin Ling means you've won, do you? Didn't you see the look in Qin Ling's eyes when he left? He definitely won't let you off. So what? I gave him a chance because we are all classmates, but if he strikes again, I will retaliate heavily. If he retaliates heavily, I will retaliate lethally. He will have no chance to regret. Liu Ruyan was completely speechless. He even said angrily, do you think just because you know martial arts, you can do things as you please? If this escalates, you'll be facing the entire Qin family's revenge. Have you thought about the seriousness of the situation? The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, and in the end, he almost shouted. He originally thought I would be afraid. However, I didn't expect that when I mentioned the insignificant Qin family, I didn't take it seriously. I went to eat, and just like that, I finished speaking and left without looking back. Once again, Liu Ruyan and Jiang Lingling were left in disarray at the spot, with Liu Ruyan so angry that she stomped her feet, completely losing the aura of the aloof campus beauty. In the next few days, my deeds were widely circulated in the school, and Qin Ling never came back. Finally, I waited for the weekend holiday, and I had just arrived at the school gate. Boom boom boom, several cars rushed over, each urgently braking in front of me, and with the sound of several doors opening in succession, a large group of people poured out from the cars. Some people are holding baseball bats, some are holding steel knives, with dragon and tiger tattoos on their bodies, their faces fierce. After a dozen or so people got out of the car, they rushed to my side and surrounded me in a circle. The leader is a man wearing a tank top, with a gold chain around his neck and a dragon tattoo on his hand. The students at the school gate, upon seeing this, all showed expressions of fear. Wow, it's Brother Biao, a member of the Elf King, the boss of Hongyun district, said to have hundreds of people under him. Is this the legendary Biao Gu? I heard that Biao Ji's most glorious achievement is chasing and cutting down more than a dozen people by himself, leaving all of them severely injured. What is this? It is said that those who provoke Brother Biao are directly killed. Chen Jiang, do you think this kid has provoked Brother Biao? Biao Gu looked me up and down. Calling Yifeng is my faint memory. Good kid, quite arrogant, but I want your 2 legs. At this moment, another car pulled up, and a man with a bandaged arm got out. It was none other than Qin Ling, who I had incapacitated with a single move during Taekwondo class. Qin Ling gritted his teeth and stared at me, as if his eyes were about to spew fire. Thank you, Brother Biao. Brother Biao nodded slightly, taking people's money and helping them avert disasters. Don't worry, a follower of Qin Ling jumped out. Yifeng, aren't you very good at fighting? Now that Biao Go is here, let's see how you die. As he said this, several followers burst into laughter. At this moment, some students from the international finance major, including Fu Yanjia, hurried over, with Liu Ruyan and Jiang Lingling walking in the front. Stop, I won't allow you to move. Yifeng and Liu Ruyan rushed into the crowd and shouted. He knew very well that if this fight broke out, I would definitely be finished. He was worried something would happen to me, and he couldn't report back to Grandpa. Ling saw the goddess from her dreams unexpectedly standing up for her rival, her eyes seemingly ready to spit fire like smoke. "Step aside, this is a matter between men, he must die today." Then she said to Brother Biao, "Hurry up and take action." Lu Ruyan has also heard of Brother Biao, and quickly said, "Brother Biao, I am Lu Ruyan from the Lu family. Lu Gongming is my grandfather, and Yi Feng is my grandfather's friend. Please let Yi Feng off the hook." Biao furrowed his brow, seemingly not expecting so many issues to arise. Liu Ruyan saw that Biao was somewhat moved and continued to say, "Biao, regarding Ling, I'll have Yi Feng apologize to you, and we'll just let this matter go, treating it as a favor to my grandfather." Okay, Ling naturally disagrees, but Brother Biao is caught in hesitation. He doesn't want to offend the old master of the Lu family. And just at that moment, I said, "Aren't you trying to cripple me? Then I will return the favor in kind. Come at me all together, I'm in a hurry." As soon as I said this, Fu Yanjie and the others instantly fell into despair. Damn, this guy is way too impulsive. Lu Ruyan and Jian Lingling also exclaimed that it's all over. Especially Lu Ruyan, her mentality completely collapsed. As the eldest young lady of the Lu family, she lowered her status to plead for you, but this guy didn't play by the rules at all. In fact, even Biao and the others were caught off guard. Biao has done many things to the useless ones. Every time a person he has dealt with sees him, they are scared to the point of losing control and kneeling down to call him grandpa. I didn't expect this kid in front of me to be so arrogant. Lin was overjoyed. He was originally worried that Biao would waver, but unexpectedly, I sought my own death. Sure enough, Brother Biao is angry. This little brat dares to be tough even when death is imminent. Brothers, take action. Within 10 seconds, I want him to kneel and talk to me. After speaking, Biao smiled and said to Lu Ruyan, "Miss Lu, you saw it too. It's not that I don't want to give old Master Lu face, but this kid is slapping me in the face, and it's the kind that echoes. If I don't take care of him, I won't be able to survive in the future." Soon, a group of people rushed towards Yi Feng. Everyone couldn't help but close their eyes, not daring to look at the impending tragic scene. But at that moment, rumble, rumble, rumble. A series of urgent roaring sounds came. A pink Lamborghini sped over. With a beautiful tail swing, it stopped beside the crowd. The car door opened, and a pair of long, straight beautiful legs stepped out. The owner of these legs was none other than Long Xiaoyun. "Stop! Let's see who dares to touch Mr. Yi." The sudden turn of events left everyone stunned. And when they saw Long Xiaoyun's appearance, the onlookers became restless again. "Oh my, what's going on?" First, the school beauty Lu pleaded for this person, and now another stunning beauty shows up. What is happening? Who is this person? Besides being a bit more handsome than me, there doesn't seem to be anything special? Can being handsome really be a meal ticket these days? The key point was that Long Xiaoyun was not only beautiful, but she also exuded a powerful aura. Groups of thugs were intimidated and involuntarily retreated a bit. Biao frowned tightly. Ling's eyelids twitched wildly. They both knew Long Xiaoyun. They were even more aware that the Long family was one of the top 3 families in Jinling. Neither the Qin family nor Biao dared to confront the Long family. Even with the Jinling king backing him, Biao didn't have the guts. Unless the Jinling king personally came over, he could still confront the Long family. However, with the Jinling king's status, he definitely wouldn't bother with their trivial matters. Seeing that Biao was silent, Long Xiaoyun coldly said, "Step aside, don't make me say it a second time." "Miss Long, please calm down. I didn't know you knew him." Biao quickly waved his hand, and a group of underlings retreated. Watching this scene, Ling gritted his teeth. Was he going to fall again? Under the shocked gazes of everyone, Long Xiaoyun walked to Yi Feng's side and respectfully bowed, saying, "Mr. Yi, I apologize for my previous rudeness." Everyone on the scene was stunned, thinking they had seen it wrong. Long Xiaoyun was actually bowing to Yi Feng? They truly doubted their own eyes. Yi Feng's expression was calm as he said, "I don't think you need to apologize to me." Long Xiaoyun bit her lip and said respectfully, "My grandfather suddenly fell seriously ill and is in critical condition. I asked Mr. Yi to help save him, and the Long family will definitely reward you handsomely afterward." This scene made many people's eyes pop out. Mr. Yi? Was this beauty being deceived? Only Lu Ruyan frowned. It was Yi Feng who had saved her grandfather before. Could it be that Yi Feng was really a divine doctor? After Long Xiaoyun finished speaking, she looked at Yi Feng with nervous anticipation. She knew that her grandfather's life and death were in the hands of this young man before her. Yi Feng thought for a moment and said, "How about we make a deal? You help me cripple their legs, and I'll save your grandfather. And the matter of crippling their legs will count as mine, how about that?" "No problem." Long Xiaoyun didn't hesitate for a second as she replied, "Miss Long, Biao Guo and Qin Ling were practically going crazy. They felt like crying. Lu Ruyan and Zhang Linlin were also speechless. Zhang Linlin complained, "What is Yifeng doing? Does he have to make things so big?" At the same time, Long Xiaoyun's icy gaze turned towards Biao Guo and Qin Ling, saying, "Are you going to do it yourselves, or should I do it?" Biao Guo, Qin Ling, "It seems you don't want to do it yourselves." After Long Xiaoyun finished speaking, her body moved. Biao Guo and Qin Ling fell to the ground, their legs bent at a 90-degree angle. A piercing scream echoed in the air. It was over. Cui Zhang and the others were very clear that this time, the feud between Yifeng and Qin Ling was completely irreconcilable. Moreover, Yifeng had also made an enemy of brother Biao. Lu Ruyan shook her head in disappointment and sighed, "After this matter is settled, I need to discuss with my grandfather about handing over the jade pendant to Yifeng as soon as possible, so he can leave early. The Long family can protect him for a time, but not for a lifetime. I don't want to live in constant fear." Just then, Lu Ruyan's phone rang. It was a call from the old man, Lu Gongming. As soon as the call connected, before Lu Ruyan could speak, Lu Gongming's excited voice came through, "Sweki, something big has happened." Lu Ruyan was taken aback, her brows furrowing involuntarily. In her impression, her grandfather was someone who remained unflappable even in the face of great danger. Why was he so flustered today? Could something really serious have happened? "Grandpa, what happened?" Lu Ruyan asked with concern. Lu Gongming spoke in a somewhat panicked tone, "It's like this, the old man of the Long family is about to pass away. He asked for my granddaughter's husband to save him. His granddaughter, Long Xiaoyun, is a great beauty. You have a strong competitor now." Lu Ruyan. Under the gaze of everyone, Yifeng and Long Xiaoyun walked side by side towards the Lamborghini parked at the school gate. Long Xiaoyun respectfully helped Yifeng open the car door, and after he settled in, she took her place in the driver's seat. As she started the car, Long Xiaoyun sent a voice message to her father, Long Fa, informing him that she had picked up Yifeng. At that moment, Long Zitian and the others were still on their way. Their car's performance couldn't match Long Xiaoyun's, and with her agile driving skills and frequent racing, they were left far behind. "Mr. Yi, please fasten your seatbelt, I'm driving now," Long Xiaoyun said, pressing the accelerator. Boom! The Lamborghini let out a roar like a beast and surged forward. About half an hour later, the Lamborghini made a beautiful drift and stopped in the hospital's parking lot. As Yifeng stepped out, Long Zitian and the others rushed over. "Dr. Yi, please save the old man." They all bowed respectfully. Most people would be taken aback by such a display. However, Yifeng said calmly, "Where is he? Take me there." Long Zitian and the others were overjoyed and said, "Thank you, Dr. Yi." Yifeng waved his hand, glancing at Long Xiaoyun, and said, "No need to thank me, this is just a transaction between the two of us." Upon hearing this, Long Zitian was momentarily stunned. Transaction? Could it be that his precious daughter had promised Dr. Yi something? Although Dr. Yi was a remarkable figure, he was still young and vigorous. It was normal for him to be tempted by a stunning beauty like Long Xiaoyun. As a person in power, Long Zitian naturally didn't want his daughter to make such a sacrifice, but soon he was filled with wild joy. If Yifeng truly was a miraculous doctor capable of reviving the dead and surpassing Dr. Bai in medical skills, taking him as a son-in-law wouldn't be a bad idea. Soon, Yifeng arrived at the entrance of the ICU ward. "Yi, Master Yi, you're here." Dr. Bai trembled with excitement upon seeing Yifeng, even struggling to speak. Yifeng nodded symbolically. This old man was too thick-skinned, calling him Master Yi at every turn, which left Yifeng speechless. Thanks to the intervention of Director Wang from the hospital, Yifeng was able to enter the ICU ward smoothly. The Long family waited anxiously outside the ward. Inside, Yifeng saw the dying Long Shiyuan. At that moment, Long Shiyuan lay quietly on the hospital bed, tubes inserted all over his body, his vital signs extremely unstable. Anyone who knew Long Shiyuan would undoubtedly be deeply moved by this scene. The iron-willed, proud old man was brought down by illness, leaving him without any dignity. Yifeng shook his head and reached out to remove all the tubes and needles from Long Shiyuan's body. Several nurses were startled and couldn't help but try to stop Yifeng. "Sir, the patient's vital signs are weak. You can't remove these emergency devices, it could be life-threatening." Yifeng glanced at the nurses in the ward and said, "I don't like being watched when I save someone, you all leave first." The nurses exchanged glances but ultimately left the room. Although they didn't believe in the so-called divine doctor, they had to leave since it was Director Wang personally overseeing the case. After the nurses left, Yifeng's gaze fell back on Long Shiyuan. He sighed and said, "When the king of hell calls you at midnight, who dares to let you live until dawn? Old Long, needing me is your luck." As his voice fell, Yifeng slowly extended his hands, hovering above Long Shiyuan's body. Long Shiyuan's condition was far worse than that of Lu Gongming before. In fact, silver needles could not save Long Shiyuan at all. Yifeng needed to condense his chi into needles and use the 9-yang resurrection needle to pull Long Shiyuan back from the brink of death. Dense true chi surged from Yifeng's body, condensing into tangible chi needles in his palms. Yifeng pressed down sharply. Whoosh! The chi needles landed on various acupoints of Long Shiyuan's body and began to circulate within him. Long Shiyuan's body even began to levitate. About half an hour later, Yifeng pressed down again, and Long Shiyuan's body settled steadily back onto the hospital bed. At that moment, Yifeng realized he was feeling somewhat weak. Even his clothes were soaked with sweat. Long Shiyuan's condition was more complicated than he had imagined. This transaction really cost me dearly, Yifeng couldn't help but lament. After the treatment was complete, Yifeng walked out. The Long family, waiting at the door, immediately rushed over. Seeing Yifeng drenched, everyone was stunned. How could saving someone leave him so soaked? They truly doubted whether Yifeng had saved a person or gone swimming. Dr. Yi, how is my father, grandfather? The Long family asked anxiously. Yifeng replied, he has temporarily survived, but to fully recover, we need to find a way to eliminate the cancer cells. Come find me in 2 days. Mr. Yi is indeed a divine doctor, our Long family has no way to repay you, the Long family said joyfully, expressing their gratitude. Meanwhile, Director Wang and the hospital staff were all dumbfounded. Just moments ago, several nurses had rushed out, saying Yifeng had removed the tubes from Long Shiyuan, and they were all terrified. Normally, given Long Shiyuan's condition, removing the tubes would mean certain death. Could this young man really have cured him? Was he truly a divine doctor? When they saw Yifeng come out, several nurses rushed into the ICU ward. Soon, one nurse hurriedly ran out, saying, "Not good, the patient's vital signs have disappeared." What? Everyone's heart skipped a beat. They all looked at Yifeng. One doctor even blocked Yifeng's path, saying, "Sir, there's a problem with the patient, you can't leave." Long Jiadi was even more furious. He rushed in front of Yifeng, pointing at him and shouting, "You quack, you charlatan! You killed my dad, I will make you pay with your life. I advise you to take your finger away, I dislike being pointed at," Yifeng frowned. "I'll take it away, and I'll ****ing kill you, ah." Long Jiadi shouted loudly, but before he could finish, he let out a scream like a slaughtered pig. Yifeng suddenly grabbed Long Zaidi's finger and twisted it sharply. Crack! Long Zaidi's finger broke instantly. Following that, Yifeng kicked Long Zaidi away and stepped outside. Only his cold voice remained. "Since the Long family doesn't believe me, the second phase of treatment is cancelled." Long Zaitian frowned, wanting to stop Yifeng, but he saw Long Xiaoyan beside him suddenly cover her mouth. "Grandpa!" Long Xiaoyan looked at the ICU ward's entrance, tears streaming down her face. There stood an old man, who else but Long Ziyuan? Seeing Long Shiyuan standing at the door, everyone at the ICU entrance was stunned. It should be known that before this, Long Shiyuan had been declared dead. He couldn't possibly stand up, let alone appear at the ward's entrance. Yifeng really saved him. This was simply unbelievable. A terrifying thought surfaced in everyone's minds. Yifeng was not a quack doctor, but a genuine divine physician. At that moment, like Manhwa said, "I told you Master Yi is a divine physician, but you didn't believe it and were so rude to him, sigh." Upon hearing this, the Long family couldn't help but lower their heads. Indeed, Yifeng saved Long Shiyuan, saved the entire Long family, yet they had been so disrespectful to their savior. Long Zaitian said, "We must find divine physician Yi and apologize in person." Long Zaidi slapped his own face and said, "I actually insulted divine physician Yi just now, I'm worse than a pig." Dean Wang and the hospital's doctors and nurses were also struck by an unprecedented shock. Based on their experience, Long Shiyuan was undoubtedly dead. They held a skeptical attitude towards the so-called divine physician. After all, there were too many frauds in the world claiming to be divine physicians, deceiving people. Soon, Long Shiyuan's strong voice interrupted everyone's thoughts. "What are you saying? Did you just offend the little divine physician?" Although he had been in a coma, he could clearly feel how Yifeng saved him. That miraculous medical skill could be described as divine. The key point was that Yifeng told him this was just the first phase of treatment. In other words, it was merely helping him catch his breath. To truly cure him, the second phase of treatment was necessary, which involved eliminating the cancer cells in his body. Now, his family had offended the little divine physician. Weren't they pushing him towards the gates of hell? Faced with Long Shiyuan's questioning, the Long family couldn't help but shiver. They hadn't felt such an aura from Long Shiyuan in a long time. "Speak! Are you deaf?" Long Shiyuan roared. Long Zaidi, holding his stomach, explained, "Dad, we didn't know. After divine physician Yi saved you, your vital signs disappeared, and we all thought he was a fraud. Hearing Long Zai-tian's explanation, Long Shiyuan became even angrier. You, a person who only knows how to eat, drink, and play with women, is qualified to question whether divine physician Yi is a fraud? Long Shiyuan slapped Long Zai-tian hard across the face, his fierce gaze sweeping over everyone in the Long family. Just now, divine physician Yi extended my life for 3 days. Within these 3 days, if divine physician Yi doesn't help me eliminate the cancer cells in my body, I will undoubtedly die. From now on, everyone in the Long family must go and invite divine physician Yi immediately, otherwise, you can forget about inheriting any family assets. The Long family shivered again. They hadn't seen Long Shiyuan this furious in a long time. Without any hesitation, they left the hospital again, heading to Jinling University. Elder Ji, Shiyuan, you two stay and come back home with me, Long Shiyuan said. Thus, Dean Wang and several doctors and nurses watched Long Shiyuan leave. They stood in place, unable to react for a long time. Especially a few highly skilled doctors, who were struck by an unprecedented shock. They had been doctors for a lifetime, studied countless theories, and conducted numerous practices. They had thought they were at the pinnacle of medicine. But at this moment, their understanding was completely overturned. It turned out that there really were miraculous doctors who could bring the dead back to life. It turned out that saving lives truly did not require various complex instruments and equipment. It turned out that the medical skills left by the ancestors of the Dragon Kingdom were indeed that miraculous. Yet all these years, they had regarded Western medicine as the truth, as their pride. How ignorant they were. Just then, a voice interrupted everyone's thoughts. To hear the Tao in the morning is worth dying in the evening. I, Bai Guanghua, must take Dr. Yi as my master, or I will die with my eyes closed. Bai Guanghua said, wiping his tears. Dr. Bai, add me to that. I also want to take Dr. Yi as my master. Count me in, and me too. Several doctors spoke one after another. Long family. Long Shiyuan sat on the sofa, sipping tea. He sat up straight, his eyes shining with brilliance. He felt as if he had become many years younger, as if he had returned to the days of fighting on the battlefield. He was filled with fighting spirit. In fact, 8 or 9 years ago, he had encountered some problems in his cultivation, which led to issues with his health. Therefore, after Long Zai-tian took over the Long family's business, he had always advised him to be steady, in order not to provoke powerful opponents. However, in the past 2 years, the market had changed too rapidly, and the Long family had to transform to avoid complete decline, resulting in brutal suppression from competitors. It was precisely because Long Shiyuan's health had deteriorated that the Long family had fallen behind in competition. But now, Yifeng not only extended Long Shiyuan's life by 3 days, but all the problems with his health had also disappeared. This meant that as long as the Long family could invite Yifeng to eliminate the cancer cells in Long Shiyuan's body, he could return to his peak. At that time, the Long family would be able to confront their competitors head-on. Thinking of this, Long Shiyuan felt a surge of blood. However, the most crucial thing right now was to invite Yifeng. Long Shiyuan took a deep breath and asked, Elder Ji, Shiyuan, what is your impression of Dr. Yi now? Elder Ji thought for a moment and said with emotion, profound and unfathomable, as if he and we are not from the same world. Shiyuan, what about you? Long Shiyuan asked. Long Shiyuan reflected on her experiences of the day and said, I feel like I can't see through him. He is clearly as young as I am, yet so powerful, especially his medical skills. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have dared to believe it. Long Shiyuan stood up and said, it seems my intuition when I first met Dr. Yi was not wrong. Dr. Yi is the opportunity for our Long family, and we must seize it firmly. Shiyuan, what do you think of Dr. Yi as a person? What do you mean? Long Shiyuan was a bit confused, but soon, she understood Long Shiyuan's meaning. Instantly, her face turned red, and she couldn't help but say, Grandpa, it's impossible for me and Dr. Yi. Dr. Yi is the fiancé of the eldest daughter of the Lu family. What? Long Shiyuan frowned and said, in the end, someone has gotten ahead of us? But soon, Long Shiyuan's frown relaxed, and he said, Shiyuan, Grandpa hopes you can pursue Dr. Yi. Long Shiyuan felt like crying and said, Grandpa, although Dr. Yi is very strong, the Long family shouldn't have to look up to him, right? It's even less worth it to make me a third party, right? Long Shiyuan snorted coldly and said, Shiyuan, it seems you still haven't truly realized the power of Dr. Yi. If he can cure me, he can cure those who truly hold power and resources. Moreover, you've seen his strength, he is destined to stand at the pinnacle of the world, looking down upon all beings. Upon hearing this, Long Shiyuan felt her heart stir again, but she heard Long Shiyuan continue, Shiyuan, since ancient times, the strong have controlled all resources, including women. This is the opportunity for the Long family, and also for you. Do you want to find an ordinary man and live a mundane life, Or do you want to become Dr. Ye's woman, accompanying him to the pinnacle of the world and enjoying boundless glory? Think for yourself. That evening, Lu Ruyan returned to the Lu family. As soon as she entered the house, she saw Lu Gongming rushing out in a fluster. "Sweki, how is it? My granddaughter's husband hasn't been seduced away by the Long family, has he?" Lu Ruyan. She angrily sat down on the sofa and said, "Grandpa, the Qifeng let the Long family's young lady, what's her name, Long Xiaoyun, break Qinling and Biao Ji's legs. Yifeng is definitely not an easy character. He has only been at school for 2 days and has already caused such a huge mess. I think we should give him the jade pendant and send him away quickly, or he will end up dead at school." Lu Gongming had just taken a sip of tea when he heard Lu Ruyan's words and nearly threw the teacup in anger. "Nonsense! I created such a good opportunity for you, and instead of seizing it, you push your man into someone else's arms," Lu Gongming said, puffing his beard and glaring. Lu Ruyan, I. At that moment, her heart was in turmoil. She was still a pure and innocent young lady. After all, when did she have a man? Lu Gongming continued, "You just said that Ye's son-in-law and Long Xiaoyun broke Qinling and Biao Ji's legs. What happened?" Lu Ruyan recounted the events, feeling wronged as she said, "Grandpa, Yifeng relies on his little bit of martial arts and medical skills, acting fearless. If something happens to him, isn't it still the Lu family that has to clean up after him?" The more Lu Ruyan spoke, the angrier she became, her delicate body trembling. "So, I think we should quickly give the jade pendant to Yifeng and send him away, or he will eventually cause a disaster at Jinling University." Upon hearing this, Lu Gongming suddenly burst into laughter. The laughter left Lu Ruyan stunned. "Grandpa, what are you laughing at?" Lu Gongming said, "Sweki, you really underestimate my grandson-in-law. Do Qinling and Biao Gu dare to touch my grandson-in-law? In front of him, they are nothing." At this moment, Lu Ruyan felt her heart collapse. She truly suspected that her grandpa had been brainwashed by Yifeng. But Biao Gu is the nephew of the king of Jinling. If the king of Jinling gets angry, even the Lu family can't protect Yifeng, right? Lu Ruyan bit her lip and said. She thought that since it involved the king of Jinling, her grandpa would surely be afraid. However, Lu Gongming said again, "Even the king of Jinling counts for nothing in front of my grandson-in-law." Hearing this, Lu Ruyan nearly spat blood. Finally, Lu Gongming said seriously, "You said that Long Xiaoyun drove my grandson-in-law away this afternoon, right? We need to go to Jinling University immediately to see if my grandson-in-law has returned. Although my grandson-in-law is a true dragon among men, he is still young and impulsive. If the Long family uses some beauty trick to take him down, we would suffer a great loss." Lu Ruyan. However, what made Lu Ruyan even more distraught was yet to come. "Sweki, you are also a great beauty. You should learn from the Long family's young lady, use your advantage as well, and when the time is right, employ a beauty trick to secure my son-in-law as soon as possible." Lu Gongming said. "Grandpa, please stop talking," Lu Ruyan said, breaking down. Inside her heart, a voice was roaring, "Grandpa, please be a decent person." In the end, Lu Ruyan could only helplessly get into the car with Lu Gongming, heading to Jinling University. Coincidentally, Lu Ruyan's parents, Lu Jinhua and Su Lan, had also returned, and they went along as well. In the car, after learning about the situation, Lu Jinhua and Su Lan were filled with resentment. Their thoughts were similar to Lu Ruyan's. The old man was definitely brainwashed by Yifeng. How could that kid possibly be worthy of their precious daughter? In their view, their daughter should at least marry into a family of equal status, not someone ordinary like Yifan. However, under the old man's authority, although they were unhappy, they dared not voice their discontent. Soon, they arrived at Jinling University, at the entrance of Yifeng's dormitory building. Just as they reached the entrance, they witnessed an unbelievable scene. Long Zitian and a group of Long family members were kneeling at the entrance of the dormitory. "Zitian, what happened?" Lu Gongming squinted and asked. Long Zitian stood up and said, "Old Master Lu, alas, it's embarrassing to say." He briefly recounted the events. Lu Gongming couldn't help but sneer inwardly. It seemed the Long family was just a frog at the bottom of the well, having offended Yifeng. However, since this group was kneeling at the entrance, it indicated one fact: Long Xiaoyun had not yet won over Yifeng. This made Lu Gongming feel quite pleased. He patted Long Zitian on the shoulder and said, "My granddaughter's husband is a divine doctor, a remarkable person, and has a bit of temper. You must show sincerity, continue kneeling, and I'll go see my granddaughter's husband." Long Zitian nodded gratefully but felt something was off. Thus, Lu Gongming and the others entered the dormitory building. Meanwhile, Long Zitian received a text from Long Shiyuan. After reading the message, Long Zitian's expression became incredibly complex. "The old ginger is spicier, Dad really has foresight, Long Zitian sighed, watching Lu Gongming and the others leave, and sneered, Old Master Lu, your granddaughter is the campus belle of Jinling University, while my daughter was the campus belle of Qingbei University back in the day. Using beauty as a strategy, who can't do that? Just a few minutes after receiving the text, Long Shiyuan arrived. Long Zitian perked up and said, Shiyuan, let's go to the dormitory of Dr. Yi and have a chat with him. A blush appeared on Long Shiyuan's face. From the moment she met Yifeng until now, it had been less than a day. Yet in this short time, she had gone from completely disliking Yifeng to being shocked, and then to being conquered. Especially after her conversation with Long Shiyuan, her understanding of Yifeng became clearer and more three-dimensional. She also understood better what she should do. Her mindset underwent a tremendous change, as if she had transformed from a girl into a woman in an instant. Therefore, without hesitation, she followed behind Long Zitian, entered the dormitory building, and walked towards Yifeng's dormitory. Inside the dormitory, Yifeng was playing games with his roommates. At that moment, Cui Zhang and the others had already been conquered by Yifeng's skills and strategies. Although they loved playing games, they were actually quite bad at it and often got beaten by others. The greatest humiliation of their lives was when they challenged a group of elementary school students and ended up being utterly crushed. However, as long as they played games with Yifeng, under his guidance, they could easily reach the top ranks. They even felt that with Yifeng's current level, he could hold his own in professional competitions. In their eyes, this new roommate was simply a mystery. Just an hour ago, Long Zitian and the others had come to request Yifeng to provide the second phase of treatment for Long Shiyuan. When Long Zitian was waiting for people, Cui Zhang and the others were so excited that they could hardly contain themselves. The Long Group was one of the giants in Jinling City, and Long Zitian, as the group's leader, was also very famous. Many graduates from Jinling University took pride in entering companies like the Long Group after graduation. However, now the chairman of the Long Group had personally come to invite Yifeng. Cui Zhang and the others felt even more that they must tightly hold on to Yifeng's thigh. Who knows, with just one word from him, they could soar to great heights in the future. However, what shocked Cui Zhang and the others even more was that Yifeng directly rejected Long Zitian and the others. Yet, Long Zitian and his group showed no signs of anger. On the contrary, they obediently knelt down outside the dormitory building. Cui Zhang and the others were almost going crazy. Was the chairman of the Long Group really willing to kneel? What kind of person was their roommate? But that wasn't the end of it. After waiting for a while, another car suddenly stopped at the dormitory entrance, and several more people arrived. Cui Zhang took a glance and almost couldn't help but shout out. One of them was none other than the campus beauty, Lu Ruyan. There was another person he recognized, Lu Genua, the head of the Lu Group. Since Cui Zhang's family wasn't particularly well off and he planned to go straight to work after his undergraduate studies, he was somewhat familiar with the well-known enterprises in Jinling City. Seeing that these people were also here for Yifeng, Cui Zhang was completely stunned. The heads of the Long Group and the Lu Group, two giant enterprises in Jinling City, had all come for Yifeng. His roommate was simply too impressive. Lu Gongming entered the dormitory with a smile, walked over to Yifeng, and asked, Yi son-in-law, you've been at school for a few days now. Grandpa came to see you. How's it going? Are you adapting? Yifeng was busy dominating in the gaming world and looked up at Lu Gongming. He felt somewhat speechless. This Lu Gongming and Bai Guanghua were simply two of a kind. One called him Master Yi, while the other called him son-in-law. Was it true that the older one got, the thicker their skin became? Of course, adhering to the principle of respecting the elderly, Yifeng still responded symbolically, it's fine, I'm adapting well. Seeing this scene, Lu Genua felt angry. If it were someone else speaking to Lu Gongming like that, he would have slapped them long ago. But he didn't dare to do that to Yifeng. On one hand, Lu Gongming seemed to be enchanted, treating Yifeng as his precious son-in-law. On the other hand, Yifeng had previously saved Lu Gongming, which had earned him favor with the Lu family. Lu Gongming said with a smile, as long as you're adapting, if one day you find it hard to adapt, just tell Grandpa. I'll buy you and Sweki a house next to the school, and you two can live together. Grandpa. Lu Ruyan's face instantly turned red. Where had that imposing grandfather from her memories gone? Was there really someone who would sell out their own granddaughter like this? Grandpa, please be a decent person. At this moment, Cui Zhang and the others were once again completely stunned. It seemed that Yifeng was indeed Lu Ruyan's fiancé, and this time it was a solid confirmation. However, judging by the old man's attitude, Yifeng's status was extraordinary. It felt as if the Lu family was eager to please him. At this time, Yifeng had just finished a game. Although Cui Zhang and the others were too shocked to play, resulting in their total defeat, Yifeng still managed to easily reach the top rank without his teammates. This somewhat indicated that Cui Zhang and the others were indeed useless teammates. After putting down his phone, Yifeng looked at Lu Gongming and said, "Old Master Lu, according to our previous agreement, you must give me the jade pendant in a month. You have to keep your word." Yifeng was genuinely worried that Lu Gongming might change his mind. Ahem. Lu Gongming coughed awkwardly a few times, but quickly smiled and said, "Of course, it would be best if you could spark a love connection with Sueki in this month. At that time, I will give you my granddaughter and the jade pendant." Hearing this, Cui Zhang and the others were already numb with disbelief. Lu Rian wanted to cry but had no tears. If this got out, she would probably go from being the top beauty of Jinling University to the biggest joke. Just as they were talking, there was another knock at the door. Entering was Long Zitian. Behind him was a stunning beauty who could rival Lu Ruyan, Long Xiaoyun. Long Xiaoyun walked up to Yifeng, bending down respectfully, and said, "Dr. Yi, I beg you to save my grandfather." As she bent down, a perfect cleavage was revealed, but due to the angle, it could only be seen from Yifeng's direction. Yifeng didn't even glance at Long Xiaoyun and coldly said, "Our transaction is complete. I have no obligation to save your grandfather." "I know, that's why I'm begging you to save him just once more. If you can save my grandfather, I will agree to any request you have." Long Xiaoyun bit her lip and said. A hint of blush crept onto her already beautiful face. Wow! Cui Zhang and the others were stunned again. They had lost count of how many times they had been stunned. Long Xiaoyun looked like a high-cold beauty, even more so than Lu Ruyan, yet she said such things to Yifeng. Who could withstand that? However, Yifeng still didn't look at Long Xiaoyun and coldly said, "As I said before, the second phase of treatment is cancelled, that's it." Long Xiaoyun didn't get angry. Instead, she smiled slightly and said, "It seems Mr. Yi is still upset with us. Please calm down, I will come back tomorrow." After saying that, she turned and left without any entanglement. When Long Xiaoyun entered, Lu Gongming was on high alert. After all, she was a woman whose beauty and figure were not inferior to Lu Ruyan's. However, seeing that Yifeng didn't give Long Xiaoyun any face, Lu Gongming finally felt comfortable. But before he could enjoy it for a few seconds, Yifeng said to him, "Old Lu, if there's nothing else, please leave. I still have to play games with my roommates." The most dreaded thing was when the air suddenly went silent. Ahem. Lu Gongming said, "While you're young, it's good to have some fun. Once you've had enough, marry Sueki and inherit the billions from the Lu family." After saying that, Lu Gongming waved his hand and was about to leave with Lu Ruyan and the others. Since Long Xiaoyun left so decisively, he couldn't cling on either. Lu Ruyan was about to explode but was shot a glare by Lu Gongming and could only leave with him. After everyone left, Cui Jing suddenly knelt on the ground with a thud, hugging Yifeng's thigh. "Brother Chen, your thigh is so thick and strong, I'm holding on tight." A new day soon arrived. When Yifeng came out of the dormitory, he found that Long Xiaoyun and the Long family were already waiting at the dormitory entrance. In fact, the Long family had been waiting there all night. Yifeng was not surprised. Long Shiyuan's cancer cells had already spread, even to his brain. If he didn't intervene, the man would undoubtedly die. Looking at these people who could only be seen in the news, Cui Zhang and the others were extremely excited. But Yifeng completely ignored them and walked straight to the cafeteria. Despite this, the Long family did not dare to show any temper. After breakfast, Yifeng and the others received some bad news. Cui Zhang looked at the messages in the class group with a face full of doubt about life. "No way, school has been in session for several months, and we still have military training?" Wang Tianliang said, "It seems that military training is a required course during college, and it carries credits, so you can't escape it." It turned out that due to some special reasons, the military training for this year's freshmen was temporarily cancelled at the start of the semester. Next, all freshmen would stop classes for a half-month military training. "I originally wanted to play games, but now it's all gone in a flash. Sigh, let's hurry up and get our military training uniforms." Cui Zhan lamented. The group headed to the classroom to collect their military training uniforms. Military trucks entered the school. The instructors were in place. At 2 p.m., several thousand freshmen gathered on the playground for the military training mobilization meeting. After the meeting, military training officially began. The instructor for Class 2 of the International Finance major also arrived. The instructor had a dark complexion, stood nearly 1.9 meters tall, and had a strong build. He scanned all the students and said, "In the next half month, I will be your instructor. I have two requirements. The first is obedience, and the second is still obedience. By the way, let me introduce myself. My name is Qin Tian, the squad leader of the Wolfang assault team, and your classmate Qin Ling is my cousin." What? When Qin Tian finished speaking, everyone was stunned. The instructor of Class 2 was actually Qin Ling's cousin. Immediately, many eyes in the class turned to Yifeng. Moreover, those gazes were filled with sympathy. Everyone knew that Yifeng was going to have a tough time, and it was likely that he would soon be wearing small shoes. Cui Zhang, drenched in sweat from the sun while wearing the military training uniform, was stunned. Damn, I just remembered, Xin Ling's cousin seems to be a special forces soldier, having been selected for the Wolfang assault team for 8 or 9 years. They say one can take on 10. Yifeng shrugged, not caring at all. Are special forces really that strong? One can take on 10, is that impressive? Yifeng's master in the ghost prison was once the #1 war god of the Dragon Kingdom. Back then, during a great war, a ceasefire agreement was reached between both sides, but some war criminals from the enemy side were sheltered and attempted to evade justice. Yifeng's master charged into the enemy camp, snapped the neck of the enemy leader, and sent hundreds of criminals to the afterlife. Later, his master was charged with war crimes, sentenced to life imprisonment, and sent to ghost prison to serve his sentence. During the trial, foreign judges reprimanded his master for violating orders and breaching the agreement between both sides, stating that even if the deceased were guilty, someone should judge them. However, his master replied, "Judging them is God's business, my duty is to send them to meet God." When Yifeng was 10 years old, he was trained as an elite special forces soldier by his master. From Qin Tian's demeanor, Yifeng could tell that the other party was at most a soldier punk, not even close to being a soldier king. In terms of training and actual combat experience, everything Qin Tian had gone through was child's play compared to Yifeng. Seeing that Yifeng was silent, Cui Zhang frowned and said, "Chenggu, I think you're in trouble. The instructor will definitely target you. Whoever spoke, step forward." A sharp command rang out. Qin Tian's gaze locked onto Cui Zhang. Cui Zhang was so scared that he shivered, almost wetting himself. He pointed at himself and said, "Me? I told you to come out, no nonsense." Qin Tian directly pulled Cui Zhang out to stand in front of the class. Although Cui Zhang was a fat man, Qin Tian lifted him as if he were a small chick. "Everyone who shares a dorm with this fat guy, step forward and stand in front. I'm doing this to tell you that you are a whole. If one person makes a mistake, everyone will be punished," Qin Tian shouted. Yifeng and the others stepped out. "Now, start standing at attention for half an hour, then take a 20-minute break, and stand for another half hour." As he spoke, Qin Tian pointed at Yifeng and the others, "You will stand the whole time, no breaks allowed. Do you understand?" The last 3 words were shouted by Qin Tian. Cui Zhang and the others shrank back, quickly indicating their understanding. Yifeng said nothing, just stood quietly there. Although Qin Tian was Qin Ling's cousin, he was currently conducting normal training and was not deliberately targeting him. Moreover, this level of training was child's play for Yifeng. After spending 18 years in the ghost prison, the things he experienced were unimaginable to ordinary people. After just standing for a little over 10 minutes, many students were already groaning in their hearts. After all, standing at attention is maintaining a posture, which is completely different from ordinary standing. During this time, even a girl fainted. After finally enduring half an hour, when Qin Tian announced a 20-minute break, many students were holding their knees, but Cui Zhang and the others were in a worse situation because they could not rest at all. Sweat poured down their faces, especially for the heavier ones like Cui Zhang and Wang Tianliang, whose clothes were almost soaked through. During this time, Lu Ruyan had been paying close attention to Yifeng. Just now, when Qin Tian punished Yifeng's dormitory, her heart had jumped, because from what she knew of Yifeng, he might very well stand his ground. It should be noted that Qin Tian was a special forces soldier, capable of taking on 10 men alone. Although Yifeng had defeated Qin Ling with one move last time, Qin Ling and Qin Tian were not on the same level at all. If a conflict arose, Yifeng would definitely be at a disadvantage. Fortunately, Yifeng ultimately chose to obey. Lu Ruyan sighed. It seemed that Yifeng was not completely unaware of when to advance and retreat. At that moment, Qin Tian looked at Cui Zhang and the others and said, "It's just a few minutes of standing at attention, look at how each of you is grimacing. Is this all the young people of today can do?" As he spoke, Qin Tian lifted his shirt and said, "Let me show you what I've been through." On his chest and back, there were several large and small scars, shocking to behold. The timid girls couldn't help but cover their eyes. Seemingly satisfied with the students' reactions, Qin Tian continued, "Over the years, I have been on the battlefield 6 times, and I have returned unscathed 4 times. But once, to cover my comrade, I took a bullet to the chest. The bullet grazed my heart and penetrated my body. If it had been off by just 3 millimeters, I wouldn't be standing here today." Everyone gasped, their gazes toward Qin Tian changing. Qin Tian then pointed to another scar and said, "In one battle, we were surrounded by the enemy. Countless bullets and grenades rained down on us like mad. I watched my captain die right in front of me, half of his body was blown away, and with his last breath, he told me, 'Qin Tian, you must lead the brothers out.' At that moment, I felt no fear, completely unafraid of death. I shouted, "Special forces, follow my command and avenge our captain." Then I grabbed my gun and led my brothers out, annihilating the enemy and avenging our captain. After that battle, I discovered I had been shot and had shrapnel wounds. All these scars are from that fight. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. They felt a deep respect. At that moment, Shin Tian suddenly walked up to Cui Zhang and shouted, "So, do you still think standing at attention for a few minutes is very difficult?" Cui Zhang shook his head. "What about you?" Shin Tian walked over to Wang Tianliang's side, spitting as he spoke. "Not uncomfortable." Wang Tianliang gritted his teeth and said, "What about you?" Shin Tian's sharp gaze finally landed on Yifeng's face. However, to everyone's surprise, Yifeng didn't even glance at Shin Tian. He simply said, "What you're saying is nonsense, or rather, you're just talking crap." "What?" After Yifeng finished speaking, the entire training ground fell silent. In fact, when Shin Tian was recounting his past, not only the students from International Finance Class 2 but also those from surrounding classes were listening. They looked at Shin Tian with deep respect, but no one expected Yifeng to say that Shin Tian was talking crap. Cui Zhang and the others were almost scared to death. Yifeng was directly confronting Shin Tian, and he was doing it without any regard for face. It was likely that Yifeng would be punished next, and the few people who shared a dorm with Yifeng would have to accompany him. At this moment, Cui Zhang and the others had been standing for a full hour, reaching their limit, and could collapse at any moment. If the time was extended any further, Cui Zhang felt he might as well meet the king of hell. Lu Ruyan frowned. Jiang Linlin also pouted. Initially, they thought Yifeng understood when to advance and retreat, but he ended up causing trouble again. They had to realize that Qin Tian was Qin Ling's cousin. He couldn't possibly be unaware of Qin Ling's situation. Therefore, Qin Tian would definitely look for an opportunity to teach Yifeng a lesson. In this situation, it was one thing for Yifeng not to back down, but to confront Qin Tian like this was practically inviting trouble. The key was that Qin Tian was neither Qin Ling nor Biaogu. He was someone who truly licked blood at the edge of a knife. If this matter escalated today, Yifeng probably wouldn't have the same luck as before. Hearing Yifeng's words, Qin Tian was also furious. "What did you say?" His eyes seemed to be spitting fire. In fact, his purpose for coming to Jiling University as an instructor was to take revenge for his cousin Qin Ling and to properly deal with Yifeng. Just now, he had called Cui Zhang out to find an opportunity to handle Yifeng. However, he didn't expect Yifeng to show him no respect at all. This was simply a provocation. Facing Qin Tian's questioning, Yifeng said, "Did you not understand? Do you need me to repeat it?" Saying this, without waiting for Qin Tian to respond, Yifeng repeated, "I said, what you're saying is nonsense, or rather, you're just talking crap. I know your name is Yifeng, and you are indeed very arrogant. I haven't settled the score with you for breaking my cousin's leg, and now you're here to tarnish my honor. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation today, don't blame me for being rude." With that, Qin Tian shouted, "All instructors, assemble." Soon, dozens of instructors gathered. "Yifeng, if you don't clarify, you should first ask my brothers if they agree." Many of these people were soldiers trained by Qin Tian, and many regarded him as a target and a role model. After hearing Qin Tian's account, dozens of them were furious. One by one, they rolled up their sleeves. If Yifeng didn't give them a satisfactory explanation, they would make him understand why flowers are so red. Of course, even if Yifeng provided them with a reasonable explanation, they would still make him understand why flowers are so red. After all, the right to determine satisfaction or dissatisfaction lay with them. Seeing this scene, many people shook their heads. Lu Ruyan was even more frustrated. Even Cui Zhang and the others felt that Yifeng had gone mad. Why challenge someone else, of all people, but Qin Tian's expertise? Are you saying that someone who has been on the battlefield is not as good as you? Yifeng sneered, turning to leave. Originally, he had intended to go through the motions and participate in the military training, but now, it seemed unnecessary. However, after taking a few steps, before Qin Tian and the others could get angry, he was stopped by Lu Ruyan. "Yifeng, stop. Can you not cause trouble every day? Even if you're not tired, I am." Lu Ruyan was genuinely exhausted, emotionally drained. Before Yifeng came to school, she attended classes, enjoyed the admiration of the boys, and lived a blissful life. But everything changed after Yifeng arrived. Now, she had to be on edge every day. Yifeng sighed and glanced at Lu Ruyan. When their eyes met, Lu Ruyan felt as if she had been struck by lightning. In Yifeng's eyes, she saw something different. It was as if she saw a hail of bullets. It was as if she saw relentless artillery fire. It was as if she saw mountains of corpses and seas of blood. It was as if she saw rivers of blood. Her heart was greatly shaken. Yifeng sighed again, looking at the dozens of aggressive instructors, his gaze finally landing on Qin Tian. He chuckled lightly and said, "What you just said is a movie script, right? You have no idea what a real battlefield is." Just as Qin Tian was about to retort, Yifeng continued, "A real battlefield is a hail of bullets, relentless artillery fire, mountains of corpses, rivers of blood. Anyone caught in it is as insignificant as a speck of dust. Tell me, even if your captain dies right in front of you, the next second you might turn into a puddle of mush. Will you shout for revenge?" Qin Tian had the chance to argue back but found himself speechless. He was overwhelmed by Yifeng's imposing presence. Yifeng stepped forward and continued, "A real battlefield is a meat grinder, a hell on earth, a nightmare you never want to remember, not something you used to boast about." Qin Tian finally exploded. "What right do you have to question me? The scars on my body are my military medals. What do you have?" Saying this, Qin Tian excitedly lifted Yifeng's shirt. Then, Qin Tian froze. The dozens of instructors froze. Lu Ruyen froze. Everyone watching the scene also froze, because Yifeng's chest and back were covered in crisscrossing scars, shocking to behold. Compared to Yifeng's scars, Qin Tian's were nothing but child's play. And Qin Tian's bragging about being on the battlefield seemed utterly ridiculous next to Yifeng's description of it. And that was the truth. When Yifeng was 15, his ninth master took him to a real battlefield. Even then, he was already considered strong in the eyes of normal people, even though he had comrades he spent every day with. But on that hellish battlefield, when he witnessed the tragic deaths of his comrades, he had no time for anger or sorrow. All he thought about was how to survive. He felt utterly ashamed. Later, his ninth master told him that there was no shame in that, because that was the true battlefield. The real battlefield is brutal, it allows no emotions, and it can even be inhumane. At that moment, Qin Tian's face burned with shame. The faces of the dozens of instructors were equally flushed. Watching Yifeng's departing figure, Qin Tian finally snapped, "Yifeng, stop right there. You've been talking nonsense for so long, and you think you can just walk away? Try taking another step forward." At that moment, an aged and dignified voice came through, "Mr. Yi is not wrong, the true battlefield is just as he described." Everyone turned to look in the direction of the voice. The speaker was an old man. Dressed in a blue zhongshan suit, his gray-white hair was meticulously combed. Although his back was slightly hunched due to age, it did not diminish the proud and resilient aura he exuded. Qin Feng did not expect anyone to support Yifeng. The key was that the old man's presence was overwhelming. He couldn't help but frown. Who exactly was this old man? Many people on the scene shared the same question. Upon seeing the old man, Cui Zhang's eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed, "It's Long Shiyuan, Old Master Long." Wang Tianliang, standing nearby, couldn't help but ask, "Who is Old Master Long?" Many people's gazes converged on Cui Zhang. Suddenly becoming the center of attention, Cui Zhang felt a sense of elation and began to explain, "Old Master Long Shiyuan is the head of the Long family in Jinling City. In his youth, he dedicated himself to the military, achieving remarkable feats on the battlefield. To put it in ancient terms, Old Master Long is someone who could be granted the title of Wolfencamping General." However, what surprised everyone was that Old Master Long chose to lay down his arms and return to farming, focusing on managing the Long family, which he single-handedly elevated to its peak. When it came to the top families and conglomerates in Jinling, Cui Zhang was well-versed. At this moment, Wang Tianliang and the others realized, right, the other day, the one who was waiting at our dormitory door, saying he wanted to ask Yifeng for help, was Long Zitian, the chairman of the Long Group. "Isn't he Old Master Long's son?" "That's right," Cui Zhang replied. Upon hearing Cui Zhang's words, many were once again shocked, because there were two very critical pieces of information. Long Shiyuan and the Long family were powerful, ranking among the top in Jinling City. The Long family sought Yifeng's assistance, even waiting for him at the dormitory entrance. Just then, a stir arose in the crowd. The president of Jinling University and other school leaders had arrived. They approached Long Shiyuan and warmly said, "Old Long, you came to Jinling University without notifying us in advance. We could have gone to the school gate to welcome you." Long Shiyuan smiled and replied, "I came here to see a young friend, not for official business." The president chuckled and said, "Old Long, you're too modest. Whether it's official or personal, we should come to welcome you." Seeing this scene, everyone became even more convinced of Cui Zhang's words. The fact that the university leaders treated Long Shiyuan with such courtesy, even reverence, spoke volumes about his status. At this moment, Cui Zhang couldn't help but elaborate further. The reason the president respects Old Master Long so much is partly due to his status, but also because the Long family donates millions to Jinling University every year, totaling several hundred million so far. Upon hearing this, the crowd was momentarily stunned. Such a formidable figure as Old Master Long had come specifically to see Yifeng? Long Shiyuan exchanged a few simple words with the president before walking over to Yifeng and saying, "Young friend Yi, we meet again." The president couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He had a deep impression of Yifeng because just a week ago, the old master of the Lu family personally called him to take good care of Yifeng. Now, another big shot from Jinling had come to see Yifeng in person. What kind of virtue or ability did this young man possess to garner such attention from these powerful figures? Facing the enthusiastic Long Shiyuan, Yifeng, however, seemed disinterested and said, "I'm planning to return to my dormitory." "Is there something you need?" Long Shiyuan certainly had matters to discuss. His life was on a countdown. In just a few hours, he would have to say goodbye to this world, and his fate was in Yifeng's hands. However, the Long family tried every possible method. Even Long Xiaoyun resorted to using beauty tricks, but Yifeng remained completely unmoved. Therefore, even though Long Shiyuan was burning with anxiety, he could not show it. Instead, he smiled and said, "Seeing the scars on Mr. His body just now reminded me of the days when I fought bravely in my youth. I believe that you, my young friend, have also shed blood for the country and the people. I think we can become friends." Yifeng thought for a moment and replied, "No need, some things are not for outsiders to discuss." Long Shiyuan was taken aback, filled with despair. Could it be that this Yi doctor was truly impervious to persuasion? However, at that moment, Yifeng said, "Old Long, please go back for now. Tomorrow night, send someone to pick me up. Right now, I just want to quietly participate in military training without any disturbances." Originally, Yifeng was prepared to leave. This military training held no significance for him. But then he suddenly thought of his ninth master, the first war god of Huaxia. Years ago, after his ninth master took him to the battlefield, he too had shed the last drop of blood for this country. Thus, Yifeng suddenly wanted to participate in this military training, considering it a tribute to his ninth master. As for Long Shiyuan, Yifeng had not intended to treat him. After all, he had already given the Long family a chance. However, considering that he was a person similar to his ninth master, Yifeng decided to make an exception and give Long Shiyuan another opportunity. This sudden decision filled Long Shiyuan with ecstatic joy. He deeply bowed and turned to leave. Once he stepped out of the training ground, he could no longer hold back and reached out to secretly wipe away his tears. He saw hope, the hope of life. He also saw the hope for the Long family to continue thriving. After Long Shiyuan left, the principal and school leaders also departed. The military training continued. At this moment, Qin Tian's face shifted from green to white to purple. He had carried out some tasks and had dealt with criminals, but he had indeed never been on a battlefield. His descriptions and understanding of the battlefield were all based on films and dramas. In fact, he had just wanted to boast a little and find an opportunity to teach Yifeng a lesson. As a result, his bravado was punctured on the spot. He could have struggled a bit, but Long Shiyuan spoke up for Yifeng, directly crushing him. Although his face was lacking in luster, he gritted his teeth and said, "Continue training." About an hour later, the chief instructor, who bore the stars on his shoulders, came down to inspect the work and announced something. "You new students are very fortunate. A few days ago, we applied to the higher-ups for firearms training and have received approval. A batch of real weapons will be delivered soon, and you can start training today. In a couple of days, we will organize everyone to go shooting," the chief instructor said. Upon hearing this news, many students were excited. Firearms are the ultimate dream of men. Even girls like guns. Sure enough, after about 10 minutes, a truck drove into the training ground. A batch of real weapons was distributed to the students of the International Finance Major, Class 2. Many were excitedly holding these real weapons, their hands trembling uncontrollably. Some even mimicked the actions from movies, practicing aiming and such. At this moment, Qin Tian said, "First, everyone remember one principle: the muzzle must never be pointed at a person. Secondly, what you are going to practice now is not aiming or shooting, but disassembly and assembly. This training will help you better understand the weapons in your hands. Now, I will demonstrate for everyone." With that, Qin Tian took a gun and began to move from top to bottom, and he had a classmate time him with a stopwatch. In less than a minute, Qin Tian completed the disassembly. It took him less than a minute to reassemble the parts as well. The scene erupted in warm applause. This made Qin Tian, who had just lost face, feel quite pleased. Next, Qin Tian demonstrated while explaining, and then let the students practice on their own. About an hour passed, and many had grasped the method. However, in terms of speed, they were far from Qin Tian. It took them 4 to 5 minutes to complete a set of disassembly and reassembly. You all must have heard the saying, "A marksman is trained with bullets." Disassembly and reassembly are the same. Practice makes perfect. Everyone should practice more, and if you can reach half of my level during military training, that would be enough, Xintian said, his gaze turning to Yifeng. He had been observing Yifeng all along. The other party had not participated in the training at all. He sneered inwardly, thinking that as long as Yifeng joined the training, he would have plenty of ways to deal with him. Yifeng, why aren't you participating in the training? Are you different from everyone else? Xintian questioned. Instantly, everyone's attention shifted back to Yifeng. They all understood that Yifeng was being targeted by Xintian. It seemed that before the military training ended, Yifeng could forget about having an easy time. However, in response to Xintian's questioning, Yifeng simply said, I don't want to practice, it's too easy. For Yifeng, disassembling and reassembling firearms was indeed too easy. Under Master Zhou's extreme training, Yifeng had practiced for only 2 hours and managed to complete the disassembly and reassembly in under a minute. However, Yifeng's words fell on everyone's ears, especially Xintian's, in a very different way. It was nothing short of a provocation. A blatant provocation. Xintian narrowed his eyes. Just now, Yifeng had made him lose face. He felt that now was the opportunity to regain that lost face. Very well, it's the first time I've seen a rookie say disassembly and reassembly is too easy. Oh, I forgot. You're not a rookie, you've been on a real battlefield, right? Xintian stared at Yifeng and said. Yifeng replied, You're not wrong. Xintian chuckled lightly and said, You really dare to admit it. You say I haven't been on a real battlefield, does that mean you have? Anyone can talk big. If you have the guts, let's have a competition, just disassembly and reassembly of firearms. Do you dare? Yifeng shook his head and said, You just took nearly 2 minutes for disassembly and reassembly, my worst score is still better than yours, so there's really no need to compete. Instantly, Xintian's neck muscles bulged in anger. Yifeng was not just provoking him, he was humiliating him. Very well, if you're so confident, let's make a bet. Whoever loses kneels and calls the other grandpa. Xintian was so furious that he lost his rationality. Many people began to gossip privately, becoming spectators. Some thought Yifeng was mysterious and might really be able to outshine Xintian in disassembly and reassembly. Others said that Xintian was a professional, while Yifeng was just trying to take advantage. Seeing that Yifeng remained silent, Xintian stepped forward and asked, What's wrong? Are you scared? Yifeng thought for a moment and said, You're really not my opponent, but since you want to compete, I can oblige. Yifeng's voice was calm, and his emotions showed no ripples at all. It was as if he didn't regard Xintian at all. This undoubtedly further enraged Xintian. Soon, the competition between the two began. Before the match, Xintian introduced the rules. Yifeng interrupted him directly, saying, No need for that, just add the time for disassembly and assembly together, let's start right away. Xintian gritted his teeth and said nothing. He would prove himself through action, hitting Yifeng hard in the face. The competition quickly commenced. At the sound of a command, both of them sprang into action simultaneously. The students from International Finance Class 2 transformed into onlookers, all shouting Go for it. At this point, the military training was nearing its end. Many classes had already disbanded. A large crowd quickly gathered around. After all, for the spectators, it was always more fun to watch the excitement. This student is really impressive, daring to challenge the instructor. Impressive? Using his hobby to challenge someone else's expertise, who gave him the courage? Is this the legendary bald brother? Indifferent to life and death, just ready to fight. Many people did not have high hopes for Yifeng. The instructors around them sneered repeatedly. Why did Yifeng have to challenge Xintian? They were all waiting to see Yifeng lose to Xintian and then kneel down and call in Grandpa Xintian. If Yifeng lost and refused to admit it, he would probably be beaten into calling him Grandpa in no time. After all, Xintian was a member of the Wolf Fang Commando, and with so many helpers around him, it was impossible for Yifeng to weasel out of it. Xintian held the gun with both hands, his fingers moving rapidly. Everything was like a reflex. In the blink of an eye, one part after another was disassembled and neatly placed on the ground. In contrast, Yifeng showed no signs of urgency, slowly extending a hand to grasp the firearm. The crowd shook their heads repeatedly. Xintian had already disassembled several parts, while Yifeng was just getting started. A slow start meant a slow finish. Once behind, it would be hard to catch up. Lu Ruyan couldn't help but shake her head, sighing inwardly. At this moment, her thoughts mirrored those of many onlookers. Was Yifeng here to make a fool of himself? However, in the next second, everyone's expression changed. Yifeng held the gun with one hand, and his fingers began to move. Click, click, click. The sound of metal parts clashing echoed. Yifeng's hand moved at a dazzling speed. The cold parts seemed to come to life, obediently separating. Before the crowd could react, Yifeng moved again, starting the final assembly. The sound of metal clashing rang out once more. But as they listened to this sound, the crowd felt a bit numb inside. Yifeng was too abnormal. This speed completely crushed Qin Tian. The key point was that Yifeng was using one hand, and he didn't even glance at the parts, relying entirely on his intuition for disassembly and assembly. Lu Ruyan took a deep breath, her heart greatly impacted. She suddenly recalled the shocking scars on Yifeng's body. In her heart, a huge question loomed: who exactly was this guy? What had he been through? When Yifeng completed the disassembly and assembly, about 7 or 8 seconds had passed, and Qin Tian had just finished disassembling. Qin Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. He had lost to Yifeng, and it was a complete rout. "I told you, you're not my opponent," Yifeng said. His calm voice dealt a crushing blow to Qin Tian. At that moment, someone shouted, "The loser has to kneel and call the winner grandpa." That's what the instructor said. Qin Tian suddenly felt like he was going to spit blood. He had dug a pit for himself and jumped right in. It turned out that all along, he was the real clown. And with Qin Tian's pride, he could never kneel to Yifeng or call him grandpa, so he could only hope that Yifeng would let it go. Yifeng indeed did not pursue the matter further. He simply said, "No need to kneel, and no need to call me grandpa, you're not qualified yet." There were many in this world who wanted to call Yifeng grandpa, but Qin Tian was indeed not qualified. However, these words fell on Qin Tian and his comrades' ears like an insult. A young instructor stepped forward and said irritably, "Kid, do you know how to speak? Qin Tian is my squad leader, do you dare say he's not qualified?" "Exactly, squad leader Qin is the person I respect the most. Anyone who dares to speak ill of him should first ask my fist if it agrees." The surrounding instructors echoed in agreement. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. At this moment, Yifeng shook his head and said, "I'm not talking about him, I mean, none of you are qualified." Hearing Yifeng's words, the faces of the dozen or so instructors around turned ugly. Since they arrived at the school, they had always been greeted with flowers and applause. Everything they said was considered truth. The abilities they displayed always earned them countless cheers and admiration. But all of this was shattered by Yifeng. He didn't take them seriously at all. "Yifeng, you're too arrogant. Since your parents and teachers haven't educated you well, let us help them teach you." A tall, dark-skinned instructor blocked Yifeng's path. The other instructors also came over, surrounding Yifeng. Qin Tian gritted his teeth. Today's matter could no longer be resolved peacefully. But it didn't matter, Yifeng would soon pay for everything he had done. Yifeng glanced at a few of them and sneered. "What, do you want to gang up on me?" The dark-skinned instructor chuckled lightly and said, "One of me is enough to deal with you." Yifeng extended a finger, shook it, and said, "You're too weak, let's all go at once, don't waste my time." As soon as these words came out, the onlookers erupted. "This Yifeng is too arrogant, I've never seen someone so cocky. I heard last time at the school gate, he was surrounded by Qin Ling and Biao Ji's people, and it was only because the Long family intervened that he got out safely. I didn't expect him to be so high profile again. I just don't know if his arrogance comes from real confidence or if he's just being reckless." Lu Ruyan felt helpless. Last time, Yifeng had Biao Ji's people come at him together. This time, he was asking a dozen instructors to join in. This guy really thought he was Ip Man, able to take on 10 at once. The key was that last time, it was Long Xiaoyun who came to ensure Yifeng left unscathed. If no one helped this time, Yifeng would probably be in for a rough time. Originally, Lu Ruyan wanted to step in and advise him. But in the end, she felt that even if she intervened, Yifeng wouldn't appreciate it, so she had to give up. Let this guy suffer a bit, otherwise, he'll never understand that there are always people better than him. Lu Ruyan muttered to herself. Beside her, Zhang Linlin nodded in agreement. "I agree. People only shed tears when they see the coffin, soon Yifeng will be crying." Just then, the dark-skinned instructor charged at Yifeng. When he was about a meter away from Yifeng, he clenched his fist and struck out. The fierce wind from the punch even created a series of sonic booms. Everyone was shocked. As expected of the Wolfang assault team, this punch showed his solid foundation. However, just as the punch was about to hit Yifeng, he suddenly kicked out fiercely. This kick arrived before the punch, landing squarely on the instructor's stomach. The instructor felt as if he had been hit by a motorcycle, accompanied by a sharp pain that sent him flying into the air, crashing to the ground with a thud. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Yifeng had actually won. The key was that he had won effortlessly and joyfully. At this moment, Qin Tian gritted his teeth and said, "Everyone, let's go together and take him down." If they couldn't deal with Yifeng today, they would lose face in front of their families. Since that was the case, Qin Tian was no longer prepared to uphold martial ethics. Taking down Yifeng together would not only teach him a harsh lesson but also vent his cousin's frustrations. This time, Yifeng moved first. He shot out like an arrow, his body turning into a blur as he charged towards the dozen or so instructors. The next second, screams filled the air. Wherever Yifeng passed, the aggressive instructors had only one posture: to fall down. Before anyone could react, all the instructors were on the ground, groaning in pain. After doing all this, Yifeng, as if nothing had happened, said to Cui Zheng and the others, "Let's go eat." "Ah, right, let's go eat," Cui Zheng echoed repeatedly. Once the group left, the onlookers finally reacted. It was as if a pot had exploded. "No way, I'm not dreaming, all the instructors have been knocked down? This new student is too strong." A whole group of instructors got beaten up. "But these instructors are from the Wolfang assault team. How is that possible?" Lu Ruyan and Zhang Linlin also gaped in shock. They exchanged glances, seeing the deep astonishment in each other's eyes. Yifeng had once again surpassed their understanding. Just then, the chief instructor, carrying a star, walked over. The chattering crowd finally quieted down. However, it wasn't long before many began discussing the chief instructor again. "The chief instructor is so beautiful, so heroic, she's my type. What are you dreaming about? Do you think she would look at you? With your skills, she could take down 10 of you with one punch. So what? One should have dreams. What if they come true? But speaking of which, if I had Yifeng's abilities, wouldn't I be able to win over this female instructor?" Clearly, many of the male onlookers were captivated by the chief instructor's beauty. Many girls also compared themselves to her, inevitably feeling inferior. At this moment, Bufian, with a somewhat gloomy expression, scanned the fallen instructors on the ground and said, "You were brought here for military training, and you ended up fighting with students, and so badly at that. You can expect to be grounded when you return." The instructors groaned inwardly. What bad luck they had. In the end, the group helped each other up, grinning in pain as they left. The onlookers, having lost their spectacle, also dispersed. However, Bufian quickly caught up with Yifeng and said, "Classmate, wait a moment." Yifeng frowned and asked, "Is there something you need?" Bufian did not answer his question but extended her hand towards him, saying, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Bufian, nice to meet you." Yifeng did not shake her hand but replied, "Not interested." After saying that, he turned and walked away. Watching Yifeng's back, Bufian was stunned. Usually, it was others who approached her. From childhood to now, there had been at least 80 suitors. She never expected that she would face rejection one day. This moment ignited her competitive spirit. She had to win this man over. With that thought, Bufian chased after Yifeng again, saying, "Classmate, please wait a moment. What else is there?" Yifeng replied impatiently. Bufian said, "Classmates, as the chief instructor for this military training, I apologize for the actions of the more than 10 instructors just now. At the same time, I sincerely invite you to join the Wolfang assault team. The country needs talents like you. I accept your apology, but I'm not interested in joining the Wolfang assault team." "That's it," Yifeng replied, turning to leave once more. Watching Yifeng's departing figure, Bufian was nearly driven to madness. An unnamed anger surged within her, causing her chest to rise and fall. She had been rejected just like that. There was not even a hint of leniency. This was undoubtedly the greatest humiliation of her life, without exception. At that moment, Qin Tian and the others approached. "Chief Instructor." Qin Tian saluted, but couldn't help lowering his head. At this moment, Qin Tian felt like he wanted to die. Just a few days ago, he had been boasting to his cousin Qinling about how he would teach Yifeng a lesson. As a result, he couldn't even withstand a single move from Yifeng and had lost face more than once. This was absolutely the greatest humiliation of his life, without exception. Seeing Qin Tian and the others, the pent-up anger in Bufian finally erupted completely. "Qin Tian, you all have some nerve. You won't be sleeping tonight, stand in military posture until dawn. After the military training ends, each of you will be grounded for a month," Bufian declared. "What?" Qin Tian and the others were almost in tears. Standing in military posture until dawn, and then a month of grounding. This woman was too ruthless. However, they ultimately had no choice but to accept it. After all, in the Wolfang assault team, they could only be considered small soldiers. Bufian, on the other hand, was the commander of the Wolfang assault team. After Bufian angrily left, she returned to her dormitory. She opened her phone and watched the video of Yifeng fighting with Qin Tian and the others. To be precise, it wasn't Yifeng fighting them, it was Yifeng dominating them. Too strong. There wasn't a single unnecessary move throughout. I fear only the strongest of the Wolfang assault team could be his opponent, Bufian sighed. In the end, she sent the video to the captain of the Wolfang assault team. Soon, the captain's call came in. His voice was filled with excitement. I didn't expect Jinling University to be so full of hidden talents. Fian, find a way to persuade this kid to join our Wolf Fong assault team. We need talents like him. Bu Fian replied somewhat disheartened. I already asked, but got nowhere. He said he's not interested. The captain said, then let's wait a bit longer. Young people are still in a playful phase. We'll try to recruit him before he graduates. The next day arrived. Military training continued. After standing in military posture all night, Qin Tian and the others had dark circles under their eyes. Reflecting on everything that had happened, Qin Tian finally recognized the reality. He was simply not Yi Feng's opponent. Therefore, in the days to come, he planned to obediently play the role of a subordinate. Unfortunately, the winds of fate do not always allow for calm. That day, members of the Taekwondo club from Jinling University arrived. Leading them was the president of the Taekwondo club, a foreign student from Sakura country, Kitano Takeshi. Who calls the shots here? Kitano Takeshi scanned the crowd, speaking in a slurred version of the Dragon Country language. At that moment, Qin Tian stepped forward and said, I am the person in charge of this training ground. Is there something you need? Kitano Takeshi arrogantly replied, our Taekwondo club is organizing an event and needs this place as a venue. You all need to clear out and train somewhere else. Qin Tian frowned and said, this is the training ground assigned to us by the school. Why should we leave? Besides, other places can't accommodate so many students. Kitano Takeshi sneered and said, you're being told to leave, no need for so much talk. Can't you train on the road outside? Hurry up and get lost, or don't blame me for being rude. Qin Tian was also getting angry and said, so you came here to cause trouble? Let me tell you the truth, this training ground is assigned by the school and can only be used for military training. Anyone who disrupts the order of the military training will have to ask my fist if it agrees. The other instructors rushed over to support Qin Tian. Even the students participating in the military training couldn't stand it anymore and began to voice their condemnation. Exactly, this is our training ground, why should we give it to you? Aren't you just from the Taekwondo club? What's with the arrogance? Our instructors are special forces, who's afraid of whom? Support coach Qin Tian, we absolutely won't give them any space. Seeing that many students were supporting him, Qin Tian suddenly felt empowered. He coldly said, before I get angry, I advise you to leave immediately and not disturb our training. Very well, since that's the case, let's settle this fairly. All of you instructors can come at me together. If you can beat me, you can stay here to train. If you lose, you'll leave obediently. How about that? Kitano Takeshi said, his gaze full of provocation. Qin Tian gritted his teeth and said, no need to come together, just you is enough. Qin Tian knew very well that he had to accept the challenge. After all, Kitano Takeshi was a Taekwondo master, a master from the land of cherry blossoms. If he backed down, he wouldn't just be losing face for himself, but also for the Wolf Tooth Assault team and even for Huaxia. Kitano Takeshi sneered and said, ignorant Dragon Country person, I will soon let you know what true fear is. As soon as he finished speaking, Kitano Takeshi moved. It seemed like he closed the distance between him and Qin Tian in the blink of an eye. Just before reaching Qin Tian, he executed a spinning kick, his body tracing a perfect arc through the air. With a powerful kick, he instantly approached Qin Tian's shoulder. Qin Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. As the saying goes, an expert reveals their skill with a single move. Kitano Takeshi's spinning kick, though the simplest of attacks, far exceeded Qin Tian's understanding in both speed and angle. The surrounding students were also shocked. Can Taekwondo be this strong? The students from Jinling University had all taken Taekwondo classes, but at this moment they realized that the mundane moves they practiced were completely different when executed by Kitano Takeshi. In short, Kitano Takeshi's speed was too fast. Qin Tian didn't even have time to react. Boom! Kitano Takeshi's kick landed on Qin Tian's shoulder. Crack! The sound of bones shattering echoed. Half of Qin Tian's shoulder was completely crushed. His entire body was slammed to the ground by the immense force, and he passed out immediately. Class leader. Seeing Qin Tian defeated so miserably, the other instructors' eyes turned red, and they rushed towards Kitano Takeshi without hesitation. At this moment, a cruel smile appeared on Kitano Takeshi's lips, and his body moved once again. More than a dozen instructors had no chance to fight back and all fell to the ground. Moreover, with Kitano Takeshi's ruthless strikes, many of these instructors ended up with broken arms, legs, and ribs. Originally, the new students who were cheering for Qin Tian and the others fell silent. What special forces from the Dragon Country? They are simply no match for me. Kitano Takeshi said with a cold laugh, if no one stands up for you, you better hurry up and vacate the training ground. A group of students had flushed faces but couldn't refute. Just then, a cold female voice came through, and me. Everyone turned towards the source of the voice, their eyes lighting up. The speaker was none other than the chief instructor of this military training, Bufian. Under the gaze of the crowd, Bufian strode over. Looking at the instructors sprawled haphazardly on the ground, her expression darkened. She was responsible for this military training mission, and Qin Tian and the others were her soldiers. She had to take responsibility for these people. Although Kitano Takeshi was strong, she had to step up. Upon seeing Bufian, Kitano's eyes brightened, and he couldn't help but lick his lips, saying, "Are you one of them too? Not bad, just my type. Today, I will conquer you." Seeking death. Bufian was furious and instantly charged at Kitano. Her long leg swung out directly towards Kitano's throat. It was a lethal move right from the start. Kitano snorted coldly and raised his hand to block. Boom! Bufian's fierce kick collided violently with Kitano's forearm. The powerful impact made Kitano's body bend slightly. But it was only a slight bend. He quickly straightened up and delivered a fierce push kick to Bufian's abdomen. Bufian let out a scream, her body flying backward like a kite with a broken string. Bang! She crashed hard onto the ground. Immediately, Kitano kicked the ground, and with a crisp sound, a sharp bayonet popped out from the front of his right shoe. Beautiful lady, the game of conquering you officially begins. Kitano sneered. Next, I will let you experience the charm of our great national martial art, Taekwondo. Upon seeing the bayonet at Kitano's toe, the crowd erupted in an uproar. What was happening? Was Kitano going to kill someone? Although Kitano was an international student from Sakura country and was very strong, if he killed someone in Dragon country, he probably wouldn't be able to leave, right? Kitano leaped off the ground like a monkey. Bufian spat out a mouthful of blood and hurriedly got up from the ground. At that moment, Kitano's fierce kick came again. Bufian tried to dodge but found it completely futile. Her strength was on a completely different level from Kitano's. How could this Kitano be so strong? Was this the true Taekwondo? A deep despair swept through Bufian's heart. Whoosh! The sharp bayonet grazed past Bufian's body. It didn't injure her, but it cut through the fabric of her shirt at her chest. A large expanse of snow-white skin was immediately exposed to the air. Before Bufian could react, Kitano kicked out several more times, similarly grazing the fabric of her clothes. In the blink of an eye, Bufian's clothing was in tatters. An infinite view was thus revealed to everyone. Bufian felt utterly humiliated. She finally understood Kitano's intentions. If this continued, her clothes would be completely shredded. This was even more distressing than being killed. Kitano licked his lips and said, "Beautiful lady, your figure is great, I like it." Seeing this scene, the members of the Wolf Fong assault team were furious. But they had all been incapacitated by Kitano, not even having the strength to curse. The students participating in the military training were also outraged, especially the more spirited boys, who couldn't help but shout in anger. However, when they met Takeshi Kitano's cold gaze sweeping over them, they immediately felt fear. Takeshi Kitano laughed heartily, looking at Bufian, and said, "Beautiful lady, you see, no one is helping you, perhaps these boys are also looking forward to it." Bufian felt despair. She was truly desperate. Although she had faced life-and-death situations while on missions, she had never felt this hopeless before. Because Takeshi Kitano's strength was too overwhelming. He toyed with her like a cat playing with a mouse. Just as she was about to give up struggling, she spotted Yifeng in the crowd. "Yifeng, are you just going to stand there? Do you want to watch me get humiliated by this bastard?" Bufian shouted. Instantly, everyone's gaze fell on Yifeng, especially the students from International Finance Class 2, whose eyes lit up. They all knew that Yifeng was a skilled fighter. However, they soon realized that Yifeng seemed to have not heard Bufian's words at all and was calmly drinking water. A wave of disappointment washed over the crowd. It seemed this guy was also scared by Takeshi Kitano and didn't dare to act. At that moment, Zhang Linlin curled her lip and said, "Isn't Yifeng usually tough? Why is he silent now? Is he going to be a coward?" Lu Rian sighed and said, "It's better if he doesn't act. After all, even if he did, it would be futile. If Takeshi Kitano targets him, he would definitely be in trouble." Whoosh! Accompanied by a sharp flash of a blade, Takeshi Kitano's knife once again slashed toward Bufian's chest. Bufian felt utterly ashamed. Her outer clothing had already been torn, and if her inner clothing was also shredded, she really wouldn't want to live anymore. However, just then, a dull sound of something slicing through the air came. In an instant, every hair on Takeshi Kitano's body stood on end. He felt something approaching him at an incredible speed. Suddenly, a bottle of mineral water flew toward Takeshi Kitano's face like a cannonball. There was no time for him to react. Bang! The mineral water bottle hit him squarely in the face. Immediately after, there was a loud boom. The mineral water exploded like a shell. In an instant, the entire world fell silent. All that remained was Takeshi Kitano covering half of his swollen face, roaring, "Baka! Who is it? Step forward!" The students from the Taekwondo club also shouted, "Baka! Who dares to ambush Lord Kitano? Step forward quickly!" The crowd exchanged glances, bewildered. Everything had happened too suddenly, no one had seen what was going on. At that moment, Yifeng slowly stood up and said, "The national martial arts of Sakura country? Just flowery fists and embroidered legs, and you think they can compare to our dragon country's martial arts?" At this time, a member of the Taekwondo club pointed at Yifeng, excitedly saying, "Lord Kitano, it's him. He's the one who said Taekwondo is just flowery fists and embroidered legs." Takeshi Kitano wiped the water off his face and said, "Kid, you threw a mineral water bottle at me? And you dare to say Taekwondo is flowery fists and embroidered legs?" Under the complex gazes of the crowd, Yifeng stepped forward to Takeshi Kitano and said, "It was me." Takeshi Kitano's expression instantly twisted into a snarl, and a glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "Good kid, today you're dead. Next, I will use the national martial arts of Sakura country to defeat you, crush you, and even kill you." Yifeng thought for a moment and said, "Since that's the case, let me show you what true national martial arts are." As soon as Yifeng finished speaking, the scene erupted in commotion. Shui Zhang and the others were especially excited. Brother Chen is amazing. In the end, it's still up to Brother Chen to turn the tide. Society is my Brother Chen, he's ruthless and says little. My Brother Chen knows national martial arts too. Wow, I'm just amazed. The other students were equally thrilled. But there were many questions in his heart. I often see netizens talking about the martial arts of the dragon country online, but I've never seen it in real life. Yeah, I haven't seen it either, only on TV, but that's all done with special effects. Next, let's see if Yifeng can bring us a surprise. Just as everyone was discussing, Kitano Takeshi moved. His speed was as swift as a hunting leopard. When he was just a few meters away from Yifeng, Kitano Takeshi's body flipped in midair, executing a fierce spinning kick. Previously, Kitano Takeshi had used this move to incapacitate several members of the Wolfang assault team. The main point was that there was a sharp dagger on the tip of Kitano Takeshi's foot. This meant that if Yifeng couldn't dodge the strike, he would have no chance at all and could very likely lose his life. In an instant, everyone's hearts jumped into their throats. However, facing this potentially lethal blow, Yifeng remained completely calm. He slowly took a step forward, standing in a horse stance. Then, he gently extended his hand and drew a circle in front of him. At that moment, someone exclaimed, "It looks like Yifeng is drawing a bagua, could it be Tai Chi?" I remember a movie that portrayed it this way. Just as Yifeng completed this, Kitano Takeshi's attack arrived. This was a deadly strike. Yet, Yifeng seemed to have anticipated Kitano Takeshi's attack. His body leaned back slightly, and the sharp dagger grazed past his face. "Good!" A cheer erupted from the crowd. But at that moment, a cruel smile appeared at the corner of Kitano Takeshi's mouth. He suddenly retracted his leg and then explosively kicked out again. The sharp dagger aimed straight for Yifeng's throat, and everyone's eyes widened in horror. If Kitano Takeshi hit, Yifeng would be finished. Just as the dagger made contact with Yifeng's throat, the air in front of him suddenly stirred. It seemed as if a massive bagua was suspended before Yifeng. Kitano Takeshi's lethal strike landed on the bagua. Clang! A deep thud echoed in the air. Kitano Takeshi's eyes widened in disbelief. He felt as if his kick had plunged into a swamp, instantly losing all its power. He also felt as if he had kicked against a steel plate, unable to penetrate at all. "It should be over now," Yifeng said calmly, slapping his palm against Kitano Takeshi's chest. This moment seemed light and airy, but Kitano Takeshi sensed something was wrong. The palm appeared slow, but Kitano Takeshi couldn't dodge it at all. A powerful force pierced through his chest, and he was sent flying, crashing to the ground with a thud. Kitano Takeshi felt a storm of pain in his chest. He struggled to stand up but coughed up a mouthful of blood. What kind of martial arts is this?" Kitano Takeshi asked, clutching his chest. Yifeng's expression was indifferent as he replied, "Tai Chi, the soft overcoming the hard, the martial arts of the dragon country, Tai Chi, and next, Xingyi Quan." As his words fell, Yifeng took a deep breath, slowly closed his eyes, and began to move. Yifeng's movements were still very slow, yet he quickly closed the distance between himself and Kitano Takeshi. Not only that, but Kitano Takeshi clearly sensed that he was locked onto by an invisible force. Not good. Kitano Takeshi's heart raced. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he seemed to see countless shadows of fists converging towards him. The next second, he was sent flying again, landing several meters away. Spit, spit. He coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood. "Next, it's the swordsmanship of a Mei," Yifeng said. In that moment, Kitano Takeshi felt despair. His pride was completely shattered. During his study in the Dragon Country, he had not encountered any rivals at all. During this time, his strength continuously ascended. By the time he graduated and returned to his home country, with his formidable power, he would be able to enter some important circles in the Cherry Blossom Country and rise to prominence effortlessly. However, today, his temperament would be shattered by Yifeng, and he would never hope to break through in his lifetime. Thinking of this, he unhesitatingly drew his weapon and aimed it at Yifeng. Seeing this scene, everyone instantly became agitated. This is a competition. How can he use a weapon? This is too unethical. Weapons are illegal in our Dragon Country. Does this guy want to end up in prison? Kitano Takeshi certainly knew that by drawing his weapon today, he would have no place in the Dragon Country. But he was not afraid. As long as he killed Yifeng, his temperament would not be broken. With his strength, barring any accidents, he could easily escape back to the Cherry Blossom Country. His expression was extremely ferocious, and his voice was filled with killing intent. Yifeng, aren't you very strong? No matter how strong you are, can you surpass this? Today is your day of death. Stop. Bu Fian was anxious. Yifeng had acted for her sake. If the opponent died here, she would never find peace in her life. Moreover, a talent like Yifeng dying would be a huge loss for the Dragon Country. Lu Ruyan also suddenly stood up. She did not expect such a result. She regretted that she should have given the jade pendant to Yifeng back then, and there wouldn't have been so many troubles. The thought of Yifeng dying here made Lu Ruyan's emotions incredibly complex. She felt she would feel guilty for a lifetime. However, facing the dark weapon, Yifeng showed no fear at all. On the contrary, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he asked, Kitano Takeshi, it seems you still don't know what the true martial arts of the Dragon Country are. Stop talking nonsense. Next year on this day will be your death anniversary. Kitano Takeshi roared fiercely, about to pull the trigger. At that moment, Yifeng crouched down, picked up a leaf from the ground, and said, the highest realm of the martial arts of the Dragon Country is to pluck flowers and leaves, all can harm. As soon as he finished speaking, Yifeng flicked his hand, and the leaf whistled through the air, heading towards Kitano Takeshi. Kitano Takeshi was startled and was about to press the trigger when the swiftly flying leaf struck the weapon in his hand. The weapon was directly knocked away, turning into a pile of metal parts scattered on the ground. Yet the speed of that leaf did not diminish at all. With a soft thud, it embedded itself in Kitano Takeshi's throat. Kitano Takeshi could even clearly feel that his arteries seemed to have been severed. The crowd was utterly shocked and at a loss. The next second, Yifeng's cold voice came, the leaf has embedded itself in the artery. If he is sent to the hospital within 10 minutes, there is a chance of survival. After 10 minutes, he will undoubtedly die. Just a second ago, everyone was worried about Yifeng. In fact, everyone thought Yifeng was doomed. But now, lying on the ground, gasping for breath, was the once invincible Kitano Takeshi. Instantly, the entire training ground erupted. He won, he won. Yifeng won. Damn, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. So this is how strong the martial arts of the Dragon Country are. Plucking flowers and leaves can harm. It's simply amazing. Come on, everyone chant with me. Chenggu is awesome. Chenggu is awesome. Cheers filled the air. The girls in the training ground were all energized. This guy named Yifeng is too strong. He feels just like a superhero from a movie. With Kitano Takeshi being so strong, yet defeated so thoroughly, I feel like Yifeng could take on 100 of them. If only I could have Yifeng as my boyfriend, my happiness would definitely skyrocket. Oh my gosh, my true love has appeared. I'm going to fall in love. Lu Ruyan and Jiang Linlin were completely stunned in place. Lu Ruyan's breathing was rapid, her chest rising and falling violently. The way she looked at Yifeng had completely changed. She increasingly felt that Yifeng was like a black hole, with no one ever knowing what the center of the black hole was. She suddenly began to understand why her grandfather valued Yifeng so much. Sweki, do you know your fiancé well? Jiang Linlin asked. Lu Ruyan first nodded, then shook her head, saying, I thought I knew him a bit before, but now, I feel like I understand him less and less. Yeah, this Yifeng is too mysterious. He seems to surprise us time and again. He's like a deadly whirlpool. Didn't you see how those girls are going crazy over him? Jiang Linlin sighed. Lu Ruyan followed Jiang Linlin's gaze and saw a large group of girls surrounding Yifeng. They were chattering away, some even handing him water and snacks. Seeing this scene, Lu Ruyan suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable. It was as if her most precious possession had been snatched away. In the end, several ambulances drove into the school. Doctors rushed out to rescue the injured. Although Qin Tian and the others were elite special forces, they were still in pain from their injuries, crying out in agony. Many were surprised to find that elite soldiers were not made of iron. their cries were too tragic. This made Qin Tian and the others feel embarrassed, as they repeatedly stated that they were professionally trained and usually wouldn't cry out unless they couldn't help it. At that moment, Yifeng said, "Wait a moment." Saying this, he took out a box of silver needles. Before anyone could react, he had already inserted a silver needle into one of the instructors. Then, Yifeng began to push and pull on their broken legs and arms. At first, the instructors were puzzled about what Yifeng was doing, but soon they realized something was off. "Hey, I think I'm not in pain anymore. My hand doesn't hurt anymore, and I can move it. This is too amazing. Classmate Yifeng, do you know medicine?" "Classmate Yifeng, I apologize for my previous behavior." Yifeng didn't say a word, skillfully pulling out the silver needle before walking over to Bufian. Bufian's beautiful eyes widened, looking at Yifeng as if he were an alien. This guy actually knows medicine. How many more surprises can he give her? Just as Yifeng was about to give Bufian a needle, she suddenly said, "I mean, that needle has been used by others, at least disinfect it." Yifeng directly put the needle away, pocketing it, and said, "If you don't want it, then forget it." Bufian. Seeing Yifeng turn to leave, Bufian lifted her leg to follow, but at that moment, a sharp pain shot through her knee. "Ah!" Bufian instinctively let out a cry of pain. To be honest, that cry was quite melodious. Many boys were unusually excited upon hearing it. "Okay, Yifeng, please help me treat it. Consider it me begging you." Bufian finally softened. Yifeng's expression eased slightly as he walked over to Bufian and said, "If you really want it disinfected, then come with me to the dorm. I have new silver needles there." Bufian was delighted and said, "Great, I'll call the driver over." Soon, a car arrived. Yifeng and Bufian got in and left the training ground. And once the two left, the entire training ground erupted. "No way, the chief instructor and Yifeng went into the dorm together? The chief instructor is such a beauty, and her figure is just perfect. I'm so envious of Yifeng. Just imagine, a lonely man and woman in the same room, and the chief instructor's clothes are all torn. Who can withstand that? Please stop talking, I already have images in my mind." Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoyan and Zhang Linlin were even more stunned. Zhang Linlin couldn't help but exclaim, "This Yifeng is really becoming more and more unpredictable. Why do I feel like the chief instructor's gaze towards him is a bit off?" Listening to the discussions around her, Lu Ruoyan couldn't help but snort coldly and said, "What's so unpredictable? Men are all big pigs." Zhang Linlin? The boys around? What kind of emotional trauma has the school beauty suffered to be so disappointed in men? Soon, Yifeng and Bufian arrived at the boys' dormitory. Bufian took a brand new camouflage outfit from the car and limped out. After entering the dormitory, Bufian first changed out of her clothes. After all, her clothes had been torn to shreds by Kitano Takeshi. Fortunately, she had extra clothes inside, otherwise, she would definitely be exposed today. However, thinking about this made her furious, and she glared at Yifeng, saying, "You could have acted sooner. Why did you wait until Kitano Takeshi tore my clothes before you made a move?" Yifeng thought for a moment and said, "I was drinking water before, I didn't have time." Bufian. Is this how a man speaks? She really wanted to question Yifeng about whether he was even a man. However, before she could speak, Yifeng said, "Don't move, I'm going to give you acupuncture." Before Bufian could react, Yifeng had already inserted more than 10 silver needles into her body. She was incredibly shocked to find that the pain in her arm had disappeared. Then, Yifeng said, "Lift your clothes, your abdomen is injured, and it needs acupuncture there." Bufian hesitated for a second but obediently lifted her clothes. Swish, swish, swish. Several more silver needles were inserted. Bufian felt a warm current filling her lower abdomen, incredibly comfortable. The tumultuous feeling in her lower abdomen also vanished. She couldn't help but marvel, this medical skill is truly amazing. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have dared to believe it. Soon, Yifeng pulled out the silver needles from Bufian. She exhaled comfortably. Suddenly, she felt as light as a swallow. She couldn't help but call out, the feeling was too pleasant. The pain has completely disappeared. "Can you really restore a severed limb with acupuncture?" Bufian asked in shock. Yifeng not only had terrifying strength but was also a miraculous doctor? Moreover, only by personally experiencing Yifeng's medical skills could one understand their wonder. Bufian found her curiosity about Yifeng growing stronger. However, just when Bufian thought she was healed, Yifeng said, "The silver needles only stimulate your meridians, promoting your body's circulation and repair functions. If you try to exert yourself, you'll find you have no strength at all." Bufian clenched her fist tightly and indeed found she had no strength, saying, "Although I'm not fully healed, it's still amazing, otherwise, I would probably have to lie in the hospital for a while. You stay here for a bit, I'll step out." Yifeng instructed and walked towards the outside. Bufian quickly chased after him and asked, "What are you doing?" "Wait for me," Yifeng said. "If you want to recover quickly, just lie down quietly for a while. I'm going to get some medicine, and you can leave after you take it." "Oh." Bufian obediently stopped and asked, "Then where is your bed?" Yifeng frowned, pointed to his own bed, and said, "My bed is on the upper bunk. You can find a place to lie down on the lower bunk." Bufian said, "I want to lie on your bed. I have a cleanliness obsession." Saying this, Bufian jumped up onto Yifeng's bed. Yifeng didn't mind and turned to leave the dormitory. About an hour later, Yifeng returned. Bufian excitedly sat up on the bed, looked Yifeng up and down, and asked, "Didn't you go get me medicine?" "Where is it?" "It's here," Yifeng said, opening his hand. In the palm of his hand lay a few dark pills. Bufian's expression turned serious, and she couldn't help but ask, "You must be joking. What is this? You tell me this is the medicine you got for me?" Yifeng thought for a moment and said, "This is, well, a kind of elixir. If you take it, you'll recover, and there won't be any side effects." Bufian looked at him with a face full of skepticism. "What elixir? Do you think this is a fantasy novel, Yi hero? Let's not even talk about whether this can cure me. Are you sure this is safe to eat?" Yifeng shook his head, realizing that Bufian didn't believe him. If it weren't for the Wolfang assault team, which reminded Yifeng of Master Gyo, he might have fought with Kitano Takeshi today, but he wouldn't necessarily have saved anyone. He shook his head and said, "I spent over an hour refining this. If you don't want to eat it, fine, I'll throw it away." As he spoke, he was about to toss the pills into the trash can. "Wait!" Bufian panicked and grabbed Yifeng's hand, saying, "I'll eat it, I'll eat it." As someone with a cleanliness obsession, if it were anyone else asking her to eat such dark pills, Bufian would have definitely given them a set of combo punches. But Yifeng was different. He had brought her too many shocks and surprises. Bufian took the pills and stuffed them into her mouth all at once. Gritting her teeth and glaring, she swallowed the pills. She was afraid the medicine would taste too strong and that she would spit it out. But soon, her eyes widened. Her expression completely changed. She realized that the pills seemed to dissolve instantly as they entered her throat. Not only that, a rich medicinal fragrance wafted out. This scent was intoxicating. Then, Bufian clearly felt that the pills transformed into a warm current, flowing into her abdomen and spreading throughout her body, coursing through certain meridians and reaching every corner of her being. She felt warm all over, as if she were soaking in a hot spring. She discovered that her recently broken arm had completely healed. She clenched her fist tightly and found it filled with strength. This proved that she had recovered. There's an old saying, it takes 100 days to heal a broken bone. But from the moment her arm was broken to recovery, it hadn't even been 100 hours, just a little over 100 minutes. She realized she needed to re-evaluate Yifeng. But soon, her body underwent some changes again. After her college entrance examination, she had been admitted to the Special Operations Academy and was assigned to the Wolfang assault team after graduation. Over the years of training and executing missions, she had sustained many hidden injuries that constantly tormented her. But now, she found that her hidden wounds were slowly disappearing. She exhaled with a look of enjoyment, suddenly savoring the feeling of that pill. She couldn't understand how that pill, which looked dark and dirty, could taste so good. Even the slight aftertaste that lingered in her throat surpassed any delicacy she had ever tasted. Unfortunately, she had swallowed the pill whole, only catching a hint of its flavor. "Yifeng, is there any more of that pill?" Bufian swallowed hard, feeling like Zhu Beiji who had just swallowed a ginseng fruit. "No, it's all gone. You're better now, let's go out." Yifeng was somewhat speechless. Did Bufian really think her elixir was as common as cabbage? If this thing were sold outside, it would fetch $1 million each, with people scrambling to buy it. As they walked out of the dormitory building together, the boys from Class 2 happened to return as well. Seeing the two of them walking out side by side from the dormitory, their friends were stunned. "Oh my god, Yifeng and the chief instructor were in the boys' dormitory for over 2 hours? Over 2 hours, dear friends, use your wild imagination to think about what happened between Yifeng and the chief instructor during that time. You guys are too bad, I can already picture it in my mind. The chief instructor has an explosive figure. If it were me, I don't know if I could handle it. I don't know if others can handle it, but I definitely can't. If you can't handle it, then don't embarrass yourself here." Chenggu managed for 2 hours. 2 hours? Wow, I feel inferior. Bufian reluctantly said goodbye to Yifeng. Unfortunately, Yifeng showed no interest and couldn't even be bothered to say goodbye to her. This left Bufian quite hurt. At least, in her 20-something years of life, she had never experienced anything like this. As Bufian left, the boys from Class 2 surrounded Yifeng. "Chenggu, how was it being with the chief instructor for those 2 hours?" Chenggu, isn't a woman like the chief instructor very wild? Chenggu, tell us, how was the feel? Could you handle it? Chenggu, tell the brothers, did you manage to win over the chief instructor? The more Yifeng listened, the more he felt something was off, and he directly responded with one word, scram. The boys from class 2 were disappointed and said, Chenggu, you're too ungrateful. You had the meat, at least let the brothers have some soup. After saying goodbye to Yifeng, Bu Fian did not return to the dormitory. She went straight home. Her home was in Jinling City. She wanted to verify a guess she had. Over the years, her family had been introducing her to potential partners. After all, she was already 26 years old, and in the eyes of her parents and her workplace leaders, she was considered a single woman of a certain age. In short, a leftover woman. However, she was very resistant to blind dates and had always kept suitors at bay. As a result, many people thought there was something wrong with her orientation. In reality, only she knew that she felt insecure. 3 years ago, while on a mission, she had been shot in the chest, leaving several ugly scars. She had tried various methods but could never eliminate those scars. For men, a few scars might enhance their masculinity. But for women, it was a different story. However, after taking the pill that Yifeng had given her, she faintly felt that the hidden pain from where she had been shot was gone. She secretly touched it with her hand. It felt incredibly smooth. She quickly dashed into her bedroom, locked the door, and swiftly shed all her constraints, standing in front of the mirror. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she beheld a perfect body. There were no flaws, no scars. Yifeng's pill had actually made her ugly scars disappear. Bu Fian's heart was a whirlwind of emotions, and she suddenly covered her mouth. Tears streamed down her cheeks, plopping onto the floor. Finally, she wiped her tears, smiled at her reflection in the mirror, took out her phone, and dialed a number. I need the surveillance video from the training ground at Jinling University around 9:20 a.m. About 5 minutes later, Bu Fian received the surveillance video. She opened it to watch. The video from that time captured Kitano Takeshi provoking on the playground. Watching the instructors fall at Kitano's hands, and seeing herself humiliated by him, Bu Fian cursed in anger. Until Yifeng made his appearance. Yifeng unleashed the martial arts of the Dragon Kingdom, humiliating the arrogant Kitano even worse than a dog. Then, Yifeng treated the injured instructors, their faces filled with shock. After watching the entire video, Bu Fian felt her heart racing. She had never been this excited before. She quickly turned on her computer, deleted some content about herself, and sent the video to the captain of the Wolfang assault team. Just a few minutes after sending it, the captain called back, "This Yifeng is truly beyond our expectations. If we can recruit this kid into our Wolfang assault team, we might have a chance to redeem ourselves in this year's Special Forces competition." Bu Fian said with a headache, "I want that too, but this guy is as stubborn as if I owe him $100. The captain replied, "Fian, don't lose heart. I just discussed it with the political commissar, and the organization has given you an honorable yet challenging task, to persuade Yifeng to join the Wolfang assault team. After military training ends, you must stay at Jinling University and make sure to break through this tough nut." Bu Fian felt like crying without tears, saying, "Captain, there's something I don't know if I should say." "Fian, just say it. When I first joined the army, I shared a blanket with your dad. We're like family." The captain laughed heartily. Bu Fian sighed and said, "Then I won't say it. I'm afraid my dad will beat me if he finds out." The captain grew anxious. "Say it. How can you not say it? Just say." Bu Fian gritted her teeth and said, "Captain, I want to ask, can you have some dignity?" The captain coughed awkwardly. Bu Fian continued, "This Yifeng is truly different, whether it's his skills or his character, he doesn't resemble a student at all. I can't complete this task." At that moment, another voice came through the phone. "Fian, this is Commissar Yen. I don't need to explain the significance of Yifeng to the Wolfang assault team. I hope you can embody the fearless spirit of hardship and death, and the dedication of unwavering commitment, striving to touch Yifeng with genuine feelings, to move him with authenticity, and let him feel the warmth of the Wolfang assault team family." At this moment, Bu Fian felt utterly overwhelmed, as if trampled by 1,000 alpacas. In the Wolfang assault team, Commissar Yen was notorious for his ideological work. Anyone with ideological issues could be talked to for 3 days and nights. Even those without issues could end up with them. Bu Fian felt like Sun Wukong hearing the tightening spell from Tang Sang, quickly saying, "Sir, I understand. I promise to complete the task." In the afternoon, the military training continued. Class 2 had a new instructor. As the break was about to end, Bu Fian came over. Instantly, the attention of all the boys and girls in Class 2 was drawn to her. The boys fantasized that if they could find a wife like her, their lives would be worth it. The girls dreamed that if they could have Bu Fian's looks and figure, there would probably be no male god they couldn't attract in this world. Bu Fian walked up to class 2 and spotted Yifeng in the line, her eyes sparkling with excitement. No matter what, I must get Yifeng to join the Wolf Fang assault team, she said to herself, her eyes shining. Saying this, she headed straight for Yifeng. The students in class 2 quickly made way for her. Soon, Bu Fian reached Yifeng's side and said, Yifeng, I need to talk to you. However, Yifeng replied coldly, if it's about joining the Wolf Fang assault team, then forget it, I'm not interested. Rejected again. Bu Fian felt an unprecedented sense of defeat. But in the end, she forced a smile and said, you misunderstood. You saved me, and as a thank you, I want to treat you to a meal. Hearing Bu Fian's words, the classmates in class 2 were stunned again. Ordinary students probably didn't even have the chance to speak with the chief instructor. But now, the goddess instructor was actively inviting Yifeng to dinner. The gap between people was simply too vast. However, in response to Bu Fian's invitation, Yifeng waved his hand and said, no need, I just simply find Katano Takeshi unpleasant, it has nothing to do with you. Bu Fian almost wanted to spit blood. Did this person not know how to speak? The boys and girls around were even more astonished. To have dinner with a beautiful instructor was such a happy thing, yet Yifeng actually refused? Some even began to think that Yifeng might have issues with his orientation. Zhang Linlin commented, this Yifeng is something else, even the chief instructor wants to treat him to dinner. I feel like the chief instructor has a bit of interest in Yifeng. Lu Ruyan was taken aback. Reminded by Zhang Linlin, she also felt something was off. In fact, during military training, instructors generally kept their distance from students except when they were on the training field. It was said that this was a disciplinary regulation. And Bu Fian seemed a bit too enthusiastic about Yifeng. However, Lu Ruyan quickly thought of a reasonable explanation and said, Yifeng saved the chief instructor yesterday. It should be reasonable for her to invite him to dinner as a thank you, right? In the end, Bu Fian had to leave. She knew that Yifeng was a tough nut to crack, but she had to break him down. After all, if she couldn't win over Yifeng, she would have to stay at Jiling University and couldn't return to the Wolf Fang assault team. Soon, the military training ended. Bu Fian decided to try again to persuade Yifeng. But just then, a supercar stopped on the road next to the training field. A tall, stunning beauty stepped out. Wherever the beauty went, she was a sight to behold, always attracting countless gazes. Everyone turned to look. Cui Zheng couldn't help but exclaim, it's the eldest daughter of the Long family, Long Xiaoyun. Chenggu, is she here to find you? Sure enough, Long Xiaoyun walked up to Yifeng. The scene was filled with whispers again. Especially among the boys, one after another began to lament. Isn't it enough to have one goddess instructor? Now there's another stunning beauty. Yifeng's luck with women is off the charts. It's hard for us to find a girlfriend, yet Yifeng can't be stopped. What can we do? Comparing people leads to death, comparing goods leads to being thrown away. Perhaps this is life. Although I understand this principle, I still can't live this life well. Can I admit that I'm jealous? At that moment, Lu Ruyan received a call from Lu Gongming. Lu Gongming talked for a long time on the phone. Lu Ruyan frowned and rebutted a few times, but in the end, she still agreed. After hanging up, she looked at Yifeng with a frown. At this time, Long Xiaoyun had already walked up to Yifeng and said somewhat respectfully, Mr. Yi, my grandfather has prepared some food and drinks and would like to invite you for a meal. If it were just the Long family inviting Yifeng for a meal, he naturally wouldn't go. However, he was well aware that he needed to conduct the second phase of treatment for the Long family's old man tonight. No matter what, he had to make the trip. Just as he was about to agree, a voice suddenly came from the side. Yifeng, Grandpa said he wants us to go home and have a meal together. It was Lu Ruyan speaking. Yifeng frowned. Hadn't Lu Ruyan always been resistant to him? Why had her attitude suddenly changed today? Just as Yifeng was about to speak, Lu Gongming's call came in. Son-in-law Yi, has Xueqi told you? Come over tonight to have dinner with Grandpa. Yifeng. For some reason, every time he heard the words son-in-law Yi, he felt a strange discomfort in his heart. Old Lu, I have to go save someone tonight, so I won't be able to make it. Let's plan for another day. Yifeng said. He still showed the minimum respect to Lu Gongming. After all, Lu Gongming was an old acquaintance of Master Chen, Yifeng's master. Lu Gongming chuckled and said, saving someone, huh? Is it the Long family's old man? Then you go ahead, now the Long family owes us another favor. Yifeng felt speechless, saving someone had nothing to do with the Lu family. After hanging up, Yifeng said to Lu Ruyan, I told old Lu that I won't be going tonight. After that, he said to Long Xiaoyun, let's go. Immediately, Long Xiaoyun proactively opened the car door for Yifeng, and they drove away. Once the two left, there was a small commotion at the scene. Is it true? Chief instructor, the Long family's eldest daughter, and the Lu family's campus beauty, 3 beauties fighting to invite Yifeng for dinner? This time, I really envy him. Do you think Yifeng is going with the Long family's eldest daughter? Has he chosen her? What a joke, only kids make choices, adults definitely want them all. In the end, the boys left with feelings of envy and jealousy. The girls also felt a bit disappointed. Originally, with just Lu Ruyan, they had no competitive advantage. Now, with Long Xiaoyun and Bu Fei Yan added, ordinary girls didn't even dare to think about it. After everyone dispersed, Lu Ruyan looked in the direction Yifeng had left and felt a surge of anger. On one hand, she was angry at Yifeng. No matter what, she was still Yifeng's fiancée, right? To invite him for a meal and be rejected like that, didn't she have any face as his fiancée? She was even angrier at Lu Gongming. Why did he insist on trying to persuade her to invite Yifeng to their home for dinner? Now, in front of the whole class, Yifeng had rejected her. Her grandfather was really out to embarrass her. Thus, Lu Ruyan angrily returned home. Lu Gongming smiled and said, "Shuiqi, you're back." Lu Ruyan threw her backpack onto the sofa and sat down sulking. Lu Gongming asked, "What's wrong? Why do you look so serious when you come back?" Lu Ruyan angrily replied, "Grandpa, you insisted on having Yifeng over for dinner, and when I told him, he ended up leaving with Long Xiaoyun. He didn't give me any face at all. Is my great-granddaughter jealous? Ha ha." Lu Gongming stared at Lu Ruyan, his expression quite entertaining, and he burst into laughter. Lu Ruyan's face turned red as she said, "Grandpa, I'm not at all. Why would I be jealous? Don't say such nonsense." Lu Gongming became serious and said, "Shuiqi, I've already told you enough over the phone just now. Now, I want to ask you, what impression do you have of Yifeng?" Lu Ruyan thought seriously for a moment and replied, "Yifeng is very strong. His medical skills are also very impressive, his professional knowledge is solid, and his personality is a bit strange. In short, he's different from others." "You think his personality is a bit strange, do you know why?" Lu Gongming asked again, but before Lu Ruyan could answer, he continued, "Because he is a true powerhouse, someone who can ignore all rules, which is why you feel he is different from others." Lu Ruyan nodded, seeming to understand a bit, but she couldn't help shaking her head and said, "Grandpa, Yifeng is strong, but he hasn't reached the point of ignoring all rules, right? Or is there really someone in this world who can ignore all rules?" Lu Gongming took a deep breath and said, "Shuiqi, it's your imagination that limits your understanding of Yifeng. Let me put it this way, there are many strong individuals in this world, many who stand at the peak, and Yifeng is one of them. Not only that, but Yifeng is also someone who can control the life and death of these strong individuals. Even 100 years from now, these strong ones will turn to dust, while Yifeng will still be standing there." After hearing Lu Gongming's words, Lu Ruyan was completely stunned. Scenes from her time knowing Yifeng flashed continuously in her mind. Lu Gongming said, "Shuiqi, Yifeng is a divine dragon, a dragon destined to soar in the skies. So, whoever can ride this dragon will soar alongside it. If I'm not mistaken, you already have competitors now, right? Is that so?" Lu Ruyan thought of Long Xiaoyun and Bu Feiyan. "So, Shuiqi, you need to hurry up. The number of people competing with you for this divine dragon will only increase." Lu Gongming said, "By the way, I haven't told you yet, Yifeng has 6 fiancés besides you." "What?" Lu Ruyan thought she had misheard. This guy had only just arrived at Jilin University a few days ago and had already attracted Long Xiaoyun and Bu Feiyan, winning the hearts of many girls, and now he had so many fiancés. Did he want to be an emperor? Meanwhile, Yifeng was riding in Long Xiaoyun's car, speeding all the way to the Long family home. The Long family had long been waiting at the door to greet them. "Dr. Yi, you've arrived." Long Shiyuan clasped his hands and said. Yifeng nodded and said, "Old Master Long, let's start the second phase of the treatment. I'll first administer the needles to consolidate the effects, then you can take a few of the pills I've refined, and you should be able to recover." The Long family was overjoyed, and Old Master Long's face broke into a smile. "We'll follow Dr. Ye's instructions." Dr. Bai Guanghua was also waiting at the door, bowing to Yifeng. "Master Yi, you've come." Seeing Bai Guanghua, Yifeng recalled a saying, "When a person is lowly enough, they become invincible." He ignored Bai Guanghua and walked straight inside. Just as the group was about to enter, a Rolls-Royce sped over and stopped at the entrance of the Long family courtyard. The passenger door opened, and a young woman stepped out. After the woman got out of the car, she opened the back door and respectfully said, "Dr. Ma, we have arrived." Upon hearing the name Dr. Ma, Long Shiyuan's second son, Long Zaidi, hurriedly went to greet him. "Shoushue, could this be the #1 divine doctor in Long country, the master of the divine doctor sect, Dr. Ma?" Long Zaidi asked excitedly. At these words, everyone present was taken aback. Even Bai Guanghua's eyes lit up. It was clear that this Dr. Ma was quite famous. The woman nodded and said, "Grandpa, Dad, I've invited Dr. Ma here." She was Long Shiyuan's granddaughter, Long Zaidi's daughter, Long Xiaoxue. At that moment, Dr. Ma got out of the car. He appeared to be in his 50s, not very tall, slightly plump, with a square face, small eyes, and a small patch of beard. Following Dr. Ma was a young man who looked like his disciple. Long Shiyuan did not dare to be negligent and quickly clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "Dr. Ma, I've long admired your name. We are truly honored that you have come to the Long family." Dr. Ma stroked his beard and pointed at Long Xiaoxue, saying, "Old Master Long, you have a good granddaughter. If it weren't for her sincere invitation, I wouldn't have flown all this way." Upon hearing this, Long Zaidi gave Long Xiaoxue a thumbs up and said, "Xiaoxue, well done." At this moment, Bai Guanghua sneered and quietly said to Yifeng, "Master Yi, this Dr. Ma, named Ma Chunlin, is indeed a divine doctor, but he has no medical ethics. It's said that the starting fee for a consultation is 100,000. I guess the second young lady of the Long family must have paid quite a bit for the consultation." Yifeng nodded but said nothing. While everyone was exchanging pleasantries, Long Xiaoxue smiled and said, "Dr. Ma, you've been on a plane for several hours. Why don't you go inside and rest for a bit?" Dr. Ma nodded and said, "All right, I'll rest first, then I'll see the old master." At this moment, the Long family members furrowed their brows. Originally, Yifeng had already agreed to treat Long Shiyuan, but unexpectedly, Long Xiaoxue had invited Dr. Ma as well. This undoubtedly put the Long family in a difficult position. After all, deciding who would treat him and who wouldn't would offend someone. "Xiaoxue, you take Dr. Ma to rest for a bit." However, Long Shiyuan did not dwell on it. After giving Long Xiaoxue a brief instruction, he said to Yifeng, "Dr. Yi, let's go inside and talk." "Wait, old Master Long, what did you just say about a divine doctor?" Dr. Ma's disciple frowned and said unhappily. Long Shiyuan was taken aback and then smiled, saying, "I forgot to introduce him. This is Dr. Yi from Jinling. Not long ago, I was on the brink of death, and thanks to Dr. Yi's help, I would have lost my life to the King of Hell." Dr. Ma's disciple raised an eyebrow and said, "You invited my master to see a patient, yet you found another doctor. Are you not taking my master seriously?" The faces of the Long family changed. Long Shiyuan smiled and said, "Young brother, Dr. Ma is a famous divine doctor in our Long country. How could we dare not take him seriously?" At this moment, the Long family felt a mix of emotions. Although the Long family was quite a powerful clan, they still did not dare to show any displeasure in front of a divine doctor like Ma Chunlin. Even Long Shiyuan, when faced with the disciple's reproach, had to respond with a smile. There was no choice. After all, these divine doctors held the lives of countless people in their hands. However, the explanation from Long Shiyuan did not seem to convince the disciple of Dr. Ma, who said, "Master, these Long family members clearly do not take you seriously, and they still dare to argue. It's simply outrageous." The crowd frowned, thinking that Dr. Ma hadn't said anything yet, so why was the other party's disciple chattering endlessly? However, to everyone's surprise, Dr. Ma also snorted coldly and said, "Since your Long family invited me here, you indeed should not invite other doctors. So, you Long family choose, either let him treat, or let me treat. But I must say this up front, if you choose this kid, don't expect me to help." "Dr. Ma, how can you say that? In Long country, your medical skills are unmatched, and no one dares to say otherwise. What else is there to choose?" "Of course, it's you who will treat us," Long Xiaoxue quickly replied. She had exerted tremendous effort to invite Dr. Ma, so she naturally placed all her hopes on him. Dr. Ma closed his eyes, seemingly not listening to Long Xiaoxue at all. It was his disciple who spoke up. "You Long family are quite sensible, but given your disrespect towards my master, the consultation fee has gone from 10 million to 100 million. Also, immediately kick this kid out. He hasn't even grown hair yet and dares to call himself a divine doctor?" The Long family members' faces changed dramatically. They did not expect Dr. Bai to raise the price on the spot, nor did they expect such intolerance towards Yifeng. At that moment, Bai Guanghua could no longer hold back and directly shouted, "Stop spewing nonsense. Who do you think you are to look down on my master Yi? You're just a lowly thing with dog eyes." Everyone was taken aback, seemingly not expecting Bai Guanghua to react so strongly. Even Yifeng was somewhat surprised. Dr. Ma's disciple was scolded to the point of turning beet red. Dr. Ma looked at Bai Guanghua and then pointed at Yifeng, saying, "You call him Master Yi, so you're also a doctor. By insulting my disciple, you're insulting me, Ma Chunlin. You know my influence in the medical community of Long country, right? Aren't you afraid I'll blacklist you? What do I have to fear? If I'm afraid, then I'm not worthy to be Master Yi's disciple." Bai Guanghua gritted his teeth and replied. Initially, he had scolded Dr. Ma's disciple out of impulse without much thought, but now he had made up his mind, it was time to choose sides. He chose Yifeng. Ever since he witnessed Yifeng's medical skills, he had been restless, unable to eat or sleep well, dreaming of becoming Yifeng's disciple. He believed in his judgment and also believed that Yifeng's medical skills surpassed those of Ma Chunlin. Of course, Bai Guanghua was well aware that he was also taking a gamble. If he lost, he might really be blacklisted by Ma Chunlin. But Bai Guanghua couldn't care less. He had always believed in one thing: life must be a gamble, it must be a struggle. If you don't dare to gamble, then you won't have a chance to win. Dr. Ma chuckled dryly and said, I, Ma Chunlin, have traveled all over the country, and coming to Jinling today has truly opened my eyes. I didn't expect two young doctors to dare to challenge me. At this moment, Long Xiuxue could no longer bear it and said, Dr. Bai, Dr. Yi, our Long family has put in a lot of effort to invite Dr. Ma here, so please do not disturb him while he is treating patients. In Long Xiaoshue's view, since they had invited Dr. Ma, there was no need for any other divine doctors to come. After all, if Dr. Ma couldn't cure the illness, no one else could. She even couldn't help but want to scold Yifeng and Bai Guanghua. At this time, Yifeng looked at Long Shiyuan and asked, Old Master Long, do you still need my treatment? This was already the second opportunity Yifeng had given to the Long family. If it weren't for the fact that Long Shiyuan had once been on the battlefield, reminding Yifeng of his ninth master, he wouldn't have come at all. Of course, if the Long family chose Dr. Ma this time, there would be no third opportunity. Hearing Yifeng's words, Dr. Ma's disciple laughed. I say, you must be here to make jokes. My master is the most famous divine doctor in the Dragon Kingdom. Do you really think the Long family would choose you? Dr. Ma also sneered. In his view, Yifeng was simply humiliating himself. However, Long Shiyuan did not hesitate and said, Dr. Yi, please proceed with the second phase of treatment. Immediately, Long Shiyuan turned to Long Xiuxue and said, Xiaoxue, take Dr. Ma to rest right away. Also, tonight at the Shangri-La Hotel, let's welcome Dr. Ma. As he spoke, Long Shiyuan added to Dr. Ma, Dr. Ma, Jinling is an ancient capital of the 6 dynasties. Since you're here, we'll prepare a car tomorrow to show you around. It was clear that Long Shiyuan had chosen Yifeng. Originally, Dr. Ma's disciple thought Long Shiyuan would definitely choose Dr. Ma, but he never expected the other party to choose Yifeng. He exploded in anger, pointing at Yifeng and said, Long family, what do you mean? Are you sure you want to choose this kid? Even Long Xiuxue was anxious. Grandpa, why do you want to choose him? Dr. Ma is the #1 divine doctor in the Dragon Kingdom. In Long Xiaoshue's eyes, Yifeng looked even younger than her. How could he possibly be a divine doctor? Was her grandfather getting senile? At this moment, Yifeng glanced at Dr. Ma's disciple and said, I don't like being pointed at, you'd better put your hand down. Dr. Ma's disciple sneered, Kid, what's wrong with me pointing at you? Do you know that in front of my master, you're not even worth a fart? Before he could finish his sentence, he received a kick to his stomach and flew out. Dr. Ma's eyes widened, you dare to hit my disciple? This matter is not over between us. Do as you wish. Yifeng said indifferently. After that, Yifeng turned to Long Shiyuan and said, let's treat here, the Long family is too noisy. I want to finish the treatment and leave. Long Shiyuan awkwardly nodded and said, thank you, Dr. Yi. At this point, saying more was meaningless. In his view, since he had already made a choice, he could only entrust his life to Yifeng. Dr. Ma sneered, I want to see what skills you have. But once you mess up the treatment, don't expect me to help. I will join forces with others to blacklist you. Don't even think about practicing medicine in the future. Yifeng directly ignored Dr. Ma. He took out a silver needle and casually tossed it into the air. Immediately, a scene that overturned everyone's understanding appeared. More than a dozen silver needles actually floated in midair. At this moment, Long Shiyuan's heart was extremely excited. He remembered very clearly that last time, Yifeng had pulled him back from the brink of death with these silver needles. Yifeng's hand gently pressed down, and the silver needles seemed to have received a command, instantly piercing into Long Shiyuan's major acupoints. Dr. Ma, who had been sneering, was struck dumb at this sight. 9 Yang Resurrection Needles. It's the 9 Yang Resurrection Needles. Dr. Ma was almost insane. He was even more shocked and lost than Bai Guanghua when he first saw this set of needles. Then, Yifeng took out a wad of tissue from his pocket, opened it, and took out several black pills. These pills were identical to the ones Bufian had taken earlier. Seeing these pills, the crowd, still in shock, was somewhat confused. What the hell is this, so black? Yifeng handed the pills to Long Shiyuan and said, take these. Looking at the black pills, Long Shiyuan instinctively swallowed hard. At this moment, he shared the same question as everyone else. can this pill be taken? Seeing this scene, Long Xiuxue became even more anxious. Grandpa, this pill is dark and murky, it might be poisonous, you can't take it. At this time, Long Xiaoyun pulled Long Xiuxue, signaling her to be quiet. Long Xiuxue was unwilling. Sister, why are you pulling me? I'm stating the facts. Why use an unknown young man when we have the #1 divine doctor in Long country? I didn't expect that among the Long family, there's only one person who understands. This young man is just a fraud, old Master Long. Be careful not to be poisoned to death by these pills, said the disciple of Dr. Ma with a sneer. Bai Guanghua was about to curse when he saw Dr. Ma had already slapped his disciple across the face, angrily scolding, "You lowly creature with dog eyes, how dare you slander Dr. Yi?" After scolding, Dr. Ma walked over to Yifeng, looking at the dark pill Yifeng offered, his body trembling with excitement. It's a Dan medicine, with Dan patterns and Dan fragrance. It's actually a real Dan medicine. At this moment, Yifeng was also a bit impatient, asking, "Old Master Long, are you going to take it or not? If you eat it, I'll put it away." Originally, Long Shiyuan was a bit hesitant, but seeing Dr. Ma's shocked expression, although he didn't know what Dan medicine was, he could at least be certain that these pills were definitely extraordinary. Without any hesitation, Long Shiyuan directly took the pill and stuffed it into his mouth. The pill melted instantly, and a rich medicinal fragrance spread out. Long Shiyuan had tasted all kinds of delicacies in his life, but this exceptional medicinal fragrance surpassed everything. Not only that, he clearly sensed the pill transforming into a warm current, entering his body and spreading to every corner. Where the warm current flowed, the swollen and painful areas in Long Shiyuan's body due to cancer began to slowly ease and then completely disappear. Long Shiyuan took a deep breath, looking at Yifeng with eyes full of excitement and shock. He knew very well that his choice was not wrong. So what if Dr. Ma was the #1 divine doctor in Long country? He was simply incomparable to Yifeng. Yifeng's methods were like those of a celestial being. About 10 seconds later, Long Shiyuan noticed that the warm currents in his body seemed to be gradually weakening, even showing signs of disappearing. This made him uneasy, feeling a sense of having gained something but also losing it. However, he soon realized that he had underestimated Yifeng's methods, because those warm currents that were about to disappear finally converged near the silver needles. He found that each silver needle had become a spark, even radiating a burning sensation. Warm currents occasionally flowed out from these places emitting heat, surging deep into his body, clearing away the faint pains. A guess emerged in Long Shiyuan's mind. Could it be that these warm currents were clearing the cancer cells in his body, and these silver needles were gathering the warm currents together, preventing them from dissipating, continuing to eliminate the remaining cancer cells? Thinking of this, Long Shiyuan couldn't help but marvel at Yifeng's methods. At the same time, he felt he had been reborn. A true rebirth. Thud. Long Shiyuan knelt before Yifeng. "Thank you, Dr. Yi, for saving my life." Seeing this, Long Xiaoyun also knelt down, saying, "Thank you, Dr. Yi, for saving my life." The other members of the Long family also knelt down. "Thank you, Dr. Yi, for saving our lives." Finally, only Long Xiuxue remained, her eyes wide open, completely unable to believe everything before her. Originally, she had placed all her hopes on Dr. Ma. After all, he was the #1 doctor in the Dragon Kingdom. But she never expected that the one who ultimately saved her grandfather would be a young man she looked down upon. However, seeing the members of the Long family kneeling on the ground, their eyes filled with fervor as they looked at Dr. Ma, Long Xiuxue finally understood that she had underestimated this young man. His medical skills might even surpass those of Dr. Ma. At that moment, Long Xiuxue also knelt down without hesitation. Her heart was filled with mixed emotions. All the members of the Long family kneeling before a young man, this scene was enough to shock the entire Jiling. The second phase of treatment is over. It will take about 3 days to clear the cancer cells from your body. For now, I'll take my leave, Yifeng said, turning to leave. Long Shiyuan's heart was filled with excitement. Only after experiencing life and death can one truly understand that there is nothing more precious than life in this world, nothing. Without life, all money, honor, power, status, and beauty are just empty talk. And Yifeng had given Long Shiyuan a second chance at life. Long Shiyuan stood up excitedly and said, "Dr. Yi, please stay for a meal. Let us express our gratitude from the Long family." "No need." Yifeng waved his hand and did not stop. At that moment, Dr. Ma, nearly frantic, ran up to Yifeng and knelt down with a thud. "Dr. Yi, I was blind to your greatness. Please accept me as your disciple." Seeing this scene, Bai Guanghua sarcastically said, "I told you, what a load of nonsense about being the #1 doctor in the Dragon Kingdom. Compared to Master Yi, you're nothing. But with your kind of ability, you want to be Master Yi's disciple? Dream on. It's understandable to charge for medical treatment, but you're raising the price arbitrarily, treating patients like commodities. A person like you has no right to be my disciple. Get lost, don't block my way. Sure enough, Yi Feng kicked the kneeling Dr. Ma over and stepped away. Witnessing this, Bai Guanghua was overjoyed. Master Yi says I'm not qualified, that's because my ability is lacking. But when Master Yi says you're not qualified, it's because of your character. A person can lack ability, but if they lack character, that's the end. Faced with Bai Guanghua's mockery, Dr. Ma did not get angry. He knelt on the ground, his face ashen. Just then, Yi Feng had just left the Long family. Boom! 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 A series of powerful engine sounds approached. Bang! With a loud crash, the gate of the Long family courtyard was smashed to pieces. A Hummer burst into the Long family courtyard, followed by several other vehicles. The Long family members frowned. What was going on? Soon, the door of the Hummer opened, and two burly middle-aged men jumped out. Upon seeing them, Long Shiyuan and Ji Changming's eyelids jumped. They almost simultaneously exclaimed, "The Lei brothers." The other Long family members frowned. No one had ever heard of the name Lei brothers. After getting out of the car, one of the men with a scar on his face sneered, "Long Shiyuan, it seems you know us brothers. I wonder if you anticipated that we are here to take your life?" Long Shiyuan replied proudly, "Lei Hu, Lei Bao, your father has killed countless people. I was just following orders to eliminate bandits. What face do you have to seek revenge on me?" The scar-faced man, the leader of the Lei brothers, laughed heartily and said, "What a good excuse of following orders to eliminate bandits. We don't care whether you were following orders or whose orders you were following. In any case, the revenge for killing our father is unending. Today, we brothers will take the lives of your entire family to honor my father's spirit in heaven. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not eradicating us back then." Long Shiyuan nodded and said, "Since that's the case, there's no point in talking more. Let's get started. Back then, I didn't kill you because you were innocent, but over the years, you've committed countless evils outside. Let me rid the people of this harm once again." Lei Hu laughed heartily. "Long Shiyuan, who are you trying to scare? Aren't you about to die? In your prime, we might have been wary of you, but now, killing you is like killing a chicken. There's no point in talking more, let's fight." Long Shiyuan moved, charging at Lei Hu. Ji Changming also let out a roar and rushed out. The two sides quickly engaged in battle. Lei Hu and Lei Bao's martial arts leaned towards being hard and aggressive, with each punch capable of breaking a stone pillar, which was quite terrifying. In fact, both Long Shiyuan and Ji Changming were stronger than Lei Hu and Lei Bao in their prime, but they were older now and gradually fell at a disadvantage. At that moment, Long Xiaoyun also shouted and joined the fight. 3 against 2, they fought fiercely. However, soon after, with a muffled grunt, Ji Changming was hit in the chest by Lei Hu and fell heavily to the ground. Before Ji Changming could get up, Lei Hu appeared beside him and stomped down. Crack! All of Ji Changming's ribs were broken. Not long after, both Long Shiyuan and Long Xiaoyun were also severely injured and fell down. The Long family members, seeing this, wanted to rush forward to help, but were held down by Lei Hu and Lei Bao's men, kneeling on the ground. At that moment, Long Zitian, Long Zadie, and the rest of the Long family regretted it. Long Shiyuan had always wanted them to practice martial arts, but they thought it was useless. It was only at this moment that they realized that in such a situation, money and power were of no use. Only real fists mattered. But now, it was too late to regret. Lei Hu pointed at the Long family's steward, Fang Mingyuan, and asked, "Introduce me to the Long family members, I'll kill them one by one." Fang Mingyuan quickly nodded and bowed, saying, "Yes, Master Lei, this is Long Shiyuan's eldest son, Long Zitian, this is his second son, Long Zadie, this one." Seeing this scene, the Long family members were furious. "Fang Mingyuan, you traitor." The Long family finally understood why the old master of the Long family had just fallen, and the Lei brothers had come over. It turned out that there was a traitor in the Lei family. Fang Mingyuan laughed, "What's wrong with being a traitor? Today, I can survive, but you all must die." Long Xiaoyan spat out a mouthful of blood and angrily scolded, "Fang Mingyuan, how has our Long family wronged you? Why did you betray us?" Fang Mingyuan laughed heartily and said, "Miss Long, let me answer your question. The Long family has treated me well, but Master Lei offered an irresistible price." Upon hearing this, Long Xiaoyun became even angrier. "Just for a little benefit, you choose to betray us? You are truly lower than a pig or a dog." "You say I'm lower than a pig or a dog?" Fang Mingyuan squinted his eyes and said, "Miss Long, you should look at your Long family's current situation before you speak to me." At this moment, Long Xiaoxue couldn't hold back any longer and shouted, "Fang Mingyuan, my sister is right, you are lower than a pig or a dog." Fang Mingyuan sneered a few times and said to Lei Hu and Lei Bao beside him, "Master Lei, I suggest we kill all the Long family members and take Long Xiaoyun and Long Xiaoxue away. These two are famous beauties in Jiling, and in the future, they will be our slaves and playthings. Lei Hu and Lei Bao looked at Long Xiaoyun and Long Xiaoxue, their eyes lighting up as they said, "Alright, let's do it this way. Let the eldest and second young ladies of the Long family repay the debts owed by the Long family with the rest of their lives." Fang Mingyuan wore a proud and arrogant expression as he said, "Did you hear that? Now your fate is in my hands. Fang Mingyuan, you lower than a pig or a dog, may you die a terrible death." Long Xiaoxue couldn't help but curse. Slap. Fang Mingyuan slapped Long Xiaoxue across the face, viciously saying, "Tonight, I'll make you understand that even if I'm worse than a pig or a dog, you'll still be treated like one." The Long family members were furious, ready to explode, but they couldn't help but curse. However, their lives were now in someone else's hands, and all their anger was in vain. Finally, Lei Hu gritted his teeth and said, "We came to Long country secretly this time, we need to deal with the Long family quickly. If we attract the attention of the relevant departments in Long country, it will be troublesome." Fang Mingyuan pointed at Dr. Ma and the others, asking, "Lei Yi, what about these people?" Dr. Ma was so scared he nearly wet himself, kneeling on the ground and saying, "Lei Yi, I am the divine Dr. Ma Chunlin from Long country. I have nothing to do with the Long family. Please, I beg you, don't kill me." His apprentice also knelt down, repeatedly bowing and begging for mercy. Lei Hu showed no hesitation, saying, "Do it, kill them all, leave no one except the two women." "Yes, Lei Yi." Several fierce subordinates replied. Just as these people were about to act, a voice came from the doorway, "The people I, Yifeng, have saved, even the king of hell has no right to take. What are you?" Hearing this voice, the Long family members perked up, especially Long Shiyuan, Long Xiaoyun, and Ji Changming, who had all witnessed Yifeng's strength. However, Bai Guanghua, unaware of Yifeng's prowess, hurriedly shouted, "Master Yi, run! They want to kill!" Dr. Ma and his apprentice, kneeling on the ground, couldn't help but shake their heads, thinking that this Yi divine doctor must be out of his mind. He had clearly left but came back. Wasn't that seeking death? Lei Hu and Lei Bao frowned, wondering where this lunatic came from, and waved their hands, saying, "First, chop this kid up, then kill the Long family, be quick about it." "Yes." Several subordinates nodded and rushed towards Yifeng without hesitation. "Kid, you're asking for death." Their faces were filled with disdain and bloodthirsty killing intent. However, the next second, they realized something was wrong. Because Yifeng moved. In just one encounter, they all flew out. They didn't even see how Yifeng made his move. Seeing this scene, Lei Hu and Lei Bao's eyelids twitched violently. They felt a sense of crisis. Attack together, kill him. The two showed no hesitation. In an instant, their bodies turned into afterimages, like two unsheathed swords, piercing straight towards Yifeng. "Yi divine doctor, be careful!" Long Shiyuan shouted, using all his strength to stand up, wanting to fight alongside Yifeng. But due to his severe injuries, standing was already his limit. Long Xiaoyun also stood up, realizing she was heavily injured as well. It was impossible for her to help Yifeng. In an instant, Lei Hu and Lei Bao appeared beside Yifeng. "Kid, go die." The two simultaneously launched their attacks, targeting Yifeng's vital points. Seeing this scene, Long Shiyuan's eyelids twitched, filled with shock. He didn't expect Lei Hu and Lei Bao to be so strong. They must have been diligently training all these years for revenge. Long Shiyuan even felt that even at his peak, he might not be a match for these two. This meant the Long family was destined to face this calamity. At this moment, Long Shiyuan felt uncertain. He didn't know if Yifeng could handle these two. Boom! Lei Hu's fist, capable of splitting mountains, approached Yifeng's temple. The thunder leopard's right hand clawed towards Yifeng's chest like an eagle's talon. At the critical moment of life and death, Yifeng remained completely calm. He slightly tilted his body, and the attacks of the two brushed past him. Thunder Tiger and Thunder Leopard were taken aback. They hadn't expected Yifeng to dodge with such finesse, as if he had calculated it perfectly. Without any hesitation, after their first attack missed, the two launched a follow-up strike. However, just as they had this thought, it was already too late, because Yifeng's counterattack had arrived. Boom! Yifeng's knee shot up, directly striking Thunder Tiger's chest. Immediately after, Yifeng straightened his knee and landed a kick on Thunder Leopard's stomach. The simple yet unadorned attacks contained unparalleled power. Thunder Tiger and Thunder Leopard were sent flying, crashing hard to the ground. They fainted on the spot. Thunder Tiger and Thunder Leopard were out cold. The entire Long family courtyard fell into a dead silence. Long Shiyuan and Ji Changming exchanged glances, both seeing deep shock in each other's eyes. They had lived for decades and had never been so stunned. Just moments ago, they had fought against Thunder Tiger and Thunder Leopard and had a clear understanding of their strength. Yet, Yifeng had defeated both with just one move. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. Long Shiyuan clutched her injured chest, looking at Yifeng standing not far away, her heart stirred with countless waves. She recalled the scene of their first meeting. Back then, she could never have imagined what this young man would mean for the entire Long family and for her. Long Xiaoshue's eyes widened as well, her gaze towards Yifeng had completely changed. Just moments ago, she had complained about the Long family inviting Yifeng and offending Dr. Ma. Now, she couldn't help but be grateful that Yifeng was present. Otherwise, the Long family might have ceased to exist, and she and Long Xiaoyun would have been taken overseas, becoming someone else's playthings and slaves. Long Zitian and Long Zidi suddenly realized. They finally understood why the old man had always wanted them to cultivate. No matter how much money they made or how high they pushed the Long family, if they lacked the ability to protect it all, it would be in vain. But their age clearly made it impossible for them to cultivate. They looked at Yifeng with burning eyes, and some thoughts began to arise. Manhwa was so excited that tears filled his eyes. If I could become Master Ye's disciple in this lifetime, I would die content. Long Shiyuan struggled to step towards Yifeng, grasping his hand and saying, Dr. Yi, you have saved the Long family again, your great kindness, the Long family cannot repay. Yifeng replied, I dislike trouble and usually don't meddle in others' affairs. If you want to thank someone, thank yourself for the blood you shed for the country and the people back then. Long Shiyuan's body shook, and he finally nodded vigorously. I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. You all can handle the rest. As Yifeng spoke, several silver needles appeared in his hand, which he flicked sharply. The silver needles whistled through the air, shooting out. Pft, pft, pft. Thunder Tiger and Thunder Leopard's subordinates fell in response. The Long family steward, Fong Mingyuan, also collapsed. Amidst the shocked gazes of everyone, Yifeng stepped away. Long Shiyuan laughed heartily, unable to hold back tears of joy. Heaven has eyes, my bloodshed back then was not in vain. Heaven will not destroy my Long family. Long Shiyuan exclaimed loudly. In the next moment, a murderous intent filled him. Next, I will clean up the house. As for Thunder Tiger and Thunder Leopard, I didn't wipe you out back then, but I won't make the same mistake today. Just as Yifeng reached the entrance of the Long family. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of jeeps rushed in, screeching to a halt at the gate. From the lead jeep, a graceful figure jumped down. It was the fully armed Bufian. When Bufian saw Yifeng, she seemed a bit surprised. She strode over and said, Yifeng, the notorious Lei brothers have entered Long country. According to the intelligence we've received, they have arrived at the Long family. If you encounter them, make sure to stay far away and be careful not to get hurt. Yifeng shrugged and asked, You made such a big fuss just for the Lei brothers? Yes, you don't know, the Lei brothers are very powerful. Otherwise, they wouldn't be thriving overseas. They have a lot of lives on their hands, and they are not someone you can compare to the Beiwu you defeated last time. Bufian patiently explained, continuing to advise, You must remember my warning. These two are extremely dangerous. If you encounter them, don't try to be brave, leave it to us. We are professionals. In fact, Bufian genuinely cared about Yifeng. On one hand, Yifeng had saved her, and on the other hand, she truly believed in his potential. In Bufian's view, although Yifeng was strong, he would definitely be outmatched against notorious criminals like the Lei brothers. With dozens of members from the Wolfang assault team and advanced weaponry, dealing with the Lei brothers should be no problem. Yifeng glanced at the fully armed and alert members of the Wolfang assault team and said, Well, if you are here for the Lei brothers, there's no need to be nervous. I've already subdued them, they are right here in the Long family. Bufian pouted and said, Classmate Yi, I know you are skilled, but I didn't expect you to be a master at boasting. In any case, remember what I said, stay far away from the Lei brothers. Got it, you're busy. I'll take my leave. Yifeng knew that saying more was pointless, so he didn't bother to explain and walked away. Bufian smiled and said, That's more like it. For some reason, educating Yifeng gave her a sense of accomplishment. After Yifeng left, Bufian commanded the assault team to split into 3 groups and storm into the Long family. Once inside, Bufian was stunned. According to the photos, she quickly locked onto the Lei brothers. However, at that moment, the Lei brothers posed no threat at all, lying on the ground like dead dogs. Bufian walked up to Long Shiyuan, saluted, and said, Old Chief, Bufian from the Wolfang assault team, here to apprehend the Lei brothers. Long Shiyuan chuckled, You arrived just in time. I was still thinking about how to deal with them. Bufian couldn't help but exclaim, Fian often hears my father speak of the old master Long's past glory. I didn't expect the old master to be as brave as ever. The Lei brothers dared to come to the Long family, they are just throwing themselves into the net. Ahem. Long Shiyuan coughed awkwardly and said, I feel ashamed to say, if it weren't for Dr. Yi's timely intervention, the Long family would no longer exist. Bufian was taken aback and asked, Dr. Yi? Which Dr. Yi? At that moment, Long Xiaoyun said, "It's Yifeng, a student from Jinling University. Weren't you there training the students?" Bu Fian. At this time, the members of the Wolf Fong assault team, who had been on high alert, couldn't help but relax. Due to the urgency of the situation, many of the participants in this operation were drawn from the instructors at Jinling University. Therefore, these people had a certain understanding of Yifeng. Bu Fian's face turned red. Remembering how she had just earnestly advised Yifeng, she found it hard to believe what he had said. It turned out that the real fool was herself. "Yifeng, I know." Finally, Bu Fian adjusted her emotions and said, then waved her hand, "Cuff all these people and take them away." Just like that, Bu Fian left the Long family as if she were escaping. After Bu Fian left, Long Xiaoyun couldn't help but sigh. Why does Bu Fian's expression seem off when it comes to Dr. Yi? Long Shiyuan chuckled and said, "It seems that Dr. Ye's unparalleled charm is enough to captivate countless young girls." Long Xiaoyun was taken aback but quickly understood Long Shiyuan's meaning. For some reason, her heart began to race. She recalled the events of the day, especially the scene of Yifeng defeating the Lei brothers, and couldn't help but feel enchanted. Long Shiyuan said, "Xiaoyun, do you remember what Grandpa told you last time?" Long Xiaoyun naturally knew what Long Shiyuan was referring to. Her face couldn't help but flush slightly as she said, "But Grandpa, Yifeng is Lu Ruiyan's fiancé from the Lu family, and they are studying at the same school." Long Shiyuan waved his hand and said, "I've already told you about this. Besides, you said it yourself, he's a fiancé, not a husband. You still have a chance. Dad is right, as long as they aren't married, there's a chance. I think even if they are married, there's still a chance. No one understands men better than I do." Long Zadie said passionately, "Dr. Yi is like a fast ship. No, Dr. Yi is like an aircraft carrier. Any family that can get close to Dr. Yi will definitely soar to great heights." As he spoke, Long Zadie excitedly looked at Long Xiaoxue and said, "Xiaoxue, did you hear what Grandpa said? You need to pursue Dr. Yi together with Xiaoyun. According to your dad's experience, the best way to deal with a young talent like Dr. Yi is through the beauty trap. Whether it's Xiaoyun or you who can win over Dr. Yi, our Long family will benefit greatly." Long Xiaoxue's face turned red as she said, "Dad, what are you talking about? Didn't you hear Xiaoyun say that Dr. Yi has a fiancé? Besides, how can I interfere with Xiaoyun pursuing Dr. Yi?" Long Zadie said proudly, "So what if he has a fiancé? Just because your Xiaoyun is pursuing him doesn't mean you can't. I just told you, no one understands men better than I do. If you and Xiaoyun pursue Dr. Yi together, your chances of success will be the highest." Long Xiaoyun. Long Xiaoxue looked at Long Shiyuan and said, "Grandpa, listen to what my dad is saying. He spends every day in a world of wine and women, changing partners one after another. Does he think all men in the world are like him?" Long Shiyuan thought for a moment and said, "Xiaoxue, I think your dad has a point." Long Xiaoxue. Long Xiaoyun. Meanwhile, Bai Guanghua was utterly astonished. The Long family was really going all out to get close to Yifeng. But thinking about it, for someone like Dr. Yi, it was worth the investment. With that thought, Bai Guanghua couldn't help but sigh. He muttered to himself, "What a pity, my daughter is a bit abstract in appearance. If she could be as stunning as the two granddaughters of Old Master Long, I would also want to try the beauty trap and become Dr. Ye's apprentice. How could being his father-in-law not be more appealing?" After Yifeng left the Long family, he went straight back to Jinling University. The next day, military training continued. A group of people was training vigorously when a pink BMW Mini drove over. The car door opened, and a pair of long legs stepped out. Cui Zhang immediately exclaimed excitedly, "Look, the beautiful counselor is here." A group of male classmates immediately became excited. The counselor of Class 2, Lin Xiao, was a famous beauty at Jinling University. When the semester began, all the boys were deeply reassured by her beauty, feeling that their happiness for the next 4 years of college was guaranteed. However, they soon realized they were still too young. As the semester was nearing its end, they could count the number of times they had seen Lin Xiao on one hand. At that moment, when they saw the beautiful counselor, the boys, who had been looking wilted from the sun, suddenly perked up. "Is the beautiful counselor here to bring us some warmth after our hard military training? Seeing the beautiful counselor come to comfort us gives me the energy to march. I can walk in step now without stumbling. I suddenly feel like doing push-ups." "You guys are just talking big. If you really had to talk to the counselor, you'd probably all turn red. Pfft, who do you look down on? As long as you have the guts, the counselor is on maternity leave." Under the fervent gazes of the boys, Lin Xiao walked over to Class 2. "You all have worked hard during military training." Lin Xiao waved her hand at everyone, her smile gentle. "Hello, counselor." The boys responded as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Lin Xiaoro walked directly to Yifeng's side and said with a smile, "Yifeng, can you step out with me for a moment?" The boys immediately stirred. It turned out that the beautiful counselor had come to the training ground not to visit them, but to find Yifeng. What kind of charm did Yifeng have that attracted beauties? Yifeng nodded and walked aside with Lin Xiaoro. "Yifeng, you've been at school for over a week now. Are you getting used to it?" Lin Xiaoro asked with a smile. Yifeng nodded and asked, "It's fine. Is there something you need, Teacher Lin?" Lin Xiaoro took a deep breath. She felt an indescribable aura from Yifeng that made her a bit nervous. "It's like this, the principal wants to see you. He's quite busy, so he sent me to fetch you," Lin Xiaoro said. "Let's talk while we head to the car." Yifeng didn't think much of it and sat in the passenger seat. Soon, the BMW started and left the training ground. Seeing this scene, the classmates from class 2 were stunned. What's going on? Yifeng actually left with the beautiful counselor. Not only does Yifeng have a school beauty fiancé, but he also spent time alone with the chief instructor a few days ago, and the young lady from the Long family has come to find him several times. Now he's getting into the beautiful counselor's car. Wow! Does this guy have such great charm? If you could send Qin Ling to the hospital and defeat Bai Yiwu, your charm would be great too. As everyone talked, they unconsciously looked at Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan sighed inwardly. Before Yifeng came to school, she was the top school beauty, but after Yifeng arrived, her main title became Yifeng's fiancé. It seemed that many things had undergone subtle changes. She looked in the direction where Yifeng and the counselor had left and suddenly felt a bit curious. She couldn't help but mutter to herself, what could the counselor want with Yifeng? Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoro drove Yifeng to the school's office building. Upon arriving at the principal's office door, Lin Xiaoro knocked. "Come in." The principal's voice came from inside. The two pushed the door open, and the principal greeted them warmly. "Yifeng, we meet again," the principal said with a smile. Yifeng nodded and directly asked, "Principal, you were looking for me?" The principal took out his phone, opened a video, and said, "Yifeng, take a look at this video." Yifeng took the phone. On the screen was a short video platform's playback page, showing the footage of Yifeng defeating Bai Yiwu. The video has already received over 1 million likes, with comments numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Yifeng opened the comments and glanced through them. Wow, is our Dragon Nation's martial arts really this strong? The Taekwondo from Sakura Nation can't even withstand a single blow. So powerful. Every petal and leaf can injure. This level is incredible. Who is this master? Not only is their martial arts impressive, but they also look quite handsome. I hope they can revitalize our Dragon Nation's martial arts. Yifeng handed his phone to the principal and said, "Is there a problem with this video? Has it caused negative effects for the school?" The principal quickly waved his hands and said, No, you've brought glory to the school. However, I called you over to remind you that Bai Wu's father is a 9-star Sakura warrior, affiliated with the militaristic samurai code, and has taken many lives. I'm worried he might retaliate against you. Thanks for the reminder. Yifeng nodded and said, but I'm not afraid of his retaliation. A 9-star Sakura warrior is nothing to me. Hearing the conversation between Yifeng and the principal, Lin Xiaoro was confused. What is a 9-star Sakura warrior? It sounds like something out of a novel. However, Yifeng was very familiar with 9-star Sakura warriors. In Dragon Nation, martial artists are called Wuxia, while in Sakura Nation, they are called samurai. The 9-star Sakura warrior is essentially the highest honor for a samurai. When Master Jiu took him to the battlefield, they faced enemies from several countries, including a dozen 9-star Sakura warriors. At that time, Master Jiu deliberately used these 9-star Sakura warriors to test Yifeng, making him fight against more than 10 of them alone. During the battle, Yifeng was on the brink of death several times. After all, he was only in his teens, while the strength of those Sakura warriors was formidable, each capable of killing with ease. In the end, Yifeng was injured in 100 places but successfully took the lives of those dozen 9-star Sakura warriors. Now, Yifeng's strength was no longer what it used to be. He had no fear of the so-called 9-star Sakura warriors. However, the principal was shocked to hear Yifeng's words. He had once been invited as a guest to visit a university in Sakura Nation, where he witnessed a performance. It was a demonstration of a 9-star Sakura warrior battling a pack of wolves. In that performance, a 9-star Sakura warrior used Taekwondo to kill more than 10 vicious wolves with bare hands. After witnessing the strength of the 9-star Sakura warriors firsthand, he was deeply shocked and even had nightmares more than once. At the same time, he developed a sense of awe for Sakura Nation's Taekwondo. That was why he agreed to establish a Taekwondo club at the school, to learn from each other. However, after watching the video of Yifeng defeating Bai Wu last night, his perception was completely overturned. It turned out that the so-called Taekwondo was nothing compared to the martial arts of Dragon Nation. Thinking of this, he said with great relief, "Yifeng, you have shown many people from Dragon Nation the true martial arts of our country. I hope you can promote our Dragon Nation's martial arts and enhance the students' sense of identity and pride." Yifeng showed a thoughtful expression and said, "This issue actually crossed my mind when I first attended a Taekwondo class. Why should our Dragon Nation's schools learn Taekwondo? I suggest we learn our own martial arts." The principal nodded and said, "It would be best for the students to learn our martial arts, but we don't have any martial arts coaches. The issue of coaches can be handled by me. Give me a week, and I can train a group of qualified martial arts coaches." Yifeng said, "But the premise is to immediately abolish the Taekwondo class and disband the Taekwondo club." The principal and Lin Xiao both widened their eyes. A qualified group of martial arts coaches in just a week? This Yifeng can't be bragging, can he? Just speaking out like that? In the end, the principal chose to believe Yifeng and said, "Alright, I promise you, Jilin University will immediately abolish the Taekwondo classes and disband the Taekwondo club." The two hit it off. Just then, there was a knock at the door. A staff member entered and handed a document to the principal, saying, "Principal, we received a lawyer's letter from the Sakura Nation's military samurai Katanoyu, stating that they will sue a student named Yifeng and demand that our school expel him immediately. Otherwise, they will prohibit Jilin University from implementing Taekwondo and cancel the cooperation to establish the Taekwondo club." The principal glanced at Yifeng and said, "Did you see that? They are quick to act. It's definitely not just a simple lawsuit. I'm worried they might retaliate." Yifeng shrugged and said, "If they dare to come, I dare to make them stay here forever." Yifeng's voice was calm, but it revealed a hint of cold killing intent. Both the principal and Lin Xiao shivered at the same time. They looked at Yifeng, their hearts filled with immense shock. Their intuition told them that Yifeng was definitely not just an ordinary student. The principal directly tore up the lawyer's letter and threw it into the trash can, instructing the staff member, "You need to take care of two things. The first thing is to reply to Katanoyu, stating that Yifeng is acting in self-defense. If they want to sue, we will accompany them to the end. If they want to retaliate against Yifeng, Jilin University will never allow it. The second thing is to stop all Taekwondo classes. After a week, change them all to traditional martial arts classes, and notify all the physical education teachers who teach Taekwondo to prepare to learn the martial arts of the Dragon Country." Understood. The staff member took out a small notebook and recorded everything the principal said before leaving the office. After that, the principal smiled and asked Yifeng, "Yifeng, are you satisfied with how I handled this?" Yifeng nodded and said, "No problem." Meanwhile, in the Sakura Nation, Katanoyu received Jilin University's response. Glancing at Katanobu, who was lying on the bed, Katanoyu slammed his hand down, shattering the table in front of him. Although Katanobu was no longer in life-threatening danger, for some reason, he was completely incapacitated. "Baka! Damn dragon people, I will go to the Dragon Country immediately and make you pay a bloody price." Katanoyu narrowed his eyes and said. After leaving the principal's office, Lin Xiao drove Yifeng back to the training ground, making a group of boys envious. On that very day, Jilin University announced a notice. All Taekwondo classes would be stopped and changed to traditional martial arts classes. All physical education teachers would spend a week learning the martial arts of the Dragon Country, with Yifeng serving as the coach. Not only that, but Yifeng also became the deputy chief instructor for the military training, responsible for the students' military training alongside Bufian. Once this news was released, it caused quite a stir throughout the entire school. After all, Yifeng was just a student, yet he had transformed into a coach for a group of teachers and even became the chief instructor for military training. Such an example, not to mention at Jilin University, was absolutely unprecedented in the entire Dragon Country. The students in Class 2 erupted with excitement upon hearing the news. Yifeng is so amazing. Starting today, he's the deputy chief instructor, so he won't have to train as painfully as we do. Haha. Our Class 2 has produced a hero, it's a glory for our class. I heard that after the military training, there will be an award for the outstanding class. Our Class 2 is definitely going to win. It's necessary, isn't it? Instructor Ye's fiancee is in our class, who would dare to disrespect her? Hearing these discussions, Lu Ruyan felt utterly helpless. Indeed, her title as the campus belle had already been replaced by Yifeng's fiancé. Just then, Chief Instructor Bufian approached. From a distance, she waved at Yifeng. "Instructor Yi, step forward. Starting today, we'll be fighting side by side," Bufian said with a smile. Yifeng nodded and walked towards Bufian. But at that moment, Cui Zhang suddenly hugged Yifeng's thigh, shouting, "Brother Chen, remember me when you're rich. I'm holding onto this thigh for dear life." The crowd erupted in laughter. In the blink of an eye, the military training was nearing its end. Yifeng took 7 days to train dozens of physical education teachers into qualified martial arts instructors. 7 days is short, but for Yifeng, it was enough. He used the methods taught by his master in prison to train these teachers, which was naturally very efficient. At the same time, he also concocted some pills to enhance these teachers' physical fitness. Originally, these physical education teachers were middle-aged and resigned to soaking goji berries in thermoses, but after taking Yifeng's pills, they became lively and energetic. During the military training performance, Yifeng and these teachers showcased martial arts, earning thunderous applause. The students present were greatly impressed and looked forward to the upcoming martial arts classes. After the performance, Yifeng, as the deputy chief instructor, took a seat at the podium. The military training performance soon concluded, and the instructors of the Wolfang assault team left immediately. The leaders of the Wolfang assault team at the podium also departed. However, Yifeng was surprised to find that Bufian hadn't left. "Your unit's vehicle has already left. Why aren't you going?" Yifeng asked Bufian beside him. Bufian smiled mysteriously and said, "I'm not leaving. The leader of the Wolfang assault team has assigned me an honorable yet challenging task." "Oh, then you continue with your task. I'm going to eat," Yifeng replied, heading down from the podium, ready to have a meal with Cui Zhang and the others. Bufian felt a headache coming on. She really doubted if this guy was starving. Why was he always thinking about food? Unable to help herself, she chased after Yifeng and asked, "Yifeng, don't you want to know what my task is?" Yifeng shook his head, not interested. "Bufian, my task is to recruit you to join the Wolfang assault team. Our political commissar said that if I fail to complete the task, I'll have to stay at Jinling University and won't be able to go back." Bufian blocked Yifeng's path and said, "So, you must help me." Yifeng thought for a moment and said, "Isn't it good not to go back? Just treat it as a vacation." Bufian was taken aback. She felt speechless. "Do you have anything else to say?" "If not, I'm going to eat," Yifeng asked. "Nothing else." Bufian immediately deflated like a punctured ball. After Yifeng had lunch with Cui Zhang and the others, he returned to the dormitory and started playing games. Yifeng was really enjoying this lifestyle. However, around 3 in the afternoon, Yifeng received a call from Lu Gongming. "Son-in-law Yi, tonight Sweki and Lin Lin are going to a gathering. You should go with them. Young people should communicate more," Lu Gongming said cheerfully. Yifeng thought for a moment and replied, "I have no objections. It mainly depends on whether Sweki is willing." Lu Gongming was overjoyed and said, "Don't worry, Sweki is already at home. She is very willing. I'll send a car to pick you up right away, Grandpa." Then, Yifeng heard Lu Ruyan's complaints coming from the phone. Yifeng turned off his phone and said, "I'm going out for a bit. I won't be going to the cafeteria for dinner tonight." Cui Zhang jumped off the bed and said, "Brother Chen, I just heard you on the phone. You're going to have dinner with the school beauty from Lu University, right?" Yifeng thought for a moment and said, "I guess so." Cui Zhang and the others looked at him with envious eyes, saying, "Brother Chen, the school beauty from Lu University is your fiancé, and it seems that both Instructor Bu and the young lady from the Long family are interested in you. You truly are a role model for us." If it were an ordinary college student being praised and surrounded by beautiful women, they would surely be elated, but Yifeng remained unfazed. Although Yifeng was about the same age as Cui Zhang and the others, his mental age far surpassed theirs. Soon, Yifeng left Jinling University. Lu Ruyan, driving a bright red Ferrari, was already waiting at the entrance. Seeing Yifeng get in the car, Lu Ruyan shifted uncomfortably and said, "I didn't plan to invite you, it was Grandpa who insisted I bring you along." Yifeng nodded and said, "I know, let's go." Lu Ruyan suddenly felt a bit stifled. The reason she explained to Yifeng was to show him that she wasn't clingy. However, she didn't expect Yifeng to take it so lightly, as if he didn't care about her attitude at all. Lu Ruyan started the car and left Jinling University. On the way, Lu Ruyan said to Yifeng, "The banquet tonight is organized by someone named Chu Xiaowei, a senior from Jinling University of Finance and Economics, mainly to celebrate his birthday. You probably won't know many people there, and if you don't want to go, you don't have to." Yifeng replied, "I just calculated a fortune, and it seems you might encounter danger at this banquet. If you don't want to attend either, I suggest you don't go." In fact, Yifeng had no interest in such occasions. However, he noticed that Lu Ruyan's forehead was slightly dark, with a hint of blood hidden within. This was a sign of great misfortune. It indicated that Lu Ruyan would not only encounter danger but might even face a life-threatening situation. However, upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan felt too exhausted to retort. She abruptly stopped the car and said, "Yifeng, I already said that if you don't want to go, you don't have to. Why do you have to come up with such excuses?" Yifeng glanced at Lu Ruyan, then closed his eyes and leaned back in the passenger seat, saying, "Since I've already promised old Lu, let's go." Lu Ruyan. About 20 minutes later, Lu Ruyan and Yifeng arrived at a KTV called Dreamy Sea. At this time, night had just fallen, and the nightlife of the young men and women officially began. As soon as they got out of the car, they saw Jiang Linlin standing at the entrance, waving desperately at them. "Sweki, over here, over here." Lu Ruyan was delighted and said, "Linlin, how did you get here?" Jiang Linlin pouted and said, "I wanted to hitch a ride with you, but since you're driving a two-seater Ferrari, even if I wanted to be a third wheel, I had no chance." Lu Ruyan shot Jiang Linlin a glance and said, "Stop talking nonsense, didn't you come in your boyfriend's car?" Jiang Linlin chuckled and said, "Come on, everyone is here. Let's hurry up and go to the Emperor's Hall on the 8th floor." The three of them got into the elevator, and Jiang Linlin pressed the button for the 8th floor. In the nightlife of Jilin, Dream Sea KTV is basically ranked among the top 3, and the Emperor's Hall is the most luxurious private room in the entire Dream Sea KTV. "Tonight, we are going to have a blast," Jiang Linlin said excitedly, but that's not surprising. After all, the host of today's birthday party is Chu Xiaowei. His father is an executive at the CeCe Group, rich and powerful. As she spoke, Jiang Linlin sighed and said, "Sweki, Chu Xiaowei is your admirer, and he is quite the gentleman, unlike Qin Tian who was so domineering. Are you coming to this gathering to give him a chance?" Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but glance at Yifeng, only to see him expressionless, seemingly indifferent to Jiang Linlin's words. "My dad knows Chu Xiaowei's dad and insisted I attend tonight's gathering, so don't gossip," Lu Ruyan said somewhat helplessly. Soon, the elevator reached the 8th floor, and the three entered the Emperor's Hall. A cacophony of singing immediately filled the air. The entire Emperor's Hall was already packed with at least 20 to 30 people. A man was holding a microphone, singing loudly to the sky, "The feeling of falling in love makes me crazy." The others were clapping and drinking. However, when the three appeared at the door, someone immediately shouted, "The campus beauty from Lu University is here, the campus beauty from Lu University is here." At that moment, a man in a suit sitting in the middle of the sofa in the private room stood up and said, "Sweki, you finally made it. We've been waiting for you." The man was Chu Xiaowei. As he spoke, he walked over and said, "Sweki, please take a seat." Once Lu Ruyan and the others sat down, everyone's gaze in the room converged on them. Is this the legendary campus beauty from Lu University? It's truly better to see her in person than to hear about her. She's so much prettier than our school's beauty. No wonder Brother Chu has his eyes on her. She's even more beautiful than those stars in the entertainment industry. Attending today's party and seeing the campus beauty from Lu University is really worth it. Can you all keep your mouths shut for once? Can't drinking stop your chatter? Chu Xiaowei walked over, waved his hand, and took a seat next to Lu Ruyan. At the same time, he noticed Yifeng beside Lu Ruyan, his eyes narrowing slightly as he asked, "Sweki, is this your friend?" Lu Ruyan thought for a moment and said, "He is my fiancé." What? Instantly, the entire private room fell silent. The drinkers stopped and turned to look. Many people present were classmates and friends of Chu Xiaowei, and they all knew that he had always regarded Lu Ruyan as his dream girl. Moreover, he was very happy to have Lu Ruyan at his birthday party today. But who would have thought that Lu Ruyan actually came with her fiancé? In fact, when Lu Ruyan said this, both Yifeng and Jiang Linlin were stunned. After all, Lu Ruyan had always been resistant to her relationship with Yifeng before this. Today, she actually admitted it herself? However, Jiang Linlin quickly figured it out. It seemed Lu Ruyan was not planning to accept Chu Xiaowei, so she used Yifeng as a shield. Yifeng, on the other hand, didn't think much of it and was observing his surroundings. He wanted to see what unfavorable factors might pose a danger to Lu Ruyan. Once he ensured Lu Ruyan's safety, he planned to leave early. He didn't want to stay in this KTV drinking with a bunch of kids. Chu Xiaowei forced a smile and said, "Sweki, you really know how to joke." After saying that, he looked at everyone and said, "Don't just stand there, keep drinking and singing, don't waste this wonderful time." Only then did everyone react, pouring drinks and choosing songs. As for Lu Ruyan saying that Yifeng was her fiancé, no one took it to heart. After all, apart from being a bit handsome, Yifeng was dressed in cheap clothes, not even comparable to Chu Xiaowei. So there was only one possibility, this guy was just a shield. Halfway through the drinks, Chu Xiaowei chose a song. Holding the microphone, he looked at Lu Ruyan and smiled. "Next, I will sing I Really Love You, dedicated to the most beautiful girl here today, Lu Ruyan." Upon hearing this, the crowd began to cheer. Lu Ruyan frowned slightly. "I gently came to your side, slowly familiarized myself with your smiling face, there is a kind of love spreading." Chu Xiaowei sang with deep emotion. Throughout the song, he kept looking at Lu Ruyan, his gaze filled with infatuation. When he finished singing, the venue erupted in warm applause. Xu Xiao sang this song with so much feeling. Oh my god, I really envy that if a man sang to me like that, I would unhesitatingly give myself to him. Actually, I think Xu Xiao and Lu Daxiawa are a perfect match. Hearing the discussions around her, Lu Ruoyan's frown deepened again. In fact, Xu Xiaowei had confessed to her before, but she had rejected him. If it weren't for her father insisting that she attend tonight's banquet, she definitely wouldn't have come. At this moment, Zhang Linlin glanced at Yifeng and said, Yifeng, Xu Xiaowei is singing a love song in public for Sueki. Aren't you going to sing one to assert your claim as her fiancé? Zhang Linlin looked like she was enjoying the drama. Lu Ruoyan couldn't help but look at Yifeng, suddenly feeling a bit expectant. However, Yifeng shook his head and said, I'm not interested in singing. Zhang Linlin pouted and said, if that's the case, I'll just take it as you being cowardly. Yifeng downed his brandy and said, do as you wish. Zhang Linlin snorted coldly, feeling frustrated. Just as she was about to speak again, Xu Xiaowei had already walked over, kneeling on one knee in front of Lu Ruoyan, saying, Sueki, I really like you, please give me a chance. Lu Ruoyan was stunned, she didn't expect Xu Xiaowei to confess to her. And in front of so many people, no less. Before Lu Ruoyan could react, the crowd had already started to cheer. Be together, be together, be together. Xu Xiaowei knelt on one knee, raising his head, his fiery gaze fixed on Lu Ruoyan. Seeing this scene, Zhang Linlin also realized what was happening. It turned out that tonight's banquet was ostensibly for Xu Xiaowei's birthday, but in reality, he wanted to use this opportunity to confess to Lu Ruoyan. Sueki, please say yes, Xu Xiaowei said, reaching for Lu Ruoyan's hand. Lu Ruoyan quickly dodged, unhesitatingly grabbing Yifeng's arm and said, Xu Xiaowei, I already have a fiancé. Xu Xiaowei smiled and said, Sueki, don't lie to me, do you think I can't see it? This guy is just your shield, right? Lu Ruoyan anxiously said, I'm not lying to you, Yifeng really is my fiancé, if you don't believe. However, before she could finish, she was interrupted. The crowd chimed in, Lu Daxiawa, do you think we're that stupid? This guy is dressed in cheap clothes, how could he possibly be your fiancé? Exactly, if you're looking for an actor, at least find a reliable one, all his clothes together probably don't even cost 200 yuan. Lu University's campus beauty, many girls like Xu Xiao, but Xu Xiao is only infatuated with you. I don't know how many people envy you. Lu Ruyan frowned slightly, feeling a bit disgusted. Xu Xiaowei continued to smile and said, Xueqi, actually your father also thinks highly of us. If we get together, it would be beneficial for both our families' businesses. As he spoke, Xu Xiaowei looked at Yifeng and said, what do you think, brother? Yifeng smiled and said, brother, chasing girls isn't about being clingy. Get up, don't kneel. What did you say? Xu Xiaowei's expression suddenly twisted, you're Yifeng, right? I don't care if you're a shield, but I think you understand that you're not worthy of Xueqi at all? Yifeng shrugged and said, so what? So what? Xu Xiaowei gritted his teeth and said, you'd better get lost, or don't blame me for being rude. Yifeng took a sip from his glass, said nothing, but had already made his stance clear. A trace of malice flickered in Xu Xiaowei's eyes as he nodded to himself and said, very well, we'll see. Seeing Xu Xiaowei's confession being ruined by Yifeng, everyone began to scold him again. Kid, you're just a shield, and you really think you're something special. Unless you don't plan to stay in Jiling after graduation, otherwise, if you offend Xu Xiao, there will be no place for you in all of Jiling. If you're smart, hurry up and apologize to Xu Xiao, then get out. Yifeng didn't care at all and continued drinking. Xu Xiaowei glared at Yifeng, then turned and went into the restroom of the private room. A male student followed him in. In the restroom, Xu Xiaowei lit a cigarette and exhaled a long puff of smoke. The male student who came in said, Xu Xiao, this kid actually dares to go against you, he really must be tired of living. How about we find a chance later to teach him a lesson? Xu Xiaowei squinted and said, we definitely can't let him off, but my main target tonight is Lu Ruyan. As he spoke, Xu Xiaowei took out a packet of drugs and handed it to the male student, saying, later, open a few more bottles of wine and drinks, and put the drugs in Lu Ruyan's drink and that kid's wine. The male student instantly understood, Xu Xiaowei was planning to force himself on Lu Ruyan. Don't worry, Xu Xiao, I'll make sure to complete the task, the male student said with a smile, filled with envy. Lu Ruyan was the top beauty of Jinling University, a definite stunner. And tonight, Xu Xiaowei would get to taste her. Of course, only Xu Xiaowei would dare to do this. After all, the Lu family was also very powerful. If an ordinary guy dared to treat Lu Ruyan like this, he would probably be thrown into the Jinling River to feed the fish in no time. But with Xu Xiaowei doing this, the Lu family probably wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Perhaps for the sake of reputation, they might even arrange for the two to get married. Soon, Xu Xiaowei returned to the private room. A new batch of wine and drinks quickly arrived. Seeing Lu Ruyan pouring a new drink, a smile involuntarily appeared on Chu Xiaowei's face. He raised his glass and walked towards Lu Ruyan, saying, "Xueqi, no matter what, thank you for coming to my birthday party. We'll still be friends in the future." Lu Ruyan looked up at Chu Xiaowei. She hadn't expected him to be so carefree. To be honest, Lu Ruyan was quite worried that Chu Xiaowei would be clingy. After all, his father was an executive at the CeCe Group, and the CeCe Group had many collaborations with the Lu family, with many projects relying on the CeCe Group. Lu Ruyan raised the drink in her hand and said, "We'll still be friends in the future." Seeing Lu Ruyan bring the drink to her lips, Chu Xiaowei knew very well that his plan had already succeeded halfway. But just then, a voice from beside them interrupted, "Wait." Saying this, Yifeng snatched the drink from Lu Ruyan's hand. Chu Xiaowei's eyelids twitched, and his brows furrowed. Lu Ruyan was taken aback and asked, "What's wrong?" The next second, Yifeng splashed the drink directly onto Chu Xiaowei's face. "What are you doing?" Chu Xiaowei exclaimed. The splattered drink caused nearby people to scream. Lu Ruyan and Jiang Linlin widened their eyes in shock. Indeed, Yifeng was not one to back down. When you thought he would calm down, he was likely just biding his time for a big move. "Yifeng, how could you splash a drink on Chu Xiao's face?" Jiang Linlin said, speechless. Lu Ruyan also tugged at Yifeng's arm, casting a questioning glance at him. At that moment, Chu Xiaowei's classmates had already erupted. "Kid, do you know who Chu Xiao is? How dare you splash a drink on him? Truly ignorant and fearless, you probably don't even know what kind of existence you've provoked. I think this kid is really tired of living." Chu Xiaowei was enraged. "Kid, are you looking for death?" Yifeng's cold gaze fixed on Chu Xiaowei as he said, "You should know very well why I splashed the drink on you." Chu Xiaowei gritted his teeth and replied, "I don't know, but today you're dead. Just wait." With that, he pulled out his phone, ready to call someone to teach Yifeng a lesson. However, before he could even dial, Yifeng had already made his move. Boom! Yifeng kicked Chu Xiaowei directly in the stomach. Chu Xiaowei let out a miserable scream as his body flew back, crashing against the wall with a loud thud. The immense force pressed him against the wall for several seconds before he fell to the ground with a thud. After landing, Chu Xiaowei curled up on the ground, clutching his stomach like a large shrimp. The crowd was filled with disbelief at this scene. Someone actually dared to lay hands on Chu Xiaowei? This person must be out of their mind. Soon, the private room was filled with various warnings. "Kid, it seems you really don't know who Chu Xiao is. You're finished. You're dead. No one can save you." Even Lu Ruyan could no longer hold back. "Yifeng, why do you have to make a move again? You can't afford to provoke him." Yifeng shook his head and said, "There is no one in this world that Yifeng cannot provoke." Lu Ruyan. Everyone couldn't help but shake their heads. Yifeng was simply too arrogant. And being this arrogant would surely come at a cost. At that moment, Chu Xiaowei finally got up from the ground, clutching his stomach and spitting out a mouthful of blood. At first, when Yifeng questioned him, he felt a bit guilty. But now, anger had completely overwhelmed his reason. He rushed to Yifeng's side, pointing at him, and shouted, "If you dare to touch me, I won't let you leave this KTV today. It won't matter who comes, I mean it." Yifeng, however, casually replied, "If I want to leave, no one can stop me, and take your hand off me." Chu Xiaowei's eyes seemed to blaze with fire. "What if I don't? You damn." Before he could finish, Yifeng slapped him hard. Chu Xiaowei screamed, a line of blood shooting from his mouth along with a few teeth. He fell back to the ground once more. In contrast, Yifeng remained unfazed, turning to Lu Ruyan and saying, "Let's go." Lu Ruyan was completely stunned. "Yifeng, do you even realize what you've done?" She was secretly blaming Yifeng in her heart. The reason she attended this banquet was to avoid making their relationship too tense. But as soon as Yifeng made his move, everything was ruined. Yet for some reason, a thought surfaced deep within her. Was it because Chu Xiaowei was pursuing her that Yifeng acted? This thought left Lu Ruyan's heart in turmoil. But mostly, she felt helpless about Yifeng's tendency to explode at the slightest disagreement. In fact, not only was Lu Ruyan stunned, but Jiang Linlin was also taken aback. The crowd around them was equally shocked. They looked at Yifeng as if he were a fool. "I say, you beat Chu Xiao like this and still want to leave? You must be dreaming. Chu Xiao has already said, you won't be able to walk out of the KTV door today. You beat Chu Xiao and still want to leave? How many dishes did you drink?" Although these people kept talking, their gazes towards Yifeng had completely changed. While saying these words, they kept their distance. After all, this guy could explode at any moment. He even dared to lay hands on Chu Xiao, so it was better not to provoke him. Yifeng noticed Lu Ruyan's gaze, thought for a moment, and said, "Chu Xiaowei had someone drug your drink. As for what the drug is for, do I need to explain?" Lu Ruyan was taken aback and quickly looked at Chu Xiaowei. At that moment, Chu Xiaowei got up from the ground, trembling in pain, and cursed, "You're talking nonsense, how could I possibly drug anyone?" "Exactly, don't slander people. Bro, are you just making excuses for hitting yourself? This excuse is just too ridiculous." The crowd rallied in support of Chu Xiaowei. But at this moment, both Chu Xiaowei and the guy who had drugged the drink were a bit flustered. They couldn't figure out how Yifeng knew about the drugging. The KTV was noisy, and the two had just been talking in the bathroom. There was no way Yifeng could have heard them. Little did they know, Yifeng's hearing was far beyond the ordinary, and he had clearly heard their conversation. Even if Yifeng couldn't hear, he could easily notice something was off with Lu Ruyan's drink. At this time, Yifeng walked over to the guy who had drugged the drink and stared at him. The guy was immediately unnerved by the stare and couldn't help but say, "What are you staring at me for? Who instructed you to put the drug in the drink?" Yifeng asked. His voice was calm, but a powerful pressure enveloped the guy. His nervous body trembled as he stammered, You, don't talk nonsense. Last chance, who instructed you to put the drug in the drink?" Yifeng asked. Finally, the guy could no longer bear it, his nerves snapped, and he plopped down on the ground. He pointed in Chu Xiaowei's direction, trembling as he said, it was Chu Xiao who instructed me to do it, it has nothing to do with me." The crowd immediately erupted in an uproar, all looking at Chu Xiaowei. Could it be that Chu Xiao really instructed someone to drug Lu Ruyan? Just to force her into a situation? It was very possible. Chu Xiaowei gritted his teeth and said, "You thug, what else can you do besides threatening people?" "I didn't drug anyone." "Stubborn." Yifeng picked up Lu Ruyan's drink, walked over to Chu Xiaowei, pried open his mouth, and poured the drink down. Chu Xiaowei tried to struggle, but in Yifeng's hands, he was like a chick, completely unable to move. The crowd understood. It seemed that whether there was a drug in the drink would soon be revealed. Just 2 minutes later, Chu Xiaowei's consciousness began to blur. Although her eyes were open, her gaze was somewhat dazed. At that moment, someone suddenly shouted, "I know, isn't this the stuff that was all the rage a while back?" After drinking it, a person's consciousness becomes fuzzy, but they still have basic reactions, and in the end, they can only be manipulated. Damn! Everyone instantly understood. It turned out that what Yifeng said was true, Chu Xiaowei really intended to drug Lu Ruyan. As for the purpose of the drug, those who understood knew. Everyone couldn't help but sigh in their hearts, this young Master Chu really knows how to play. Lu Ruyan's body trembled, and a chill ran down her back. If Yifeng hadn't recognized the drug in the alcohol and drinks, both of them would have fallen into the trap. Once she drank the drug and lost consciousness, what Chu Xiaowei would do to her was unimaginable. With trembling hands, she clutched Yifeng's arm and said, "Yifeng, I want to leave here." Yifeng nodded and said, "Okay." But just then, bang! With a loud crash, the door to the private room was kicked open. A voice followed, "Young Master Chu, which blind fool has offended you again?" Everyone turned to look at the door, and their hearts couldn't help but mourn for Yifeng. Young Master Chu's people had arrived. Could this kid leave safely? Yifeng saw the person at the door, and his expression was somewhat strange. Lu Ruyan and Jian Lilin's faces instantly turned pale. The person at the door was none other than Biaoge, the boss of a street in the university town, who had a grudge with Yifeng. Looking at Biaoge at the door, Yifeng's expression was a bit odd. Previously, when he had a conflict with Qinling, it was also Biaoge that Qinling had found. But at that time, Biaoge had his legs broken by Long Xiaoyun. Logically speaking, Biaoge shouldn't be able to get out of bed for a while. Unexpectedly, just a few days later, this guy was full of energy and came to provoke him again? Biaoge saw Yifeng and was also taken aback. But the next second, a cold smile appeared on his face as he said, "Good kid, what a narrow road for enemies, did you offend young Master Chu?" Yifeng nodded and said, "That's right. As long as you admit it, it's fine. Before, the young lady of the Long family backed you up and broke my legs. I was just looking for you." Biaoge waved his hand, and a group of underlings entered the private room. He took a baseball bat from one of the underlings, coldly staring at Yifeng, and said, "Kid, today I want your 2 legs." Yifeng shrugged and said, "Just like that day, I'll give you this line. Kid, still talking tough when death is near, today I'll let you know the price of being tough." Biao Ji's anger was instantly ignited. He waved his hand and said to several subordinates, "Get the irrelevant people out. Today, blood will be shed here." Upon hearing this, everyone turned pale with fright. Those who came with Chu Xiaowei exchanged glances and left in unison. Biaoge was the boss of a street in the university town and had the king of Jilin as his backing. If they offended him, they might not even know how they died. Jiang Linlin was also scared and couldn't help but tug at Lu Ruyan's clothes. But Lu Ruyan stood up and said, "Biaoge, today Chu Xiaowei drugged me, and Yifeng acted to save me. I hope you won't make things difficult for Yifeng." Biao sneered and said, Miss Lu, this is a matter between me and Yifeng. It has nothing to do with you. I advise you to leave here. Of course, if you want to stay and see how Yifeng dies, I don't mind. At this moment, Yifeng patted Lu Ruiyan's shoulder and said, You go back first, I can handle this. No. Lu Ruiyan said firmly, then looked at Biao and said, Biao, you should know that Yifeng is my fiancé. If you want to touch him, shouldn't you ask the Lu family for their opinion? Upon hearing this, Biao Ji's brows furrowed. Last time, he had his legs broken because of Yifeng. If it weren't for knowing a peculiar person, he would probably still be lying in bed now. He had long wanted to take revenge on Yifeng. Moreover, today was the day Chu Xiaowei had called him over, and if something happened, he could easily push the blame onto the other party. This was truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Thinking of this, Brother Biao laughed heartily and said, Miss Lu, debts have their owners. If I kill him today, when the Lu family comes to seek justice, let old Master Lu come find me. Besides, today it was young Master Chu who called me over, so I'm just doing a favor for the money I received. Lu Ruiyan frowned, took out her phone, and said, I'll call my grandfather right away. Yifeng pressed down on Lu Ruiyan's hand and said, You all go ahead, I don't need the Lu family to intervene for me. You. Lu Ruiyan was instantly furious. She had kindly helped Yifeng, but this guy was so ungrateful. It felt like she was just being overly sentimental. Zhang Linlin was also speechless, pulling Lu Ruiyan out. Sweki, let's leave quickly. Why bother with someone who doesn't appreciate kindness? Lu Ruiyan turned back to glance at Yifeng, only to see him pouring a glass of wine and drinking it by himself. Initially, Lu Ruiyan was grateful that Yifeng had saved her. But seeing Yifeng's arrogant demeanor, all her good feelings for him vanished. Just like that, she was dragged away by Zhang Linlin, leaving the private room of the Emperor Hall. However, as they reached the door, she regretted it. From what she understood, Brother Biao was not a good person. If something really happened to Yifeng. But Zhang Linlin said, Sweki, you care so much about Yifeng, you wouldn't have fallen for him, would you? Lu Ruiyan quickly replied, What are you talking about? It's just that Yifeng saved me earlier. If I had just stood by and done nothing, I wouldn't be able to live with myself. Zhang Linlin shook her head and said, What's there to feel guilty about? You've done what you should have. He doesn't appreciate it at all. Do you really want to keep putting your warm face against his cold backside? Lu Ruiyan was taken aback, recalling Yifeng's attitude earlier, and felt a surge of anger. When had she, as the campus belle, ever been treated like this? Lu Ruiyan glanced back at the closed door of the private room, gritted her teeth, and left with Zhang Linlin. Meanwhile, after Lu Ruiyan and Zhang Linlin left, Brother Biao stepped forward with a baseball bat and said, Kid, let's see how it feels to have your legs broken. Yifeng remained silent, sipping his drink slowly, watching Brother Biao show off. This attitude undoubtedly infuriated Brother Biao even more. He swung the baseball bat fiercely towards Yifeng's legs. A sinister look appeared on Brother Biao's face, and his group of lackeys cast sympathetic glances at Yifeng. They were already anticipating Yifeng's screams. However, in the next second, Yifeng's hand shot out and grabbed the baseball bat. Crack! The bat, swung at high speed, was firmly held in Yifeng's grip. Before anyone could react in shock, Yifeng exerted force in his palm and snatched the bat away. He then swung it fiercely. The bat traced a perfect arc in the air, landing squarely on Brother Biao's knees. Crack! The knees shattered instantly. Thud! Brother Biao collapsed to the ground. A howl of agony erupted. The intense pain brutally stimulated Brother Biao's nerves. Ah! He screamed while pounding the ground with his fists, quickly losing consciousness. A group of lackeys swallowed hard. Last time, Brother Biao had also had his legs broken because of Yifeng. But at that time, it was the eldest daughter of the Long family who took action, so they had no idea how strong and brutal Yifeng was. Damn! Brother Biao had kicked against an iron plate again. No! It was a titanium alloy steel plate. The boss of the university town, someone who usually walked around with swagger, had his legs broken twice in half a month. It was truly tragic. A group of younger brothers sighed. Yifeng threw the baseball bat on the ground, looked at Brother Biao's group of younger brothers, and said, I'm leaving. Is anyone going to make a move? The younger brothers swallowed hard. The fact that Yifeng could easily take the baseball bat from Brother Biao indicated that the opponent was a master, and not just any master. If they rushed in now, they might end up worse than Brother Biao. Seeing that no one moved, Yifeng stepped outside. The younger brothers all retreated, instinctively clearing a path. However, one younger brother stepped forward, watching Yifeng warily, and said, Kid, the king of Jinling is in Dream City. Brother Biao is the king of Jinling's nephew, and you won't be leaving here today. Just as he finished speaking, the door to the private room was suddenly pushed open with force. A group of people entered. There were more than a dozen of them. The leader was tall and imposing. It was none other than the king of Jinling, the ruler of Jinling. The people brought by the king of Jinling were all dressed in suits, exuding an intimidating aura. They were on a completely different level from Brother Biao's younger brothers. King of Jinling, it's him. He's the one who broke Brother Biao's legs. The younger brothers pointed at Yifeng, exclaiming. At the same time, their eyes were filled with excitement. Just seeing the king of Jinling was enough for them to brag for a while. They had no doubt that as long as the king of Jinling took action, Yifeng would definitely kneel and sing conquered. After all, the king of Jinling was the ruler of Jinling, with iron fists that made him invincible in the region. Ah, Biao! The king of Jinling's eyes narrowed as he walked over to Brother Biao. Although the king of Jinling was not lacking in women, he had never had children. He had seen many doctors and even tried in vitro fertilization, but all had failed in the end. Therefore, he valued this nephew greatly, waiting for him to support him in his old age and inherit the family business. At this moment, Brother Biao slowly regained consciousness. Just as he was about to speak, a series of painful cries escaped his lips. The king of Jinling quickly said, "Don't speak for now. I'll have someone take you to the hospital. Leave this to me." Brother Biao, in pain to the point of tears, gritted his teeth and said, "I won't go to the hospital. I want to see this kid die." The king of Jinling understood Brother Biao's meaning, patted his shoulder, and signaled him to relax. Then, he stood up and walked towards Yifeng. The atmosphere in the entire private room seemed to drop a few degrees. Meanwhile, Yifeng had already sat down on the sofa. He poured himself another drink, sipping while eating the fruit from the platter, looking completely at ease. The people in the private room looked at Yifeng, each one taken aback. At this moment, shouldn't Yifeng be kneeling and begging for mercy? How could he still be eating? But soon, cold smiles appeared on their faces. "Kid, you're about to die, and you're still eating and drinking here. I think he knows he's doomed, so he wants to be a glutton before he dies. If you kneel and beg for mercy now, maybe the king of Jinling will show mercy and leave you with a whole corpse." The king of Jinling, with a dark expression, walked up to Yifeng. At that moment, Yifeng looked up at the king of Jinling. The king of Jinling finally saw Yifeng's face. He was stunned, as if struck by lightning. Thud! He actually knelt directly in front of Yifeng. In the private room, the murmurs of the crowd had not yet stopped. Brother Biao gritted his teeth, waiting to see Yifeng beg for mercy. But what they saw was the king of Jinling kneeling before Yifeng. For a moment, they doubted their own eyes. A group of people rubbed their eyes vigorously, finally confirming that they weren't mistaken. Thus, expressions of existential doubt appeared on everyone's faces. How could this be? The mighty king of Jinling was actually kneeling before a young man. However, the shock didn't end there. The Jinling king shuffled on his knees to stand before Yifeng, a flattering smile on his face as he said, "Young master, would you like me to massage your legs?" Yifeng, lounging comfortably on the sofa with one leg crossed over the other, replied, "Sure." Immediately, the Jinling king beamed with joy, nodding and bowing as he began to massage Yifeng's legs. Holy crap! The crowd was going insane. The scene before them completely shattered their understanding. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed it. During this time, Brother Biao woke up once more. However, when he saw the Jinling king kneeling before Yifeng, blood rushed to his head, and he fainted again. Yifeng enjoyed the Jinling king's massage while smirking, literally, "Not bad, a few years out of prison and you've become quite the success, even crowned a king." The Jinling king, drenched in sweat, spoke in a trembling voice, "It's mainly because the young master taught me well. Back in prison, I learned from the young master for 4 years, which is why I have achieved what I have today." The crowd grew more and more confused, more and more shocked. Jinling king knew Yifeng? And his current success was related to Yifeng? It turned out that back then, the Jinling king had relied on his solid skills to become a second-rate figure, with a gang of underlings. However, he later offended someone and was quickly sent to prison. Once in prison, he soon became the leader of a group of inmates, and even in prison, life was looking up for him. But later, he was transferred to the ghost prison, tasked with training the young master in martial arts. This young master was none other than Yifeng. When the Jinling king first met Yifeng, Yifeng was only 13 years old. To the Jinling king, Yifeng was just a little brat. Being made to train with a little brat felt like an insult to him. However, he never expected that, having rarely encountered a worthy opponent, he couldn't even withstand a single move from Yifeng. He was slapped to the ground by Yifeng, worse than a dog. Thus, he was to be transferred out of the ghost prison. After all, the ghost prison didn't keep useless people. He deeply realized that this would be his opportunity, the greatest opportunity of his life. Before the transfer, he tried every means to please Yifeng, wanting to stay in the ghost prison. For example, when Yifeng was tired from training, he he would eagerly bring him water and massage his legs and back. In the end, when Yifeng spoke, he successfully remained in the ghost prison. He spent 4 years there, although most of the time he was serving Yifeng, he also learned quite a few techniques from him. In those 4 years, his strength increased more than tenfold. After leaving the ghost prison and returning to being the Jinling king, he defeated his enemies with his iron fists and gradually rose to the top. However, he was very clear that while he was a king in Jinling, compared to Yifeng, he was nothing. As long as Yifeng wanted, he could strip him of everything in an instant. After a sufficient massage, Yifeng stood up and said, "It's about time, I'm leaving." The Jinling king stood up respectfully and said, "Young master, I'll see you off." Yifeng waved his hand and replied, "No need, just take care of things here." "Yes, yes, yes, please rest assured, young master," the Jinling king said, trembling. A layer of fine sweat had formed on his forehead. Yifeng has left behind a difficult problem. The other party only said to handle things well here, but didn't specify how to handle them. If things aren't handled properly, he would definitely be the one to suffer the consequences. He called over Biao Ji's subordinates to get a detailed understanding of what had happened. After thinking for a long time, King Jiling looked at Biao Gu and said, Biao, this is the second time you've provoked the young master. If you weren't my nephew, I would send you on your way immediately." Hearing this, Biao Gu was so scared he nearly wet himself. "Uncle, I really didn't know who this kid was. I truly didn't know Yifeng's identity, otherwise I would have kept my distance. You have to save me, slap." King Jiling slapped Biao Gu across the face and said, "The young master's name is not something you can call out casually. From now on, you will call him young master grandpa, understand?" Biao Gu nodded repeatedly, saying, "Understood, understood, I know." Only then did King Jiling nod in satisfaction and say, "However, while you can avoid the death penalty, you cannot escape the living punishment. Since the young master has broken your dog leg, you are forbidden from seeking medical treatment. Let fate decide your outcome." Then, King Jiling looked at Chu Xiaowei, who was lying on the ground with dazed eyes, and said, "Chu Xiaowei, son of Chu Wei from the CeCe group, right? Since he can't control what's in his pants, then it's better to get rid of it and feed it to the dogs." After leaving the Dream CKTV, Yifeng took a taxi back to Jinling University. Sitting in the taxi and watching the bustling traffic outside, Yifeng felt a bit emotional. In the blink of an eye, it had been over 20 days since he left the ghost prison. He didn't even know how his masters were doing. To unravel the mystery of his origins, he needed to obtain 7 pieces of Mother Jade. He hadn't managed to get even 1 piece so far. It seemed he should speed up the process. He had saved Lu Gongming and Lu Ruyan, which could be considered fulfilling the promise made by Old Chen back then. In any case, he had to retrieve the Mother Jade within a month. The taxi arrived at the entrance of Jinling University, and Yifeng got out. Before he could even step away from the car, a Rolls-Royce drove up. The car stopped, and a familiar voice called out, "Son-in-law Yi, please wait." Yifeng was taken aback. Why was the old man from the Lu family here? Lu Gongming got out of the car and jogged over to Yifeng. Lu Ruyan followed behind with a resentful expression. "What's wrong, old Lu? Why are you here so late?" Yifeng asked. Lu Gongming warmly took Yifeng's hand and said, "Son-in-law Yi, I heard from Sweki about what happened at the KTV. You saved her, how could she just leave you behind? I've already given her a good scolding at home." Yifeng waved his hand and said, "It's fine." But Lu Gongming said very seriously, "How can it be fine? The ruler is the minister's guide, the father is the son's guide, and the husband is the wife's guide. This woman must know her place." As he spoke, Lu Gongming glanced at Lu Ruyan and said, "Sweki, hurry up and apologize to son-in-law Yi, then make a statement." Lu Ruyan was speechless and said, "Grandpa, what era is this? Why are you still using that feudal society nonsense?" Lu Gongming's face turned stern. "What feudal society nonsense? This is a fine tradition passed down from our ancestors. How did you agree to it at home?" Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth and walked over to Yifeng, saying, Thank you for saving me, and I shouldn't have left you there alone tonight." Yifeng replied, "It's okay, you staying there wouldn't have helped me." Lu Ruyan, after biting her teeth again, Lu Ruyan said, "So you're okay, right?" Yifeng replied, "Do I look like I'm in trouble? You don't need to think too much about it. If there's nothing else, I'll go back to my dorm to sleep." Lu Ruyan. Through these days of getting along, Lu Ruyan had discovered that for Yifeng, the most important things in a day were eating and sleeping. At this moment, Lu Gongming said, "Son-in-law Yi, it's so late now, the dormitory might be closed. Why go back to the dormitory?" Yifeng glanced at the time and said, "There's still 20 minutes until lights out. I can make it back in time. If there's nothing else, I'll leave." Lu Gongming stopped Yifeng and said, "Isn't today a day off? Don't go back to the dormitory, stay at home instead." We can have a reunion dinner together tomorrow. Yifeng looked at Lu Gongming and finally said, alright then. Soon, the three of them got into the car. Lu Gongming sat in the passenger seat, leaving the back seat for Yifeng and Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan sat beside Yifeng, feeling quite uncomfortable. Yifeng, however, remained as carefree as ever, gazing out the window, lost in thought. Before long, they arrived at the Lu family manor. Lu Gongming arranged for Yifeng to sleep in the bedroom next to Lu Ruyan's room. Lu Ruyan always felt that her grandfather was hinting at something. But Yifeng didn't seem to care at all. After a simple wash-up, he entered the bedroom and fell asleep immediately. The night passed without a word. In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived. The Lu family prepared a lavish breakfast, which showed how much Lu Gongming valued Yifeng. Although some recent events had changed Lu Ruyan's views on Yifeng, she still felt helpless, thinking that her grandfather's treatment of Yifeng was perhaps a bit excessive. As for Lu Ruyan's parents, they were even more perplexed. In their eyes, someone like Chu Xiaowei, from a prominent family, was a much better match for Lu Ruyan. However, they had also heard about Chu Xiaowei's drugging incident and called him a beast in human clothing, saying they would confront his father about it one day. Yet, before the family could finish their breakfast, an uninvited guest arrived. It was none other than Chu Xiaowei's father, Chu Wei, a high-ranking executive of the CeCe group. Lu Genoa, get out here! Chu Wei stormed in, shouting angrily. Lu Genoa was also furious and snorted coldly, saying, Chu, have you taken crazy pills? I was planning to find you, but you came to me first. Chu Wei pointed at Lu Genoa's nose, spitting as he spoke. Lu Genoa, where is your son-in-law? Tell him to come out. Last night, he chopped off my sons. Upon hearing this, Lu Genoa was stunned and couldn't help but look at Yifeng. Lu Ruyan's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Yifeng, who was still eating. He actually chopped off Chu Xiaowei's. A tragic image flashed in Lu Ruyan's mind. Was it because Chu Xiaowei had drugged her and had ulterior motives that Yifeng punished him like this? This Yifeng was too brutal. However, she also knew very well that if she had been drugged and fallen into Chu Xiaowei's hands, and he had violated her, she would definitely want to chop off Chu Xiaowei's. Thinking of this, Lu Ruyan felt that Yifeng was right in what he did. She even wanted to give him a thumbs up. Chu Wei glared at Lu Genoa and shouted, Lu Genoa, damn it, say something. Where is your son-in-law? Lu Genoa didn't expect Yifeng to do something so brutal. He swallowed hard and looked at Yifeng, asking, Yifeng, is this true? Did you do it? Yifeng didn't answer. He peeled a tea egg and put it in his mouth, saying to Lu Gongming, this tea egg is quite good. Yifeng had a master who was a legendary chef and had taught him a lot of cooking skills, so it was quite rare for a tea egg to earn his approval. Lu Gongming, clearly unaffected by Chu Wei's anger, smiled and said to Yifeng, this tea egg is made with the finest Longjing tea, boiled for a full 10 hours. Son-in-law Yi, if you like it, eat more. Lu Ruyan. Lu Genoa. Chu Wei's eyelids twitched, and with a sharp gaze, he looked at Yifeng. It's you who chopped off Xiaowei's manhood? Yifeng savored the tea egg before speaking. I didn't chop off your son's manhood. Flames seemed to erupt from Chu Wei's eyes, wishing he could swallow Yifeng alive. If it wasn't you, do you think I wouldn't know? Xiaowei's classmates told me everything. Last night, after King Jinling had someone chop off Chu Xiaowei's manhood, he had them send him back. Seeing his son's tragic state, Chu Wei nearly went mad. However, because Chu Xiaowei was in a daze and had lost too much blood, he couldn't explain what had happened. Chu Wei contacted Chu Xiaowei's classmates and learned that his son had a conflict with someone named Yifeng, who was the son-in-law of the Lu family. At this moment, looking at Yifeng, Chu Wei felt murderous. He stared at Yifeng and asked, tell me, did you chop off Xiaowei's manhood or not? Where is his manhood? Yifeng thought for a moment and said, this was done by my friend, but I need to ask you where Chu Xiaowei's manhood is. Saying this, Yifeng took out the business card that King Jinling had left him last night and dialed the number on it. The call connected, and an indifferent voice came through. Hello, who is this? It's me. Yifeng replied calmly. Immediately, he heard the sound of the phone dropping to the ground. Young master, what instructions do you have? King Jinling asked respectfully. I just want to ask, where is Chu Xiaowei's manhood? Yifeng inquired. After receiving a response, Yifeng hung up the phone. Chu Wei hurriedly asked, where is it? He had already asked the doctor, and if there was still time, perhaps it could be reattached. In any case, time was life, and it was Chu Xiaowei's happiness. Yifeng's expression was slightly strange as he said, it was fed to the dogs. What? Hearing Yifeng's words, Chu Wei nearly went mad. The members of the Lu family were momentarily taken aback. Yifeng was too ruthless, it was simply a heartless act. Chu Wei pointed at Yifeng, furious, kid, if you dare to feed Xiaowei's manhood to the dogs, I'll let you go. Yifeng picked up a small steamed bun and started eating, casually saying, do as you wish, I'll accompany you. Lu Gongming laughed heartily and said, as expected of my grandson-in-law, no matter the storm, he sits firmly on the fishing platform. The more I see, the more I like him. After saying this, he looked at Chu Wei, sneering, and said, Mr. Shu, you don't need to shout here. If it weren't for my grandson-in-law last night, my precious granddaughter would have been defiled by your filthy son, so what my grandson-in-law did was right. If you dare to touch him, our Lu family will accompany you to the end. Accompany to the end? What confidence does your Lu family have to accompany me to the end? Chu Wei's face twisted, saying grimly, Lu Gongming, I'm laying it down here today, your grandson-in-law must die, and there's no need to continue the cooperation between the Lu family and the CeCe group. Upon hearing this, Lu Genoa and his wife's eyes widened, feeling a sense of dread. The CeCe group was one of the giants in Longhua. Although the Lu family had many industries, in terms of scale, they couldn't compare to the CeCe group. The annual cooperation with the CeCe group provided the Lu family with a significant cash flow. Once the cooperation was terminated, it would be a huge blow to the Lu family. However, Lu Gongming let out a cold laugh and said, Chu Wei, you are merely a senior executive of the CeCe group. If you want to use this matter to suppress the Lu family, the CeCe group may not agree. At that moment, Lu Genoa's phone rang. When the call connected, a panicked voice came through, Lu Zone, it's bad. The CeCe group has unilaterally terminated its cooperation with the Lu family on the grounds of product non-compliance. Chu Wei chuckled dryly and said, now you know whether I can do it or not. Lu Genoa frowned. It seemed that Chu Wei's influence exceeded his imagination. At this time, Lu Ruyan spoke up, if I had known Chu Xiaowei was so despicable, I wouldn't have gone last night, no matter what. This matter is not our fault. She felt a bit guilty. If it weren't for her, Yifeng wouldn't have gotten into such big trouble, and the Lu family wouldn't have been implicated. All along, she had taken pride in her beauty. This was the first time she felt troubled by it. However, Lu Ruyan's words infuriated Chu Wei, who pointed at her and shouted, you shameless woman. It's because you seduced our Xiaowei that this happened. I will find a way to fix Xiaowei and make him play you hard. Upon hearing this, the Lu family members changed their expressions and couldn't help but curse. No wonder Chu Xiaowei was so despicable, like father, like son. However, before anyone could speak, a cup of water flew out and smashed against Chu Wei's mouth with a loud bang. Chu Wei's mouth was left bloodied, and he let out a scream. Everyone clearly saw that it was Yifeng who threw the cup. Lu Gongming couldn't help but cheer, good son-in-law. If he dares to insult your wife, we should take him down. Lu Ruyan's eyes suddenly turned red, feeling a bit moved. It felt so good to be protected. However, Yifeng merely said lightly, stop making a scene, you're affecting my meal. Lu Gongming, Lu Ruyan, everyone. Chu Wei took a long time to recover and said to Yifeng, if you dare to touch me or Xiaowei, you're finished. I will make sure we don't rest until one of us is dead. At this point, Yifeng had finally finished his breakfast. He took out a tissue, wiped his lips, and said, stop shouting, you're about to be fired from the CeCe group. The one who's finished is not me, but you. Chu Wei laughed, fired from the CeCe group? What a joke. I'm the second in command of the CeCe group, and I'm also a shareholder. You're dreaming. In fact, not only did Chu Wei think this way, but even the Lu family members believed Yifeng was just trying to scare Chu Wei. Little did they know, while Yifeng was eating, he had sent a text message to King Jinling. King Jinling immediately replied that he could handle it. Of course, even if King Jinling couldn't manage it, Yifeng had his own ways to resolve it. After all, his more than 100 masters had not only passed on their lifelong knowledge to him but had also left him with many other resources. After Chu Wei finished speaking, he saw that Yifeng was silent and was about to say something else when he heard his phone ring. He picked it up and saw it was a call from Zheng Hanyan, the chairman of the CeCe group. He answered the call and asked, what's wrong, Chairman Zhang? Chu Wei, you are fired. Come to the company to handle the formalities. Zheng Hanyan's voice was extremely cold. Chu Wei felt as if he had been struck by lightning and asked, why am I being fired? On what grounds? Zheng Hanyan coldly replied, I don't know either, it's the decision of the shareholders meeting. You should think about who you have offended. Chu Wei was on the verge of madness, he simply could not accept this reality. As one of the top 100 enterprises in Long Country, the CeCe Group was a colossal presence in Jinling. Countless companies relied on the CeCe Group to survive, and many sought to collaborate with it. As the second in command, Chu Wei's power was only second to Zheng Hanyan, and he oversaw numerous projects. Many companies had showered him with money, treasures, and women to curry favor. But once he left the CeCe Group, all of that would vanish. In a panic, Chu Wei exclaimed, no, the CeCe Group cannot fire me. I have made significant contributions to the company, and I also hold shares. If the CeCe Group dismisses me without cause, I will sue them. Zheng Hanyan replied, Chu Wei, I've already told you, this is the decision of the shareholders meeting. The group will investigate the projects you handled, and if any embezzlement or illegal activities are found, you will be held accountable. Boom! Shu Wei's mind went blank. He collapsed to the ground. Over the years, he had embezzled and abused his power without restraint. Not only would he lose everything, but he would likely end up in prison for a long time. Shu Wei, we've been partners for a long time. I suggest you think about who you have offended. I have a meeting to attend, so I'll leave it at that. With that, Zheng Hanyan hung up the phone. Shu Wei's hand holding the phone fell limply to his side. He looked at Jifeng and suddenly remembered what Jifeng had said. Stop making a scene, you're about to be fired by the CeCe group. It's not me who's finished, but you. His eyes widened in shock as he crawled over to Jifeng, tears and snot streaming down his face. Mr. Yi, I was wrong. Please, don't let the CeCe group fire me. I beg you. Shu Wei knelt before Jifeng, sobbing and admitting his mistakes. His forehead repeatedly struck the ground, quickly breaking open. The members of the Lu family exchanged glances, all shocked. They had thought Jifeng was just speaking casually. They never expected Shu Wei would actually be fired by the CeCe group. The CeCe group was a giant enterprise with a vast array of industries, enough to rank among the top 50 in Long Country. Although the Lu family had many businesses and a respectable position in Jinling, they were nothing compared to the CeCe group. Because of this, Shu Wei held considerable status throughout Jinling. Even Lu Genoa had to curry favor with him. But now, Shu Wei had been fired by the CeCe group. Not only that, but the CeCe group was also launching an investigation, which meant they were not just abandoning Shu Wei but aiming to eradicate him completely. Given Shu Wei's strength and the connections he had built over the years, even if he had done something wrong, the CeCe group would usually leave some leeway. Thus, the current situation indicated that a powerful figure had taken action against Shu Wei. Realizing this, the Lu family members turned their gazes toward Jifeng. Could it be that Jifeng was that powerful figure? The possibility left everyone in the Lu family in shock, especially Lu Genoa and his wife. Initially, they had strong objections to the old man insisting on marrying Lu Ruyan to Jifeng. But at this moment, they exchanged glances, and a thought emerged in their minds. If Jifeng truly was the powerful figure who could easily crush Shu Wei, they would absolutely not oppose Lu Ruyan marrying him. On the contrary, they would ensure Lu Ruyan was made presentable and sent to Yifeng's bed. At this time, all the members of the Lu family were still in a state of immense shock, while Shu Wei remained kneeling at Yifeng's feet, tears and snot flowing as he pleaded, Mr. Yi, I was wrong. Please, don't let the CeCe group fire me. I beg you. Get lost. Yifeng kicked out, his expression cold. Shu Wei was sent sprawling, but he quickly crawled back to Yifeng, continuing to beg for mercy. Lu Gongming sneered, feeling extremely pleased with himself. His choice was undoubtedly correct. Yifeng would surely be the hidden dragon that would rise from the abyss. If the Lu family could establish a relationship with Yifeng, they would undoubtedly soar to great heights as well. Someone, drag this scoundrel out, Lu Gongming said without hesitation. Soon, security rushed over, seized Shu Wei, and threw him out. It should be noted that these two security guards were the same ones who had stopped Yifeng at the entrance. At this moment, both of them were filled with mixed emotions. They had thought that Yifeng was just like them, a 24K pure loser. Yet suddenly, it turned out that the real fool was themselves. From the reactions of the Lu family's elder and others, as long as Yifeng was willing, he could probably marry Lu Ruyan and reach the pinnacle of his life immediately. Just then, the crowd's shock was not over. A Porsche stopped at the entrance of the Lu family courtyard. The car door opened, and a woman who was nearly perfect stepped out. Upon seeing her, Lu Genoa's eyes widened, and he hurriedly approached. Director Zhang, what brings you here? I apologize for not welcoming you properly. The woman was Zheng Hanyan, the chairwoman of the CeCe group, a well-known strong woman in Jinling City. Although the Lu family had a partnership with the CeCe group, Lu Genoa had no qualifications to meet Zheng Hanyan. It was said that Zheng Hanyan's background was quite extraordinary. 5 years ago, she came to Jinling as the chairwoman of the CeCe group, captivating a large number of men. At a banquet, a local family's young man, drunk, made advances on Zheng Hanyan, and the next morning, his body was found floating in the Jinling River. At that time, the family wanted to confront Zheng Hanyan and even made threats. However, not long after, that family completely disappeared from Jinling. Since then, no one dared to covet Zheng Hanyan's beauty, as no one wanted to provoke a disaster that could wipe out their clan. Therefore, upon seeing Zheng Hanyan approach, Lu Genoa and the others were quite nervous. At this moment, Zheng Hanyan looked at Lu Genoa and smiled. Mr. Lu, you flatter me. I am here to apologize. It was my oversight that allowed Shu Wei to cancel the cooperation with the Lu family. As compensation, the CeCe group wishes to engage in deep cooperation with the Lu family. I wonder how Mr. Lu feels about this? Lu Jinhua was taken aback and quickly replied, Director Zhang, you are too kind. It is an honor for the Lu family to cooperate with the CeCe group. Soon, Zheng Hanyan and Lu Jinhua finalized the preliminary cooperation. Following that, Zheng Hanyan politely greeted Lu Gongming. At this moment, the Lu family was even more shocked. The CeCe group actually took the initiative to seek cooperation with the Lu family? Zheng Hanyan was even apologizing for Chu Wei's cancellation of the cooperation? This was simply unbelievable. Quickly, the gazes of the Lu family members fell once again on Yifeng. Could it be that the attitude of the CeCe group and Zheng Hanyan was all because of Yifeng? This possibility made the shock level of all the Lu family members escalate once more. If that were the case, then the Lu family was definitely climbing high by associating with Yifeng. Finally, Zheng Hanyan left. Before she departed, she took a deep look at Yifeng, as if wanting to say something but hesitating. However, seeing that Yifeng seemed to be playing a game, completely oblivious to her presence, she left directly. Lu Jinhua and his wife looked at Yifeng, who was engrossed in his game, with complex feelings. In the past, they would have surely mocked Yifeng for being unambitious, playing games at his age. But at this moment, their gazes had completely changed. Yifeng, do you know Director Zhang? Lu Jinhua couldn't help but ask. Yifeng had just finished a game and looked up at Lu Jinhua, asking, who is General Zhang? Lu Jinhua was taken aback and replied, it's General Zhang from the CeCe group, Zheng Hanyan, the one who just left. I don't know her. Yifeng shook his head. Lu Jinhua and his wife exchanged glances, frowning. Could it be that Zheng Hanyan's visit today had nothing to do with Yifeng? The rest of the Lu family had similar thoughts. Regardless, today was a good day for the Lu family. A deeper cooperation with the CeCe group meant that the Lu family would rise to a new level. To celebrate, Lu Gongming had the chef prepare extra dishes for lunch and drank a few cups with Yifeng. During the meal, Lu Gongming announced something. Son-in-law Yi, Sweki, remember I visited your school a while back? I took a look, and while the accommodation at Jinling University is decent, it's still dorm living. Grandpa is worried you might not get used to it, so I just bought a high-end apartment near your school in your name. You two should move in soon. Upon hearing Lu Gongming's words, Lu Ruyan's face turned red instantly. Her grandfather's intention was clear, he wanted them to live together. Did that mean she really had to cohabit with Yifeng? What kind of bold move was this from Grandpa? Thinking of this, Lu Ruyan's face flushed even more. Although many people already knew that Yifeng was her fiancé, it hadn't caused much of a stir. If she were to live with Yifeng, it would definitely become common knowledge throughout the school. In the past, she would have outright rejected her grandfather's decision. But now, her mindset had changed. In the end, she remained silent, wanting to see Yifeng's reaction. What do you think, son-in-law Yi? Lu Gongming asked with a smile. Lu Jinhua and his wife exchanged glances, both unable to suppress their admiration for Lu Gongming. Experience speaks volumes. Since ancient times, heroes have struggled against beautiful women. As long as Yifeng was a normal man, he probably wouldn't refuse such a good opportunity. In any case, as long as they lived together, everything would fall into place. Naturally, the Lu family would be tied to Yifeng. However, without a second thought, Yifeng said, forget it, I'm quite used to living in the dorm. This response surprised everyone in the Lu family. Lu Ruyan was even more speechless and angry. She hadn't said anything yet, but here was this big man refusing first. Grandpa, I'm also quite used to living in the dorm. I don't want to live outside. Lu Ruyan bit her lip and said defiantly. Lu Gongming laughed heartily, saying, you don't need to feel embarrassed. Besides, I've already bought the place, if you don't go, it would be a waste. Yifeng replied, Old Master Lu, I really don't want to go. Lu Ruyan's face was already showing anger, and she quickly added, Grandpa, I don't want to go either, that's it. With that, Lu Ruyan turned to head back to her room. Lu Gongming grabbed Lu Ruyan, smiling, son-in-law Yi, Sweki, you both promised Grandpa to try living together for a month. There are still over 10 days left. You can't fool this old man. Then, Lu Gongming shamelessly added, if you two don't go, the time will have to be extended. Otherwise, this old man might get a bit confused and forget where the jade pendant is. Hearing the words jade pendant, Yifeng finally looked over, his face showing a helpless expression. He really wanted to ask if the old man had grown thicker skinned or if thick skin had just aged. You win, I'll go. Yifeng compromised. The jade pendant was very important to him, he had to get it. If it were someone else being this unreasonable with him, they would probably be lying on the ground by now. However, Lu Gongming was an old friend of Old Man Chen, so Yifeng could only wait until the month was over. Sweki, are you okay? Lu Gongming asked. Before Lu Ruyan could respond, Lu Genhua and his wife spoke in unison, "Of course Sweki is fine." Lu Ruyan. Now not only her grandfather but also her parents seemed eager to push her into Yifeng's arms. Just like that, the family quickly arrived at Jilin University, where they helped Yifeng and Lu Ruyan check out of their dormitory, and finally reached a high-end apartment nearby called Tulip. After the group left Jilin University, a piece of news swept through the entire school like a tsunami. Lu Ruyan was living with her fiancé. Although Lu Ruyan's engagement had previously caused a stir at school, it was on a smaller scale, mainly known among the students of the finance department. But this time it was different. Someone had captured the moment Lu Ruyan and Yifeng left school together. They even followed them all the way to the Tulip apartment. It was just like paparazzi secretly photographing celebrities. These people posted the photos on the school's forum, Tiaba, and confession wall. A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves. In just half an hour, the comments had already reached over 1,000. Breaking news, the #1 campus beauty Lu Ruyan is living with her fiancé, who is from Jilin University. Damn, is this gossip ripe? Is the person above out of their mind? There are pictures, and pictures reveal the truth. No way, Lu the campus beauty is my goddess. How can my goddess live with someone else? I still use a photo of my goddess holding a sign at the sports meet as my wallpaper. I drool over it every day, it hurts. Just thinking about my goddess being crazily shared by someone makes me feel like life is not worth living. More and more people learned about this news. Bu Fian was in the library when she heard students discussing the matter. She took a quick look at the forum and immediately felt that she still had a long way to go. As the saying goes, a gentle place is a hero's grave. It seemed that Yifeng would be even less inclined to join the Wolf-Tooth Assault team now. After all, how wonderful it was to live with the campus beauty, who would want to sleep on a hard bed in the Wolf-Tooth Assault team. Of course, this news quickly reached the Long family. Ever since Long Shiyuan took the pill given by Yifeng a few days ago, all his ailments had completely disappeared. He specifically went to the hospital for a checkup, and the cancer cells that had spread throughout his body were gone. Although he had been mentally prepared, the results still shocked all the members of the Long family. At this moment, in the Long family courtyard, Long Shiyuan held the test results, feeling as if he had regained 10 years of youth, and said with deep emotion, "Dr. Yi can even cure late-stage cancer. His medical skills are simply divine." Beside him, Ji Changming also expressed his amazement. The strength of the Lei brothers is already formidable, yet they couldn't withstand even a single move from Dr. Yi. Not only are his medical skills divine, but his martial arts are also extraordinary. Long Shiyuan took a deep breath and said with some regret, "That old fox Lu Gongming is truly cunning. He actually let his granddaughter live with Dr. Yi. We are one step behind." Long Xiaoyun, listening to their conversation, felt the same way. Although she had not known Yifeng for long, she had already been completely captivated. At this moment, she sighed and said, "Dr. Yi and Lu Ruyan were originally betrothed, so their cohabitation is not surprising." Long Shiyuan waved his hand and said, "I asked the security of the Lu family. It seems their engagement was arranged over a decade ago. Previously, it seemed that both Dr. Yi and Lu Ruyan wanted to dissolve the engagement. Anyway, no matter what, we still have a chance." The dragon nodded slightly and said, "That's right, Xiaoyun and Xiuxue are both beauties. As long as we take the initiative, we need not fear that Dr. Yi won't be moved. In any case, the advantage is on my side." Long Xiaoyun and Long Xiuxue exchanged a glance, both feeling somewhat helpless. Long Shiyuan's so-called opportunity was nothing more than asking them to dig a corner or to share a husband. During this time, they had been indoctrinated with such ideas. Although they were somewhat shaken inside, they had not yet broken through their final psychological barrier. After all, they had been the pride of heaven since childhood, and sharing a husband was simply not part of their life plan. At the Tulip apartment, Yifeng and Lu Ruyan had already moved in. To avoid disturbing the two, Lu Gongming had long taken Lu Genhua and his wife away. However, Lu Gongming left with a cheerful demeanor. In contrast, Lu Genhua and his wife were somewhat worried. After returning home, Lu Ruyan's mother, Sulan, couldn't help but ask, "Genhua, do you think it was too hasty to hand over Sweki like this?" Lu Genhua sighed and said, "I also think it's a bit hasty, but this is Dad's decision. It should be fine, right? Besides, you've seen Yifeng's abilities, haven't you?" Sulan nodded slightly but still worriedly said, "Sweki is still a pure and innocent girl. It really is a bargain for that kid Yifeng. But I can't shake the feeling that today's events are a bit chaotic." Chu Wei was dismissed, and Zhang Hanyan personally came to discuss cooperation. "What does this have to do with Yifeng? I think we need to clarify this. If there's a misunderstanding, it would be a huge loss." Lu Genhua nodded vigorously and said, "You're right. Let's hurry and call Sweki to test the waters with Yifeng." Sulan quickly picked up her phone and dialed Lu Ruyan's number. Once the call connected, Sulan said seriously, "Sweki, Mom is telling you, now that you're living with Yifeng, you must be cautious. You absolutely cannot let him have it too easily. When a man gets something too easily, he often doesn't know how to cherish it." Lu Genhua poked Sulan with his hand and said, "Get to the point, get to the point." Sulan quickly nodded and continued, "You should test Yifeng later to see if today's events have anything to do with him. If they do, then it's fine if he touches you. If not, you absolutely cannot let him touch you. A woman's first time is crucial. If used well, it can yield tremendous rewards, you know?" In the apartment, Lu Ruyan felt almost overwhelmed by Sulan's words. Why did it feel like she was being treated like a commodity? Moreover, when Lu Genhua and Sulan brought her to the apartment earlier, they were more enthusiastic than anyone else. What did that mean now? She helplessly said, "All right, Mom, I understand. Let's leave it at that." After hanging up, Lu Ruyan came out of her room. At that moment, Yifeng was sitting on the sofa, dominating the game world. Seeing this scene, Lu Ruyan suddenly felt that perhaps today's events were truly a misunderstanding and had nothing to do with Yifeng. After playing several rounds of games and winning easily each time, Yifeng quickly lost interest and logged off. Meanwhile, his teammates, who had benefited from his easy wins, left messages in the game, wanting to continue riding on Yifeng's coattails. Yifeng glanced at Lu Ruyan, who was watching TV on the sofa, then looked at the time and said, "It's about time, I should take a break." Lu Ruyan bit her lip and asked, "Yifeng, can I ask you something?" Yifeng nodded and asked, "What is it?" Today, Chu Wei was dismissed, and Zhang Hanyan personally came to discuss cooperation. "Is it related to you?" Lu Ruyan asked. Yifeng thought for a moment and said, "It is related. I know King Jiling, it should be King Jiling who pressured the CeCe group. So that's how it is." "How do you know King Jiling?" Lu Ruyan asked curiously. Yifeng said, "Isn't the King of Jiling someone who has been in prison?" "I was in the same prison as him, that's how it is." "You were in prison together?" Lu Ruyan was taken aback. This answer was a bit unexpected for her. "Is there anything else?" Yifeng asked when he saw Lu Ruyan silent. "No, nothing," Lu Ruyan said, somewhat dazed. "If there's nothing, I'm going to rest." With that, Yifeng went to the bathroom, washed up briefly, and returned to the room to lie down. At that moment, Lu Ruyan received a call from Sulan. As soon as the call connected, Sulan's urgent voice came through. "So, did you ask? You didn't let Yifeng touch you, did you?" Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes and said, "Mom, what are you thinking? Yifeng is already asleep, and I'm lying down too." "Oh, you asked about what I told you to, right?" Sulan asked again. Lu Ruyan's expression was a bit strange as she said, "I asked, and it really is related to Yifeng. He said he was in prison with the King of Jiling, and they know each other. It should be the King of Jiling who pressured the CeCe group." "What? He was in prison?" Without a doubt, Sulan questioned her life upon hearing this news. The next second, she jumped up. "Sweki, you didn't let Yifeng touch you, did you? He's actually a criminal, maybe even a rapist, too dangerous. We need to pick you up right now." With that, Sulan hung up the phone, not giving Lu Ruyan a chance to speak. Lu Ruyan felt helpless. Yifeng was already asleep, and she wouldn't be in any danger. What was Sulan trying to do? She quickly called back, but Sulan didn't answer. About half an hour later, there was a knock on the door. Lu Ruyan opened it helplessly, and Lu Genhua and Sulan stormed in aggressively. Without waiting for Lu Ruyan to speak, Sulan grabbed her and asked, "Sweki, Yifeng didn't touch you, did he? If he dares to touch you, I won't let him off." Lu Ruyan felt helpless and said, "Mom, what are you doing? Didn't I tell you? Yifeng is asleep, how could he touch me? That kid better be sensible. If he dares to defile you, I'll make him pay." With that, Sulan walked to Yifeng's bedroom door and kicked it open. "Yifeng, you rapist, get out here." Yifeng came out with a dark face and asked, "What's the matter? What's the matter? Sweki told me everything. You've been to prison, you're a rapist. My daughter cannot live with you. We're here to take her away." Sulan spat as she spoke. Lu Ruyan was speechless and pulled Sulan, saying, "Mom, what nonsense are you talking about? What rapist?" She then looked at Yifeng and said, "Yifeng, let me explain." "My mom." Yifeng waved his hand and said, "No need to explain. You all should leave, I need to rest." With that, Yifeng shut the door and lay back down. Lu Ruyan was stunned. She didn't expect Yifeng wouldn't even give her a chance to explain. The key was Yifeng's attitude, as if she were an insignificant person who could be kicked out at any moment. They were already living together. Didn't he know what that meant for a girl? Lu Ruyan's eyes turned red, feeling a bit wronged. "Sweki, what's there to explain? The longer you stay here, the more danger you're in. We need to leave right now." Su Lan said. With that, Lu Ruyan was pulled away by Su Lan, leaving the tulip apartment. Shortly after the three left, Long Shiyuan received a phone call. After hanging up, he gathered the Long family members and excitedly said, I just got an important piece of information from our informant at the Lu family. Lu Ruyan has been picked up from the apartment by her parents and they said that Dr. Yi is some kind of strong criminal. What a frog in a well. Does someone like Dr. Yi lack women? In any case, our opportunity has come. Xiaoyun, Xiaoshui, you two go to the tulip apartment early tomorrow morning. You must find a way to stay with Dr. Yi. Let's take advantage of the situation. What a great idea. Long Zaidi raised both hands in agreement. Long Zaitian nodded and said, this is indeed our Long family's opportunity. We must seize it. Long Xiaoyun and Long Xiaoshui exchanged glances, feeling that something was off. A night passed without a word. A new day quickly arrived. As Yifeng stepped out, he saw Long Xiaoyun and Long Xiaoshui standing at the door. He frowned and asked, what do you want? Long Xiaoyun said, Dr. Yi, we are here to bring you breakfast. As she spoke, the two lifted the food they were carrying. The breakfast was freshly bought and still steaming. Yifeng frowned slightly and said, no need, I'll eat at school. As the eldest daughter of the Long family, Long Xiaoyun had always been the one to refuse others. She had never been refused herself. So when Yifeng declined, it immediately left her at a loss. However, Long Xiaoshui reacted quickly and smiled, Dr. Yi, look, we've already bought it, and it's still warm. Why don't you eat first before going to school? There's still time. Yifeng thought for a moment and said, alright, come in then. The sisters were overjoyed and followed Yifeng into the apartment, setting the breakfast on the dining table. Steamed dumplings, soup dumplings, pumpkin cakes, tea eggs, treasure porridge, noodle soup, milk oatmeal, vegetables, and fruits. The breakfast brought by the sisters was quite lavish. Yifeng sat down, ready to eat. He glanced at the sisters and said, you two should eat too. Dr. Yi, we've already eaten. You go ahead, we'll tidy up the room, Long Xiaoyun said. Immediately, Long Xiaoyun and Long Xiaoshui tied on aprons and began cleaning. Yifeng ate while watching the busy sisters, feeling a bit strange. Although the room was very clean, the sisters were still diligently tidying up, no longer resembling the spoiled and proud girls he had first met, but rather like two obedient little wives. After Yifeng finished eating, the sisters also completed their tasks. Long Xiaoyun sat down next to Yifeng, a charming smile on her face as she said, Dr. Yi, we've cleaned up. Let's go to school. Yifeng's expression was a bit strange as he asked, go to school? Long Xiaoyun replied, well, Xiaoshui and I are planning to further our education. Now we are both graduate students at Jinling University, so we'll be alumni from now on. Hearing Long Xiaoyun's words, Yifeng felt that something seemed off. But he didn't dwell on it and said, alright, let's go. Thus, the three of them headed to Jinling University together. The morning classes quickly came to an end. At noon, Yifeng went to the cafeteria with Cui Zhang and others. On the way, Cui Zhang complained, Chenggu, you're really not being fair. You're living with the campus beauty, enjoying a heavenly life, while the brothers haven't even touched a woman's hand. Yifeng focused on walking, completely ignoring Cui Zhang. Just then, Wang Tianliang, holding his phone, excitedly said, Chenggu, look, you're trending on the school forum again. Yifeng glanced at the phone screen. On the school forum, two posts were trending highly. Both of these posts were related to Yifeng. The first post, shocking, the top school beauty Lu Ruyan is living with someone, and the cohabitant is actually. The second post, stunned, the top school beauty just moved in with someone last night, and today she has been abandoned. The man who abandoned the top school beauty is now passionately involved with two other women. The first post was from last night, and it already had thousands of comments. The post not only exposed some information about Yifeng but even included photos of Yifeng leaving with Lu Ruyan. The comments section was filled with wails. The top school beauty actually moved in with someone, my heart is broken. I heard the top school beauty has always been very pure and has never dated. To think she was taken down, this is truly a sad story. Just thinking about the fact that there's now a man behind the top school beauty makes my heart ache. This guy actually managed to win over the top school beauty. Did he save the galaxy in his past life? The second post was published a few hours ago. Although it had not been long since it was posted, it already had over 1,000 comments. Is it true? Did the top school beauty get used and then discarded? I said it, handsome men are all scumbags. I hope the top school beauty can consider me. I suggest the person above take a good look at themselves. Even if you were to take over, it wouldn't be your turn. These two beauties seem to be sisters. What kind of playboy is this scumbag? Can someone tell me what this scumbag's name is? I want to seek justice for my goddess. As more and more people joined the discussion, Yifeng's personal information was quickly exposed. Looking at these comments, Yifeng shook his head and said, "Are these people really this bored?" Cui Zhang helplessly said, "Brother Chen, you are now the public enemy of all the boys in school. Do you know how many people dream of Lu Ruyan? You said you were living with our goddess, and then you turned around and hooked up with 2 other women. Aren't you just asking for hatred?" Yifeng thought for a moment and said, "Other people's opinions don't matter to me." Wang Tianliang gave a thumbs up and sighed, "An elephant doesn't care about the opinions of ants. Brother Chen is just Brother Chen. No wonder beauties like Brother Chen." Cui Zhang sighed and said, "I'm so envious and jealous. If I could have a beauty like the top school beauty as my girlfriend, I would never look at another woman." Just then, the group arrived at the cafeteria. Yifeng got his meal and had just found a seat when 2 beautiful figures walked over. "Dr. Yi, let's eat together," they said with bright smiles. Without waiting for Yifeng to respond, they sat down directly. Long Xiuxue even placed a chicken leg on Yifeng's plate and said, "Dr. Yi, the chicken legs in the cafeteria are great. I got an extra one for you to try." Yifeng, unsure of what the 2 sisters were up to, couldn't help but ask, "Do you have something to discuss?" Long Xiaoyun replied, "Nothing much. We're now studying for our masters at Jinling University, and we just happened to see Dr. Yi, so we thought we'd come over and eat with you." Yifeng nodded and said, "Since we'll be alumni from now on, don't call me Dr. Yi every day, just call me Yifeng." The 2 sisters happily nodded and said, "Okay, Dr. Yi." Yifeng. The 3 sat down, ready to start eating. At that moment, Yifeng realized he hadn't taken any chopsticks. Long Xiuxue quickly handed her chopsticks to Yifeng and said, "Dr. Yi, you use mine, I'll go get another pair." With that, Long Xiuxue ran off to fetch chopsticks. At that moment, a familiar voice called out, "Yifeng." Yifeng turned towards the source of the voice and saw Bufian approaching with a tray, striding over confidently. Bufian sat down right next to Yifeng, her face lighting up with surprise as she said, "Yifeng, it's been a long time." Then she looked at Long Xiaoyun and Long Xiuxue, smiling as she asked, "Do you mind if I sit here?" "Not at all," Long Xiaoyun and Long Xiuxue replied. However, the 2 sisters exchanged a glance, both unable to suppress their thoughts. This was yet another competitor. Yifeng sighed and said, "Instructor Bu, are you really planning to stay at school indefinitely?" Bufian replied, "I want to leave too, but our superior has said that if I don't complete the task of persuading you to join the Wolf Tooth Assault team, I won't be going back. Plus, to make sure I can stay at school without worries, my superior arranged a position for me here. I'm now the honorary vice dean of your financial college, working alongside your counselor to handle your class's daily affairs." Hearing this, Yifeng shook his head helplessly and said, "I like my freedom, and I'm not interested in joining the Wolf Tooth Assault team." "You might as well give up on that." Bufian smiled slightly and said, "Your unwillingness is your own business, I still have my job to do. This is called revolutionary optimism." Yifeng was too lazy to argue and waved his hand, saying, "Then do as you please." Originally, Bufian was quite optimistic, but after hearing Yifeng's words, she suddenly felt that the sausage in her mouth had lost its flavor. Meanwhile, Yifeng was having a meal with 3 beautiful women when Cui Zhang and the others arrived. Upon seeing the scene before them, they were all stunned. 3 beauties surrounding Yifeng, it was a bit excessive. "Sit over there," Yifeng said to Cui Zhang. At that moment, the 3 beauties all turned to look at Cui Zhang and the others. Meeting the gaze of the 3 beauties, Cui Zhang's face turned red instantly. Although he was usually quite talkative, he became a stammering mess in front of beautiful women. Okay. Cui Zhang nodded and hurriedly sat down at a nearby table. The meal made Cui Zhang feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. So much so that he suddenly stopped envying Yifeng. After all, eating with so many beautiful women was also a very stressful affair. In contrast, Yifeng seemed completely unfazed. All his attention was on the food. He devoured it with gusto, as if he were feasting on delicacies rather than ordinary school meals. Little did he know, while he was eating, several posts were trending on the school forum. #baffled, the person who abandoned the campus beauty is now adored by women at school. ## completely overturning your imagination. A new Sea King emerges at Jinling University. ## with pictures as proof. A scumbag is being fought over by 3 stunning beauties. What is happening in this world? Clicking on these posts, there were indeed pictures as proof. They were photos of Yifeng dining with Long Xiaoyun, Long Xiuxue, and Bufian in the cafeteria. Although the photos were candid shots, all 3 women were top-tier beauties, definitely eye-catching. The posts gained more and more traction, and Yifeng's fame at school continued to rise. Yifeng was completely unaware of this and didn't care at all. With no classes in the afternoon, he bid farewell to the others and prepared to head to the grove to practice. Bufian insisted on following him, but Yifeng decisively refused. Long Xiaoyun and Long Xiaoshui did not press the issue, they were already prepared for a long battle. Although both of them felt some resistance in their hearts, they soon let it go, thinking that all of this was for the Long family. As Yifeng just stepped out of the school gate, he received a call from King Jinling. When the call connected, a respectful voice came through. "Young master, the chairman of the CeCe group, Zheng Hanyan, wants to meet you."
Zheng Hanyan?
Yifeng was taken aback for a moment, then immediately recalled who it was. He directly refused, saying, "I won't meet. Is there anything else?" On the other end of the line, King Jinling took a deep breath and said, "No, nothing else." Yifeng hung up the phone and walked towards the small grove by the Jinling River. About 3 hours later, after finishing his training, Yifeng prepared to return to his apartment to rest. Just as he reached the entrance of the apartment, he saw King Jinling waiting there with a perfectly proportioned woman. The woman was Zheng Hanyan. King Jinling approached respectfully and said, "Young master."
Zheng Hanyan also came forward, bending slightly, and said, "Mr.
Yi, hello. I was afraid of being presumptuous last time at the Liu family, so I didn't greet you." Zheng Hanyan's attitude was very respectful, yet it was neither servile nor overbearing, completely different from King Jinling's cautious demeanor. In short, this woman's aura was very powerful. Yifeng frowned slightly, looked at King Jinling, and coldly said, "Wasn't what I said on the phone clear enough?" King Jinling was so frightened he almost knelt down, quickly saying, "Young master, Chairman Zhang's daughter has been suffering from a strange illness for more than half a year, and Chairman Zhang has done many good deeds in his daily life, so I thought to bring her to meet you." As he spoke, King Jinling was sweating profusely. "I just called you, but you didn't answer." At this moment, King Jinling regretted it deeply. If he angered Yifeng because of this, he would definitely be in trouble. Zheng Hanyan directly knelt on the ground, lowering her posture to the lowest point, pleading, "Please, Mr.
Yi, save my daughter. I am willing to pay any price, even if it means exchanging my life for hers." Yifeng's expression softened slightly as he said, "Get up. Take me to see your daughter." "Thank you, Mr. Yi. Thank you,"
Zheng Hanyan said excitedly, tears streaming down her face. She quickly walked towards a business car, opened the door, and said, "Mr.
Yi, please get in."
Yifeng said nothing more and stepped into the car.
Soon, the car arrived at a villa area called Zhuozhou Pavilion in the city center. Villa No.
3 was Zheng Hanyan's home. Before long, Yifeng met Zheng Hanyan's daughter, Zheng CeCe. Zheng CeCe looked about 3 years old, very cute, but she appeared pitiful due to the torment of her illness.
"Mommy, hug me, CeCe hurts."
CeCe reached out her frail little hands towards Zheng Hanyan. Her arms were covered with countless needle marks. At that moment, the nanny said, "Miss, Master Wang just gave CeCe an injection, and she is feeling a bit better now." Zheng Hanyan looked at a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe in the room and said, "Master Wang, thank you." Master Wang stroked his beard and said, "Miss Sheng, you are too polite. Although I have done my best, CeCe's lifespan is nearing its end. Her life is not long." Zheng Hanyan's expression changed as she said, "I don't believe in fate.
I must save CeCe."
Her tone was very firm, but by the end, it sounded somewhat powerless. About half a year ago, CeCe had contracted a strange illness, losing weight and constantly suffering from unnamed pains. She had taken her daughter to major hospitals across the country, but none could diagnose what illness CeCe had. About 3 months after CeCe fell ill, she was admitted to the ICU, and the hospital quickly issued a death notice. At that time, Zheng Hanyan was filled with despair and pain, and eventually, through a business partner, she met Master Wang.
Master Wang significantly reduced CeCe's suffering by giving her acupuncture.
However, he said he could only extend CeCe's life for 3 months. Once those 3 months were up, the little one would still perish. Coincidentally, just as the 3 months were about to end, Zheng Hanyan learned through King Jinling that Yifeng was a miraculous doctor with extraordinary medical skills. However, when she first saw Yifeng, Zheng Hanyan felt a bit disappointed because he was too young. At such a young age, even if he had some medical skills, he probably couldn't save her daughter. Nevertheless, seeing that CeCe's time was running out, Zheng Hanyan could only approach Yifeng with a desperate hope, treating a dead horse as a live one. Hearing Zheng Hanyan's words, Master Wang shook his head and said, "Fate cannot be discerned, fate cannot be defied. I have already gone against the will of heaven by extending CeCe's life for 3 months. Even if a deity were to come now, they couldn't save her. I believe there is hope," Zheng Hanyan said, and with a thud, she knelt before Yifeng, pleading, "Dr. Yi, please save CeCe." Seeing Zheng Hanyan kneeling, Master Wan was momentarily taken aback, then a cold smile appeared on his face. He said unhappily, "Miss Shang, I have already told you, even if a deity came, they couldn't save your daughter. Are you looking down on me?" Zheng Hanyan, seeing that Master Wang was displeased, quickly explained, Master Wang, I didn't mean to look down on you, but I really don't want to lose CeCe. Please understand me. Master Wang chuckled mockingly, his gaze sizing up Yifeng, and said, if you respected me, you wouldn't have brought such a kid here. A guy who hasn't even grown a full beard is worthy of being called a miraculous doctor? Miss Sheng, you must have been deceived. At that moment, King Jinling could no longer hold back. He pointed at Master Wang and said, watch your mouth, or don't blame me for being rude. Master Wang snorted coldly, his icy gaze directed at King Jinling. When King Jinling met Master Wang's eyes, he suddenly trembled. A genuine fear arose from the depths of his heart. He felt like a mouse facing a cat. It was a complete suppression of bloodline. Even though he had licked blood on the edge of a knife for years, he still couldn't withstand this fear. At this time, Yifeng also glanced at King Jinling. When King Jinling met Yifeng's gaze, it was as if a spring breeze had blown over him, and his inner fear was swept away. Miss Sheng, you can get up. I can treat your daughter's illness. Yifeng said lightly, then looked at CeCe on the hospital bed and said, you have indeed been deceived. This Master Wang is not only a fraud but also a butcher. Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily stunned. Master Wang was directly enraged. What did you say? A hint of murderous intent even flickered in his eyes. This murderous intent caused the temperature in the entire room to drop a few degrees. King Jinling shivered again. However, Yifeng was completely unaffected. He walked over to CeCe, preparing to treat her. Master Wang sneered, kid, I, Master Wang, have roamed the world, worshipped by countless people. You are the first to call me a fraud. Today, I want to see what skills you have. After saying this, Master Wang looked at Zheng Hanyan and coldly said, Miss Zheng, today's matter is due to your lack of righteousness. Your daughter is not only doomed to die today but will also suffer countless pains. I could have helped reduce her suffering, but now, that's gone. Upon hearing this, Zheng Hanyan's body swayed, and her eyes instantly filled with tears. She was a strong woman who once thought that nothing in this world could bring her down. But it wasn't until her daughter fell ill that she realized she was wrong. She wanted to kneel and beg Master Wang, but when she saw his indifferent gaze, she hesitated. She knew that nothing she said now would matter. The situation before her was a gamble. She had placed all her bets on Yifeng. But at that moment, her heart was in turmoil. She didn't know if her choice was correct. Yifeng was crouched by CeCe's bedside, comforting the child, signaling her to remain silent, while closing his eyes as if he were listening intently to something. Seeing this, Master Wang laughed. Kid, you really know how to put on a show. This is the first time I've seen someone treat illness with their ears. No one is to speak. Yifeng turned around, looking at everyone with an authoritative tone. Master Wang was furious. Are you done pretending? If you keep this up, the child will die, and you really think you're a miracle doctor? Soon, CeCe will die in agony, and I want to see how Zheng Hanyan will beg me. Yifeng stood up, his face dark as he walked up to Master Wang. Just as everyone was puzzled about what Yifeng was going to do, he suddenly struck. Slap! He slapped Master Wang across the face. The speed was like lightning. Master Wang's body spun and flew to the door, crashing hard onto the ground. He actually fainted on the spot. Immediately, Yifeng returned to CeCe's bedside, once again comforting her to remain silent, closing his eyes to listen intently. I've found it! Suddenly, Yifeng exclaimed. Then, a silver needle appeared in his hand, which he plunged into CeCe's abdomen. The silver needle actually sank directly into CeCe's body. Ah, mommy, it hurts so much. CeCe quickly let out a scream. It hurts, don't. Woo woo. CeCe first screamed, then begged for mercy, and finally was left with only painful whimpers. Seeing this, Zheng Hanyan covered her mouth in shock, tears streaming down her face. Her heart ached as if it were being cut by a knife. If she could, she would rather take CeCe's place and endure it all. At that moment, Master Wang woke up. He spat out a large pool of blood, mixed with several large yellow teeth. He covered half of his swollen face, gritting his teeth and said, Kid, you dare to hit me? Today, I will make you die, make you die. Just then, he heard CeCe's screams. He couldn't help but sneer. I told you, this kid can't save CeCe at all. CeCe will die in pain, and this pain will last a full hour. Without me, she will endure hellish torment before she dies. Hearing Master Wang's words, Zheng Hanyan's mental defenses finally collapsed completely. She fell to her knees before Master Wang, crying and pleading, Master Wang, I was wrong. I shouldn't have called someone else. Please, let the child not leave in such pain. She no longer hoped to save CeCe, only to reduce her child's suffering. Even the nanny hired by Zheng Hanyan couldn't bear to watch any longer and knelt on the ground, begging Master Wang to intervene. Master Wang's face was extremely sinister as he said hatefully, "If you want me to intervene, give up that thought. Your daughter's organs will be devoured bit by bit until she dies." But just then, CeCe's cries suddenly stopped. The overly pleased expression on Master Wang's face suddenly froze. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A piercing sound filled the air. Yifeng was seen pulling a silver needle out of CeCe's mouth. On the silver needle, a hideous worm was impaled. The worm struggled incessantly, emitting sharp squeaks of zzz. Master Wang widened his eyes and said, "You, let go of my goo worm." Yifeng looked at Master Wang with a cold smile and said, "It seems you admit it. This is your goo worm? So, you put it in Shixi's body?" Master Wang narrowed his eyes and said, "Kid, return the goo worm to me, or I'll make sure you die a terrible death." "Return it to you? Sure," Yifeng said, and directly threw the goo worm on the ground, stomping on it. The goo worm instantly turned into a puddle of flesh. Seeing the goo worm crushed into a pulp, Master Wang's expression nearly went mad. "Kid, I warned you, you brought this upon yourself." At that moment, Zheng Hanyan got up and ran to Shixi's side. The little one, with round eyes, reached out and hugged Zheng Hanyan, saying, "Mommy, Shishi seems to not hurt anymore." Zheng Hanyan embraced Shishi, tears streaming down her face again. Her vision blurred. She never expected that, having almost given up hope, Yifeng would actually heal Shishi. She had bet right. Soon, she released Shishi and knelt beside Yifeng, saying, "Mr. Yi, thank you for saving Shishi. Get up," Yifeng said. Zheng Hanyan stood up, and when she looked at Master Wang again, her eyes instantly turned red. "Master Wang, Mr. Yi is right, you are a fraud. You caused Shishi to suffer so much and almost lose her life. It was you!" Zheng Hanyan screamed, like an enraged mother leopard. Master Wang laughed heartily and said, "That's right, it was me. I originally planned to use your daughter's flesh and blood to nourish my zhongworm. According to my plan, your daughter was to die, and I would take you away, turning you into my plaything for my enjoyment." Zheng Hanyan gritted her teeth and said, "We thought you were a master of the way, but it turns out you are just a beast." Master Wang's face revealed a cold smile again as he said, "What if I am a beast? You don't think you've escaped my grasp, do you? You're thinking too much. Today, except for you, they all must die, ha ha ha." As he spoke, Master Wang waved his hand, and his sleeve suddenly billowed. A gust of sinister wind surged out, sweeping through the entire room. The temperature in the room dropped to freezing point, and everyone felt as if their bones were about to freeze stiff. Immediately, a mass of black mist flew out from Master Wang's sleeves, and within that black mist were terrifying ghostly faces. Wails and howls echoed from these ghostly faces. Zheng Hanyan and the others turned pale with fear. As ordinary people, they had never seen such a spectacle. "Today, let you witness the power of our Taoist masters," Master Wang chuckled dryly, waving his sleeve, and those terrifying ghostly faces charged towards the crowd, seemingly wanting to devour them alive. Help! King Jiling, a ruler in his own right, was so frightened that he crouched down, holding his head. Even though he had blood on his hands, he had never seen such a scene. The nanny was so scared that she sat down on the ground, her whole body going limp. She cried out in fear. Zheng Hanyan was already pale with terror, but driven by maternal love, she still walked to Shixi's side, hugging her tightly and comforting her. Only Yifeng remained unafraid, standing calmly in place. He even stepped towards Master Wang, facing those hideous and terrifying ghostly faces. Everyone's eyes widened at this scene. Could it be that he was not afraid of death? King Jinling trembled all over, mustering the courage to say, "Young master, it's dangerous, quickly get away. Those ghostly faces will eat people." "Mr. Yi." Zheng Hanyan's face was streaked with tears, and she suddenly felt a pang of regret. Although Yifeng had saved CeCe, Master Wang's anger would undoubtedly lead to everyone's death. Even Yifeng would be implicated and lose his life here. Master Wang had originally thought Yifeng would be terrified, but he never expected that Yifeng not only showed no fear but actually walked towards him. This instantly enraged him, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "You little brat, you're asking for death." As he spoke, he swung his hand violently, pointing at Yifeng. The grotesque ghostly faces revealed their fangs and charged at Yifeng. "Die!" Master Wang's face was contorted with rage. "Mr. Yi, young master." Zheng Hanyan and King Jinling were filled with despair. At that moment, however, Yifeng began to laugh. "You claim to be a person of the Taoist master, yet all you know are tricks to drive away ghosts and demons. You truly disgrace the Taoist master. Today, I will show you the true methods of the Taoist master." As his voice fell, a surge of energy erupted from Yifeng's body, gathering at his fingertips. He quickly extended his hand and began to gesture in the air. In the next second, everyone widened their eyes. Because with Yifeng's gestures, a rune radiating golden light appeared in the sky. Upon seeing this, Master Wang's eyes nearly popped out, and his face turned pale. Go! Yifeng uttered a single word from his throat. The golden rune surged with brilliance, colliding with the ghostly faces shrouded in black mist. The black mist met the golden light as if white snow encountered the scorching sun, instantly vanishing. The ghostly faces let out a series of wails, disappearing into the air. Master Wang shouted in alarm and turned to flee. But the golden rune quickly imprinted itself on his body, and he fell to the ground, screaming in agony, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face devoid of color. Drawing symbols in mid-air. Who are you? Master Wang asked, his eyes wide with shock. Yifeng casually tossed out a golden token. The token bore the words, Taoist Master. The Taoist Master token. For disciples of the Taoist Master, seeing the token is like seeing the ancestor of the Tao. Master Wang was utterly terrified, hurriedly bowing his head and saying, Ancestor, I was blind and did not recognize Mount Tai. I beg for your mercy. Yifeng, like a high and mighty deity, looked down at the kneeling Master Wang and said, Since the establishment of the Taoist Master, we have taken it upon ourselves to uphold justice and save the people. You, such a scoundrel, dare to call yourself a disciple of the Taoist Master? In that case, you can taste the flavor of the goo worm. As he spoke, a silver needle appeared in Yifeng's hand and suddenly pierced into Zheng Hanyan's abdomen. Zheng Hanyan was startled, and a wave of intense pain surged through her stomach. The pain was so severe that she couldn't help but scream. As the pain intensified, Zheng Hanyan distinctly felt something surging from her abdomen towards her throat. In the next second, she opened her mouth and vomited out a goo worm. The goo worm emitted a piercing squeak, squeak, squeak sound but was pierced by the silver needle and could not escape. Today, I will return the favor with their own methods, Yifeng said, flicking his finger, and the goo worm shot directly into Master Wang's mouth. Ah, ah, ah. Master Wang immediately let out a series of agonizing screams, rolling on the ground in agony. Soon, he fainted from the pain. Zheng Hanyan reached out to touch her abdomen, looking at Yifeng, and asked, Mr. Yi, what is going on? Yifeng glanced at the Wang Tianchi on the ground and explained, CeCe isn't actually sick, she was cursed by this Wang Tianchi with a goo worm, which is why she shows symptoms of illness. In fact, Wang Tianchi has not only cursed CeCe but also you. Hearing Yifeng's explanation, Zheng Hanyan felt a chill run down her back and couldn't help but ask, if the goo worm is removed, will everything be fine? Will this kind of worm leave eggs or something in the body? Yifeng shook his head and said, no, you will both be fine. Zheng Hanyan finally breathed a sigh of relief and asked, why did this Wang Tianchi curse us? Yifeng's expression was slightly strange, but he still said, the reason you and CeCe became targets of Wang Tianchi is that you are too beautiful. The goo worm in CeCe's body is called poisonous cup, and the one in your body is called love goo. I suspect Wang Tianchi took a liking to you, first cursing CeCe with the poisonous goo to get close to you, and then cursing you with the love goo. I see that the love goo in your body is about to mature. Once it does, you will fall in love with Wang Tianchi and completely trust him, allowing him to manipulate you. Zheng Hanyan's beautiful eyes widened. At that moment, she felt not only a chill down her back but also her legs growing weak, unable to resist collapsing to the ground. She was filled with dread, realizing that if she hadn't encountered Yifeng, not only would her daughter's life be in danger, but she would also become Wang Tianchi's plaything. She would rather die than face such a fate. Thud! She knelt before Yifeng once more and said, Mr. Yi, you saved me and CeCe, I will definitely repay your kindness. Yifeng waved his hand and said, I should be thanking you, it's time for me to clean up the mess caused by such a scoundrel. Just then, Wang Tianchi woke up. The goo worm in his body had stopped biting. He knelt before Yifeng and pleaded, Ancestor, I know I was wrong, I will never do such things again. Yifeng coldly stared at Wang Tianchi and said, Tell me, what have you been doing all these years? If you dare to hide even a word, I will make you wish you were dead. Wang Tianchi met Yifeng's gaze, and his soul trembled. Over the years, he had done many heinous things, and if he revealed everything, he would surely lose his life. However, facing Yifeng's eyes, he realized he could not escape, so he confessed everything. What he had done to CeCe and Zheng Hanyan completely matched Yifeng's earlier suspicions. After confessing, Wang Tianchi knelt on the ground, crying and sniffling, Ancestor, I know I was wrong, please give me another chance. I will definitely turn over a new leaf and become a better person, upholding the spirit of our Tianchi Dao. How dare you talk about the spirit of Tianchi Dao? Yifeng's voice turned cold again, looking down at the kneeling Wang Tianchi as if he were an ant. What you have done deserves nothing less than to be turned to ashes. As his voice fell, Yifeng formed his fingers into a blade and struck down fiercely. A beam of light shot out, landing on Wang Tianchi. Before Wang Tianchi could let out a scream, he turned into a wisp of green smoke, disappearing without a trace. King Jiling, Zheng Hanyan, and the nanny watched all of this, completely stunned. Even though King Jiling was a powerful figure and Zheng Hanyan a queen of the business world, what had just happened had surpassed their understanding. At that moment, they didn't even dare to look at Yifeng. They deeply felt that they were not on the same dimension as Yifeng at all. After doing all this, Yifeng took a deep breath. When leaving the ghost prison, Old Chen told him that once outside, he should try to integrate into the outside world. That's why he mingled with Cui Zhang and the others, playing games with them. Even when provoked, he only used his fists to teach them a lesson. Today was the first time he used his magical abilities. He had the duty to eliminate the scum of the Celestial Master's path and could not tarnish Old Chen's reputation. However, he was very clear about how shocking, even terrifying, such a scene would be for outsiders. He glanced at the few trembling individuals and said, "CeCe's illness has improved. I'll be leaving now. I don't want anyone else to know about today's events." The king of Jiling finally couldn't hold it in any longer and knelt down with a thud, saying, "Rest assured, young master, I've already forgotten about this matter." Zheng Hanyan and the nanny also knelt down, promising to keep it to themselves. Yifeng didn't even look at them, lifting his leg and walking towards the exit. Just as Yifeng reached the door, the unconscious CeCe suddenly began to cry again. Not only that, but the little one also started to cough violently. CeCe, Zheng Hanyan quickly got up from the ground and rushed towards CeCe. She held CeCe in her arms, only to find that the little one was coughing up clots of blood. Moreover, the little one's breath had become weak, with more exhalation than inhalation. CeCe, Zheng Hanyan's heart was breaking. Soon, she put CeCe down and ran with all her might towards Yifeng. Thud! She knelt down again, her knees hitting the ground hard. She pleaded, "Mr. Yi, CeCe is coughing up blood, her breath is very weak, please take another look at her." She even clung tightly to Yifeng's leg, as if holding on to her only hope. Yifeng frowned and said, "Let go of me first." Once Zheng Hanyan released her grip, Yifeng quickly returned to CeCe's hospital room. With just a glance, he understood what was happening. With a wave of his hand, a dozen silver needles appeared above CeCe's body, then swiftly descended, piercing into her major acupoints. Soon, CeCe stopped coughing and fell back into unconsciousness, her breathing becoming much more even. Zheng Hanyan rushed over, her eyes filled with worry and concern. Yifeng said, "It seems the parasitic insects have already consumed part of CeCe's internal organs. What she coughed up were fragments of her organs." Upon hearing this, Zheng Hanyan covered her mouth again, struggling not to cry, but she couldn't hold it back. "Mr. Yi, will CeCe be okay?" Zheng Hanyan wiped her tears and asked. Yifeng replied, "I'll help CeCe adjust, it shouldn't be a big problem." Saying this, Yifeng took out a pill and placed it in CeCe's mouth. CeCe's complexion quickly became rosy, and her breathing grew steadier and stronger. "For tonight, there's no major issue, I'll come back tomorrow to treat CeCe," Yifeng said, preparing to leave. At that moment, Zheng Hanyan mustered her courage and, with tears in her eyes, said, "Mr. Yi, I'm worried there might be some special situation, can you stay here tonight?" Yifeng met Zheng Hanyan's pleading gaze and finally nodded, saying, "Alright, I'll wait until I finish treating CeCe tomorrow before leaving." Zheng Hanyan was overjoyed, tears streaming down her face, completely losing her usual strong demeanor. The king of Jiling, seeing that he had nothing to do with the situation, wisely left. What happened today completely overturned his understanding. Ever since he ascended to the throne of Jiling, he had felt somewhat invincible, but today, he realized his ignorance. Not to mention him, even the powerful figures he had encountered over the years were nothing compared to Yifeng. When leaving Zheng Hanyan's house, he couldn't help but look back one more time, only to see the perfectly shaped Zheng Hanyan, serving Yifeng attentively like a little wife. He couldn't help but sigh, Zheng Hanyan's beauty is well known in Jiling. I wonder if the young master will take her tonight since she's sleeping here. I only regret that I'm not a woman, otherwise, I would want to pledge myself to her. After the king of Jiling left, Zheng Hanyan walked to Yifeng's side, slightly bending down, and respectfully asked, "Mr. Yi, what would you like to eat tonight? I'll go prepare it." Yifeng replied, "Anything is fine, I'm not picky." Zheng Hanyan poured tea for Yifeng and said, "Then Mr. Yi, please have some tea while I prepare dinner." Yifeng took a sip of tea and said, "You go ahead and busy yourself, I'll just watch CeCe here." "Thank you, Mr. Yi," Zheng Hanyan said gratefully. After arriving in the living room, Zheng Hanyan said to the nanny, "Wang Ma, Mr. Yi will have dinner here tonight. Order some food from the hotel, the best they have." But as soon as she finished speaking, she shook her head and said, "Forget it, ordering food from the hotel is too insincere. I should cook for Mr. Yi myself." Saying this, she pulled Wang Ma into the kitchen, and the two of them got busy. They worked hard for over 2 hours and prepared a table full of sumptuous dishes. After finishing everything, Zheng Hanyan stretched lazily and went to invite Yifeng to dinner. Mr. Yi, the food is ready, Zheng Hanyan said respectfully. Yifeng looked at Zheng Hanyan, who was wearing an apron and had transformed into a charming little chef, and asked in surprise, "You cooked this yourself?" Zheng Hanyan was taken aback, not expecting Yifeng to care about her, and quickly replied, "Yes, I thought it would be more sincere to make it myself, mainly to thank Mr. Yi. Well then, let's see how your cooking is." Yifeng seemed to be interested. In the dining room, there were more than 10 dishes on the table. Zheng Hanyan carefully handed the chopsticks to Yifeng and said, "Mr. Yi, please try." Yifeng picked up his chopsticks and took a bite of the braised pork. Since CeCe loved braised pork, Zheng Hanyan had specially learned how to make it from the chef of a 5-star hotel. This was her specialty. "How is it, Mr. Yi?" Zheng Hanyan asked with anticipation. Yifeng said, "The taste is okay, but when you caramelized the sugar, the heat was a bit too high, making it slightly bitter." Zheng Hanyan. She quickly picked up a piece of braised pork and tasted it herself, finding no fault with the flavor. She bit her lip and said, "Mr. Yi, try this stir-fried chicken instead." Yifeng nodded and took a small piece of chicken, putting it in his mouth. "How is it, Mr. Yi?" Zheng Hanyan asked eagerly. Yifeng sighed and said, "The taste is pretty good, but the texture isn't right. If you add a bit of baking soda, the texture will be much more tender." Zheng Hanyan. Next, Zheng Hanyan had Yifeng try all the dishes. The result was the same. Yifeng could always point out flaws and give Zheng Hanyan suggestions. By the end, Zheng Hanyan began to doubt her culinary skills. She usually had no other hobbies but cooking. She had even participated in some cooking competitions, competing alongside professional chefs and had won medals. Yet, the delicious meal she had carefully prepared for Yifeng was found to have so many flaws. Of course, it wasn't entirely Yifeng's fault. After all, he had a master who was a culinary god, and his skills were extraordinary, making his palate quite discerning. He started cooking with this master when he was about 7 or 8 years old, taking care of the daily meals for over 100 masters. About half an hour later, Yifeng was full. Zheng Hanyan quickly handed him a napkin with a caring gesture. Yifeng wiped his lips and said, "You have a talent for cooking. It's just a pity you haven't met a good teacher. If you have time someday, I can teach you." Zheng Hanyan. She couldn't help but scoff internally. Just a moment ago, Yifeng was nitpicking, yet his body was honest, eating heartily and enjoying it. He even considered himself her teacher. Unless he was a Michelin-starred chef, he really had no right to teach her. Of course, she thought this in her heart but didn't dare to say it out loud, smiling as she replied, "If I could receive guidance from Mr. Yi, I would be honored." Soon, it was time for bed. Zheng Hanyan had already tidied up the master bedroom for Yifeng to sleep in. Just as Yifeng was about to turn off the light, there was a knock at the door. "Come in, the door's not closed," Yifeng said. The door was pushed open, and Zheng Hanyan entered, casually closing the door behind her. "Mr. Yi." Yifeng glanced at Zheng Hanyan and saw that she had changed into a cool nightgown, her perfect figure displayed before him. Yifeng frowned and asked, "Is there something you need?" Zheng Hanyan took a deep breath and said, "Mr. Yi, you saved CeCe, and I don't know how to thank you. If you need anything, just tell me, I can fulfill any request." Yifeng shook his head and replied, "I'm just a doctor, this is what I should do." Zheng Hanyan bit her lip and said directly, "Mr. Yi, if you need, I can stay tonight." Yifeng waved his hand and said, "If that's the case, how am I any different from Master Wang? You should go back, I need to rest." Zheng Hanyan's body trembled. She didn't expect Yifeng to reject her. As a woman, she was very aware of her own charm. After all, there were many men who would fall at her feet, wanting to taste her sweetness. "Mr. Yi, do you mind that I have a child? CeCe is indeed my daughter, but she was conceived through artificial insemination. I'm still a pure and innocent girl," Zheng Hanyan said, biting her lip. Yifeng replied expressionlessly, "I said, this is what I should do. You should go back and turn off the light for me." Zheng Hanyan was stunned. She realized that Yifeng was different from the men she usually encountered. "Mr. Yi, thank you, you are a good person," Zheng Hanyan said gratefully as she exited the room. Yifeng rubbed his nose, feeling that something was off. The next morning, Yifeng checked CeCe's health again and gave the little one a pill. "There's nothing serious for now, but to completely eliminate the root of the illness, this pill is missing an ingredient," Yifeng said. Zheng Hanyan quickly asked, "Mr. Yi, what ingredient is missing? I will find a way to get it. I need 100-year-old mountain ginseng. Keep an eye out for it these days, and contact me if you find it. I need to verify it personally," Yifeng replied.
Zhang Hanyan nodded repeatedly, saying, Mr. Yi, let's exchange phone numbers and add each other as friends. She suddenly felt a bit nervous. After all, this was her first time taking the initiative to add someone as a friend. Yi Feng took out his phone, and they exchanged numbers. I'm leaving now, contact me if you need anything, Yi Feng said, lifting his leg to leave. Zhang Hanyan bit her lip and asked, Mr. Yi, can we add each other as friends? Yi Feng thought for a moment and replied, you can search for my WeChat ID, it's the full pinyin of Yuhanjianyu, all lowercase. Zhang Hanyan was taken aback, searched for Yuhanjianyu, and couldn't help but swallow hard, saying, Mr. Ye's account name is quite strange. Yi Feng did not explain. The reason he used Ghost Prison as his name was to remind himself not to forget that it was the place where his life began. After adding each other as friends, Zhang Hanyan was overjoyed and said, Mr. Yi, I'll give you a ride. Wait for me, I'll go get the car. Soon, Zhang Hanyan drove out a Cullinan from the garage and left with Yi Feng. The car quickly arrived at the Tulip apartment. Just as Yi Feng and Zhang Hanyan reached the entrance, they found the Long sisters waiting there, holding breakfast. Speaking of which, last night, the Long sisters had waited at Yi Feng's apartment door until midnight. According to Long Shiyuan's plan, the two were to take over the nest and find a way to live with Yi Feng. However, they did not expect that Yi Feng did not come back at all that night, so they had to go home and sleep. Who would have thought that early in the morning, Long Shiyuan called them up to continue waiting at the door? The sisters felt a bit resentful. When had they ever suffered such a fate? Just as they were lamenting, they finally saw Yi Feng. However, they noticed that a stunning beauty was accompanying him, and they recognized her. The chairwoman of the CeCe group, Zhang Hanyan. A powerful woman who had captivated countless elites in Jinling City. The two sisters exchanged glances and immediately thought of something. Yi Feng hadn't returned all night. Was he with Zhang Hanyan? What was their relationship? What had happened between them last night? Zhang Hanyan was also taken aback upon seeing the two. She naturally recognized the Long sisters. They were the pride of the Long family. The more a family develops, the more it relies on relationships. The best way to build connections is through marriage. In the future, if these two flowers of the Long family marry, they would naturally bring many opportunities to the Long family. Therefore, many families in Jinling envied the Long family. However, Zhang Hanyan never expected that the sisters actually knew Yi Feng and even came to deliver breakfast to him. In the whole of Jinling, there was probably no one else who could enjoy such treatment. But soon, Zhang Hanyan understood. She had witnessed Yi Feng's strength firsthand. She knew better than anyone that Yi Feng was worth the Long family's efforts. It seemed the Long family had gone all out to connect with Yi Feng. Zhang Hanyan suddenly felt that she should have been more proactive last night to win Yi Feng over. If that were the case, she and her daughter would have a strong backing. And such a backing could not be bought with money. Zhang Hanyan felt that compared to the Long sisters, she had an advantage in figure. Meanwhile, the sisters believed they were younger than Zhang Hanyan, and according to Long Zai's words, if the two of them teamed up, no man could withstand it. At this moment, Zhang Hanyan and the two sisters were all thinking countless thoughts. Yi Feng frowned and asked, "What are you doing here again?" Long Xiaoxue smiled sweetly and said, "We came to bring you breakfast." Yi Feng replied, "I've already eaten, no need." Upon hearing this, the sisters immediately felt a bit disappointed. Before they could say anything, Yi Feng directly issued an eviction order. "I'm tired and want to rest. You can go back." Long Xiaoyun. Long Xiaoxue. Seeing this scene, Zhang Hanyan's eyes lit up. She finally understood that Yi Feng's lack of interest in her was not because she wasn't pretty or didn't have a good figure. It seemed that Yi Feng was not interested in any beautiful women at all. After all, when the Long sisters teamed up, most men couldn't withstand it, yet Yi Feng had directly issued an eviction order. "You should go back too. I'll come over early tomorrow," Yi Feng said to Zhang Hanyan and directly stepped into the apartment. Zhang Hanyan didn't feel disappointed by Yi Feng's rejection. Instead, she nodded happily and said, "Then I'll come to pick you up tomorrow." Bang! The response to Zhang Hanyan was the cold sound of the door closing. Zhang Hanyan turned to leave but locked eyes with the two sisters from the Long family. None of the three women spoke. However, an inexplicable sense of jealousy and tension spread through the air. Soon, Zhang Hanyan left. Long Xiaoyun and Long Xiaoxue discussed for a moment and also returned home. After all, they had waited until after 11 last night and then waited for more than 2 hours this morning. Back at the Long family, the two began to complain to Long Shiyuan. They even recounted the incident of Zhang Hanyan sending Yi Feng home. Upon hearing this, Long Shiyuan looked alarmed and said, "I remember that girl Zhang Hanyan, the queen of the business world in Jinling. Countless men want to marry her, but she has never looked at any man. Now she actually sent Mr. Yi home herself. Mr. Yi is truly a dragon among men."
Long Xiaoxue snorted and said, she didn't just send Yifeng home. Last night, Yifeng spent the night at her place. Long Shiyuan sighed and said, Xiaoxue, Xiaoyun, although both of you are excellent, you really do fall short compared to Zhang Hanyan. We lost this round, and it's not unjust, perhaps it's all fate. Long Zadie expressed his heartfelt feelings. Zhang Hanyan, this woman is too captivating. That face, that figure, she could drain a man dry in an instant. Which man in the Jinling circle hasn't fantasized about her? Long Xiaoxue shot Long Zadie a glare and said, Dad, how old are you? Can't you be a bit more serious? Long Zadie chuckled and said, a man remains a boy at heart until death. I'm just speaking from the heart. In the end, Long Shiyuan said, since Mr. Yi is willing to spend the night at Zhang Hanyan's place, it shows he is also susceptible to her charms, so we can't give up on the beauty strategy. Long Zadie, Dad makes a good point. Long Zaitian, agreed. Long Xiaoyun, Long Xiaoxue. Meanwhile, at the Lu family, another scene was unfolding. After Lu Zhenuan and his wife picked Lu Ruyan up from the tulip apartment, they kept it a secret from Lu Gongming. The couple found a place for Lu Ruyan to stay. In their view, the old man was definitely enchanted by Yifeng. As a result, when Lu Gongming called Lu Ruyan last night, wanting her to come home for dinner with Yifeng, he learned that on their first day of cohabitation, Lu Zhenhua and Su Lan had already disrupted it. When he found out this news, Lu Gongming was nearly furious. The old man directly kicked Lu Zhenhua and the others out. He even issued a stern warning, demanding that Lu Zhenhua and the others apologize to Yifeng and that Lu Ruyan move back to the tulip apartment, otherwise, they could forget about any inheritance. Under pressure, Lu Zhenhua and Su Lan had no choice but to compromise. They understood the old man's character, he was a man of his word, and in a fit of anger, he might really donate the family fortune. Lu Ruyan had given up, she didn't want to struggle anymore. She would do whatever her parents said. In the end, Su Lan suggested they thoroughly investigate Yifeng. They absolutely couldn't carelessly send their daughter to him. Lu Zhenhua, through business partners, found the top detective in Jinling. However, this detective used all his channels but couldn't find any information about Yifeng before he came to Jinling. Nevertheless, he provided Lu Zhenhua with a useful piece of information. Last night, Yifeng spent the night at Zhang Hanyan's place. After learning this, Su Lan was directly against it, saying, I told you, what ability does Yifeng have? He's just Zhang Hanyan's kept boy. I absolutely cannot let my daughter marry a man who lives off others. In the end, the family decided to continue hiding it from the old man. As Su Lan put it, if they could keep it a secret for a day, they would. A man like Yifeng, who had no real skills, would eventually reveal his true colors. The next morning, Zhang Hanyan came to pick up Yifeng. The night before, she had sent him a message, thanking him again for saving her daughter and inviting him to breakfast at her home. As a strong woman, she was meticulous in her actions. The breakfast was lavish, but Yifeng found a bunch of faults with it. Zhang Hanyan had woken up at 5 in the morning and spent 2 full hours preparing breakfast. So when she heard Yifeng's comments, she felt a bit stifled. If it weren't for the fact that Yifeng was her daughter's savior, she would have exploded by now. But at that moment, she could only smile sweetly and say, I wonder if Hanyan has the time to taste the grand meal prepared by Chef Yi? Yifeng thought for a moment and replied, I should have time today. Zhang Hanyan's eyes sparkled as she said, that would be a great honor. After breakfast, Yifeng checked on CeCe. The little one was still fast asleep but in very good condition. Yifeng deliberately didn't wake her up, to avoid any coughing or similar reactions that could further harm her internal organs. If we want to completely cure CeCe without leaving any hidden ailments, we need to refine a batch of small Peiyuan pills. Here are some of the herbs I need. Most can be bought at the pharmacy, except for the century-old mountain ginseng. Yifeng took out a prescription and said. Zhang Hanyan nodded and said, I'll think of a way. With that, she pulled out her phone book and called some well-connected partners to ask where she could find authentic century-old mountain ginseng. About half an hour later, she excitedly said, Mr. Yi, I just found out that there's an auction at Century Building, and one of the items up for auction is a century-old mountain ginseng. Soon, the two left Jojo Pavilion and headed to Century Building. On the way, Zhang Hanyan introduced the auction to Yifeng. It turned out that this auction was organized by the Lin family, an old family in Jinling. The Lin family's ancestors ran a pawn shop, and even now, they only have 2 businesses, pawning and auctioning. In terms of family assets, the Lin family could be considered a second-tier family. However, in terms of heritage, the Lin family was undoubtedly the best in Jinling. Most families in Jinling developed after the founding of the country, but the Lin family had thrived for nearly 300 years. Moreover, there were rumors that the Lin family had martial arts experts guarding them, which allowed them to remain prosperous. As Zhang Hanyan spoke, she noticed that Yifeng seemed uninterested, so she said, Mr.
There should be many rare items at today's auction. If you like anything, you can bid on it, and I'll settle the bill together. Yifeng nodded and replied, let's see when the time comes. About half an hour later, they arrived at Century Building. Located in the center of Jinling, Century Building is one of the city's landmark buildings. Under the guidance of the staff, they reached the 28th floor of the building. The auction hadn't started yet, but many people were already seated. In addition to reporters, the audience consisted of collectors and several prominent wealthy individuals from Jinling. After a bit of effort, the two finally found their seats, and the auction began. The auctioneer took the stage, exchanged a few pleasantries for the opening remarks, and directly got to the point. The first item up for auction is a gilded horsecup silver pot, one of the top 10 antiques of the Dragon Kingdom, with a starting price of 30 million. Many people's eyes lit up, and murmurs filled the room. 32 million, 35 million, 40 million, 45 million. Interested parties were bidding one after another. In the end, a collector from out of town won it for 62 million. The second item was a famous painting, and the third was a sculpture by a foreign master. The auction was exceptionally heated, with even the lowest items fetching over 15 million. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen items had been sold, but Yifeng and Zhang Hanyan's century-old ginseng still had not appeared on the auction block. Zhang Hanyan was getting a bit anxious, her palms sweaty. Soon, the 13th item was brought to the auction stage. The beast tripod, said to be used by an alchemist during the Ming and Qing dynasties for refining elixirs, starting bid 10 million. The auctioneer announced. Yifeng's eyes lit up as he looked at the beast tripod on the auction block. The beast tripod was not large, about 3 to 4 centimeters tall, resembling an ordinary bronze tripod, but it was intricately carved with 100 beasts, lifelike and vivid. At this moment, someone had already started bidding. 11 million, 12 million. Although Zhang Hanyan was very nervous, she kept observing Yifeng. She keenly noticed a flicker of excitement in Yifeng's eyes as he looked at the beast tripod. Mr. Yi, do you have your eye on this beast tripod? Zhang Hanyan asked. Yifeng stared at the beast tripod and said, to be precise, I need this beast tripod. Zhang Hanyan replied, Mr. Yi, don't worry, I will bid for it. Yifeng nodded. He had originally planned to bid for it himself, but it was fine to leave it to Zhang Hanyan. Zhang Hanyan felt delighted. Ever since she witnessed Yifeng's strength yesterday, she instinctively wanted to bind herself to him. Her desire to offer herself last night was partly out of gratitude and partly to be connected with Yifeng. At this moment, Yifeng asked her to bid for the beast tripod, which at least meant he considered her one of his own. She hoped she wasn't overthinking it. Without hesitation, she raised her bidding paddle and said, 30 million. She raised the bid by 10 million in one go to express her stance. This way, others generally wouldn't continue bidding. However, after she finished speaking, everyone turned to look at her. Among the auction attendees, some knew Zhang Hanyan, while others did not, but at that moment, everyone's eyes lit up. Because Zhang Hanyan was too beautiful. 30 million once, 30 million twice, 30 million 3 times. Sold. The auctioneer's hammer came down. A smile appeared on Zhang Hanyan's lovely face as she said, Mr. Yi, we got it. Yifeng nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, everyone noticed Yifeng beside Zhang Hanyan. Some who knew Zhang Hanyan, especially those who coveted her beauty, couldn't help but blink. They had always thought Zhang Hanyan was uninterested in men. She would rather have a child through artificial insemination than marry a man. How could she be so close to a man now? But after seeing Yifeng's appearance, they understood. It turned out that Zhang Hanyan wasn't uninterested in men, she was just uninterested in old and ugly men. Now, having encountered a handsome young man, she immediately fell for him and couldn't help but show him off in public. Of course, at this moment, the most prominent feeling among these people was envy, regretting that they didn't have the chance to be a handsome young man. The auction continued. Finally, the century-old ginseng that Zhang Hanyan had been waiting for made its appearance. At this moment, on the auction stage, there was an old mountain ginseng tied with a red string. The auctioneer bowed to the crowd and said, Ladies and gentlemen, my task today is complete. Next, please welcome our Miss Lin family, Lin Qingyi, to host the auction for the final item. A murmur of discussion immediately arose among the attendees. Soon, a tall, fashionable woman with long, wavy hair stepped onto the stage. Lin Qingyi bowed to everyone and said, Thank you all for taking the time to attend this auction. The next item for auction, as you can see, is a 150-year-old mountain ginseng. Before Lin Qingyi could finish, someone couldn't hold back, 50 million. The bidder was a big boss from Jinling who owned a chain of hotels, rotund and wealthy. The crowd burst into laughter, with someone teasing, Boss Wang, the beauty hasn't even finished her introduction, why are you so eager? Wouldn't it be better to give yourself more time to admire her? Boss Wang turned beet red, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. Lin Qingyi smiled and said, "Gentlemen, please don't rush. Let me properly introduce this item. I believe many experts here know that mountain ginseng over 100 years old is extremely precious. At critical moments, it can be life-saving. The market price generally ranges from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands per gram, but today, this mountain ginseng is a treasure among treasures." The crowd's interest was immediately piqued. Someone asked, "Miss Lin, you say this mountain ginseng is a treasure among treasures, what makes it different?" "Spiritual energy, this mountain ginseng has spiritual energy." As Lin Qingyi spoke, she removed the cover from the mountain ginseng. Instantly, a warm and cool aura spread throughout the hall. Everyone felt as if they were bathed in a spring breeze, completely at ease. I believe everyone can feel the spiritual energy emanating from the mountain ginseng. Seeing the expressions of enjoyment and shock on everyone's faces, Lin Qingyi seemed very satisfied. She covered the mountain ginseng again and said, "Please pay attention, this mountain ginseng is tied with a red string because if it isn't tied, it can escape on its own, just as recorded in our Dragon Kingdom's ancient texts. In short, such mountain ginseng is rarely encountered in 100 years. The crowd's appetite was whetted. Finally, someone couldn't help but ask, "Miss Lin, we all understand now, when does the auction start?" Zheng Hanyan also became nervous, her palms sweaty. She had originally thought that her lavish spending would surely secure this mountain ginseng to heal her daughter. But now it seemed that fierce competition was inevitable. Seeing that the atmosphere was ripe, Lin Qingyi said, "The starting bid for this top-grade 100-year-old mountain ginseng is 100 million. The auction begins." A collective gasp filled the room. Although a 100-year-old mountain ginseng is precious, it typically only fetches a few million to tens of millions. No one expected the starting bid to be a full 100 million. However, the Lin family was a century-old establishment, and their reputation in the industry was well known. Since they claimed this mountain ginseng was extraordinary, it must be worth that price. 150 million. 110 million. 120 million. Soon, someone raised the bid. Although 100 million was a bit high, for these wealthy individuals, it was merely a painful pinch. After all, their greatest suffering in life was that when a person was gone, the money remained. If they could secure this mountain ginseng, it could extend their life at a critical moment, which would definitely be worth it. Lin Qingyi's appearance on stage was highly effective, and the competition was fierce. At this moment, Zheng Hanyan bit her lip and said, 300 million. Originally, she had planned to spend a few million today, but now, she had to show her determination to deter others' thoughts. 300 million far exceeded Zheng Hanyan's budget, but for her daughter, it was worth it. Everyone's gaze turned towards her, thinking that Zheng Hanyan was too ruthless, raising the price to 300 million right off the bat. Were all beautiful women this fierce? In an instant, those who had intended to bid on the century-old mountain ginseng had no choice but to give up. On one hand, 300 million for a piece of old mountain ginseng was still too extravagant. Although there were many big shots present, taking out hundreds of millions in cash would put pressure on the company's cash flow. On the other hand, since Zheng Hanyan had bid 300 million, it indicated her strong desire to obtain this old mountain ginseng. They were all part of the Jinling circle, unless absolutely necessary, no one wanted to offend her. Seeing that no one was raising the bid, Zheng Hanyan let out a sigh of relief. Lin Qingyi, standing on stage, revealed a barely perceptible smile. Clearly, this price was somewhat beyond her expectations. The Lin family had a 10% commission on auction items. The higher the final price, the more the Lin family would earn. Most importantly, this old mountain ginseng had been acquired by the Lin family for 60 million. In other words, the Lin family could make over 200 million in profit. 300 million once. Lin Qingyi prepared to say her routine line before dropping the hammer. But no one expected that at that moment, someone in the front row raised their paddle and said, 500 million. A gasp echoed through the venue. Everyone turned to look at the person who raised the paddle. Finally, someone recognized him. Wang Tengfei from the Wang family of Jinling. The venue erupted in discussion. I heard the old man of the Wang family is seriously ill. It seems they need this century-old mountain ginseng to prolong his life. It seems Zheng Hanyan's daughter has been sick for a long time too. Looks like these two will be competing fiercely. Spending 500 million on a wild mountain ginseng, that's real money. My total assets aren't even 500 million. The Wang family is the #1 family in Jinling, the only one that can rival the CeCe group. Although Zheng Hanyan is the chairwoman of the CeCe group, the CeCe group isn't hers. It seems she will have to give up. Zheng Hanyan naturally knew she couldn't compete with the Wang family.
After all, she was just a woman, and all her assets and stocks combined amounted to only a few hundred million at most. She wasn't afraid of going all in. What she feared was that the Wang family would continue to raise the bid. Thinking of her daughter CeCe, who was still lying in bed, her eyes reddened. She was still so young. Would she have to live with illness and its aftereffects for the rest of her life? Standing there all alone, she felt utterly helpless. Many in the audience felt a pang of sympathy, but they knew she wouldn't raise the bid again. However, they underestimated a mother's determination to protect her daughter. 550 million. Zheng Hanyan bit her thin lips and said. At this moment, Wang Tingfei, sitting in the front row, turned around and gave Zheng Hanyan a meaningful look. 600 million. Wang Tingfei raised his paddle and said. Zheng Hanyan clenched her fist slightly and said without hesitation, 650 million. 700 million. Wang Tingfei's voice remained calm. 750 million. Zheng Hanyan still showed no hesitation, her voice carrying a tragic sense of desperation. 800 million. 850 million. 900 million. 950 million. 1 billion. When Wang Tingfei called out 1 billion, Zheng Hanyan felt as if all her strength had been drained, and she sat down weakly. 1 billion was already her limit, anymore, and she simply couldn't raise that much money. Everyone was well aware that the two had settled the score, and they couldn't help but sigh. At that moment, Wang Tingfei turned back to look at Zheng Hanyan and said indifferently, "Do you want to raise the bid?" Zheng Hanyan lowered her head, tears welling in her eyes, like a little girl whose toy had been snatched away. At this time, Lin Qingyi was also shocked. She never dreamed that an old ginseng could fetch such a sky-high price of 1 billion. 1 billion once. 1 billion twice. 1 billion 3 times. As Lin Qingyi spoke, the hammer in her hand fell. At that moment, Zheng Hanyan completely broke down. She couldn't help but lean into Yifeng's embrace, not wanting others to hear her cries. In her daze, she felt Yifeng pat her shoulder. Immediately, Yifeng's voice rang in her ear. She thought Yifeng was going to comfort her. But at this moment, what good would any comfort do? Yifeng took the bidding paddle from Zheng Hanyan's hand and said lightly, 1.5 billion. 1.5 billion. Yifeng's voice was not loud, but it was like a stone thrown into calm water, reaching every corner. Swish, swish, swish. Everyone's gaze fell on Yifeng. Zheng Hanyan, leaning against Yifeng, suddenly lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes full of disbelief. Yifeng, where was the indifference and calmness from before? Lin Qingyi's mouth dropped open in surprise, her hammer falling to the ground. She swallowed hard and said, "Excuse me, sir, what did you say?" "I didn't hear clearly." Yifeng replied, "I said, 1.5 billion. This time, Lin Qingyi heard clearly. Everyone confirmed they hadn't misheard. But just then, Wang Tingfei suddenly turned his head, his gaze carrying a pressing aura. Although Wang Tingfei didn't speak, the air inexplicably thickened with tension. However, Wang Tingfei quickly turned away and said lightly, 1.6 billion. Everyone's hearts raced. It seemed these two were going to clash again. However, many in the crowd were unfamiliar with Yifeng and began to speculate about his identity. At first, many thought Yifeng was just a kept boy of Zheng Hanyan. But after seeing Zheng Hanyan nestled in Yifeng's arms and Yifeng standing up for her, everyone finally caught on. Zheng Hanyan had rejected so many men over the years, not because she was uninterested in men, but because she had been hidden away by Yifeng. The key was that Yifeng's bid was so substantial, and he dared to confront the Wang family. Could his background be significant? Lin Qingyi heard Wang Tingfei raise the bid again and bent down to pick up the hammer from the ground. Just then, Yifeng's voice echoed throughout the venue once more. 2 billion. Lin Qingyi's hammer fell again. The crowd gasped in shock. There were even sounds of phones dropping to the ground. Zheng Hanyan was stunned. She grasped Yifeng's hand and looked up at his chiseled features, saying, "Mr. Yi, don't raise the bid anymore. Spending this much money isn't worth it, and you'll offend the Wang family." The key was that Zheng Hanyan was also afraid Yifeng couldn't come up with that much money. Even those on the rich list would find it challenging to produce over 10 billion in cash, right? But just then, bang! Wang Tingfei slammed his hand on the table, finally losing control of his emotions. "Kid, I don't care who you are. I just want to say, our Wang family needs this century-old ginseng. I advise you. 2.5 billion. Yifeng raised the paddle again, speaking casually. The crowd went wild. Lin Qingyi's hammer fell to the ground for the third time. "Where did this thing come from? Are you deliberately trying to go against our Wang family? Do you believe I can make you unable to leave the Century building?" Wang Tingfei's voice revealed a murderous intent. Yifeng didn't even lift his head and said, "Whether I can leave the Century building is not up to you. The only thing you can decide is to raise the price or back out." Wang Tingfei gritted his teeth, sat down, and took out his phone to prepare to make a call. Zhang Hanyan's palms were drenched in sweat as she said, Mr.
Yi, do you have that much money? Besides, this century-old ginseng isn't worth 25 billion.
Yi Feng replied, don't worry, in my hands, it's worth that price.
In fact, when the century-old ginseng was brought to the auction stage, Yi Feng noticed its uniqueness.
As the ginseng's spiritual energy began to emanate, Yi Feng became even more certain that this was not just an old ginseng, but a rare divine medicine. The Yuan cultivating pill made from this divine medicine would be hundreds of times better than one made from ordinary century-old ginseng. The key point was that this divine medicine could be used to refine the Yang Yuan pill, which was crucial for Yi Feng's cultivation. Let alone 20 billion, even if it were 200 billion, Yi Feng would not hesitate to acquire it. The auction ended. Next came the payment process. At that moment, the door of the auction hall was suddenly pushed open with a bang. A group of aggressive men in black surged in. Wang Tingfei snapped his fingers, and the group of men in black surrounded Yi Feng and Zhang Hanyan. Seeing this situation, everyone stepped back, knowing that Wang Tingfei was about to cause trouble for Yi Feng.
Zhang Hanyan's expression changed, and the aura of the beautiful chairwoman emerged. Wang Tingfei, this century-old ginseng was legally auctioned. Are you really going to rob us in front of everyone? Wang Tingfei sneered and said, legally auctioned? You need to pay the money first for it to count as legally auctioned. As he spoke, Wang Tingfei pointed at Yi Feng and said, Zhang Hanyan, this kid must have bid on the century-old ginseng for you, right? I don't believe he would spend 20 billion just to woo you. Do you think you're made of gold?
Zhang Hanyan was taken aback for a moment, then understood Wang Tingfei's meaning, angrily saying, Wang Tingfei, watch your words.
Wang Tingfei snorted coldly and said, what should I watch? I'm just speaking the truth.
In Jinling, others may fear you, but our Wang family does not.
Aren't you just someone working for others? You. Zhang Hanyan trembled with anger, not knowing what to say.
Everyone shook their heads, although there were rumors that Zhang Hanyan had a terrifying background, and a family had even been exterminated because of her. The Wang family indeed had the confidence to look down on her. At that moment, Yi Feng spoke up, you'd better take your hand away, I don't like being pointed at.
Wang Tingfei laughed and said, what if you don't like it? What can you do if I don't take it away? It will be very dangerous. Yi Feng replied seriously. Wang Tingfei, furious, laughed instead, I won't take it away, I want to see.
Before he could finish, Yi Feng's body turned into a shadow, disappearing from beside Zhang Hanyan and instantly appearing next to Wang Tingfei.
The next second, Wang Tingfei's body flew up and crashed onto the auction stage with a bang. Kid, looking for death.
A group of men in black were furious. They were about to make a move when Wang Tingfei, clutching his stomach, got up from the ground and said fiercely, wait, let him pay first. If he can't afford it, I'll have him dismembered.
Instantly, all eyes were on Yi Feng. Everyone was speculating whether the other could really come up with 2.5 billion in cash.
In the end, the conclusion drawn by the crowd was the same as Wang Tingfei's.
Could it be that Yi Feng was willing to splurge 2.5 billion just to woo Zhang Hanyan? What a joke! With 2 billion, what woman couldn't be found? Even the hottest star could be swapped around. Even the world's richest man wouldn't do something so foolish.
Zhang Hanyan also thought it was impossible, but she decided to share the burden with Yi Feng. She walked over to Yi Feng and said, Mr. Yi, I can raise about 800 to 900 million, but I need time.
Yi Feng waved his hand and said, no need, just swipe my card. Swipe a card? The crowd laughed. They were even more convinced that Yi Feng was just putting on a show.
Because it was simply impossible to swipe over 2 billion, even the highest limit on a bank card wasn't that much. Under Wang Tingfei's furious gaze, amidst the disdainful looks from the crowd, and with Zhang Hanyan's worried expression, Yi Feng walked over to Lin Qingyi. He pulled out a black card and tossed it onto the table, saying, swipe this card. Lin Qingyi glanced at the black card, her eyes instantly widening. Lin Qingyi stared at the black card on the table, her eyes fixed wide open. The black card was about the same size as a bank card, with a vividly carved dragon on it. The Lin family, having been an ancient family for hundreds of years, naturally knew more than ordinary families. For instance, Lin Qingyi had heard her grandfather mention this black card. It was the exclusive bank card of the president of the Hongmeng Chamber of Commerce, the Hongmeng Black Card. There was only one in the entire world. No one knew how much wealth the Hongmeng Chamber of Commerce possessed, but it was certain that if the Hongmeng Chamber mobilized all its funds, it could easily shake a country's financial system. Seeing that Lin Qingyi wasn't moving, Yi Feng frowned and reminded her, swipe the card. Yes, yes. Lin Qingyi nodded respectfully, quickly picking up the bank card and inserting it into the POS machine, preparing to swipe.
Her hands trembled slightly as she entered the amount of 2 billion. Due to the angle, the others did not see the Hongmeng Black Card. Moreover, even if they did see it, without the knowledge and background of the Lin family, it was unlikely anyone would recognize it. Wang Tingfei spat on the ground and sneered, "Miss Lin, are you really going to swipe for him? Do you think he has 2 billion in his card? Besides, can your machine even process 2 billion? The others shared the same thought. Even Zhang Hanyan felt a bit at a loss. She was thinking about what they would do if the money didn't come through. It wasn't that she didn't want to believe Yifeng, but with her understanding, she also felt it was impossible. However, just as Lin Qingyi pressed the confirm button, ding! A crisp sound rang out. Immediately after, a voice seemed to penetrate everyone's eardrums and hearts. Card swipe successful. The POS machine even spat out a receipt. What? Everyone was stunned. What a joke! With the limits of bank cards, even the super VIP cards from major banks couldn't exceed the limit of 2 billion. Similarly, the POS machine's limit couldn't exceed 2 billion either. At that moment, Wang Tengfei's face turned green, then white, then purple, and he was furious. Lin Qingyi, what do you mean? Are you in cahoots with this kid to set me up? At this point, Lin Qingyi's gaze towards Yifeng had completely changed. She finally realized that the Hongmeng Chamber of Commerce recorded in the Lin family's ancestral records indeed existed. And the young man before her must be related to the Hongmeng Chamber of Commerce. Even the other party might be the president of the Hongmeng Chamber of Commerce. Thinking of this, Lin Qingyi felt her heart and breath almost stop. She pulled out the bank card, slightly bent down, and said, "Sir, your bank card." At that moment, Wang Tengfei rushed over and snatched the receipt away. When he saw the string of zeros on the receipt and counted that it was indeed 2 billion, he was instantly dumbfounded. Lin Qingyi let out a cold laugh and said to a staff member, "Xiao Zhao, project the card transaction record onto the big screen." Soon, the 2 billion transaction record was displayed on the big screen. The cardholder was none other than the Lin Group. The name of the cardholder was a string of asterisks, and the card number was 8888888888888888. At this moment, everyone believed it, and their gazes towards Yifeng changed. They vaguely realized that Yifeng's identity might exceed their imagination. Lin Qingyi then coldly looked at Wang Tingfei, her voice instantly turning icy. "Wang Tingfei, this gentleman has successfully completed the card transaction. I advise you not to cause trouble. Today's auction is hosted by the Lin family, and if you want to make a scene, I will never allow it." As Lin Qingyi spoke, she waved her hand, and dozens of Lin family security guards rushed over. The Lin family organized auctions, and even a single event could involve hundreds of millions, so they naturally needed people to ensure safety. In the past, Lin Qingyi might have feared the Wang family, but now, she was very clear about where she should stand. The Wang family was merely a local bully in Jinling. Looking at the world, looking at the entire Dragon Country, even looking at the whole Jiangnan province, what could the Wang family be? And the Hongmeng Chamber of Commerce, even on a global scale, was definitely formidable. The Wang family was nothing in front of the Hongmeng Chamber of Commerce. No, they weren't even worth mentioning. Wang Tengfei gritted his teeth, knowing he wouldn't gain anything, and could only leave in anger. Before leaving, he shot a fierce glare at Yifeng and Zhang Hanyan, his eyes filled with undisguised killing intent. A farce came to an end. The order of the auction was finally restored. Those who had won the auction items began to line up to pay. Zhang Hanyan snuggled closely beside Yifeng, ready to swipe the card for the beast cauldron she had just won. Just as the staff took the card, Lin Qingyi stopped them. "Since Director Zhang is a friend of this gentleman, the beast cauldron will be a gift for Director Zhang, as a token from our Lin family." Lin Qingyi smiled slightly and said respectfully. As she said this, she felt an immense envy for Zhang Hanyan. A man like Yifeng, with immense financial power, a mysterious background, and being tall and handsome, his woman must be the happiest in the world. Zhang Hanyan put away the bank card, her heart surging with waves. As the chairman of the CeCe group, she had many people who flattered and respected her. However, the attitude of these people towards her was completely different from Lin Qingyi's attitude towards Yifeng. She could see that Lin Qingyi was filled with awe for Yifeng. She increasingly realized that Yifeng was like a black hole, hiding countless secrets that irresistibly drew people in. Just as Zhang Hanyan was lost in thought, she heard Yifeng's voice beside her. "Let's go." Zhang Hanyan nodded. Lin Qingyi said, "Sir, please leave an address. We will arrange for someone to deliver the items, which would be safer." Gathering her courage, she added, "By the way, I still don't know how to address you. My surname is Yi, and I won't leave an address." "We'll take the items directly," Yifeng replied. Soon, the century-old mountain ginseng and the beast cauldron were placed in Lin Qingyi's car. Lin Qingyi watched Yifeng and Zhang Hanyan leave, her gaze filled with envy. Soon, Zhang Hanyan drove away from Jinling building with Yifeng. As they passed a small path, Yifeng grabbed Zhang Hanyan's hand that was holding the steering wheel. Instantly,
Zheng Hanyan's heart raced like a frightened rabbit. She had no idea what Yifeng was planning to do. Pull over, Yifeng said. Zheng Hanyan was taken aback but still followed his instructions and stopped the car. Yifeng opened the car door and stepped outside, leaning against the vehicle. He pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and began to smoke quietly. Zheng Hanyan felt a bit anxious. Was Yifeng asking her to stop just to smoke? Just as she was about to say something, she noticed two figures emerging from the corner. One of them was Wang Tang from the Wang family. At that moment, Wang Tang wore a cold smile and a murderous intent on his face. Beside Wang Tang stood an old man, whose gloomy expression exuded an extreme sense of danger. Mr. Yi, they want to kill and rob. That old man is a master from the Wang family. Zheng Hanyan suddenly realized something and shouted, "You need to get in the car quickly, we can still escape." Watching Wang Tang and the old man approach, Zheng Hanyan was on high alert. She tugged at Yifeng's shirt, urging him to get in the car. Yifeng exhaled a puff of smoke and said, "I got out of the car to wait for them." Zheng Hanyan was stunned. The next moment, she calmed down. She recalled the scene from last night when Yifeng had made Wang Tiancher vanish into thin air. Perhaps the so-called master of the Wang family posed no threat to Yifeng at all. Soon, Wang Tang walked over. He looked at Yifeng with a cold smile and said, "Kid, I already warned you at the auction. Hand over the century-old ginseng, and I'll leave you with a whole corpse." Yifeng took a puff of his cigarette and replied, "I won't give it to you, and I won't leave you with a whole corpse either. You're asking for death." Wang Tang exploded in anger and said to the old man beside him, "Old Ming, make him kneel and talk to me, then kill him." Old Ming nodded and said, "Understood, young master." At that moment, Zheng Hanyan stepped out of the car and said, "Wang Tang, in broad daylight, do you really want to kill and rob?" Wang Tang sneered and replied, "That's right, you guessed it, but you only guessed half. I want to kill him, and as for you, I'll take you away and kill you after I'm done playing." Zheng Hanyan gritted her teeth and said, "Wang Tang, aren't you afraid of legal consequences for doing this?" Wang Tang laughed heartily and said, "Law? Our Wang family is the law in Jinling. Here, only our Wang family punishes others, and no one can punish the Wang family." Then, Wang Tang turned to Old Ming and said, "Old Ming, go ahead, I can't wait to see this kid die." At that moment, Yifeng finished his cigarette and said, "I have a principle, if a person doesn't offend me, I won't offend them, if they do offend me, they won't get another chance." As his words fell, Yifeng flicked the cigarette butt away. Whoosh! The fiery cigarette butt whizzed through the air and struck Wang Tang's eye. Wang Tang felt a sharp pain as it pierced into his right eye. "Ah, my eye!" he screamed, reaching up to touch his eye, his hand covered in blood. Old Ming's eyelids twitched, and he immediately became furious. "Kid, you're asking for death." As his words fell, his body moved, and the old man, agile as a monkey, instantly appeared beside Yifeng, delivering a powerful punch. This punch was fierce, like a storm, aimed directly at Yifeng's head. Old Ming was confident. He believed this punch could kill a cow. He knew that the kid in front of him was doomed. Yifeng's expression remained unchanged as he calmly said, "After practicing for a lifetime, is this all you can do? The people outside are too disappointing." Old Ming, as a top master, had been stationed in the Wang family for over a decade and held a high position within the family. What he could not tolerate the most was being underestimated by others. Moreover, the one who looked down on him this time was just a kid who hadn't even matured yet. Seeing the fist only a dozen meters away from Yifeng, he suddenly exerted more force and shouted, "Kid, go die." Zheng Hanyan watched the scene before her, and although she knew very well that Yifeng was strong, she couldn't help but feel nervous. She had toiled in Jinling for many years and was very clear about what the Wang family's rise depended on. The old Ming before her had certainly helped the Wang family kill many. She clenched her fists tightly and murmured to herself, "Mr. Yi will definitely succeed." In the next moment, a shocking scene unfolded before Zheng Hanyan's eyes. Old Ming's powerful punch, just a few centimeters away from Yifeng's face, was suddenly grasped by Yifeng. Yifeng looked so relaxed and happy. It was as if this punch was not from a top expert, but from a kindergarten child. Zheng Hanyan felt a surge of joy. She even wanted to cheer for Yifeng. Even she herself didn't understand why, at such a moment of life and death, she had such an impulse. Perhaps it was because of the strong sense of security Yifeng brought her. "What?" Old Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. His shadowy face turned ashen. Wang Tengfei had just recovered from intense pain and happened to see the scene, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. At that moment, a sharp dagger appeared in Old Ming's other hand, slashing fiercely towards Yifeng's throat. He recognized the reality. The young man before him was a master, a top expert capable of crushing him. Whether he could win depended on this sneak attack. Seeing this, Zheng Hanyan quickly covered her mouth, feeling tense again. However, Yifeng did not dodge or try to grab Old Ming's hand holding the dagger. He chose to attack. Attack was the best defense. Boom! Yifeng's kick arrived first, landing squarely on Old Ming's chest. The dull sound of impact mixed with the crisp sound of bones cracking echoed in the air. Old Ming seemed to be hit by a high-speed train, flying directly out. As he fell to the ground, Old Ming's eyes widened, he spat out a mouthful of blood foam, tilted his head, and died on the spot. The dagger in his hand rolled to Yifeng's feet. Wang Tingfei, witnessing this, nearly wet himself. The only thought in his mind was to escape. Without any hesitation, he turned and ran. Yifeng kicked the dagger at his feet. Whoosh! The dagger whistled through the air, embedding itself directly into Wang Tingfei's back. Thud! Wang Tingfei fell to the ground, sliding several meters forward before coming to a sudden stop. Throughout it all, Yifeng stood in place, not moving an inch. And both Old Ming and Wang Tingfei died on the spot. Yifeng directly got into the car and sat down, saying to Zheng Hanyan, "Let's go." Zheng Hanyan took a deep breath, her legs trembling uncontrollably. Although she was a strong woman, what she had mostly encountered were the deceptions of the business world. Yet, in just a few days since meeting Yifeng, she had witnessed Wang Tianchi, Old Ming, and Wang Tingfei die before her eyes. At the same time, she was very clear that if it weren't for Yifeng, any one of these people could have led her to utter ruin. She suppressed the shock in her heart and got into the car with Yifeng. Although her legs were still shaking, she pressed the accelerator to the floor. Boom! The Cullinan roared angrily and quickly disappeared from the spot. Soon, the two returned to Jojo Pavilion. Yifeng handed the century-old ginseng to Zheng Hanyan, while he lifted the beast cauldron with one hand and said, "I'll refine the elixir today. Once CeCe takes it, she'll recover." "Okay, good, Mr. Yi." Zheng Hanyan took a deep breath and replied. She was shocked. Yifeng had just dealt with two people, yet his emotions were completely unaffected. At that moment, she suddenly thought of something and said, "Mr. Yi, the Wang family will probably find out soon." When I left, I deliberately glanced at that alley. Although there are no cameras in the alley, there are cameras at the entrances and exits. I'm worried. That would indeed cause some trouble. Yifeng pondered for a moment and said, "You have a computer at home, right? Find one." Zheng Hanyan replied, "I have a laptop in my study." Soon, Yifeng entered the study, opened the laptop, and his fingers began to operate swiftly. Zheng Hanyan felt a bit curious. What was Mr. Yi going to do? In the study, Yifeng's fingers were rapidly tapping on the keyboard, the sound of clattering keys occasionally filling the air. The speed was so fast that it left Zheng Hanyan feeling dizzy. Before long, surveillance footage appeared on the computer screen. It was the video of the two driving into and out of the alley. Yifeng deleted the video and erased all traces. Zheng Hanyan's eyes widened again, unable to help but ask, "Did you hack into the surveillance system?" Yifeng did not answer, only saying, "For now, no one will find out." He had absolute confidence in his skills. After all, he had learned from his hacker master. His master had hacked into many important systems purely for entertainment. If it weren't for his master intentionally exposing himself, he wouldn't have been caught and sent to the ghost prison. Zheng Hanyan's beautiful eyes sparkled. She was eager to know how many more surprises Yifeng had hidden within him. After finishing all this, Yifeng brought the 100 Beasts cauldron into the room and instructed Zheng Hanyan not to let anyone in. He was going to use the 100 Beasts cauldron and a century-old mountain ginseng to refine a small Peiyuan pill. Compared to some of the pills he had refined before, the quality of the small Peiyuan pill would be a significant improvement. While Yifeng was refining the pills, Zheng Hanyan anxiously waited outside. Soon, she smelled a pleasant fragrance wafting through the crack of the door. Finally, the door to the room opened. Yifeng stepped out. Zheng Hanyan hurriedly approached him. Yifeng took out 3 azure pills and said, "These 3 pills are for CeCe. Give her one a day. Not only will she recover, but her constitution will also far exceed that of an ordinary child." "Thank you, Mr. Yi," Zheng Hanyan said. After saying that, she cradled the pills and quickly ran to CeCe's room, prying open CeCe's little mouth and placing the pills inside. The pills melted instantly, quickly flowing down CeCe's throat. Before long, CeCe's face became incredibly rosy, completely shedding the pallor from before. Under Zheng Hanyan's expectant gaze, CeCe opened her eyes. "Mommy, hug." CeCe reached out her little hands towards Zheng Hanyan. Zheng Hanyan immediately scooped her daughter into her arms and asked, "CeCe, how do you feel now?" CeCe happily replied, "Mommy, CeCe doesn't hurt anymore, not at all." Zheng Hanyan was overwhelmed with joy and tears. That's great, that's great." At this moment, she felt both joy and shock. Yifeng's pills were truly terrifying. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed such a thing existed in the world. She pulled CeCe and knelt before Yifeng, saying, CeCe, this is Uncle Yi, he is your lifesaver. Quickly thank him. Yifeng picked up CeCe and said, no need to bow, get up. CeCe happily hugged Yifeng's neck and kissed his cheek, saying, thank you, big brother, for saving CeCe. At that moment, Zhang Hanyan was suddenly moved. Yifeng holding Shishi's image made her feel incredibly warm. At this moment, a thought surfaced in her mind, how wonderful it would be if Yifeng were Shishi's father. Meanwhile, her expression became a bit strange. Shishi called her mom and Yifeng big brother, which seemed a bit off in terms of hierarchy. She bit her lip and said, Shishi, call him uncle, you can't call him big brother. Shishi thought for a moment and replied, no, uncles are old and ugly, big brother is so good looking, he's not an uncle. Zhang Hanyan. In the end, she could only let it go. At that moment, Shishi suddenly said, big brother, you saved Shishi, Shishi wants to thank you, Shishi will ask mom to make you delicious food, a lot of delicious food. Zhang Hanyan felt helpless. Was her daughter really turning her elbow outward? Yifeng smiled and said, in the evening, big brother will make you delicious food, then you can taste and see if big brother's cooking is better or mom's. Shishi happily nodded. Zhang Hanyan also became interested. Last time she cooked a big meal for Yifeng, he pointed out a bunch of flaws, and she was still brooding over it. She wanted to see how Yifeng's cooking skills really were. Thus, Shishi began to play in the living room by herself. Yifeng and Zhang Hanyan went to the kitchen together. Zhang Hanyan tied on an apron, helping Yifeng chop vegetables and prepare seasonings. Once they were almost ready, Yifeng started cooking. As the saying goes, a master knows their craft at first glance. Yifeng's cooking movements were fluid and pleasing to the eye. A wave of aroma wafted through the air. In just a moment, Zhang Hanyan was already captivated by Yifeng. She noticed that when Yifeng cooked, he exuded a unique aura. This aura, she had never seen even in her own teacher, a Michelin master. About an hour and a half later, Yifeng had prepared a lavish spread. Just then, Zhang Hanyan's phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, her eyes lit up, and she answered the call. Yamong, have you arrived in Jiling? That's great, where are you? I'll come pick you up right away. A young female voice came from the phone. No need to pick me up, I'm almost at your house. Zhang Hanyan said helplessly, I really can't with you, always making surprise visits. After hanging up, Zhang Hanyan said to Yifeng, Mr. Yi, my best friend is coming over suddenly, you don't mind, do you? Yifeng replied, I don't mind. Zhang Hanyan happily said, by the way, my best friend is a Michelin chef, I learned my cooking skills from her. Yifeng shrugged it off, saying, I've seen plenty of Michelin chefs, they're just okay. Zhang Hanyan rolled her eyes and said, what about a 3-star Michelin chef? Yifeng shrugged again and said, they're just okay too, several 3-star Michelin chefs wanted to take me as their master before, but I turned them down. Just as Zhang Hanyan was speechless, a voice came from the doorway. Who is this with such a big mouth, even looking down on 3-star Michelin chefs? The speaker was Zhang Hanyan's best friend, Shiyuan. She wore a tight beige suit that accentuated her perfect figure. Her face was also quite nice, although she was still a step behind Zhang Hanyan, she was still a top beauty. Seeing Shiyuan, Zhang Hanyan hurriedly welcomed her, saying happily, Yamong, you're here. Shiyuan stormed in, sizing up Yifeng from head to toe, exclaiming, Hanyan, who is he? He can't possibly be your boyfriend, right? Zhang Hanyan quickly shook her head and said, no, Mr. Yi is my friend. Shiyuan snorted and said, I don't care what he is to you, but he can't slander Michelin chefs. Speaking of which, Shiyuan looked at Yifeng with considerable hostility and said, you say Michelin chefs are no good. Do you know what a Michelin chef, especially a 3-star Michelin chef, means? I don't know, Yifeng replied, not even glancing at Shiyuan, but instead mixing the last cold dish. Shiyuan became even angrier and said, you don't know, right? Then let me tell you, Michelin restaurants are the most expensive and top-tier restaurants in the world. Those who can eat Michelin ingredients are all from the upper class, and becoming a 3-star Michelin chef is a chef's lifelong pursuit and the highest honor. Yifeng glanced at Shiyuan and said, that's just your wishful thinking. Shiyuan felt like her lungs were about to explode from anger. Wishful thinking? Do you know that all the top restaurants in Long Country are fighting to have me? 3 years ago, I was already earning $1 million a year. Smith, one of the top 10 billionaires on the Forbes list, has sent a private jet to pick me up more than once, just to have a meal I cooked. As she said this, Shiyuan stood up straight, like a proud swan. She originally thought Yifeng would be intimidated by her experience, but Yifeng shook his head and said, so what? What you said proves nothing. The so-called Michelin chefs and their so-called gourmet food have no soul at all. Shiyuan was almost laughing from anger. Soul? This is the first time I've heard that cooking requires a soul. You can't be saying that the ordinary home-cooked dishes you make have soul, right? Yifeng said, yes, the warmth of human life is the most comforting to ordinary hearts. Shiyuan was about to vomit. You have such a set of theories. This is how you tricked Hanyan, right? I want to taste the food you make and see if it's as mystical as you say. Yamun, what are you talking about? Zheng Hanyan's face turned red as she spoke. At this moment, Zheng Hanyan felt a bit helpless. One was her and CeCe's lifesaver, and the other was her best friend. She didn't expect the two to clash. She regretted letting Yifeng cook, otherwise, there wouldn't be so many issues. Just then, Xu Yumeng picked up her chopsticks and was about to grab some food when CeCe ran over. The little one looked at the dishes on the table, saliva almost dripping from her mouth. Wow, is this a big meal made by Big Brother? CeCe said, her big eyes sparkling. Yifeng picked up CeCe and sat down, grabbing a piece of braised pork, smiling as he said, try it. CeCe opened her small mouth and swallowed the braised pork in one bite, her little mouth moving quickly. Delicious, I want to eat more, I want to eat more. CeCe said, still wanting more, directly reaching for the braised pork and stuffing it into her mouth, her cheeks quickly puffing up. Watching CeCe, Zheng Hanyan had a strange expression on her face. CeCe liked braised pork, but she had never been this unrestrained before. Could it be that Yifeng's braised pork was better than her own? Thinking of this, Zheng Hanyan smiled and asked, CeCe, which is better, Mommy's braised pork or Big Brother's braised pork? Without hesitation, CeCe replied, Big Brother's is better, Big Brother's is better. Zheng Hanyan. Xu Yumeng frowned and couldn't help but ask, CeCe, didn't you say you liked Auntie's grilled meat the most? Which is better, Auntie's grilled meat or this braised pork? CeCe's little mouth kept moving, mumbling, Big Brother's braised pork is better, better than Auntie's grilled meat. Xu Yumeng. Children speak without restraint, but Zheng Hanyan and Xu Yumeng were deeply hurt. The two exchanged glances and, without a word, picked up their chopsticks and grabbed a piece of braised pork to put in their mouths. Immediately, both widened their beautiful eyes, and their chewing actions quickened. So delicious. Zheng Hanyan licked her lips and exclaimed comfortably. She finally understood why CeCe had been so unrefined just now. When Xu Yumeng took her first bite, she was completely stunned. A rich aroma wafted from the braised pork, filling her mouth. This indescribable flavor was something Xu Yumeng had never experienced before. Instinctively, after that first bite, she began to chew quickly. With each bite, a burst of flavor spread out, making it impossible to stop. After finishing one piece, Xu Yumeng wanted to grab a second, only to find that the plate of braised pork was already empty. CeCe's little mouth was stuffed, and her lips were glistening with grease. Zheng Hanyan, equally unrefined, was eating while sighing, so good, really too good. Xu Yumeng watched Zheng Hanyan and CeCe devouring their food, unable to resist swallowing. The braised pork seemed to have a magical quality. Once tasted, it was unforgettable. CeCe wants more. CeCe was on the verge of tears when she saw the empty plate. Yifeng smiled and said, CeCe, try this Kung Pao chicken. Okay. CeCe clearly wanted more, but still picked up a small spoon and scooped a spoonful of Kung Pao chicken. After putting it in her mouth, CeCe's big eyes widened again, and her little mouth began to chew rapidly. So good, just as good as the braised pork. CeCe was happy again. Zheng Hanyan and Xu Yumeng exchanged glances and picked up their chopsticks to try a bite. Wow! Zheng Hanyan exclaimed again, how can it be this delicious? Hanyan, can you not shout? Xu Yumeng said, somewhat speechless. Even if Yifeng's cooking was good, Zheng Hanyan shouldn't be this unrefined. She really suspected that Zheng Hanyan was a plant sent by Yifeng. Saying this, Xu Yumeng put a piece of Kung Pao chicken in her mouth. Her eyes widened again. Was the flavor of this Kung Pao chicken really that delicious? As a Michelin chef, Xu Yumeng had a deep understanding of Dragon Country's cuisine. In her view, Kung Pao chicken was just an ordinary dish. No matter how it was made, could it really taste heavenly? With that thought, she took half a spoonful of Kung Pao chicken and put it in her mouth. Endless deliciousness rippled between her lips and teeth, stimulating her taste buds. She felt like she was about to ascend to heaven. By the time she realized it, half a plate of Kung Pao chicken had already been devoured by Zheng Hanyan and CeCe. Although she wanted to control herself, that feeling of savoring the flavor made her give up the struggle. She quickly scooped a large spoonful of Kung Pao chicken into her mouth and another spoonful into her bowl. Seeing this, Yifeng felt a bit helpless and said, aren't you going to try other dishes? If you keep eating like this, you'll be full soon. Only then did Zheng Hanyan and Xu Yumeng react and start eating the other dishes. Crab meat lion's head, sweet and sour carp, longjing shrimp, mapo tofu. Yifeng made traditional ordinary dishes from Dragon Country, but the flavors were exceptional. Even as chefs, Zheng Hanyan and Xu Yumeng found it impossible to stop after the first bite. CeCe was even more ravenous, as if she hadn't eaten in days, and her little belly quickly swelled up. At this moment, Zheng Hanyan's gaze towards Yifeng changed again. She increasingly wanted to know just how many secrets this man was hiding. She smiled and couldn't help but ask, Mr. Yi, your dishes are so delicious, is it because your cooking has a soul? Yifeng took small bites of his food, contrasting sharply with the others who were devouring their meals. He smiled and replied, it's not that my cooking has a soul, but because our dragon country has a civilization that spans 5,000 years, and this long history has infused our culinary culture with a soul. Upon hearing this, Xu Yuming's body trembled, her spirit greatly impacted. Her greatest passion since childhood had been cooking. She initially learned Chinese cuisine, but after being exposed to Western cuisine, she became deeply engrossed in it, ultimately becoming a Michelin 3-star chef. But now, she suddenly realized that as a Michelin chef, she was truly insignificant in front of Yifeng. It turned out that the rich culinary culture left by her ancestors, filled with soul, had simply been overlooked by her. At this moment, Xu Yumeng felt no pride at all. She looked at Yifeng and said with great anticipation, Mr. Yi, I want to learn Chinese cuisine. Can I be your apprentice? Hearing Xu Yuming's words, Zheng Hanyan smiled. She couldn't help but feel emotional. Mr. Yi was indeed impressive, even easily conquering Xu Yumeng. Her best friend, who had grown up in a privileged family, was beautiful and successful, was naturally very proud. But now, in front of Yifeng, she could only be submissive. However, Yifeng waved his hand and said, I don't want to take on an apprentice for now. He didn't even glance at Xu Yumeng while speaking. Xu Yumeng was stunned. She didn't expect Yifeng to refuse her. After all, she was a great beauty. She didn't know how many men wanted to get close to her through cooking exchanges. Yet, Yifeng coldly rejected her? Xu Yumeng snorted coldly in her heart, thinking that Yifeng must be playing hard to get. This was a common tactic used by many men to woo women. She had seen this kind of tactic many times. Thinking of this, she smiled and said, Mr. Yi, even if you don't want to take me as an apprentice, can't we at least exchange ideas? No time. Yifeng replied directly. Xu Yumeng. At this moment, Zheng Hanyan stepped forward and smiled, Yumeng, Mr. Yi is usually quite busy, he really doesn't have time. Upon hearing this, Xu Yumeng looked at Zheng Hanyan and ultimately said nothing. However, her gaze was somewhat meaningful. It seemed her earlier judgment was correct. Zheng Hanyan and Yifeng were likely in that kind of relationship. But Zheng Hanyan was already 25 and had a child, while Yifeng was much younger. Could it be that Yifeng was Zheng Hanyan's kept boy? Especially after seeing Yifeng's handsome appearance and strong physique, Xu Yumeng was even more convinced of her guess. Her best friend was too good at playing the game. Xu Yumeng felt envious. After the meal, Yifeng prepared to leave. CeCe jumped into Yifeng's arms, kissed him on the cheek, and said, Big brother, will you come to see CeCe again and make delicious food for her? Yifeng smiled, patted CeCe's head, and said, I will. CeCe was overjoyed and kissed Yifeng's cheek again. Seeing this scene, Zheng Hanyan and Xu Yumeng fell into contemplation. They noticed that Yifeng was very cold towards them, completely different from his attitude towards CeCe. Mr. Yi, let me give you a ride, Zheng Hanyan said, directly going to drive. Watching Zheng Hanyan and Yifeng leave, Xu Yumeng was speechless. She had come all the way back from abroad without even going home, just to see Zheng Hanyan, and yet the other party left with a man. What a guy who prioritizes romance over friendship. At this moment, Zheng Hanyan was driving, and Yifeng was in the passenger seat. Zheng Hanyan wanted to talk to Yifeng but couldn't find a topic. She felt an awkward atmosphere spreading in the air. Simply put, she turned on the car radio. At 11 o'clock this morning, a murder occurred in Jinling City. The identity of the deceased has been confirmed as Wang Tengfei of the Wang Group, along with his bodyguard. The police have opened a case, and the Wang Group has issued a statement offering a reward of 10 million for information leading to the murderer. Hearing this news, Zheng Hanyan's body trembled violently. Distracted, she nearly crashed into the car in front of her, slamming on the brakes to stop the vehicle. The car behind her also screeched to a halt, and the driver leaned out, cursing, Damn it, you slammed on the brakes, do you want to die? Zheng Hanyan leaned out as well and said, Sorry. The driver was taken aback when he saw Zheng Hanyan's appearance. There really were such beautiful women in the world, even more stunning than the stars on television. Instantly, the driver lost his anger and smiled, saying, It's fine, just be careful next time. Zheng Hanyan let out a long breath, slowly pressed the gas pedal, and glanced at Yifeng. She noticed that Yifeng's expression showed no change at all. It was as if the news on the radio had nothing to do with him. She hesitated for a moment but finally said, Mr. Yi, the Wang family will find out that Wang Tengfei's death is related to us, right? They won't find out, but they will definitely suspect me in the end. After all, I had a conflict with Wang Tingfei at the auction. Yi Feng said, his brow slightly furrowed, continuing, I can handle the Wang family, but I'm worried it will bring you trouble. If nothing happens in the near future, we should avoid contact. No, Zheng Hanyan said excitedly. After saying that, her face involuntarily flushed. She didn't know why her reaction was so strong. She bit her lip and said, Mr. Yi, you are my and CeCe's savior, and also my friend. No matter what happens, I will face it with you. As she spoke, her face showed genuine determination. Yi Feng looked at Zheng Hanyan and said, all right. Although it was just two simple words, Zheng Hanyan felt her heart bloom with unprecedented joy. 20 minutes later, the two arrived at the Tulip apartment. Yi Feng got out of the car and walked towards the apartment. Mr. Yi. Suddenly, Zheng Hanyan's voice came from behind. Yi Feng turned around and asked, is there something? Zheng Hanyan smiled and said, good night, Mr. Yi. Okay. Meanwhile, at the Wang family in Jinling City, the entire Wang family was engulfed in grief and anger. The head of the Wang family, Wang Tailai, had been seriously ill and unconscious for 3 months, and his condition was very poor. Although the Wang family was the top family in Jinling, Wang Tailai had a strong sense of crisis. Over the years, he had been building connections, investing a lot of capital and networking, trying to establish ties with the wealthy families in Yanjing. Just as his investments were about to pay off, he fell into a coma, which was undoubtedly a major blow to the Wang family. On this day, the Wang family received another piece of bad news. The bodies of Wang Tengfei and Old Ming were found in a small alley. At that moment, the bodies of Wang Tengfei and Old Ming were laid out in the Wang family's hall. Wang Tengfei's mother, Li Yuqin, was in tears. I don't care who killed Tenger, the Wang family will not rest until they are dead. At this time, Wang Tengfei's younger brother, Wang Tingyuan, walked over and said, Mom, Old Ming was our Wang family's top expert. If even Old Ming has been killed, it means the person who killed my brother must have come prepared. Li Yuqin nodded slightly, fully aware that the Wang family had become the first family in Jinling City by stepping over the corpses of countless competitors. Undoubtedly, the Wang family had also made many enemies. There were many who wished for the Wang family's downfall. At that moment, she walked into Wang Tailai's room and took a yellowed envelope from under his pillow, handing it to Wang Tingyuan, saying, Tingyuan, take this letter to Kunlun Mountain immediately and invite your grandfather's old friend over. It's only a matter of time before we uncover the murderer. When the time comes, we won't act unless we have to, but when we do, we will strike with thunderous force, uprooting the murderer and the forces behind them. A hint of fervor appeared on Wang Tingyuan's face. He had known since childhood that the Wang family's true trump card was his grandfather's old friend, the powerful figure from Kunlun Mountain. That person was someone who could transcend the rules of the mundane world. Alright, Mom, I'll set off right away. Wang Tingyuan took the envelope and left excitedly. The next day came quickly. Yi Feng woke up early. After a simple wash, he prepared to go to school for breakfast. As he opened the door, he spotted two familiar figures. It was the Long sisters. They were holding breakfast, seemingly having waited for a long time. Mr. Yi, we brought you breakfast, the sisters said, directly darting into the room as if afraid Yi Feng would refuse. Yi Feng frowned slightly and said, let's leave it at that for today, don't bring me breakfast again tomorrow. The sisters had already thought of how to respond, smiling as they said, Mr. Yi, there's no need to be polite. You saved Grandpa, it's only right for us to bring you breakfast for a lifetime. Yi Feng waved his hand and said, I save those who should be saved, without seeking anything in return. Don't come over tomorrow, that's final. Mr. Yi, please eat first, we can talk while we eat. Long Xiaoxue said. Yi Feng didn't think much of it and sat down to eat. Long Xiaoxue continued, Mr. Yi, actually, we not only want to thank you, but we also want to ask for a favor. Yi Feng asked, what favor? Long Xiaoxue said, well, Mr. Yi, we just got accepted into Jinling University for graduate studies, and we've been living in the dormitory these days, but we haven't quite gotten used to it. We often can't sleep at night. We noticed you have a spare room in your apartment. Could we possibly move in from school? Long Xiaoxue's voice was soft, and by the end, it had a hint of a pout. Long Xiaoyun admired her cousin, thinking that in this regard, she was still far behind. No! Yi Feng rejected without hesitation. Long Xiaoxue. Long Xiaoyun. Long Xiaoxue didn't get discouraged and said, Mr. Yi, we promise not to disturb you, and we can take care of your daily needs. Long Xiaoyun nodded and added, Mr. Yi, we can cook and do housework, you can save a lot of trouble. If it really doesn't work, we can pay rent. In fact, cooking and doing housework were skills the sisters had just recently learned. Yifeng fell into thought, considering that the small forest by the Jinling River was rich in spiritual energy, even more suitable for cultivation than the ghost prison, so he planned to stay in Jinling for a while longer. He had originally intended to hire a nanny, but now that the Long sisters had come, it solved a lot of his troubles. Finally, he said, "Alright, you can stay for now. If you make too much noise, I will ask you to leave, and you must leave." Upon hearing this, the sisters were overjoyed. In recent days, the entire Long family had been planning how to get the sisters closer to Yifeng and have them live together with him, effectively taking over his space. They didn't expect this plan to be completed so quickly. Seeing Yifeng finish his breakfast, the sisters eagerly began to clean up the dishes and tidy up the room. Watching the two of them flustered, Yifeng couldn't help but show a hint of helplessness on his face. The two sisters claimed they could cook and do housework, but Yifeng truly doubted whether the meals they prepared would be edible. Just then, Yifeng received a call from Zhang Hanyan. When the call connected, a sweet, childlike voice came through. "Big brother, today CeCe is going to the welfare home with mommy to visit the sick little friends. They are as pitiful as CeCe. Can big brother come with us?" Soon after, Zhang Hanyan's voice followed, "Mr. Yi, I've been sponsoring the Jinling Welfare Home, where many children with terminal illnesses are taken in. We visit them every week, and CeCe insisted on bringing you along this morning. If you're busy, it's fine." Without waiting for Zhang Hanyan to finish, Yifeng said, "I'm free. The Jinling Welfare Home, right? I'll head over now." "Mr. Yi, let me pick you up," Zhang Hanyan replied joyfully. "That works." Yifeng nodded. After hanging up, Long Shiyuan asked, "Mr. Yi, where are you going?" "We drove here." "Mr. Yi, we can be your drivers," Long Shiyuan said with a grin. Yifeng initially wanted to refuse, but Long Shiyuan had already run off to start the car. He said nothing more, informed Zhang Hanyan, and got into the car. About half an hour later, the three arrived at the welfare home. Zhang Hanyan and CeCe arrived almost simultaneously. "Big brother." CeCe ran towards Yifeng, extending her chubby little hands for a hug. Yifeng picked her up. Smack! CeCe planted a kiss on Yifeng's cheek. Zhang Hanyan approached and greeted, "Mr. Yi." Upon seeing the Long sisters, Zhang Hanyan couldn't help but frown. This wasn't the first time she had seen the sisters surrounding Yifeng. It seemed the Long family was determined to latch onto this potential dragon, no matter what. The sisters felt a twinge of emotion upon seeing Yifeng holding CeCe. From their experience, it seemed Yifeng didn't regard anyone highly, but his attitude towards CeCe was completely different. They genuinely wondered if CeCe was Zhang Hanyan's illegitimate daughter with Yifeng. However, they quickly dismissed that thought. Although Yifeng gave off an unfathomable vibe, he was only 18 after all. "Director Zhang, you're here," a voice called out, and it was Director Zhao of the welfare home coming out. Zhang Hanyan shook hands with him, and they introduced each other, saying, "Director Zhao, let's go see the sick children." "Sure, please follow me." Director Zhao nodded and led the way. They walked to a building, where the entrance had large characters above it, "Love Building." Director Zhao introduced, this love hospital was donated by Director Zhang herself and the CeCe group, specifically to care for children with terminal illnesses that cannot be treated. Soon, they entered inside. The entire Love Building housed dozens of children with terminal illnesses. The sounds of children crying could be heard from time to time. Zhang Hanyan recalled CeCe's illness, and her heart tightened. She said to Yifeng, "Most of these children cannot be treated, and a significant number have given up on treatment due to lack of funds. Our original intention in building this love hospital was to alleviate some of the suffering these children face in their final moments." Yifeng nodded and walked into a patient room, where a frail child lay. The child was emaciated, with lifeless eyes, while the parents wept despairingly at the side. Yifeng frowned and said, "This is simply a case of wasting disease. There are specific prescriptions in traditional Chinese medicine that can treat this illness. How could it become an incurable disease?" Zhang Hanyan was taken aback and replied, "Traditional Chinese medicine can treat this illness? I'm not very sure about that, but this child can't be treated at the hospital anymore. They can only maintain life through injections of human blood protein, but this medication is very expensive, costing a fortune for just one bottle. The annual medical expenses exceed $1 million, which ordinary families simply cannot afford." Yifeng remained silent, moving from one ward to another. By the end, his frown had deepened. A large portion of these diseases can be treated by authentic old Chinese medicine practitioners in Manhwa. There must be some issue here. Traditional Chinese medicine can treat them? Zhang Hanyan said, her face filled with disbelief. "From what I understand, traditional Chinese medicine usually regulates chronic diseases, while general illnesses require Western medicine treatment. These terminal illnesses, whether through surgery or medication, are not something ordinary families can bear. Yifeng said nothing, taking out silver needles and administering acupuncture from ward to ward. Initially, the parents thought Yifeng was being ridiculous, but soon they realized that after he finished the acupuncture, the children's conditions improved significantly. After doing all this, Yifeng took out paper and pen, wrote down the prescriptions according to the ward numbers, and had someone fetch the medicine. Seeing this scene, Zhang Hanyan felt an immense sense of excitement. Originally, she just wanted Yifeng to come and see if he could help these children. The facts proved that Yifeng could indeed help them. Finally, Yifeng looked at Zhang Hanyan and asked, "Do you know a doctor named Bai Guanhua?" Zhang Hanyan replied, "Bai Guanhua, the divine doctor? I know him. He treated CeCe before. Call him and tell him to come to the Jinling City Welfare Institute." Yifeng said. He had long known that traditional Chinese medicine had declined, but he didn't expect it to have fallen to such a state. There must be some hidden issues. He planned to ask Bai Guanhua about it. Soon, Zhang Hanyan dialed Bai Guanhua's number. On the phone, Bai Guanhua's helpless voice came through, "Director Zhang, is there something you need? I really can't treat your daughter's illness." Zhang Hanyan said, "My daughter's illness has been cured by Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi said he wants you to come to the Jinling City Welfare Institute. He has something to ask you." Mr. Yi? Bai Guanhua was momentarily stunned, then became excited. "You mean Master Yi wants to see me? Great, great. I'll be there right away." After hanging up, Zhang Hanyan looked at Yifeng with a strange expression. She knew very well that Bai Guanhua, as a famous divine doctor in Jinling City, was usually very proud, but upon hearing that Yifeng wanted to see him, he was as happy as a child. In less than 10 minutes, Bai Guanhua arrived. He ran over, respectfully bowing to Yifeng, and said, "Master Yi, you wanted to see me?" Yifeng nodded and said, "I have something to ask you." Bai Guanhua excitedly replied, "Master Yi, please speak, I will definitely tell you everything I know." Seeing Bai Guanhua's attitude, Zhang Hanyan was even more astonished. She couldn't help but speculate that Bai Guanhua must have witnessed Yifeng's medical skills and had been completely conquered by them. Yifeng said, "I see that there are many children's illnesses in this charity hospital that can be completely cured with traditional Chinese medicine. How did they become terminal illnesses? Has traditional Chinese medicine really declined to this extent?" Upon hearing this, Bai Guanhua sighed and said, "Master Yi, you came to the right person. I know what's going on. I don't want to hear nonsense, just get to the point," Yifeng said impatiently. Bai Guanhua knew he had talked too much and quickly said, "It's like this, Master Yi. First, many prescriptions from old Chinese medicine practitioners in Longwa have been acquired by some foreign pharmaceutical companies, and they can no longer use these prescriptions to treat illnesses. Second, with the rise of Western medicine, Chinese medicine has been suppressed, and many old practitioners have no successors, leading to a gradual loss of medical skills. Third, many people are using the name of Chinese medicine to deceive others, causing many to not believe that Chinese medicine can cure diseases." Yifeng nodded, quickly understanding, no wonder Chinese medicine has declined. It seems there are both internal and external reasons. At this moment, Zhang Hanyan furrowed her brows and asked, "But the problem is, since these prescriptions can cure terminal illnesses, why don't the foreign pharmaceutical companies use them to treat patients after acquiring them? If that's the case, wouldn't all these diseases be curable?" The Long sisters and Director Zhao also nodded, sharing the same doubt. Bai Guanhua shrugged, indicating he didn't know either. At this time, Yifeng said, "It's easy to understand. These pharmaceutical giants are not doctors, they are businessmen. What they need is not good prescriptions, but good products. What is a good product? A medicine that can cure patients in the shortest time is good medicine, but not a good product. A good product is one that makes the patient feel better immediately after taking it, but as soon as they stop taking it, the illness returns." Upon hearing this, everyone present, including Bai Guanhua, was stunned. Yifeng's analysis was indeed to the point. Just then, the medicinal materials and the tools for decocting medicine that Yifeng wanted were brought back. Under Yifeng's guidance, the parents of the children began to decoct the medicine one after another. These parents were all impressed by Yifeng's medical skills. Initially, they had fallen into despair, but Yifeng had given them hope again. Soon, the entire Love Hospital was filled with the fragrance of medicine. Subsequently, all the emergency devices on the children were removed, and they began to take the medicine. Not long after taking the medicine, the children's conditions improved, and they were even able to get out of bed and move around. This scene shocked everyone present. Thud, thud, thud. One by one, the parents knelt before Yifeng. "Divine Doctor, please save our children." Yifeng said, "You all get up. If you take the medicine I prescribed on time for 2 days, I will come back in 2 days to adjust the prescription, and most of the children will be cured. The parents did not get up and continued to bow. Finally, Yifeng said, I plan to open a Chinese medicine clinic, on one hand to treat and save people, and on the other hand to pass down the medical skills left by our ancestors.
Bai Guanghua, would you be willing to be my first disciple?
What? Bai Guanghua was stunned. Ever since he first witnessed Yifeng's medical skills, he had dreamed of becoming Yifeng's disciple. He never expected happiness to come so suddenly. Thud. He directly knelt on the ground and said, Disciple is willing.
Master, please accept my bow.
Seeing Bai Guanghua, who was originally so high and mighty, kneeling before Yifeng, everyone present was once again shocked. Watching this scene, Zheng Hanyan's eyes became a bit moist. Yet, she felt incredibly uplifted. She believed that once Yifeng's Chinese medicine clinic opened, it might bring hope to many desperate families. If Yifeng could cultivate a few more disciples, the number of people receiving treatment would also increase.
After leaving the welfare home, Yifeng went to practice. Bai Guanghua went to busy himself with the clinic's affairs. Zheng Hanyan, Long Shiyuan, and Long Xiaoxue were also not idle, using their connections to resolve some issues.
In just a few days, Yifeng's traditional Chinese medicine clinic was almost finished with its renovations. The clinic was located on the pharmacy street of the People's Hospital in Jinling City. The decor was very antiquated, and the plaque above was inscribed with the words personally written by Yifeng, Xian Yitang. A couplet was also posted on the main door, hanging the pot to help the world, treating illnesses and saving lives. The renovations had caused quite a stir. The nearby dozen or so pharmacies initially thought a competitor was moving in, but upon closer inspection, they realized it was a traditional Chinese medicine clinic, and they all began to chuckle. Staff from Likong Pharmacy, Kangjian Pharmacy, and the Western Medicine family all came out. They couldn't help but tease. Xian Yitang, that name has quite a presence. It's clear the owner of this clinic has great ambitions. Of course, hanging the pot to help the world, treating illnesses and saving lives, what a grand vision. Just look at what our pharmacies are advertising. Spend 100 to save 5 yuan, recharge 200 to get 5 pounds of eggs. Don't flatter me. How do I feel that opening a traditional Chinese medicine clinic right at the entrance of the largest hospital in Jinling City is like lighting a lantern to go to the toilet asking for trouble? Ha ha. Zheng Hanyan, Long Xiaoyun, and Long Xiaoxue, who were busy inside, finally couldn't hold back upon hearing this. Zheng Hanyan said, You don't know, the owner of this clinic is a divine doctor. Soon, no one will be buying your medicines. Long Xiaoxue teased even more, That's right, once the clinic opens, you pharmacies will all go out of business. Upon hearing this, the pharmacy staff chuckled. You really scared me, it seems I'm about to be unemployed. Ha, that joke isn't funny. Can traditional Chinese medicine really treat illnesses? Did you come from another era? Traditional Chinese medicine is dead. If there's a problem, burn paper. You. Hearing the mockery, Long Xiaoxue felt like her lungs were about to explode. Zheng Hanyan and Long Xiaoyan felt equally displeased. For a moment, all three women began to look forward to the opening of the clinic. After 7 or 8 days of preparation, Xian Yitang officially opened for business. Although Yifeng wanted to keep a low profile, Zheng Hanyan and the others wouldn't allow it. They felt it was necessary to organize a proper opening ceremony. Early in the morning, people from the surrounding pharmacies gathered around. No one had any faith in Xian Yitang. Many thought, with the beauty of Zheng Hanyan, Long Xiaoyun, and Long Xiaoxue, why bother with traditional Chinese medicine? They could definitely have a brighter future doing live streams instead. You've made quite a show, but the question is, will anyone come? Yeah, look around, it's all Pharmacy Street. At least hire a few actors. Just as everyone was discussing, a small delivery truck drove up. A weary old man got out from the passenger seat. Someone in the crowd suddenly exclaimed, It's Divine Dr. Bai. Although these people didn't believe in traditional Chinese medicine, they had heard of the great name of Divine Dr. Bai. Divine Dr. Bai, did you open this clinic? Someone couldn't help but ask. The others were also a bit excited. If this clinic was indeed opened by Divine Dr. Bai, it would definitely be something to reckon with. Divine Dr. Bai wiped the sweat from his brow and said, I don't have that kind of qualification, this clinic was opened by my master. I'm just here to restock. As he spoke, Divine Dr. Bai directed people to unload the medicinal materials from the small truck. The onlookers were dumbfounded. The clinic was opened by Divine Dr. Bai's master? What a joke! This Divine Dr. Bai was already a little old man with a head full of white hair. Hadn't his master long since passed away? Just as everyone was complaining, another person arrived. It's the old master of the Liu family. Soon, someone recognized the newcomer. At this moment, Long Xiaoxue shouted, Lu Gongming, the head of the Lu family, and Lu Genhua, chairman of the Lu group, bringing a pair of flower baskets. The crowd immediately stirred with excitement. The Lu family is also a prominent family in Jinling City. A small medical clinic opening, and even the old master of the Lu family came? Soon, more people arrived. Long Xiaoxue continued to shout loudly, the head of the Long family, Long Shiyuan, chairman of Long Group, Long Zitian, and the owner of Jinling's nightless city, Long Zaidi, present a set of galloping horse screens. Hiss! The crowd gasped in shock. Not only had the Lu family come, but even the Long family had arrived. Soon, more people followed. Long Xiaoxue's voice hardly stopped. Principal Wang of Jinling University presents a congratulatory plaque. Director Zhao of Jinling Welfare Institute presents a 10,000-year green plant. Director Wang of Jinling People's Hospital presents 2 flower baskets. Deputy Captain Bufian of the Wolfang Assault Team presents a top-grade He Shou Wu. Everyone's eyes widened. These were all big shots. But even more shocking was yet to come. Chairman Zhang Hanyan of Zheng Group presents 10 million worth of Chinese medicinal herbs. The King of Jinling presents 10 million worth of Chinese medicinal herbs. By the end, the crowd was completely stunned. Initially, they looked down on this clinic, but now they realized they were wrong, terribly wrong. To attract so many big names, the person behind this clinic must be extraordinary. So, who is the owner of this clinic? Everyone was incredibly curious. Finally, amidst the eager gazes of the crowd, Yifeng arrived late. Next, let's welcome the founder of Xianytang, Divine Dr. Yifeng, to say a few words. The venue erupted in enthusiastic applause. At this moment, many people had gathered around. Besides the staff from nearby pharmacies, there were also many passers-by. Everyone was curious, not knowing who Divine Dr. Yi was among them. Yifeng frowned, not expecting Long Xiaoxue to make such a fuss. In the end, he walked to the entrance, picked up the microphone, and said, Hello everyone, I am Yifeng, a doctor. Starting today, I will be here for consultations from time to time. If you have any difficult or complicated illnesses, or if your relatives or friends do, you can come to Xianytang for treatment. Now, I will begin my consultations. After speaking, Yifeng turned and walked into Xianytang. The crowd immediately erupted in chatter. No way, the young man who just spoke is Divine Dr. Yi? He looks too young. Yeah, he seems to be about the same age as my son. How could he be a divine doctor? Could he be a rich second generation trying to experience life? Just then, dozens of people approached. There were adults and children. Thud! They all knelt at the entrance of the clinic. Thank you, Divine Dr. Yi, for saving my child. Divine Dr. Yi has a heart of a healer, he is a blessing for all patients in the world. A group of people knelt on the ground, heartfelt, many shedding tears. Seeing this scene, the onlookers were moved. These people were clearly not actors or hired crowds. Each one was crying, evoking sorrow in those who heard and saw. If they were actors, they would at least be at the level of an award-winning actor. Soon, Yifeng began his consultations. Divine Doctor, I want to see a doctor. A middle-aged man raised his hand and walked into Xianytang. Divine Doctor, I was a soldier when I was young, and I injured my shoulder while doing pull-ups. Every day it aches and feels numb, making it hard for me to sleep. The middle-aged man said. Yifeng gestured for the man to sit down, placing one hand on his chest and the other on his back, applying force suddenly. The man let out a scream of agony. Without waiting for the man's scream to end, several silver needles appeared in Yifeng's hand, swiftly piercing the area around the man's shoulder blade. Before the man could react, Yifeng pulled out the needles and said, All right, next. The man rotated his shoulders, his eyes widening. It doesn't hurt anymore, it really doesn't hurt anymore. He bowed several times to Yifeng, saying, Thank you, Divine Doctor, you've cured my stubborn ailment. I spent thousands at the People's Hospital in Jinling, and it was completely useless. Upon hearing this, the director of the People's Hospital in Jinling twitched his mouth. Next, Yifeng said. A middle-aged woman approached and said, Divine Dr. Yi, I've had headaches for over a decade, I feel drained every day, and when the pain hits, it's unbearable. Please help me. Let me check your pulse. Yifeng said, placing his hand on the woman's wrist. Soon, he said, this is a lingering illness from your confinement period. I'll give you a few needles and prescribe some medicine, and you'll be fine. As he spoke, several silver needles appeared in Yifeng's hand, swiftly piercing several acupoints on the woman's body. He then picked up a pen and quickly wrote a prescription, handing it to Long Xiaoxue, get the medicine for the patient. Long Xiaoxue nodded excitedly. She noticed that at this moment, Yifeng looked exceptionally handsome. When Yifeng pulled out the needles, the woman felt completely relaxed. Gratefully, she said, I haven't felt this comfortable in over a decade. How much do I owe you for the consultation?
Yifeng waved his hand and said, "Today's treatment is free, no consultation fee required." The woman took the medicine, excitedly saying, "I spent over 10,000 at the People's Hospital in Jinling, and it was useless. Divine Dr. Yi truly deserves the title." Upon hearing this, the director of the People's Hospital in Jinling twitched his mouth again, internally debating whether to express his frustration. Seeing Yifeng's miraculous medical skills, more and more patients lined up. At that moment, a young girl approached. Yifeng checked the girl's pulse, and his expression became strange. He immediately asked, "Do you feel unwell?" The girl shook her head and said, "I don't feel unwell, but I'm different from the other girls around me. My chest is a bit flat, and I haven't had my period yet." At this point, Yifeng's expression grew even stranger. Looking at the girl before him, Yifeng said awkwardly, "Your chest is a bit flat, and you haven't had your period yet. This isn't strange because you are actually a boy." "What?" Hearing Yifeng's words, Zheng Hanyan and the others were stunned. The onlookers began to whisper among themselves. The girl's face turned bright red. If she hadn't just witnessed Yifeng's medical skills, she would have truly thought he was insulting her. Yifeng continued, "Although you look like a girl, you are actually male. This situation is rare but not unheard of. There are many cases in the animal kingdom, the most typical being hermaphrodites." The girl was on the verge of tears. Then, "Divine Dr. Yi, what should I do?" Yifeng thought for a moment and said, "This is easy to treat. You can have surgery at the People's Hospital and become a normal man." After saying this, Yifeng looked at Director Wang and said, "Director Wang, this will be your responsibility." "Ahem." Director Wang said, "This is no problem." The girl gritted her teeth and asked, "Then, Divine Dr. Yi, after the surgery, will I be a boy?" "Yes," Yifeng nodded. The girl finally burst into tears, saying, "What about my boyfriend?" Yifeng thought for a moment and said, "You can be brothers with him." Put. Zheng Hanyan, Long Xiaoyun, and Long Xiaoshui all burst out laughing. They quickly covered their mouths. Being professionally trained, they usually wouldn't laugh, unless they couldn't help it. Soon, Director Wang left with the girl. The people on site all gave a thumbs up, saying, "Dr. Yi not only has miraculous medical skills but also isn't as stubborn as some old traditional Chinese doctors. Those who need medicine get medicine, and those who need surgery get surgery." What do you know? This is called the integration of Chinese and Western medicine, which shows that Dr. Yi's philosophy is advanced. Hearing the discussions, Yifeng shook his head and said, "Wrong. Do you think surgery was invented by Western medicine? Over 1800 years ago, Hua Tuo performed surgeries, and he invented anesthetics more than 1,000 years before the West. In short, what you call Western medicine is just what our ancestors left behind." Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, their understanding greatly overturned and impacted. Next, Yifeng continued to treat patients. No matter how complex the ailments, they were basically cured with the right medicine. Not only that, even terminal patients who the hospital no longer accepted were able to regain their mobility after being treated by Yifeng. Watching one patient after another leave gratefully, those who had initially doubted him no longer had any doubts and began to line up. Seeing this scene, the staff on the street of the pharmacy started to question their lives. If Yifeng kept going, the pharmacy might really go out of business. Just then, 7 or 8 people rushed into the clinic. "Which one of you is Dr. Yi?" one person shouted loudly as he entered. Upon seeing this, the people around were displeased. "This is a clinic, not your home. Why are you shouting?" "Exactly, Dr. Yi is very busy. If you want to see a doctor, go to the back and line up." "Shut up." The leader coldly scanned everyone. The others also gave warning looks to the crowd. Instantly, no one dared to speak. Soon, the leader walked up to Yifeng and arrogantly asked, "Are you Dr. Yi?" Yifeng didn't look up and continued treating the patient next to him. "Kid, do you dare to ignore me?" the leader said coldly. Yifeng glanced at him and then said to Long Xiaoyun, "It's too noisy, it's affecting my treatment. Have them leave." Long Xiaoyun nodded, walked over to the man, and said, "Please do not disturb Dr. Yi's treatment. If you want to see a doctor, please go to the back and line up." "Line up? I've never lined up in my life. Hurry up and let Dr. Yi see me. If he can cure my dad's illness, you can have whatever you want," the man said arrogantly. Long Xiaoyun's expression was cold. "What do you take Dr. Yi for?" "I'll say it one last time, if you want to see a doctor, go to the back and line up." The man got angry. "A mere doctor, treating my dad is his honor, and he still wants us to line up? You think too highly of yourself. Come on, have this Dr. Yi taken away and see who dares to stop us." Upon hearing this, 7 or 8 big men were about to take action, looking for death. At that moment, Long Xiaoyun moved. Immediately, screams echoed as the 7 or 8 men were sent flying out. Everyone was shocked at this scene. No wonder Dr. Yi is so impressive. The woman beside him is not only beautiful but also so skilled.
Just then, a man in his 50s rushed in, displeased, and said, "You little brat, how many times have I told you not to bully others with your power? Why can't you listen?" Upon seeing the man, everyone gasped. "It's the provincial governor. It's actually Governor Chen Dihai. Oh my god, even the provincial governor is here to see Dr. Yi. The line is so long now, it's probably going to be even harder to see Dr. Yi in the future." Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Chen Dihai stepped in front of Yi Feng and respectfully said, "Hello, Dr. Yi, I am Chen Dihai. May I ask you to take a look at my illness?" Yi Feng didn't even glance at Chen Dihai, instead focusing intently on taking the pulse and asking questions of the patient in front of him. After finishing with the current patient, Yi Feng finally spoke, "If you want to see a doctor, go to the back of the line." After saying that, Yi Feng directly looked at the patients waiting in line and said, "Next." The people around them gasped in shock, their gazes towards Yi Feng changing once again. Dr. Yi really has a personality, he doesn't even regard such a big shot. That's because Dr. Yi has the strength. Strength is confidence. Perhaps, in Dr. Ye's eyes, a provincial governor is no different from us. Hearing Yi Feng's words, Chen Dihai was taken aback. His son couldn't help but get angry again, but after receiving a glare, he obediently shut his mouth. Then, Chen Dihai took his son and went to the back of the line, waiting patiently. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the people around changed once more. To make a provincial governor wait in line obediently, how many people in the entire dragon country could achieve that? Even Zhang Hanyan and the others were somewhat moved. However, Yi Feng's expression remained unchanged throughout. It was as if everything was as it should be. Before him, even a tiger had to lie down, and a dragon had to coil. In the blink of an eye, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The line outside the Shiyuan medical hall was still dozens of meters long. Finally, it was Chen Dihai's turn. "Dr. Yi, I developed a strange illness a few days ago. Whenever I come into contact with water, my head feels like it's exploding with pain. I've had all sorts of tests at the hospital, but they couldn't find the cause." As Chen Dihai spoke, he recalled the scene of his headache, feeling a lingering fear. Yi Feng gestured for Chen Dihai to sit down and had Long Xiuxue pour him a glass of water. Chen Dihai looked at the water in the cup and couldn't help but shiver. Although he hadn't had water for several days and was dying of thirst, seeing the water made him instinctively uneasy. Because whenever he touched water, it felt like countless steel needles were stabbing into his head, making it unbearable. Yi Feng took Chen Dihai's pulse and lifted his eyelid to take a look, then said, "If you don't drink water, I can't find the cause." Chen Dihai gritted his teeth, took the paper cup from the table, and gulped down the water. Immediately, a scream erupted from his throat. He fell from the chair, rolling on the ground while clutching his head and screaming in agony. The crowd watched this scene, their faces changing color. From Chen Dihai's screams, one could tell how much pain he was in. They never expected there could be such a strange illness in the world. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes, staring at Chen Dihai rolling on the ground. Soon, Yi Feng noticed a faint black mist near Chen Dihai's forehead, frantically drilling into his head. If all this black mist entered his head, his death would be imminent. Yi Feng said nothing, extending his hand to draw a rune in the air, then pointed at Chen Dihai's forehead and said, "Go." The rune instantly struck Chen Dihai's forehead, colliding with the eerie black mist. Ordinary people couldn't see the black mist, but Yi Feng could see it clearly. The black mist was immediately immobilized upon encountering the rune. Chen Dihai's pain also lessened significantly. He got up from the ground, touched his head, and showed a hint of excitement on his face. He had to endure nearly an hour of torment every time he came into contact with water. This time, he had recovered so quickly. Gratefully, he said to Yi Feng, "Thank you, Dr. Yi, for saving me." Yi Feng said, "I have only temporarily alleviated your pain. To solve your problem, I need to visit your home." Chen Dihai replied excitedly, "All right, Dr. Yi. As long as you have time, we can set off any time." Yi Feng responded, "Wait until I finish seeing all the patients today." "Okay, Mr. Yi." Chen Dihai didn't dare to show any displeasure. After all, only Yi Feng could spare him from such torment. It wasn't until 9 o'clock in the evening that Yi Feng finished seeing all the patients. During that time, he didn't rest at all, except for eating and drinking. At this moment, Yi Feng walked out of the clinic and found Chen Dihai waiting outside the pharmacy. "Let's go to your house," Yi Feng said. Soon, they arrived at Chen Dihai's home. Although Chen Dihai held a high position, he lived in a designated family compound. His wife had long been waiting at the door. These days, she had witnessed Chen Dihai's suffering and understood what it meant to live a life worse than death. Upon hearing that a divine doctor could cure her husband's illness, she was naturally overjoyed. However, when she saw the divine doctor in person, she was taken aback. He was so young. Could he have started learning medicine from the womb? Especially when she saw the three beautiful women beside Yi Feng, Chen Dihai's wife became even more suspicious. She worried that Chen Dihai, in his desperation, had been deceived. However, she didn't think too much about it. Given Chen Dihai's status, if someone really tried to deceive him, they would surely be caught in Jinling. Dr. Yi, why don't you have some tea and take a rest first? Chen Dihai suggested. Yi Feng waved his hand and said, no need, let me see where your bedroom is. Dr. Yi, please follow me. Chen Dihai led Yi Feng to the bedroom. Yi Feng glanced around the bedroom and said, remove your bed and dig down 2 meters from where the bed was. Chen Dihai and his family were all taken aback, as were Zhang Hanyan and the other 3 women. Dr. Yi, what does this have to do with my illness? Chen Dihai couldn't help but ask. Just do as I say. Yi Feng said no more. Alright, Dr. Yi. Chen Dihai could only choose to trust Yi Feng. He took out his phone and called his secretary, asking him to find some workers to come over. After waiting for a full hour, his secretary, Shiyuan, finally brought over 7 or 8 workers. Chen Dihai felt a bit displeased but said nothing. After all, since he fell ill, he had basically retreated from the front lines, and the next step was likely to be an early retirement due to illness. People come and go. This is the law of the world. Governor Chen, is it really necessary to work at home this late at night? Shiyuan asked. He had just gone to bed when he was called up, and he felt a bit unhappy. Chen Dihai briefly explained the situation. Upon hearing this, Shiyuan found it somewhat amusing. Governor Chen, this person is so young, he can't possibly be a fraud, can he? Xiao Shi, what are you saying? Hurry up and apologize to Dr. Yi. Chen Dihai's face turned stern. In the past, Shiyuan would never have dared to contradict Chen Dihai. After all, being associated with Chen Dihai could lead him to great heights. But now that Chen Dihai was about to retire due to illness, his usefulness to Shiyuan was minimal. He smiled and said, Governor Chen, please don't be angry. I was just worried that you might be desperate and get deceived. Shiyuan, do you think I'm about to retire and don't want to work anymore? If that's the case, this is my private matter, and you can leave now if you don't want to help. Chen Dihai felt somewhat disheartened. He could only walk up to Yi Feng and said, Dr. Yi, I'm truly sorry for making you laugh. Yi Feng waved his hand and replied, it's getting late, let's dig quickly. Alright, Dr. Yi. Chen Dihai nodded and took the lead, saying, workers, thank you for your hard work. Tonight, everyone will receive double pay, so please put in some extra effort. Soon, several workers began the excavation work. About an hour later, a large hole had been dug. One worker measured the depth with a tape measure and said, we've reached 2 meters, but there's nothing here. Upon hearing this, Shiyuan sneered coldly. He had anticipated all of this. Chen Dihai and the others frowned and looked at Yi Feng. Yi Feng stood at the edge of the hole, took a glance, and said, there's a measurement error, dig down another 3 centimeters, and it should be fine. At that moment, Shiyuan could no longer hold back. Keep pretending, what's wrong with you at such a young age, pretending to be some kind of mystic? I feel embarrassed to expose you. Shiyuan, shut up. Chen Dihai wished he could throw him out. Shiyuan jumped into the hole, took a shovel from a worker, and said, Governor Chen, there's no need to be angry. Didn't he say to dig down 3 centimeters? Then I'll dig down 3 centimeters, and if there's still nothing, let's see what he has to say. Saying this, he thrust the shovel down. Instantly, his expression froze. His voice came to a halt. It seemed he had dug something up. Shiyuan thrust the shovel down again, and he was stunned. He could clearly feel that he had unearthed something. Gritting his teeth, he dug forcefully. A hand was unearthed. To be precise, it was a skeletal hand. A black skeletal hand, as if it had suddenly reached out from the ground, telling the story of its owner's pain, grievances, and unwillingness in life. Ah! Shiyuan let out a scream, nearly wetting his pants from fright. Immediately, he scrambled towards the hole's edge. But in his panic, he lost his footing and tumbled down. Bang! His back slammed hard against the ground. But before he could feel the pain, he opened his eyes and was horrified to find that skeletal hand right in front of him. This time, he truly lost control, his soul nearly escaping his body. In the end, several workers pulled Shiyuan up and sent him back to the surface to continue digging. He huddled in a corner, trembling like a leaf, feeling as if he had just walked through the gates of hell. The others also turned pale, especially Chen Dihai's family, who never expected that a corpse was buried beneath their home. Zhang Hanyan tightly grasped Yi Feng's arm, while Long Xiaoyun and Long Xiuxue quickly leaned into Yi Feng's embrace. They had never seen such a terrifying scene before. The workers, however, had seen all sorts of things and continued to dig. About half an hour later, the entire skeleton was finally unearthed. Chen Dihai, having seen his share of storms, swallowed hard and asked, Dr. Yi, may I ask if my headache is related to this skeleton? Yi Feng, with his hands behind his back, looked at the skeleton exposed to the air and said, "It is indeed related, but not just to this skeleton, it is related to these two skeletons." "Two skeletons? Mr. Yi, there is clearly only one skeleton here." The others widened their eyes, filled with disbelief. Yifeng then reached out and pointed twice in the air, and a golden talisman appeared suspended in mid-air. The light fell, and everyone clearly saw that there was also a small skeleton in the abdominal area of the larger skeleton. Everyone was struck as if by lightning. This skeleton had been pregnant in life. At this moment, Yifeng's voice came again, "Drop." His hand pressed down gently. The golden talisman fell with a sound, directly landing on the skeleton. An image suddenly materialized in the air. At a construction site, several men restrained a pregnant woman, defiled her, and then burned her, burying her in the foundation. Although there was no sound, only the image, everyone could deeply feel the woman's suffering. Defiled and murdered, a life taken along with another. Zheng Hanyan suddenly covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. As a woman, as a mother, she could empathize more than anyone with the feelings of the woman who was killed. She wiped her tears and said, "Not only did they kill this woman, but they also killed the child in her womb. If it were me, I would haunt them even in death." Yifeng took a pen and paper, wrote down 5 names, and said to Qindihai, "Let these 5 people receive the punishment and retribution they deserve, and give justice to these 2 corpses. Your illness will heal itself." Qindihai took the note, nodded vigorously, and said, "Rest assured, Dr. Yi. Setting aside my illness, this is what I should do." Soon, Qindihai made a call to have the relevant authorities come to collect evidence. Through Yifeng's note, the authorities quickly apprehended the 5 suspects and interrogated them overnight. The 5 were shocked to find that the bad deeds they had committed over a decade ago could still be uncovered, leaving them dumbfounded. However, they still insisted that they had nothing to do with the matter. After all, so many years had passed, and with no witnesses, no one could convict them. But the authorities still found hair and other evidence at the scene, and they conducted tests overnight, proving it belonged to 2 of them. The psychological defenses of these 2 collapsed, and they chose to confess. The remaining few had no choice but to confess as well. What awaited them would be a life for a life. After all this was done, it was already 3 in the morning. "Let's go," Yifeng said to the women. Remembering what had happened today, the women couldn't help but shiver. Truly, hell is empty, and the demons are here on earth. "Mr. Yi, I'm a bit scared. Can you sit in my car?" Zheng Hanyan said. "Okay." Yifeng nodded and took his seat in the passenger side of the car. On the way, Zheng Hanyan said, "Mr. Yi, CeCe and Wang Ma have already gone to bed. Can I sleep at your place for one night?" After saying this, Zheng Hanyan felt quite anxious, fearing that Yifeng would refuse. To her surprise, Yifeng readily agreed. Half an hour later, the 4 arrived at the Tulip apartment. Long Shiyuan and Long Shouxue were so tired that they went straight to their rooms to sleep. Yifeng said to Zheng Hanyan, "You can sleep in my room, I'll take the sofa." Zheng Hanyan quickly replied, "No need, Mr. Yi. I'll just sleep on the sofa." Yifeng nodded, said nothing more, and stepped into the room. However, not long after Yifeng lay down, there was a sound at the bedroom door as the doorknob turned. Zheng Hanyan tiptoed in and said, "Mr. Yi, as soon as I close my eyes, the images from tonight come back to me, and I'm a bit scared. Can I sleep here for one night?" After saying this, Zheng Hanyan felt as if she had a little white rabbit in her arms, its heart racing. Yifeng sighed and said, "Lie down. There are pillows in the cabinet, you can take one." Zheng Hanyan's heart soared with joy as she fumbled in the dark, opened the cabinet, and took out a pillow. She climbed onto the bed, mustered her courage, and burrowed under the covers. Feeling that Zheng Hanyan was very close to him, Yifeng frowned but ultimately said nothing more. Lying beside Yifeng, Zheng Hanyan felt secure yet very nervous, until she heard Yifeng's rhythmic breathing by her ear. This guy actually fell asleep? Was she, this stunning beauty, lying next to this guy, akin to a dog? Zheng Hanyan began to doubt her life, and a wave of disappointment washed over her. Before she knew it, the next day arrived. After Long Xiaoyun and Long Shouxue woke up, they sensed something was off. "Last night, Zheng Hanyan also slept here, right?" "Yeah, but there are only 2 rooms here." So the question arises, did Yifeng sleep with Zheng Hanyan? Just as Long Xiaoyun and Long Shouxue were discussing this, the door to Yifeng's room opened. The 2 watched in disbelief as Yifeng and Zheng Hanyan walked out one after the other. Yifeng's expression was as cold and calm as ever. But Zheng Hanyan looked like she hadn't slept well? Did they really sleep together last night? And it seemed like Zheng Hanyan had been through quite a bit? Long Xiaoyun and Long Shouxue immediately began to imagine the possibilities. As they did, they were filled with speechlessness. They had successfully occupied the nest, feeling quite pleased with themselves. But then Zheng Hanyan was even bolder, going straight for it. Could this be the legendary mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind? At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Long Xiaoxue said, "I'll go open the door." When the door opened, Lu Gongming and Lu Ruyan walked in. Upon seeing the scene in the room, Lu Gongming almost thought he was seeing things. How could there be another woman in the apartment he bought for Yi Feng and Lu Ruyan? The key point was, there was more than one. However, Lu Gongming quickly realized that he was not the only one wanting to get close to Yi Feng, the hidden dragon. It turned out that at the opening ceremony of the Xuanyi Hall, Lu Gongming was furious when he didn't see Lu Ruyan. When he got home and asked, he found out that Lu Ruyan had never moved back to the tulip apartment. Last night, Lu Gongming had spent the whole night persuading Lu Ruyan, and finally succeeded. Early in the morning, he dragged Lu Ruyan over, intending to apologize to Yi Feng and let the two continue living together. Who would have thought that 3 more women would emerge from the apartment? Lu Gongming immediately felt that something was amiss. Lu Ruyan's mindset completely collapsed. She was ready to accept Yi Feng, but now she hesitated. She didn't want to marry a playboy. She bit her lip and said, "Grandpa, I'm leaving first." Lu Gongming sighed and said to Yi Feng, "Yi son-in-law, what about your engagement with Sweki?" Yi Feng replied, "Old Master Lu, according to our previous agreement, there are still 10 days left in a month, we will talk then. Of course, regardless of the outcome, the Lu family will give you the Mother Jade pendant," Lu Gongming said, turning to leave. At that moment, his back appeared somewhat dejected. Just then, Yi Feng received a call from the president of Jinling University. It turned out that the university had cancelled the Taekwondo class and made traditional martial arts a featured subject, which required evaluation from relevant departments. If traditional martial arts could not be recognized as a featured subject, Jinling University's ranking among the 985 prestigious schools would also decline accordingly. This would affect the school's enrollment, funding, and more. To ensure that Jinling University passed the evaluation smoothly, the president wanted to invite Yi Feng to serve as the head of the Traditional Martial Arts Teaching and Research Office. "Yi Feng, I know you're quite busy, this position is just a title. You just need to show up during the evaluation today, what do you think?" The president was still quite anxious, fearing that Yi Feng would refuse. Yi Feng replied, "No problem, I'll head over now." After hanging up the phone, Yi Feng left the apartment and headed to Jinling University. Jinling University Playground. The newly established martial arts team had already gathered on the playground. At the principal's invitation, Yi Feng provided some guidance to the team. In the audience stands, many students without classes were asked to come and create an atmosphere. Seeing Yi Feng tumbling in the center like a fierce tiger returning to the mountains, like a dragon entering the sea, the students on site erupted with excitement. Lu Ruyan looked at the radiant Yi Feng, feeling a sense of loss. Finally, the judging panel arrived. A group of school leaders stepped forward to greet them. However, when they saw the members of the judging panel, the principal's expression suddenly turned grim. Because one of them was Kitano Yu, a samurai from the Sakura country, the father of Kitano Takeshi. Just half a month ago during military training, Kitano Takeshi was severely injured by Yi Feng in one move, rendering him almost incapacitated. It was clear that Kitano Takeshi being a member of the judging panel this time was no coincidence. The host began to introduce the members of the judging panel. The leaders participating in today's evaluation activity include Feng Mingyuan, the vice president of the Jinling City Martial Arts Association, Ouyang Hua, a member of the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Bureau, and Kitano Yu, a member of the World Martial Arts Alliance. Let's welcome them. Sparse applause erupted in the venue. However, many students felt puzzled upon hearing the name Kitano Yu and couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Why should a person from the Sakura country judge the martial arts of the Dragon country? Soon, the host announced the start of the performance. Music began to play across the playground. But at that moment, Yi Feng made a gesture to stop. Before anyone could react, Yi Feng opened his chest microphone and said, "We refuse to perform because a person from the Sakura country simply does not understand the martial arts of the Dragon country, and he has no right to judge our martial arts." The venue immediately stirred. However, the gazes directed at Yi Feng were filled with admiration, because he did what they dared not do. Hearing this, Kitano Yu on the podium suddenly erupted, slamming his palm down on the table in front of him. Boom! With a loud crash, the entire table shattered. This scene left many people wide-eyed, feeling a deep sense of awe. Kitano Yu truly deserved to be a member of the World Martial Arts Alliance. With one slap, he could shatter a table. It was simply terrifying. After smashing the table, Kitano Yu coldly scanned the crowd and said, "In that case, I announce that Jinling University's evaluation of its special subjects is unqualified." Upon hearing this, the venue stirred again.
Many people began to complain restlessly. What's going on? Is it over before it even started? What right does a person from the Sakura country have to decide whether our school's special subjects are qualified or not? So infuriating. Too bad I'm not his match, otherwise, I really want to beat him up. Meanwhile, Yifeng's voice echoed throughout the venue. This is the Dragon Country, we are in our own territory, and we make the rules here. We won't allow a person from the Sakura country to act recklessly. Well said. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Yifeng's words won the support of many students and teachers. Even the principal's eyes lit up. He felt that whether they could pass the evaluation today was no longer important. What mattered was that they could not let Kitano Yu insult them. It's not about the buns, it's about pride. Kitano Yu, however, sneered and directly pointed his spear at Yifeng, saying, Yifeng, you are indeed very arrogant, but let me tell you the truth, even in your territory, you do not have the final say. I am a designated member of the evaluation from Jiangnan province and hold a veto power. What you say does not count. Hearing Kitano Yu's words, many people were so angry that their teeth itched. This was simply pushing it too far, they couldn't tolerate it. The scene had already erupted into chaos, with people shouting angrily. Each one seemed ready to rush forward and confront Bai Xiong. But just then, a powerful voice came from the entrance of the playground. Who says classmate Yifeng doesn't count? Who says classmate Yifeng doesn't count? The voice was strong and authoritative, clearly belonging to someone used to being in a position of power. When the crowd saw who the voice belonged to, they were even more shocked. It's the provincial leader, it's provincial leader Chen Dihai. Someone exclaimed. Even the school leaders were taken aback. Why was Chen Dihai at the school? Such a high-ranking official would usually give a heads-up before visiting. This was not how things were typically done. The principal quickly straightened his clothes and hurried towards Chen Dihai, with the other school leaders jogging behind him. However, Chen completely ignored them and walked directly to Yifeng's side. Classmate Yifeng, we meet again, Chen Dihai said with a smile, his tone very friendly. To avoid causing a stir, he refrained from calling Yifeng Dr. Yi. Nevertheless, his words were still explosive to everyone present. What's going on? The provincial leader is so close to Yifeng? Could it be that Yifeng is a relative of the provincial leader? Maybe Yifeng is the provincial leader's son-in-law? The students were abuzz with speculation, to the point that no one was paying attention to Bai Xiong anymore. Yet, facing Chen Dihai's smiling face, Yifeng coldly replied, What are you here for? Chen Dihai. The crowd was left in shock. Yifeng was being incredibly audacious, speaking to someone like the provincial leader in such a manner. However, to everyone's surprise, Chen Dihai was not angry at all. Instead, he smiled and said to Yifeng, I mainly came to see you. I also heard that your school's martial arts class participated in the special course evaluation, so I came to congratulate you. Since Yifeng's earpiece was on, Chen Dihai's words were heard by everyone. They could all sense Chen Dihai's friendliness towards Yifeng, even a hint of flattery. What on earth did Yifeng do to deserve this? Waves of shock washed over the crowd like a tide, impacting their hearts. Throughout the process, the principal and others surrounded Chen Dihai, trying to find an opportunity to interject. However, Chen Dihai did not give them a chance to speak. Instead, he took a microphone and announced, I declare that the martial arts course at Jinling University has passed today's special course evaluation. We fully support Jinling University's initiative to promote martial arts courses, and we will do our utmost to recommend it to higher authorities, helping Jinling University reach new heights. After Chen Dihai finished speaking, the venue erupted with enthusiastic applause and cheers. Everyone had thought there was no hope, only to be surprised by a bombshell announcement. But everyone knew that this was all related to Yifeng. At that moment, someone in the crowd led the chant, Yifeng, Yifeng, Yifeng. Following suit, everyone else joined in, Yifeng, Yifeng, Yifeng. The collective sense of honor among all the students was ignited. Especially among the international finance students, many had tears in their eyes. They suddenly felt that having a classmate like Yifeng was a very honorable thing. Lu Ruyan looked at Yifeng in the playground, suddenly feeling moved. At this moment, Yifeng shone brightly, evoking a sense of admiration. Beside her, Jiang Linlin gazed at Yifeng and couldn't help but exclaim, Sweki, I suddenly feel that you must be so happy to be Yifeng's fiancé. I'm so envious of you, what should I do? Lu Ruyan was momentarily stunned, speechless, but inside she felt an indescribable sense of loss. At that moment, Bai Xiong's expression was extremely grim. He originally wanted to take this opportunity to humiliate Jinling University and to humiliate Yifeng. However, he never expected that Chen Dihai would appear out of nowhere. He gritted his teeth and could only endure for now. After all, as the provincial leader, Chen Dihai's influence was beyond imagination.
It was impossible for him to gain any advantage by confronting him directly. Since he was already in Longwa, he had plenty of opportunities to deal with Yifeng and avenge his son. Let's go! He gritted his teeth and said to the other two members of the review panel. However, before the three could leave in disgrace, Yifeng's cold voice suddenly rang out. Who said you could leave? In an instant, the expressions on everyone's faces froze. The looks directed at Yifeng were filled with complexity. Originally, today's events had gone perfectly, but unexpectedly, Yifeng was now targeting Kitanoyu. What was he trying to do? Kitanoyu stopped in his tracks, his expression turning extremely ugly. What, do you want to keep me here? Kitanoyu narrowed his eyes, a hint of coldness emanating from him. He never expected Yifeng would dare to provoke him. Yifeng didn't even bother to look at Kitanoyu, simply saying, apologize, then get out of Jinling University, and never set foot in Longwa again. Otherwise, you can stay here. A murderous intent erupted from Kitanoyu. Kid, you want me to apologize? Yifeng replied indifferently, not you, it's you all. Upon hearing this, the other two members of the review panel, Fang Mingyuan, vice president of the Jinling Martial Arts Association, and Ouyang Hua, a member of the Jiangnan Provincial Martial Arts Bureau, both changed their expressions. You want us to apologize? Fang Mingyuan's eyes narrowed. Ouyang Hua also blared at Yifeng with a cold expression. That's right, as citizens of Longwa, you collude with the scum of Yinghua country. Not only do I want you to apologize, but I also want you to kneel. Yifeng met the cold gazes of the two without fear. At this moment, Kitanoyu chuckled dryly and said to Fang Mingyuan and Ouyang Hua, President Fang, committee member Ouyang, this kid dares to disrespect us, he cannot be spared. Moreover, he injured my son, so let's settle both the new and old scores together. After saying this, Kitanoyu looked at Yifeng and said, Kid, since that's the case, do you dare to accept my challenge? As long as Yifeng dared to accept his challenge, everything would be easier to handle. He wouldn't strike unless provoked, but once he did, he would strike with overwhelming force and openly kill Yifeng to avenge his son. However, his biggest concern was still that Chen Dihai would intervene. Just as Chen Dihai was about to speak, Yifeng had already opened his mouth. I accept your challenge. As soon as Yifeng's words fell, a cold smile appeared on Kitanoyu's lips. Yifeng, my classmate. Chen Dihai's brows furrowed tightly. Yifeng, don't be impulsive. The principal was directly unsettled. The students on site widened their eyes, feeling it was unbelievable. Just a moment ago, Kitanoyu had smashed a solid wood table with a single slap, so one could imagine how strong he was. Moreover, he was a member of the World Martial Arts Alliance. How could Yifeng dare to accept his challenge? Lu Ruyan clenched her fists, her palms full of sweat, and she couldn't help but mutter to herself, what is this guy doing? Is he seeking death? Upon hearing that Yifeng agreed, Kitanoyu quickly stepped in front of him. Kid, take this. Kitanoyu struck without hesitation. It was as if he feared Yifeng would back out or that something unexpected would happen. The expressions of the crowd changed dramatically. They inwardly cursed that it was bad. Many even thought that Yifeng would fall dead on the spot. But just then, a delicate voice rang out. Stop! Suddenly, Bu Fian rushed out from somewhere and stood in front of Yifeng. She held a weapon in her hand, aimed at Bei Xiong. Bei Xiong's face was extremely grim as he stared at Bu Fian and asked, Who are you? Bu Fian directly threw out an identification card and said, Wolfang Assault Team of Long Country, Bu Fian. Bei Xiong squinted his eyes and said, Wolfang Assault Team? You have no business in the martial arts world. Bu Fian replied, Yifeng is a member of the Wolfang Assault Team, do you think I can just stand by? At that moment, the principal also spoke up, yes, Yifeng is also a student of Jinling University. This is a university campus, and we absolutely do not allow fighting and brawling here. Bu Fian exclaimed, wow, the principal is really clever, bringing up fighting and brawling. Does that mean we can use school rules to manage this? Chen Dihai was inspired and said, exactly. Anyone who dares to fight in school and disrupt normal teaching order will be immediately arrested by the authorities. In the eyes of Bu Fian, the principal, and Chen Dihai, they were protecting Yifeng. After all, Yifeng was no match for Bei Xiong, and they had a history. Once they started fighting, Yifeng would either be dead or injured. Seeing this scene, Yifeng felt somewhat helpless. However, the students watching all breathed a sigh of relief. Especially Lu Ruyan, who relaxed her tightly clenched fists. She patted her chest, finally able to breathe smoothly. Bei Xiong's expression was very ugly, but he knew very well that it was almost impossible to touch Yifeng today. He bit his lip, thinking that there would be plenty of time in the future. Since he had come to Long Country, he would definitely take Yifeng's life before going back. But at that moment, Yifeng said to Bu Fian and the others, you can stop me from making a move, but on the condition that you make them kneel and apologize.
Bufian was speechless. Dude, we're not stopping you from making a move, we're stopping Beishong from making a move, okay?
At this time, Yifeng had already started to bypass them and walked towards Beishong. Bufian's eyes widened as she said, Yifeng, Beishong's strength is very strong, he is not someone you can compare to.
Don't be impulsive. Chen Dihai and the principal also whispered to persuade him, trying to pull Yifeng back.
At that moment, the Long sisters rushed over and tightly grabbed Yifeng's arm, saying, Mr.
Yi, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Why do you have to put yourself in a dangerous situation?
Yifeng ignored them and continued walking towards Beishong, his face cold.
At that moment, a graceful figure ran over from the audience. It was Lu Ruyan. Yifeng, stop. I forbid you to fight Beishong. Lu Ruyan said, biting her lip.
Yifeng shook his head, not wanting to speak.
Lu Ruyan was so angry that tears were about to fall.
Yifeng, I am your fiancé, and I command you in the name of your fiancé.
Hearing Lu Ruyan's words, the scene erupted in an uproar. Wow!
The first beauty of Jinling University, Lu Ruyan, has publicly revealed her relationship with Yifeng. The last time they cohabited, it caused a huge stir, claiming to have evidence, but in this day and age, let alone pictures being photoshopped, even videos can have faces swapped with AI. But this time, everyone saw it with their own eyes and heard it with their own ears.
It can be said to be solid evidence.
Hearing the crying from behind, Yifeng turned around and glanced at Lu Ruyan. Their eyes met, and Lu Ruyan suddenly cried even harder.
Don't worry, I won't be in any trouble,
Yifeng said lightly, once again walking towards Beishong. His cold voice completely enveloped Kitanoyu. Kneel down, apologize, this is your last chance.
It's over.
Yifeng knew that this would only infuriate Kitanoyu further, leading to a quicker demise.
Everyone thought the same way. Kitanoyu's eyes seemed to spit fire. He never expected Yifeng would dare to provoke him like this.
But soon, he was filled with ecstasy. He had wanted to kill Yifeng, but a group had been blocking him. Now, Yifeng had delivered himself right to his doorstep.
If he didn't kill him now, when would he? Kid, you're asking for death, Kitanoyu said coldly, preparing to strike.
But as soon as he finished speaking, he realized something was wrong because Yifeng moved first.
Since you don't want to kneel, I'll make you kneel. Yifeng's voice fell, and his body transformed into a blur. This time, he would strike first.
Kitanoyu was shocked. He never expected Yifeng to attack first, let alone be this fast. Before Kitanoyu's attack even reached him, a fierce wind from Yifeng's punch howled towards him. Kitanoyu was stunned. He suddenly felt as if he was being suppressed. He had no time to think and launched his own attack.
Boom! The two attacks collided violently in the air. The impact generated a noticeable wave of energy that spread outwards.
Those nearby felt their blood surge, overwhelmed by the urge to vomit. Accompanied by the sound of the collision was a crisp crack. It sounded like bones shattering. Immediately after, a figure was sent flying backward, crashing hard to the ground. That figure was none other than Kitanoyu.
Holy crap!
Everyone lost their composure. Yifeng had actually taken down Kitanoyu in one move. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan quickly covered her mouth, tears finally stopping. Long Xiaoyun and Long Shoshua looked at Yifeng's proud silhouette, deeply moved.
Bufian rubbed her eyes, realizing she had to re-evaluate Yifeng. Brother Chen, awesome.
At that moment, someone led the cheer.
The entire playground erupted in cheers and applause, like a tidal wave. Brother Chen, awesome. Brother Chen, awesome. Brother Chen, awesome.
Chen Dihai and the principal were also infected, joining the students in shouting, Brother Chen, awesome.
What identity, what bad influence, to hell with it, awesome is all that matters.
Kitanoyu's arm was bent, several ribs shattered, and his internal organs felt like they were in turmoil. His face was pale, and his heart was filled with despair.
He couldn't comprehend how Yifeng could be this strong.
He even doubted that anyone in the entire military samurai world could handle him. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was about to get up from the ground.
Boom!
Yifeng stepped on his head, pressing him down hard.
Kid, you. Kitanoyu was humiliated and furious. Kneel and apologize, or die. I only give you 3 seconds to think,
Yifeng said in a commanding tone.
No way. Kitanoyu gritted his teeth. 3, 2. Yifeng's icy voice rang out, like the judgment of death. 3, 2.
Yifeng's voice was like the pronouncement of death. It was more like a cold scalpel, ruthlessly slicing open Kitanoyu's heart, destroying his last psychological defense. Kitanoyu felt an extreme cold killing intent enveloping him. His eyelids twitched violently, and his nerves felt like they were about to snap.
This kid really intended to kill. Boom! Kitanoyu's legs seemed to lose control, crashing hard to the ground.
His voice trembled as he stammered, I was wrong, I apologize, I apologize. On the playground, under the gaze of countless eyes, Yifeng's upright figure contrasted sharply with the kneeling Kitanoyu. The scene struck the hearts of everyone like a wild wave. Cheers erupted once more. Like the tides of the sea, one wave higher than the last. The boys went wild, and the girls were even more frenzied than the boys. Yifeng's strength exceeded their imagination. Who wouldn't yearn for such a man? Yifeng no longer glanced at Kitanoyu Ichi. His cold eyes turned to Feng Mingyuan and Ouyang Hua. One was the vice president of the Martial Arts Association of Jinling City, and the other was a committee member of the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Bureau. These two had actually colluded with Kitanoyu Ichi. Calling them traitors would not be an exaggeration. How could Yifeng possibly let them off? The two felt a sudden panic as they met Yifeng's gaze. You colluded with Kitanoyu Ichi, don't you have anything to say? Yifeng said coldly. The two swallowed hard. They never dreamed that one day they would be questioned by a college student. Why, you're talking nonsense, we were just doing our routine duties. Feng Mingyuan bit his lip and explained. Kneel. Yifeng's voice suddenly exploded in their ears. The most crucial part was an inexplicable pressure that enveloped them. Thud. The two instinctively dropped to their knees. Seeing the three kneeling on the ground, Yifeng nodded in satisfaction. He walked over to the principal and said, Principal, my task is complete, I'm leaving now. After saying that, he turned and left. But the scene became even more chaotic. The name Yifeng echoed throughout the entire Jinling University campus. The principal couldn't help but sigh. Thankfully, it was on the playground. If it had been in the gym, the roof would probably have been blown off. Yifeng had just taken a few steps when Long Xiaoyun and Long Xiaoxue chased after him together. Yifeng, wait, I'll go with you. Bufian looked at Yifeng's back, unable to control the impulse in her heart, and chased after him as well. Yifeng, wait for me, I want to go with you too. Lu Rian wiped the tears from her face, wanting to say something but unable to voice it. Just as Yifeng and the three girls were about to disappear at the playground entrance, Lu Rian finally couldn't hold back. If she didn't fight for it, turning around might mean forever. Thinking of this, her gaze became resolute, and without hesitation, she followed behind Yifeng. Seeing this scene, the entire playground stirred once more. Bufian, Long Xiaoyun, Long Xiaoxue, Lu Ruyan, these beautiful girls were all running after Yifeng. Yifeng's charm was simply too great. Yifeng left the playground, with four stunning beauties following him. They all tacitly remained silent. However, the boys passing by, witnessing this scene, were enviously questioning their lives. It's known that such high-caliber beauties are hard to come by in reality. Yet, one guy managed to attract four at once. They were baffled, wondering how Yifeng did it. Did he possess some extraordinary quality? Just then, boom! Accompanied by a series of powerful roars, a Porsche supercar sped towards them. Screech! It came to a sudden stop right in front of Yifeng. The car door opened, and a long leg stepped out. When the surrounding boys saw the owner of that leg, they were once again thrilled. A beauty, yet another goddess-level beauty. What was going on today? Were beauties really that cheap? But what happened next once again overturned everyone's understanding. Because this beauty walked towards Yifeng. She even slightly bowed to him. Mr. Yi, something has happened. Yifeng recognized the woman in front of him. It was Lin Qingyi from the auction that day. He frowned and asked, what happened? Lin Qingyi glanced at the others and finally leaned closer to Yifeng's ear, whispering, Mr. Yi, Wang Tangfei from the Wang family was killed a few days ago. The Wang family is currently investigating, and they have been demanding the surveillance footage from the auction from our Lin family. Yifeng replied, if they want the surveillance footage, just give it to them. Lin Qingyi frowned. Her first reaction upon hearing about Wang Tang's death was that it was related to Yifeng. But seeing Yifeng's attitude now made her doubt her judgment. With that thought, Lin Qingyi sighed and said, we thought this matter was related to you, Mr. Yi, which is why we refused to provide the footage to the Wang family. However, recently, a powerful expert returned from Kunlun Mountain with the Wang family, and this expert attacked the Lin family, causing us to lose several skilled fighters. My grandfather was almost killed by that expert, and out of desperation, we had to give the footage to the Wang family. After the last auction, Lin Qingyi had informed her grandfather, Lin Hongru, the head of the Lin family, about Yifeng possessing the Hongmeng black card. Lin Hongru was shocked and even called a meeting with the senior members of the Lin family to discuss how to establish a relationship with Yifeng. So, when the Wang family demanded the auction footage from the Lin family a couple of days ago, the Lin family refused without hesitation. After all, giving the footage to the Wang family would surely offend Yifeng. Although the Lin family was not as financially strong as the Wang family, they were not afraid in terms of heritage. However, what the Lin family did not expect was that the Wang family had brought back a powerful expert from Kunlun Mountain, who severely injured several members of the Lin family. Even Lin Hongru was gravely wounded. Naturally, the footage was taken by the Wang family. That was why Lin Xingyi rushed to inform Yifeng, hoping to prepare him. But Lin Xingyi never expected that Wang Tingfei was not killed by Yifeng at all. This was a huge misunderstanding. The Lin family had offended the Wang family and paid a heavy price for it. This misjudgment had caused significant losses for the Lin family. Thinking of this, Lin Xingyi sighed. If we had known this matter had nothing to do with you, Mr. Yi, we would have given the footage to the Wang family from the start. However, at that moment, Yifeng spoke up. This matter is indeed related to me. What? After Yifeng finished speaking, Lin Xingyi was stunned. Bu Fian and the others were equally taken aback. Yifeng had actually killed someone, and it was a member of the Wang family. This news was like a bolt from the blue for them. Yifeng, are you joking? Lu Ruyan asked, looking at Yifeng's nonchalant demeanor, unable to remain calm. Yifeng replied calmly, I'm not joking. After the last auction, Wang Tingfei and his bodyguards blocked my way on the road, intending to kill and rob me. I had no reason to let him go. Upon hearing this, the others understood. Given Yifeng's character, it was not surprising for him to do such a thing. Moreover, Wang Tingfei must have done plenty of killing and robbing himself, so it was only fitting that he met his end this time. Lu Ruyan, Long Xiaoyun, and Long Xiaoxue were all children of prominent families. Although they appeared to be well-behaved girls, well protected by their families, they understood the darkness of the world better than ordinary girls. They also knew that if Yifeng were not strong enough, he would be the one to die. But the thought of Yifeng having killed a member of the Wang family made them panic. The Wang family was the #1 family in Jinling. In terms of financial power, they could rival the CeCe group. In terms of heritage, even the Lin family could not compare. Once the Wang family investigated something, they would not let Yifeng off easily. At this moment, Lin Xingyi said, Mr. Yi, the Wang family is very powerful. Their biggest trump card is dozens of martial artists, and among these martial artists, there are 5 martial lords. The most crucial point is that they have just invited a formidable expert from Kunlun Mountain, who has reached the terrifying realm of half-step martial sovereign. Therefore, Xingyi still advises Mr. Yi to leave Jinling for a while. Upon hearing this, the fear on the faces of Lu Ruyan and the other women intensified. However, Yifeng frowned and asked, what do you mean by martial artists, martial lords, and half-step martial sovereigns? Lin Xingyi was taken aback and asked, Mr. Yi, aren't you a martial artist? Yifeng shook his head and said, I am not. Long Xiaoyun furrowed her brows and asked, Mr. Yi, when we first met in the small grove by the Jinling River, weren't you practicing? Aren't you a martial artist? Hearing Long Xiaoyun's words, the others were momentarily stunned. What first meeting? What small grove? But soon, they realized they were thinking too much into it. At this moment, Yifeng shook his head and said, I am not a martial artist, I am a cultivator. Long Xiaoyun, Bofian, and Lin Xingyi were all taken aback and asked in unison, cultivator? Never heard of it. Yifeng frowned and asked, then what do you mean by martial artist? Lin Xingyi seemed to understand that Yifeng genuinely did not know about martial artists, so she explained, a martial artist is a person who practices martial arts in the common sense, divided into several realms, martial master, martial lord, and martial sovereign, or simply referred to as martial master, martial lord, and martial sovereign. Generally speaking, a martial master can open a martial arts school and take in disciples, while a martial lord has cultivated their energy to the point where they can stand against 100 opponents, qualifying them as top experts. As for a martial sovereign, also known as a martial grandmaster, they are basically 1 in 10,000. Such individuals have reached an extraordinary level in the use of energy, able to gather energy into walls and even withstand ordinary firearms. Bufian and Long Xiaoyun were both martial practitioners and had long understood this knowledge. Even Long Xiaoxue, having been influenced since childhood, knew a bit about it. However, Lu Ruyan was shocked. Could martial practitioners really be this strong? Yifeng frowned and said with some emotion, a martial grandmaster can only withstand ordinary firearms. Are martial artists really that weak? When Yifeng was in his teens, he practiced in the ghost prison with his master Jiao, who told him they were cultivators. Cultivators not only possess powerful bodies and reach certain realms but can also pluck the sun, moon, and stars from the sky, even comprehend the principles of yin and yang, and grasp the cycle of life and death. In comparison, the so-called martial artists indeed seem like weaklings. However, upon hearing Yifeng's words, the women became unsettled. They could withstand firearms and were not strong? Lin Xingyi couldn't help but say, Mr. Yi, not to mention martial grandmasters, even half-step martial grandmasters are beings that transcend the rules. Even if they kill someone, capturing them would require special departments to act, otherwise, even mobilizing hundreds or thousands of people might not be able to catch them. So I advise Mr. Yi to hide for a while. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan and the others fell into silence. They didn't expect Yifeng to have caused such a huge mess. He might have to live on the run for the rest of his life. Of course, even if living on the run, being able to survive would be considered lucky. It seemed that their fate with Yifeng had come to an end. Thinking of this, the women felt a bit lost. At this moment, Yifeng said, "Escape? Why should I escape?" Lu Ruyan was at a loss and said, "Yifeng, I admit I underestimated you before, but do you know what your biggest flaw is? It's that you don't listen to advice. I asked my grandfather to prepare some money for you, and I'll also give you my mother's jade pendant. Then you should leave Jinling immediately, the farther the better." Yifeng shrugged and said, "Run away? Why should I run? Besides, the word run doesn't exist in my dictionary. Yifeng, your arrogance won't solve the problem, it will only harm you." Lu Ruyan was almost in tears from anger. In fact, not only was Lu Ruyan at a loss, but the others were also on the verge of panic. Just then, Yifeng's phone rang. It was a video call. The girls saw the name and avatar showing Zheng Hanyan, and they couldn't help but feel a bit uncomfortable. They had previously sensed that Yifeng's relationship with Zheng Hanyan was unusual. At this moment, it seemed they had proven their suspicions. After all, even they had never had a video call with Yifeng. Yifeng, however, did not avoid the suspicion and answered the video call. But when everyone saw the scene in the video, they were stunned. Zheng Hanyan was kneeling on the ground, controlled by two people, her face and body covered in blood, looking utterly miserable. CeCe was being held down by a woman, crying uncontrollably. "It's Wu Yu, Wang Tengfei's mother." Lin Qingyi recognized the woman stepping on CeCe at a glance. When Zheng Hanyan saw Yifeng, she instantly broke down, tears streaming down her face as she said, "Mr. Yi, I'm sorry, I didn't want to say this, but they are threatening me with CeCe, I'm sorry." Wu Yu, who was stepping on CeCe, twisted her face when she saw Yifeng. "You brat, you killed my son Tengfei, I want to skin you alive." Saying this, Wu Yu grabbed a dagger and held it against Zheng Hanyan's neck, saying, "Come to the Wang family immediately, or this bitch and this little bastard will die." Zheng Hanyan shook her head in tears, saying, "Mr. Yi, don't come, both my life and CeCe's are yours, consider it as us returning it to you." At this moment, a cold killing intent radiated from Yifeng, his voice like an ancient cold wind blowing from the depths of hell. "You should never have threatened me with them." After Yifeng's cold voice fell, he directly hung up the video call. At that moment, Lu Ruyan blocked Yifeng's path and said, "You can't go, if you go, you're walking into a trap. Let's think of another way together. Yes, the Wang family's reputation is terrible, they have even committed extermination. If you go, they won't spare you." Long Xiaoyun said, also blocking Yifeng. Even Bufian, who feared nothing, stopped Yifeng at this moment, saying, "Don't rush, I'll have the commander of the Wolfang assault team contact the relevant departments immediately. Even if we are saving someone, we must ensure our own safety." Yifeng glanced at the few girls and said, "Step aside." The girls all looked exceptionally determined. "No." Yifeng shook his head and continued to move forward. An invisible force pushed the girls aside. Yifeng's body flashed and disappeared from the spot. In the Wang family of Jinling, in a top-notch mansion nestled by the mountains and water, the video call between Zheng Hanyan and Yifeng was disconnected. Originally, Wu Yu wanted to continue threatening Yifeng, but she didn't expect him to hang up directly. The key was that before hanging up, Yifeng had given her a harsh warning. She truly doubted whether she was warning Yifeng or if Yifeng was warning her. Ultimately, her gaze fell back on Zheng Hanyan, gritting her teeth and saying, "Bitch, your brat is coming, you all will die." Zheng Hanyan said in despair, "Just kill me, Yifeng won't come." Wu Yu snorted coldly and said, "That kid just now had no intention of not coming. I can see he seems to care a lot about you and that little bastard. I really suspect she is the illegitimate child you and that kid had." Zheng Hanyan shook her head and said with some emotion, "Mr. Yi is a true dragon among men. How could CeCe and I have such good fortune? For us mother and daughter to know Mr. Yi is already a blessing in this lifetime." Upon hearing this, Wu Yu gritted her teeth and said, "True dragon among men? Does he deserve it? My son Tengfei is the real true dragon among men. Compared to my son, that kid is nothing." Just thinking of her deceased son twisted Wu Yu's face. Hearing Wu Yu say this, Zheng Hanyan couldn't help but respond, "Your son killed and robbed, and acted on lust. He really doesn't deserve to be compared to Mr. Yi." Slap. Wu Yu was enraged and slapped Zheng Hanyan across the face. "Don't hit my mom," CeCe cried out. Wu Yu glared at Zheng Hanyan, her eyes narrowing, and said, "It seems my son had his eyes on you before he died. I'll help him finish what he couldn't. Saying this, she looked at the dozen or so men in black around her and commanded, take turns with her. I want to see if that kid still wants you after he sees you being used, huh? The eyes of the men in black lit up. Zheng Hanyan was a super beauty, they had thought it a pity to kill her directly. They never expected such a good opportunity would fall into their laps. Yes, ma'am, they said excitedly, moving towards Zheng Hanyan. No! Seeing the men in black approaching her, Zheng Hanyan realized she had said the wrong thing. She was in utter despair. Even if she died, she didn't want to be defiled by these people. But now, she didn't even have the right to die. Yi Feng. At that moment, she suddenly hoped Yi Feng would come. I won't let you hurt my mom. CeCe ran towards Zheng Hanyan but was kicked to the ground by Wu Yu, letting out a cry of pain. Seeing Zheng Hanyan retreating in despair to the corner, Wu Yu's face revealed a twisted pleasure. I want to hear her screams and pleas for mercy. The louder, the better, haha. Wu Yu laughed heartily. The first few men in black rushed towards Zheng Hanyan eagerly. But just then, boom! A loud crash suddenly echoed. The room's window was smashed. A figure rushed in. Yi Feng. Zheng Hanyan quickly covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Yi Feng had come, he really had come. CeCe saw Yi Feng and cried, Big brother. They are bullying Mom and CeCe. Little bastard. You came. Seeing Yi Feng, Wu Yu's eyes seemed to spit fire. Yi Feng said nothing, his eyes were filled with endless killing intent. The moment he shattered the glass in front of him, he reached out and grabbed shards of glass, flinging them out violently. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The glass shards whistled through the air, shooting towards the men in black surrounding Zheng Hanyan. Before these men in black could react, the glass shards embedded deeply into their foreheads. Boom! Their bodies crashed to the ground, and darkness quickly enveloped them. Wu Yu was about to give the order for these men in black to take down Yi Feng when she realized they had all fallen. She swallowed hard, unable to believe what was happening before her. Yi Feng looked at Zheng Hanyan, covered in blood and tears streaming down her face, as well as the equally tragic CeCe, and once again erupted with a chilling killing intent. I told you, you absolutely should not, under any circumstances, threaten me with them. The cold voice echoed in Wu Yu's ears. As the voice fell, Yi Feng kicked a piece of glass on the ground. Whoosh! Dozens of glass shards flew towards Wu Yu. Thud, thud, thud. Wu Yu felt a wave of despair, thinking she would end up like those men in black, with no place to be buried. But soon, she realized that these glass shards did not pierce her vital areas. Instead, they embedded themselves in her arms, shoulders, thighs, knees, and other places. An indescribable sting quickly penetrated her brain. Ah, ah, ah. Soon, she collapsed to the ground, letting out a piercing scream. Yi Feng walked over to Shiyuan, pulling the little one up. Big brother. Shiyuan hugged Yi Feng, as if a fledgling had found refuge in a warm embrace. Yi Feng took out 2 pills, feeding one to Shiyuan. He held the other pill and walked over to Zheng Hanyan, only to see her staring blankly at him. Open your mouth and take this, Yi Feng said. Zheng Hanyan opened her mouth, holding the pill, but tears streamed down her face again. Mr. Yi, thank you. Suddenly, she hugged Yi Feng and couldn't help but kiss him. Everything came so unexpectedly. Yi Feng only felt a slippery sweetness and softness, along with the faint fragrance of the pill. He patted Zheng Hanyan's back and said, let's go. At that moment, Wu Yu on the ground spoke with venomous resentment. Kid, you came to the Wang family, do you think you can leave? You're dead for sure. Even 1,000 troops can't stop me. What is a mere Wang family? Yi Feng's indifferent voice fell as he kicked Wu Yu. Instantly, Wu Yu flew out of the window like a cannonball, crashing into the Wang family's courtyard with a bang. She spat out a mouthful of blood but did not die immediately. Yi Feng had deliberately left her with a breath. At that moment, the entire Wang family was in turmoil. Just now, they had heard Wu Yu's screams and thought it was Zheng Hanyan being tortured. It wasn't until they saw the bloodied Wu Yu crash to the ground that they finally realized something was wrong. As Wu Yu crashed to the ground, the entire Wang family was thrown into chaos. A group of people rushed out, surrounding Wu Yu. Madam, what happened? What's going on? They asked. Wu Yu spat out a mouthful of blood, using her last bit of strength to say, Yi, it's Yi Feng, he came, kill him. In the room, Yi Feng picked up Shiyuan and said, Shiyuan, we're going home. Shiyuan nodded happily and gave Yi Feng a kiss on the cheek. Seeing this scene, Zheng Hanyan felt a warmth in her heart, but soon, a hint of panic crossed her eyes as she said, Mr. Yi, the Wang family has many experts, it will be dangerous for you to go out. Just as she finished speaking, an old voice came from outside, Yi Feng, you killed my grandson and harmed my Wang family members, come out and die. At these words, Zheng Hanyan's delicate body trembled again. Yi Feng gave her a comforting look, took her hand, and said, "Let's go." When Zhang Hanyan's cold hand was held in Yi Feng's, her body trembled once more. She felt a current coursing through her entire being. Yi Feng brought her an unprecedented sense of security. Soon, the three of them walked outside. When Zhang Hanyan saw the scene outside, she was stunned. In the Zhang family hall, there were over 100 people surrounding them inside and out. Many of them were holding sharp weapons. She was filled with despair, unable to help but tightly grasp Yi Feng's hand, saying, "Mr. Yi, it's us who harmed you." She was also frightened by the scene before her and hugged Yi Feng tightly. Zhang Hanyan glanced at Yi Feng when he remained silent. She saw that Yi Feng's expression was as calm as usual, as if everything happening before him was just a minor affair. The old matriarch of the Wang family sat in a grand chair, her murky eyes fixed on Yi Feng, asking, "So it's you who killed my grandson Tingfei?" Yi Feng replied, "He brought it upon himself." The old matriarch narrowed her eyes and said, "Then why have you come here today, if not to seek death?" At that moment, more than a dozen members of the Wang family stared at Yi Feng, their faces filled with murderous intent. Especially Wang Tingfei's father, who, after having his son killed by Yi Feng and now seeing his wife on the brink of death from Yi Feng's blows, wished he could swallow Yi Feng alive. "You brat, next year on this day will be your day of sacrifice. Today, I will slowly torture you to death." Yi Feng calmly replied, "You all can't kill me." After he said this, not only were the Wang family members stunned, but even Zhang Hanyan was taken aback. Surrounded by over 100 people, many of whom were powerful, this was almost a certain death situation. Yet Yi Feng spoke so lightly of it. Was he truly confident, or just arrogantly ignorant? The old matriarch sneered and said, "I really dislike the way he speaks, make him kneel and talk to me." "Yes, matriarch." Over 100 voices echoed in unison. The murderous intent surged above the entire estate. But just then, a booming voice rang out. "Stop! I want to see who dares to touch my granddaughter's husband." It was Lu Gongming, who had arrived with his people. The old matriarch frowned slightly and said, "Lu Gongming, you say this brat is your granddaughter's husband?" Lu Gongming replied, "Exactly." The old matriarch chuckled lightly and said, "So what if he is your granddaughter's husband? You are merely a martial arts master, and you are old, any strong member of the Wang family can crush you." Lu Gongming's face turned red as he said, "So what? I will spare no effort to protect Yi Feng. This is our Lu family's stance. And our Long family too." At that moment, another voice came, and it was Long Shiyuan, leading dozens of people in a grand manner. The old matriarch's brows furrowed again as she asked, "Long Shiyuan, what are you meddling in?" Long Shiyuan replied, "Since the Lu family is getting involved, our Long family cannot be absent." "What do you mean? Is Yi Feng also your granddaughter's husband?" The old matriarch asked, somewhat amused. Long Shiyuan thought for a moment and said, "I hope that one day, Yi Feng can become my granddaughter's husband." The old matriarch felt somewhat puzzled, but she still coldly said, "Today, this brat's life is mine to take, no one can save him, I mean it. If your Lu family and Long family want to accompany him to the grave, I will fulfill your wish." Just as she finished speaking, voices came from the entrance again. This time, two groups of people arrived, totaling over 100. "And our Lin family too." It was Lin Hongru, the head of the Lin family, who had come with dozens of people. "And I, King of Jinling." It was the King of Jinling, accompanied by 70 or 80 brothers. Seeing this scene, Zhang Hanyan's heart surged with waves of shock. No wonder Yi Feng was unafraid, it turned out he had so many trump cards. She tightly grasped Yi Feng's hand, perhaps she could survive this calamity, perhaps she would escape disaster and be blessed in the future. At this moment, the old matriarch finally lost her composure. She trembled as she stood up from the grand chair, looking at Yi Feng. The Lu family, the Long family, Lin family, King of Jinling. So many people are actually taking action for Yi Feng. She simply couldn't understand. She squinted her eyes, staring at Yi Feng, and said, "Yi Feng, is this your trump card?" Yi Feng's eyes were calm as he replied lightly, "So what if it is, and so what if it isn't? How could his trump card be these?" His trump card was the days and nights he spent in the ghost prison. It was the 180 masters from the ghost prison. It was the incredible skills taught to him by his masters. It was the terrifying resources left to him by his masters. But he didn't explain, even if he did, these people wouldn't understand. Moreover, they weren't worthy. A hint of anger appeared on the old lady's face. She chuckled dryly and said, "Kid, you don't think you have it in the bag, do you? The Lu family, the Long family, the Lin family, and the King of Jiling, they have a place in Jiling when united, but compared to the Wang family, they are nothing but chickens and dogs." Hearing the old lady's words, Lu Gongming, Long Shiyuan, and Lin Hongru all showed anger on their faces. But they also knew very well that what the old lady said was the truth. The number and quality of experts in the Wang family were far beyond what they could compare to. At that moment, the king of Jinling stepped forward and said, "Old lady, I advise you to back off early and not be stubborn, because you have no idea what kind of existence you are provoking." The old lady squinted her eyes and then laughed heartily. "Today, not only will I not back off, on the contrary, I will fight you to the death." Jinling has been peaceful for so many years, it's time for a change. After today, there will be no Lu family, Long family, or Lin family in Jinling, and you, king of Jinling, will also become history. After saying this, the old lady looked towards the corner of the courtyard, slightly bowed, and said, "Old Hong, please come out and protect the Wang family." At this moment, everyone noticed an old man meditating in the corner. Hearing the old lady's words, the old man opened his eyes, exhaled a breath of turbid air, and slowly stood up. The moment he stood up, a powerful aura erupted from him, enveloping the entire courtyard. Everyone felt suppressed by this aura, finding it hard to breathe. As the old man known as Hong stood up, everyone changed color. Lu Gongming, Long Shiyuan, Lin Hongru, and the people brought by the king of Jinling were mostly martial artists at the master level. Among them were also top experts who had reached the martial respect level. For instance, Lu Gongming, Long Shiyuan, and Lin Hongru had reached the martial respect level many years ago. The king of Jinling had just reached middle age but had also broken through to the martial respect level a few years ago. However, when Old Hong stood up, their hearts instinctively trembled, and even breathing became difficult. Old Hong exuded a powerful pressure that weighed heavily on everyone. "You are the half-step martial sect master invited by the Wang family from Kunlun Mountain," Lin Shiyuan blurted out, his voice filled with indescribable shock. The others felt a storm of emotions rising within them. They had long known that the Wang family had invited a half-step martial sect master from Kunlun Mountain. They originally thought that with their numerical advantage, they might be able to fight this half-step martial sect master. A dozen martial respect experts together could wear him down. But now, they realized they were wrong. Although a half-step martial sect master was not a true martial arts master, the opponent's strength still exceeded their imagination. "All of you martial respects, come at me together." Old Hong stepped forward, his voice like a great bell, striking at everyone's hearts. Lu Gongming and the others were shocked, and some even turned pale. The battle hadn't even started, and their fighting spirit had already been severely suppressed. There was no way to fight now. Seeing this scene, the Wang family members were incredibly excited, especially the strong ones from the Wang family, who were filled with ecstatic joy. Although the Wang family had strength and could confront the three families along with the king of Jinling, even if they ultimately emerged victorious, it would surely be a case of inflicting 1,000 wounds on the enemy while suffering 800 themselves. In that scenario, some of them would inevitably pay the price here. However, judging from the strength displayed by Old Hong, the opponent could absolutely sweep everything away, and they might not even need to lift a finger. Thinking of this, they were exhilarated to the extreme, unable to contain themselves. Old Hong is mighty. In Old Hong's eyes, you are nothing but a swarm of ants. You should kneel and confess, perhaps Old Hong will spare your lives. Otherwise, next year on this day will be your day of mourning. Listening to the flattery from the Wang family's experts, Old Hong seemed to enjoy it, looking down at Gong Ming and the others, saying, "So, how about it? Kneel and confess, and I will spare your lives, otherwise, death." At the same time, he looked at the old matriarch, pointing at Yifeng, and said, "Old matriarch, is this acceptable? But rest assured, this brat must die." The old matriarch quickly nodded, "I will follow Old Hong's orders." At this moment, the Wang family members collectively reached a peak of excitement. "Did you hear that? Hurry up and kneel, confess. Old Hong is magnanimous. If you don't know how to appreciate it, just wait for death." At this moment, the faces of Lu Gongming and the others also showed signs of fear. Especially those experts they brought, each one turned pale to the extreme. Some even wished they could kneel and apologize immediately. In such a situation, what was there to fight for? To dare to fight was to seek death. At this moment, Lu Gongming, Long Xuan, Lin Hongru, and the king of Jinling all faced a tremendous choice. If they chose wrong, their decades of accumulation would vanish, and their entire family would be doomed. But soon, Lu Gongming stepped forward and said solemnly, "Yifeng is my son-in-law. Our Lu family will always stand with Yifeng, living and dying together." Hearing Lu Gongming's words, everyone was stunned. Was Lu Gongming losing his mind? In such a situation, standing with Yifeng was simply seeking death? At this moment, Long Shiyuan also stood up and said, "My fate was given by Mr. Yi, our Long family will always stand with Mr. Yi, living and dying together." Upon hearing this, everyone was once again stunned. The Long family had made the same choice. The two families would rather choose death than part ways with Yifeng. What kind of virtue and ability did this kid Yifeng possess? The king of Jiling also stepped forward without hesitation, saying, "If it weren't for the young master, I would still be stuck in prison. Even if I got out, I would be a small-time thug. Without the young master, I would have nothing. I will fight to the end for the young master, even if it means shedding the last drop of blood." At this moment, everyone was completely stunned. The choices of these people were surprisingly unanimous. In the end, all eyes turned to Lin Hongru, waiting for his choice. Compared to the Lu family, Long family, and the king of Jiling, the Lin family's connection with Yifeng was clearly much less. In contrast, it was undoubtedly more difficult for Lin Hongru to make a choice. Just then, Lin Hongru glanced at Lin Qingyi. He remembered the Hongmeng black card that Yifeng had taken out at the auction. The only one in the world. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and said, "The Lin family chooses to stand with Mr. Yi." After saying this, his body couldn't help but tremble slightly. He knew very well that making this choice meant binding himself to Yifeng. What followed would undoubtedly be a bloody battle. If they lost, the Lin family's centuries of foundation would be destroyed in an instant. But he still stood by Yifeng's side, because when he was very young, he had heard his grandfather speak of the terrifying Hongmeng black card in the Hongmeng Chamber of Commerce. "Good, very good, then you all can accompany this kid to the grave." The old lady's face was grim, her murky eyes glaring at Lu Gongming and the others as she spoke. As she said this, she looked at Old Hong and said, "Old Hong, I'll trouble you." Old Hong nodded, lightly stepping forward, his foot suddenly crashing down onto the ground. Boom! The entire ground trembled. Beneath Old Hong's feet, cracks began to appear. He extended his hand, and a powerful force surged forth. His clothes billowed, and a nearly invisible wall of energy formed in front of him. Seeing this scene, Lu Gongming and the others were once again shocked. Gathering energy to form a wall. Only a martial arts master can gather energy to form a wall. Could it be that you are not just a half-step martial sovereign, but a genuine martial arts master? Lu Gongming couldn't help but ask, his voice betraying his astonishment. The others were equally stunned. If Old Hong was indeed a genuine martial arts master, then they were undoubtedly doomed today. It could be said that they were facing certain death. Old Hong spoke, his voice like a great bell striking each person's eardrum. "I am indeed a half-step martial sovereign, but I am only one layer of paper away from becoming a martial arts master. Once I break through this layer, I will be a true martial arts master. However, for you, this is no longer important, because this strike of mine, gathering energy to form a wall, is enough to send you on your way. Prepare to receive it." As his words fell, the wall of energy in front of Old Hong expanded once more, and a violent gust of wind swept through the entire courtyard. At that moment, everyone felt the fear of being dominated by a martial arts master. Thud, thud, thud. The Lu family, the Long family, the Lin family, and some experts brought by King Jinling could no longer withstand such pressure and instinctively knelt on the ground. At this moment, Old Hong looked down at the kneeling crowd like a deity overlooking mortals, and he slowly spoke, "If you surrender now and join the Wang family, I can spare your lives." This sentence shattered the last psychological defense of these experts. Thud, thud, thud. One by one, people knelt down. I surrender, I will join the Wang family." Experts eagerly said, fearing that if they delayed their surrender, Old Hong would take their lives with a single strike. King Jinling looked at the dozen or so subordinates kneeling on the ground and angrily shouted, "Get up! Have I mistreated you all?" However, his anger did not resolve the issue. Those who were kneeling stood up one after another and ran towards the Wang family's direction, choosing to surrender. Even those still standing had faces filled with fear, with some occasionally running towards the Wang family. Only a very few had resolute expressions, seemingly determined to face death. This scene once again sent the Wang family into a frenzy. Hurry up and surrender. If you don't, just wait to die. What Lu family, Long family, Lin family, King Jinling? In front of Old Hong, you are just a bunch of rabble. After today, the entire Jinling will regard Old Hong as supreme, and the Wang family will control all of Jinling. At this moment, no one even noticed Yifeng anymore. In their eyes, it was already a certain death for the Lu family and Yifeng. Seeing that no one was surrendering, Old Hong's gaze turned cold again, and he urged his energy once more. The entire courtyard was ravaged by the wind. The wall of energy in front of Old Hong continued to swell, gathering a destructive power. The experience of impending death struck at the hearts of everyone. Seeing this scene, the Wang family members wished they could bow down and worship Old Hong. And those who had surrendered earlier were all grateful for the choice they had made. Since you won't surrender, then go die. Old Hong's tone suddenly rose. But at that moment, a faint voice came from behind him. "Old man, this is my grudge with the Wang family. If you have any tricks, come at me." Old Hong was about to unleash his energy to completely crush Lu Gongming and the others. Hearing Yi Feng's words, he abruptly turned his head, his murky eyes revealing a hint of killing intent. The Wang family members were no longer calm, and they began to scold him. "Kid, I really admire you for daring to challenge Old Hong at this time. You really don't know how to live, do you? Do you believe Old Hong could slap you to death with one hand?" Old Hong also didn't expect Yi Feng to dare challenge his authority. "Kid, I really dislike the way you talk to me, so?" Yi Feng directly interrupted him. "Stop the nonsense, just make your move. I have class this afternoon." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone around was dumbfounded. The Wang family members were almost laughing foolishly. "Kid, are you out of your mind? You still have class this afternoon? What time is it, and you're still thinking about class? Daring to speak to Old Hong like that, you must be planning to attend class in the underworld." A group of people mocked him coldly. Even their gazes towards Yi Feng were like looking at a fool. In fact, not only the Wang family members, but Lu Gongming and the others were also taken aback. To be honest, they were all terrified by Old Hong and had lost all fighting spirit. They never expected Yi Feng would deliberately provoke Old Hong. If a half-step martial sovereign was angered, he would become a terrifying killing machine. At this moment, Lu Ruyan bit her lip and said, "Yi Feng's choice to anger Old Hong should be to prevent him from targeting us." Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned, feeling that Lu Ruyan made sense. Lu Gongming and Long Shiyuan exchanged glances and prepared to act without hesitation. "You won't harm my son-in-law. Protect Mr. Yi. Fight for the young master." Lu Gongming, Long Shiyuan, Lin Hongru, and Jinling Wang all charged towards Old Hong. Several masters who had reached the martial sovereign level closely followed behind them. A mantis trying to stop a car. Old Hong sneered, waving his hand, and a powerful energy instantly condensed, striking towards the crowd like a hurricane. The moment Lu Gongming and the others came into contact with this hurricane, they felt their blood surge and were instantly sent flying. Bang bang bang! Everyone was thrown more than 10 meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. "Put!" Lu Gongming spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with despair as he murmured, "Is this the power of a half-step martial sovereign?" The others were equally filled with despair. The gap between them and Old Hong was even greater than they had imagined. In contrast, the Wang family members were extremely excited. Old Hong is strong, masters at the martial sovereign level are like ants before him. Old Hong has one foot already in the realm of martial masters, he will be the goal I look up to for a lifetime. Let's see how this kid still acts tough. I estimate he will be so scared he kneels before Old Hong begging for mercy. The Wang family members all praised Old Hong, almost shouting "Long live Old Hong." At this moment, Old Hong looked at Yi Feng and said, "Kid, prepare to die." As soon as he finished speaking, he once again urged all his energy. The wall formed by the energy surged again, becoming almost tangible. Yi Feng's expression remained unchanged as he said, "You still have so much to say after I told you to make your move." Seeking death. Old Hong slammed his palm down fiercely. The wall of condensed energy, like a small mountain, howled as it smashed towards Yi Feng and the others. CeCe tightly hugged Yi Feng, her little face somewhat pale. Zhang Hanyan clutched the corner of Yi Feng's clothes, her body trembling uncontrollably. But when she glanced at Yi Feng beside her, her gaze quickly firmed. Without Yi Feng, she and CeCe would have long been destroyed at the hands of Master Wang. Moreover, she felt a strong impulse that dying together with Yi Feng would also be a kind of happiness. Boom! A wall of condensed energy suddenly arrived beside Yi Feng and the others. Wherever it passed, it plowed a deep trench in the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The entire courtyard was in disarray, and everyone retreated in fear of being affected. As they watched, Yi Feng was enveloped by the endless energy and the swirling dust, and Lu Ruyan and the others fell into despair. The girls sat weakly on the ground, some even shedding tears. They knew very well that Yi Feng could not possibly survive, and the story between her and Yi Feng would come to a complete end. But soon, everyone noticed something was wrong. Through the endless dust, they vaguely saw that the terrifying wall of condensed energy suddenly halted. As the dust settled, everyone witnessed a scene they would never forget. Yi Feng slowly extended his hand, blocking the wall formed by the condensed energy. Seeing this scene, everyone widened their eyes. It was too shocking. The strike from Old Hong, condensed with energy, was powerful enough to overturn their understanding. Originally, many thought that Yi Feng and the others would be directly smashed into pulp by Old Hong's strike. But the reality was completely the opposite. Yi Feng merely extended one hand and stopped it. The impact of this scene on everyone was as if an ordinary person had stopped a high-speed train with their bare hands. At that moment, Old Hong's eyes suddenly contracted. He never expected that Yi Feng could actually block his strike. Moreover, he did so with such ease. Everyone fell into an indescribable shock. Until Yi Feng's voice came through, "CeCe, are you still afraid?" CeCe widened her eyes, excitedly nodded, and said, with Big Brother protecting me, CeCe is not afraid. Yifeng smiled slightly and flicked his fingers. Boom! The wall that had solidified into substance shattered with a loud bang, disappearing without a trace. Witnessing this scene, the shock of the crowd was beyond words. The fact that Yifeng could block Old Hong's strike was already shocking enough, and the way he effortlessly shattered Old Hong's attack was even more astonishing. It should be noted that Old Hong had been brewing that strike for half a day. Old Hong's eyelids twitched violently, and a very bad premonition surged within him. The entire Wang family fell into a strange silence, until CeCe's cheer broke the silence. Wow, Big Brother is so amazing. As she spoke, she couldn't help but clap her hands. Zheng Hanyan's beautiful eyes sparkled with brilliance. She couldn't help but look at Yifeng, her heart surging uncontrollably. Yifeng once again brought her surprise, a surprise that impacted her soul. The hearts of Lu Ruyan and the others, who were sitting on the ground, finally settled down. They looked at Yifeng, who stood quietly in place with almost no expression on his face, and finally understood. From beginning to end, Yifeng had never feared Old Hong at all. At that moment, they suddenly felt an immense envy for Zheng Hanyan. To stand beside Yifeng like this, becoming the focus of countless people, must be a very happy thing. Finally, Yifeng looked at Old Hong and said, "Do you have any more tricks? If not, I'll send you on your way." His calm voice was like a heavy hammer, striking each person's chest. "You brat, you're seeking death." Old Hong erupted with killing intent. He knew he had to kill Yifeng. Otherwise, if his own Dao heart is shattered, he can forget about becoming a true master of martial arts in this lifetime. In an instant, Old Hong moved, an endless surge of energy enveloping him. He charged towards Yifeng, delivering a powerful punch. Boom! A wave of energy, like a cannonball fired from a barrel, was unleashed by Old Hong's fist. However, Old Hong did not stop. Bang bang bang, he threw out several punches in quick succession. Waves of energy howled towards Yifeng. Witnessing this scene, the crowd was once again shocked, gathering energy into a barrier. It is said that this strike from a martial arts expert is even more lethal than a cannonball. Someone commented. The Wang family and others were filled with anticipation, hoping that Old Hong's barrage would crush Yifeng. Lu Gongming and the others saw Yifeng still calmly standing in place, and their hearts couldn't help but race. Mr. Yi is very strong, but he must not be careless. Someone commented, voicing the collective concern. After all, Yifeng's victory or defeat was tied to their lives, to the survival of their families. As the terrifying attacks descended upon Yifeng and the others, Yifeng clenched his fist and struck out. Unlike Old Hong's ferocity, Yifeng's punch was light, as if it held no power at all. But as Yifeng swung his fist, a wave of energy suddenly appeared in the air. Boom! The two attacks collided fiercely in mid-air. Thus, a breathtaking scene unfolded once more. Old Hong's terrifying energy, when it met that wave of energy, melted away like snow in the face of the summer sun, instantly dissolving. At that moment, Yifeng shook his head and said, "It seems that the so-called energy is nothing but empty show. The outsiders have truly disappointed me." As he spoke, his gaze finally turned to Old Hong. Meeting Yifeng's eyes, Old Hong's heart trembled. "I'm not playing with you anymore." Yifeng shook his head in disappointment, slowly extending his hand as his true energy surged. In an instant, the entire atmosphere of the Wang family changed. It seemed as if everyone was locked onto by this aura. There was no escape. Old Hong's eyes widened in shock. A deep, indescribable fear rose within him. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Yifeng formed his fingers into a blade and gently sliced down. Swoosh! A stream of energy tore through the air, heading straight for Old Hong. Old Hong's body surged with endless energy once more. This energy coalesced in front of him into a wall, like a solid fortress, attempting to block everything. At the same time, Old Hong locked onto Yifeng, ready to unleash a deadly strike at any moment. However, what happened next took everyone, including Old Hong himself, by surprise. Swoosh! The stream of energy Yifeng unleashed directly struck the wall formed by Old Hong's energy. It was like a hot knife cutting through butter, effortless and without any obstruction, slicing all the way through. Immediately after, a scream echoed. It was Old Hong who had been hit. His abdomen was a gruesome sight, flesh torn and blood flying. Before the crowd could react, Yifeng once again formed his fingers into a blade, preparing to launch a second round of attack. At that moment, Old Hong's heart was shaken, leaving only one thought. He must leave this place as quickly as possible. Not a second longer. If he ran slowly, he would surely have no place to die. What dignity of a master, what pride of a martial arts expert, all of it was nonsense. Surviving was the most important thing. With this thought, he hesitated no longer, gathering all his energy and bolting away. His eyes were bloodshot, and his aging body was swollen with muscles, veins bulging. He used a desperate secret technique, unleashing all the potential of his body, hoping to escape successfully. In an instant, he fled dozens of meters, reaching the entrance of the Wang family courtyard. Yet Yifeng remained unhurried. He shook his head and suddenly slashed his finger down. With a whoosh, a powerful airflow once again tore through the air, heading towards Old Hong. Puff! The airflow accurately struck Old Hong's back, piercing through him. Boom! Old Hong crashed heavily to the ground, sliding forward for several meters. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood mist, mixed with fragments of internal organs. Suddenly, his eyes bulged larger than eggs, and in a voice only he could hear, he said, "So it's true, Chi, you are not a martial artist, you are a cultivator." After saying this, his head tilted, and he died completely. Watching Old Hong's body crash to the ground, the entire Wang family courtyard fell into a deathly silence, where a pin drop could be heard. Lu Gongming and the others wiped the blood from the corners of their mouths, their eyes filled with shock. Their hearts were boiling with excitement. Yifeng had won. And he won so easily, so nonchalantly. Their choice was not wrong. At this moment, Lin Hongru exerted all his strength to rise from the ground, bowing to Yifeng and saying, "From today onwards, the Lin family will regard Mr. Yi as our superior, and we will follow Mr. Ye's lead." The others also got up, repeating Lin Hongru's words. Everyone looked at the calm-faced Yifeng, their hearts deeply understanding. It was likely that not just these few families, but in a few days, the entire Jinling would regard Yifeng as their superior. Zheng Hanyan stood beside Yifeng, her eyes sparkling with emotion, even glistening with tears. At this moment, Yifeng was the focus of everyone, like a deity. Standing next to Yifeng, Zheng Hanyan felt a sense of pride. Since she met Yifeng, she had witnessed this man's strength time and again. Her once proud heart, which looked down on any man, had long been completely conquered. Lu Ruyan stood up, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes. She envied Zheng Hanyan, but she was Yifeng's fiancée. It should have been her standing beside him. At that moment, she suddenly recalled Lu Gongming's words, "A flickering candle cannot compete with the brilliance of the sun and moon. Those young talents you speak of are nothing compared to little Yi." Indeed, what young talents in this world could compare to Yifeng? She suddenly felt a pang of regret about her attitude towards him since they met. Long Xiaoyun and Long Xiaoshui also had sparkling eyes. The words of Long Shiyuan surfaced in their minds. Since ancient times, the strong have controlled all resources, including women. This is the Long family's opportunity, and your opportunity. Do you want to find an ordinary man and live a mundane life, or do you want to be Yifeng's woman, accompanying him to the pinnacle of the world and enjoying boundless glory? Think for yourselves. In the past, they might have considered this question. But now, they didn't need to think, they knew how they should choose. Lin Qingyi's heart was also stirred by turbulent waves. A man with a Hongmeng black card, a man powerful beyond imagination. If only she had been a bit more proactive at that auction, would something have happened between them? At this moment, the Wang family matriarch stumbled, nearly falling from her armchair. Her murky eyes widened in disbelief, unable to accept what was happening before her. Old Hong was a half-step martial zone, an existence that could transcend the rules. If it weren't for many years ago when the Wang family patriarch had known Old Hong, and if it weren't for the vast resources the Wang family had spent on him, someone like Old Hong would never have worked for the Wang family. But now, the Wang family's biggest trump card was unexpectedly killed by Yifeng in one move. The remaining members of the Wang family looked ashen, filled with despair. Originally, they had fantasized about completely erasing the Lu family, the Long family, and the Lin family today, allowing the Wang family to dominate alone. Yet, they could never have imagined that reality would not bring them great joy, but rather a huge shock. Whether the Wang family would still exist in Jinling was still unknown. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but tremble and unconsciously look towards Yifeng. There was no doubt that the life and death of the Wang family, and their own lives, were in the hands of the other party. However, Yifeng didn't even glance at the Wang family. He held Shishi and said to Zheng Hanyan, "Let's go." Zheng Hanyan nodded, delighted, and said, "Okay, Mr. Yi." Yifeng walked over to Lu Ruyan and the others, glanced at the few women, and asked, "Shall we go together? Don't you have classes this afternoon?" Upon hearing this, everyone had a strange expression. Just after killing a top-tier powerhouse, Yifeng was actually thinking about attending class. Was killing a top-tier powerhouse to Yifeng as trivial as stepping on an ant? Lu Ruyan and the others were also a bit dazed, but they felt a secret joy. No matter what, at least Yifeng was thinking of them. "We have class, let's go together," the few women said with smiles, quickly following in Yifeng's footsteps. Watching Yifeng's back, the Wang family members couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, if Yifeng turned against the Wang family, they would definitely fall into an irretrievable situation. However, when Yifeng walked up to King Jinling respectfully bowed and asked, "Young master, how should we deal with the Wang family?" Yifeng did not stop his steps, and only his cold voice came through, "There is no need for them to exist." Boom! In an instant, all the Wang family members fell into despair. From now on, there would be no Wang family in Jinling. Just then, as Yifeng reached the door, rumbling, the sound of propellers came. Several armed helicopters appeared in the sky. Not only that, but a dozen armored vehicles also rushed in. Soon, the armed helicopters hovered above the Wang family, and fully armed personnel descended. The armored vehicles also stopped at the entrance, and fully armed personnel rushed down. After they got down, they quickly formed a tactical formation, surrounding the entire Wang family. From a command vehicle, a woman dressed in camouflage, looking heroic, jumped down. It was Bu Fian. She immediately spotted Yifeng and ran over, asking, "Yifeng, are you okay? I brought the Wolf Fong assault team to rescue you." Seeing this scene, everyone was once again shocked. The Wang family members were even more emotional. Surely, only someone like Yifeng could make the Wolf Fong assault team mobilize for him, right? At this moment, Yifeng stared at Bu Fian and thought for a moment before saying, "Are you sure you guys are special forces? Your response speed is completely inadequate. If I had really waited for you to rescue me, the flowers would have wilted." Bu Fian. Ahem. She awkwardly coughed and said, "Well, mainly because the approval process is too cumbersome, otherwise, I would have arrived much earlier." Just then, a middle-aged man with 4 golden stars on his shoulders strode over. It was the political commissar Yen of the Wolf Fong assault team, who was best at ideological work. He walked up to Yifeng and smiled, "Classmate Yifeng, we finally meet." Yifeng glanced at him and asked, "Who are you?" Comrade Yen smiled and said, "Let me introduce myself. I am Yen Guohua, the political commissar of the Wolf Fong assault team. You may not know me, but I have been paying attention to you these days, classmate Yifeng. The Wolf Fong assault team needs talents like you, and the motherland needs talents like you. I sincerely invite you to join the Wolf Fong assault team." Not interested, that's it. Yifeng glanced at Yen Guohua and turned to leave. Yen Guohua. Comrade Yen, it seems your efforts are in vain. I will continue to persuade Yifeng. Please rest assured, I will definitely embody the spirit of fearlessness in the face of hardship and death, and the spirit of dedication that regrets nothing. I will strive to touch Yifeng with genuine feelings and move him with authenticity, letting him feel the warmth of the Wolf Fong assault team family. Bu Fian stifled a laugh and winked at Yen Guohua. Without waiting for his response, she followed Yifeng's footsteps. Yen Guohua. Soon, Yifeng left the Wang family holding CeCe. Several beautiful women followed behind. The crowd around them was filled with envy at this scene. Surrounded by beautiful women, this was simply the ultimate dream of a man. At that moment, Yifeng's phone rang. It was a call from Bai Guanghua. At this time, Bai Guanghua should be seeing patients at the Shiyuan Medical Hall. Yifeng answered the call, and Bai Guanghua's voice came through, "Master Yi, can you come to the Shiyuan Medical Hall? Someone is causing trouble." "Okay, I'll be right over." Yifeng frowned slightly, hung up the phone, and prepared to head to the Shiyuan Medical Hall. He said to the women, "Something happened at the Shiyuan Medical Hall. I'll go take a look. You all go to class first." After saying that, he handed CeCe to Zheng Hanyan and said, "You take CeCe home to rest." However, before Yifeng could leave, Lu Ruyan said, "I'll go with you. I just happened to ask for leave for both of us." Long Xiaoxue glanced at Lu Ruyan with a meaningful look and quickly smiled, saying, "Mr. Yi, my sister, and I are graduate students. As long as we complete a research task with our advisor this month, we can go. Let's go together." Bu Fian also said, "I'll go too. I have nothing to do anyway." Seeing this scene, Zhang Hanyan felt a mix of emotions. It seemed that even these proud women could not resist Yifeng's charm. At the same time, she felt a bit lost. If she were a few years younger, if she didn't have a child, she would definitely follow Yifeng without hesitation, even recklessly. But now, she couldn't compete with these women in front of Yifeng. She suppressed her disappointment and prepared to leave. Just then, CeCe suddenly grabbed Yifeng's hand and said, "CeCe doesn't want to go home, she wants to go with Big Brother." "Alright, let's go to the Shiyuan Medical Hall with Big Brother." As he spoke, Yifeng picked up CeCe again. Zheng Hanyan's heart blossomed with joy, thinking that CeCe was truly a good daughter. The group quickly arrived at the Shiyuan Medical Hall. At this time, at the entrance of the Shiyuan Medical Hall, or more accurately, on the street of the pharmacy, there was a long line, with at least 200 to 300 people. These patients seeking medical help became excited upon seeing Yifeng. "It's Dr. Yi. Dr. Yi has come to see patients. Please, Dr. Yi, help me take a look, I'm almost tortured to death by my illness." Dr. Yi is here, everyone has hope now. Dr. Yi, someone is causing trouble at the Shiyuan Medical Hall, and this line hasn't moved for a long time. Although the Shiyuan Medical Hall had not been open for long, its reputation had already spread. In Jinling, many people had heard about Yi Feng, the terminally ill patients. Yi Feng waved to the crowd and said, "Everyone, don't worry. Since you are all here, the Xuanyi Hall will be open for consultations today." The crowd was deeply moved. Dr. Yi truly has a compassionate heart. Meeting Dr. Yi is a blessing for us. The key is that Dr. Yi basically doesn't charge for his services. Compared to him, hospitals are simply heartless. At that moment, in the office of the director of Jinling People's Hospital, the director was watching a live stream. It was a patient waiting in line at Xuanyi Hall broadcasting live. At that moment, the director heard a comment, "Compared to Dr. Yi, hospitals are simply heartless." He couldn't help but twitch his mouth and muttered to himself, "Sister, is it really polite to say that?" At this time, Yi Feng and a few others walked into Xuanyi Hall. They saw several elderly people lying on the ground, moaning in agony. "Ah, it hurts so much, I feel like I'm going to die. I thought I could live a few more months, but after taking the medicine from Xuanyi Hall, I probably won't survive today. I will never come to Xuanyi Hall for treatment again, not even if you beat me to death." Meanwhile, the children of the elderly were cursing at Bai Guanghua. "What kind of saving the world and healing the sick is this? You are just a bunch of frauds. My dad could still walk, but after being saved by that so-called Dr. Yi, he can't even get out of bed now. Quack. A bunch of quacks. My mom is the same, she was really ruined by that quack Dr. Yi." A group of people had been cursing for over half an hour. Bai Guanghua was already doubting his life. As a renowned doctor, he used to treat high-ranking officials and nobles, and everyone was polite to him. His consultation fees were in the hundreds of thousands. Now, not only was he not charging for consultations, but he also waved his hand and said, "Don't be anxious, let the elderly get up first. I'll check their pulse and see what's going on." A middle-aged man said excitedly, "What pulse? Haven't you already harmed me enough? Do you still want to continue deceiving us?" As he spoke, he pushed Bai Guanghua forcefully. However, his hand met a solid chest, like a mountain. He looked up and saw Yi Feng, locking eyes with his cold gaze. He swallowed hard and then sneered, "So it's you, the quack Dr. Yi. You came at the right time, we've been waiting for you for half a day. If you don't give us an explanation today, don't even think about leaving here." The others echoed in agreement. Yi Feng looked at them and asked, "What explanation do you want?" "Very simple, compensate us, and then shut down Xuanyi Hall, so you won't continue to deceive people," they said in unison. Yi Feng snorted coldly and said, "Since you say I'm a quack, then I'll take back your lives." As he spoke, Yi Feng pointed at the elderly people on the ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several streams of energy struck the acupoints of the elderly on the ground. Instantly, the elderly widened their eyes, their faces showing true pain. In fact, Yi Feng had indeed cured their illnesses before. Their disturbance at Xuanyi Hall was purposeful. They never expected that Yi Feng could not only save their lives but also take them back. This was far beyond the capabilities of a mere doctor. It was as if he were a true deity. At that moment, several young people continued, "Stop the nonsense, compensate us, and then shut down Xuanyi Hall, or this matter won't end." However, as soon as they finished speaking, they saw their parents or grandparents getting up from the ground, kneeling in front of Yi Feng with a thud, bowing their heads and saying, "Dr. Yi, we were wrong. We shouldn't have called you a quack. Please don't take our lives back." Instantly, the young people were dumbfounded. What was happening? Yi Feng's gaze was incredibly cold as he asked, "Who sent you here?" "We'll tell you everything, everything." The few of them dared not hide anything and confessed everything in detail. After all, nothing was more important than their own lives. Kneeling on the ground, they cried, "It was Ruehui Company, it was people from Ruehui Company who found us, gave us 500,000, and asked us to come here to cause trouble." Yi Feng's expression remained icy as he said, "You can leave. Dr. Yi, we were wrong, please save us." The few of them knelt before Yi Feng, begging for mercy. Before knowing Yi Feng, they had sought medical help everywhere, almost in despair. If Yi Feng did not intervene, they would have to endure countless pains and might even lose their lives. They regretted it immensely. Had they known, they wouldn't have caused trouble at the Xuanyi Hall for such a small amount of money. However, Yi Feng's expression was still cold, and he couldn't be bothered to look at them. "Dr. Yi, please save us." Some even came to cling to Yi Feng's leg. "Get lost." Yi Feng kicked the person away. The patients in line couldn't help but scoff at this scene. "Dr. Yi saved your lives, and you repay him with ingratitude for a bit of money. Has your conscience been eaten by dogs?" "Exactly, you still have the face to beg Dr. Yi. You really have some nerve." "Fortunately, we didn't believe your words and misunderstand Dr. Yi." The few of them regretted it deeply. If given another choice, they would never do this again. Soon, they were drowned in the spittle of the crowd and left in disgrace. Yifeng began to see patients. He diagnosed quickly, usually identifying the cause of illness and prescribing targeted remedies within minutes. For those needing acupuncture, he also performed the treatment on site to improve efficiency. Several beautiful women accompanied Yifeng, helping the staff of Xuanyi Hall prepare the medicines. After Yifeng had seen a dozen patients, a voice suddenly came from outside. "Who is Yifeng?" Then, several men in suits walked over. Yifeng frowned and said, "I am. What's the matter? If you need to see a doctor, please line up at the back." The leading middle-aged man approached Yifeng, placed a business card on the table, and said, "Let me introduce myself, I am He Zhang, the manager of Rueihue Pharmaceutical Group's Jinling branch." Yifeng was checking a patient's pulse and didn't lift his head, his voice very cold. "What is it?" Lu Ruyan and the others were furious. Those troublemakers earlier were sent by Rueihue Pharmaceutical Group. He Zhang looked at Yifeng, a half-smile on his face, and said, "Dr. Yi, I'll take you as a doctor for now. I came to tell you that the Xuanyi Hall you established is seriously affecting Rueihue Pharmaceutical Group's sales in Jinling, so I hope you can close your clinic soon." As soon as He Zhang's words came out, everyone became agitated. "The Xuanyi Hall is affecting your sales, so you want it to close? There's no such logic in the world. Those troublemakers before were sent by you, right? You Rueihue Pharmaceutical Group is an international group, yet you resort to such despicable means." Lu Ruyan and the others couldn't hold back any longer. The patients waiting in line, upon understanding the situation, also became restless. "The Xuanyi Hall treats and saves lives, it is our only hope. What do you mean by wanting it to close?" "I know what he means. If we get sick, we have to buy their overpriced medicine. They only care about business. If you dare to close the Xuanyi Hall, you are opposing us patients. Let's see if we agree." He Zhang glanced at the patients in line, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He didn't take these patients seriously at all. To him, patients were merely commodities. He turned to Yifeng and continued, "Mr. Yi, we have come here today with sincerity. If you agree to close the suspended medical hall, we can cover the initial renovation costs and so on. Additionally, you will receive a compensation of 50 million, but the condition is that you need to sign a contract stating you cannot practice medicine in the future." Yifeng interrupted him directly, saying, "Just tell me what will happen if I refuse." He Zhang's eyes narrowed slightly as he said, "If you refuse, it will be very troublesome." As he spoke, He Zhang reached out to the staff behind him, who quickly handed over an open file bag. He Zhang pulled out several documents from the bag and placed them in front of Yifeng, saying, "First of all, I have obtained some of your medical prescriptions. These prescriptions are highly similar to those that our Rueihue Pharmaceutical Group has acquired in Longhua, so you are infringing on our rights. Secondly, I investigated and found that you do not have a medical license, so you are practicing medicine illegally." After finishing, He Zhang looked at Yifeng with a half-smile, as if he had completely secured the upper hand. "Mr. Yi, your friend just mentioned that our Rueihue Pharmaceutical Group is an international company. We have the best legal team, and we are well acquainted with the leaders of the relevant departments in Jinling Medical. If you refuse, I believe the consequences need not be elaborated, right? Mr. Yi is a smart man and should know how to choose." As he spoke, He Zhang glanced at Lu Ruyan and the other women, his eyes betraying an uncontainable admiration. He was even more astonished, not expecting that a small medical hall could have so many stunning beauties. He couldn't help but calculate that once the suspended medical hall closed, he could introduce these beauties to work at Rueihue Pharmaceutical Group. As the head of the branch, he would be the first to benefit. If he could get close, it would be a delightful experience. But soon, Yifeng's cold voice interrupted his thoughts. "I certainly know how to choose. The suspended medical hall will continue to operate, and you can get lost." He Zhang suddenly stood up, looking coldly at Yifeng, saying, "Are you sure you've thought this through?" Yifeng waved his hand and said to Long Xiaoyun, "Let them get lost." Just as He Zhang and the others were about to curse, Long Xiaoyun took action. In an instant, several of them were left searching for their teeth, kicked away by Long Xiaoyun, rolling out of the place. The patients in line erupted in cheers, not expecting that the woman beside Yifeng was not only beautiful but also skilled in martial arts. Not only were the few beaten half to death by Long Xiaoyun, but they also nearly drowned in the spittle of the lining patients, ultimately scrambling into a car in a panic. After getting into the car, He Zhang's face twisted in anger. As the head of Rueihue Pharmaceutical Group's Jinling branch, he was considered a figure of high society, and usually, everyone treated him with utmost respect. Especially the company staff and those pharmaceutical representatives, who would almost kneel to flatter him. He had been in his position for 7 or 8 years, spent no money, and had no idea how many women he had slept with. In short, he had never endured such humiliation and had never been as embarrassed as he was today. Since you refused to drink the wine offered, I will let you taste the feeling of being unable to bear the consequences. He Zhang gritted his teeth, picked up his phone, and dialed a number. He Zhang's arrival was just a small episode. Nevertheless, Lu Ruyan and the others were very angry, and the patients in line were also quite unsettled. However, Yifeng's emotions were not affected in the slightest. It was as if there were only patience in his eyes. Moreover, his speed in treating patients was incredibly fast. He could see one in just a few minutes, or even 1 or 2 minutes. Bai Guanghua stood respectfully to the side, in awe of Yifeng's medical skills. Although he was a renowned divine doctor in Jinling, it took him at least 10 minutes, if not longer, to see a patient. The most crucial point was that many of the prescriptions Yifeng wrote were things Bai Guanghua had never heard of or seen before. However, despite Yifeng's rapid pace, a long line of patients was still waiting outside the Xian Medical Hall after several hours. To treat the patients, a few of them even ordered takeout for dinner, resolving to eat it right there in the hall. Around 6 o'clock, dozens of patients were still lined up outside. Just then, while Yifeng was busy treating patients, a law enforcement vehicle pulled up at the entrance of the Xian Medical Hall. Several staff members walked in, showing their credentials to Yifeng, and said, "We are from the relevant departments in Jinling. We suspect you of practicing medicine illegally. Please stop seeing patients immediately and come with us for an investigation." Yifeng looked up at them and asked, "Was it He Zhang who sent you?" The staff members were taken aback by Yifeng's question and scolded, "Who sent us is none of your business. What you need to do is come with us and accept the investigation." Yifeng replied expressionlessly, "I don't have time, there are many patients waiting for me." "See patients? I think you are out of touch with reality," the staff members laughed, saying, "You are practicing medicine illegally and still want to see patients? You won't be seeing patients anymore, take him away. I dare anyone to touch Mr. Yi." At that moment, Long Shiyuan stepped forward. Bufian also stood up, coldly glaring at the staff. The powerful aura of the two women made the staff members shiver. Lu Ruyan, Long Xiuxue, and Zhang Hanyan spoke up. "Do you know how many people the Xian Medical Hall has saved since it opened? You are abusing your power." CeCe clenched her small fists and said, "CeCe won't allow you to take Big Brother, you bad people." The patients in line had long lost their composure and began to voice their accusations. Exactly. If a good person like Divine Dr. Yi is to be arrested, then everyone in the world should go to prison. Divine Dr. Yi is our rebirth parent. Whoever wants to arrest him, we will fight to the death. Right, who dares to arrest Divine Dr. Yi, we will fight to the death. The expressions of the staff members changed. They did not expect the situation to be so complicated. Just then, 2 more people walked in. Upon seeing them, the staff members' eyes lit up. One of them was their direct leader, Xiao Zhendong. The other was He Zhang, the head of the Gure Pharmaceutical Group's Jinling branch. "How's the situation?" Xiao Zhendong asked coldly. The staff members hurriedly replied, "Director Xiao, the situation is a bit complicated." They quickly summarized the situation. "What is this? Breaking the law is breaking the law. Do you think saving a few people puts you above the law?" Xiao Zhendong reprimanded them and then waved his hand, "Take him away. Anyone who dares to obstruct will be charged with resisting the law and taken away together." He Zhang also sneered, saying, "Director Xiao is right, practicing medicine illegally is practicing medicine illegally. He doesn't even have a medical license. If he accidentally kills someone, who will take responsibility?" He Zhang knew that Yifeng was finished. He was very familiar with Director Xiao, treating him like a brother, and he often sent money and women to him. As long as Yifeng was taken away, he had 1,000 ways to make him disappear. As for the beautiful women in the Xian Medical Hall, they shouldn't even think about escaping his grasp. "Why are you still standing there? Get to it!" Xiao Zhendong shouted. "Yes, Director Xiao." A few people no longer hesitated and walked towards Yifeng. At that moment, before the women and the patients in line could speak, Yifeng stood up. The reason he hadn't said much was partly because he couldn't be bothered with these people, and partly because he didn't want to waste time. After all, there were so many patients waiting. But it turned out that silence didn't solve the problem. Instead, it only emboldened those who created the trouble. He Zhang's lips curled into a cold smile, thinking Yifeng was afraid. Xiao Zhendong didn't take Yifeng seriously at all. He was just a barefoot doctor without a medical license. If it weren't for wanting to vent his anger for He Zhang, he wouldn't have bothered to come over. At that moment, Yifeng shot a cold glance at Xiao Zhendong and said, "Are you a dog of Gure Pharmaceutical Group and He Zhang? You're outrageous. How dare you speak to Director Xiao like that?" He Zhang's expression changed, and he couldn't help but reprimand. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, he was suddenly slapped away, a few teeth mixed with blood flying out. He crashed to the ground at the entrance of the clinic, and Yifeng's cold voice echoed in his ears. "You keep coming to cause trouble again and again. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Don't think that just because you're the head of a branch office, or even the master of the entire Gure Pharmaceutical group, you can make me kneel," Yifeng said coldly. The women felt Yifeng's dominance and couldn't help but feel their blood boil. It was incredibly satisfying. However, this guy seemed to have an unchangeable habit of bragging. The resources controlled by Gure Group were beyond imagination. How could they possibly make Yifeng kneel? "You, in broad daylight, how dare you hit someone?" Xiao Zhendong was furious. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he received a kick to his stomach. His whole body flew backward and crashed next to Yi Zhang with a thud, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The patients in line couldn't help but cheer. They hadn't expected Yifeng to be not only a miraculous doctor but also so strong. The few beautiful women, however, felt a bit helpless. It seemed Yifeng had stirred up trouble again. But after causing trouble, Yifeng immediately acted as if nothing had happened and continued to see patients. However, half an hour later, the sound of urgent police sirens rang out. Soon, the clinic was surrounded tightly. One by one, workers rushed in, some even holding weapons. Seeing this scene, the patients in line turned pale. It seemed that the miraculous doctor really was in trouble. Soon, Xiao Zhendong was helped in, and when he saw Yifeng again, he was no longer calm. His face twisted in anger as he pointed at Yifeng and said, "It's him, practicing medicine illegally and assaulting others." At this moment, Yifeng frowned and stood up again. There were still dozens of patients in line. He had originally hoped to finish seeing them today, but he hadn't expected so many issues. "I advise you to take your hand away. I don't like being pointed at," Yifeng said coldly. Meeting Yifeng's gaze, Xiao Zhendong suddenly felt afraid. That kick from Yifeng had been too fierce. He felt like he had lost half his life. At this moment, although he had the numbers, if he angered Yifeng and the other party kicked him again, he might really end up here today. At that moment, the workers who rushed into the clinic all aimed their weapons at Yifeng, their eyes filled with vigilance, warning, "Get down and cover your head. Right now." Seeing this situation, the patients in line were also frightened. It seemed that the miraculous doctor was really in big trouble. Several beautiful women were anxious and quickly pulled Yifeng, wanting him to crouch down. After all, with Yifeng's personality, it was very likely he would go berserk, the kind that couldn't be stopped. But with so many weapons around, the consequences of acting impulsively could be very serious. At that moment, He Zhang rushed in, covering half of his swollen face, glaring at Yifeng with hatred. "Kid, your clinic definitely won't be able to continue, and you will have to go in too." He Zhang gritted his teeth and said. Yifeng shook his head and replied, "You're wrong. The suspended medical hall will continue to operate, and not only that, but we will also expand our business. Didn't you say that the suspended medical hall affected the sales of the Gure Pharmaceutical group?" "I announced that the suspended medical hall will officially enter the pharmaceutical industry, specializing in the production of drugs for terminal illnesses, breaking the monopoly of pharmaceutical companies." In recent days, Yifeng had also done some investigation. He discovered that not only had traditional Chinese medicine completely declined, but many medicinal prescriptions had vanished without a trace, and the drugs used to treat terminal illnesses were monopolized by a group of pharmaceutical giants. Ordinary people suffering from terminal illnesses could only buy exorbitantly priced medications, emptying their wallets and waiting to die. Yifeng's fifth master was the head of the suspended medical sect, a peerless divine doctor, and he was naturally a successor of the sect. His original intention in establishing the suspended medical hall was to practice the sect's principle of hanging the pot to help the world, treating illnesses and saving lives. However, in recent days, he realized a reality. Even if he didn't eat or drink and spent 24 hours a day seeing patients, the number of patients he could save was still limited. At the peak of the suspended medical sect, its disciples were spread all over the world, saving countless lives. But the process of training people was too long. The best way was naturally commercial promotion. Although capital has been stained with blood and dirt since its inception, it cannot be denied that, for the most part, capital is the most efficient. However, upon hearing Yifeng's words, He Zhang laughed. "You want to enter the pharmaceutical industry and challenge our Gure Pharmaceutical group? I think you're overestimating yourself. Let me ask you, do you understand business management? Do you understand financing? Do you understand capital operations? And do you know what investment return means, what inventory turnover rate is, and what operating leverage is? Forget it, you definitely don't know these. Let me ask you something basic. Do you have channels? Do you have resources?
Do you think that just by opening a clinic and having a few patients support you, you can start a company?
Yifeng said nothing, merely casting a faint glance at He Zhang. He Zhang suddenly shivered and quickly took a few steps back. Just a moment ago, he had been slapped away by Yifeng, and now half of his face was still swollen. He was afraid that Yifeng would go berserk again, and he would have to kneel. After stepping back a few paces, he still gritted his teeth and said, "In any case, even if you can start a pharmaceutical company, you won't survive." Yifeng ignored He Zhang. The financial knowledge he spoke of was merely child's play to him. After all, he had a master who was a financial tycoon, who had once stirred up storms on Wall Street, and that person was the controller of the Hongmeng Chamber of Commerce. Even the world's richest man was just a younger brother in front of his master. The most important thing was that Yifeng had truly solid products in his hands, which were elixirs. One elixir could make an ordinary person's physique at least 10 years younger. One elixir could make a bedridden person full of life. One elixir could bring the dying back to life. The special medicines produced by those pharmaceutical giants would inevitably face a dimensionality reduction attack in front of elixirs. With this in mind, a porcelain bottle appeared in Yifeng's hand. The crowd couldn't help but frown, because they vaguely saw that the porcelain bottle in Yifeng's hand seemed to have appeared out of thin air. After taking out the porcelain bottle, Yifeng said to the remaining dozens of patients, "I said, since I've accepted the patients, I will see all of you today. Now that the consultation is forced to stop, all patients come here to receive a pill." The dozens of patients exchanged glances but quickly walked up to Yifeng to receive a pill. When they placed the pill in their mouths, their expressions changed instantly. The pill melted in their mouths, transforming into a rich warm current that surged directly into their abdomens, flowing towards their meridians. They felt warm all over, as if they were soaking in a hot spring. Not only that, but all their ailments also vanished in an instant. They felt as if they had returned to their youthful state. Thud! Thud! One by one, they knelt before Yifeng, tears of gratitude streaming down their faces. "Dr. Yi is simply a divine being. Thank you, Dr. Yi, for giving me a new life." Seeing this scene, everyone present was stunned. What was happening? Why were these people's reactions so intense? Could it be that the pills in Yifeng's porcelain bottle really cured their illnesses? Witnessing this, He Zhang couldn't help but laugh. "I see now, you're just a con artist, hiring a bunch of extras to put on a show here." Hearing Yifeng's words, Xiao Zhendong and the other relevant department staff understood as well. Xiao Zhendong sneered, "Illegal medical practice, assaulting relevant department personnel, organizing fraud. Any one of these charges is enough to put you away for a long time. With multiple charges, just wait to sit in prison." Saying this, Xiao Zhendong waved his hand and ordered, "Arrest him. If he dares to resist, shoot him on the spot." This time, he had learned his lesson and retreated behind the crowd after speaking. He had just been kicked away by Yifeng and was still feeling as if his stomach had turned upside down. Hearing this, dozens of staff members surrounded Yifeng again, their cold weapons aimed at him. At this moment, Bu Fian and Long Xiaoyun stepped forward and said, "Let's see who dares to touch Yifeng." Not only that, but Bu Fian also took a swift step in front of Xiao Zhendong, reaching for her weapon at her waist. Her movements were fluid and seamless, and by the time Xiao Zhendong reacted, he was already being held at gunpoint. "Tell your people to step back, immediately, right now," Bu Fian said coldly, casually tossing her credentials aside. "Yifeng is a member of the Wolfang assault team. Don't say he hasn't committed a crime. Even if he did, you don't have the authority to arrest him." Seeing that she had controlled Xiao Zhendong, Bu Fian finally breathed a sigh of relief. The other women also felt their tension ease a bit. Of course, Bu Fian and Long Xiaoyun acted not because they thought they could protect Yifeng, but because they were afraid Yifeng would go berserk. After all, with so many weapons aimed at him, if he really lost control, no one knew what would happen. Everyone was stunned, not expecting the beautiful woman beside Yifeng to act so decisively. Moreover, she had immediately subdued Xiao Zhendong, performing a classic capture the king first tactic. Xiao Zhendong swallowed hard, glancing at the credentials in Bu Fian's hand, and couldn't help but be startled. He had indeed heard of the Wolfang assault team. If Yifeng was really a member, then he truly had no authority to arrest him. He struggled to maintain his composure and sneered, "If he really is a member of the Wolfang assault team, we indeed have no authority, but I only see your credentials, not his." Bu Fian cursed inwardly at the old fox and coldly replied, "Yifeng's identity is special, you don't have the right to see his credentials." Xiao Zhendong gritted his teeth and said, "Then there's no other way. I'm just doing my job according to the law. Even if you kill me today, I still have to take the person away." Instantly, both sides fell into a stalemate. At that moment, Yifeng's body suddenly moved. Bu Fian silently cursed. She had already controlled the person, and this guy was still making a move. Was he trying to stir up trouble? The other women were also stunned, their hearts racing. There were dozens of people pointing weapons at Yifeng. Was he seeking death? At this time, He Zhang also became agitated. Yifeng dared to attack these staff members, he might be shot on the spot. He was still thinking about starting a pharmaceutical company and opposing Ruihue Pharmaceutical Group. His brain must be scrambled. However, soon, a scene that overturned everyone's understanding occurred. Yifeng's body turned into an afterimage, as if he were performing the light wave step. The staff members desperately aimed but couldn't even catch a glimpse of his clothing corner. The next second, screams erupted. In the blink of an eye, they were all thrown into a corner by Yifeng, stacked like a tower. All the weapons were tossed aside. He Zhang had been waiting to see Yifeng get turned into a sieve, but upon seeing the scene before him, he was completely dumbfounded. He wished he could slap himself to see if he was dreaming. How could one person have such speed? Was he Spider-Man? Of course, Yifeng didn't spare He Zhang and Xiao Zhendong either. Soon, the two of them were also screaming as they flew into the corner. Bufian swallowed hard, her eyes unable to hide her shock. She had been with the Wolfang assault team for several years, participating in numerous missions and national special forces competitions, and she had seen countless experts. But she had never encountered anyone who could give her such a shock. The other women also had shining eyes, and endless waves stirred in their hearts. At this moment, the entire Xuani Hall was incredibly quiet, with no one speaking. Until CeCe's cheers broke the silence. Big Brother won again, Big Brother is so amazing. Following that, the patients waiting for treatment couldn't help but cheer as well. Dr. Yi is not only a divine doctor but also a master. I heard there are martial artists in this world, who can transcend the rules. Could Dr. Yi be one of those masters? Of course. Didn't you hear that beautiful woman say? Dr. Yi is from the Wolfang assault team. These people have no authority to capture Dr. Yi. At this time, Xiao Zhendong struggled to get up from the ground. He spat out a mouthful of old blood and gritted his teeth, saying, "Kid, I admit your skills are strong, but you injured us today. This matter is definitely not over." Yifeng shot a cold glance at him and said, "I'm always ready." As he spoke, a hint of killing intent emanated from him. Xiao Zhendong and He Zhang were already on his death list. However, to avoid trouble, he chose not to act now. Xiao Zhendong wanted to say something, but when he met Yifeng's gaze, he couldn't help but shiver, swallowing all his words back down. Yifeng adjusted his clothes, picked up CeCe, and said to Bai Guanghua, "I'm leaving, don't forget to close the door." Bai Guanghua was stunned for a long time before nodding and saying, Okay, Master Yi, I'm off." Yifeng, holding CeCe, glanced at the few women and stepped out. The women hurriedly followed in Yifeng's footsteps. At that moment, Xiao Zhendong spat out another mouthful of old blood and began to cough violently. He Zhang clutched his stomach, in so much pain that he began to doubt life itself. Could it be that no one could handle Yifeng? In the end, Xiao Zhendong and the others left, howling like they had just suffered a defeat. He Zhang followed behind Xiao Zhendong and said, "Xiao, Yifeng is too arrogant. He even dares to hit your people. Can you really tolerate this?" Xiao Zhendong's face twisted slightly, but he quickly thought of something and said, "This Yifeng should be a martial artist, and not a weak one at that. I have a friend who is a leader in the Martial Arts Association of Jinling City. If necessary, we can apply for martial artists from the association to assist us. In short, if we can't take this kid down, I won't bear the surname Xiao." Upon hearing this, He Zhang was overjoyed and said, "If the Martial Arts Association of Jinling City can intervene, then there will definitely be no problem." After saying that, he took out a cigarette and handed it to Xiao Zhendong, saying, "Xiao, you've worked hard today. Let's go to the hospital for some medicine first, see if we can arrange a meeting with the leaders of the Martial Arts Association, and then we can go to the Shangri-La Hotel for a hot spring, invite a few high-quality escorts over, relax a bit, and then plan how to deal with this kid." Xiao Zhendong thought for a moment and said, "Alright, I'll follow your lead. I'll call right away." Saying this, Xiao Zhendong took out his phone and dialed a number. After hanging up, he excitedly said, "My friend is Fong Mingyuan, the vice president of the Martial Arts Association of Jinling City. President Fong has already agreed." He Zhang's eyes lit up as he said, "That's great. As long as President Fong steps in, even if that kid has 10 lives, he will still be thoroughly dead." After Yifeng and the girls left the Xuani Hall, just as they stepped outside, several luxury cars drove up. The doors opened, and 2 elderly men got out. It was none other than Lu Gongming and Long Shiyuan. After getting out of the car, they quickly walked towards Yifeng and the others, almost competing to be the first to reach them. Finally, Lu Gongming arrived in front of Yifeng and said, "Son-in-law Yi, I need to discuss something with you. The Tulip apartment is too small, you, Sweki, and the Long sisters can't all fit in. I just bought the No. 1 villa in Jojo Pavilion, and you can move in tonight." Yifeng frowned slightly and said, "No need, I'm quite comfortable in the tulip apartment." Lu Gongming replied, "Jojo Pavilion is the most upscale villa area in Jilin, 100 times better than the tulip apartment. Once you stay there for a few days, you'll definitely like it. Besides, we've already arranged everything for you." Long Shiyuan nodded in agreement. Yifeng felt a bit helpless. This was not a discussion but a notification from Lu Gongming. At the same time, Yifeng noticed something and frowned, asking, "You said you?" Lu Gongming snorted and said, "Yes, this was originally my idea. Although the villa in Jojo Pavilion is expensive, spending a bit more for your and Sweki's happiness is nothing." But then this old fox Long Shiyuan had to get involved. He's really becoming more shameless with age. Long Shiyuan did not back down, saying, "Lu Gongming, who are you calling shameless? It's true this was your idea, but what are your intentions? Who doesn't know? Besides, if it weren't for my connections, even with your money, you wouldn't be able to buy the one villa in Jojo Pavilion." It turned out that after Lu Gongming and Long Shiyuan witnessed Yifeng's strength, they became even more determined to marry their granddaughters to him. Lu Gongming was still brooding over the fact that the Long sisters occupied the tulip apartment, almost coming to blows with Long Shiyuan. In the end, they reached a consensus to buy a larger house so that Lu Ruyan and the Long sisters could all move in. Just as the two were about to argue, Yifeng frowned and said, "Since that's the case, let's go." Lu Gongming was overjoyed and said, "Son-in-law Yi, does this mean you agree?" Yifeng said, "Your family has moved for me, what else can I say? I don't mind, as long as I have a place to sleep." Lu Gongming was overjoyed and said, "Great, it's getting late, let's hurry and set off." Soon, Yifeng and the girls got into a car, following Lu Gongming and Long Shiyuan's vehicle, heading towards Jojo Pavilion together. The car had ambient lights on, but no one spoke. An awkward atmosphere spread. At this moment, Lu Ruyan and the Long sisters felt an extreme complexity in their hearts. As blossoming young women, they naturally yearned for love, fantasizing that one day, their destined prince would come to take them away on a rainbow. However, they had never imagined that they would have to share a husband. The key was that they had a tiny bit of willingness. But just then, they saw CeCe, who had fallen asleep on Yifeng's lap, and their feelings became even more complicated. Could it be that CeCe was really Yifeng and Zhang Hanyan's daughter? If Zhang Hanyan had truly given birth to such a cute little girl for Yifeng, she would have definitely won the race. The crucial point was that Zhang Hanyan was much more mature than them, an older sister type. According to the boys at school, boys Yifeng's age had the least resistance to older women. On the other side, Zhang Hanyan's heart was also stirred with endless waves. It seemed that Lu Gongming and Long Shiyuan had both determined that Yifeng was a hidden dragon, eager to wash their granddaughter clean and give her to him. In fact, hadn't she already been conquered by Yifeng long ago? The scene of Yifeng descending from the sky to save her and CeCe was deeply etched in her heart, completely conquering her. Looking at the warm scene of Yifeng holding CeCe, she wished so much that Yifeng was CeCe's father. Unfortunately, he wasn't. Thinking of this, Zhang Hanyan couldn't hide her inner disappointment. She couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. In terms of looks and figure, she was not afraid of Lu Ruyan and the Long sisters at all. But she knew very well that there was one thing she could not compare to them. They were all youthful, lively, and pure young girls. Although she had never had a man, she was already a woman who had given birth to a child. How could she be worthy of such an excellent Yifeng? Soon, the car arrived at Jojo Pavilion. The group got out of the car. At that moment, CeCe woke up, her big eyes looking around, happily saying, "This is my home, big brother, are you going to sleep at my house tonight?" Yifeng smiled and said, "My new home is here, from now on, CeCe and I will be neighbors." CeCe pouted and said, "Then can big brother sleep at my house? You can sleep with my mom and me, our bed is really big." Innocent words, but the listeners had their thoughts. Zhang Hanyan's face couldn't help but turn red, and she quickly hugged CeCe, saying, "CeCe, don't talk nonsense, how can big brother sleep with us?" Oh. Although CeCe still had many questions in her heart, she obediently nodded. "Mr. Yi, thank you for saving me and CeCe again. It's getting late, you should rest early. I'll thank you properly another day." Zhang Hanyan suppressed her smile, but her heart was filled with disappointment. "CeCe is tired, let the child rest early." Yifeng patted CeCe's head and said. Seeing this scene, Lu Ruyan and the Long sisters felt waves rising in their hearts once again. Yifeng was cold to everyone, but he was gentle only with CeCe. If it weren't for being frightened by Yifeng's strength these days, they would really want to question him about whether CeCe is his illegitimate child. In the end, Yifeng and the three women entered Villa No. 1. Zhang Hanyan also carried CeCe and walked home. After taking a few steps, she couldn't help but glance back at Yifeng, tears blurring her vision. She wiped her tears and said softly, "Mr. Yi, I hope Hanyan will have the chance to repay you in this lifetime.
Villa No.
1, as the most luxurious villa in the entire Jojo Pavilion, was naturally decorated in an incredibly extravagant manner. Even Lu Ruyan and the Long sisters, who were born with a silver spoon, were a little shocked and looked around with a sense of curiosity. However, Yifeng felt no waves in his heart. To him, Villa No.
1 in Jojo Pavilion was no different from the Tulip apartment, the school dormitory, or even the ghost prison. It was merely a place to sleep. He went straight back to his room, closed the door, and prepared to sleep. Seeing this scene, Lu Ruyan and the Long sisters exchanged glances, feeling a bit doubtful about life. Could it be that this magnificent villa and 3 stunning beauties held no attraction for this guy? Meanwhile, Yifeng returned to his room and took out a compass, gently tossing it into the air. When the compass landed in his hand, a scene appeared in his mind. In the image, there were He Zhang, Xiao Zhendong, and another person who had caused trouble at the Xuanyi Hall today. They were enjoying massages from several beauties, plotting how to deal with Yifeng. A hint of killing intent flashed in Yifeng's eyes. To him, these people were nothing but ants. However, if these ants would bring endless trouble, then he could only crush them completely. After putting away the compass, Yifeng left Villa No. 1. As he slipped into the night, his entire demeanor changed. At this moment, in the Shangri-La Hotel, the top 5-star hotel in Jinling City, there was no other. In a presidential suite on the top floor, 3 men were lying on a large bed, enjoying massages from 6 beautiful women. The 3 were He Zhang, Xiao Zhendong, and an old acquaintance of Xiao Zhendong, Fong Mingyuan, the vice president of the Jinling City Martial Arts Association. The 6 beauties giving them massages were all stunning, with looks above 9 points and fiery figures. They could easily be the school beauties in any school. He Zhang had his hand on one beauty's leg, his face full of enjoyment as he said, "President Fong, I entrust you with dealing with Yifeng. Once it's done, our Gure Pharmaceutical Group will surely reward you handsomely." Fong Mingyuan looked at the beauties, feeling an indescribable excitement at the thought of what was about to happen, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, dealing with such dangerous individuals is our martial arts association's duty to protect the people, right, Lao Xiao?" Xiao Zhendong recalled the scene of being humiliated by Yifeng and still held a grudge, saying, "Of course. I think for such dangerous individuals, even execution would not be excessive." He Zhang laughed heartily. "President Fong is truly righteous." At this moment, Fong Mingyuan frowned and said, "Yifeng, why does that name sound so familiar?" Hearing this, He Zhang and Xiao Zhendong exchanged glances and couldn't help but frown, asking in unison, "Does President Fong know this Yifeng?" As he spoke, He Zhang gestured for the beauty massaging him to stop. He took out his phone from under his body, pulled up a photo, and handed it to Fong Mingyuan. "President Fong, this is a photo of the Yifeng," He Zhang said. Fong Mingyuan nodded and took the phone. He glanced at it, and his brows suddenly tightened. "It's him!" Fong Mingyuan looked at Yifeng's photo, his eyes almost bursting with fire. That day, the scene of him kneeling at Jinling University, scared by Yifeng's explosive shout, was simply the greatest humiliation of his life. "Does President Fong know this Yifeng?" He Zhang asked tentatively. Fong Mingyuan gritted his teeth and said, "Not only do I know him, but we also have a deep-seated grudge. Even if you don't come to me, I will find a way to kill him." He Zhang was overjoyed. He had been worried that Fong Mingyuan and Yifeng were friends or something. He didn't expect that Yifeng and Fong Mingyuan had such a deep grudge. "President Fong need not be angry. As long as we join forces, this kid's death is imminent," He Zhang said. Fong Mingyuan nodded and said, "But this kid is very strong, even I am not his match. When the action takes place, I will bring more martial artists from the Martial Arts Association to subdue him as quickly as possible. Then, Lao Xiao, you all find the right opportunity to deliver a fatal blow." As he spoke, a hint of killing intent flashed in Fong Mingyuan's eyes. Xiao Zhendong nodded and said, "No problem." Hearing what the 3 were discussing, several peripheral women couldn't help but shiver. They were high-end escorts, only accessible in He Zhang's circle, but in reality, they were just ordinary students or white-collar workers, doing this job to earn some extra money. They had never been involved in such violent matters. At this moment, He Zhang shot a glare at the women and said, "What we discussed today, if anyone dares to leak it, I won't spare her." The women trembled again, nodding repeatedly, saying, "Please rest assured, Mr. He, we absolutely won't say anything." He Zhang nodded in satisfaction, lifting one woman's chin and said, "Next, it depends on how you perform. As long as you serve us well, you won't be short of money." Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhendong and Fong Mingyuan's eyes lit up, and they pounced on her. Just as the 3 were in paradise, bang! The glass of the presidential suite suddenly shattered. A shadow appeared in the room. The moment the figure entered, several streams of energy shot from their hands,
directly hitting the necks of the women. They fainted instantly. The sudden turn of events nearly scared He Zhang and the others to death. They jumped up from the bed. Yi Feng. Seeing the newcomer, the three widened their eyes and almost simultaneously exclaimed. Yi Feng said nothing but pulled up a chair and sat down. He took out a cigarette and lit it, the flickering ember reflecting his cold face. The three swallowed hard, their hearts racing with panic. Yi Feng, what are you doing here? He Zhang gritted his teeth. Yi Feng exhaled a puff of smoke and said, I left the ghost prison just to investigate my own background. I kept thinking that if others didn't cross my bottom line and didn't entangle me endlessly, I wouldn't bother with them. Unfortunately, you have crossed my bottom line. The hearts of He Zhang and the others sank. They didn't understand Yi Feng's earlier words, but they grasped the latter part. This filled them with deep fear. Fang Mingyuan stared at Yi Feng and gritted his teeth, saying, Yi Feng, stop being cryptic. We three are a vice president of the Jinling Martial Arts Association, a staff member of the relevant department in Jinling, and the chairman of Gure Pharmaceutical Group. If anything happens to us, you won't escape either. At this moment, Yi Feng stood up and said, perhaps in Jinling, you three are considered figures, but so what? The dead do not speak. Although Yi Feng's voice was very calm, it was like a sharp scalpel, ruthlessly slicing through the hearts of the three. The three of them only felt their scalps explode, and the hair all over their bodies stood on end. At that moment, Fang Mingyuan suddenly pushed He Zhang towards Yi Feng and ran away. He knew very well that escaping was the only way to save his life. Although he had never fought Yi Feng, his intuition told him that Yi Feng was extremely dangerous. After all, Yi Feng had once made him kneel on the ground with his overwhelming pressure. Yi Feng kicked He Zhang over, then formed his fingers into a blade and slashed down fiercely. A stream of air shot out, directly hitting Fang Mingyuan's back. With a puff, it pierced through instantly. Fang Mingyuan fell to his knees with a thud, completely dead. Seeing this scene, He Zhang and Xiao Jindong were so scared they nearly wet themselves, both kneeling on the ground at the same time, begging, Yi Feng, we were wrong, please don't kill us, we promise not to tell anyone about today. Yi Feng shook his head and said, I told you, only the dead can keep secrets. As his voice fell, Yi Feng formed his fingers into a blade and slashed down, and the heads of the two fell to the ground. The next day came. The warm sunlight shone down on the earth once again. In Villa No. 1 of Jojo Pavilion, Lu Ruyan and the Long sisters got up one after another. After getting up, Lu Ruyan rushed into the kitchen to prepare breakfast for Yi Feng. This was what Lu Gongming had instructed her, reasoning that to capture a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. Lu Ruyan believed in this theory quite a bit. The Long sisters were not idle either, they also entered the kitchen to get busy. The three of them seemed to be competing a bit. Finally, Yi Feng woke up. A sumptuous breakfast was laid out in the kitchen. Yi Feng, wash up and come eat, Lu Ruyan said to Yi Feng, her voice soft and charming, no longer the aloof young lady of the Lu family. Long Xiaoxue pulled a stool for Yi Feng and said, Yi Feng, sit here. Yi Feng glanced at the three women and sat down at the dining table. Try this tomato dumpling soup, I just learned it from a chef a few days ago, Lu Ruyan said as she served a bowl of dumpling soup in front of Yi Feng. Yi Feng picked up a spoon, just about to take a sip, when Long Xiaoxue presented a bowl of porridge and said, Yi Feng, try the century egg and lean meat porridge my sister made, this is her specialty. Long Xiaoxue couldn't cook at all, so she could only actively promote Long Xiaoyun. Even if Long Xiaoyun were to take the lead, she couldn't let Lu Ruyan gain the upper hand. As the saying goes, the fat water does not flow to outsiders' fields. Soon, the three women successively brought various exquisite breakfasts to Yi Feng, steamed buns, dumplings, pies, egg tarts, toasted bread, and so on. In short, this breakfast felt like the first official confrontation between Lu Ruyan and the Long sisters. None of them held back, using all their skills, giving a sense that it was a decisive battle from the very start. Yi Feng did not refuse, he tasted everything the women offered him. How is it? Delicious, right? The three women stared at Yi Feng, their beautiful eyes filled with anticipation. In the past 10 years of their lives, they had always been the ones being catered to, they never expected that they would have to take care of a man like this. Yi Feng sighed and said, what you've made can barely be called cooking, your culinary skills are still far from it. Lu Ruyan, Long Xiaoyun, Long Xiaoxue. In order to make breakfast for Yi Feng, they had been busy for half the day, originally hoping for a few compliments from him. Instead, Yi Feng came out with such a remark. If it had been someone else, they would have slapped him by now. Upon hearing this, Long Xiaoxue couldn't help but pout, saying, from your tone, it sounds like you know a lot about cooking. When will Chef Yi show us a few tricks? Yeah, let us see the difference between us and Chef Yi, Lu Ruyan and Long Xiaoyun teased. The three women had been competing since morning, and because of Yifeng's words, they found themselves on the same battlefield. Yifeng took a small sip of porridge and said, "Maybe one day when I have time." The three women huffed in unison, secretly despising Yifeng. It seemed this guy's habit of bragging couldn't be changed. Just then, while they were eating, a sudden knock came from the door. "I'll go open the door," Lu Ruyan said, walking over to open it. It was Bu Fian, who hurriedly entered the room and said, "Last night, He Zhang and Xiao Jindong were killed at the Shangri-La Hotel." Bang! Long Xiaoshua's bowl fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. Long Xiaoyun's eyes widened in shock. Lu Ruyan swallowed hard, her hand gripping the door trembling slightly. He Zhang and Xiao Jindong had caused a scene at the Xuanyi Hall during the day and were killed at night. Could it be? At that moment, a graceful figure ran over from a nearby villa. It was Zhang Hanyan, who had just seen the news and learned about He Zhang and Xiao Jindong's deaths. She didn't know why, but after hearing the news, she ran to Yifeng's house without a second thought. Not only that, a Koenigsegg sped into Jojo Pavilion, and Lin Qingyi got out of the car, looking somewhat flustered. The six women's gazes turned to Yifeng, seemingly wanting to see panic or similar emotions in his eyes. However, Yifeng's expression showed no change, as if these two had nothing to do with him at all. Bu Fian strode up to Yifeng, asking very uneasily, "Yifeng, is this related to you?" Yifeng put down his bowl and chopsticks, nodded, and said, "It is." "So what?" The women were taken aback. Their instincts told them that the deaths of He Zhang and Xiao Jindong were connected to Yifeng, but they never expected Yifeng to admit it directly. Bu Fian became even more agitated. "What's going on? It hasn't been long since you killed Wang Tengfei and wiped out the Wang family, and now you've killed He Zhang and Xiao Jindong, plus Fang Mingyuan. Are you trying to turn Nanjing upside down before you're satisfied?" Yifeng remained silent. He only killed those who deserved it and didn't want to explain too much. Bu Fian was anxious, saying, "Yifeng, the destruction of the Wang family has already stirred up quite a storm, and a special task force has been established to investigate. Now that you've killed someone again, if they find out, even the Wolf-Tooth Assault team won't be able to protect you." Upon hearing this, the women were greatly alarmed. They knew very well that once the higher-ups got involved in certain matters, no matter how powerful one was, they would ultimately be reduced to ashes. Yifeng was truly in big trouble this time. However, Yifeng seemed unfazed, saying, "They won't find out, even if they do, I won't be in any trouble." Hearing this, the women felt helpless, all thinking that Yifeng was just bragging. No matter how powerful a person was, it was impossible to go against the entire system. Bu Fian wanted to say something else but was interrupted by Yifeng. Yifeng said, "Just right, since you're all here, I have something to discuss with you." The women exchanged glances, thinking Yifeng was going to discuss how to break the deadlock. This matter indeed needs to be discussed thoroughly. Lu Ruyan, the Long sisters, and Lin Qingyi all contacted their grandfathers, asking them to come over to brainstorm solutions together. However, Yifeng said, "I plan to establish a pharmaceutical company, targeting currently incurable diseases and rare diseases that require long-term expensive medications, specifically promoting a batch of drugs." The others were taken aback. They didn't expect Yifeng's thoughts to leap so suddenly to starting a company. Lu Ruyan, feeling anxious, said, "Yifeng, wake up. What time is it? You're still thinking about starting a pharmaceutical company? You can't even ensure your own safety. You should think about yourself first." Lu Ruyan was genuinely helpless. She had just changed her attitude towards Yifeng, and now he was stirring up trouble again. Long Xiaoyun and Long Xiaoshui also frowned. Although they didn't speak, they shared the same thoughts. Making money was important, but one had to be alive to spend it. Zhang Hanyan was even more anxious, running to Yifeng's side and saying, "Yifeng, you should listen to everyone. The pharmaceutical company can wait. You need to ensure your own safety first." The women were on the verge of tears. They were truly worried sick for Yifeng. Thus, the women took turns persuading Yifeng, their voices overlapping in his ears until it felt like his ears were about to develop calluses. Yifeng, feeling somewhat impatient, said, "I've already thought about the pharmaceutical company. It's called Gure Pharmaceutical Group, with an initial investment of 10 billion, primarily targeting the markets of Jinling City and Jiangnan Province. I will hold 100% of the shares. This is the proposal." Hearing Yifeng's words, the women were stunned. Just like that, he was talking about 10 billion, this guy was really wealthy. While the women were looking over the proposal, Yifeng continued, "I find it troublesome, so I'll leave the company establishment, operations, and sales to you. In return, you will have the agency rights for Gure Pharmaceutical Group's products." After reading through Yifeng's proposal, the women were increasingly shocked. Yifeng's proposal was written perfectly, even Zhang Hanyan had to admire it. She had no doubt that taking Yifeng's proposal to seek investment would yield great results. However, it seemed Yifeng didn't need to seek investment. During this time, Yifeng called Jinling Wang and Lin Qingyi, asking them to come over immediately. After the call, Yifeng said to the women, "What do you think? If you don't want to join, I won't force you." Jinling Wang naturally replied without hesitation, "Wherever the young master points, I will go. I will definitely join." The women were surprised and spoke up one after another. "My grandfather just replied, he's on his way here and will arrive soon. The Lu family will join. We also told our grandfather, he will arrive in about 10 minutes. The Long family will join. My grandfather said that the Lin family will follow Mr. Yi to the death. The Lin family will join." Binding themselves to Yifeng had become a consensus among the Lu, Long, and Lin families. Seeing this scene, Zheng Hanyan's beautiful eyes sparkled. In all of Jiling, which man could make several families go so crazy like Yifeng? She bit her lip and said, "Mr. Yi, can I join as a representative of the CeCe group?" Yifeng nodded and said, "Yes, my goal is to get the products to market as quickly as possible and into the hands of those who need them." Zheng Hanyan was overjoyed. She didn't want to profit from this matter but wanted to help Yifeng. Soon, Lu Gongming, Long Shiyuan, Lin Hongru, and Jinling Wang arrived one after another. Yifeng handed a planning document to several people and said, "Initially, the Gure Pharmaceutical Group will launch a product called the Body Residence Pill. The Body Residence Pill can comprehensively enhance the human immune system, meaning that by taking the Body Residence Pill, most diseases can heal without treatment." Upon hearing Yifeng's words, the expressions of everyone present showed shock. At this moment, Lu Gongming said, "Son-in-law Yi, I have witnessed your medical skills and have taken the pills you refined. I do not doubt the effectiveness of the Body Residence Pill, but since this is a commercial operation, the sales volume will certainly be large, so there are two questions. One is whether mass production can be achieved, and the other is how effective the mass production will be." Yifeng replied, "I have already thought about how to achieve mass production, and I have designed the production line. The effect of the Body Residence Pill, compared to the pills I refined, is naturally much inferior, so it needs to be taken continuously for a period of time to achieve the desired effect." As he spoke, Yifeng tossed the design blueprint of the production line in front of everyone. Everyone looked at the thick blueprint, at the densely packed lines and the incomprehensible terms, their faces showing astonishment. They deeply suspected that Yifeng was indeed a freak. Not only was his strength extraordinary, but his medical skills were divine, and he could even design such a complex production line. In the end, everyone assigned tasks. The Lu family would register and establish the company, the Long family would set up the production line, and the Lin family, along with the Jinling Wang family and Zheng Hanyan, would work on establishing sales channels. "Since that's the case, let's split up and get busy," Yifeng said. At this moment, Long Shiyuan frowned and said, "Mr. Yi, according to the latest information we have gathered, an investigation team has been established, and both the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Association and the Jinling City Martial Arts Association have sent martial artists to participate in the investigation. Should we?" Before Long Shiyuan could finish, Yifeng said, "You don't need to worry about this. Even if they investigate, they won't find any evidence." Upon hearing this, Zheng Hanyan couldn't help but feel a stir in her heart. After Yifeng dealt with Wang Tingfei, he had used her computer to hack into the relevant surveillance system and erased all traces. It seemed that Yifeng was so confident because he believed the investigation team would not uncover anything. As long as a few families kept their mouths shut, Yifeng would be safe. After all, the Wang family could lock onto Yifeng based on clues, but the investigation team needed evidence to arrest someone. Soon, Lu Gongming and the others left, but Yifeng kept Lin Qingyi behind. This made Lin Qingyi quite nervous. As a woman of exceptional talent, it was her first time feeling so anxious in front of a man. "Mr. Yi, do you have any instructions?" Lin Qingyi asked cautiously. In the past 2 days, her grandfather Lin Hongru had talked to her a lot, and the general idea was that the Lin family needed to be completely tied to Yifeng. Of course, Lin Hongru also instructed Lin Qingyi that no matter what requests Yifeng made, they had to be fulfilled. Yifeng took out a note and a Hongmeng black card, handing them to Lin Qingyi, saying, "I need a batch of medicinal materials and a batch of jade raw stones. The higher the quality, the better. Please use the Lin family's channels to help me gather them." Lin Qingyi took the note and pushed the Hongmeng black card back to Yifeng, saying, "Mr. Yi, you don't need the money. It is our Lin family's honor to work for you. Also, regarding the money for the century-old mountain ginseng you purchased last time, we tried to refund it to your card, but it failed. My grandfather has been saying he wants to find an opportunity to return it to you." Yifeng said, "No need to retreat, that's what you deserve. Also, keep my card safe. If you don't take it, I'll find someone else to do it." Lin Qingyi quickly took the card and said, "Mr. Yi, I understand." The Lin family was very efficient. In less than half a day, they brought in a truckload of raw stones, and the quality was exceptionally high, worth at least 4 to 500 million. In the following days, everyone was busy establishing the pharmaceutical company, while Yifeng stayed in his room, seemingly carving something into the raw stones. After finishing the carvings, Yifeng arranged the jade stones around Villa No. 1, on the mountain behind it, and in the Jinling River behind the mountain. Lu Ruyan and the others were somewhat speechless, not knowing what Yifeng was up to. Until Yifeng reached out and pointed at the raw stone at the villa's entrance, the women were shocked by the scene before them. They saw Yifeng point at the raw stone at the entrance, and a stream of energy shot onto the stone. The massive raw stone seemed to be activated, radiating brilliant light. In the astonished gazes of the women, a beam of light emerged from the raw stone and shot towards the stones in the courtyard. In an instant, beams of light connected the stones at the entrance, the courtyard, the back mountain, and the banks of the Jinling River. At this moment, Long Xiaoyun's eyes widened slightly. She vaguely remembered that the first time she met Yifeng was in the small woods by the Jinling River. According to Ji Changming, at that time, Yifeng had set up a formation in the small woods, which greatly increased the spiritual energy of the entire area. Could it be that Yifeng was setting up a formation now? Just as this thought crossed her mind, she saw a mist rising from the direction of the Jinling River, flowing towards the villa. Soon, the entire Jojo Pavilion, as well as the green mountains behind it, were enveloped in a thick mist. The women all sensed the strangeness of the mist. Being in it felt like soaking in a hot spring, with a gentle warmth continuously penetrating their bodies. This feeling was incredibly comfortable, so much so that they couldn't help but want to shout out. Long Xiaoyun couldn't help but ask, "Yifeng, is this a formation?" Yifeng nodded and said, "Yes, to be precise, it should be called a gathering spirit formation." Hearing Yifeng's words, the women couldn't help but swallow hard. Gathering spirit formation? That name sounded too fantastical. Especially Lu Ruyan, whose expression was extremely strange. She clearly remembered a scene from her first meeting with Yifeng, where he used a compass for fortune-telling. Now, Yifeng had actually created a gathering spirit formation, and the key was that this formation really seemed to work. Yifeng was indeed a bit of a con artist. Lu Ruyan was stunned. In the following days, apart from attending classes, Yifeng stayed in his room to cultivate. The gathering spirit formation continuously attracted spiritual energy from the surroundings, making the spiritual energy concentration in Villa No. 1 several times that of the outside world. During the day, the women went out to handle company matters, and at night, they couldn't wait to return to the villa. Except for Long Xiaoyun and Lin Xingyi, who practiced martial arts, the others had no clear perception of the spiritual energy. However, they could intuitively feel that staying in the villa was incredibly comfortable. In fact, everything they had done from childhood to now was not as comfortable as lying in the villa. This feeling had deeply captivated them, almost to the point of being addicted. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. With the joint efforts of several families, the Gure Pharmaceutical group was established, and the production line was set up. According to Yifeng's formula, the first batch of body-stabilizing pills was also produced. Lu Gongming and the others were shocked, not expecting that based on the prescription provided by Yifeng and the production line he designed, the mass production of body-stabilizing pills had actually been realized. Regarding the efficacy of the Zhutai pill, Lu Gongming and others have also tried it. Although its effects cannot compare to the elixirs they had taken before, it absolutely surpasses the health products and special medicines available on the market. Moreover, the healing philosophy behind the Zhutai pill aligns with traditional Chinese medicine. Unlike Western medicine, which treats symptoms individually, it aims to enhance overall immunity to achieve healing. Everyone sensed that this was destined to be a miracle in the history of human medicine, and it would surely stir up a storm in the entire pharmaceutical industry. Naturally, the economic value of the Zhutai pill would be terrifying. Just thinking about having the agency rights for the Zhutai pill made everyone feel a surge of excitement. They had no doubt that relying solely on the Zhutai pill could propel their families to great heights. Indeed, choosing to partner with Yifeng was the wisest decision they had made. With these thoughts in mind, Lu Gongming eagerly took a Zhutai pill to try. The pill melted in his mouth, releasing a rich medicinal aroma. However, his brow furrowed because, in addition to the strong medicinal scent, there was also a warm current when he took the Zhutai pill presented by Yifeng. Long Shiyuan also took a Zhutai pill and discovered the same issue. Soon, everyone arrived at the No. 1 villa of Jojo Pavilion, wanting Yifeng to check if there were any problems with the products produced by the production line. Lu Gongming and others had quickly sorted out the production line and even brought out the finished products, which surprised Yifeng. However, without even looking, Yifeng said, "If you just use the production line, you definitely won't produce the real Zhutai pill." Lu Gongming frowned and asked in confusion, "Is there a missing process?" Yi Feng led everyone outside the villa and pointed to the swimming pool, saying, "The water used to produce the Zhutai pill cannot be ordinary tap water or purified water, it must be the water from this villa. From now on, have someone come here every day to draw water from the swimming pool." Everyone understood Yi Feng's meaning but was even more puzzled. Did Yi Feng mean that the water from the swimming pool had to be used as raw material to create the real Zhutai pill? The question was, what was different about the water here? In fact, the water in the know. One villa was key to producing the Zhutai pill. Through the gathering spirit array, the surrounding spiritual energy, especially that of the Jinling River, was all concentrated in the know. One villa. The water in the villa was also filled with spiritual energy, and only by gathering this energy into the Zhutai pill could its effects be fully realized. Otherwise, the pills produced by the production line would merely be ordinary herbal medicine. Yi Feng did not explain further, he simply instructed Lu Gongming and the others to follow his directions and went off to attend to his own matters. To expedite the market launch of the Zhutai pill, everyone wasted no time and called in a water truck to draw water, continuing their work. After the new batch of Zhutai pills was produced, everyone took one and immediately displayed expressions of shock. Especially Lu Gongming and Long Shiyuan, who felt the warm current coursing through their bodies, couldn't help but exclaim that this was the original formula, this was the original taste. After several days of production, the Zhutai pill was successfully launched in the market. However, initially, it relied solely on the private promotion by a few families and the CeCe group to sell to those in need. As a medicine, the Zhutai pill required approval from relevant departments to be marketed, and it was clear that the necessary qualifications could not be obtained in the short term. Nevertheless, the Zhutai pill became a sensation in Jinling City almost overnight. So much so that even with several production lines working overtime, they could not keep up with the demand. This undoubtedly brought a significant profit to the Gure Pharmaceutical Group. Moreover, according to the calculations of the company's finance department, if the price of the Zhutai pill were raised tenfold to sell for 1,000 yuan per bottle, the company's revenue and profit could at least multiply by 7 or 8 times. However, Yi Feng directly vetoed the finance department's opinion. He founded the Gure Pharmaceutical Group to uphold the original intention of the hanging medicine philosophy of hanging the pot to help the world, treating illnesses, and saving lives. Commercialization was merely a means to facilitate the better circulation of the Zhutai pill, not the goal. At this moment, in the office of the chairman of the CeCe Group, Zhang Hanyan was in a very good mood. She had provided significant support for the sales and circulation of the Zhutai pill through the channels of the CeCe Group. She felt a strong sense of happiness, as if being able to do something for Yi Feng was a wonderful thing. This feeling was somewhat hard for her to accept. After all, it resembled the infatuated young girls in those Korean dramas. It must be because Mr. Yi saved me, that's why I want to repay him. Yes, it must be that way. Zhang Hanyan could only say this to herself. Just then, Zhang Hanyan received a phone call. After just a few words, her expression changed. CeCe Group wants the exclusive agency rights and pricing rights for the Zhutai pill? That's impossible. The call she received was from Xia Hailong of the Xia family in Jiangnan province. The CeCe Group was a subsidiary of the Xia family's Xia Group. Zhang Hanyan had previously communicated with the Xia family about the promotion of the Zhutai pill, and they had not opposed it, as Zhang Hanyan's capabilities were well recognized. In the 3 years she had taken over the CeCe Group, the company's revenue had increased by 30%, and net profit had nearly risen by 40%. However, the Xia family did not pay much attention. They simply did not believe that a small traditional Chinese medicine pill could stir up any waves in the market. But soon, the Xia family realized they were wrong, very wrong. During a drinking party, the head of the Xia family, Xia Hongye, inadvertently learned about the Zhutai pill and took one. He was immediately shocked by the miraculous effects of the Zhutai pill. The Xia family quickly learned about the explosive popularity of the Zhutai pill in the Jinling market. Although the Zhutai pill was only sold for 100 yuan per bottle, scalpers had already driven the price up to 10,000 yuan per bottle. Despite this, it was still hard to come by. After all, the Zhutai pill was said to cure all ailments, and even terminal illnesses showed significant improvement after use. The Xia family quickly recognized the immense commercial value of the Zhutai pill. If the Xia family could secure the exclusive agency rights for the Zhutai pill, the Xia Group even had confidence in breaking into the world's top 50. Thus, Xia Hongye instructed Xia Hailong to secure the agency rights for the Zhutai pill at all costs and to find a way to claim the patent for the Zhutai pill. Upon receiving this news, Xia Hailong was also very excited. Although the Xia family and the Xia Group were powerful, it was only within the circle of Jiangnan province. Beyond that, the Xia family could not reach. After all, the Xia Group was not even among the top 50 in Longhua.
But now, a huge opportunity lay before the Xia family. With this opportunity, the Xia group could certainly aim for the world's top 50. The Xia family could also step out of Jiangnan province and into Longhua. Especially after investigating the Gure Pharmaceutical group, Xia Hailong became even more excited. He learned that the Gure Pharmaceutical group had just been established, and the controlling person, Yifeng, was relatively unknown, relying on the support of several Jinling families and the CeCe group. Therefore, Xia Hailong felt he should be bolder. Not only should he secure the exclusive agency rights for the Zhutai pill, but if necessary, he could directly swallow the Gure Pharmaceutical group. So, Xia Hailong eagerly called Zheng Hanyan. However, he did not expect that Zheng Hanyan would directly refuse. And she refused so resolutely. This made Xia Hailong very unhappy. Although Zheng Hanyan was talented, in the eyes of the Xia family, she was just a worker. Moreover, Zheng Hanyan had previously quarreled with her family, leaving the capital to come to Jiangnan province, and it was the Xia family that took her in and appointed her as the chairwoman of the CeCe group. Therefore, in Xia Hailong's view, Zheng Hanyan had no right to refuse him. Zheng Hanyan, the exclusive agency rights for the Zhuti pill are extremely important for the CeCe group, and even for the Xia family. As the chairwoman of the CeCe group, have you thought it through before answering my question? Xia Hailong said with great displeasure. Zheng Hanyan also realized that her earlier reaction had been too strong. However, she was very clear about the value of the Zhuti pill, and even more so about Yifeng's purpose in releasing this product. The Zhuti pill in Yifeng's hands would benefit countless ordinary people and patients. However, if it fell into the hands of the Xia family or other capitalists, it would become just another tool for profit, like those exorbitantly priced medicines. She thought for a moment, adjusted her emotions, and said, Mr. Xia, with all due respect, there is no room for negotiation on this matter. The Xia family wants the exclusive agency rights for the Zhuti pill, but Gure Pharmaceutical Group will not agree. Upon hearing this, there was a hint of anger in Xia Hailong's voice. You haven't even gone to negotiate, and you already tell me they won't agree. Do you think that's the attitude you should have? Zheng Hanyan sighed and said, the reason I say this is that I know the owner of the Zhuti pill. In fact, many companies have recently offered very generous conditions, but he has rejected them all. Xia Hailong said in a dark tone, then you should also understand my character and the determination of the Xia family to accomplish something. Zheng Hanyan took a deep breath and said, Mr. Xia, I sincerely advise you not to set your sights on the Zhuti pill. Bang! On the other end of the line, Xia Hailong slammed his hand on the table. Zheng Hanyan, I need you to educate me. I want your attitude right now. Will you go to negotiate for the exclusive agency rights or not? Xia Hailong pressed aggressively. Zheng Hanyan bit her thin lips and finally said, I'm afraid I can't comply. Very well, since that's the case, you no longer need to be the chairwoman of the CeCe group, and you can also move out of the house in Jojo Pavilion. Xia Hailong sneered and said, however, I can give you another chance to reconsider. Zheng Hanyan, you wouldn't want your daughter to sleep on the streets, would you? Zheng Hanyan's delicate body trembled slightly. She didn't expect Xia Hailong to be so ruthless, but a hint of determination still appeared on her face as she said, Mr. Xia, my choice remains unchanged. On the other end of the line, Xia Hailong was silent for a moment before erupting. Zheng Hanyan, I really underestimated you. Since that's the case, let's wait and see, you will regret this. Bang! The call was disconnected. Zheng Hanyan sat weakly in her chair. However, her gaze remained incredibly resolute. She believed that everything she had done was worth it. Soon, the Xia family issued an official document, removing Zheng Hanyan from her position as chairwoman, reclaiming the house in Jojo Pavilion, and demanding that she move out immediately. After completing the relevant procedures, Zheng Hanyan returned to Jojo Pavilion, called a moving company, and prepared to move. Aside from the company's house, she had no other property in Jinling City and could only stay in a hotel for the time being. Just as she was almost done moving, Yifeng happened to pass by. Are you moving? What happened? Yifeng approached and asked. Zheng Hanyan was taken aback, unsure of how to explain to Yifeng. Looking at Yifeng in front of her, Zheng Hanyan couldn't find the words to say. At the same time, she felt an overwhelming sense of grievance, an impulse to confide in someone. But she knew very well that Yifeng was not her refuge. It's nothing, just moving. I won't be living in this house anymore, Zheng Hanyan bit her lip and said. Yifeng frowned, sensing that something was off. However, since Zheng Hanyan didn't want to talk, he didn't press her. Just then, a graceful figure rushed out of the villa. It was Zheng Hanyan's secretary and best friend, Ouyang Wenwei. You must be Yifeng, do you have any idea how badly you've hurt Hanyan? Ouyang Wenwei said, clearly agitated. Wenwei, what are you talking about? This has nothing to do with Mr.
Yi, Zheng Hanyan said anxiously, pulling Ouyang Wenwei back, then turning to Yi Feng, Mr.
Yi, there's been a misunderstanding. Please don't listen to Wenwei's nonsense. Ouyang Wenwei became even more agitated, saying, Hanyan, don't hold me back. I have to say this. Yi Feng glanced between Zhang Hanyan and Ouyang Wenwei and said, what exactly happened? At least you have a bit of conscience. Ouyang Wenwei snorted coldly and said, do you know how much time and energy Hanyan has spent promoting your so-called body-enhancing pills these past few days? The most critical part is that she lost her job because of you, and now the company has taken back her house. Yi Feng furrowed his brow and asked, what exactly is going on?
So, Ouyang Wenwei recounted the whole story in detail, of course, with some embellishments. The gist of what Ouyang Wenwei said was that Zheng Hanyan used to be a cold and beautiful chairwoman, with suitors lining up from Longwei to the Kingdom of France, but she never gave any man a second glance. However, ever since she met Yi Feng, she seemed to have changed completely, thinking about Yi Feng in everything she did. Especially for promoting the body-enhancing pills, she put in a tremendous amount of effort, and when the Xia Group asked her to negotiate the exclusive agency rights for the pills with Yi Feng, she would rather be fired than do it. In short, in Ouyang Wenwei's view, Zheng Hanyan's behavior was all because of Yi Feng. She was harmed by him. Before Ouyang Wenwei could finish, Zheng Hanyan became anxious and said, Mr.
Yi, please don't listen to Wenwei's nonsense. I never wanted to work at CeCe Group anymore. It has nothing to do with you, really. Ouyang Wenwei rolled her eyes and said, Zheng Hanyan, I understand now. Once a woman falls in love, her IQ drops sharply. It seems you're no exception. Zheng Hanyan's face turned red instantly as she said, Wenwei, can you stop talking nonsense? At this moment, Yi Feng thought for a moment and said to Zheng Hanyan, how about this, you can come work directly at Gure Pharmaceutical Group as the president of the company. Also, just move your things to Villa No. 1, I have a spare room there. Upon hearing this, Zheng Hanyan was stunned. Ouyang Wenwei was also taken aback. Mr. Yi, no, you've already helped me so much. I can't trouble you any further. CeCe and I can just stay in a hotel. Zheng Hanyan repeatedly refused. Yi Feng said, having you at Gure Pharmaceutical Group is helping me with work. There's no need to refuse. It's settled. At that moment, CeCe came out of the villa holding a plush toy. Seeing Yi Feng, the little one happily ran over, Big Brother. Yi Feng picked up CeCe and said, CeCe, how about living at Big Brother's house from now on? CeCe's big eyes lit up as she said, great, then I can see Big Brother every day. Zheng Hanyan initially wanted to refuse, but seeing this scene, she could no longer resist. For both her and CeCe, living together with Yi Feng was a dream come true. But now, this kind of luxury has become a reality. Soon, the two moved into Villa No. 1. When Lu Ruyan and the other women learned about it, especially after knowing that Zheng Hanyan had become the president of the Gure Pharmaceutical Group, their gazes were filled with deep meaning. They seemed even more certain of their suspicions that Yi Feng and Zheng Hanyan's relationship was not ordinary. They felt a strong sense of crisis enveloping them. So, how could they rid themselves of this sense of crisis? In the end, several of the women had a similar idea. Should they, like Zheng Hanyan, also have a child with Yi Feng? After moving, the group arrived at the Gure Pharmaceutical Group. Zheng Hanyan officially took office. Although Lu Gongming and the others felt uncomfortable, they did not raise any objections. On one hand, Gure Pharmaceutical Group was 100% controlled by Yi Feng, and he naturally had absolute control over the company's personnel. On the other hand, Zheng Hanyan's abilities were evident to all. However, just as Zheng Hanyan took office, a problem arose. Xia Hailong arrived at Gure Pharmaceutical Group with his men, specifically asking to see Yi Feng. Xia Hailong, who was full of aggression, did not expect to be received by Zheng Hanyan. He originally thought that after being expelled from the CeCe Group, Zheng Hanyan would be in a difficult position. But he never imagined that Zheng Hanyan would seamlessly transition to become the president of Gure Pharmaceutical Group. His eyes narrowed, and a thought crossed his mind, was Zheng Hanyan having an affair with that guy named Yi Feng? With this thought, an unnamed anger rose in his heart. In fact, he had long coveted Zheng Hanyan's beauty. If it weren't for the old man of the Xia family stopping him, he would have taken her by force. He used this opportunity to expel Zheng Hanyan to push her to a dead end, making her gradually realize the power of Xia Hailong, and thus willingly become his plaything. But now, it seemed his plan had failed. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, and Xia Hailong sneered, saying, Zheng Hanyan, I can't talk to you. Let Yi Feng come out and talk to me. Zheng Hanyan's delicate face turned cold as she replied, I am the president of the company, you can talk to me. Mr. Yi is very busy. Bang! Xia Hailong slammed his hand on the table, his expression twisted as he said, Zheng Hanyan,
Don't think that just because you are the president of Gure Pharmaceutical Group, you can challenge me. With just a word from the Xia family, whether Gure Pharmaceutical Group can exist is still up for debate. If you know what's good for you, quickly let Yifeng roll out. At this moment, several black-clad bodyguards behind Xia Hailong showed cold smiles. Their bodies were bulging, clearly indicating they were trained fighters. Zheng Hanyan bit her lip and said, Mr. Xia, I have made it very clear, Mr. Yi doesn't have time. Bitch, shut up. Xia Hailong was furious. Who gave you the confidence to challenge me? If it weren't for the old man protecting you, I would have killed you long ago. Let Yifeng come out, right now. Zheng Hanyan fell silent, feeling helpless as she sat there. But just then, a cold voice came from behind. What's wrong with the confidence I gave her? Yifeng pushed the door open, walked to Zheng Hanyan's side, sat down, and looked at Xia Hailong with a cold gaze. You're looking for me? Under Yifeng's icy gaze, Xia Hailong's body involuntarily stiffened. Moreover, Xia Hailong felt an indescribable pressure emanating from Yifeng. He calmed his mind for a moment, staring at Yifeng, a smile appearing on his face as he proactively extended his hand, saying, You must be General Manager Yi, let me introduce myself. I am Xia Longhai from the Xia Group in Jiangnan Province. Although he appeared polite, there was an unmistakable arrogance in his voice. Yifeng ignored Xia Longhai's outstretched hand and said expressionlessly, If you have something to say, say it. Xia Longhai continued, General Manager Yi, I came to Jinling specifically to discuss the Zhutai pill with you. Of course, I come with sincerity this time. Yifeng interrupted him directly, saying, If it's about the Zhutai pill, then there's no need. I believe President Zhang has made things very clear to you. Upon hearing this, Xia Longhai lost his patience, and a threatening look appeared on his face as he said, General Manager Yi, refusing is not a wise idea. The approval for the Zhutai pill's market launch should not have gone through yet, and even if it does, do you think Gure Pharmaceutical Group can bypass our Xia family? By the end of his statement, Xia Longhai felt more confident. He thought the pressure he felt from Yifeng earlier was an illusion. In any case, the Xia family could easily control Yifeng and Gure Pharmaceutical Group, so what was there to fear? However, just as Xia Longhai thought he had Yifeng under his thumb, Yifeng's cold voice rang in his ears again. Whether the Zhutai pill can get approved is not something the Xia family needs to worry about. Furthermore, I declare that Gure Pharmaceutical Group will never cooperate with the Xia family. You can leave now. Yifeng said. What? Xia Longhai suddenly stood up, his voice laced with threat as he said, Yifeng, I've already given you enough face. I advise you not to be ungrateful. If you provoke the Xia family, don't say your company can't continue. Even you, when walking at night, should be careful. Yifeng's expression remained unchanged as he said, I told you to leave, are you deaf? Damn, I really gave you face. Xia Longhai was furious, but before he could finish his sentence, Yifeng waved his hand lightly, and he was sent flying, crashing to the ground with a loud thud. Several men in black were startled, glaring at Yifeng. Get out! Yifeng's indifferent voice came, and the men in black instinctively retreated. Xia Longhai, half dead from the fall, shouted angrily at the men in black, What are you waiting for? Kill him! The men in black gritted their teeth, ready to act, but upon meeting Yifeng's cold gaze, they immediately wilted. Xia Longhai scolded them a couple of times, but saw that the men in black remained motionless. He gritted his teeth and left a harsh remark, The Xia family and the Xia Group will do everything to block Gure Pharmaceutical Group, and as for your Zhutai pill, don't even think about getting approval. Do as you wish, I'm game. Yifeng said lightly, but I don't want to see you right now, so get lost. Xia Longhai was so angry his jaw hurt, and just as he was about to curse, Yifeng's cold voice came again. If you say one more word, you'll die. Xia Longhai stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. Although he wanted to leave a few more harsh words, at that moment, he couldn't utter a single word and could only leave in disgrace. It wasn't until he reached the entrance of Gure Pharmaceutical Group that he gritted his teeth and said, Daring to disrespect our Xia family, Gure Pharmaceutical Group is finished. And you, Yifeng, I will definitely not let you go. As for Zheng Hanyan, I will make you understand the consequences of betraying me, and you'll kneel on the ground like a dog begging me. Soon, the Xia Group, along with several giants in Jiangnan Province, jointly announced a blockade against Gure Pharmaceutical Group. The reason was that the Zhutai pill from Gure Pharmaceutical Group was nothing but a fraudulent product. Once this news was released, it caused quite a stir in the community. With the launch of the Zhutai pill into the market, many people realized its immense value. In recent days, the flow of visitors to Gure Pharmaceutical Group, as well as the Lu, Long, and Lin families, has been incessant. Many are eager to obtain the agency rights for the Zhutai pill and share in the profits. However, now many are hesitating. With so many giants joining forces, Gure Pharmaceutical Group is bound to struggle, and the final outcome will inevitably be erosion. What no one expected, however, was that after being announced as banned, Gure Pharmaceutical Group's official website released two statements in succession. First, that all companies declaring a ban on Gure Pharmaceutical Group would forever lose the qualification to cooperate with them. Additionally, Gure Pharmaceutical Group would hold an opening ceremony 3 days later, along with a press conference to officially launch the Zhutai pill. This announcement immediately caused quite a sensation. It was clear that Gure Pharmaceutical Group was going to confront these giants head-on. The key point is that despite being fiercely suppressed by so many giants, Gure Pharmaceutical Group still plans to open and hold a press conference? Just the Xia family group alone is already terrifying enough. Adding several other top groups, the power is absolutely daunting. Looking across the entire Jiangnan province, it is hard for any company to survive under the pressure of these giants. After all, these giants are not just top companies, behind them are powerful families. Thus, many predicted that Gure Pharmaceutical's statement was merely a facade of bravado and a final struggle. Not to mention whether Gure Pharmaceutical Group could even have stock 3 days later, the Zhutai pill is highly unlikely to pass approval. At this moment, the internal atmosphere of Gure Pharmaceutical Group was tense. Newly hired employees, who thought they were incredibly lucky to be taking off with the company, found themselves in a situation where the company's existence was uncertain due to the united suppression. The Lu, Long, Lin families, and the King of Jinling also faced considerable pressure. The Xia family group demanded they choose sides. If they continued to stand with Yifeng, they too would face the Xia family's suppression. However, they ultimately withstood the pressure and chose to weather the storm with Yifeng. The Xia family's suppression soon arrived. Several families in the Cihai group were forced to halt their business dealings. They suffered heavy losses in their respective industries. Some partners, fearing retaliation from the Xia family group, successively terminated their collaborations with the families. Despite this, the families remained resolute. No matter what, they would stand with Yifeng. They were willing to stake the future of their entire families on him. 3 days passed quickly. The opening ceremony of Gure Pharmaceutical Group began. Before the ceremony started, discussions on the internet had already heated up significantly. Of course, most were pessimistic, even mocking Gure Pharmaceutical Group. The opening ceremony of Gure Pharmaceutical Group is about to begin, but rumors say that so far, the Zhutai pill has not passed the relevant department's approval. Under the suppression of giants like the Xia family group, the opening ceremony of Gure Pharmaceutical Group will become the coldest opening ceremony in history. By 7 in the morning, members of the Lu, Long, Lin families, and the King of Jinling had already arrived at Gure Pharmaceutical, busy preparing for the opening. Such a lineup would be absolutely formidable in Jinling City. However, looking across the entire Jiangnan province, it was not enough to stand out. After all, a single Xia family can crush these people. Around 8 o'clock, everyone arrived at the company entrance, ready to welcome guests. Although they felt quite pessimistic, believing that under the pressure of the giant Xia family, no one would come, they still prepared to do their best and leave the rest to fate. Since they had chosen Yifeng, the only thing they could do now was to stand together with him. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and it was already 8:30. The entire street was still desolate, with no one coming to congratulate them. Lu Gongming couldn't help but sigh. The Xia group is indeed powerful. Just by issuing a ban, they forced all the companies in Jiangnan province to take sides, and not a single company dares to stand with us. However, even though no one came to congratulate them, many people were still paying attention to the opening of Gure Pharmaceutical Group. After all, many who were sensitive to business opportunities had already realized that the Zutadin would become a cash cow. Whoever could obtain the agency rights for Zutadin would soar to great heights. If it weren't for the Xia family's suppression, the doors of Gure Pharmaceutical Group would have long been crowded with people. At this moment, many business groups were discussing this matter. It's already 8:30, and no one has come. I said it, Gure Pharmaceutical Group is going head-to-head with the Xia Group and even announced their opening. Isn't that just putting on a brave face? Yeah, it's like sticking your face out for someone to hit. It's no surprise if you get bruised. Actually, I wanted to go, but I was afraid of offending the Xia Group. Not only would I not make any money, but I might even lose my life. The Xia Group has already set their sights on this piece of fat meat. No one should expect even a drop of soup. If Gure Pharmaceutical Group yields, they might still survive. Many people were not optimistic about Gure Pharmaceutical Group. After all, the gap between Gure Pharmaceutical Group and the Xia Group was too great. If the Xia Group was the sky, then Gure Pharmaceutical Group was the earth. Of course, some people offered different opinions.
Can the Xia group really cover the sky with one hand in Jiangnan province? Everyone should understand the effects of Zutidin. I believe that gold will always shine. The Xia group claiming Zutidin is fake medicine is just calling a deer a horse. I believe in Gure Pharmaceutical group. A rare supporter appeared in the group. However, this supporter quickly became the target of ridicule. Bro, you just graduated from college, right? Have you been drinking too much of that golden soup? Let me tell you the truth, even if you are gold, if you're covered by a rag, you can forget about shining in this lifetime. Exactly, anyone with eyes can see that the Xia group is calling a deer a horse, but what can you do? Throughout history, from Longwei to the whole world, such things have happened countless times. As long as Gure Pharmaceutical group does not yield to the Xia group, Zutidin will forever be fake medicine. I stand by this. Let me make a prediction. Today, the opening of Gure Pharmaceutical group is just a lonely affair. Just as everyone was looking down on Gure Pharmaceutical group, a Rolls-Royce and several Hummers drove over. Lu Gongming and the others' eyes lit up. Finally, someone was coming? Could there be a turning point? Soon, several cars came to a stop. A man got out of one of the cars. However, upon seeing the visitor, Lu Gongming and the others frowned. The visitor was none other than Xia Hailong from the Xia family. After getting out of the car, Xia Hailong waved his hand at the vehicles behind him. Soon, several people got out of the car, carrying a plaque. When everyone saw the words on the plaque, their expressions changed dramatically. It read "Closed for Good." Not only did Xia Hailong bring it "Closed for Good" plaque, but he also brought over a dozen people, clearly intending to cause trouble. Lu Ruyan and the other women all showed expressions of anger, turning to look at Yifeng. They knew very well that with Yifeng's personality, today Xia Hailong would definitely kneel. They were very worried that Yifeng would go on a rampage, but they also felt a bit of anticipation for it. After all, the Xia group was truly going too far. Not only did they suppress the Gure Pharmaceutical group, but they even sent such an ominous plaque during the opening ceremony. Take the plaque to Gure Pharmaceutical group, Xia Hailong said with a cold smile. Several men in black carrying the plaque followed his orders and walked towards Yifeng and the others. Xia Hailong, you are going too far, Zheng Hanyan said angrily. Xia Hailong sneered and replied, too much? I don't think so. I'm here today to congratulate you on your opening and to see if the Zutidin has passed approval. Zheng Hanyan wanted to refute Xia Hailong, but she felt powerless to do so. Because what Xia Hailong said was the truth, at least until now, Gure Pharmaceutical Group had not obtained the approval certificate for Zutidin. Even so, Zheng Hanyan still said with a frosty expression, Xia Hailong, you are not welcome here. Please leave. Xia Hailong continued to sneer, saying, Zheng Hanyan, I'm laying it out here today, I'm not leaving. I'm Xia Hailong, and I'm here to cause trouble. As he spoke, he snapped his fingers and told the men in black behind him, smash it. I want to turn Gure Pharmaceutical Group's grand opening into a closure. Previously, he had been severely beaten by Yifeng, but this time he came prepared with more than a dozen people. Moreover, several of these people were experts at the martial sovereign level. The group of black-clad men responded and walked towards everyone. Zheng Hanyan was furious. You dare. If anyone dares to smash anything, we will call the police immediately and pursue it to the end. Lu Ruyan and the other women were also angry. In broad daylight, who gave you the courage to do this? Lu Gongming and the others narrowed their eyes and said to Xia Hailong, even if your Xia family is the #1 wealthy family in Jiangnan province, you should consider the impact of doing such things openly. Xia Hailong replied, what impact? Our Xia family's stance is very clear. We want to crush Gure Pharmaceutical Group. This is the consequence of opposing us. As he spoke, Xia Hailong waved his hand, signaling the men in black to take action. At that moment, Yifeng stepped out from among the women. He didn't say a word but charged directly at the group of black-clad men, looking for death. The men in black were taken aback, not expecting someone to dare to take the initiative against them. However, before they could react, Yifeng's storm-like attacks had already arrived. In an instant, all the black-clad men were left searching for their teeth on the ground. Seeing this scene, Xia Hailong was completely stunned. This guy was so abnormal. At that moment, Yifeng had already grabbed the plaque that read closure and walked up to Xia Hailong, slamming it down hard. Holding the plaque, Yifeng smashed it down towards Xia Hailong. The people from Gure Pharmaceutical Group were terrified at this sight. Especially Zheng Hanyan, Lu Ruyan, and the other women. They had long anticipated that Yifeng would go on a rampage. But they never expected that Yifeng would come up and start fighting without saying a word. Xia Hailong was so scared that he nearly wet himself. He never thought that despite bringing experts with him this time, they would be completely no match for Yifeng. The most critical part was that Yifeng was about to smash him. Ah, no! Xia Hailong screamed in fear. But it was all too late.
Bang! The plaque slammed Summer Hallen to the ground. He was like a frog that had been forcefully smashed down, instantly unable to move. However, Yifeng showed no signs of stopping. He lifted the plaque again and brought it down with force. A plaque that required several people to move felt incredibly light in Yifeng's hands. Bang! The plaque struck Summer Hallen once more. Put! Summer Hallen spat out a mouthful of blood mist. Immediately, Yifeng raised the plaque again. Everyone's eyes widened. Yifeng was about to crush Summer Hallen to death. Just as the third strike was about to come down, a deep, aged voice rang out, "Stop!" An imposing elder appeared in front of everyone. Xia Hongye, the head of the Xia family, Xia Hongye. Not only that, but the sound of roaring engines approached, as vehicles sped in like angry beasts. The cars came to a neat stop, doors opened, and imposing figures in black stepped out. Among them, several elders exuded an extremely dangerous aura. As martial artists, Lu Gongming and the others understood very well what such an aura signified. The Xia family, as the top family in Jiangnan province, was powerful beyond anyone's comprehension. Even the Wang family, which had just been destroyed by Yifeng, would be nothing but ants in front of the Xia family. Xia Hongye's gaze swept over the crowd, and many people's breaths caught in their throats. They simply could not withstand the immense pressure brought by a true authority. Finally, Xia Hongye's gaze landed on Yifeng. "Yifeng, this is the second time you've harmed a member of my Xia family. Do you really think we are sickly cats just because we haven't shown our power?" As he spoke, a powerful pressure emanated from Xia Hongye, causing everyone's eardrums to vibrate. Weak women like Zhang Hanyan and Lu Ruyan felt a strong urge to spit blood. At that moment, Yifeng stepped forward, and a powerful aura radiated from him. Instantly, Xia Hongye's pressure crumbled. If it weren't for the opening of Jisher Medical Group today, he would have been dead long ago. Yifeng's voice was icy, and the plaque fell again. Summer Hallen had just gotten up when he let out a terrified scream. "Ah, bastard, you dare!" Xia Hongye roared in fury, seeking death. Over 100 black-clad men were also enraged. However, no one could stop Yifeng. Boom! The plaque struck Summer Hallen once more with great force. Summer Hallen didn't even have time to scream before he fell like a dead frog. This time, Yifeng clearly increased his strength, the plaque shattered, and blood flowed across the ground. Following that, Yifeng kicked the limp Summer Hallen away like a dead dog. Xia Hongye reached out and caught Summer Hallen. Looking at the bloodied and barely conscious Summer Hallen, a layer of frost covered Xia Hongye's aged face. Endless killing intent radiated from him. "Kid, you brought this upon yourself." Xia Hongye squinted and said, waving his hand to the dozens of black-clad men, "His life, the Xia family will take." "Yes." The dozens of black-clad men nodded and then charged at Yifeng. They erupted with powerful auras and endless killing intent. Seeing this scene, Lu Ruyan and the other women couldn't help but feel their hearts race. Lu Gongming and the others also couldn't help but frown slightly. They found that Yifeng was indeed formidable. No matter what kind of opponent he faced, he left no room for mercy. Although Yifeng was strong, the foundation of the Xia family was definitely beyond their comprehension, and no one knew what hidden cards the other side had. At this moment, a chill emanated from Yifeng as he prepared to take action without hesitation. But just then, a red flag car sped in and stopped in front of the Gure Pharmaceutical group. The car came to a halt, and a middle-aged man stepped out. When the crowd saw the man's appearance, their eyes lit up. It was actually Chen Dihai, the provincial leader Chen Dihai. The key point was that Chen Dihai was holding 2 flower baskets in his hands. Clearly, he had come to congratulate the Gure Pharmaceutical group. Jiangnan province leader Chen Dihai, presenting 2 flower baskets and a document approving the establishment of the group. The host's voice followed. This announcement instantly eased the tense atmosphere in the venue. Chen Dihai walked up to Yifeng and said, "Mr. Yi, we meet again. Congratulations on the establishment of the Gure Pharmaceutical Group. I believe it will benefit the public greatly. I also want to express that Jiangnan province will fully support the Gure Pharmaceutical Group." Yifeng nodded and simply replied, "Thank you." Then, Chen Dihai turned to Xia Hongye and said, "Old Xia, your family is openly suppressing a newly established group, isn't that inappropriate?" Xia Hongye narrowed his eyes and replied, "It's just normal business competition." "Normal business competition?" Chen Dihai sneered and said, "Whether it's normal business competition or not, the relevant departments will investigate thoroughly." Upon hearing this, Xia Hongye's brows furrowed tightly. He did not expect Chen Dihai to appear at the opening ceremony, let alone to clearly favor the Gure Pharmaceutical Group. Although the Xia family was strong and could dominate in certain areas, if targeted by Chen Dihai, they would be in serious trouble. Xia Hongye couldn't understand why Chen Dihai would side with Yifeng, but he was very clear that today, Yifeng must be crushed. As long as Yifeng was dealt with,
What could Chen Dihai do even if he pursued the matter? If the provincial leader wants to investigate, we welcome it with open arms, but I must settle the score with the grandson that Yifeng injured today. After Xia Hongye finished speaking, he ordered without hesitation, take action. Dozens of men in black moved at his command and charged towards Yifeng once again. Seeing dozens of men in black rushing towards Yifeng, Chen Dihai shouted loudly, stop. Provincial leader Chen, this boy has bullied my Xia family too much. Today, either he dies or I, this old bone, will go to the coffin. Xia Hongye's eyes narrowed, his face filled with murderous intent. He had made up his mind that Yifeng must be crushed today. As the situation turned unfavorable for Yifeng again, Zhang Hanyan, Lu Ruyan, and others felt a stir in their hearts. They couldn't help but look at Yifeng, only to see him maintaining his usual expressionless demeanor. This had become Yifeng's signature expression. Xia Hongye, as long as I am here today, you will not lay a finger on Mr. Yi. Chen Dihai roared, stepping in front of Yifeng. The group of men in black was instantly stunned. As experts raised by the Xia family, they usually acted with impunity, even committing murder and robbery as if it were routine. But now, standing before them was Chen Dihai, the leader of a province. Just as they hesitated, Chen Dihai shouted again, Special Operations Team, stand by, protect Mr. Yi. As his voice fell, urgent sirens began to wail. One by one, vehicles with flashing lights rushed in. The cars stopped, and armed personnel rushed out, aiming their weapons at the Xia family's experts. The group of experts immediately changed color, their gazes towards Yifeng shifting. Who exactly was this young man that Chen Dihai would mobilize so many personnel for him? At this moment, Xia Hongye sneered and said, Chen Xingshou, the conflict between our Xia family and Yifeng is a matter between warriors, which seems to fall under the jurisdiction of the martial arts community, not your department. Chen Dihai cursed the old fox in his heart but maintained a calm expression, saying, the safety of the entire Jiangnan province is under my jurisdiction, and I am responsible for everyone. Whether your dispute is a conflict between warriors is not something you can decide with just your words. I may not have the final say, but someone does. Xia Hongye replied coldly. Chen Dihai frowned, feeling that something was amiss. At that moment, several cars sped over. A few people got out, one of whom presented his credentials and said, I am Jiang Yanghao, the vice president of the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Association. Behind Jiang Yanghao were members of the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Association. Among them was Ouyang Hua, who had previously clashed with Yifeng at Jinling University. After introducing himself, Jiang Yanghao continued, although Yifeng is not registered with the Jinling City Martial Arts Association or the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Association, based on the information we currently have, he should be a warrior. He has already injured Xia Hailong of the Xia family twice. Since this is a conflict between warriors, our Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Association has the obligation to uphold justice and resolve it according to the rules of the martial arts community. Jiang Yanghao's righteous words were hard to refute. Moreover, he exuded a powerful aura that enveloped everyone, causing many present to feel short of breath. At this moment, Zhang Hanyan, Lu Ruyan, and others showed concern on their faces. The Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Association clearly favored the Xia family, and with Yifeng's previous conflict with Ouyang Hua, the association's involvement would be very unfavorable for Yifeng. The key issue was that Yifeng had also killed Fang Mingyuan of the Jinling City Martial Arts Association. This matter had not yet been exposed, otherwise, Yifeng would be completely targeted by both the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Association and the Jinling City Martial Arts Association. At this time, Yifeng glanced at Zhang Yanghao and asked, what rules of the martial arts community? Zhang Yanghao replied, the simplest way is to go to the martial arts platform, which will determine both the victor and the fate. Kid, do you dare to accept my challenge? Xia Hongye stared coldly at Yifeng. Zheng Hanyan and Lu Ruyan quickly grabbed Yifeng, fearing he might act impulsively. Bufian even advised, Yifeng, you must not act impulsively this time. The Xia family is definitely not as simple as they appear, and Xia Hongye is very likely a top-tier expert. Yifeng nodded. Seeing this, Bufian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Yifeng was finally able to maintain some rationality. However, the next second, Yifeng spoke up. He glanced at Xia Hongye and Zhang Yanghao and said, I agree to the method you proposed. Just set the time and place and let me know, then you can get lost. Initially, upon hearing Yifeng's agreement, both Xia Hongye and Zhang Yanghao felt a surge of joy, as the initiative would then be in their hands. But Yifeng's subsequent words completely enraged them. Xia Hongye shouted, Yifeng, you are digging your own grave. Zhang Yanghao's voice also took on a warning tone. Yifeng, being too arrogant as a young man is not a good thing. Today is the opening day of Gure Pharmaceutical Group. I don't want to kill anyone, so just get lost without all this nonsense. Yifeng's voice was cold and indifferent.
Xia Hongye and Jiang Yanghao were nearly bursting with anger. As high-ranking individuals, who dared to speak to them like this? In the end, Xia Hongye gritted his teeth and said to Jiang Yanghao, President Jiang, this kid is just using his tongue. Once we are on the martial arts platform, I will make him understand what true fear and despair are. Jiang Yanghao let out a cold snort and waved his hand, saying, let's go. Just as the group was about to leave, several cars drove over. These cars all had red license plates, and the people inside were dressed in military uniforms. Everyone couldn't help but feel a chill. The cars stopped, and a man in military attire walked over, holding a piece of calligraphy. It was Yen Guohua, the political commissar of the Wolf-Fang Commando. Commissar Yen of the Wolf-Fang Commando, presenting a piece of ancient calligraphy. A voice from the arriving group shouted. Yen Guohua strode towards Yifeng and said, Yifeng, we meet again, congratulations. As he spoke, Yen Guohua waved his hand, giving a signal to his subordinate. Soon, someone carried a plaque down from the car. The plaque bore the 4 large characters written in an elegant style, loyalty to the country. Yen Guohua said, Yifeng, these 4 characters were personally written by the most mysterious and youngest war god of our dragon country, the first war god of dragon country, the phantom war god, before the battle at Wolf Valley. At this moment, Yifeng's expression became slightly strange, because he was the phantom war god. However, during the battle at Wolf Valley, he did not reveal his true identity. Nevertheless, the battle at Wolf Valley had made the phantom war god a name in history, known by countless people. The crowd couldn't help but discuss among themselves. The phantom war god, I've seen his news reports, without him, the outcome of the battle at Wolf Valley would have been uncertain. Such an existence is a great honor for our dragon country. The characters written by the phantom war god are absolutely priceless. Such a precious gift, Yen Guohua actually gave it to Yifeng, which shows how much Yen Guohua and the Wolf-Fang Commando value Yifeng. But then, Yen Guohua's words caused the shock in everyone's hearts to escalate once again. Yifeng, this calligraphy was given to you by Jiang Xingjuan, the leader of the Yenuang tribe, and he has a message for you. He hopes you can become the second phantom war god and fight for the dragon country. Hearing Yen Guohua's words, the crowd's shock intensified once more. Especially Jiang Yanghao and Xia Hongye. They were very aware that the Yenuang tribe was a mysterious organization in dragon country, specifically opposing some powerful forces in the world. The key point was that various martial arts associations had management authority over martial artists, but the Yenuang tribe secretly supervised and constrained the existence of martial artists. Many highly dangerous martial artists were usually eliminated by the Yenuang tribe in the end. But now, the leader of the Yenuang tribe had actually expressed goodwill towards Yifeng. Thinking of this, Jiang Yanghao and Xia Hongye furrowed their brows tightly, feeling that they should re-evaluate Yifeng. At the same time, a hint of murderous intent appeared in Xia Hongye's eyes, and his desire to eliminate Yifeng grew stronger. Just as Jiang Yanghao and Xia Hongye were grappling with their complex emotions, Yen Guohua spoke again. Yifeng, what is your attitude? Yifeng thought for a moment and said, if the dragon country and its people need me, I will take action, just like that. Yen Guohua was overjoyed and waved his hand to his subordinates again. Soon, someone came over and handed him a document. Yen Guohua took the document and handed it to Yifeng, saying, Yifeng, this is the order submitted by the Yenuang tribe to the Gure Pharmaceutical Group. The Yenuang tribe needs at least 3 billion body-residing pills every year, with no upper limit. At that moment, everyone was shocked. Especially Jiang Yanghao and Xia Hongye, who were preparing to leave, stopped in their tracks once again. Every year, there are orders worth 3 billion, with no upper limit. Just relying on the Yenuang tribe, the Gure Pharmaceutical Group is already enough to look down upon the entire Jiangnan province. Xia Hongye gritted his teeth. Could this be Yifeng's trump card? No matter what, the Xia family must suppress Yifeng and make him understand the consequences of opposing us. The murderous intent was evident in Xia Hongye's heart. Yifeng took the documents and said to Yen Guohua, I've accepted the orders from the Yenuang tribe. Additionally, I can provide the Zhu Tai pill to the Yenuang tribe for free, but there's one condition. If one day I leave, the Yenuang tribe must unconditionally protect the Gure Pharmaceutical Group. Yen Guohua's eyes flickered, and he nodded solemnly, saying, I will report your request to Commander Jiang Xingjuan. I believe he will agree. As they spoke, a group of plainly dressed people rushed over. Some walked, some rode shared bicycles, and others came in old vehicles. Upon reaching the entrance, they deeply bowed to Yifeng and said, Dr. Yi, we come to congratulate you on the opening of the Gure Pharmaceutical Group. Without you, we might have perished long ago. We sincerely congratulate you. At the same time, a few people presented flower baskets. These baskets were not particularly exquisite, they were collectively purchased by everyone. However, Yifeng instructed the staff to place the flower baskets in the most prominent position. Watching this scene, everyone was deeply moved. What could be more precious than the recognition of these patients? At this moment, the online audience watching from afar was also somewhat excited, engaging in discussions. From the opening today, it seems the Gure Pharmaceutical Group has withstood this wave of pressure. Yeah, I didn't expect the Gure Pharmaceutical Group to have so many trump cards. Hearing so many heartfelt words from the patients, what should I do if I suddenly feel moved? Let's not jump to conclusions, this is just the beginning. According to the plan of the Gure Pharmaceutical Group, after the opening ceremony, there would be a press conference. Before the conference began, the conference room was already packed with reporters and representatives from various pharmaceutical companies. Soon, Yifeng, Zheng Hanyan, and others took their seats at the podium. The press conference was hosted by Zheng Hanyan. As a strong woman who had experienced many storms, this kind of occasion was very easy for her. She didn't even read from a script and skillfully introduced the situation of the Gure Pharmaceutical Group and its only product at the moment, the Zhutai pill. Next was the Q&A session for reporters. A reporter stood up and asked, "The online reviews for the Zhutai pill are very high, and everyone is very concerned about whether the Gure Pharmaceutical Group will release new products. Will there be new products coming from the Gure Pharmaceutical Group?" Zheng Hanyan nodded and said, "Since the Zhutai pill can improve the overall quality of the human body and treat most diseases, the Gure Pharmaceutical Group will primarily promote the Zhutai pill in the early stages. As for whether we will release new products, please refer to the company's announcements." At this moment, a representative from a pharmaceutical company stood up and said, "If the online promotion is true, the Zhutai pill must be a groundbreaking product. But the question is, does the Zhutai pill have side effects, and how harmful is it to the human body? At least, the Zhutai pill has not yet passed the approval of the relevant medical departments, right?" Zheng Hanyan frowned. The sudden emergence of the Zhutai pill had disrupted many pharmaceutical companies' interests. This representative was essentially slandering the Zhutai pill. After a moment of thought, she replied, "In fact, the Zhutai pill has already passed the approval. Just now, Director Chen specifically delivered the approval documents. As for the efficacy of the Zhutai pill and whether it has side effects, I believe I don't need to elaborate, everyone will vote with their feet." Hearing the end, many people at the scene laughed, not expecting that the beautiful chairwoman of Gure Pharmaceutical Group was quite humorous. Lu Ruyan and the other women looked at the confident and radiant Zheng Hanyan, feeling for the first time what it was like to be overshadowed. It seemed that compared to Zheng Hanyan, they were just a bunch of naive girls. The few women thought with a hint of disappointment. Even though Lin Qingyi was a favored daughter of heaven, a key training target of the Lin family, she asked herself that if she were in Zheng Hanyan's position, her performance would be hard to match. During this time, many reporters and representatives from pharmaceutical companies stood up to ask questions, and Zheng Hanyan responded flawlessly. Until a reporter from Sakura country stood up. "I have seen many reports about the sustaining pill, and some institutions have studied its ingredients. Based on the current results, we have ample reason to believe that the sustaining pill contains a large amount of stimulant drugs, which is also why many patients feel better after taking it, but this is actually an illusion." Unlike many other questioners, this reporter from Sakura country directly attacked. Many people's expressions changed at the scene. Zheng Hanyan frowned and said, "This reporter, your remarks are slanderous to Gure Pharmaceutical Group and the sustaining pill." "Slander? I'm just stating facts, and the packaging and instructions for the sustaining pill do not list its ingredients," the reporter said, taking out the instruction manual from Gure Pharmaceutical Group, and continued, "If you are not guilty, why not list the ingredients?" Clearly, this reporter had come prepared, and her attack was fierce. Even Zheng Hanyan found it somewhat difficult to counter. At that moment, Yifeng stood up. Yifeng stood up, his calm gaze directed at the Sakura country reporter. The reporter held her head high like a victorious rooster. However, when she met Yifeng's gaze, she couldn't help but shiver. She felt as if she was being suppressed by Yifeng, like a mouse facing a cat. At this moment, Yifeng spoke, "The sustaining pill has no side effects, I can guarantee that." The Sakura country reporter laughed and said, "Who are you? What is your position at Gure Pharmaceutical Group? On what basis do you guarantee that?" Yifeng glanced at her and said, "As the controller of Gure Pharmaceutical Group, I can certainly guarantee that, but I am guaranteeing it to all buyers and users of the sustaining pill. As for you and the entire Sakura country, you are indeed not within my guarantee." Yifeng paused for a moment and continued, "Because all products of Gure Pharmaceutical Group will not be sold in Sakura country." Instantly, the Sakura country reporter was stunned. In fact, She was sent by a pharmaceutical company from Sakura country with the purpose of discrediting and suppressing the sustaining pill. But she did not expect that Yifeng would so bluntly announce that the sustaining pill would not be sold in Sakura country. It should be known that as long as Gure Pharmaceutical Group could withstand the pressure from competitors and survive in the market, the sustaining pill would surely become popular worldwide. If other countries could buy the sustaining pill while Sakura country could not, or could only buy it at a high price, then she would be the culprit. Thinking of this, the reporter couldn't help but feel a bit flustered. She looked at Yifeng and gritted her teeth, saying, "This is discrimination against Sakura country. We will lodge a serious protest, and by doing this, you will inevitably lose the huge market of Sakura country." She escalated the situation, trying to force Yifeng to retract his previous statement. However, Yifeng said, "You're not wrong. I do discriminate against the Sakura country." Next, seeing this scene, the female reporter from the island nation was completely stunned. She never expected such a result. The people present were also taken aback. No one anticipated that Yifeng would oppose dissenting voices in such a manner. It was simply too confrontational. Originally, many reporters and staff members were there with a mission, wanting to stir things up at the press conference. But upon seeing the situation unfold, they all fell silent, afraid to speak. Yifeng's attitude was clear: anyone who dared to cause trouble would end up like that female reporter from the Sakura country. In the end, the press conference of Gure Pharmaceutical Group concluded successfully. Throughout the process, Yifeng hardly said a few words, but his mere presence was the greatest deterrent. Lu Ruyan and the other women looked at Yifeng, and an overwhelming tide of emotions surged within them. In their past lives, no man had ever given them such a profound impact. In Zheng Hanyan's eyes, there was only Yifeng left. Just moments ago, the female reporter from the Sakura country had pushed her into a corner. She had thought she was going to mess things up, but then Yifeng stepped in, and when he did, he pinned the Sakura country reporter down firmly. This reminded her of past moments. Yifeng always appeared when she was in despair, bringing her hope. Before meeting Yifeng, she had never considered relying on any man, nor would she ever be willing to depend on one. That was why she chose to have a child artificially, to escape from a family marriage. But after meeting Yifeng, her thoughts completely changed. She finally understood why, since ancient times, women have been the appendages of men. She was utterly conquered by Yifeng, and she yearned for him to be her haven. After the press conference, it was time for the signing ceremony. To get the body-residing pill into the market quickly for the benefit of the public, Gure Pharmaceutical Group announced contracts with a number of companies. Before this, many believed that Gure Pharmaceutical Group could not withstand the pressure from the Xia family. Even though the body-residing pill contained enormous profits, most companies dared not take the risk, as facing the Xia family's suppression would be catastrophic. However, now, under the Xia family's intense pressure, Gure Pharmaceutical Group remained strong. Moreover, the backing of Gure Pharmaceutical Group was quite solid. Considering these circumstances, despite the Xia family's strong deterrent, many still decided to take a gamble. This was a matter of choosing sides, and many ultimately decided to stand with Yifeng. In the signing conference room, companies came and went to sign contracts. In the end, Gure Pharmaceutical Group completed contracts with dozens of companies from the entire Jiangnan province. Once the contracts took effect, a powerful sales channel was established, and the transportation and sales of the body-residing pill began. Everything went as expected, and the sales of the body-residing pill were extremely hot. Gure Pharmaceutical Group's production base worked day and night, fully operational, desperately producing the body-residing pill. The production process for the body-residing pill was not complicated, and the efficiency was very high. Nevertheless, the body-residing pill was still in short supply, with people lining up day and night at every pharmacy to buy it. The massive orders caused Gure Pharmaceutical Group's revenue to reach a terrifying level. Financial institutions even predicted that, based on Gure Pharmaceutical Group's growth rate, it would inevitably become a formidable unicorn, with a valuation of at least 300 billion. Gure Pharmaceutical Group's development was thriving, and the entire group was full of vigor and determination. The Lu family, the Long family, the Lin family, and the King of Jinling all profited immensely from the body-stabilizing pill. Originally, they were content to guard their small piece of land in Jinling. However, now they possessed the strength to step out of Jinling and into Jiangnan province. At this point, Lu Ruyan and the Long sisters fully understood that Yifeng was truly a hidden dragon. Whichever family allied with him would soar to great heights. After all, the Gure Pharmaceutical Group and the body-stabilizing pill were merely the tip of the iceberg for Yifeng. Meanwhile, in Jiangnan province, the Xia family was facing a different situation. In the Xia family courtyard, Xia Hongye was listening to a report from his subordinates. After learning about the recent developments of the Gure Pharmaceutical Group, Xia Hongya's face grew increasingly dark. Once his subordinate finished speaking, Xia Hongya suddenly smashed the teapot he was holding onto the ground. Crash! The teapot shattered into pieces. Yet, the anger within Xia Hongya did not subside. The Xia family had openly blocked the Gure Pharmaceutical Group, yet the latter was thriving. This was an unprecedented humiliation for the Xia family. In my lifetime, this is the first time I've been slapped in the face, and it was a resounding one at that, Xia Hongya nearly roared. Xia Hailong, with thick bandages wrapped around his hands and head, and his legs in a cast, gritted his teeth and said, Yifeng must die. If he doesn't, it will be the beginning of our Xia family's decline. Just then, Xia Hongya received a phone call. It was Jiang Yanghao, the vice president of the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Association. Once the call connected and after a few exchanges, Xia Hongya excitedly said, President Jiang, I've set the time for my duel with Yifeng on the martial arts stage for tomorrow, right? You'll notify that kid Yifeng soon, won't you? That's great. After hanging up the phone, Xia Hongya laughed heartily. Tomorrow, I will take the martial arts stage with Yifeng, and I will make sure he has no place to be buried. The body-stabilizing pill had achieved tremendous success. The Gure Pharmaceutical Group had also become the darling of the business and capital world. Countless companies and investors flocked to the Gure Pharmaceutical Group, eager to invest and help it go public, aiming to make it a top-tier company in the shortest time possible. In the market, the body-stabilizing pill was in such high demand that it was nearly impossible to obtain a bottle. Not only was there a severe queue, but scalpers also joined in, making it necessary to pay 10 times or even more to acquire one. For the newly established Gure Pharmaceutical Group, this was undoubtedly a significant test. Even Zhang Hanyan was feeling the pressure and could only call Yifeng for help. One day, Yifeng was at the Gure Pharmaceutical Group, addressing the issues that Zhang Hanyan found difficult to resolve. Zhang Hanyan respectfully served him, pouring tea and water. After glancing over the investment intention letters on the table, Yifeng said, the Gure Pharmaceutical Group does not need any investments. We can operate with capital, but we absolutely cannot be capitalized. If anyone like that comes again, we will directly refuse them at the door. Zhang Hanyan nodded and said, from the current development, the Gure Pharmaceutical Group indeed does not need investment. However, as the cheese gets bigger, more people will want a share. The giants and top families in the capital have set their sights on the body-stabilizing pill. It's only a matter of time. I'm worried. Yifeng waved his hand and said, you don't need to worry. If there are problems with the company, I will handle them. Zhang Hanyan felt anxious. She wasn't worried about the company but about Yifeng. Although Yifeng was powerful, the people and families he had offended were becoming increasingly formidable. Zhang Hanyan genuinely hoped Yifeng could be a bit more low-key. Yifeng did not dwell too much on the matter and continued, as for the issue of scalpers you mentioned, that's also easy to solve. I will develop a system using blockchain technology. All purchasers must register with their real names, and we can monitor whether they resell. At the same time, we will monitor all companies and pharmacies that cooperate with us. Once there is any behavior of reselling the body-residing pills, they will be permanently blacklisted. Zhang Hanyan swallowed hard, her beautiful eyes fixed on Yifeng, filled with brilliance. She realized that Yifeng always managed to surprise her. She even felt a bit of anticipation about what other secrets Yifeng might have. However, soon, Yifeng fulfilled her wish and brought her another surprise. Yifeng sat in Zhang Hanyan's seat, his fingers rapidly tapping on the keyboard, and in just over 2 hours, he completed the development of the system. Zhang Hanyan was filled with shock. She deeply felt that if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never believe that someone like Yifeng existed in the world. After all, developing such a system would at least require a team, working overtime, and it would be impressive to complete it in a month. Yet Yifeng, alone, finished the development of the sales monitoring system in just 2 hours, and it was based on very advanced blockchain technology. Wasn't that a bit too much? After the Gure Pharmaceutical Group simply set up a server, the sales monitoring system officially went into operation. Once the system started running, all body-residing pills flowing into the market were assigned a number. Anyone purchasing body-residing pills had to register with their real name. In principle, a normal person could only buy once every 6 months. Those suffering from serious illnesses could purchase once a month at most. For those who violated the trading principles, buying body-residing pills and then reselling them for profit, the system could also monitor them accurately. As a result, on the very first day of operation, a large number of people were blacklisted. Even some companies, pharmacies, and clinics cooperating with Gure Pharmaceutical Group were monitored for profiting from reselling body-residing pills. Naturally, Yifeng paid no attention to these people and companies, blacklisting them and never cooperating again. Those blacklisted would never be able to purchase body-residing pills again. This incident stirred up a huge wave throughout Jiangnan province. In fact, at the entrance of Gure Pharmaceutical Group, more than 10 people were kneeling. They were either patients or family members of patients, driven by profit, hoarding body-residing pills and selling them, ultimately getting blacklisted by the system. At this moment, they were crying and regretting their actions. They hoped to continue purchasing body-residing pills, as it concerned their lives. However, no matter how they pleaded, Yifeng remained unmoved. In the end, even Zhang Hanyan and the other women could not bear to watch and began to persuade Yifeng. After all, these people were truly pitiful. Yifeng did not speak but picked up a piece of paper and wrote several large characters in a flamboyant style, with thunderous means, reveal the compassionate heart. Looking at the words Yifeng wrote, the women were stunned and understood why Yifeng was unmoved by their pleas. These people had violated the rules by hoarding a large number of body-residing pills, which naturally led to some people being unable to buy them and thus losing their lives. For these individuals, Yifeng had to use thunderous means. On one hand, it was a punishment for them, and on the other, it was a warning to those who wanted to profit excessively from body-residing pills. Only in this way could body-residing pills be better supplied to the market and sold to those in need. Soon, it was time to get off work. Yifeng returned to Jojo Pavilion with several girls and entered Villa No. 1. As soon as they arrived home, CeCe happily ran over. Big brother is back. Yifeng picked up CeCe, a smile appearing on his face as he asked, "Did you have fun at kindergarten today, CeCe?" CeCe obediently nodded and said, "I had fun. Today I learned to draw at kindergarten, and I drew a big castle." Soon, Yifeng was pulled aside by CeCe to admire the big castle she had drawn in art class. Watching this scene, Lu Ruyan and the other girls felt their hearts stirred once again. They had noticed more than once that Yifeng only smiled when he was with CeCe. When he was with them, he always wore a blank expression and seemed indifferent. This made them once again doubt that CeCe was the illegitimate daughter of Yifeng and Zhang Hanyan. Just then, a car stopped at the entrance of Villa No. 1. A man got out of the car, entered the villa, and asked, "Who is Yifeng?" Yifeng glanced at him and said, "I am." The man replied, "Let me introduce myself. I am a martial artist from the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Association. This is the approval letter for your duel with the head of the Xia family. Please arrive at the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Arena by 8 a.m. tomorrow for the duel to determine the victor and the fate." After speaking, the man handed the approval letter to Yifeng and took out another document, saying, "You just need to sign this notice, and the duel will take effect. Of course, you still have the chance to back out." As he spoke, the man's gaze towards Yifeng was filled with pity. In his view, this young man dared to challenge the Xia family and was going to duel with the head of the Xia family, who was said to be a martial arts master. This was simply courting death. Perhaps next year on this day would be the other party's death anniversary. Yifeng merely glanced at the document and took the pen, preparing to sign his name. But at that moment, several delicate hands reached out simultaneously, pressing down on Yifeng's hand. "Yifeng, you can't sign." The girls all reached out, pressing down on Yifeng's hand, speaking in unison, "Yifeng, you can't sign." Yifeng frowned and said, "Please take your hands away. If the Jisher Medical Group wants to continue developing and provide patients with the sustaining pill, the Xia family is a hurdle we must overcome." Upon hearing this, the girls were momentarily stunned. Although they wanted to stop Yifeng, they seemed to see elderly people on the verge of death, children struggling with pain, and adults filled with despair yet unable to let go of their children. Especially Zhang Hanyan, who understood this sadness and helplessness more than anyone else. At this moment, the girls' eyes became a bit moist. They wished so much to share the burden with Yifeng, but ultimately realized they could not help at all. Even their families behind them could do nothing. Yifeng was destined to fight alone. Zhang Hanyan covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. She didn't want others to see her tears, so she turned and entered the bedroom. Once inside, she thought for a moment, took out her phone, and dialed a number far away in the capital. Years ago, to escape a family marriage, she had given birth to a child through artificial means, completely severing ties with her family. Later, her grandfather had sought her out, wanting her to return to the Zhang family, but she had refused. Because her grandfather's invitation to return to the Zhang family came with a condition, that she marry some so-called suitable wealthy heir. The wealthy were heartless, and she had completely lost hope in the Xia family. But now, she felt she had to do something for Yifeng. She owed him too much. "Hanyan, I've waited so long, and finally got your call. So, have you come to a decision?" The voice of Zheng Hanyan's grandfather, Zheng Ruanian, the head of the Zheng family in the capital, came through. She bit her lip and said, "Grandpa, I promise to return to the Zheng family and agree to all your conditions, but the premise is, Before Zhang Hanyan could finish her sentence, Zhang Ruonian interrupted her.
The premise is that I need to save Yifeng from the Xia family, right? Zhang Ruonian said. Zhang Hanyan was momentarily stunned.
It turned out that every move she made was under the control of the Zhang family. The power and foundation of the Zhang family exceeded her imagination. Zhang Hanyan said, "Yes, Grandpa, as long as you can save Yifeng and ensure she is not harmed, I will agree to anything."
Zhang Ruonian asked, including a marriage alliance with the Yi family in the capital?
Zhang Hanyan bit her lip and replied, "Yes, including a marriage alliance with the Yi family in the capital." On the other end of the phone, Zhang Ruonian sighed and said, "Hanyan, I really can't understand. Back then, you would rather have a child in secret and even sever ties with the Zhang family to avoid a marriage alliance with the Yi family.
Now, for a man, you are willing to do anything?"
Zhang Hanyan's body trembled as she said, "I can't answer that question.
In any case, if you help me protect Yifeng, I will agree to your conditions, just like that."
After saying this, Zhang Hanyan hung up the phone. She leaned against the wall, feeling utterly drained, and slowly sat down on the floor. Tears silently streamed down her cheeks. The tears fell onto her cherry lips, tasting incredibly bitter. Her heart was equally bitter, because she knew that after tomorrow, she would have to leave Yifeng.
Perhaps they would never meet again in this lifetime.
Perhaps meeting each other in this life had already exhausted all her luck.
Zhang Hanyan thought to herself.
When Zhang Hanyan wiped away her tears and returned to the living room, CeCe ran over excitedly and said, "Mommy, Big Brother is in the kitchen, making delicious food for CeCe.
I love the food Big Brother makes."
Zhang Hanyan pinched CeCe's little nose and said, "CeCe, you've gained weight, and you still think about eating delicious food every day.
Your big brother has to go fight monsters tomorrow, can't you let him rest a bit?"
CeCe stared wide-eyed for a long time and said, "Big Brother can knock the monsters away with one punch, he doesn't need to rest."
Zhang Hanyan. She pinched CeCe's little nose and went into the kitchen, wanting to help Yifeng.
In fact, just now, Lu Ruyan, the Long sisters, and Bu Fian had also entered the kitchen to help Yifeng. However, they had never been in the kitchen since childhood and had only recently brushed up on their cooking skills, completely unable to keep up with Yifeng's pace. In the end, Yifeng kicked all the women out. Bu Fian, furious, huffed and said, "This Yifeng is really too despicable, kicking me out.
Although I indeed can't cook, I have managed a kitchen in the Wolf Fawn Assault team. Haven't I seen a pig run even if I haven't eaten pork?"
Lu Ruyan also bit her little tiger teeth and angrily said, "Exactly, it's just cooking a meal.
Why does it have to be so formal? I want to see what Yifeng's cooking skills are like. If he doesn't cook well, I will definitely mock him mercilessly."
The Long sisters were also very unsettled. In order to live with Yifeng, they had deliberately learned cooking skills, only to be belittled by Yifeng as worthless. They all wanted to see if Yifeng's cooking was really as good as CeCe said.
After all, it's just cooking, could Yifeng really make flowers out of it?
At the same time, when the women saw Zhang Hanyan enter the kitchen and start cooking with Yifeng, the two worked together very well, even hinting at a husband and wife dynamic.
The few women began to doubt their lives. Could the gap between them and Yifeng be so vast? After about an hour, Yifeng emerged from the kitchen.
Zhang Hanyan had also brought several dishes to the table.
A wave of delicious aromas wafted through the air. The women took a deep breath, their eyes widening in surprise. How could the dishes Yifeng made smell so good? CeCe had been eagerly waiting at the kitchen door, and upon seeing the dishes Zhang Hanyan brought out, the little one was nearly drooling. Soon, Yifeng and the women all sat down at the dining table. CeCe sat on Yifeng's lap, already grabbing a spoon and starting to feast. "Let this palace try your cooking," Bu Fian said with a smile, picking up a piece of braised pork. As she placed the pork in her mouth, a rich meaty aroma filled her lips and teeth. The key was that the braised pork melted in her mouth. The sensation was simply wonderful. Bu Fian felt that nothing she had experienced so far could compare to this delight. Lu Ruyan and the Long sisters also took dishes and put them in their mouths.
The three women widened their eyes, filled with disbelief.
They looked at Yifeng in unison and asked a very silly question, "Did you make this?"
The women were filled with incredulity, because the food Yifeng made was simply too fragrant. Born with a silver spoon, they had tasted all kinds of delicacies. They had attended numerous banquets costing hundreds of thousands. But now, they were shockingly discovering that those so-called delicacies paled in comparison to Yifeng's cooking. Lu Ruyan had even participated as a special guest in a culinary competition, where the contestants were top chefs from Long Country and even the world. But those so-called top chefs were completely outmatched by Yifeng. They finally understood why CeCe always raved about Yifeng's cooking. Thus, the women feasted heartily, occasionally letting out satisfied sounds. They even opened a bottle of red wine. It would be a shame not to pair such high-level cuisine with wine. Although the food brought them joy, the women still harbored worries in their hearts. Because tomorrow was the day Yifeng would face Xia Hongye on the martial arts stage. They had no idea whether Yifeng was a match for Xia Hongye. The key issue was that the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Association, acting as the judges, was completely on the Xia family's side. In short, the situation was very unfavorable for Yifeng. At this moment, they were deeply concerned for Yifeng, but they didn't know how to express it, so they could only drown their sorrows in wine, sipping red wine one mouthful at a time. Before long, the women were slightly tipsy. Lu Ruyan's gaze became a bit hazy as she looked at Yifeng and said, "Yifeng, do you know what your biggest flaw is?" Yifeng glanced at Lu Ruyan and replied, "I don't know." Lu Ruyan snorted coldly and said, "You don't know, huh? Let me tell you, you are too self-righteous and always play by your own rules." "Oh." Yifeng replied lightly, non-committal. Seeing Yifeng's attitude, Lu Ruyan became a bit unsettled. The other women chimed in to support Lu Ruyan. "Yes, Yifeng, I admit you are strong, but that doesn't mean you are always right. For some things, you should listen to others' opinions. Exactly, you should think carefully about the duel with the head of the Xia family. I heard from Grandpa that he is a martial arts master. Also, you have already offended the Xia family and Xia Hongye, but now you've also offended the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Association. If they side with the Xia family during the duel, you will be at a disadvantage." The women spoke one after another. Yifeng shrugged and said, "Don't worry, the Xia family is not my opponent. This time, I plan to use the Xia family as an example to warn others." Zheng Hanyan, Lu Ruyan, the Long sisters, Bu Fian. If it weren't for having witnessed Yifeng's strength before, they really couldn't help but want to educate each other properly. However, now education wouldn't be effective. After all, Yifeng had already signed the agreement. After dinner, Yifeng returned to his room. The girls exchanged glances, and ultimately, each returned to their rooms with their own thoughts. Once back in their rooms, they all took out their phones to inform their families about Yifeng and Xia Hongye's duel scheduled for tomorrow. At this moment, at the Xia family in Jiangnan province, the entire Xia family was festooned with lights and decorations, hosting a grand banquet for Jiang Yanghao, the vice president of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association, committee member Ouyang Hua, and other martial artists from the association. These individuals were the judges for tomorrow's duel on the martial arts platform. The crowd was lively, toasting and enjoying themselves. Xia Hongye and Jiang Yanghao had been flattering each other for quite some time. Seeing that the atmosphere was nearly at its peak, Xia Hongye said, "President Jiang, that brat Yifeng has gone too far in bullying my Xia family. I absolutely won't let him leave the martial arts platform alive tomorrow." Jiang Yanghao narrowed his eyes slightly and replied, "The head of the Xia family is a martial arts master. Dealing with a newcomer like Yifeng should be a piece of cake. Moreover, tomorrow's competition will determine both victory and life or death, unless Yifeng kneels and admits defeat." Xia Hongye said, "I won't give him the chance to kneel, but I've heard this kid is extremely strong and cunning. I heard that a family in Jinling City was wiped out recently, and it seems to be related to him, but the relevant departments have been unable to find any evidence." Although Xia Hongye had absolute confidence in his own strength, he had never underestimated his opponents throughout the Xia family's journey. Especially this duel, which concerned his life and whether the Xia family could obtain the body-stabilizing pill, he had to ensure everything was foolproof. Hearing Xia Hongye's words, Jiang Yanghao frowned and asked, "Head of the Xia family, what do you mean?" Xia Hongye then spoke, "President Jiang, to be honest, the reason we are targeting this kid is partly for the dignity of the Xia family, and on the other hand, we want to obtain the body-stabilizing pill from him. As long as the judges help my Xia family kill this kid tomorrow, we promise that once we take over the Gure Pharmaceutical group, we will give President Jiang 5% of the shares, committee member Ouyang 2%, and each of the other judges 1%. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. It could be said that Xia Hongye was showing great sincerity. It was known that once the Xia family swallowed the Gure Pharmaceutical group, with their strength and operational methods, the group would undoubtedly become a top-tier unicorn, and even 1% of the shares could amount to several or even a dozen small targets. Jiang Yanghao thought for a moment and said, "I have no problem with that." After speaking, he glanced at the other judges and asked, "What about you? Any opinions?" "We will all follow President Jiang's orders," the others replied. This time serving as judges, they were truly making a big profit. In an instant, Xia Hongye and the Xia family were overjoyed. Especially Xia Hailong, who was still wrapped in bandages, was filled with ecstatic joy. "Tomorrow, not only do I want to see Yifeng die with my own eyes, but I also want to take all the women around him for myself, to ravage them fiercely, including that bitch Zheng Hanyan, who dared to betray the CeCe group. I want her to kneel before me and repent." A voice roared in Xia Hailong's heart. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, the banquet ended, and everyone prepared to return to their rooms to rest. At this moment, Xia Hongye clapped his hands. Suddenly, a dozen beautiful women with stunning figures walked out. Upon seeing the beauties before them, Jiang Yanghao and the others' eyes lit up. Exquisite, absolutely exquisite. One young martial artist couldn't help but exclaim, pointing at one of the beauties, "Isn't this someone I saw in a TV drama before?" The beauty being pointed at slightly bowed and said, "My lord, I am Chen Linger. I previously acted in a drama called Campus Storm." "Yes, yes, yes," the young martial artist replied. Jiang Yanghao looked at Xia Hongye and couldn't help but ask, "Master Xia, what is this?" Xia Hongye smiled mysteriously and said, "Our Xia family has invested in a film and television company, and these are all contracted actresses from the company. They greatly admire the martial artists of Jiangnan province and are worried you might feel lonely tonight, so they came to keep you company." The others exchanged glances, understanding without words. In the end, Jiang Yanghao and the others each selected a few they liked and returned to their rooms. A cold smile appeared on Xia Hongye's face. He had set up a deadly trap, and tomorrow would be Yifeng's day of demise. A night passed without a word. In Villa No. 1, Yifeng slept soundly until dawn. Meanwhile, the few women struggled to fall asleep, their minds racing with thoughts of what might happen the next day. Especially after the Lu and Long families conducted further investigations and learned how the Xia family had climbed to power over the corpses of countless competitors, the women's worries deepened. That night, several families were also busy, urgently mobilizing all the forces they could for the duel the next day. Before long, it was the next day. Yifeng and the others arrived at the Jiangnan province martial arts arena on time. Lu Gongming, Long Shiyuan, Lin Hongru, and King Jinling also brought their respective forces. Bufian even dispatched a 100-man squad from the Wolfang assault team to support Yifeng. Not only that, Yan Guohua arrived by helicopter. On the other side were the Xia family and some of their direct forces. In addition, powerful figures from the entire Jiangnan province's martial arts and business circles gathered here. Because today's duel was not only about the life and death of two strong fighters but also about the ownership of the Gure Pharmaceutical group. Many with keen business instincts quickly realized that the emergence of the Zhu timing pill would inevitably change the entire commercial landscape of Jiangnan province. They were eager to know the final ownership of the Zhu timing pill to decide how to align themselves. In the judges' seats, Jiang Yanghao sat in the middle, with Ouyang Hua and others beside him. At that moment, Yan Guohua received a phone call. He was initially delighted, but his expression quickly changed dramatically. Bufian couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong, Commissioner Yan?" Yan Guohua said, "One good news, one bad news." Bufian instinctively asked, "What's the good news, and what's the bad news?" The other women also looked over. Yan Guohua said, "The good news is that the Yenuang tribe has agreed to spare Yifeng and will send someone to deliver a death exemption token, but there is a condition, which I can't disclose right now." Bufian became anxious and said, "Can there be no conditions? With Yifeng's personality, adding a condition would turn your good news into bad news." Yan Guohua replied, "There is only one death exemption token in the entire Yenuang tribe, obtained when over a dozen people sacrificed themselves during a mission. The fact that the Yenuang tribe can offer it shows their utmost importance to Yifeng. That makes sense, but what is the bad news?" Bufian asked. Yan Guohua said, "The bad news is that Xia Hongye's true strength is even more terrifying than we imagined. He is currently ranked 79th on the Dragon Kingdom's master list." "What?" Bufian's eyes widened. As a member of the Wolfang assault team and a martial artist, she understood very well what it meant to be a martial arts master, and even more so what it meant to be ranked 79th on the master list. Anyone who could make it onto the master list was a strong martial artist among masters, a top-tier fighter among the strong. In a certain sense, they could transcend rules and power. In fact, it wasn't just Bufian who was shocked, Lu Gongming and the others were equally stunned. Lu Ruyan couldn't help but ask, "Grandpa, is being ranked 79th on the master list impressive?" Lu Gongming let out a long breath and said, "Impressive? It's more than impressive. A family can dominate a region with just one martial arts master, and having a strong fighter ranked on the master list is enough to challenge first-tier cities. Then, will Yifeng be able to compete with Xia Hongye?" Lu Ruyan couldn't help but ask. Lu Gongming thought for a moment and said, "Yifeng is not a martial artist, I can't make a judgment. What do you think, old dragon?" He then looked at Long Shiyuan and asked. Long Shiyuan pondered for a moment, glanced at Yifeng on the martial arts platform, and finally shook his head, saying, "I can't say for sure, but I still have faith in Yifeng." At this moment, many people turned their attention to Yifeng's proud and independent figure on the martial arts platform. It seemed that everyone's hearts were stirred. "Old Dragon is right, there's nothing we can do for Yifeng now.
The only thing we can do is believe in him, everyone said in unison.
Just then, Zhang Yanghao's voice rang out, Xia Hongye, Yifeng, today you will resolve your grievances through a duel under the witness of the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Association. The duel will determine both the victor and the fate of your lives. First, sign the death contract. Is there anyone who wants to back out? Xia Hongye said loudly, no backing out. Yifeng remained silent, directly picking up a pen and signing his name on the death contract. Although Zhang Hanyan and the others knew that today's battle was inevitable, they still held a glimmer of hope that Yifeng would back down. However, seeing Yifeng sign the death contract without hesitation extinguished their last hope. Soon, Zhang Yanghao announced the duel's start. Xia Hongye, already past his 70s, held a steel knife, resembling a war god. Kid, aren't you going to use a weapon? Xia Hongye coldly stared at Yifeng and asked. Yifeng waved his hand and said, no need. Xia Hongye's face filled with anger. It was one thing for Yifeng not to use a weapon, but to say it was unnecessary was simply disrespectful. At that moment, he threw the steel knife down to the martial arts platform and looked at Yifeng, saying, since you won't use a weapon, I won't bully you. After saying that, he lifted his right foot and stomped down hard on the martial arts platform, standing in a horse stance. Boom! With his foot striking down, the entire martial arts platform, and even the whole venue, trembled violently. Everyone's hearts jolted as well. Xia Hongye was indeed a martial arts master, a top-tier fighter capable of ranking in the top 100 on the master list. The sheer power displayed by that one stomp was already terrifying enough. Zhang Hanyan and the others felt their worries intensify. Kid, I won't bully you, you can make your move, Xia Hongye said coldly when he saw Yifeng still standing with his hands behind his back. Yifeng, however, replied calmly, you go first, I respect my elders. Seeking death. Xia Hongye was instantly enraged, letting out a roar from his throat as he launched an attack at Yifeng. Lu Gongming and the others were anxious, stamping their feet. They knew very well that in a battle between strong fighters, the greatest taboo was underestimating the opponent. Yifeng was clearly underestimating his opponent, as he didn't take Xia Hongye seriously at all. At that moment, Xia Hongye had already appeared beside Yifeng, launching a thunderous punch. The speed of this punch was like lightning, accompanied by waves of energy that seemed to shatter the very space around them. Xia Hongye's fierce punch struck towards Yifeng. The immense power caused the space between Xia Hongye and Yifeng to warp. Lu Gongming and the others, watching Yifeng remain calm, stood up anxiously. They couldn't understand why Yifeng wasn't countering or defending himself. Given Yifeng's character and mental fortitude, he shouldn't be stunned by Xia Hongye's strike. The only explanation was that Yifeng was underestimating his opponent. But how could one underestimate at such a critical moment? Lu Gongming and the others were nearly driven mad with worry. Seeing this scene, the Xia family members in the audience were thrilled. Grandpa is mighty, that kid is definitely doomed today. I think this kid is just here for a joke. The head of the family could probably take him out with one punch. I guess he's been scared silly. How could such a frog in a well understand what it means to enter the Dragon Kingdom's master ranking? However, just as Xia Hongye's fierce punch was about to land on Yifeng's body slightly shifted, and Xia Hongye's attack grazed past Yifeng's chest. Xia Hongye was taken aback. He hadn't expected Yifeng's evasion to be so precise and perfect. It was as if he had completely predicted the angle and direction of the attack. Nevertheless, Xia Hongye's powerful strength and rich combat experience kept him from panicking. After missing his first strike, he used the momentum of his body to launch a second attack immediately. He swept his leg directly towards Yifeng's face, giving Yifeng no chance to counterattack. This kick also generated waves of energy, even producing a whistling sound as it cut through the air. Even though the audience was more than 10 meters away from the martial arts platform, they still felt gusts of wind that stung their faces. Zhang Hanyan and the other women clenched their fists tightly. It was impossible not to feel nervous. Although Yifeng had just evaded Xia Hongye's attack, the latter's strikes were too powerful and relentless. If Yifeng made even a slight mistake, the consequences would be unimaginable. Facing Xia Hongye's fierce second strike, this time Yifeng did not evade but launched an attack of his own. Boom! The two legs collided violently, but no one could see who had the upper hand. Both of their attacks were unleashed like a torrential storm. The air was filled with the sound of fists colliding, deep and powerful, striking the eardrums of the onlookers. Dust swirled around the entire martial arts platform. Many people couldn't withstand the shockwaves from the battle and instinctively stepped back. Some who were late to retreat even couldn't help but spurt blood. Among the women, aside from Long Shiyuan and Lin Qingyi who practiced martial arts, the rest were ordinary people and could only retreat continuously. Zhang Hanyan, holding CeCe, stubbornly stood her ground, enduring all the pain and discomfort. However, what puzzled Zheng Hanyan was that the powerful gusts and pressure seemed to have no effect on CeCe. On the contrary, the little one was incredibly excited, continuously cheering for Yifeng. At that moment, Yifeng and Xia Hongye were locked in a fierce battle on the martial arts platform. Xia Hongye's expression was extremely grim. He realized his intuition was correct. Yifeng was not so simple. Every one of his lethal attacks was easily evaded by Yifeng. Although he managed to withstand Yifeng's attacks, it was evident that it was quite strenuous. "Kid, I won't play with you anymore," Xia Hongye roared, losing all patience. The energy around him surged, and his entire aura suddenly intensified. Even the temperature in the entire venue dropped a few degrees. In front of him, a dense and powerful energy gathered and began to spin rapidly. It was as if a terrifying tornado had formed around Xia Hongye as the core. As the dreadful energy swept through, the entire martial arts platform was shrouded in wind and sand, and only two figures could be faintly seen battling. The Xia family members shouted Xia Hongye's name loudly. Over the years, the Xia family had encountered many competitors. However, each time, these rivals were easily dealt with by Xia Hongye, even uprooting the families behind them. So they believed this time would be no exception. Even if Yifeng was a tough opponent, he would ultimately meet a fate of being reduced to ashes. Zheng Hanyan and the other women were tense to the extreme. They had no idea whether Yifeng had the upper hand or what the final outcome would be. It felt like waiting for the verdict of fate. No one knew whether they would ascend to heaven or fall into hell in the next moment. Just then, a scream pierced the air. A figure flew out from the wind and sand generated by the battle. At that moment, everyone's heart jumped into their throats. Zheng Hanyan suddenly covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. She didn't know when it had happened, but her heart had been completely moved by Yifeng. Lu Ruyan and the other women were equally tense, their gazes fixed on the figure that had flown out. The Xia family members had already begun to cheer, believing without a doubt that Yifeng had been defeated. After all, Xia Hongye was a terrifying existence ranked 79th on the Dragon Kingdom's master list. In the entire Jiangnan province, Xia Hongye had no rivals. But soon, everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. Because they could see clearly that the figure lying on the ground was none other than Xia Hongye. It was not Yifeng at all. Xia Hongye lay on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His chest was sunken in, clearly indicating he had sustained serious injuries. How could this be possible? In everyone's eyes, disbelief flickered. Yifeng had actually won. Did that mean that after today, he would be the number one in Jiangnan province? Moreover, as long as he defeated Xia Hongye, he could take Xia Hongye's place on the Dragon Kingdom's master list. At just 20 years old, to be ranked among the top 100 martial arts masters, the entire martial arts community of the Dragon Kingdom would surely go crazy. Xia Hongye stood up from the ground, his hair disheveled and looking extremely disheveled. He pulled out a porcelain bottle from his pocket and abruptly opened it. Inside the porcelain bottle were green pills. He poured the pills into his mouth. Instantly, his aura surged dramatically, and his previously pale face regained its color. He picked up the steel knife from the ground, his eyes bursting with a fierce killing intent. "Kid, I indeed underestimated you. You are strong. If you were given another 10 years, you would probably have a place in the entire Dragon Kingdom's martial arts world. It's a pity you provoked the Xia family. Today, you will undoubtedly die." As his voice fell, his body charged forward, the sharp steel knife swinging, aiming directly for Yifeng's throat. The sharp steel knife sliced through the air, creating a piercing sound of tearing. Although Xia Hongye had sustained injuries, after taking the pills, his speed increased. Combined with the sharp steel knife, his attacks became even more terrifying. Initially, the Xia family members could not accept the reality of Xia Hongye being defeated, but now they were once again invigorated. Just now, Grandpa was careless. This time, Grandpa is serious. Yifeng is doomed. Defeating Grandpa once is enough for Yifeng to feel proud, but unfortunately, this time, he is really going to die. With this steel knife, Grandpa's lethality has increased by at least 30%. Back then, Grandpa relied on this steel knife to slay the 79th ranked master on the Dragon Kingdom's master list. Today, Yifeng is destined to become a soul under Grandpa's steel knife. Lu Gongming and the others felt their hearts tighten. Although Yifeng had gained the upper hand for a moment, it was clear that Xia Hongye had not used his full strength just now. Moreover, now that Xia Hongye had begun to use a weapon, Yifeng would definitely suffer. At this moment, Long Shiyuan stood up, a long spear appearing in his hand, ready to find an opportunity to assist Yifeng. Zhang Yanghao and the others also changed their expressions, their gazes towards Yifeng undergoing a complete transformation. Initially, they thought Xia Hongye could easily slay Yifeng, but the outcome was completely opposite to what they had imagined. They couldn't help but place themselves in Xia Hongye's position, realizing they might have already suffered a crushing defeat. Zhang Yanghao and Ouyang furrowed their brows tightly. A prodigy like Yifeng was hard to come by in the martial arts world for decades. Clearly, Yifeng could not be used by the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Association, and from the current situation, it was evident that he was standing in opposition to the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Association. The two exchanged glances, understanding each other's thoughts. Today, no matter what, Yifeng must not be allowed to leave the martial arts platform alive, or there would be endless troubles. The sharp steel knife was already inches away from Yifeng's throat. Yifeng did not underestimate his opponent. He tapped the ground with his toes, and his body seemed to teleport, retreating several meters. The sharp steel knife followed closely, relentlessly targeting Yifeng's throat at a strange angle. Yifeng spun his body and kicked the knife handle. The powerful force nearly made Xia Hongye lose grip of the steel knife. At that moment, Long Shiyuan seized the opportunity and shouted, "Mr. Yi, here's your weapon." This spear was the weapon Long Shiyuan had used since he was young. Although he didn't know if it suited Yifeng, having a weapon was better than being empty-handed. Just waiting for Yifeng's response, Long Shiyuan was about to throw the spear to him. However, Yifeng waved his hand and said, "No need, I don't need a weapon to deal with him." At this, the entire arena erupted in astonishment. Everyone looked at Yifeng with incredulous eyes. Even Lu Gongming, Zhang Hanyan, and others could not remain calm. Xia Hongye was attacking with a steel knife. Although Yifeng had dodged 2 attacks in a row, it was clearly much more difficult than before. If this continued, one careless moment could lead to disaster. In such a situation, Yifeng actually chose not to use a weapon. Had this kid drunk too much? Zhang Hanyan and the others were almost in tears. Although they had become accustomed to Yifeng's unconventional ways, now it was not just unconventional, he was completely joking with his own life. CeCe stared wide-eyed at Yifeng on the martial arts platform, unable to help but ask Zhang Hanyan, "Mom, why is that person trying to cut Big Brother with a knife? Is he a bad guy? Is Big Brother in danger?" It turned out that Zhang Hanyan had been holding back her tears, but upon hearing CeCe's words, she could no longer contain herself. Biting her lip, she said in a choked voice, "Big Brother is very strong, he won't be in danger." Lu Ruyan was so angry she was stomping her feet, really wanting to teach Yifeng a lesson. Being with Yifeng was truly not a wise choice. Who knew when she might end up a widow? At this moment, Yifeng's words undoubtedly further enraged Xia Hongye. As a top-tier expert, Xia Hongye naturally had his pride. But today, his authority was being ignored by Yifeng. "Kid, die." Xia Hongye summoned all his energy, concentrating it on the steel knife. His aged body moved with the agility of a monkey, transforming into a blur as he appeared beside Yifeng. The sharp steel knife sliced through the air at an odd angle, aimed at Yifeng. Yifeng dodged once more. Clang! The steel knife struck the martial arts platform directly. Fragments of stone flew everywhere. The knife embedded itself several inches deep. Zhang Yanghao and the others couldn't help but narrow their eyes. Legend had it that this martial arts platform in Jiangnan province was forged from a piece of extraterrestrial iron. Ordinary weapons would instantly dull upon striking it, yet the platform remained unscathed. After the platform was built, relevant authorities even detonated a pile of explosives on it, but the platform remained intact. Who would have thought that Xia Hongye's steel knife was so terrifying that it could break through this martial arts platform? If that blow had struck a person, it would likely have shattered them into pieces. Boom! The sharp steel knife swung down towards Yifeng again. The speed increased, and the angles became more cunning. Yifeng kept a vigilant eye on Xia Hongye, dodging several times before delivering a punch to the knife's handle. Clang! The steel knife emitted a buzzing sound. Xia Hongye's hands trembled violently, a trickle of blood oozing out, and he nearly lost grip of the knife. Yet, Yifeng did not pursue the attack but instead signaled for Xia Hongye to continue. Xia Hongye let out a furious roar, swinging the knife down from a distance of 7 or 8 meters from Yifeng. Swish! A sharp blade of light sliced through the air, aimed directly at Yifeng's throat. This strike was sudden and overwhelmingly powerful, causing everyone present to instinctively gasp. The Xia family members became instantly exhilarated, believing that with this blow, Xia Hongye could take Yifeng's life. Zhang Hanyan and the others felt their hearts race again, their fear and worry growing like wild weeds. Just when many thought Yifeng had nowhere to escape, he did not dodge. "Big Brother, quickly dodge." CeCe couldn't help but shout upon seeing this scene. Yifeng, however, paid no mind, instead winking at CeCe. At the same time, he formed his fingers into a blade and slashed down fiercely. Sizzle! A tangible stream of true energy shot from his hand, colliding with the sharp blade of light. The true energy Yifeng unleashed clashed with Xia Hongye's blade of light. Clang! The piercing sound of metal striking metal rang out. Both forces seemed to annihilate each other simultaneously. Xia Hongye's eyes widened. Although it appeared that they had reached a stalemate, he had concentrated his energy on the steel knife, allowing him to unleash such a fierce attack. If he were to attack in vain, while he could still gather energy, the power would undoubtedly be much weaker. In contrast, Yifeng had created such a fierce attack with just a bare-handed slash. The key point was that Yifeng's strike seemed incredibly understated. Deep within Xia Hongye's eyes, there was an unmistakable shock. He gritted his teeth and continued his assault without hesitation. Swish, swish, swish. He unleashed several consecutive slashes in midair, each one sending a sharp blade of light towards Yifeng. Yifeng stood calmly in place, maintaining his fingerblade stance, matching Xia Hongye's rhythm with each slash. As streams of true energy shot out, the fierce blades of light ultimately vanished into the air. Moreover, Yifeng's finger slashes grew increasingly rapid. Gradually, his frequency surpassed that of Xia Hongye. Soon, Yifeng became the attacker, while Xia Hongye became the defender. Finally, slash! The fierce true energy struck Xia Hongye's body. Ah! Xia Hongye was sent flying. A deep gash was torn open on his chest. Blood instantly soaked his clothes in front of him. The violent attack and intense pain caused his steel knife to slip from his grip. Yifeng rushed to Xia Hongye's side in an instant, reaching back to grab the steel knife in his hand. Before the crowd could recover from the shock of Xia Hongye's defeat, they saw Yifeng swing the sharp steel knife. Yifeng's expression was incredibly calm, but anyone could feel the cold killing intent radiating from him. Whoosh! The sharp blade cut through the air, heading straight for Xia Hongye's throat. The Xia family members suddenly stood up, their nerves taut. Grandpa! Head of the family. Their voices were filled with terror and despair. Lu Gongming and the others also widened their eyes, as Yifeng once again surprised them. The judges, including Zhang Yanghao, furrowed their brows tightly. They finally realized that their judgment had gone awry. Although they had received benefits from the Xia family, they could not openly intervene at this moment, especially with so many eyes watching. Just as the sharp steel knife was about to strike Xia Hongye, he shouted loudly, "I surrender, I admit my mistake." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yanghao's eyes lit up, and he quickly shouted, "According to the rules, if you surrender and admit your mistake, you cannot use lethal force." The duel on the martial arts stage was meant to determine superiority in life or death, but it did not mean that one person had to die. The premise was that someone had to admit defeat, surrender, or kneel. Zhang Yanghao merely mentioned surrender and apology, playing a word game. However, Xia Hongye did not want to play word games. He understood Yifeng very well. He knew that if he played word games with Yifeng, the final result would definitely be death. Without hesitation, he knelt before Yifeng. Seeing this scene, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The life and death battle of the day finally came to an end. The outcome was incredibly unexpected. Surely, after today, no one would be able to stop the development of the Gure Pharmaceutical Group. Of course, many people also admired Xia Hongye immensely. At this moment, to be able to unhesitatingly give up dignity and kneel before a young man was no small feat. What Xia Hongye preserved was not just his own life, but the life of the entire Xia family. A family with a martial arts master to protect them was entirely different from one without. But at this moment, Yifeng's cold voice echoed throughout the venue, "I do not accept your surrender." Yifeng had previously stated that he wanted to use Xia Hongye as an example to warn others. Only by killing Xia Hongye could he clear more obstacles for the Gure Pharmaceutical Group and make those who had designs on the group more wary. Moreover, Yifeng was very clear that if he were the one to be defeated today, Xia Hongye would definitely show no mercy. Even those standing on the same side as him and their families would face ruthless retaliation. Thinking of this, Yifeng tightened his grip on the steel knife, ready to strike. "Yifeng, do not be reckless." At this moment, Zhang Yanghao stepped forward. Yanghua and others also stood up. They rushed towards Yifeng without hesitation. "Yifeng, Xia Hongye has already surrendered. According to the rules, you cannot kill him." Zhang Yanghao said sternly, "If you insist on making a move, don't blame us for being impolite." Yifeng glanced at Zhang Yanghao and the others, saying, "In my eyes, rules are meant to be broken. Come at me together." "Very well, Yifeng, you are asking for death." Zhang Yanghao waved his hand, and several judges surrounded Yifeng, their eyes filled with murderous intent. Yifeng would undoubtedly impact the entire martial arts community of Jiangnan province, affecting the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association. Since he could not be used for their purposes, he must be eliminated. Today was undoubtedly the best opportunity. Yifeng did not abide by the rules of the martial arts arena, and they could kill him with justification. Moreover, according to their agreement with Xia Hongye, as long as they killed Yifeng, they would receive tremendous rewards. Seeing this scene, Xia Hongye and all the members of the Xia family were filled with ecstatic joy. This situation was like a turning point for them. Xia Hongye even jumped up from the ground,
staring at Yifeng and saying, "You ignorant dog, you are asking for death." At this moment, Lu Gongming and the others became anxious and stood up. Zhang Hanyan and the other women were even more anxious. They could not understand Yifeng's actions. He had clearly won, so why did he insist on giving others a handle to push himself into a corner? The other spectators looked at Yifeng with complex expressions. They had seen arrogant people before, but none had been as arrogant as Yifeng. Lu Gongming stood up without hesitation, saying, "Yifeng has already won, today's duel should end here." Zhang Yanghao narrowed his eyes slightly and glanced at Lu Gongming, saying, "It was supposed to end, but Yifeng himself does not want it to end, he must pay the price for his choice." Long Shiyuan and Lin Hongru also stood up. "Since it is a duel, we cannot use numbers to bully the few. Do you think Mr. Yi has no helpers?" Zhang Yanghao's eyes narrowed, then he laughed, saying, "You can help this kid, but think carefully about whether it's worth risking your own lives." King Jiling suddenly stood up, saying, "We are willing to fight for the young master." Behind King Jiling, more than a dozen experts also stood up simultaneously. "We are willing to fight for the young master." Zhang Yanghao's face turned very ugly. He was not afraid of Yifeng's helpers. After all, their strength was too low. However, he did not want to see this situation. The authority of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association was severely provoked. He took out a whistle, put it to his mouth, and blew it sharply. With a whoosh, instantly, dozens of martial artists stood up from the audience. They quickly surrounded everyone. Not only that, but they also drew weapons, aiming them at the crowd. The key was that the weapons in their hands were not ordinary weapons but special weapons designed to deal with martial artists. Next, it is our duel with Yifeng. Anyone who dares to interfere will be killed without mercy. Zhang Yanghao announced coldly. Lu Gongming and the others all changed color. They had heard of special weapons specifically targeting martial artists. It was said that martial arts masters could dodge ordinary weapons, but when faced with such special weapons, even martial arts masters would not dare to confront them head-on. Zhang Hanyan and the others became anxious. Many spectators cast sympathetic glances at Yifeng. Of course, besides sympathy, there was more speechlessness and even mockery. Yifeng had already won, yet he insisted on going against the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association. At this moment, Bu Fian acted on Yan Guo's orders. "Second team, listen up," Bu Fian said, making several combat gestures. Dozens of members of the Wolfang assault team moved swiftly, surrounding the members of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association. "The duel has now taken a turn. We are taking Yifeng away. As for what happens next, the Wolfang assault team will contact the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association," Bu Fian said seriously. Zhang Yanghao squinted his eyes and said, "This is a matter of the martial arts world. It seems it's not up to you, the Wolfang assault team, to interfere. You can let your subordinates take action, and we will let ours do the same, but don't forget, our weapons are specifically designed to target martial artists." Bu Fian frowned, about to speak, when Yan Guo directly threw out a token and said, "The Wolfang assault team has no say in this. The leader of the Yanhuang tribe does, right?" After throwing out the golden token, Yan Guo continued, "This is the Yanhuang tribe's death exemption token, personally issued by that esteemed one. Zhang Yanghao, you wouldn't dare to defy their orders, would you?" Zhang Yanghao shivered. He wouldn't dare to go against that esteemed one's orders unless he wanted to die. Zhang Hanyan and the others breathed a sigh of relief once again, their emotions like a roller coaster. At that moment, Yan Guo looked at Yifeng and said, "Yifeng, as long as you agree to join the Wolfang assault team or the Yanhuang tribe, the Yanhuang tribe will protect you. With this death exemption token, no one dares to touch you." Everyone thought Yifeng would definitely agree. After all, no matter how strong he was, he couldn't possibly stand against Xia Hongye, Zhang Yanghao, Ouyang Hua, and the other three martial artists from the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Association. However, to everyone's surprise, Yifeng directly rejected Yan Guo. "I appreciate the goodwill of the Wolfang assault team and the Yanhuang tribe, but it's unnecessary. The Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Association colludes with the Xia family, and today I must eliminate the harm for the people." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yanghao became furious. "Kid, watch your words. You must take responsibility for what you say and pay the price for your actions." Yifeng smiled and tossed a USB drive to King Jinling, saying, "Play the video inside." "Yes, my lord." King Jinling took the USB drive and projected the video onto a large screen. A video quickly appeared on the screen, and the sound spread throughout the venue. Xia Hongye and Zhang Yanghao's expressions changed drastically. The video recorded how Xia Hongye and Zhang Yanghao plotted to kill Yifeng on the martial arts stage. In an instant, Zhang Yanghao's face turned from green to white to purple, and he was filled with rage. "Good kid, you dare to fabricate a video to frame us. I'll make sure you have no place to die." Saying this, Zhang Yanghao charged directly at Yifeng without any hesitation. Xia Hongye followed closely behind, and Ouyang Hua also moved. The other 3 martial artists moved as well. A violent killing intent swept across the venue. Bufian gritted her teeth. She felt utterly powerless to criticize Yifeng. Clearly, if he just joined the Yenhuang tribe, he could receive their protection, and with the death exemption token, even Jiang Yanghao and the others wouldn't dare to act. Commissioner Yan, forget about any preconditions, just protect Yifeng first, and we can discuss the rest later. Bufian urged Yan Guohua. Yan Guohua frowned tightly and said, military orders are like a mountain, Yifeng is too stubborn. Bufian replied helplessly, when a general is outside, military orders can be disregarded. Give the order, otherwise, it will really be too late. Just then, Yan Guohua's phone rang. It's a call from the leader of the Yenhuang tribe. Yan Guohua's eyes lit up, and he quickly answered the phone. After saying a few words, his expression dimmed, and he could only say, yes, I understand. Yifeng must agree to join the Yenhuang tribe to use the death exemption token. At this moment, Bufian became anxious, directly snatching Yan Guohua's phone and saying, Grandpa, I want you to protect Yifeng, no preconditions, just protect Yifeng unconditionally. Hearing this, everyone felt a jolt in their hearts. Bufian was actually the leader of the Yenhuang tribe and the granddaughter of Bu Jingyun. A deep, aged voice came from the phone, Fian, don't be reckless. This life-saving token can only be used once. It was exchanged for with the lives of several warriors from the Yenhuang tribe. Moreover, this matter was decided collectively by the higher-ups of the Yenhuang tribe. What I say alone doesn't count. In an instant, Bufian felt as if all her strength had been drained. She tossed the phone to Yan Guohua and unhesitatingly joined the battle. At that moment, Zheng Hanyan dialed a number, her voice filled with sorrow as she said, Grandpa, is the Zhang family coming or not? If you come too late, Yifeng will be gone, and I will never return to the Zhang family. Hanyan, it seems this Yifeng truly has your heart. The voice of Zhang Ruanian, the head of the Zhang family and Zhang Hanyan's grandfather, came through. Rest assured, since Grandpa has said it, it will definitely count. I am already on the scene. Just as he finished speaking, an elderly voice rang out, Stop! This voice was like a great bell, clearly resonating throughout the venue, striking every person's eardrum. The crowd immediately parted to make way for an old man, who approached surrounded by a dozen people. Upon seeing the old man, Zheng Hanyan excitedly ran over and said, Grandpa, time is of the essence, you must protect Yifeng. The crowd was stunned at the sight of the old man. Hearing Zheng Hanyan address him as Grandpa, they were even more shocked. My goodness, such a big shot has come to Jiangnan province. Who is he? What big shot? Is he stronger than Xia Hongye and Jiang Yanghao? Zhang Ruanian from the Beijing Zheng family, a terrifying figure ranked in the top 40 of the master list. Even if Xia Hongye and Jiang Yanghao were together, they wouldn't be a match. That is indeed a bit frightening, but the beauty beside Yifeng actually calls Zheng old man Grandpa. No wonder this kid is so arrogant, turns out he's living off a woman. At this moment, Zhang Ruanian said, Yifeng, right? My granddaughter has high hopes for you, and your strength is beyond my expectations. Our Zhang family can protect you, but the premise is that the body-stabilizing pill must be handed over to the Zhang family for operation. Hearing Zhang Ruanian's words, Zheng Hanyan was stunned. She even felt a bit angry. Grandpa, I promised to marry into the Yi family, why do you have to add conditions? Zhang Ruanian glanced at Zheng Hanyan without speaking, instead looking at Yifeng and asking, So, Yifeng, do you agree? Zheng Hanyan's body trembled, her eyes filled with disappointment. This time, she suddenly wanted to escape from the Zheng family again, just like a few years ago. Zheng Ruanian looked at Yifeng, waiting for his response. However, get lost. Yifeng said mercilessly. Zheng Ruanian was taken aback, then immediately furious, but he restrained his anger and said, Yifeng, you are not their match. You are still young, it's not worth risking your life. Yifeng couldn't be bothered to look at Zheng Ruanian, saying, Get lost is just one word, I don't want to say it a second time. Zheng Ruanian's eyelids twitched, a surge of anger rising within him. Zheng Hanyan smiled bitterly and said, Grandpa, Yifeng hates threats the most. If he just wanted to survive, why wouldn't he accept the Yenhuan tribe's invitation? Zheng Ruanian's expression darkened as he said, A young man who doesn't know when to advance or retreat is destined to fall. He is not worth your effort, Hanyan. Come back to the Zhang family with me, don't forget what you promised me. Zheng Hanyan, feeling disheartened, shook her head and said, Grandpa, you haven't fulfilled your promise at all. I can't possibly go back to the Zheng family with you. Anger surfaced on Zheng Ruanian's face. He was about to say something when the sound of a deafening fight erupted from the martial arts stage. It was seen that Xia Hongye, Jiang Yanghao, Ouyang Hua, and the other martial artists from the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Association all charged towards Yifeng. Not only that, but they all unleashed their most powerful attacks in their lives. They never expected that a single Yifeng could involve the Yanhuang tribe and the Zheng family from the capital. If Yifeng agreed to any one of their conditions, no one today would be able to handle the other side. God knows what other surprises Yifeng would bring them. All of this made them even more certain of one thing: they had to eliminate Yifeng as quickly as possible, or they would face endless troubles. In an instant, the entire martial arts platform was filled with shadows of fists and flashes of blades. Jinling Wang and the others wanted to join the battle to relieve some pressure from Yifeng, but they found they couldn't get close to the core of the fight at all. The powerful energy generated by the battle had already made their blood surge. As for the ordinary people, they could only retreat 100 meters away. Some even retreated too late, unable to withstand the immense pressure, and directly spat out blood before fainting. Bufian tried to persuade Yen Guohua to produce a death exemption medal, but it was to no avail. She then called her grandfather, but he didn't answer the phone at all. She was almost cursing in frustration. Zheng Hanyan tightly hugged CeCe, her eyes moist, filled with worry. "Grandpa, as long as you can save Yifeng, I will immediately return to the Zhang family with you, and I can marry anyone," Zheng Hanyan said stubbornly. Zheng Ruinian snorted coldly and said, "Hanyan, you should know my principles. I won't do anything without benefit." Zheng Hanyan shook her head, and the last shred of hope she had for the Zhang family completely vanished. The fierce battle continued, but the billowing dust had obscured everything on the martial arts platform. The shock in everyone's hearts had reached its peak. Could this be the battle between top-tier experts? It was simply terrifying. At that moment, a scream pierced the air. Everyone's hearts tightened. They saw a person fly out from the core of the battle and crash heavily to the ground. It was a martial artist from the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Association. His chest had been slashed open with a horrifying wound, and one could even see the stark white bones. Blood gushed out like a fountain. His head tilted, and he died instantly. Following that, another person flew out. It was Ouyang Hua, a member of the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Association. No one saw how Ouyang Hua was injured. All they knew was that he crashed to the ground without even a struggle, and he died on the spot. At this moment, everyone was shocked. In the blink of an eye, Yifeng had already taken down 2 people. Originally, Xia Hongye and the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Association had the advantage in numbers, which gave them a chance to kill Yifeng. But now, the scales of victory seemed to be slowly tilting. Sure enough, 2 more screams followed, and 2 other martial artists from the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Association flew out, completely dead. At this point, the already battered martial arts platform was left with only Yifeng, Xia Hongye, and Zhang Yanghao. Xia Hongye and Zhang Yanghao looked at the dead bodies and then at the expressionless Yifeng, revealing a hint of fear deep in their eyes. Yifeng's strength was even greater than they had imagined. The key was that even if the 2 of them teamed up, they might not be Yifeng's match. And once they made a mistake, their fate would be obvious. At this moment, Zhang Yanghao took out 2 bottles of pills, swallowed one himself, and threw one to Xia Hongye. "Today, it's either him dead or US dead. Don't hold back at all, kill him." Zhang Yanghao roared as he charged towards Yifeng. Xia Hongye swallowed the pill, feeling the surging energy within his body, and charged towards Yifeng without any reservations. Boom! Zhang Yanghao, gathering his powerful energy, struck at Yifeng with a punch. Energy swirled around Xia Hongye's hand, his palm shaped like an eagle's claw, fiercely reaching for Yifeng's heart. Yifeng was caught in a pincer attack. Die! Zhang Yanghao and Xia Hongye had both consumed an entire bottle of the drug, unleashing unprecedented speed and attack power. They were confident that if their attacks landed on Yifeng, he would have no place to bury his body. This time, the 3 engaged in close combat. Although there were no longer the previous flurries of fists and flashes of blades, and the dust on the martial arts stage had settled, the tension in the crowd grew even tighter. Many felt that the outcome was about to be decided. Slap! Yifeng reached out and caught Zhang Yanghao's incoming fist. Zhang Yanghao's eyes widened in shock as he realized that his powerful strike was firmly grasped by Yifeng. In a moment of distraction, Yifeng delivered a kick infused with formidable true energy, striking Zhang Yanghao. Crack! Accompanied by the sound of broken ribs, Zhang Yanghao flew out like a kite with a severed string. Die! At that moment, Xia Hongye's dagger was already within inches. Xia Hongye was filled with ecstasy. At such a close distance, Yifeng had no time to react. But soon, Xia Hongye realized he was wrong. Yifeng slightly shifted his body, skillfully dodging Xia Hongye's attack. Xia Hongye, nearly frantic, gripped the dagger tightly, channeling all the energy in his body, and charged at Yifeng again. However, Yifeng was faster. Boom! A sharp kick landed decisively on Xia Hongye's chest. Crack! Xia Hongye also broke several ribs and was sent flying. At this moment, both Xia Hongye and Zhang Yanghao were shocked and terrified to the extreme. Yifeng's kick carried an aura they had never heard or seen before.
This aura penetrated their bodies, shattering their dantians. They were utterly incapacitated. At that moment, they were nothing but useless beings, completely and utterly useless. Just as they were in shock, Yifeng appeared beside them. Sensing the overwhelming killing intent emanating from Yifeng, both men were filled with fear. Yifeng, as long as you spare me, the Xia family will honor you as our master from now on. Yifeng, as long as you spare me, I promise the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Association will never trouble you again. The two begged for mercy without hesitation. Yifeng said nothing, forming his fingers into a blade and striking down fiercely. Two streams of true energy shot out, hitting Xia Hongye and Jiang Yanghao's necks. In an instant, their heads were severed from their bodies, rolling to the ground. The duel came to an end. The audience, who had been pushed back moments ago, gathered around. Looking at everything before them, everyone was utterly shocked. 5 against 1, and Yifeng actually won. The key was that among these 5, one was the vice president of the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Association, and another was a martial arts master ranked 79th on the Dragon Kingdom's master list. These were two genuine martial arts masters, and they were slain by Yifeng. Who else in Jiangnan Province could challenge Yifeng? Was the entire Jiangnan Province destined to honor this young man? The crowd fell into complete silence, even the sound of their breathing could be heard. Meanwhile, the Xia family members were all dumbfounded, their eyes filled with despair. They finally realized that from the moment they coveted the body-stabilizing pill, wanting to claim it for themselves, they were doomed. Perhaps after today, there would be no Xia family left in Jiangnan Province. On the other side, Zhang Hanyan was filled with ecstasy. If this had been before, the bloody scene before her would have made her vomit and tremble with fear. But now, she felt no fear at all. She tightly held CeCe in her arms, fearing that the scene before them would leave some psychological shadow on the little one. But at that moment, CeCe poked her head out and looked at Yifeng, happily cheering, "Yay, big brother won." CeCe's cheer pulled everyone from their shock back to reality. Yifeng scanned the crowd and coldly said, "From today onwards, anyone who wants to suppress the Gure Pharmaceutical Group, whether through conspiracy or open means, bring it on. I, Yifeng, will take it all." Boom! Instantly, everyone seemed to be covered by a bone-chilling cold. No one dared to meet Yifeng's gaze, and they all lowered their heads. Finally, someone mustered the courage to shout, "The Zhao family of Jiangnan Province will respect Mr. Yi. All our industries will give the green light to Gure Pharmaceutical Group's products." This statement instantly ignited the crowd, and one after another, people stood up. "The Wang family of Jiangnan Province respects Mr. Yi. All our industries will give the green light to Gure Pharmaceutical Group's products. The Yu family of Jiangnan Province respects Mr. Yi. All our industries will give the green light to Gure Pharmaceutical Group's products. The Xia family of Jiangnan Province respects Mr. Yi. All our industries will give the green light to Gure Pharmaceutical Group's products." Everyone present, every family chose to submit. Not only that, many looked at Yifeng with fiery eyes, already harboring certain thoughts. Although Yifeng was powerful, he was still young, a youthful hero. Since ancient times, heroes have loved beautiful women. Yifeng was no exception. If any family's girl could be fortunate enough to gain Yifeng's favor, even a little, it would be a tremendous boost for the family. Of course, there were also some strong women present, the proud daughters of heaven, who were beautiful, perfectly shaped, and successful in their careers, believing that no man could conquer them. Moreover, they had no interest in conquering any man. But at this moment, they all wanted to be conquered by Yifeng, or rather, they already felt conquered by him. As for Zhang Hanyan and Lu Ruyan, when they looked at Yifeng on the martial arts stage, they suddenly felt he was somewhat distant and unfamiliar. They realized there was a huge chasm between them and Yifeng. Lu Ruyan and the Long sisters sighed inwardly, grateful that their grandfather had the foresight to send them to Yifeng's side. If they had encountered the Yifeng of now, perhaps they wouldn't even have had the chance to approach him. Lin Qingyi looked in Yifeng's direction, feeling a sense of loss. Perhaps a man like Yifeng was an existence she could never reach in her lifetime. Originally, her standards were high, with dozens of men pursuing her, but she found none of them appealing. Now with Yifeng in front of her, she probably found no man appealing at all. She couldn't help but sigh softly. Meeting Yifeng is a lifelong regret. As for Lu Gongming and the others, their hearts were already boiling with excitement. They had long anticipated that Yifeng was a hidden dragon, one that would surely soar to great heights. And now, this hidden dragon had emerged from the depths, about to soar into the skies. They wondered if their family would be fortunate enough to ride on this hidden dragon. Thinking of this, they all looked at their granddaughters. Soon, Yifeng walked down from the martial arts stage under everyone's gaze. "Son-in-law Yi, over here." Lu Gongming waved desperately at Yifeng, fully utilizing his thick skin. Upon hearing Lu Gongming's voice, everyone turned to look, thinking to themselves, who has such good taste to recruit Yifeng as a son-in-law in advance? Grandpa. Lu Ruoyan stomped her foot and whispered, feeling like she wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. However, Lu Gongming was completely oblivious, feeling quite pleased with himself. Yifeng heard Lu Gongming's call and walked over. The crowd was increasingly shocked. Could it be that Yifeng was really Lu Gongming's son-in-law? In an instant, everyone envied the Lu family, having hooked up with Yifeng, the divine dragon, which meant the Lu family could skip a few hundred years of hard work. Lu Gongming straightened his back, feeling this was the highlight of his life. However, at that moment, a loud child's voice rang out, "Big brother." It was CeCe's voice. Yifeng smiled at CeCe, reached out to take her from Zhang Hanyan's arms, and said, "Let's go, CeCe, we're going home." CeCe happily nodded and said, "We're going home. CeCe wants to eat the delicious food made by Big Brother." Yifeng thought for a moment and said, "Alright, it's just in time to go home and cook." Those who heard this were taken aback. Yifeng's character change was too rapid. Just a second ago, he was in a life and death battle, defeating 5 top masters, and now he was going home to cook? Lu Gongming instantly felt deflated, like a punctured balloon. Originally, he had called out to Yifeng, and Yifeng was coming over, but he was intercepted by a little girl. What a painful realization! Lu Gongming, reflecting on this, turned to Lu Ruoyan and said, "Sweki, find a chance to have a child with Yifeng, preferably a little girl." Lu Ruoyan's face instantly turned red. "Grandpa, what are you talking about?" Lu Gongming continued, "Think about it, CeCe isn't Yifeng's biological daughter, yet he treats her so well. If you can give Yifeng a daughter, you can definitely keep him." Lu Ruoyan felt like she wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. She realized that ever since Yifeng appeared, her grandpa was becoming less and less like a human. Just then, as Yifeng was holding CeCe and about to leave with Zhang Hanyan, a voice came from behind. "Hanyan, pack your things immediately and come back to the Zhang family with me." The voice belonged to Zhang Ruonian, the head of the Zhang family and Zhang Hanyan's grandfather. Yifeng's victory had caused many to overlook Zhang Ruonian's presence. At this moment, everyone realized that there was a terrifying figure present, ranked in the top 50 of the Dragon Kingdom's master list. Moreover, this terrifying figure was the head of the Zhang family in the capital. It should be noted that the connections and resources held by families in the capital were not something families in Jiangnan province could compare to. Hearing Zhang Ruonian's voice, Zhang Hanyan's body trembled involuntarily, and she couldn't help but grab Yifeng's arm. Hearing Zhang Ruonian's voice filled Zhang Hanyan with a sense of fear. She knew very well how difficult it had been to escape from the Zhang family. If it weren't for Zhang Ruonian's nod, she would never have succeeded. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but clutch Yifeng's arm, as if seeking a sense of security. "Grandpa, you didn't fulfill your promise, so I won't go back with you," Zhang Hanyan said firmly. Zhang Ruonian's face showed a hint of anger as he said, "Hanyan, you have the blood of the Zhang family flowing in you. A few years ago, you were willful, but now you have no choice. You must return to the capital and marry into the Yi family." "You have no choice. I won't go back," Zhang Hanyan said resolutely. The reason she had agreed before was to have the Zhang family protect Yifeng. She thought Yifeng was in danger, and she wouldn't hesitate to pay any price. But now the situation was different. She didn't want to become a pawn in a family marriage. The most crucial thing was, she couldn't help but glance at Yifeng. She didn't want to leave him. Zhang Ruonian's face showed a hint of anger as he said decisively, "Whether you go back or not is not up to you." Zhang Hanyan's body trembled. Could it be that her grandfather would force her? At that moment, Yifeng noticed Zhang Hanyan's reaction and asked, "Do you want to go back?" "I don't want to," Zhang Hanyan said without any hesitation. Yifeng nodded and said, "Alright, if you don't want to go back, no one can force you. Come with me." Saying this, he held CeCe in one arm and pulled Zhang Hanyan with the other, walking towards the outside of the martial arts platform. "Stop!" Zhang Ruonian shouted sharply. Instantly, several people blocked Yifeng's path. The aura emanating from these individuals was incredibly strong. They were clearly experts. However, they all cautiously stared at Yifeng, having been frightened by the strength he had just displayed. Yifeng glanced at them coldly and said, "Get out of the way, or die." After saying this, he continued to pull Zhang Hanyan forward. The few people felt their souls tremble violently, as if their throats were being gripped by something. Almost instinctively, they all stepped aside. The killing intent radiating from Yifeng made it clear that he was indeed capable of murder. Seeing this scene, Zhang Ruonian's eyes narrowed. He did not blame the others. He understood very well the psychological pressure that someone of Yifeng's caliber could impose on ordinary martial artists. "Yifeng, don't think that just because you defeated Xia Hongye and Jiang Yanghao, you can look down on the world. Once you leave Jiangnan province, you'll realize your insignificance."
Yifeng completely ignored Zhang Ruonian and continued walking forward. The crowd was once again shocked by this scene. Zhang Ruonian was directly ignored by Yifeng. It should be noted that the Zhang family was a prominent family in the capital, a colossal entity. As the head of the family, Zhang Ruonian would never be overlooked wherever he went. But now, he was blatantly ignored by Yifeng. A hint of anger appeared on Zhang Ruonian's face, and his voice took on a warning tone. Han Yan is the fiancé of the eldest son of the Yi family in the capital. In front of the Yi family, you are nothing more than an ant, so I advise you not to have any delusions. Don't think that just because you defeated Xia Hongya, the Xia family is nothing but ants in front of the Yi family. Yifeng didn't even glance at Zhang Ruonian and left the martial arts platform directly. No one dared to stop him. The strong men brought by Zhang Ruonian didn't dare to say a word. Zhang Ruonian's expression fluctuated, but in the end, he remained silent, watching Yifeng leave. Yifeng left. The battle on the martial arts platform had ended. However, this duel swept across Jiangnan province like a tsunami. When the Xia family suppressed the Jisher medical group, many people were still conflicted about which side to take, but now, there was no more hesitation. Yifeng had already proven with his strength that the Jisher medical group could stand strong. Next, the Jisher medical group would develop at a terrifying speed, soon becoming a top enterprise in Long Country, and if nothing unexpected happened, it would also become a top enterprise in the world. In contrast, the Xia family would completely disappear from Jiangnan province. The law of the jungle, the principle of the weak being preyed upon by the strong, has always been cruel in this world. After Yifeng left, the crowd gradually dispersed. The last to leave the scene were Yan Guowo and the Wolf Fang assault team members. At this moment, Yan Guowo was somewhat excited, even trembling. Yifeng has once again exceeded our expectations, and at the same time, our previous judgment of him was wrong. Bufian also nodded, filled with emotion as she said, yes, I only knew he was strong, but I didn't expect him to be this strong. Yan Guo was solemnly instructed, so, your task has become even more arduous. The organization requires you to continue staying by Yifeng's side, and you must mobilize him to join us at all costs. I will report this to the higher-ups immediately. I believe Yifeng is worth our utmost effort to win over. Understood. Bufian remained very calm about this task. After all, she was currently living in a large villa, sleeping in a big bed, and enjoying delicious food. She couldn't be happier. Soon, Yan Guohua submitted the relevant videos from the scene to the Yanhuang tribe. The leader of the Yanhuang tribe, Bu Jingyun, quickly received the video as well. He watched the footage from the martial arts platform from start to finish. At first, he was quite composed, merely curious to see what kind of prodigy Yifeng was, who had garnered such praise from Yan Guohua and Bufian. However, just a few minutes in, he lost his composure. So young, yet able to kill 2 martial arts masters ranked in the top 100. This kid is simply a monster. Bu Jingyun exclaimed in shock. If he can be utilized for my dragon country, given time, he will undoubtedly become a sharp sword to protect the nation. Yet, as he looked at Yifeng's back, Bu Jingyun suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. Soon, he recalled who Yifeng's silhouette resembled. Years ago, he had led the Yanhuang tribe in the battle at Wolf Valley. That battle was crucial for Dragon Country's sweeping victory, thanks to the Phantom War God. Could Yifeng be the Phantom War God? This thought startled Bu Jingyun, but he quickly dismissed it. If it were the Phantom War God, he could probably kill Xia Hongye and Jiang Yanghao with just a finger. My granddaughter has been nagging me about Yifeng lately. It seems I should find time to meet this young man. There aren't many who can win over my granddaughter. Bu Jingyun muttered to himself. Yifeng and the others returned to Jojo Pavilion. Although it was Yifeng who participated in the duel on the martial arts platform, the hearts of the girls raced like they were on a roller coaster throughout the entire process. At this moment, they finally relaxed but also felt exhausted. However, CeCe was full of energy, shouting for Yifeng to make delicious food. The girls couldn't help but look forward to it, recalling the delicious dishes Yifeng had made. Ever since they had tasted his cooking once, they could never forget it. Yifeng opened the refrigerator, only to find it completely empty. Thus, he had no choice but to go out to buy groceries. Just as Yifeng stepped outside, a business vehicle pulled up. An elderly man got out of the car, exuding an aura of military might. Accompanying the old man were several men in military attire, all displaying a powerful presence. Upon seeing Yifeng, the old man's eyes lit up slightly, and he happily walked over, saying, "Hello, Yifeng. It's a pleasure to meet you." Yifeng glanced at him and, with a blank expression, asked, "Who are you?" The old man simply replied, "Yanhuang tribe, Bu Jingyun." If it were anyone else who learned of the old man's identity, they would undoubtedly be shocked. However, Yifeng merely responded with an "oh," and said, "Is there something you need? If not, I'm leaving." Bu Jingyun was taken aback.
He had heard that this kid had a personality, but he didn't expect him to be this assertive. He didn't mind though, and smiled, saying, "If you have something to discuss, we can talk while walking." Yifeng nodded and stepped forward. Bu Jingyun followed alongside him. Although Bu Jingyun was over 70 years old, as a top expert, age only affected his appearance and had no other impact. Yifeng clearly showed no interest in Bu Jingyun's arrival, so he didn't initiate conversation. Finally, it was Bu Jingyun who spoke first. "Yifeng, what are you planning to do?" Yifeng said truthfully, "I'm going to buy groceries." Even Bu Jingyun couldn't help but stop in his tracks, his expression turning strange. Yifeng had just come down from the martial arts platform, having killed 5 martial artists, 2 of whom were even ranked on the Dragon Kingdom's master list. In short, the heavens of Jiangnan province were about to be pierced by Yifeng. And at this moment, Yifeng still had the mood to go buy groceries. Bu Jingyun felt a deep sense of emotion. Before this, his granddaughter had always said that Yifeng had a unique personality. Now it seemed that this young man was not just uniquely individual. Finally, Bu Jingyun got straight to the point. "Yifeng, I have 2 matters to discuss with you. The first is to invite you to join the Yanhuang tribe, and the second is to procure a batch of body-stabilizing pills for the warriors of the Yanhuang tribe." Just as Yifeng was about to speak, Bu Jingyun added, "Don't be in a hurry to refuse or agree. Let me first state my conditions. Even if you join the Yanhuang tribe, you will still have absolute freedom. We won't force you to do anything, and the Yanhuang tribe can support your Gure Pharmaceutical group. Moreover, with the protection of the Yanhuang tribe, you can avoid a lot of trouble." However, what Bu Jingyun didn't expect was that Yifeng didn't even think twice before directly refusing. "I've said it before, I'm not interested in joining the Yanhuang tribe or the Wolfang assault team, but as for the body-stabilizing pills, Gure Pharmaceutical Group can provide them to the Yanhuang tribe and the Wolfang assault team for free." Yifeng was clear about his grievances. On one hand, both the Wolfang assault team and the Yanhuang tribe had supported him, and on the other hand, he was the ghostly war god, who had once fought alongside the blooded warriors of the Dragon Kingdom, which was why he offered the Yanhuang tribe free body-stabilizing pills. Bu Jingyun frowned. He had initially wanted to persuade him further, but ultimately gave up. He could see that Yifeng's attitude was very resolute. "Alright, at the appropriate time, the Yanhuang tribe and the Wolfang assault team will support the Gure Pharmaceutical Group," Bu Jingyun said. "Thank you, is there anything else?" Yifeng asked. Bu Jingyun nodded and replied, "Nothing else. If there's nothing else, I'm off to buy groceries," Yifeng said, turning to leave. Upon hearing this, even the corners of Bu Jingyun's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Was buying groceries that important to Yifeng? After Yifeng left, a man in military uniform nearby asked, "Commander, why do I feel like this Yifeng seems a bit familiar?" Bu Jingyun looked at him. "Have you seen Yifeng?" The man shook his head and said, "I haven't seen him, but I feel his back looks a bit like the ghostly war god from the battle at Wild Wolf Valley a few years ago." Bu Jingyun's expression changed. "Are you sure?" The man replied, "Not entirely sure, just think it looks a bit similar. By the way, I have a photo here taken by a battlefield reporter." Saying this, the man took out his phone and flipped through it to find a photo. It was a picture of a fight, showing a man battling dozens of experts. The man was only seen from behind, but he looked like a sharp sword, piercing the sky. Bu Jingyun's heart trembled as he stared intently at the photo, saying, "You're right, the back of the ghostly war god looks too much like Yifeng. Could it be that Yifeng is the ghostly war god?" Back then, during the battle at Wild Wolf Valley, the Dragon Kingdom was on the brink of collapse. At a critical moment, the Dragon Kingdom's #1 war god emerged from the ghostly prison, bringing a young man with him. Later, the first war god of the Dragon Kingdom died in battle, but the young man he brought out turned the tide, slaying dozens of top experts from several empires with an astonishing display of skill. Moreover, with an excellent strategy, he divided and surrounded the enemy forces, annihilating them and achieving victory in the Battle of Wild Wolf Valley. However, after the battle ended, the Phantom War God quietly left the battlefield, and no one even knew his identity. Despite this, tales of his deeds and some artworks that circulated from the battlefield became well known in the Dragon Kingdom. At that time, Bu Jingyun was on another mission and did not make it to Wild Wolf Valley, thus missing the chance to witness the Phantom War God's prowess. This incident became Bu Jingyun's greatest regret. Reflecting on this, Bu Jingyun looked in the direction Yifeng had left inside. The death of the first war god is the greatest loss for the Dragon Kingdom, while the emergence of the Phantom War God is its greatest fortune. Perhaps we no longer need to mobilize Yifeng. When the Dragon Kingdom is in need, he will naturally don the Phantom Mask and reappear on the battlefield. Half an hour later, Yifeng returned to Villano. After buying groceries, he went straight into the kitchen to get busy. Zheng Hanyan also tied on an apron and followed him into the kitchen. Lu Ruyan and the other girls had their own thoughts and wanted to help in the kitchen. However, ever since they were chased out by Yifeng last time, they all had some psychological shadows. Forget it, cooking is too tiring, I might as well just eat and drink. In the end, Lu Ruyan chose to slack off. An hour later, a variety of delicious dishes were served on the table. CeCe had long been drooling with anticipation. The girls enjoyed the food, praising it endlessly, while their hearts were filled with emotions. Just a few hours ago, Yifeng was in a life-and-death battle. If Yifeng had failed, not only would the enemy's life be in danger, but several families related to him would also suffer. However, Yifeng won, and his victory exceeded everyone's expectations. The entire Jiangnan province lay prostrate beneath him. The Lu, Long, and Lin families had all chosen the right side. That was why they had the opportunity to eat and drink here, rather than facing the fate of the Xia family in Jiangnan province, which was about to disappear. After dinner, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. After a day filled with anxiety, the girls were naturally tired. Just as Yifeng returned to his room, there was a knock at the door. Lu Ruyan pushed the door open and walked in. At that moment, looking at Yifeng, Lu Ruyan felt very complicated inside. Especially when she thought about everything that had happened on the martial arts stage today, her heart was stirred with tumultuous waves. After entering, Lu Ruyan unbuttoned her top and took out the Mother Jade pendant. She handed the Mother Jade pendant to Yifeng and said, "A month has passed, and the Mother Jade pendant has been nurtured enough. You should try it, they should be able to merge now." Yifeng said nothing as he took the Mother Jade pendant and also took out the Public Jade pendant, attempting to combine the two. The two pieces perfectly merged together. Immediately, the jade pendants emitted a warm glow. A beam of light spread from the point where the two pendants joined, extending towards both pieces. Gradually, the light formed intricate patterns on the pendants, resembling the veins of leaves. Watching the miraculous transformation of the two jade pendants, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but widen her mouth in surprise. She never expected that the jade pendant she had worn since childhood could be so magical. As the shining patterns covered the two jade pendants, two bursts of light suddenly flew out from the pendants, darting towards Yifeng and Lu Ruyan respectively. The two were taken aback and instinctively wanted to hide. However, there was no way to escape. Even though Yifeng was very powerful, he could not evade it at all. Both felt as if something had drilled into their minds. In the next moment, both of their faces showed an expression of immense shock. Memories began to appear in their minds, like movie clips slowly replaying. At the same time, these memories were somewhat vague, seeming not entirely real. Finally, Yifeng and Lu Ruyan exchanged a glance. "We met when we were very young," Lu Ruyan blurted out. Yifeng nodded and said, "I also have some memories surfacing in my mind, which seem to be related to this, but they are very limited." Lu Ruyan's hand trembled slightly. Those hazy yet vivid memories enveloped her like a mystery descending from the sky. "I'll ask Grandpa." Lu Ruyan picked up her phone and dialed Lu Gongming's number. After a long silence, Lu Gongming finally said, "Yes, you and Yifeng have known each other since childhood. From the age of 1 to 4, you were adopted by an old man. Besides you, that old man also adopted 6 little girls, who are Yifeng's other 6 fiancés." Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes widened in shock, unable to contain herself as she asked, "Grandpa, does that mean I'm not really a member of the Lu family? Am I adopted by the Lu family?" If that were true, it would be a thunderbolt from a clear sky for Lu Ruyan. Lu Gongming replied, "You are a member of the Lu family, but shortly after you were born, you were abducted. It was only when you were 4 that Yifeng's master brought you back." Lu Ruyan became even more confused. Yifeng's master? Could it be that Yifeng's master is the old man who adopted us? Lu Gongming said, "No, I can't give you a specific answer about that. Put your phone on speaker so Yifeng can take the call." Filled with doubts, Lu Ruyan activated the speakerphone. Lu Gongming sighed and said, "Son-in-law Yi, I assume Sweki has given you her mother's jade pendant, and your 2 jade pendants have also combined. I know you have many questions in your heart, so you should go find your other fiancés. Once you get the mother's jade pendant from them, all the sealed past may surface." All right. Yifeng indeed had many questions, but he did not elaborate. It seemed that whether it was entering the ghost prison, leaving the ghost prison, or finding his 7 fiancés, everything was arranged by Old Chen. He vaguely remembered the look in Old Chen's eyes when he left the ghost prison. It appeared that a huge mystery awaited him. However, Yifeng was not concerned. After spending over a decade in the ghost prison, he had already experienced things that ordinary people could hardly imagine. At that moment, Lu Ruyan tentatively asked, "Next, are you going to leave Jiling to find your other fiancés?" As she spoke, Lu Ruyan's emotions became complicated again, and her eyes even glistened slightly. Yifeng put away the jade pendant, thought for a moment, and said, "Probably, but I plan to wait until the Jishur Medical Group stabilizes. It should take some time. Lu Ruyan nodded and said, alright, get some rest early. That night, both Yifeng and Lu Ruyan dreamt all night. These dreams were like fragments of childhood memories. However, these memory fragments were incomplete and could not be pieced together into a complete memory. In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived. As Yifeng and Zhang Hanyan just arrived at the company, they received a message. Smith, the chairman of the Ruihue Group's headquarters, sent someone to discuss business with the Jishur Medical Group. Yifeng knew without thinking what the other party's purpose was, but Zhang Hanyan's brows were tightly furrowed. It seemed she had underestimated the value of the Zhutai pill. Even a world-class pharmaceutical company like Ruihue had sent someone. Moreover, it was the chairman of the headquarters in Longwa, which showed absolute sincerity. Of course, their sincerity was based on the desire to gain enormous profits. Thinking this, she couldn't help but glance at Yifeng, suddenly feeling a bit worried. Zhang Hanyan was naturally concerned. She knew very well that Yifeng had no chance of negotiating with Ruihue Pharmaceutical Group. In fact, it was very likely that the talks would fall through, and then Smith would leave without a care. In short, Yifeng was bound to get into trouble again. During these days, Zhang Hanyan had gained a new understanding of Yifeng's strength, but as someone raised in a top family in the capital, she was very aware of the saying that there are always greater talents and greater worlds beyond one's own. Ruihue Group's rise to become a leader among the Fortune 500 must have a background far beyond ordinary imagination. Soon, Smith, dressed in a suit, entered Yifeng's office. Smith wore a confident and gentlemanly smile as he extended his hand to Yifeng, saying, Chairman Yi, it's a pleasure to meet you. Smith's Longwa language was very fluent. Yifeng symbolically extended his hand and shook it lightly with Smith. Then, Smith got straight to the point. Chairman Yi, I came to discuss a collaboration with you. I believe you are well aware of the strength of Ruihue Pharmaceutical Group. If Jishur Pharmaceutical Group can collaborate with Ruihue, I believe the Zhutai pill will soon step out of Longwa and into the world. Yifeng's expression remained calm as he replied, and then? Smith was taken aback for a moment but quickly smiled and said, then Chairman Yi will gain enormous benefits, and with Ruihue Pharmaceutical Group's support, you will soon have a place on the Forbes rich list. Upon hearing this, Yifeng shook his head and said directly, if Mr. Smith came to talk to me about this, I think you can leave now. It was clear that Yifeng had issued an eviction order. Nevertheless, a smile appeared on Zhang Hanyan's face. Yifeng's reaction and performance far exceeded her expectations. In her view, as long as Yifeng didn't directly throw Smith out, she would be grateful. Smith was momentarily stunned, then handed over a business card, smiling as he said, Chairman Yi, if you want the Zhutai pill to go global, I hope you will consider us at Ruihue Pharmaceutical Group first. I believe we can become the closest partners. I will take my leave now. After saying this, Smith did not linger and turned to leave. Once Smith had left, Yifeng gently extended his hand, and a surge of true energy erupted from it. In an instant, the entire business card turned to dust. Zhang Hanyan's expression changed slightly as she asked, Mr. Yi, it seems you are not planning to cooperate with Ruihue Group. Does this mean the Zhutai pill will focus on the domestic market? Yifeng shook his head and said, the Zhutai pill will naturally go global, but Jishur Pharmaceutical Group will not cooperate with companies stained with blood. Zhang Hanyan's brows furrowed slightly as she said, the problem is that the rise of most companies, especially in the initial stage of capital accumulation, is often stained with blood and dirt. Perhaps we have no choice at all? Then we will rely on ourselves to carve out a bloody path in the international market, Yifeng said. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hanyan's delicate body trembled involuntarily, and she looked deeply at Yifeng. She bit her lip, and her worried heart finally settled down. Perhaps for Yifeng, even if Ruihue Pharmaceutical Group was strong, he was not afraid at all. If she could join Yifeng in leading Jishur Pharmaceutical Group to carve out a bloody path in the international market, it would definitely be an exciting thing. Thinking of this, Zhang Hanyan even felt a bit of anticipation. At this moment, the smile on Smith's face vanished after leaving the Jishur Pharmaceutical Group. He took out his phone, dialed a number, and said, he refused. A deep voice came from the other end of the line, execute the second plan. Understood. Smith replied respectfully. A day quickly passed. Yifeng and Zhang Hanyan went to pick up CeCe together. However, before they reached the kindergarten, Zhang Hanyan received a phone call. It was from Director Su of the production base. Zhang, something's wrong, there's been an incident at the company's production base. The voice on the other end was filled with panic, even fear. Zhang Hanyan frowned and said, what happened? Director Su, take your time. Someone broke into the production base, killed several on-duty staff, and stole the production line. I called the police as soon as I discovered it, Director Su said. Zheng Hanyan's face changed dramatically. Without hesitation, she told Yifeng what had happened. A chill emerged on Yifeng's body. How dare someone kill on his territory? You go pick up CeCe, I'm going to the factory now, Yifeng said. Zheng Hanyan replied, I'll have Wang Ma pick up CeCe, I'll go with you. Saying this, Zheng Hanyan turned the car around and headed towards the factory where the incident occurred. Along the way, she ran several red lights, and the journey that should have taken more than half an hour was completed in less than 20 minutes. The two got out of the car and walked into the factory. A strong smell of blood immediately assaulted their senses. When they saw everything inside the factory, Zheng Hanyan couldn't help but cover her mouth and vomit. On the ground lay several bodies of workers, bloodied and in a horrific state. Their faces were even somewhat distorted, clearly having endured immense pain before death. Seeing this scene, Yifeng's face turned completely cold. At that moment, he was gripping a steel pipe. In his anger, he squeezed it hard, and the steel pipe instantly deformed. Zheng Hanyan could feel Yifeng's fury. Since she had known him, he had never been this angry. They shouldn't have killed our people, Yifeng said coldly. It was clear that these people had come for the production line of Gure Pharmaceutical Group. In fact, whether the production line was lost or the method for making the Zhutai pill was stolen, Yifeng didn't care at all. But the fact that these living lives were brutally taken away completely challenged Yifeng's bottom line. Soon, the relevant authorities arrived. They immediately began their investigation. But in the end, they were at a loss. The murderer has very rich experience. The people in the monitoring room were killed, the storage hard drives were stolen, and the surrounding surveillance didn't capture any suspicious individuals. Several investigators were also at a loss. Seeing this, Yifeng no longer expected these people to solve the case, he could only rely on himself. He walked over to a body and squatted down. Then, he took out a compass and gently tossed it. Instantly, the entire compass floated in mid-air. Reverse time and space, let the past reappear, he chanted. Soon, a scene appeared in Yifeng's mind. The scene before him filled Yifeng with unprecedented anger. Because the sales of the Zhutai pill were very high, and Yifeng had stipulated that the workers could only work 8 hours, the workers worked diligently during their shifts. After all, the salary offered by the Gure Medical Group is very high, and the income is also linked to the amount of labor. On this day, the workers had a busy day, successfully completing their production tasks, and were preparing to go home to accompany their wives and children. Only a few workers stayed at the company to prepare for equipment maintenance. But at that moment, misfortune struck. A dozen samurai from the cherry blossom country appeared in the factory. What are you doing here? Several workers said warily. We are here to take the production line, one samurai said coldly. Upon hearing this, the workers became alert, picking up shovels and other makeshift weapons, shouting, Everyone, protect the production line. One of them even took out his phone, ready to call the police. A cruel smile appeared on the face of one samurai, who disdainfully said, You insignificant dragon country people have no idea what kind of existence you are facing. As soon as he finished speaking, a flying knife sliced through the air, directly severing the arm of that worker. The worker's forearm and phone fell to the ground. Blood gushed out. Ah! The sound of screams echoed throughout the factory. Immediately, the samurai moved. The workers picked up their shovels, preparing to fight back. But all they saw was a shadow flash before their eyes. In an instant, everyone fell to the ground. They widened their eyes in shock, realizing that their limbs had been severed. Ah! The horrific cries filled the entire factory. They could only watch helplessly as the samurai from the cherry blossom country dismantled the production line and took away the surveillance hard drive. Stealing our production line is illegal, you will be sanctioned, one worker said angrily. Ha! Soon we will leave the dragon country, who do you think can sanction us? The samurai from the cherry blossom country laughed heartily. As the laughter ended, they unleashed a brutal massacre. These workers were ordinary people, filled with fear in the face of death. They begged the samurai from the cherry blossom country to spare them. However, in the end, they were cruelly trampled to death like ants by the samurai. Endless rage surged from Yifeng. Computer, is there a connected computer in the production base? Yifeng asked coldly. At that moment, the person in charge of the production base rushed over and quickly took Yifeng to his office. Yifeng sat next to the computer, his fingers rapidly tapping on the keyboard. In just a moment, Yifeng gained some access rights. A long list appeared on his screen, along with photos of each person. These individuals were all from the cherry blossom country who had arrived in the dragon country in recent days. Yifeng typed a few more times, and an address appeared on the screen. Shangri-La Hotel, Presidential Suite 1104. Boom!
Endless killing intent surged from Yifeng once again.
This killing intent shot up to the sky, causing the temperature in the entire factory to drop suddenly.
Zheng Hanyan couldn't help but shiver and then asked, "Did you find them?"
"Yes." As he spoke, Yifeng patted Zheng Hanyan's shoulder and said, "You handle the aftermath here. For every employee who died for the company, according to relevant laws, there will be 5 times the compensation, and the Jishir Medical Group will cover all expenses for their children's education and elderly support." After saying this, Yifeng turned to leave. Zheng Hanyan suddenly grabbed Yifeng, her beautiful eyes filled with inquiry and concern. "Where are you going?"
"To deal with them."
Yifeng's voice faded away as he vanished from the spot. A few minutes later, Yifeng appeared at the Shangri-La Hotel. He looked up at the towering Shangri-La Hotel, a hint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. In the next moment, his body soared into the air, climbing towards the top floor of the hotel like a monkey. Meanwhile, in the 1104 presidential suite of the Shangri-La Hotel, a spacious room housed a dozen samurai from the Cherry Blossom Nation, who had just finished a sauna. Besides them, there was one other person, Smith from the Gure Pharmaceutical Group. "Lord Smith, we have successfully completed the mission," the leading samurai from the Cherry Blossom Nation said with a face full of reverence.
Smith nodded in satisfaction and said, "Very good, but you didn't leave any traces, did you?"
The leading samurai confidently replied, "Rest assured, we have absolute confidence in our operational capabilities."
Smith nodded and said, "Well, the production line has already been shipped to the United States.
Soon, our Gure Pharmaceutical Group will be able to launch the body-residing pill." After saying this, Smith snorted coldly and said, "That Yifeng really doesn't know what's good for him.
We approached him with sincerity to discuss business, and he still put on airs.
Since that's the case, they can forget about doing business with us." The leading samurai from the Cherry Blossom Nation happily said, "Lord Smith, since the mission is complete, let's relax a bit." With that, he clapped his hands. Immediately, a dozen beautiful women walked out. "Lord Smith, these are all spies planted here by our military samurai, trained from a young age to be more obedient than any woman," the leading samurai from the Cherry Blossom Nation said proudly, then commanded in an authoritative tone, "Kneel down."
The dozen women obediently knelt down. The transaction of indulgence began. Just as everyone was in paradise, bang!
The window of the presidential suite shattered. A figure stepped in.
Upon seeing the figure, Smith's eyes widened. "Yifeng, it's you."
Yifeng scanned the room, feeling it was unbearable to look at.
He then asked, "Did you kill the workers in our factory?"
The leading samurai from the Cherry Blossom Nation sneered, a samurai sword appearing in his hand. His face twisted as he said, "That's right, we killed them. Not only did we kill them, but we also destroyed their hopes and pride. They knelt on the ground, screaming and begging us to spare them, saying they had wives and children to support. But I crushed their chests with one kick, letting them die in pain and despair. Ha ha ha." Yifeng's expression grew colder, a wave of murderous intent sweeping over him. "You have no right to live in this world," he said, word by word. As Yifeng's voice fell, the temperature in the entire presidential suite dropped.
Everyone's eyes widened, their hearts shrouded in an indescribable fear. The leading samurai from the Cherry Blossom Nation brandished a sharp samurai sword, staring intently at Yifeng, saying, "Ignorant Dragon Nation person, since you seek death, we will grant it to you." At the same time, he glanced at the other samurai and said, "All together, send him on his way." He sensed immense danger and threat from Yifeng, wanting to resolve the situation as quickly as possible. In an instant, a dozen samurai from the Cherry Blossom Nation moved simultaneously. The sharp glint of blades flashed throughout the presidential suite. Not only that, but the dozen women who had been kneeling also stood up. They didn't even bother to put on clothes, taking out sharp daggers and charging at Yifeng. A chilling killing intent appeared on Smith's face as he said, "Foolish Dragon Kingdom people, you refuse to drink the toast and instead seek punishment. If you don't want to cooperate, that's fine, but you're coming to your own death." In his eyes, Yifeng was doomed. But in the next second, Smith's eyes widened in disbelief. Yifeng's body moved like a phantom, weaving between a dozen Sakura country warriors and a dozen Sakura country women. In just one encounter, all the Sakura country warriors and women fell to the ground. The difference was that the Sakura country women were either dead, with their chests pierced or their throats slit, while the Sakura country warriors had their arms and legs broken, lying on the ground. The entire floor of the presidential suite was stained red with blood. The shocking scene before him, along with the overwhelming smell of blood, left Smith staring in disbelief. Tap tap tap. Yifeng stepped up to the leading Sakura country warrior. The leading warrior looked at his severed limbs, letting out a horrific scream, his eyes filled with terror. He couldn't comprehend how Yifeng could be so powerful. The key was the killing intent radiating from Yifeng, which filled him with genuine despair.
Soon, Yifeng stood beside the Sakura country warrior. "How you tortured our workers, I will repay you tenfold." With that, Yifeng stepped on the warrior's severed leg and crushed down hard. Ah ah ah. The air was filled with his agonizing screams. The pain reached its peak, and he fainted. Yifeng reached out, producing several silver needles. Swish swish swish. The silver needles instantly pierced several acupoints on the Sakura country warrior. The warrior woke up again. Upon waking, the unparalleled pain once more shook his nerves. Yifeng pressed down with his foot again. The intense pain returned. The warrior despairingly realized that this pain was several times worse than before. Moreover, he had reached the point of wishing for death, yet he was becoming increasingly alert, unable to faint. Even when he slammed his head against the ground, it was futile. In the end, he foamed at the mouth, his face completely twisted. Soon, the other Sakura country warriors received the same treatment. After making these people suffer the retribution they deserved, Yifeng turned to Smith. Smith was already terrified, his previous gentlemanly demeanor completely gone. He hurriedly put on his pants and rushed toward the door. He knew very well that Yifeng was a god of death, and he had to escape as quickly as possible, otherwise, he would undoubtedly die today. Soon, he reached the door, grasping the doorknob and trying with all his might to open it. As long as he managed to get out, he could call for help, and they wouldn't dare continue their killing spree. Whoosh! A surge of true energy sliced through the air, directly striking Smith's leg. Smith fell to the ground with a thud. He looked down in horror to find that his legs had been severed from his body. The next second, a horrific scream echoed. He raised his head to see Yifeng, who resembled a god of death, and he finally understood. He finally understood why Yifeng had bluntly rejected his request, and why Yifeng didn't take Gure Pharmaceutical Group seriously. Because the other party possessed sufficiently powerful strength. This strength is not money, not status, but his own power. "Mr. Yi, you can't kill me." Feeling Yifeng's killing intent, Smith blurted out. Yifeng said nothing, but slowly raised his hand. A thread of lethal true energy brewed above his fingertips. Seeing that Yifeng remained silent, tears streamed down Smith's face as he said, "Mr. Yi, I am the son of the largest shareholder of Gure Pharmaceutical Group. If you spare me, Gure Pharmaceutical Group will provide you with the best sales channels for free. But if you kill me, Gure Pharmaceutical Group will definitely investigate to the end." Yifeng glanced at Smith and said, "Are you threatening me?" No, that's not it." Smith swallowed hard and said. His will had been completely shattered by Yifeng. Finally, Yifeng said, "Actually, whether you want the production line of Gure Pharmaceutical Group or the formula for the Jutai pill, I don't care at all. However, you killed our workers." "Workers?" Smith was taken aback for a moment, then said, "They are just ordinary people. In our eyes, they are like ants. A few workers died, and you can hire many more. As long as you spare me, I can give you a lot of money. You can hire as many workers as you want." At this moment, Smith was desperate to save his life. Yifeng sneered and said, "In my eyes, the countless beings in this world are always far more noble than you bloodsuckers." As the words fell, Yifeng's finger suddenly slashed down. The true energy cut through the air and directly struck Smith's neck. In an instant, a head rolled to the ground. A few minutes later, Yifeng left the Shangri-La Hotel. When he returned to Gure Pharmaceutical Group, Zheng Hanyan was waiting for him at the door. Zheng Hanyan saw the blood on Yifeng. But as a smart woman, she did not ask too much, instead saying, "The aftermath work has basically been done. The family is very sad, but they have no objections to our dismissal conditions." Yifeng nodded and said, "That's good." Zheng Hanyan thought of something and asked worriedly, "The production line for the Jutai pill was stolen, and the formula was leaked. Does that mean someone can use the production line to produce the Jutai pill? If such a situation occurred, the competitiveness of the Jutai pill in the world would be greatly reduced." Yifeng said, "No, the most important thing for mass production of the Jutai pill is not the production line or the formula, but the water in Villano. 1. Just as Yifeng and Zheng Hanyan were talking, the production line and formula for the Jutai pill had already crossed the ocean and arrived in the distant United States. Gure Pharmaceutical Group soon received the production line and formula. At this time, the technical staff of Gure Group had gathered. Some of the technicians were studying and assembling the production line. Others were researching the formula. Soon, the production line was assembled and could operate normally. William, the chairman of Gure Pharmaceutical Group, brightened his eyes and said, "The production line is running normally. Does that mean that with the formula, we can produce the Jutai pill? How is the research on the formula going?" Soon, someone came to report. "Chairman, the formula has been understood, but..." William frowned and asked, "But what? Is there a problem?"
For Ruehui Pharmaceutical Group, the Zhutai pill was crucial, even related to the future of Ruehui Pharmaceutical Group. After all, compared to other drugs, the effect of the Zhutai pill was simply a dimensionality reduction strike. The person said, "Chairman, there is no problem. It's just that the ingredients of the Zhutai pill are too simple. It feels impossible for it to have such miraculous effects." William frowned and said, "First, let's follow the prescription and use the equipment to produce a batch of sustaining pills. Traditional Chinese medicine is quite miraculous. Perhaps these simple combinations of herbs can yield such amazing effects." Following William's instructions, everyone quickly got to work on production. The production line was powered up, and in less than 10 minutes, a batch of pills was produced. The technicians observed for a moment and then said, "Both the color and the smell are identical to the sustaining pills currently sold in the Dragon Country. Next, we need to measure the ingredients." About an hour later, the measurement results came out. They were the same as the sustaining pills sold in the Dragon Country. William, filled with excitement, said, "I didn't expect to obtain the core technology of the sustaining pills so easily. This is fantastic. Smith has done a great service for our Ruehui Pharmaceutical Group. Quickly check if he has returned. I want to go to the shareholders' meeting with him to take credit." William's secretary dialed Smith's phone, but there was no answer. Once the Gure Pharmaceutical Group gains the favor of capital, it will inevitably sweep across the entire world. Even though Ruehui Pharmaceutical Group is a top giant, there is no product that can compete with the sustaining pills. However, now Ruehui Pharmaceutical Group has obtained the production line and prescription for the sustaining pills and can produce them in bulk. With its strong capital, production line, and channels, Ruehui Pharmaceutical Group can gain an advantage in market competition. Moreover, Ruehui Pharmaceutical Group can preemptively strike at Gure Pharmaceutical Group, stifling it in its infancy and thus dominating the market. After the shareholders' meeting, Ruehui Pharmaceutical Group issued a statement. Ruehui Pharmaceutical Group has successfully broken through the latest technology and will launch the nourishing pills within a week, which can improve human functions, enhance immunity, and achieve a cure-all effect, significantly increasing human lifespan, with effects more than double that of the sustaining pills. Although Ruehui Pharmaceutical Group's product is a complete plagiarism of Gure Pharmaceutical Group's sustaining pills, this does not affect Ruehui Pharmaceutical Group's exaggerated promotion. After all, as a top pharmaceutical company, Ruehui Pharmaceutical Group's products are more competitive. Even later, Ruehui Pharmaceutical Group will use some media to smear Gure Pharmaceutical Group, ultimately bringing it down. At that time, Ruehui Pharmaceutical Group will dominate the market. As long as they raise the price of the sustaining pills several times, they will undoubtedly reap massive profits. Thinking of this, the shareholders of Ruehui Pharmaceutical Group were filled with excitement and enthusiasm. After Ruehui Pharmaceutical Group's statement was released, it immediately caused a huge uproar in the pharmaceutical market. Many pharmaceutical giants and companies felt the crisis. The news also reached Gure Pharmaceutical Group. Employees of Gure Pharmaceutical Group had heard about the factory production line being stolen and workers being killed. There were private discussions among the employees, suspecting that it was the work of competitors. They believed that this competitor was certainly not an ordinary one. And at this critical moment, Ruehui Pharmaceutical Group launched the same product, and the outcome was evident. Many employees were indignant. After all, with the efficacy of the sustaining pills, Gure Pharmaceutical Group could surely grow into a top enterprise. Becoming one of the Fortune 500 was merely a matter of time. But now, Ruehui Pharmaceutical Group was also coming to snatch this piece of cake. In the face of the colossal Ruehui Pharmaceutical Group, Gure Pharmaceutical Group was too weak. Without a solid product, the final result could only be easily crushed. After Yifeng learned of the situation, he quickly had Gure Pharmaceutical Group issue a statement. Within 50 years, no institution or organization would be able to develop a product that surpasses the sustaining pills. Yifeng was just that confident. After Yifeng announced this matter, it immediately stirred up a huge uproar within the Gure Pharmaceutical Group. Could it be that the Ruehui Pharmaceutical Group had not developed any products that surpassed the Zhutai pill? Their statement was merely an attempt to put some pressure on Gure Pharmaceutical Group. In an instant, many people in the company found their confidence. They still trusted Yifeng very much. After all, both the production line and the formula for the Zhutai pill were solely created by Yifeng. On the other side, the statement released by Gure Pharmaceutical Group also caused quite a stir in the entire pharmaceutical circle. After all, the Ruehui Pharmaceutical Group had just issued their statement, and Gure Pharmaceutical Group followed suit. The statements from both groups were very pointed and targeted, almost like a direct confrontation.
However, many people concluded that if Gure Pharmaceutical Group and Ruehue Pharmaceutical Group clashed head-on, there would be no good outcome. After issuing their statement, Gure Pharmaceutical Group also authorized a portion of the Zhutai pill to foreign distributors. Thus, many countries received the Zhutai pill, albeit in extremely limited quantities. During this time, Ruehue Pharmaceutical Group established a dedicated department, rapidly expanded their production line, and began mass-producing the Yunyang pill, continuously selling it through their channels across the country. Not only that, Ruehue Pharmaceutical Group intensified their promotion, claiming that their Yunyang pill could easily surpass Gure Pharmaceutical Group's Zhutai pill. In terms of scale and influence, Ruehue Pharmaceutical Group far exceeded Gure Pharmaceutical Group. In fact, Ruehue Pharmaceutical Group devoted a significant amount of energy to the Jiangnan province and Jinling market, aiming to completely crush Gure Pharmaceutical Group. As a result, in just half a month, Gure Pharmaceutical Group was left in tatters in the entire pharmaceutical market. Even in Jiangnan province and the Jinling market, Gure Pharmaceutical Group could not hold its ground. The situation was extremely unfavorable for Gure Pharmaceutical Group. If this continued, the survival of this new group would even become a problem. In the confrontation with Ruehue Pharmaceutical Group, Gure Pharmaceutical Group suffered a complete defeat. Of course, such a result also aligned with market rules. If a giant enterprise could not crush a small enterprise, that would be too low. However, just when many thought Gure Pharmaceutical Group was doomed, a major news story broke online. Ruehue Pharmaceutical Group's product, the Yunyang pill, had no efficacy whatsoever. At first, only a few people questioned the efficacy of the Yunyang pill, but gradually, more and more related information surfaced online. Many people conducted tests, and although Ruehue Pharmaceutical Group's Yunyang pill had the same ingredients as Gure Pharmaceutical Group's Zhutai pill, its efficacy was vastly inferior. The Zhutai pill from Gure Pharmaceutical Group could be said to be a miraculous cure for all ailments, while Ruehue Pharmaceutical Group's Yunyang pill had no effect at all. It couldn't even cure a common cold or cough. Initially, Ruehue Pharmaceutical Group tried to suppress such voices. However, as these voices grew louder, some relevant institutions began to intervene. Eventually, several authoritative organizations successively released related conclusions. Indeed, Ruehue Pharmaceutical Group's Yunyang pill had no efficacy. Meanwhile, Gure Pharmaceutical Group issued a statement: because our company's Zhutai pill production line was stolen, we are preparing to launch the second generation of the Zhutai pill ahead of schedule. Once the statement was issued, it immediately sparked significant heat and discussion online. Many people speculated whether the one who stole the production line of Gure Pharmaceutical Group was actually Ruehue Pharmaceutical Group. In no time, discussions about Ruehue Pharmaceutical Group also gained considerable traction. Both groups even made it to the trending topics. #Gure Pharmaceutical Group launched the second generation of Zhutai pills ahead of schedule, and the reason is #solid evidence. Ruehue Pharmaceutical Group's Yunyang pills have no effect at all. #The production line of Gure Pharmaceutical Group's Zhutai pills was once stolen, and the possibility of Ruehue Pharmaceutical Group being the culprit is extremely high. Seeing the related topics trending, Ruehue Pharmaceutical Group became anxious. If the situation continued to develop, the reputation and credibility of Ruehue Pharmaceutical Group would suffer a tremendous blow. Moreover, it would be very difficult for Ruehue Pharmaceutical Group to gain an advantage in the Zhutai pills market. Everything they had done before would be in vain, and they might even end up shooting themselves in the foot. Thus, Ruehue Pharmaceutical Group, through related partner companies, released several celebrity divorce and infidelity news in several key countries to attract attention. However, the effect was not good. People's interest in the new generation of Zhutai pills and Yunyang pills was clearly far greater than that in the sensational celebrity news. At this moment, across the ocean in the United States, at the headquarters of Ruehue Pharmaceutical Group, the shareholders, along with Chairman William and several core executives, gathered in the conference room. The expressions on everyone's faces were extremely grim, especially that of the major shareholder. Due to the Yunyang pills incident, Ruehue Pharmaceutical Group's stock had plummeted by hundreds of billions of US dollars. Their net worth had also shrunk dramatically. This time, Ruehue Pharmaceutical Group had truly lost more than it gained. Is the production line that Smith brought back real or not? Why do the products produced have no effect at all? Is there another possibility that this is a scheme by Gure Pharmaceutical Group to trap us, as the people of Longwa are best at using schemes? The shareholders were in heated discussion. The largest shareholder, George, slammed his hand on the table. He angrily asked, "William, what on earth is Smith doing? Why can't we reach him even now?"
Has he betrayed Rue Pharmaceutical Group? William replied, Mr. George, based on my understanding of Smith, he would not betray Rue Pharmaceutical Group. George was furious, spitting as he said, what I want is not speculation, not your feelings, but facts. Under heavy pressure, a bead of cold sweat appeared on William's forehead. Although he was the chairman of Rue Pharmaceutical Group, earning what could be considered an astronomical salary, he was, to put it bluntly, just an employee. Since he was an employee, he could be fired or replaced. This Jutai pills incident was a Waterloo in his career. If not handled well, he might really have to pack up and leave. Thinking of this, William quickly said, I have been trying to contact Smith these days, but I couldn't reach him at all. Then I tried to contact the militaristic samurai of Sakura country. Smith's actions were coordinated with the members of the militaristic samurai, and all the samurai sent out from there have disappeared without a trace. So I believe that Smith did not betray Rue Pharmaceutical Group, but was instead harmed. Upon hearing this, the shareholders finally nodded in satisfaction. Major shareholder George said, in that case, let's have the military samurai send someone to Longwei to investigate the situation, and meanwhile, we will try to negotiate with Gure Pharmaceutical Group. No matter what, our Rue Pharmaceutical Group must capture the market for the Jutai pill. This market represents the future. Finally, the meeting concluded. Rue Pharmaceutical Group also sent people to negotiate cooperation with Gure Pharmaceutical Group. Just then, William received a phone call. After the call, William's expression changed dramatically. Seeing the shareholders about to leave the conference room, he quickly stood up and said, Ladies and gentlemen, we have just received the latest news. The controller of Gure Pharmaceutical Group, Yifeng, is a top expert, which means Smith is very likely to have been killed. George asked, How did you get this information? William explained, in Sakura country, the military samurai Kitano-yu had a conflict with Yifeng and was ruthlessly crushed by him. Kitano-yu was a 7-star samurai. George narrowed his eyes, signaling everyone to sit down, and said, In that case, I propose we take 2 steps. First, we negotiate with Gure Pharmaceutical Group. If we can't reach an agreement, considering Yifeng is a master, we should first kidnap someone close to him as leverage to find an opportunity to deal with him. Agreed. In the conference room, everyone showed a murderous intent. Rue Pharmaceutical Group became a top group by stepping over the corpses of countless competitors. They were very experienced in similar matters. Although Rue Pharmaceutical Group was currently facing a crisis with their stock plummeting, George and the others believed that as long as they dealt with Yifeng and Gure Pharmaceutical Group and obtained the Jutai pill, Rue Pharmaceutical Group would soon return to its peak. After the meeting, Rue Pharmaceutical Group quickly took action. They recruited a group of top experts through the dark web, and these experts headed to Longwa. To ensure the success of the mission, William also contacted the military samurai from Sakura country to go to Longwei together. Meanwhile, as more and more people learned that Rue Pharmaceutical Group's Yunyang pill had no effect at all, while the truly effective product was Gure Pharmaceutical Group's Jutai pill, the sales of Jutai pill began to soar. In less than a day, there was already a supply shortage of Jutai pill. Even with Gure Pharmaceutical Group's factory operating at full capacity, it could not meet market demand. Based on market feedback, Gure Pharmaceutical Group would definitely need to expand its production line. However, the problem arose. Expanding the production line required massive funds. Although the sales of Jutai pill were astonishing, the price was very low, which meant it was impossible to accumulate vast wealth in a short time. In Yifeng's office, Zheng Hanyan, dressed in professional attire, gave her assessment. Now we have 2 options. One is to raise funds and go public. Once we succeed in going public, we will have a continuous flow of funds. The other is to raise the price of Jutai pill to gradually accumulate funds and expand the production line. Yifeng nodded and said, if we go for financing and going public, Gure Pharmaceutical Group will be under capital control. Raising the price goes against our original intention, so neither of these options is feasible. Hearing this, Zheng Hanyan frowned and said, if we abandon these 2 paths, we can only slowly accumulate funds and then expand the production line. In fact, this was the option Zheng Hanyan least wanted to choose, because now was the best time for Gure Pharmaceutical Group to expand and grow. The business world is like a battlefield, speed is of the essence, and waiting can lead to missed opportunities. However, Yifeng was the controller of Gure Pharmaceutical Group, so Zheng Hanyan completely obeyed his decision. However, what Zheng Hanyan did not expect was that Yifeng took out a black card and said, you call the number on the back of this bank card, tell them how much funding you need, and mention my name. They will transfer the funds to the Gure Medical Group's account within a day. Zheng Hanyan took the card, and just one glance filled her with shock. Based on her experiences over the years, She initially judged that this bank card was the exclusive bank card of the Hongmeng Chamber of Commerce in Longwei, the Hongmeng Black Card. There is only one in the world. The legendary Hongmeng Black Card was actually in Yifeng's hands. This meant that Yifeng held an unparalleled position in the Hongmeng Chamber of Commerce. Thinking of this, Zheng Hanyan couldn't help but shudder. At that moment, her heart surged with overwhelming waves once again. Yifeng had brought her shock after shock. But each time, before her astonishment could settle, he would present her with an entirely new shock. Yifeng noticed Zheng Hanyan was stunned, frowned, and asked, "What's wrong? Any questions?" No, I'll make the call now," Zheng Hanyan nodded, leaving the office with a complex mix of emotions. Back in her office, Zheng Hanyan took out her phone and dialed the number on the Supreme Black Card. As the call went through, her heart suddenly tightened. In fact, she wasn't 100% sure if this card was indeed the Supreme Black Card. But now, everything was about to be revealed. Soon, the call connected, and a calm male voice came through. "Hello, this is the Longwa Chamber of Commerce." Zheng Hanyan's heart stirred. It seemed her guess was correct. She nodded and said, "Hello, I am the chairwoman of Gure Medical Group. Our company's shareholder, Yifeng, asked me to call this number." The voice on the phone immediately became respectful. "May I ask what instructions our president has?" Zheng Hanyan replied, "Gure Medical Group needs to expand its production line and currently requires about 100 billion in funding." "Understood, 100 billion will be transferred to Gure Medical Group's account in 5 minutes. The man on the phone respectfully finished and then asked, "Is there any other instruction?" No. Zheng Hanyan swallowed hard and said. After hanging up, Zheng Hanyan's heart surged with waves of shock once again. At the same time, she was filled with anticipation. Would the Longwa Chamber of Commerce really transfer the money? She felt as if everything was a dream. Just as she was thinking this, the office door was suddenly pushed open. She frowned involuntarily. As the chairwoman, although she was approachable, others should still knock before entering her office. After all, that is basic etiquette. The one who entered was the head of the finance department. She burst into Zheng Hanyan's office and quickly ran to her desk. Clearly, she did not intentionally skip knocking but was filled with endless shock at that moment. "Chairwoman, the company's finance department just received a transfer, 100 billion. The finance department head said excitedly and in shock, her voice even trembling. Although Zheng Hanyan had been mentally prepared, she still couldn't help but stand up. She tried to calm her emotions and asked, "Which unit made the transfer?" Longwa Chamber of Commerce. The finance department head took a deep breath and said. Zheng Hanyan nodded and said, "I know, this investment was brought in by President Yi. Next, we will use this money to expand the production line. You can go back now." The finance minister nodded, but the shock inside him was like a river bursting its dam, unstoppable. Just as the finance minister left, Zheng Hanyan received another important piece of news. The 7 major pharmaceutical groups in the world, led by Gure Pharmaceutical Group, had actually issued a joint statement to collectively boycott Gure Pharmaceutical Group worldwide. The reason was that after in-depth research, they found that Gure Pharmaceutical Group's products contained stimulants that were extremely harmful to the human body. At the same time, the 7 pharmaceutical groups decided to jointly develop new drugs that could cure all diseases for the benefit of humanity. For any pharmaceutical company, being jointly suppressed by the 7 major pharmaceutical groups would make survival a problem. The news reached Longwa and Gure Pharmaceutical Group. However, when Zheng Hanyan learned of this news, she was not the least bit flustered. On the contrary, she calmly led the relevant personnel to discuss the expansion of the production line. At this moment, she was filled with passion and fervor. She knew that she was about to fight a tough battle, and Yifeng had provided her with the best equipment and sufficient resources. She had enough confidence to win a beautiful victory. While Zheng Hanyan was busy working, she was unaware that 2 groups of experts targeting Gure Pharmaceutical Group had quietly infiltrated Longwa and begun their actions. Learning from previous lessons, they did not directly attack Yifeng or Gure Pharmaceutical Group. They planned to first kidnap people around Yifeng to threaten him and find an opportunity to deal with the opponent. They set their sights on CeCe. They stormed into the kindergarten and directly took CeCe away. CeCe's kindergarten teacher and the security guard, who tried to protect her, were all severely injured. When Zheng Hanyan received the call, she was on the verge of collapse. With tears in her eyes, she ran to Yifeng's office and told him the situation. Yifeng patted Zheng Hanyan's shoulder and said, "Don't worry, I guarantee that CeCe will not be harmed in the slightest." Just then, Yifeng received a phone call. "Yifeng, if you want this little girl to live, immediately organize all the data on the production of the body-residing pill." A clumsy Longwa accent came from the phone, laced with cruelty and threats. "If CeCe is harmed in any way,
I will make you regret coming into this world." After saying that, Yifeng hung up the phone directly. Zheng Hanyan wiped her tears and handed a computer to Yifeng. Last time, when Gure Pharmaceutical Group's production line was stolen, Yifeng had locked onto the thief's location through the computer. Yifeng shook his head and said, "No need for this." After that, he found a strand of CeCe's hair from Zheng Hanyan. Holding the hair in his hand, he performed a spell. Fiery flames surged up in the office. Reverse yin and yang, seek the person across 1,000 miles. Yifeng's cold voice echoed. He then bit his finger and squeezed out a drop of essence blood. Instantly, an image appeared in the flames. In an abandoned factory, CeCe was tied up and thrown on the ground, crying uncontrollably. An American brute approached, slapped CeCe twice, and scolded, "Shut up, or I'll kill you." CeCe immediately stopped crying, her eyes filled with fear. Seeing this scene, Zheng Hanyan covered her mouth in shock, tears streaming silently down her face. Looking for death. Yifeng's face erupted with endless killing intent as he reached out, pulling through the void, and his body instantly disappeared from the spot. Witnessing this, Zheng Hanyan's tears finally stopped. Although since meeting Yifeng, she and CeCe had encountered multiple dangers, at this moment, she firmly believed that she and CeCe had found a big tree to lean on. Under the protection of this big tree, no one could harm them. After Yifeng left, Zheng Hanyan wanted to work. However, she found that she couldn't focus on her work at all. So she had to temporarily stop working, her eyes fixed on the phone on the table, waiting for Yifeng's call. Suddenly, her phone rang. She excitedly answered the call. An elderly voice came from the other end. "Ms. Zhang, important information regarding your daughter's background has been sent to your email." After saying that, the caller hung up immediately. Zheng Hanyan was stunned. About her daughter's background? She was very clear about her daughter's origins. She had given birth to her through artificial means at the hospital. She wanted to call back to clarify the situation but found that her call log was empty. Soon, she opened her computer and logged into her email. Sure enough, she had received a new email. The email contained only one attachment. She quickly downloaded the attachment. When she opened it, she was completely stunned. According to the procedure, those who wanted to give birth through artificial means could obtain seeds from the seed bank, but the identity of the seed donor was kept confidential. And the attachment contained the information of the seed donor. In other words, it was the information of CeCe's father. When Zheng Hanyan saw this information, she was utterly shocked, completely at a loss. How could this be possible? At this moment, in an abandoned factory in Jinling City, an American strongman hung up the phone. He had originally wanted to threaten Yifeng a bit and casually inform him of the location, but Yifeng had turned the tables and threatened him instead. The key was that Yifeng had hung up the phone directly. He looked at CeCe, who was tied up on the ground, and began to doubt whether he had captured the wrong person. "So, is that Yifeng coming over?" Another person walked over and asked. The caller swallowed hard and recounted what had just happened. For a moment, everyone was stunned, completely unable to understand the situation. No way, could it be that we really captured the wrong person? A group of people exchanged glances. But just then, boom! The factory door was smashed open with great force, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. A tall figure stepped in. It was Yifeng. Upon seeing Yifeng, the American strongman and the samurai from the militaristic sect in the factory revealed a murderous intent. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, they surrounded Yifeng. Many pulled out their weapons. Some even brandished firearms. Not far away, a sniper rifle was aimed directly at Yifeng's head. She saw Yifeng and couldn't help but want to shout out. But with her mouth blocked, she could only make muffled sounds. An American strongman quickly lifted CeCe. A sharp dagger was pressed against her neck. "Yifeng, stop, or we will kill her immediately." The American strongman gritted his teeth and said. They already knew that Yifeng was a powerful individual, a top-tier powerhouse. At this moment, the chilling murderous intent emanating from Yifeng made them dare not underestimate him. Seeing the dagger against her neck, terror filled CeCe's big eyes, and she didn't dare to shout anymore. Seeking death. The murderous intent radiated from Yifeng. At the same time, his body moved. He headed towards these powerful figures. "Stop! How dare you move? I will!" The person who had grabbed CeCe shouted. However, before he could finish his sentence, he found Yifeng already in front of him. Slap! Yifeng slapped him on the head. A breath of death instantly enveloped him. He gritted his teeth, instinctively tightening his grip on the dagger, wanting to take CeCe's life. But before he could act, a crisp sound echoed in his brain, and it exploded. It was as if a watermelon had been smashed. Red, white, black. It splattered everywhere. Meanwhile, Yifeng held CeCe in his arms. Boom! The American strongman who had just grabbed CeCe fell to the ground with a thud. No complete corpse left. Seeing this scene, everyone was terrified. Without any hesitation, they launched an attack on Yifeng. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullet after bullet flew towards the vital parts of Yifeng's body. As countless deadly bullets shot towards Yifeng's vital areas, the dozens of American strongmen and the warriors of the militaristic samurai from Sakura country in the factory couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. A cold smile appeared on their faces. Their purpose for this trip was to eliminate Yifeng and obtain the true formula for the body-preserving pill. It seemed that the first task had been accomplished. However, just as a smug smile appeared on their faces, the next second, it vanished. Because Yifeng, holding CeCe, disappeared from his spot. In the next moment, Yifeng appeared beside an American strongman. The American strongman's eyes widened in shock, an indescribable fear filling his heart. Without hesitation, he aimed his weapon at Yifeng, desperately trying to pull the trigger. Just as his brain issued the command to pull the trigger, Yifeng's hand, resembling that of the Grim Reaper, had already struck his head. Slap! His head shattered instantly. In an instant, there was no place for him to be buried. Seeing this scene, all the American strongmen widened their eyes. Of course, they had no time to think. They aimed their weapons at Yifeng and pulled the trigger without hesitation. They had to eliminate the opponent as quickly as possible, or they might not leave here alive today. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullet after bullet was fired at Yifeng. Yet Yifeng's body transformed into an afterimage, evading all attacks with near-perfect agility. At that moment, the shock in the hearts of all the American strongmen reached its peak. How could someone so effortlessly dodge amidst a hail of bullets? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. Not only that, but Yifeng also appeared behind one strongman after another like a ghost. His hand, symbolizing death, struck towards their heads. The dull sounds filled the air. In just a moment, more than half of the American strongmen had fallen to the ground. The remaining American strongmen went mad, shooting at Yifeng. But at this moment, they were already in despair. Because they realized that these bullets couldn't even touch the hem of Yifeng's clothes. Eventually, their ammunition ran out. They unhesitatingly discarded their weapons and drew cold weapons. The dozens of militaristic samurai from Sakura country drew their katanas and charged at Yifeng. Yifeng held CeCe in his arms, his killing intent rising once again. Then, like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, he charged towards the crowd. In the dilapidated factory, screams echoed from time to time. These so-called experts were like paper in front of Yifeng. About 10 seconds later, Yifeng, holding CeCe, left the factory. However, shortly after Yifeng departed, a series of military off-road vehicles roared in and stopped at the factory entrance. Soldiers from the Wolfang assault team, dressed in military uniforms, jumped out of the vehicles. The leader was Bu Fian. The intelligence department of the Yenuang tribe had received crucial information. A group of notorious dark web assassins and samurai from a militaristic nation had infiltrated Long Country. The Wolfang assault team was tasked with intercepting these uninvited guests and, if necessary, eliminating them on the spot. However, when Bu Fian and her team arrived at the hideout of these individuals, her professional instincts told her that something was amiss. Soon, someone opened the large door of the factory, and a wave of bloodiness immediately wafted out. Bu Fian was stunned, and all the soldiers of the Wolfang assault team were also taken aback. Inside the factory lay around 70 to 80 corpses, some belonging to powerful individuals from the United States and others to members of the militaristic samurai. The common trait among these bodies was their wide-open eyes, as if they had experienced unspeakable terror before death. Seeing this scene, even the battle-hardened soldiers of the Wolfang assault team could not remain calm. According to the intelligence they had received, whether the dark web assassins or the militaristic samurai, their strength was formidable. Yet, these top-tier warriors had all perished here. It was evident that the force that dealt with them must be an extremely terrifying existence. A few minutes later, Yifeng returned to Jojo Pavilion, still holding CeCe. At that moment, Zheng Hanyan was already waiting at the door. Lu Ruyan and the other women were also accompanying Zheng Hanyan at the entrance. They had heard about CeCe being taken and were filled with worry and anger. When Zheng Hanyan saw the two, she rushed over. "Mom!" CeCe saw Zheng Hanyan and quickly reached out her little hands, asking to be held. The mother and daughter embraced tightly. Zheng Hanyan's tears flowed silently. Yifeng patted Zheng Hanyan's shoulder and said, "CeCe is fine now, don't worry. This kind of thing will definitely not happen a third time." Because of him, this mother and daughter had faced danger twice in a row. Yifeng felt he should do something, at least to nip some dangers in the bud. Zheng Hanyan stood up, staring at Yifeng, her heart suddenly warming. She couldn't help but blurt out, "Yifeng, CeCe is your daughter. After saying that, she immediately regretted it. Originally, she wanted to keep this secret from Yifeng, but somehow it slipped out. Upon hearing this, Yifeng was stunned. Lu Ruyan and the other women were also taken aback. Shiyuan was actually Yifeng's daughter. This joke was not funny at all. Especially Yifeng, who never expected to suddenly become a father, immediately said, "Is there some misunderstanding here? We have never met before." Zheng Hanyan bit her lip and said, "I originally wanted to keep this secret to myself, but I don't know why I just said it. To be honest, I didn't expect it either, but I received a document." Saying this, she went into the room and took out a document. It was a male sperm donation document, and the name was Yifeng. Holding the document, Yifeng was also stunned. He was certain that this document was real, because it bore the signature of one of his master doctors. Soon, Yifeng understood what was going on. It was all the doing of his divine doctor master. But the question was, what was his master trying to achieve with this? Yifeng didn't dwell on it too much and instead took CeCe's hand. A thread of true energy flowed from Yifeng's body into CeCe's, wandering within her. He felt that bloodline connection from CeCe. Indeed, CeCe was his daughter. Yifeng felt a bit surreal. He actually had a daughter. And all of this was orchestrated by his divine doctor master. Thinking of this, Yifeng wanted to return to the ghost prison and ask his master what was going on. Suddenly having such a beautiful and adorable daughter could be both a shock and a surprise for an ordinary person. However, Yifeng had experienced countless life and death situations and storms, so he quickly came to terms with it. He directly picked up CeCe and said to Zheng Hanyan, "Let's go inside and sit down to talk." The group quickly entered the room. Zheng Hanyan's heart was in turmoil, very complicated. Reality was somewhat beyond her expectations, yet it also brought her joy. As for Lu Ruyan and the others, they were even more confused. Ever since they had been completely conquered by Yifeng, the few women had been competing with each other, each wanting to gain the upper hand and win Yifeng's favor. They had even considered the worst outcome, which was that several women would share one husband. But reality had played a big joke on them. CeCe was actually Yifeng's biological daughter. Although she was not born directly from Yifeng and Zheng Hanyan, no matter what, Yifeng was CeCe's father, and Zheng Hanyan was CeCe's mother. The relationship between Yifeng and Zheng Hanyan undoubtedly became much more delicate. Lu Ruyan, Long Xiaoyun, and Long Xiaoxue suddenly felt that their competition had been in vain. Zheng Hanyan had already taken the lead. In the end, the women all felt relieved. After all, they were already prepared to share one husband, so what was there to fear? In the room, everyone sat down on the sofa. CeCe wrapped her arms around Yifeng's neck, a little excited, and said, "Big brother is amazing. He defeated all those who wanted to hurt CeCe." Yifeng stared at CeCe for a long time, smiled, and said, "CeCe, you can't call me big brother anymore." CeCe was taken aback, her little mouth pouting, and she said aggrievedly, "Why? Does big brother not like CeCe anymore?" Yifeng replied, "From now on, you should call me dad." Although CeCe was only 5 years old and at an innocent age, she already had her own thoughts. She rolled her eyes and said, "Dad? Why should I call you dad? Is big brother going to marry my mom?" She remembered that there was an uncle who had been pursuing her mother, wanting to marry her, saying that if they got married, he would be her dad. But later, her mother did not agree, so she had never had a dad. CeCe's question left Yifeng at a loss. He thought for a moment and said, "CeCe, you'll understand when you grow up." CeCe's dark eyes twinkled, and she couldn't help but hug Yifeng's neck, happily saying, "Dad, CeCe has a dad now." Seeing this scene, Zheng Hanyan's eyes turned red, her heart filled with a strange warmth. At that moment, Zheng Hanyan thought of something and asked, "Who were the people that took CeCe away today?" Yifeng said, "The people from Ruihui Group have had their chances, they won't get a third." The few women felt the killing intent emanating from Yifeng and couldn't help but shiver. Lu Ruyan widened her eyes and asked, "Yifeng, you don't intend to take action against Ruihui Pharmaceutical Group, do you?" The other women shared the same concern. At the same time, they were filled with shock and even fear. Ruihui Pharmaceutical Group was a top-tier global corporation, and the power behind it was beyond imagination. Although Yifeng was strong and Gure Pharmaceutical Group was bound to grow, it was still far from being comparable to Ruihui Pharmaceutical Group. Yifeng's next words stirred up a storm in their hearts. With a blank expression, Yifeng said, "After we expand our production line, the Zhutai pill will be able to be sold worldwide. There will be no need for Ruihui Pharmaceutical Group to exist." Long Xiaoyun swallowed hard and said, "If you plan to take action against Ruihui Pharmaceutical Group, have you considered that their strength might be far more terrifying than you imagine?" Yifeng replied, "No matter how strong they are, after today, there will be no Ruihui Pharmaceutical Group in this world." Upon hearing this, the women were even more shocked. If this had been in the past, Lu Ruyan would have mocked him fiercely for saying such things. What kind of existence was Ruehue Pharmaceutical Group? Not to mention whether Yifeng had the ability to destroy Ruehue Pharmaceutical Group. Even if he did, it wouldn't be something that could be accomplished overnight. At the very least, they would need to create problems for Ruehue Pharmaceutical Group, leading to a stock market crash and eventual bankruptcy, among other things. With such a series of processes, how could one day be enough? It would be difficult even for a country to eliminate such a giant as Ruehue Pharmaceutical Group in a single day. Yifeng, can I say you're just bragging? Lu Ruyan finally couldn't hold back and said. Yifeng did not respond to Lu Ruyan but instead picked up his phone and dialed several numbers. Each call connected, and a respectful voice came through. Wang. After dialing the first number, Yifeng said, I want the stock market of Ruehue Pharmaceutical Group to crash within 5 hours. This task is assigned to you, and the Rothschild family will cooperate with you. After dialing the second number, Yifeng said, take the Dragon King order and immediately mobilize personnel to Ruehue Pharmaceutical Group. Leave no one involved in the assassination planning. After dialing the third number, Yifeng said, once Ruehue Pharmaceutical Group goes bankrupt, our Hongmeng Chamber of Commerce will be responsible for acquiring all of its assets. After Yifeng finished making the calls, the women stared at each other, their shock beyond words. If what Yifeng had just said was true, the power of the other side was simply indescribable. Shortly after Yifeng finished his calls, a series of earth-shattering events began to unfold across the ocean in America. At the headquarters of Ruehue Pharmaceutical Group, after deciding to assassinate Yifeng and spare no expense to obtain the Zhutai pill, the senior executives and shareholders did not leave the headquarters. They were waiting for the final outcome. They believed that the top dark web assassins they had dispatched, along with the military samurai strength, would soon reap Yifeng's life. Once Yifeng was dealt with, obtaining the core technology of the Zhutai pill would be much simpler. Once they fully mastered these technologies and monopolized the entire Zhutai pill market, Ruehue Pharmaceutical Group would reach unprecedented heights. But at that moment, a panicked executive rushed into Chairman George's office. Chairman, something's wrong, a big problem has occurred. The executive said in a panic. Suddenly, a lot of negative news about Ruehue Pharmaceutical Group has appeared online, and at the same time, our group's stock has come under massive financial attack, and it is very likely to crash. George's eyes narrowed as he replied, how is that possible? There is no one or no company in this world that can target the stock of Ruehue Pharmaceutical Group. At that moment, the executive received another call and said, Chairman, according to the latest intelligence, the ones targeting our stock are the Rothschild family and the Hongmeng Chamber of Commerce. Hearing this news, George nearly fainted. The Rothschild family, the Hongmeng Chamber of Commerce. Just one of these colossal entities could spell doom for Ruehue Pharmaceutical Group. George knew very well that with his capabilities, he could not resolve this matter. Thinking of this, he unhesitatingly gathered the shareholders and quickly explained the situation. Upon hearing this news, the shareholders were equally shocked. The Rothschild family and the Hongmeng Chamber of Commerce are two extremely mysterious and powerful entities in the business and financial world, even legendary. With their background, they wouldn't even bother to target Ruehue Pharmaceutical Group. Could it be that Ruehue Pharmaceutical Group has offended some terrifying existence? Many shareholders speculated. Soon, everyone felt a jolt of nerves, their eyes widening as they suddenly thought of something together. Gure Pharmaceutical Group, Yifeng. Could it be that this inconspicuous emerging pharmaceutical group and its controller behind the scenes are so terrifying that they could provoke the Rothschild family and the Hongmeng Chamber of Commerce? Just then, a dozen top-tier powerhouses appeared at Ruehue Pharmaceutical Group and entered the conference room where the major shareholders and executives were. Who are you, and what are you doing here? George asked warily, staring at the dozen people. The executives and shareholders could sense that these visitors were not friendly, and they knew that these were top-tier powerhouses. The conference room of Ruehue Pharmaceutical Group was heavily guarded. It was difficult for ordinary people, let alone ordinary powerhouses, to enter. Yet these people strode in confidently. After entering the conference room, the group coldly scanned the room, and the leader said, you attempted to assassinate our lord and even used our lord's daughter as leverage. We are here to send you on your way. Who are you, and who is your master? George asked, his face pale. The group of executives and shareholders also turned pale. At the same time, someone had quietly called for help. We are from the Dragon King Hall, and our lord is Yifeng. The cold voice fell, and all the executives and shareholders fell into complete silence. The Dragon King Hall, the most mysterious and powerful organization in the world. There is no second. Yifeng is actually the lord of the Dragon King Hall. They have actually offended the Dragon King Hall. At this moment, dozens more experts entered the conference room. They were the bodyguards of these executives or shareholders. However, when these bodyguards heard that the dozen people in front of them were members of the Dragon King Hall, they immediately dropped their weapons and chose to surrender. Although they were strong, they were completely outmatched compared to the Dragon King Hall, weaker than ants. Therefore, they naturally would not choose to seek death. In the end, Ruehue Pharmaceutical Group announced its closure and was acquired by the Hongmeng Chamber of Commerce. The executives and shareholders of Ruehue Pharmaceutical Group also disappeared overnight. A new day quickly arrived. Zheng Hanyan sat in her office, reviewing documents. At that moment, she received a message from Yifeng, informing her that he had already dropped off CeCe at kindergarten. A smile appeared on her face, and her mood was better than ever. Just then, her secretary rushed in, flustered. Seeing this scene, Zheng Hanyan couldn't help but frown. Had something happened again? Chairman, something big has happened. Ruehue Pharmaceutical Group has collapsed and has been acquired by the Hongmeng Chamber of Commerce. It is said that the executives and shareholders of Ruehue Pharmaceutical Group have also disappeared overnight. Thud! The pen in Zhang Hanyan's hand fell to the ground. Just a few hours ago, Yifeng had said he would destroy Ruehue Pharmaceutical Group and acquire it. At that time, whether it was Lu Ruyan, the Long sisters, or Zheng Hanyan herself, it was hard for them to fully believe Yifeng. They even felt, to some extent, that Yifeng was just boasting. What they didn't expect was that Yifeng really did it. A storm surged in Zhang Hanyan's heart once again. Yifeng's power and terror had once again overturned her understanding. She took a deep breath and quickly walked into Yifeng's office. At that moment, Yifeng was standing by the glass window of the office, looking out at the bustling traffic. Yifeng! Zheng Hanyan directly called out his name. Yifeng turned his head, looked at Zheng Hanyan, and asked, "What's the matter?" Zheng Hanyan said, "Ruehue Pharmaceutical Group has collapsed." Yifeng nodded and said, "I know. I have already had the Hongmeng Chamber of Commerce acquire Ruehue Pharmaceutical Group. From now on, Ruehue Pharmaceutical Group will be under your management, and all the channels and resources will be at your disposal." Upon hearing this, Zheng Hanyan's eyes widened again. Her heart was once again filled with indescribable shock. She knew very well that Gure Pharmaceutical Group would inevitably grow into a world-class group, but she never expected it to rise in such a way. However, the next words from Yifeng left her stunned once more. "Next, I plan to leave Jinling City. Gure Pharmaceutical Group will be handed over to you, but to prevent what happened before, I will send someone to protect you and CeCe." Zheng Hanyan's body trembled. She didn't expect Yifeng to leave. Her eyes grew warm, and she couldn't help but hug Yifeng tightly. Zheng Hanyan held Yifeng tightly, tears streaming down silently. Yifeng could clearly feel Zheng Hanyan's warmth. He finally patted Zheng Hanyan and said, "I will give you and CeCe 50% of the shares in Gure Pharmaceutical Group, so you two won't have any worries." Zheng Hanyan was stunned, completely stunned. 50% of the shares in Gure Pharmaceutical Group. She knew very well what these shares meant. Given the current development of Gure Pharmaceutical Group, 50% of the shares represented hundreds of billions or even trillions of wealth, and it was in US dollars. This wealth was enough to drive anyone crazy. In the past, the Zheng Hanyan who was solely focused on work and wanted to prove herself would have gone crazy at the prospect of 50% of the shares in Gure Pharmaceutical Group. But now, she didn't. On the contrary, what filled her heart the most was sadness and loss. She bit her lip and said, "Yifeng, CeCe, and I don't want anything, we just want you." After saying this, Zheng Hanyan regretted it. She had already realized that her understanding of Yifeng was merely the tip of the iceberg. But one thing was certain, he was destined to be a man standing at the pinnacle of the world. How could such a man possibly belong to her and CeCe? Perhaps, being able to give birth to a child for Yifeng was already the greatest fortune of her life. Was it a bit too greedy to want to keep Yifeng by her side? Yifeng turned his head to look at Zheng Hanyan, thought for a moment, and said, "Not now, I still have a lot to do. After it's over, I'll consider it." Zheng Hanyan was stunned once again. Immediately, she couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. She nodded vigorously, tightly embraced Yifeng, and couldn't resist kissing him. If the employees of Gure Pharmaceutical Group saw this side of the usually aloof and even domineering Zheng Hanyan, their expressions would surely be quite entertaining. At this moment, Yifeng's expression was also slightly stiff. What he meant was that he could come to Zheng Hanyan and CeCe's side to protect them and accompany CeCe as she grew up. It seemed Zheng Hanyan had misunderstood. About 10 minutes later, Zheng Hanyan left Yifeng's office. She had a slight flush on her face and was in a very good mood. She even hummed a little tune. The secretary, seeing Zheng Hanyan's demeanor, couldn't help but open her mouth in surprise. Since the establishment of Gure Pharmaceutical Group, various troublesome matters had never ceased, and she had never seen Zhang Hanyan this happy before. Moreover, as the chairwoman, Zhang Hanyan was usually serious and unsmiling. Why did she suddenly seem like a different person today? The key was that there was even a hint of color on her face. It must be said that the secretary's observations were quite meticulous. Zhang Hanyan's appearance reminded the secretary of herself when she first entered university and fell in love for the first time. Thinking of this, the secretary sighed inwardly, recalling that her first boyfriend was a scumbag. She had given him her best, but he never provided her with a home and went straight into the arms of a rich woman after graduation. Realizing she had digressed, the secretary continued to analyze Zhang Hanyan. Her eyes darted around and soon caught an important clue. That was, Zhang Hanyan had run out of Yifeng's office. In an instant, she understood. As the saying goes, men conquer the world to conquer women, while women conquer men to conquer the world. It seemed that President Zhang had delved deeply into this principle. She couldn't help but want to give Zhang Hanyan a thumbs up. At the same time, the secretary's imagination ran wild. Could she also try to get closer to Yifeng? If she could become Yifeng's secretary, she could do some work when needed, and when not. However, in the end, she touched her face and looked at her chest, ultimately having to accept a cruel reality. No matter in terms of looks or figure, she was several dimensions away from Zhang Hanyan. Therefore, it was impossible for her to conquer Yifeng. She sighed, knocked on the door, and entered Zhang Hanyan's office. President Zhang, this is the letter of intent for cooperation between Ruehue Pharmaceutical Group and Gure Pharmaceutical Group. Please take a look. She handed a document to Zhang Hanyan. When she first saw this document, her heart was filled with shock. Just 2 days ago, Ruehue Pharmaceutical Group was still suppressing Gure Pharmaceutical Group, and now they were actively seeking cooperation. The key was that this letter of intent from Ruehue Pharmaceutical Group was completely unscientific. Anyone with eyes could see that if they followed the terms in the letter, Ruehue Pharmaceutical Group would have no benefits at all. It could even be said that Ruehue Pharmaceutical Group was losing money to help Gure Pharmaceutical Group gain publicity. I understand, just put it here for now, Zhang Hanyan said calmly. Compared to the secretary, Zhang Hanyan naturally wouldn't find it strange. After all, she had long known that the entire Ruehue Pharmaceutical Group had been acquired by the Hongmeng Chamber of Commerce. Yifeng is the one who can command the existence of the Hongmeng Chamber of Commerce. So whatever decision the Ruehue Pharmaceutical Group makes now, she wouldn't find it strange. After a busy day at work, Zhang Hanyan returned home with Yifeng. That day, Lu Ruyan and the Long sisters had no classes, so they started preparing dinner early. Although to Yifeng, the cooking skills of the three were quite average, they had put in their effort, and the table was filled with a sumptuous meal. During dinner, Bu Fian rushed in energetically. Recently, several major cases had occurred in Jinling, and she was feeling overwhelmed. At the dining table, Yifeng took out several jade pendants and gave them to Zhang Hanyan and the others, including CeCe. Looking at the ordinary-looking jade pendants in their hands, the girls showed expressions of confusion. Yifeng explained, I have carved runes on these jade pendants. Wearing them can help ward off some dangers. Then, Yifeng took out some yellow paper with writing on it and handed it to everyone, saying, these are talismans. Keep them on you, and if you encounter danger, throw the yellow paper and call my name. It can form a certain level of attack. At this point, the girls were stunned, and they all realized something. Are you leaving Jinling to find your next fiancé? Lu Ruyan asked. Yes. Yifeng nodded, not elaborating further. Long Shiyuan bit her lip and said, can't you stay? Yifeng replied, the mystery of my background lies in the mother jade pendants held by my fiancés. I must go find them. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan said proudly, then if you find them, it means you're breaking off the engagement, right? Yifeng thought for a moment and said, that's right. Hearing this, Lu Ruyan felt a sense of balance in her heart. If Yifeng were to break off the engagement with her and marry another fiancé, that would be too much. At this moment, Bu Fian was somewhat questioning her life. No way, I was still thinking of persuading you to join the Wolf Tooth Assault team, and now you're leaving? Yifeng shrugged and said nothing. It was Zhang Hanyan who wiped her moist eyes and said, since Yifeng is about to leave, we should send him off tonight. I'll go get some wine, let's have a drink. Bu Fian said, we should drink a bit, I need to drown my sorrows. At that moment, the other women suddenly felt a wave of sadness. Soon, Zhang Hanyan opened a few bottles of red wine. The girls poured themselves drinks. Zhang Hanyan raised her glass and said, because of Yifeng, we came together, this is our fate, so let's toast to fate. The sadness in the hearts of the girls was instantly stirred up. They all raised their glasses and said, let's toast to fate. Even CeCe raised her drink and joined in the toast. After a few glasses of wine, the girls' faces turned rosy. Eventually, they all got drunk and returned to their rooms to rest. The next day, Yifeng set off, preparing to leave Jilin City and head to Jiangnan Province to break off his engagement with his second fiancée. At the Jilin high-speed railway station, the girls went to see Yifeng off. Lu Gongming, Long Shiyuan, Lin Hongru, and others also came to send Yifeng off. At this moment, everyone looked at Yifeng with mixed feelings. Although Yifeng had not been in Jilin City for long, just over a month, he had changed the entire landscape of Jilin City. Not only that, but he had also established the Gure Pharmaceutical Group, which would undoubtedly hold a place among the world's top 100 enterprises in the coming years. At this moment, Lu Gongming was even more convinced of his judgment. Son-in-law Yi, Grandpa wants to keep you here, but I know you have your mission. Now, Grandpa doesn't expect anything, I just hope you can come back to visit when you have the chance. Lu Gongming walked up to Yifeng and said. Before this, he had tried many ways to bring Yifeng and Lu Ruyan together. He believed in his judgment, so even if it meant being unreasonable, he was determined to achieve his goal. But now, he deeply realized that Yifeng was the divine dragon above the 9 heavens, and their Lu family might not have the fortune to be associated with him. As for Long Shiyuan, he had previously thought about getting Long Xiaoyun and Long Shoushue close to Yifeng, even if it meant sharing a husband, he wanted to win Yifeng over. However, he now also deeply understood that perhaps this was just a one-sided wish of the Long family. The girls looked at Yifeng, each feeling a myriad of emotions, but in the end, no one spoke. The words that needed to be said had already been spoken the night before. It was CeCe who, holding on to Yifeng, asked him all sorts of questions, including when he would come back. The little one quickly accepted the reality that Yifeng was her father and was becoming increasingly dependent on him. Yifeng pinched CeCe's nose and said, Daddy will come back to see CeCe when he has time. You have to listen to your mother, okay? CeCe is very obedient. CeCe nodded cutely. Seeing this scene, everyone present looked at Zheng Hanyan, feeling even more emotional. Compared to their squabbles, Zheng Hanyan was the true winner of life, having given birth to a child with Yifeng so confusingly. The odds of that happening were definitely lower than winning the lottery. Yifeng waved at the few people and turned to leave. Just as he was about to enter the station, he suddenly heard Lu Ruyan's voice from behind, Yifeng. Yifeng turned his head and glanced at Lu Ruyan, his eyes revealing a questioning look. Lu Ruyan suddenly ran towards Yifeng and hugged him tightly. At that moment, Yifeng was stunned, and everyone present was also taken aback. Lu Ruyan held Yifeng tightly, tears streaming down silently. When Yifeng came to Jilin City to break off their engagement, she thought this man was just a passerby in her life, but in just a month, he was leaving an indelible mark on her life. After meeting Yifeng, would she ever be able to like another man? Meeting Yifeng was a lifelong mistake. Finally, Lu Ruyan said, Yifeng, you said before that you would grant me a request. I have thought about it now, I hope you won't forget me. Yifeng thought for a moment, gently patted Lu Ruyan's back, and said, okay. Although it was just 2 simple words, Lu Ruyan's heart blossomed with joy. In the end, Yifeng boarded the high-speed train to Jiangnan Province, disappearing from everyone's sight. An hour later, Yifeng arrived in Jiangnan Province. Before coming, he had done some investigation. His second fiancée was Mo Shangwan, the daughter of the Mo family in Jiangnan Province, and also the president of Hallen Group. Hallen Group was a construction company, not very large, and most of its business relied on the Mo family's Mo Group. A few years ago, Mo Shangwan's father was expelled from the Mo family, and Hallen Group lost a lot of business from the Mo Group, nearly reaching the brink of bankruptcy. However, after Mo Shangwan took over her father's position, she led Hallen Group out of its predicament and reached unprecedented heights. Recently, though, Hallen Group encountered some crises, even nearing bankruptcy. Of course, this had little to do with Yifeng. His main purpose was still to retrieve the jade pendant from his mother. At this moment, he was already standing at the entrance of Mo Group. After explaining his purpose, he was quickly led into Mo Shangwan's office. Everything went very smoothly. The woman leading Yifeng into the office was Yu Li, secretary to Mo Shangwan, who frequently glanced sideways at him. This guy is actually President Mo's fiancé? She had thought Mo Shangwan would have the security throw Yifeng out, but unexpectedly, Mo Shangwan had her bring him into the office? Could it be that this guy really is President Mo's fiancé? Crazy. Soon, Yifeng met Mo Shangwan. At that moment, she was reviewing documents, dressed in a pure black business suit that hugged her curvaceous figure, her long, straight black hair cascading like a waterfall, exuding a cold and elegant aura. Before Yifeng could speak, Mo Shangwan initiated the conversation. You are Yifeng? Yifeng nodded and replied, that's right. Before my grandfather passed away, he mentioned you and said I must marry you, but I have never accepted my parents' orders or matchmaking, Mo Shangwan said, staring at Yifeng. Yifeng nodded and said, that's perfect,
I'm here to annul the engagement. Here's the marriage certificate. You can give me the jade pendant now. Mo Shangwan snorted coldly, genuinely surprised that she hadn't even expressed her disinterest in Yifeng, yet he had already called off the engagement? As a proud woman, this was somewhat hard for Mo Shangwan to accept. However, she didn't say much more and took the marriage certificate, saying, annulment, huh? That suits me just fine, let's just consider it a joke from the older generation. As she spoke, Mo Shangwan took a jade pendant from around her neck, the very one that belonged to her. Just as she was about to hand the jade pendant to Yifeng, her phone suddenly rang. Xiangwan, come home early this afternoon, do your makeup well, young Master Su will be coming tonight. Your grandmother said that as long as you agree to marry young Master Su, she will help the Hallen group through its difficulties and also help us return to the Xia family. In short, your grandmother said we must comply. The call was from Mo Shangwan's father, Mo Chengyi, who rambled on. However, upon hearing these words, the expression on Mo Shangwan's face turned sour. She bit her lip and said, Dad, I won't marry young Master Su. I will tell Grandma tonight because my fiancé is here. Originally, Mo Shangwan had already taken off the jade pendant, preparing to give it to Yifeng. But after receiving a phone call, she changed her mind. She put the jade pendant back around her neck and said to Yifeng, you can annul the engagement, and getting back the jade pendant is not a problem, but you must help me with something. Before Yifeng could respond, she continued, my grandfather told me before he passed that even if our engagement is annulled, you still have an obligation to help the Mo family with some troubles, right? Yifeng nodded. According to old Chen, he indeed had that obligation. What do you need me to solve? Yifeng asked. Mo Shangwan sensed a powerful confidence from Yifeng, as if he could resolve anything. She looked him up and down, ultimately shaking her head. She had to admit that Yifeng was very tall and handsome, the kind that made many infatuated girls weak in the knees. However, she was well aware that for a man, being tall and handsome was not the most important thing. Ability and family background were what truly mattered. Fortunately, what she needed Yifeng to help with was not difficult. Any man could do it. I need you to be my boyfriend for a month, and if necessary, we need to get a marriage certificate to deal with the pressure from my family to marry, Mo Shangwan said. Yifeng thought for a moment and replied, no problem, but a month is too long, half a month, at most half a month. Mo Shangwan frowned. She hadn't expected Yifeng to bargain with her. Moreover, she was a well-known beautiful president in Jiangnan province, with admirers in droves. Even if she was just pretending to be his girlfriend, those suitors would probably be fighting to get close. Yet this Yifeng said it would only take half a month, as if he were her boyfriend, and it seemed to put him at a disadvantage. But she didn't say much more, instead saying, alright, let's do it your way, but now you need to do something for me. What is it? Yifeng asked. Just come with me. Mo Shangwan pulled Yifeng out of the office. As Mo Shangwan held Yifeng's hand and left the company, the entire Hallen group was about to explode. No way, I must be seeing things. President Mo is actually holding a man's hand. This is explosive news. Even the aloof president is looking for a boyfriend? It's over, my buddy is heartbroken, he's going to lose sleep tonight. Soon, Mo Shangwan led Yifeng to the underground parking lot and got into a BMW. 10 minutes later, the two arrived at a chain hotel. Mo Shangwan pulled Yifeng to the front desk, slapped her ID on the counter, and said, get me a room with a big bed. Yifeng frowned, unsure of what Mo Shangwan was up to. Once inside the room, Yifeng sat down on the sofa and started looking at his phone. Mo Shangwan sat at the desk, took out her laptop, and began to handle some unfinished documents. About an hour later, Mo Shangwan stood up, rubbed her neck, and stretched. At the same time, she glanced at Yifeng on the sofa, only to find him still engrossed in his phone, seemingly scrolling through short videos. She frowned slightly. She vaguely remembered when her grandfather passed away, he held her hand and repeatedly urged her to marry Yifeng in the future. He said Yifeng was a dragon among men, and as long as she could marry him, she would reach the pinnacle of the world and look down upon all living beings. But until now, aside from Yifeng being somewhat handsome, she hadn't noticed any other merits in him. What can you expect from a man who spends his free time endlessly watching short videos? After dealing with some more documents, Mo Shangwan walked over to Yifeng and asked, hey, aren't you curious why I brought you here? Yifeng glanced at Mo Shangwan and said, why we're here doesn't matter to me. Then what is important to you? Mo Shangwan was a bit curious. Yifeng replied, the jade pendant. Mo Shangwan raised her beautiful eyes, suddenly realizing that Yifeng had successfully piqued her interest. She was very confident in her appearance and figure. She even thought that no man could refuse her. But this Yifeng seemed completely uninterested in her. Even though there was an engagement, he was thinking about breaking it off. And now, with the two of them in the same room,
he hadn't even glanced at her and showed no interest in why they were there. What he was interested in was that strange jade pendant? Mo Shangwan thought for a moment and said, although you're not interested, I still have an obligation to tell you that Su Kai from the Su family wants to marry me and has been sending people to monitor me, even pressuring me through my grandmother. I brought you here to show him. Oh, Yi Feng nodded. Seeing Yi Feng's reaction, Mo Shangwan couldn't help but widen her eyes and said, but do you know what kind of consequences you might face? You could very well face Su Kai's revenge and the difficulties from the Mo family. Yi Feng shrugged and said, revenge me? They aren't even qualified. Mo Shangwan flipped her beautiful eyes and said, Yi Feng, don't talk big. Do you know how vast the Su family's assets are? Honestly, I'm starting to regret bringing you here. I might end up putting you in danger. Yi Feng thought for a moment and replied, that won't happen. I've said it before, they're not qualified. Plus, in this half-month, I'll help you resolve some troubles. Through the combination of the jade pendant from Lu Ruyan, Yi Feng learned that they had known each other since childhood, and part of his memory had been hidden. This meant that he and Mo Shangwan were likely old acquaintances. Moreover, according to the agreements of the older generation, he had an obligation to help Mo Shangwan. However, this statement fell on Mo Shangwan's ears quite differently. She shook her head, suddenly feeling that Yi Feng was too arrogant. Although Jiangnan province might not be significant in the entire Long country, it was a place where talents emerged, and someone like Yi Feng simply didn't rank. About a few hours later, the two left the hotel and drove to the Mo family home to attend the family gathering that evening. Meanwhile, after they left, a man at the hotel entrance made a phone call, saying, Young Master Su, just now Mo Shangwan was in a hotel room with a man at the Carnival Hotel, and they stayed inside for 3.5 hours. An angry voice quickly came from the other end of the line, that bitch, pretending to be pure in front of me, actually went to a hotel with someone. She better watch out. Half an hour later, Yi Feng and Mo Shangwan arrived at the Mo family's villa. On the way, Mo Shangwan told Yi Feng about herself and some matters regarding the Mo family. Although the Mo family was considered a third-rate family in Jiang City, the capital of Jiangnan province, in terms of heritage, it was undoubtedly above the Lu and Long families in Jinling City. However, since the old master of the Mo family passed away and the matriarch took over the Mo family had been declining day by day. Recently, the matriarch had been looking for ways to lead the family out of its predicament. The first method she thought of was a family marriage. There were 3 younger members of the Mo family, Mo Jichao, Mo Shangwan, and Mo Zihan, from oldest to youngest. Among them, Mo Shangwan was the most capable and also the most outstanding in appearance and temperament. Su Kai, the young master of the Su family in Jiangnan province, had always been a loyal pursuer of Mo Shangwan. Therefore, the matriarch planned to make use of Mo Shangwan and arrange for her to marry Su Kai, which would bind the Mo family to the Su family and restore their former glory. However, Mo Shangwan was well aware that Su Kai was a scumbag, having toyed with countless young girls, so she firmly rejected the matriarch's decision. Furious, the matriarch directly withdrew investments from the Hallen group, hoping to force Mo Shangwan into submission. Standing at the entrance of the Mo family villa, Mo Shangwan said, "This is the situation. Now, as my boyfriend, you need to come back to the Mo family with me. They will definitely make things difficult for you, so you need to be mentally prepared. Of course, if you regret it now, it's not too late. Let's go in," Yi Feng said decisively. Mo Shangwan was a bit surprised. She didn't expect Yi Feng to be so unconcerned. Could it be that this guy had real strength? Did he not take the Mo family seriously at all? Or was he just blindly arrogant? In the end, Mo Shangwan didn't say much. She would never marry Su Kai, and since she had chosen this path, she should see it through. The two quickly entered the Mo family's villa. Earlier, the matriarch had been discussing the situation with Mo Shangwan's father, Mo Changyi. Changyi, the heavy responsibility of making the Mo family shine again has fallen on your family. I asked you to persuade Mo Shangwan, how has that been going? The old lady asked coldly, with a hint of accusation in her tone. Mo Changyi felt a wave of despair. To be honest, he also wanted to marry his daughter to Su Kai. Although Su Kai was a second-generation rich kid, the Su family was wealthy. Once married, they would have everything. However, Mo Shangwan flatly refused and even got herself a fiancé, which completely blocked the path. But Mo Changyi dared not tell the old lady about this, otherwise, she would surely explode in anger and might even kick him out on the spot. Mom, I've been trying to persuade Shangwan these days, but you know how stubborn she is. Please give me a little more time, Mo Changyi said, forcing himself to speak. The old lady snorted coldly and said, Time, I've already given you plenty of time. At that moment, the eldest of the Mo family, Mo Changda, stepped forward and said, Second brother, this matter is your fault.
Without mom, there would be no you, no Imo Shangwon, and no Wallen Group.
For so many years, your family has been taking, and now that there's a chance to repay the Imo family, you refuse to listen to mom.
It's truly heartbreaking. Imo Changyi moved his lips but ultimately said nothing.
At home, he was the least favored and had even been expelled from the Imo family, unable to stay in the summer villa.
He knew that saying anything now would be pointless.
At this time, the others began to chime in, most of them criticizing Imo Chinese family. Imo Chinese wife, Zhang Lan, Imo Shangwan's mother, also dared not say a word. Over the years, they had the least status in the Imo family and had been doing the worst, so they had long gotten used to it.
Just then, as everyone was passionately discussing, Imo Shangwan and Yifeng arrived.
The two walked into the Imo family hand in hand. Upon seeing this scene, everyone widened their eyes, some even unable to believe what they were seeing.
What is going on? Why is Imo Shangwan bringing a man? They're holding hands. Could this man be Imo Shangwan's boyfriend?
No wonder Imo Shangwan doesn't want to marry Su Kai. It turns out she has already found her next partner.
Imo Shangwan and Yifeng entered the hall, and Imo Shangwan looked at the old lady and said, "Grandma." Slap. The old lady's hand slammed down on the armchair, and she angrily said, "Imo Shangwan, what on earth is going on?" Imo Shangwan looked at Yifeng and said, "Grandma, this is Yifeng, my fiancé."
What? At that moment, not only did everyone not believe their eyes, but they also couldn't believe their ears.
Imo Shangwan actually brought a fiancé. What was going on? At this time, Imo Shangwan's cousin, Imo Jichao, sneered and said, "I say, Imo Shangwan, don't think I don't know. You haven't even had a boyfriend. Where did this fiancé come from? Did you hire an actor to fool grandma?" Imo Jichao was dressed in a suit, but his demeanor was vastly different from Imo Shangwan's, almost comically out of place. Imo Shangwan replied calmly, "Yifeng is indeed my fiancé, and this engagement was arranged by Grandpa with a master back in the day. When Grandpa passed away, he kept reminding me to marry him no matter what."
As she spoke, Imo Shangwan took the initiative to link her arm with Yifeng's, as if declaring her determination.
Not only that, but she also produced 2 marriage certificates.
The Imo family members were all stunned. Indeed, the old master of the Imo family had arranged a marriage for Imo Shangwan, and he often mentioned that the decline of the Imo family was inevitable, and only Imo Shangwan's fiancé could save the Imo family. However, over the years, apart from the old man, no one took it seriously, especially in the later years of his life when he was always rambling. No one believed his words at all.
But now, Imo Shangwan's fiancé has actually come. Moreover, the two even have a marriage certificate, which looks completely authentic. This is a bit too magical, isn't it? Clap.
The old lady's hand slammed down hard on the armchair again, saying, "This marriage contract from over a decade ago was just a joke between your grandfather and someone else. How can it be taken seriously?"
"I don't recognize it." "Exactly, isn't this nonsense? Our Imo family, whether marrying or being married, must be a match in social status. It absolutely cannot be a joke." Everyone echoed in agreement.
In their eyes, Yifeng was simply unworthy of entering the Imo family, not even qualified to be a son-in-law.
At this moment, the old lady said, "Young man, your name is Yifeng, right? Our Imo family will give you 1 million. Take the money and leave immediately. The marriage contract is invalid." As the old lady's cold voice fell, Imo Shangwan's delicate body couldn't help but tremble.
Although she was a well-known strong woman, she still felt a bit scared in front of her domineering grandmother. After all, in the Imo family, the old lady was like a local emperor, controlling their fates tightly. Even if Imo Shangwan managed the Wallen Group very well, she was still under the old lady's thumb. Because the startup capital for the Wallen Group was provided by the old lady, who held 40% of the shares. Recently, the old lady withdrew her investment from the Wallen Group, directly leading it into the biggest crisis in its history. The Wallen Group was now on the verge of collapse.
Many times, Imo Shangwan thought about yielding. At this moment, she couldn't help but look at Yifeng, wanting to see his reaction. She was even a bit worried that Yifeng might betray their previous agreement for 1 million. After all, 1 million is not a small amount. It still holds a strong temptation for ordinary people. However, to her surprise, in the face of the old lady's humiliation and aggression, Yifeng said expressionlessly, "Imo Shangwan is my fiancé. Whether the marriage contract counts or not is up to us, not what others say."
"Kid, how dare you speak like that?"
Imo Shangwan's cousin, Imo Jichao, jumped out directly.
Yifeng ignored him completely. This made Imo Jichao even more agitated. If it weren't for someone holding him back, he would have wanted to take action. The old lady squinted her eyes and said, 2 million. Yifeng still shook his head.
3 million.
The old lady's tone rose. Yifeng still shook his head, saying, "I have already made my stance clear. I don't want to repeat myself."
Clap.
The old lady's hand slammed down hard on the armchair again, her whole person bursting with anger. Good kid, who gave you the courage to speak to me like this? Exactly, who do you think you are? In front of our MO family, you're just a nobody. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and get lost, don't force our MO family to take action. If you don't leave now, when young Master Su from the Su family arrives later, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. At this moment, the MO family members were all scolding Yifeng. The most active among them were undoubtedly Mo Jicho and Mo Zicheng. At this time, Mo Shangwan stood beside Yifeng, took his arm, and said, Grandma, the marriage contract between Yifeng and me was set by Grandpa, he is my fiancé, so I will not marry young Master Su. The old lady's eyelids twitched, and her murky eyes seemed to be boiling with anger. She slammed her hand down hard on the armchair and shouted, Mo Shangwan, tomorrow is your engagement banquet with young Master Su. What is your attitude? Mo Shangwan felt fear in her heart but gritted her teeth and said, Grandma, I have made my attitude very clear. The old lady stood up, leaning on her dragon-headed cane, her hands and body trembling. Grandma! Mo Jichao and Mo Zicheng hurriedly supported the old lady. They looked at Mo Shangwan and angrily said, Mo Shangwan, is this your attitude? You've made Grandma so angry, does your conscience not hurt at all? The old lady glared at Mo Chingy and Jian Lan, who were hiding at the foot of the stairs, and shouted, Mo Chingy, Jian Lan, is this the good daughter you raised? What did you promise me before? Mo Chingy trembled in fear, he was most afraid of the old lady, after all, she could decide his life or death. He had once held an important position in the family company, but after a failed investment, he was directly dismissed by the old lady. After losing his job, Mo Chingy's life had been getting worse day by day. He even began to doubt whether the old lady was truly his biological mother. As for Jian Lan, she was equally terrified of the old lady, which was why she had been hiding. Hearing the old lady's angry reprimand, the two could only brace themselves and step forward, saying, Grandma, Xianwan must have been confused for a moment. We will talk to her properly and make sure she attends the engagement banquet on time tomorrow. Mo Shangwan was about to say something, but Mo Chengi and Jiang Lan had already rushed over, pulling her and saying, Shangwan, stop messing around. How many times have we told you? Marrying young Master Su is your best option. If you keep being willful, Huaying Group will eventually go bankrupt. Hearing the name Huaying Group, a hint of sadness appeared in Mo Shangwan's eyes, and she ultimately fell silent. Just then, a Porsche stopped at the entrance of the Mo family villa. The car door opened, and a man in a suit stepped out. Young Master Su is here, Mo Zicheng said excitedly. The old lady perked up as well and said, Quick, help me to the door to welcome young Master Su. Soon, the Mo family gathered at the door to greet Su Kai. Marrying into the Su family was the biggest opportunity for the Mo family at the moment. Otherwise, the Mo family would surely decline slowly, even falling into a quagmire. Seeing Su Kai, who was impeccably dressed and charming, Mo Zicheng couldn't help but light up. In fact, Mo Zicheng was interested in Su Kai. Although he was a notorious playboy, she didn't care at all. As long as she could marry Su Kai, she would become the young mistress of the Su family, gaining status and wealth. As for whether Su Kai would fool around after marriage, Mo Zicheng didn't care at all. After all, once she became the young mistress, what more could she want? Unfortunately, Su Kai had a special affection for Mo Shangwan, and even if Mo Zicheng threw herself at him, it would be useless. Young Master Su, you've come. Please, come in. The old lady said with a smile, already considering Su Kai as her grandson-in-law. The others also greeted him with smiles. However, Su Kai's expression was somewhat unpleasant. He snorted coldly and said, If I had come any later, I wouldn't know how many green hats I would have been wearing. Instantly, everyone was taken aback. The old lady frowned and said, Young Master Su, I don't understand what you mean. Is there some misunderstanding? Misunderstanding? There's no misunderstanding. Your good granddaughter Mo Shangwan is usually very proud in front of me. I thought she was a saint, but I didn't expect her to be stealing men behind my back. As he spoke, Su Kai threw a stack of photos onto the ground. Mo Jicho and Mo Zicheng stepped forward to pick up the photos one by one. Upon seeing the content of the photos, both of them were stunned. Grandma, look. Mo Zicheng handed the photos to the old lady. The old lady trembled with anger after just one glance. The photo in question was of Mo Shangwan and Yifeng together in a hotel room. Moreover, the photo had a timestamp, showing that they had been in the hotel for over 3 hours. What happened during that time was obvious even to a fool. Bang! The old lady slammed the photo down in front of Mo Shangwan and said, Mo Shangwan, what on earth is going on? You must give me a satisfactory explanation. Seeing the photo on the ground, Mo Chingy and Jian Lan were stunned. They never expected that their daughter not only brought home a fiancé but had also already engaged in a substantial relationship. Mo Shangwan had long been mentally prepared. She steeled herself, linked her arm with Yifeng's, and said, Yifeng is my fiancé. Whatever we do together, as long as it's legal, shouldn't be a problem, right? Mo Shangwan, you really disappoint me too much. The old lady trembled with rage upon hearing this. Mo Shangwan, do you still have any shame? You've brought disgrace to the Mo family. Mo Jicho and Mo Zicheng supported the old lady while scolding Mo Shangwan. Mo Shangwan stood silently, accepting everyone's accusations. From the moment she made her decision yesterday, she had been prepared to face all of this. Although it would be difficult moving forward, at least she wouldn't have to marry Sukai. Mo Shangwan, the Mo family will completely withdraw its investment from the Hallen group, and you must return the startup funds I gave you, with interest. The old lady said angrily. Then, she walked up to Sukai and said, Su Xiao, our Mo family has wronged you. Now that Mo Shangwan is no longer pure, she is no longer worthy of you. However, to everyone's surprise, Sukai replied politely, Grandma, I was just too angry earlier. I must apologize for our reckless behavior. The old lady was taken aback and sincerely said, Su Xiao is truly magnanimous. This makes our Su family feel even more ashamed. Sukai smiled and said, Grandma, you flatter me. We are still one family. The marriage between the Su and Mo families must continue. Everyone was stunned by Sukai's words. What did this mean? Was he still going to marry Mo Shangwan? Many of the men present cast strange looks at Sukai. Goodness, Mo Shangwan had a hotel rendezvous with another man before her engagement, and Sukai still wanted to marry her? Did Sukai have some special preference? At that moment, the old lady had a flash of inspiration and said, Su Xiao is right, our family's marriage must continue. How about my granddaughter Zicheng? She studied abroad and is well-rounded. Mo Zicheng's eyes widened. Yes, since Mo Shangwan had willingly fallen from grace, why couldn't she take her place? She could become Sukai's fiancée and then the daughter-in-law of the Su family? She was almost overwhelmed by the sudden happiness. However, Sukai shook his head and said, Grandma, you must be joking. I will still be engaged to Shangwan and walk into the marriage hall with her. She is destined to be my wife. Right now, she has just made a small mistake, and as her husband, I must be tolerant and face these mistakes with her. Upon hearing this, everyone was once again stunned. Sukai's words were more touching than any vow. If it weren't for the fact that Sukai was a notorious playboy and a super Casanova, many would have believed him. Hearing this, the old lady couldn't help but feel overjoyed and said, Su Xiao, I'm so happy that you can think this way. Don't worry, after you and Xiangwan get married, she will definitely make it up to you. Sukai looked at Mo Xiangwan, gazing at her flawless face and figure, a flicker of heat passing through his eyes. Truly, she was the ultimate beauty he had been dreaming of day and night, but unfortunately, she had already been with another man. Although his heart was filled with anger, Sukai did not show it too much. What he wanted now was to continue the engagement with Mo Xiangwan, or even marry her. Once he had her in his grasp, he could play enough and then kick her aside. At that moment, Mo Xiangwan widened her eyes and said somewhat anxiously, Sukai, are you crazy? I just spent the night with another man, I'm already a broken shoe, and you still want to marry me? Sukai wore a sincere smile and said, Xiangwan, who hasn't made mistakes? If we're talking about mistakes, I've made far more than you. Don't worry, as your fiancé, I will face it with you. Mo Xiangwan instantly felt as if all her strength had been drained. She had previously taken Yifeng to the hotel to create the illusion of having a room together, just to make the Mo family and Sukai give up. However, she never expected that even after all this, Sukai still wanted to marry her. At this moment, Sukai walked over to Yifeng and looked him up and down. A hint of jealousy appeared in his eyes. He noticed that Yifeng was tall, had a good figure, and was even more handsome than him. No wonder Mo Xiangwan would give herself to him. However, seeing Yifeng dressed plainly, Sukai regained his confidence. Just a poor guy, not even qualified to be his opponent. Sir, I won't pursue the matter regarding my fiancée, but I have one request. Please leave my fiancée immediately to avoid affecting her reputation, Sukai said politely. The Mo family members echoed in agreement. That's right, if you know what's good for you, get lost quickly. Our class is not something you can touch. You better keep all of this to yourself. If you dare to speak out, I guarantee you won't even know how you died. Originally, Sukai thought Yifeng would definitely back down. After all, people from the lower class had no cards to play and couldn't compete with them. However, what Sukai didn't expect was that Yifeng didn't even think about it and said, her fiancé is me, not you, and you have no right to be her fiancé. Sukai's eyes narrowed, and his voice turned cold. I know what you want, 1 million. I'll give you 1 million as a hush money. Yifeng smiled and said, that trick has already been used by the Mo family. Yifeng, won't fall for it.
After saying that, Yifeng looked at Mo Xiangwan and said, I'm leaving. Do you want to come with me? Mo Xiangwan, if you dare to leave here today, you are no longer a member of the Mo family.
The old lady's voice was aggressive.
Xiangwan, whatever you do now, you must think twice, Mo Chingyi advised.
CeCe looked at Mo Xiangwan, feeling that he had her under control, as all the favorable factors were on his side. As for Yifeng, he would soon make him pay the price.
Mo Xiangwan was caught in a difficult decision.
Seeing Mo Xiangwan hesitate, Yifeng ultimately said nothing more and turned to leave.
Mo Xiangwan looked at Yifeng's back, bit her lip, and finally followed him. Mo Xiangwan.
Behind her, the Mo family members shouted and warned, but she ignored them, deciding to follow her heart.
After the two left the Mo family, they arrived at Mo Xiangwan's apartment.
Just as they got out of the car, boom! With a loud roar, a car came speeding towards them. Looking at the speeding car, Mo Xiangwan was suddenly filled with despair. The car was traveling at a speed of 60 or 70 miles per hour, heading straight for the two of them. If it collided, there would be no chance of survival for either of them.
But just then, the car suddenly swerved to the right, avoiding Mo Xiangwan. However, it was still barreling towards Yifeng. Mo Xiangwan's eyes widened in horror. In that split second, she suddenly realized.
This car must have been sent by CeCe, specifically to take revenge on Yifeng. She wanted to shout, to pull Yifeng away, but there was no time. The car was already inches away from Yifeng. He was doomed. Mo Xiangwan's heart was filled with regret and despair. She should have directly annulled the engagement with Yifeng back then, instead of letting him be her fiancé. She had brought about his death. Just as the car was about to crash violently into Yifeng, he flicked his finger. Whoosh! A surge of energy pierced through the air, striking the car's tire. With a loud bang, the tire exploded. The speeding car instantly lost its balance, flipped over, and flew past Yifeng. Boom! The car finally crashed into a stone pillar by the roadside, turning into a heap of scrap metal. The driver inside was dead beyond any doubt. Mo Xiangwan, still shaken, breathed heavily, her chest trembling slightly. If the car hadn't suddenly lost control and flipped, it would have been Yifeng who died. That person must have been sent by CeCe to take revenge on you, Mo Xiangwan said to Yifeng.
I know. Yifeng replied calmly.
She was taken aback, having thought Yifeng would be frightened, but she quickly realized, to her shock, that Yifeng's face was completely indifferent, showing no signs of fear or terror. It was as if the car that had just barreled towards him was not a deadly vehicle, but a child's toy car. While feeling incredibly strange, Mo Xiangwan felt as if all her strength had been drained. She said to Yifeng, Yifeng, CeCe won't let you go. Even if you escape this time, you won't be able to avoid him later. Yifeng waved his hand and said, I won't be in any danger. CeCe isn't qualified to hurt me.
Instantly, Mo Xiangwan became anxious.
Although she wanted to continue using Yifeng as a shield to escape the family marriage and CeCe's entanglement, she knew very well that if this continued, it could very likely lead to his death. She earnestly said to Yifeng, Yifeng, how about this? Let's nullify our previous agreement. I'll give you the Mother Jade pendant now. If I cause your death, I won't be at peace. Saying this, she unfastened the necklace around her neck, took out the Mother Jade pendant from her chest, and handed it to Yifeng. Yifeng took the Mother Jade pendant and said, let's talk upstairs. Soon, the two of them went upstairs and entered Mo Xiangwan's apartment. Mo Xiangwan's apartment was small, just a one-bedroom, one living room, but it was very cozy. After entering the apartment, Yifeng took out 3 jade pendants. They were his own jade pendant, Lu Ruyan's Mother Jade pendant, and the Mother Jade pendant that Mo Xiangwan had just given him. Yifeng tried to combine the 3 jade pendants. Before long, the 3 jade pendants perfectly fused together. They emitted a warm glow. Tiny specks of light radiated from the fusion of the 3 jade pendants, spreading towards the bodies of the pendants. Soon, these specks of light covered the 3 jade pendants, forming intricate patterns. Seeing this scene, Mo Xiangwan covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. She never expected that the jade pendant she had worn since childhood would undergo such a miraculous transformation. Before she could recover from this shock, 2 beams of light suddenly appeared on the 3 pendants, one rushing into Yifeng's mind and the other into Mo Xiangwan's. As the beam of light surged into Mo Xiangwan's mind, countless fragments of information replayed before her eyes like movie clips. She didn't know how much time had passed when Mo Xiangwan widened her eyes and looked at Yifeng, saying, Yifeng, we've known each other since we were little, and it seems we even live together. Yifeng nodded, and with the 2 beams of light appearing in his mind, the relationship between him and his 7 fiancées became clearer than before. He had known his 7 fiancées since childhood and had lived with them, but later, for some reason, they were forcibly separated.
However, he still didn't know why he and his 7 fiancées had lived together or why they had been separated. Mo Shangwan was immensely shocked and couldn't help but sit beside Yifeng, asking, "Is the information from this pendant true? Why do you want these pendants?" Yifeng nodded and said, "The information is true. I want these pendants to unravel the mystery of my origins, but it seems that it might also help uncover your origins." Us? Mo Shangwan frowned, but soon she noticed that there were several places on the public pendant that connected with the mother pendant. "You have a total of 7 fiancés?" Mo Shangwan's eyes widened as she asked. Yifeng nodded and said, "Yes, Mo Shangwan." However, she didn't dwell too much on this issue and instead looked seriously at Yifeng, saying, "Yifeng, I've got the mother pendant now. You should go, I don't want you to get involved in my matters." The earlier incident had taught Mo Shangwan a lesson. She knew very well that if she continued to use Yifeng as her shield, it would surely endanger him. Although Yifeng seemed cold, she could tell he was a good person, and she didn't want him to get hurt. But Yifeng waved his hand and said, "Since I promised you, I will help you to the end. Let's rest for now. We can discuss the details tomorrow." Mo Shangwan wanted to say something, but in the end, she hesitated. Finally, Yifeng lay down on the sofa in the living room. Mo Shangwan lay on the bed in the bedroom, her heart filled with mixed emotions. At that moment, Mo Shangwan received a phone call. It was from the financial director of Hallen Group. "Ms. Mo, the Mo family is fully prepared to withdraw their investment, and your grandmother's private investment will also be withdrawn. If that happens, Hallen Group will go bankrupt. The only way to save the company now is to convince the Mo family and your grandmother to abandon the decision to withdraw their investment." Mo Shangwan held the phone, feeling as if all her strength had been drained away. She weakly replied, "Okay, I understand." Shortly after, she received a call from Mo Chingy. "Xianwan, your grandmother has issued a final ultimatum. Once the Mo family completely withdraws their investment, not only will Hallen Group collapse, but we will also be burdened with huge debts, and we will never recover. Your grandmother said that as long as you attend tomorrow's engagement banquet and agree to marry Su Xiao, she will retract the decision to withdraw the investment." Mo Chingy said earnestly. Mo Shangwan fell into despair. Was it all going to end after so many years of hard work? Her career would be gone, and she would be left with massive debts, while the employees who had struggled alongside her would also lose their jobs? Fate felt like a great net, descending from the sky, leaving Mo Shangwan nowhere to escape. At that moment, her will completely collapsed. "Dad, I promised Grandma, hoping she can keep her promise. Alright, that's my good daughter. Actually, it doesn't matter who you marry." After hanging up the phone, tears silently streamed down Mo Shangwan's face. She stood up, gently opened the door, and looked at Yifeng in the living room. A hint of determination appeared on her face. Even if she would be mistreated by Su Kai in the future, she couldn't leave her most precious things to him. At that moment, the night had deepened. Yifeng was lying on the sofa in the living room, looking at his phone. Just then, the lights in the living room suddenly turned on. Mo Shangwan walked out of the bedroom. He thought she was just going to the bathroom and didn't pay much attention. At that moment, Mo Shangwan's voice came through. "Yifeng, get up, I have something to tell you." Yifeng frowned, stood up, and asked, "What is it?" Mo Shangwan stepped towards Yifeng, stopping a few steps away from him. She looked at Yifeng, bit her delicate lip, a hint of crimson creeping onto her face, along with a touch of resolve. Her hand reached for the strap of her nightgown and gently pulled. The nightgown slowly slid down. Mo Shangwan slightly closed her eyes. Seeing this scene, Yifeng was momentarily stunned. He didn't understand why Mo Shangwan was acting this way. But soon, he figured it out. As a top-tier expert, Yifeng's hearing was extraordinary. Although he hadn't intentionally listened to Mo Shangwan's conversation with her family, he had caught most of it and could naturally guess what had happened. Understanding this, Yifeng stepped towards Mo Shangwan. Hearing Yifeng's footsteps, Mo Shangwan, with her eyes closed, felt her eyelashes tremble, and even her body slightly shivered. She knew today would be an important moment in her life. She never imagined she would give herself to a man she had known for less than a day. Soon, she heard Yifeng walk up beside her, and she could even hear his breathing. But at that moment, she felt as if her body was wrapped in something. She opened her eyes and saw Yifeng draping a nightgown over her. Instantly, her eyes widened. Did Yifeng not have any thoughts about her? Or was he simply not a man? However, she quickly realized that perhaps because of today's events, Yifeng was afraid of Su Kai, which was why he didn't dare to touch her. Although she felt disappointed, she could understand Yifeng. After all, no one would joke with their own life. Even so, seeing Yifeng's face so close, she felt a surge of anger. Slap! She slapped Yifeng. Yifeng reached out and easily caught her wrist. "Let go of me," Mo Shangwan said angrily. Yifeng replied, just rest my foot. That slap just now was because you looked at my body, Mo Shangwan retorted angrily. Yifeng's face showed helplessness. It was clearly Mo Shangwan who took the initiative. What did it have to do with him? However, a master had once told him that women were strange and troublesome creatures, so he didn't bother to argue with Mo Shangwan. However, seeing Yifeng remain silent, Mo Shangwan couldn't help but slap him again. Yifeng's face turned cold. With a wave of his hand, Mo Shangwan fell directly to the ground. The nightgown she had just draped over herself slipped off. Mo Shangwan suddenly cried out, standing up like a mother leopard, and slapped Yifeng again. Are you done? Yifeng said, speechless. Mo Shangwan said stubbornly and defiantly, this slap is because you insulted me. Yifeng was even more speechless. I helped you put on your clothes, and you say I insulted you. Mo Shangwan cried even harder and suddenly slapped him again. You putting on my clothes without touching me is the greatest insult to me. Yifeng. The air fell into silence, leaving only Mo Shangwan's sobs. Eventually, it was Yifeng who broke the silence. Just rest for now. You don't need to get engaged to CeCe, and you definitely don't need to marry him. I'll handle this matter. Hearing this, Mo Shangwan became even angrier. You handle it? What right do you have to handle it? Do you know what position the Su family holds in the entire Jiangnan province? Do you know the gap between you and him? Do you know what means he will use against you? Do you know? Yifeng waved his hand, indicating he didn't want to hear anymore, and lay down on the sofa. In an instant, Mo Shangwan felt as if all her strength had been drained away. This guy still had the mood to sleep? Soon, Yifeng's breathing became incredibly steady, even producing a slight snore. Mo Shangwan widened her beautiful eyes, completely stunned. There was a sentence in her heart that she didn't know whether to say or not. The next day came. Mo Shangwan had insomnia until midnight and finally fell into a daze of sleep. She was awakened by the sounds coming from the kitchen. She came out of the bedroom and found Yifeng busy in the kitchen. Rubbing her dark circles, Mo Shangwan walked to the kitchen door and stared at Yifeng with a strange look. Yifeng noticed her and said, go wash up first, breakfast will be ready in 5 minutes. Oh. Mo Shangwan replied softly and headed to the bathroom. She quickly washed up, applied light makeup, and concealed her dark circles. When she came out of the bathroom, Yifeng had already prepared breakfast. Steamed buns, dumplings, slices of bread, a treasure porridge, and 2 freshly mixed pickles. She was slightly surprised and asked, did you make all this? This breakfast seemed quite exquisite and abundant. Over the years, Mo Shangwan had been focused on work, and breakfast was usually a hasty affair. It had been a long time since she had eaten such a delicate and plentiful breakfast. Yifeng nodded and said, hurry up and eat. Mo Shangwan snorted coldly, picked up a steamed bun, and put it in her mouth. Instantly, a burst of flavor spread across her lips, making her taste buds seem to leap with joy. She widened her beautiful eyes and couldn't help but say, did you really make this? Are you lying to me? This is too delicious. Did you buy it as a finished product? Yifeng replied, what benefit do I get from lying to you? Mo Shangwan. After that, Mo Shangwan devoured the food, filling her flat stomach until she let out a satisfied burp. After finishing her meal, her mood suddenly improved a lot. The way she looked at Yifeng changed as well. She suddenly felt that although the man in front of her had no real ability and was a bit strange, if she could marry him and have such breakfast every day, wouldn't that be a kind of happiness? In the end, she sighed, realizing she no longer had a chance. She had already promised her grandmother and the Mo family that she would attend the engagement banquet with CeCe today. For the Hallen group, for herself, for her parents, she had no other choice. After breakfast, she handed Yifeng a key and said, this is the apartment key. If you want to stay, you can stay for a while. I have to go to the hotel now, it's my engagement banquet with CeCe at noon. Yifeng said, if you don't want to go to the engagement banquet, you don't have to. Mo Shangwan sighed weakly and said, if I don't go, the Hallen group will go bankrupt, and my parents and I will be in massive debt. Forget it, this matter no longer concerns you. I said, I will handle this matter, Yifeng replied. Mo Shangwan showed a hint of impatience on her face and said, you handle it? Do you know how much of a funding gap the Hallen group has? Don't be naive. You keep the key, I'm leaving, that's it. She shoved the key into Yifeng's hand and turned to leave. When she exited the apartment, she found that Yifeng did not chase after her, and she felt a sudden pang of disappointment. But soon, she shook her head in self-mockery, realizing she had actually hoped Yifeng would come after her. Even if he did, what difference would it make? He couldn't change the reality. She drove to the Zhanghai Grand Hotel for the engagement. The engagement banquet soon began. Zhanghai Grand Hotel, one of the properties of the Su family in Jiangnan province. That day, the engagement banquet of CeCe and Mo Shangwan was held here. the Mo family arrived early. In their eyes, being able to marry into the Su family was an honor. As long as they could align with the Su family, the Mo family could stop its decline and even soar again. However, the Mo family was most worried that Mo Shangwan would change her mind. For so many years, Mo Shangwan had been a strong woman, achieving much on her own, and had never been under the control of the Mo family. If it weren't for the old matriarch using tough measures this time, they wouldn't have been able to manage her. But no one knew if Mo Shangwan would suddenly change her mind. If that happened, the Mo family would be at a disadvantage. Around 10 in the morning, Mo Shangwan appeared at the Jianghai Grand Hotel. The Mo family was instantly overjoyed, the old matriarch's eyes nearly squinting with delight. "Shangwan, you really didn't disappoint me. The engagement banquet is about to start. Go backstage and touch up your makeup. Make yourself look beautiful," the old matriarch said. Mo Shangwan frowned and replied, "Grandma, there's no need for makeup. I think this is fine." The old matriarch shook her head and said, "How can that be? It shows you don't take it seriously at all." As she spoke, the old matriarch signaled to Jiang Lan. Jiang Lan immediately understood and pulled Mo Shangwan toward the backstage. "Shangwan, your grandmother promised that as long as you agree to the engagement and marry Su Xiao, she won't withdraw investment from the Hallen group. Not only that, but our family can also return to the Mo family." At that moment, Jiang Lan was in high spirits and said, "Actually, the Hallen group is secondary. As long as we can return to the Mo family, what we can inherit is definitely not something the Hallen group can compare to. Moreover, you'll be the young mistress of the Su family. We can have whatever we want." Jiang Lan was full of excitement, but Mo Shangwan felt no joy at all. She had no interest in being the young mistress of the Su family. But in the end, she was still too weak, forced to submit to fate, and could only let them manipulate her. Soon, the makeup artist helped Mo Shangwan apply exquisite makeup. When Mo Shangwan walked out from backstage, many people's eyes lit up. She wore a pure white wedding dress that tightly hugged her perfect figure. That fair and radiant face, with delicate features, showcased Mo Shangwan's queen-like aura under the reflection of the wedding dress. However, Mo Shangwan's expression was not good. There was not a trace of a smile. She even found it hard to understand why she had to wear a wedding dress for just an engagement. But since she had already accepted her fate, she didn't bother to think too much. As long as they were happy, that was enough. The engagement banquet began, and not many people attended. Most were Su Kai's friends. Of course, this was understandable, as it was just an engagement, not a real wedding. Moreover, the Su family was much more powerful than the Mo family, and the Mo family did not expect the Su family to put on a grand show at this time. Su Xiao, a winner in life, even managed to win over the most beautiful CEO in Jiangnan province. "Yeah, you should share some tips with the brothers. We want to chase a beautiful CEO too. Do you think some things can be learned just because you want to? Just look at Su Xiao's looks and family background. Who can compete with that?" Everyone was praising him, and Su Kai felt a bit elated. Yes, he had pursued Mo Shangwan for so long, and he finally got what he wanted. Especially when he saw Mo Shangwan's perfect figure bound in her wedding dress, Su Kai's heart burned with desire. At the same time, a man's figure appeared in his mind. That was Yi Feng. The thought that the woman he longed for had let another man take the first step filled Su Kai with an unnamed rage. He darkened his face and walked over to Mo Shangwan, saying, "Come with me to the backstage." Mo Shangwan frowned and asked, "What do you want?" "You need to come with me to the backstage," Su Kai said impatiently. Mo Shangwan thought for a moment and calmly replied, "Can't you just say what you need to say here?" Su Kai's voice turned cold. "I said, come with me to the backstage. What you have to say can be said here. I'm not going," Mo Shangwan said coldly. Instantly, many people's gazes turned toward them, making Su Kai feel embarrassed. At that moment, Jiang Lan walked over with a smile, trying to ease the tension. "Shangwan, Su Xiao must have something he can't say here. Just go with him for a moment." Mo Shangwan remained silent and turned to walk toward the backstage. Su Kai's face darkened as he followed her. Once they reached the backstage, Su Kai closed the door. Mo Shangwan frowned and asked, "What do you want to say?" Su Kai looked at her, gritted his teeth, and said, "Take it off." Mo Shangwan was taken aback, thinking she misheard, and asked, "What did you say?" "I said, take off your wedding dress," Su Kai said through clenched teeth. Mo Shangwan's expression changed. "Get lost." Su Kai's face twisted in anger as he said, "I'm your fiancé now, and in a few days, I'll be your husband. Is there a problem with me asking you to take off your clothes?" As he spoke, Su Kai reached out to try to remove Mo Shangwan's clothing. Slap! Mo Shangwan slapped Su Kai's face and said, "Su Kai, you'd better show some respect." In an instant, Su Kai's face contorted further, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "You bitch, that loser who has nothing but looks can play with you, but I, your fiancé, can't?" Mo Shangwan sneered and said, "He's 1,000 times better than you." Hearing this, not only was Sukai stunned, but even Imo Shangwon herself was taken aback.
She never expected to evaluate Yifeng, a man she hardly knew, in such a way.
Perhaps this was a woman's sixth sense.
Upon hearing this, Sukai's expression turned completely sinister, and he gritted his teeth. Good, you bitch, pretending to be a virtuous woman in front of me, but behind my back, you've already been played out.
If I don't kill you today, I won't be surnamed Su.
Saying this, Sukai directly locked the door and turned to pounce on Mo Shangwon. She quickly stepped back, not expecting Sukai to resort to force. Just as she was about to scream, Sukai covered her mouth.
Bitch, wait until you're under me to scream.
Sukai's face twisted with madness as he suddenly reached out to tear at Mo Shangwon's wedding dress.
But just then, bang, the door to the room was kicked open. A tall figure stepped in.
When Mo Shangwon saw who it was, tears streamed down her face.
Yifeng, save me. Seeing Yifeng appear at the door, Mo Shangwon instinctively called out. Sukai was taken aback. He hadn't expected Yifeng to show up here. His face contorted as he said, "What are you doing here? Get out."
It turned out that when Mo Shangwon had left earlier, Yifeng had noticed a layer of black mist enveloping her forehead. This indicated that Mo Shangwon was likely in danger, even at risk of losing her life. So, Yifeng had followed her. After all, they were betrothed and had known each other since childhood. According to the agreement between Old Chen and Mo Shangwon's grandfather, Yifeng also had the obligation to help Mo Shangwon avert danger. Yifeng naturally wouldn't explain. Instead, he looked at Sukai with a blank expression and said, "Let her go." His voice was calm, yet it brought an indescribable sense of pressure to Sukai. Sukai threw Mo Shangwon aside and walked towards Yifeng, pointing at him as he said, "Kid, let me tell you, this bitch is my fiancée.
You think you can just come and go as you please in my territory, the Jianhai Grand Hotel?"
As he spoke, Sukai reached out to poke Yifeng's chest. Yifeng glanced at Sukai and said, "I advise you to remove your hand."
"What will you do if I don't?" Sukai completely disregarded Yifeng. Yifeng remained expressionless. "If you don't, the consequences will be severe." "Damn, I'm really giving you face. Do you believe?" Sukai continued to poke Yifeng's chest while cursing. However, he had only spoken half of his sentence when he let out a terrible scream, and then his whole body flew up. Yifeng moved like lightning, directly breaking Sukai's fingers, then swiftly grabbing his wrist and throwing him out. Sukai flew into the corridor, crashing onto a long bench with a loud thud. "Ah!" He let out a piercing scream from his throat. Seeing this, Mo Shangwon was completely stunned. She never expected such a result. Was Yifeng really that violent? At the same time, her heart grew more anxious. This situation could not end well. Yet Yifeng walked towards the exit as if nothing had happened. Mo Shangwon bit her lip and followed behind him. Inside, she felt a wave of despair. When the Su family came to blame her, no one would be able to withstand it. She braced herself for everything, hoping that the Mo family would let Yifeng off the hook. As they were just about to leave, Sukai suddenly got up from the ground, his face twisted in rage as he pointed at Yifeng and shouted, "Bastard, you're finished, you're finished. I will make you die, make you die." Yifeng glanced at Sukai indifferently and said, "I warned you not to point your finger at me." At that moment, Sukai's mental state completely collapsed, and he couldn't help but curse loudly, "You warn your mother, you bastard, just wait with this bitch, I." Before he could finish his insult, Yifeng's foot landed squarely on his stomach. Boom! Sukai was sent flying as if he had been hit by a speeding motorcycle, bending like a shrimp and crashing directly into the banquet hall. Before this, the people in the banquet hall had already heard Sukai scream. However, before anyone could react, they saw Sukai fly out from the backstage and crash onto a table with a loud bang. Ah! Sukai spat out a mouthful of blood, struggling in pain on the table. Food, soup, and liquid splattered all over him. The entire banquet hall erupted in chaos. No one knew what had happened. Sukai's parents rushed over. "What happened?" Sukai's father, Su Guangxing, the head of the Su family, asked with a cold face. "Son, what happened to you? Who hit you?" Sukai's mother, Li Xinyue, hurriedly helped him up. Sukai trembled as he stood up, and just as he was about to speak, he spat out another mouthful of blood. Li Xinyue's face was filled with heartache as she gritted her teeth and said, "Who dares to touch my son? My Su family will never let this go." The crowd's expressions changed drastically. In the entire Jiangnan province, there were hardly any families that could rival the Su family. At that moment, Yifeng and Mo Shangwon walked out. Upon seeing Yifeng, the faces of the Mo family members changed dramatically. The old matriarch nearly stumbled to the ground as if struck by lightning. Sukai glared at Yifeng with eyes full of hatred, as if he were staring at his father's murderer, gritting his teeth and spitting out a few words, it's him who hit me." Instantly, all eyes turned to Yifeng. This young man had beaten Sukai to this state. He was finished. Is it you who made my son like this? Su Chengyi looked at Yiyun with a questioning tone. However, before Yiyun could respond, Mo Shangwan stepped forward and said, the reason for this incident lies with me. It has nothing to do with him. Li Xinyue frowned, seemingly sensing something unusual. Her eyes narrowed as she asked, what is your relationship with each other? Yi Feng ignored Li Xinyue and said to Mo Shangwan, let's go, no need to bother with these people. As soon as he said this, the crowd erupted in an uproar. What the hell? What is the relationship between Mo Shangwan and this kid? This is too explosive. No wonder Mo Shangwan has been refusing Su Xiao. It turns out her heart belongs to someone else. I have to say, this kid is quite handsome. No wonder he attracts women. So what? Today, he's dead for sure. He won't be able to walk out of the Jianhai Grand Hotel. The crowd buzzed with conversation. At this moment, Sukai's pain finally eased a bit. He pointed at Yifeng and Mo Shangwan, almost going mad as he shouted, this pair of adulterers, I want them dead. I want them dead. Su Guangqing's face completely fell. He took out his phone and dialed a number. Instantly, dozens of men in black surged into the banquet hall, bringing a chilling atmosphere with them. In the banquet hall, dozens of men in black surrounded Yifeng. Su Guangqing stared at Yifeng, his face twisted in anger. Kid, I don't care who you are, daring to cause trouble at today's engagement banquet, my Su family will make you pay dearly. Do as you wish. Yifeng coldly replied and turned to Mo Shangwan, asking, are you leaving or not? Mo Shangwan was already in a state of turmoil. She knew very well that Yifeng could not leave here today. But for some reason, at this moment, Yifeng brought her an immense sense of security. Her heart warmed, and she gritted her teeth, saying, I will go with you. Seeing this scene, the expressions of everyone in the banquet hall became incredibly vivid. Each gaze directed at Yifeng was filled with mockery. At Su Jia's engagement banquet, the fiancé actually wanted to leave with another man. If Su Jia didn't suppress the situation, they would become a laughingstock by the end of the day. Meanwhile, the Mo family members were stunned, with some even trembling all over. They had originally hoped that Mo Shangwan would marry Su Kai and gain the support of Su Jia, but now Mo Shangwan had done something like this. If Su Jia placed the blame on them, the entire Mo family would likely have no way out. The matriarch of the Mo family, thinking of what might happen, kicked her legs and fainted. The Mo family members pinched her to wake her up. At this moment, with a wave of Su Guangqing's hand, dozens of men in black rushed towards Yifeng. To many, it seemed that Yifeng was definitely finished. Sukai's face was filled with frenzy. He wanted to see Yifeng die today, to take revenge and trample on Mo Shangwan. Mo Shangwan gritted her teeth but stood firmly by Yifeng's side. Perhaps dying here with Yifeng today was better than marrying Su Kai, enduring humiliation, and becoming a tool of the Mo family. With this thought, she grabbed Yifeng's arm and closed her eyes, as if waiting for fate's judgment. As dozens of men in black charged towards them, Yifeng's expression remained as calm as still water. Many thought Yifeng was so scared that he had given up resisting. However, just as the men in black reached Yifeng, before they could launch their attacks, Yifeng stomped his foot on the ground and coldly spat out a word, get lost. Instantly, a powerful surge of true energy radiated from Yifeng. The dozens of men in black felt as if they had been hit by a raging wave, instantly sent flying several meters and crashing hard to the ground. Blood sprayed everywhere. What? Seeing this scene, everyone on site was stunned. Su Guangqing's eyelids twitched violently. Su Kai swallowed hard, completely dumbfounded. After doing all this, Yifeng turned around and scanned the crowd, his gaze finally landing on Su Guangqing as he said, I want to take Mo Shangwan with me now. Do you have any objections? Su Guangqing's pupils constricted. He knew very well that if he backed down now, he would become a laughingstock. But he also knew that dealing with Yifeng was impossible. The other party was too strong. Even if he had other trump cards, they all needed time to prepare. Regardless, he had to continue to put on a tough front. You are strong, but you are not worthy of being our enemy at Su Jia, Su Guangqing said with a cold expression. Leave Mo Shangwan behind and leave on your own. We can clear this matter, how about it? Yifeng sneered and said, not a chance. I have decided to provoke Su Jia. What other tricks do you have? I'm ready anytime. After saying this, Yifeng took Mo Shangwan's hand and left the banquet hall under the shocked gazes of everyone. After they left, the entire banquet hall fell into a dead silence, or a pin drop could be heard. Many began to speculate about Yifeng's identity and couldn't help but wonder if Jiangnan province was about to change. At this moment, Su Guangqing's face shifted through shades of green, white, and purple. He had lived for decades, always a person of prominence, always stepping on others. And today, he couldn't even handle a little brat. If this matter got out, how would he face others? Thinking of this, his brows furrowed tightly as he said, this matter, the Su family won't let it go like this.
I'll contact Lord Gio later. Instantly, the entire banquet hall buzzed with whispers. Lord Gio, the head of the Su family, is looking for Lord Gio to deal with that brat. That kid is doomed. Yeah, Lord Gio is quite a character, with many experts under him. In the entire Jiangnan province, apart from the king of Jinling, I doubt Lord Gio fears anyone. Lord Gio himself is also a master. It's said he can gather energy into a blast and shatter a fake mountain with one punch. Lord Gio is that strong? Then that kid is definitely finished. Hearing the discussions around him, Su Guangcheng's expression finally improved a bit. No matter what, the Su family's reputation was preserved. Meanwhile, after Yifeng and Mo Shangwan left the Jianhai Hotel, they returned to the apartment. Once back, Mo Shangwan sat on the sofa, and tears suddenly streamed down her face. She had already accepted her fate. Just moments ago at the banquet, Yifeng had given her immense security, so much so that her heart warmed, and she followed him. But now, her mind suddenly cleared up a bit. She had walked away gracefully from the banquet, but that didn't mean everything was over. Thinking of various possibilities, she buried her head between her legs and cried out in pain. Yifeng lit a cigarette and went out to the balcony to smoke. About a minute later, after finishing his smoke, Yifeng returned to the living room. Mo Shangwan was still crying. Yifeng, feeling a bit annoyed by her tears, frowned and said, "Stop crying." Mo Shangwan wiped her tears and looked at Yifeng, saying, "Do you think I want to cry? I have no way out now. You slapped the Su family in the face at the banquet. They won't let you go. My company is definitely going to collapse, and our whole family has no way out. The Xia family will also be dragged down by me, boo-hoo." At that moment, Mo Shangwan was no longer the cold and glamorous CEO. She seemed like a helpless little girl. Yifeng said, "What you're saying isn't a problem. I told you, I'll handle it." Mo Shangwan rolled her eyes and said, "You'll handle it? Do you even know how? You can't solve it at all." Yifeng replied, "Since we agreed on half a month's time, in that time, I will help you resolve these issues." Mo Shangwan shook her head and said, "Yifeng, I know you're strong, but the Su family's power is beyond your imagination." Yifeng waved his hand and said, "I said, in half a month's time, I will resolve everything. I have something to take care of, so that's it." Mo Shangwan looked at Yifeng's back, speechless. Resolve everything in half a month? She felt that her first concern should be how to survive. This guy Yifeng was too blindly confident. Who was he? Just then, as Yifeng stepped out of the apartment, two people approached him. One of them was none other than the king of Jinling. The other person was also tall and imposing. Yifeng had come out because he had received a call from the king of Jinling beforehand. "Young master." The king of Jinling was full of excitement. Although Yifeng had only stayed in Jinling for a little over a month, the events that had transpired had completely overturned the king of Jinling's understanding. Especially with the introduction of the Zhutai pill to the international market. Even though he had only made a small profit, it had already surpassed his accumulations over the years. Therefore, he deeply realized that there was no need for fighting and killing. He just needed to hold on to Yifeng's thigh tightly. "Shaoli Zi, what do you need from me?" Yifeng asked casually. Jinling Wang quickly said, "I'm just afraid the young master won't be comfortable here. Luckily, I have a friend, Wang Hucheng. I'm Jinling Wang, and he's Jiangnan Wang. He's the big shot in Jiangnan province. Of course, in front of the young master, we're both nothing. In any case, young master, if you have any requests, just let him know." Due to his excitement and nervousness, Jinling Wang's words were somewhat incoherent. However, the general meaning was clear. Next to him, Jiangnan Wang Hucheng, quickly bowed to Yifeng and respectfully said, "Wang Hucheng, greetings to the young master." Yifeng glanced indifferently at Jinling Wang and retorted, "Are you trying to curry favor with me?" Instantly, both Jinling Wang and Jiangnan Wang, two formidable kings, trembled all over, unable to resist the urge to kneel. The pressure Yifeng exerted was simply overwhelming. It was strong enough to make them feel despair. They even felt compelled to kneel on the ground. "Why, young master?" Jinling Wang stammered, walking on thin ice. Jiangnan Wang swallowed hard, not daring to say a word. Until Yifeng glanced at Jiangnan Wang and said, "In that case, I'll call him Little Li, and I'll call you Little Wang." Jiangnan Wang was taken aback, swallowed again, and said, "A little Wang Ba?" Jinling Wang quickly pulled him back and said, "Whatever the young master says goes." Only then did Jiangnan Wang react, nodding his head vigorously, saying, "The young master is right, I am Little Wang Ba, Little Wang Ba." Yifeng. Jinling Wang chuckled and said, "Young master, if there are any small nuisances in Jiangnan province bothering you, we can take care of them in no time." Yifeng thought for a moment and said, "In the next few days, keep an eye on my fiance's company, Hallen Group." "Understood, young master." Jinling Wang and Jiangnan Wang's faces lit up with excitement. It was their honor and opportunity to work for Yifeng. After finishing the conversation with the two, Yifeng returned to his apartment. At this moment, Mo Xiangwan was on the phone with her parents, enduring their relentless barrage. After the banquet, the couple was utterly despondent. In their eyes, their family had completely run out of options this time. She rubbed her forehead and said, "Dad, Mom, since this path is chosen by me, I will walk it myself." "What are you talking about? It's a dead end, no matter how you walk, it's still death." Zhanglan said, speechless. "I will find a way." Mo Xiangwan replied perfunctorily and hung up the phone. However, just after hanging up, her cousin Mo Ziqing's call came in again. Mo Xiangwan frowned but ultimately answered the call. Soon, Mo Ziqing's sarcastic voice came through. "Mo Xiangwan, you really are a jinx. The Mo family is ruined because of you, and Grandma is about to be driven to death by you, you jinx. The Mo family has really suffered 8 lifetimes of bad luck to have someone like you." Mo Ziqing was still her usual self, chattering endlessly as soon as she got the chance. But before she could finish, the old matriarch took the phone. A trembling, aged voice came through. "Mo Xiangwan, if you still consider yourself a member of the Mo family, come back quickly. We need to go to the Su family to apologize." Mo Xiangwan's tears flowed again. She had never felt so helpless. But she also knew very well that there was no need to apologize now. Whether she went to the Mo family or the Su family, what awaited her would be endless humiliation and torment. Right now, Mo Xiangwan just wanted to be an ostrich, quietly hiding in her apartment. Soon, the old lady's voice roared from the phone. "Mo Xiangwan, are you even listening to me, huh? Grandma, I don't want to go. Even if I do, Sukai won't let it go easily." Mo Xiangwan wiped her tears and said. The old lady replied, "You can only gain the Su family's forgiveness by going. Su Xiao loves women the most, don't you know what to do? Do I need to teach you this?" Just thinking about how Sukai forced her to undress backstage at the banquet made Mo Xiangwan feel both humiliated and disgusted. Therefore, she absolutely could not present herself to Sukai again. She shook her head firmly and said, "Grandma, I can't go." On the phone, the old lady's voice turned harsh. "Mo Xiangwan, if you dare to defy my decision, do you believe I will make you regret it?" The voices of Mo Ziqing and others came flooding in. "Mo Xiangwan, you heartless one, I can see it now. You must want to drive Grandma to her grave. You really are the Mo family's jinx. Grandma has already given you a chance. You better cherish the opportunity she has given you. Otherwise, your Hallen group can just wait to die." Mo Xiangwan covered her head. The overwhelming voices made her feel a bit overwhelmed. Just then, the sound of the door lock turning came from the entrance. It was Yifeng returning. He walked over to the sofa and sat down, casually picking up an apple to eat. Hearing the voices on the phone, he frowned and said, "Who are you talking to?" By the time Yifeng entered, Mo Xiangwan had already dried her tears. She forced a smile and said, "It's a call from home." "Who? Is it that little white face of yours?" "Mo Xiangwan, you're really funny. You have a good Su Xiao but choose to talk to this little white face. Let him wait. The Su family has already found Ninth Master, and Ninth Master can take care of him in no time. Even if the Su family and Ninth Master don't deal with him, our Mo family will. Mo Xiangwan, if you know what's good for you, hurry up and cut ties with him, or he will ruin you." Mo Xiangwan's face turned extremely ugly, but she didn't know how to refute. At this moment, Yifeng reached out his hand to Mo Xiangwan and said, "Give me the phone, I'll talk to them." "What does this have to do with me?" "Watch your words. Publicly expressed thoughts. Many hands make light work. Extra, extra, the silent lone wolf, there is an extra." Yifeng took the phone from Mo Xiangwan's hand. However, before he could speak, the Mo family's insults came through. "You're just a little white face living off others. What right do you have to talk to us?" "Exactly, you've offended the Su family. Sooner or later, they will deal with you, and you still have the nerve to talk to us. Now our Mo family is in such a passive position, all thanks to you, little white face." Yifeng frowned slightly and said, "I will help Mo Xiangwan turn Hallen Group into a well-known company in Jiangnan province. Considering you are her family, I'm giving you a chance, which is to stand on the same front as her." After saying that, he added, "There is only one chance, you can choose." At this moment, the phone fell into silence. Mo Xiangwan's expression also became extremely strange. Finally, "Ah, little white face, are you trying to make us laugh to death? With you, can Hallen Group even become a well-known company in Jiangnan province? Who do you think you are? Whether Hallen Group can survive is a question. You can't even protect yourself, and you're here bragging. I think your brain is messed up." Laughter from the Mo family came through the phone. It seemed like the whole family was laughing uncontrollably. Finally, Mo Jichou said, "Mo Xiangwan, I've figured it out. You, this pretty boy, have a problem with your head. I see you getting harmed by him sooner or later.
If you want to live, just do as grandma said, and hurry to make amends with Su Xiao, show your sincerity. It seems you don't want to stand on the same front as Mo Shangwan anymore.
Yifeng shook his head and frowned. Hearing this, the Mo family laughed again, naturally launching into another round of cold mockery. Yifeng was too lazy to listen any longer and directly hung up the phone. He had already given the Mo family a chance, it was their own fault for not cherishing it. As he handed the phone to Mo Shangwan, Yifeng said, "Get some rest. I'll help you solve the funding issue tomorrow."
Mo Shangwan felt a bit helpless.
She thought Yifeng's words were utterly unreliable. The funding gap for Hallen Group was over $1 billion. It was not something Yifeng could resolve with just a few words. However, after Yifeng finished speaking, he went straight to the bathroom to wash up, preparing for bed.
Mo Shangwan hesitated, ultimately returning to her bedroom to lie down.
She knew that when the next day arrived, what awaited her and Hallen Group would be the end of the world.
Soon, the sun rose again. A new day had come.
Yifeng and Mo Shangwan arrived at Hallen Group together. On the way, Mo Shangwan received a call from her secretary.
"President Mo, for the financing meeting this morning, we invited several companies, but none have shown interest in attending. Should we cancel?" the secretary asked tentatively. Mo Shangwan forced a bitter smile and said, "Since no one is coming, let's cancel it."
At that moment, Yifeng said, "No need to cancel, let's hold it as planned." Mo Shangwan was about to say something but saw Yifeng's calm face and gaze, which stirred something in her heart.
Could it be that this man really has a way? Could he truly revive Hallen Group?
Just as a glimmer of hope surfaced in her heart, she quickly dismissed it. However, she ultimately told the secretary, "Let's go ahead with the meeting as planned. No need for elaborate preparations, we'll adapt as the situation unfolds."
About 10 minutes later, the two arrived at the company.
At that moment, the secretary rushed over, saying, "President Mo, dozens of reporters have arrived at the meeting venue.
It seems many well-known media from Jiangnan province are here."
That shouldn't be the case. For today's financing meeting, we only sent invitations to a few companies, and the media we invited were very few.
Besides, how could a company of our size attract so much media attention? Mo Shangwan frowned and said.
The secretary shook her head, unsure of what was happening.
However, Mo Shangwan didn't think too much about it and decided to take it step by step.
At 9:30 a.m., the financing meeting began. To Mo Shangwan's surprise, more than a dozen of the companies she had invited actually showed up.
Did these companies have investment intentions?
If that were the case, Hallen Group might not be doomed after all. Thinking of this, as she prepared to take the stage, Mo Shangwan said to Yifeng, "I didn't expect anyone to come to the financing meeting.
Thanks to your good words, perhaps Hallen Group still has hope."
It was clear that Mo Shangwan was in a good mood at that moment, and her fighting spirit was reignited. Yifeng nodded but did not speak.
Soon, it was time for Mo Shangwan to speak.
She tidied her clothes a bit and stepped toward the stage.
"Welcome, everyone, to the financing meeting of Hallen Group.
I believe you have all witnessed the development of Hallen Group over the past few years."
Mo Shangwan briefly introduced the development of Hallen Group, and she did not overly conceal the current financial difficulties they faced.
In order to successfully secure funding, she focused her speech on the future prospects of Hallen Group. After her speech, the room erupted in warm applause. Especially the employees of Hallen Group, who clapped fervently. They all understood that the financing meeting of the day was crucial to the survival of Hallen Group. However, at that moment, a man stood up and said, "President Mo, to be honest, we are not concerned about the difficulties Hallen Group is facing or what kind of development it will have in the future. What we care about is when Hallen Group will settle our company's debts as soon as possible." The man was Zhao Fugue, from the Zhao Group, and typically, 70% of the raw materials used by Hallen Group came from the Zhao Group.
Upon hearing this, Mo Shangwan's expression instantly froze.
She did not expect that Zhao Fugue was not there to invest but to demand repayment. She bit her lip and said, "Mr. Zhao, according to the terms of our contract, we always pay 60% in advance for the raw materials we purchase from the Zhao Group, and the remaining 40% is usually settled within 6 months.
If I remember correctly, there are still 4 months left until the 6-month period, right?"
Zhao Fugue sneered and said, "The contract is one thing, but your Hallen Group is on the verge of bankruptcy.
We certainly cannot wait to be the fools here."
"That's right." At that moment, another man stood up and said, "President Mo, shouldn't we settle the accounts between our two companies as well?" Mo Shangwan staggered. The hope that had just risen in her heart was almost torn to shreds. However, the despair was only beginning, as representatives from various companies continued to stand up, all there to demand repayment. Just as Mo Shangwan was feeling hopeless, a reporter stood up and said, "President Mo, there are rumors that the reason Hallen Group is in trouble is related to your personal life, that you betrayed your fiancé and are keeping a toy boy. Is that true?" As soon as the reporter's words were spoken, the room erupted in an uproar. Countless cameras and video recorders turned towards Mo Shangwan. Everyone was waiting for her response. Clearly, they were more interested in the private life of the beautiful president than in the development issues of Hallen Group. Mo Shangwan looked coldly at the reporter and said, "Your question is unrelated to today's meeting. I refuse to answer." Next, the crowd grew even more tumultuous, and Mo Shangwan's refusal to answer seemed to imply that there was indeed something to it. "President Mo, I suggest you answer my question. Today's meeting is being live-streamed, and your refusal to answer won't solve the problem. Yes, everyone is very concerned about this matter. Moreover, the personal issues of the company owner are closely related to the company's development, so it is very relevant to today's meeting." One question pushed the meeting to a climax, and even the number of viewers in the live stream increased. The reporters on site had already thought of catchy headlines, such as "The beautiful boss of Hallen Group's scandalous private life" and "The beautiful boss of Hallen Group keeping a toy boy." Absolutely eye-catching. Definitely a potential hit. Mo Shangwan frowned. It was clear that she had reached a dead end. In the end, she let out a long sigh. After all, today's financing meeting had already failed. Whether it was a dead end or not no longer mattered. "I refuse to answer. Is there anything else? If not, the meeting is dismissed." Mo Shangwan waved her hand, but she felt an overwhelming sense of desolation. Perhaps this is the last time I will preside over a meeting related to the Hallen Group. After today, there will be no more Hallen Group in Jiangnan province. The employees of Hallen Group on site are filled with mixed emotions. It seems that once the meeting ends, everyone will have to gather for a farewell meal and then go their separate ways. But just then, the door of the conference room was suddenly pushed open. A few people walked in. The leader among them was Su Kai from the Su family. Su Kai's face bore a cold expression as he said, "Mo Shangwan, what qualifications do you have to run a company, and what face do you have to seek financing?" Seeing Su Kai, Mo Shangwan's face turned pale. However, thinking that the worst outcome would be just this, she felt a sense of relief. She stared at Su Kai and said, "What are you here for?" "Our grievances have been settled." Su Kai sneered and replied, "Settled? You've harmed me so badly, and you say it's settled?" At that moment, Su Kai looked somewhat pitiful, his face was swollen, and one of his hands was in a cast. Mo Shangwan bit her lip and said, "This is your own doing." If Su Kai hadn't forced her to undress, Yifeng wouldn't have acted, and Su Kai wouldn't be in such a state. Hearing this, Su Kai let out a strange laugh and said, "My own doing? Let me tell you, I'm here for revenge today." With that, he clapped his hands forcefully. A group of people surged into the conference room, at least 20 of them. The key point was that outside the conference room, there were 78 more people. In other words, Su Kai had brought nearly 100 people with him. Those in the know understood that Su Kai was here to deal with Yifeng. In an instant, many people cast sympathetic glances at Yifeng. Mo Shangwan couldn't help but feel anxious. Just as she was about to speak, the crowd suddenly parted, creating a path. A middle-aged man strode in confidently. It was Lord Jiu. The scene erupted in an uproar. Mo Shangwan's expression changed drastically. She knew very well that today, she and Yifeng could not escape this calamity. "Thank you, Lord Jiu, for coming to support me," Su Kai said excitedly. Ever since he was beaten by Yifeng to the point of being unable to take care of himself, Su Kai had not spent a day without thinking of revenge. But Yifeng was too strong. Neither he nor any of the Su family's bodyguards were a match for Yifeng. Now that he had finally invited Lord Jiu, surely with just one word from him, Yifeng would have to kneel. Lord Jiu arrogantly nodded and said, "Good, who hit you? Let him step forward." Su Kai looked around and said, "I'm here today to announce two things. One is to prove my innocence. I was engaged to Mo Shangwan first, and she betrayed me later with a pretty boy. This can be testified by the people of Hallen Group." After he finished speaking, someone from Hallen Group stood up. One of them was the head of the Human Resources Department, who said, "I am the head of the Human Resources Department of Hallen Group. I can testify to what young Master Su said. The dead end that Hallen Group has reached today is closely related to Mo Shangwan's downfall." Another person stood up and said, "I am Mo Shangwan's driver. I can prove that she found a pretty boy. By the way, that person is the pretty boy Mo Shangwan found." As he spoke, he pointed at Yifeng. The eyes of everyone in the room immediately focused on Yifeng. The crowd began to murmur, undoubtedly condemning Mo Shangwan and Yifeng. Su Kai wore a smile of triumph. What he wanted was for Mo Shangwan to be utterly disgraced, until she had nowhere to turn. At that time, how to deal with the other party would surely be up to him to decide. He continued, the second thing is to break off the engagement. Today, I am going to annul my engagement with Mo Shangwon. As his words fell, he pointed at Mo Shangwon with an incredibly sharp gaze. Mo Shangwon's delicate body trembled. She had become the target of everyone's scorn. After today, she would probably be like a rat in Jiangnan province, with everyone wanting to hit her, right? The others shook their heads, unable to understand what Mo Shangwon was thinking. Why would she not love the good Su Shao and instead get involved with a pretty boy? It was simply a case of playing a good hand poorly. Just then, a cold voice came through. My fiancé, what right do you have to break off the engagement? Yifeng said slowly as he stood up. Upon seeing this scene, everyone widened their eyes in shock. Was this pretty boy really that bold? Su Kai had brought over 100 people, and with the support of Lord Jiu, was he not just asking for death by stepping in? A hint of despair appeared on Mo Shangwon's face, but with Yifeng charging in so recklessly, she couldn't stop him at all. Hearing Yifeng's words, Su Kai's face twisted in anger as he pointed at Yifeng and said, Kid, you're about to die, and you still dare to talk like that? Just wait. Saying this, Su Kai walked over to Lord Jiu and respectfully bowed. Lord Jiu, it's him. Please take action. Good, good. Lord Jiu was twisting 2 walnuts in his hands. He looked at his subordinates, slowly pointed at Yifeng, and said, Get rid of him for me. Yes, Lord Jiu. Over 100 people let out a thunderous roar. In an instant, Su Kai's face became excitedly twisted. Mo Shangwon's face turned pale as blood drained from it. The crowd around them cast sympathetic glances at Yifeng. They all knew that Yifeng was finished. With Lord Jiu's command, over 100 subordinates sprang into action. They all wanted to present their best selves in front of Lord Jiu. At the very least, they had to beat this young man who had offended Su Shao to the ground, begging for mercy. However, just then, Lord Jiu took a good look at Yifeng's appearance. In an instant, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Previously, he had not taken Yifeng seriously at all. After all, no matter who the other party was, they were all beings he could crush with his bare hands. Moreover, he didn't even need to take action himself. His subordinates could easily take care of the opponent. The reason he came to the scene was simply because he had received money from the Su family, so he came to clock in. But the moment he saw Yifeng clearly, he was completely stunned. The night before last, the king of Jiangnan had summoned Lord Jiu and other subordinates for a very important meeting. During the meeting, the king of Jiangnan announced an important matter. He had just recognized a master. At first, Lord Jiu and the others were puzzled. Why would such a powerful figure as the king of Jiangnan want to recognize a master? Wouldn't it be better to be the boss himself? However, when the king of Jiangnan introduced his master, Lord Jiu and the others understood and were shocked. They could hardly imagine that such a terrifying existence existed in this world. In an instant, they all praised the king of Jiangnan's wisdom. After all, good birds choose the right tree to perch on. By aligning himself with a powerful master, the king of Jiangnan's position in Jiangnan province would undoubtedly become even more secure. Even looking at the entire southeastern coast, the king of Jiangnan had the strength to compete for the top position. At that time, the king of Jiangnan even took out a photo of his master to show Lord Jiu and the others, saying that all subordinates must keep their eyes peeled and absolutely not offend this great Buddha. After looking at the photo, Lord Jiu and the others exclaimed that the other party was young. Even these days, Lord Jiu has been lamenting that the master of the king of Jiangnan is too young. The key point is that at such a young age, he possesses such terrifying strength and status. It is absolutely astonishing. However, Lord Jiu never expected to meet the master of the king of Jiangnan so soon. Moreover, he brought people with him, intending to deal with the other party. Thinking of this, Lord Jiu's legs began to weaken and tremble. If he provoked this great Buddha, not only would he, Lord Jiu, kneel, but even the king of Jiangnan would have to kneel and die. Seeing a group of subordinates rushing towards Yifeng, ready to take action, Lord Jiu's scalp went numb, and all the hairs on his body stood on end. Stop! He shouted. Instantly, the excited group of subordinates halted, looking at Lord Jiu in confusion. Everyone was puzzled, looking at Lord Jiu. He quickly walked towards Yifeng. One of the chattering subordinates couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong, Lord Jiu? Didn't you say you were going to kill him? You even said you would do it yourself." Everyone suddenly understood. It was probably because Yifeng was too arrogant and had angered Lord Jiu, so he wanted to take action himself. Su Kai was excited. If Lord Jiu took action himself, Yifeng wouldn't have 100 lives to spare. However, I'll personally deal with your mother. I'll be the one to kill you first. Lord Jiu slapped the subordinate's face, and his fists rained down like a storm, hitting the other party fiercely. After beating him to the ground, Lord Jiu hurriedly walked towards Yifeng.
Yi Feng glanced at Lord Jiao and impatiently said, Lord Jiao, what's going on? Are you going to take action or not? Mo Shangwan was almost going crazy. She felt Yi Feng was looking for death, actually charging headfirst into danger. She quickly covered Yi Feng's mouth and said, You should say less. However, the next second, Mo Shangwan's mouth dropped open in shock. The cold demeanor she had vanished, replaced by a hint of cuteness. Thud. Lord Jiao directly knelt in front of Yi Feng, repeatedly bowing his head. Young master, I didn't know it was you. I was wrong. Lord Jiao's head hit the ground hard, striking the floor. Thud, thud, thud. The sound reverberated in everyone's ears. The scene fell into dead silence, a pin drop could be heard. But in everyone's hearts, a storm was brewing. They couldn't understand how Lord Jiao suddenly knelt down and was bowing so earnestly. This was unscientific. Su Kai was even more bewildered. Lord Jiao was brought in by the Su family to deal with Yi Feng, and they had spent a lot of money. How could he start by kneeling to Yi Feng? The key point was that such a prominent figure as Lord Jiao was kneeling before a young man. Did he have no pride? Lord Jiao, what's wrong with you? Didn't we agree on this before? Su Kai asked anxiously. Lord Jiao instantly exploded in anger. What do you mean agreed? Get someone to smash his mouth, kill him. A group of subordinates were instantly dumbfounded. What? I said to kill him, are you all deaf? Lord Jiao roared. In an instant, these subordinates reacted and rushed towards Su Kai without hesitation. Su Kai's screams echoed in the conference room. However, soon, he could only collapse on the ground, groaning. Seeing this scene, everyone's minds were filled with question marks. Mo Shangwan grabbed Yi Feng's arm, her beautiful eyes fixed on him, a terrifying thought emerging in her mind. Could it be that Yi Feng was someone even Lord Jiao feared? At this moment, Yi Feng coldly glanced at Lord Jiao and asked, Do you know me? Lord Jiao trembled all over, speaking cautiously, I am a subordinate of the King of Jiangnan. The King of Jiangnan specifically instructed us. Yi Feng nodded and said, So you are under Xiao Wang. Today's financing meeting for Hallen Group, take your people and leave immediately, don't disrupt our financing. Yes. Old Nine nodded like a drum, quickly preparing to leave with his men. Just then, a few more people entered the conference room, including Su Jiaxu Su Guanqing and Su Kai's mother Li Xinyue. They had originally come to vent their anger for their son, but upon arriving, they were stunned. They didn't know if their son was angry or not, but he was lying on the ground, breathing heavily. Son! Li Xinyue rushed to Su Kai and helped him up. Su Kai let out a painful scream. Tears streamed down Li Xinyue's face in heartache. Old Nine, what on earth is going on? Su Guanqing asked in an accusatory tone. Old Nine snorted coldly and said, Su Kai brought this upon himself, he has no one to blame but himself. And you Su family, kneel down and apologize to Mr. Yi immediately, or be prepared to be expelled from Jiangnan province. Su Guanqing was furious and said, Old Nine, you traitorous scoundrel, do you really think that my Su family can't get things done without you? Old Nine sneered, you can call anyone you want, but today, if anyone dares to touch Mr. Yi, Old Nine, will not rest until I settle the score with them. At this moment, Li Xinyue went completely mad and said, Su Guanqing, our son has been bullied like this, you must give me an explanation. Call Jiangnan Wang to bring people here, and if that doesn't work, call the old man who is cultivating in Kunlun Mountain. In any case, Yi Feng and Mo Shangwan must die today. Just then, a loud voice came from the entrance. Jiangnan Wang is here. The sudden voice jolted everyone. Jiangnan Wang has arrived. Everyone turned to look at the entrance, unable to help but speculate whether Jiangnan Wang was also a helper brought by the Su family. Although they didn't know why, Old Nine had turned against them at a critical moment. But if Jiangnan Wang stood with the Su family, Yi Feng would still be doomed. Mo Shangwan thought of this too, her eyes filled with worry again. Soon, a tall man quickly entered the conference room. It was Jiangnan Wang. After entering the conference room, he scanned the room and his gaze landed on Yi Feng before quickly moving away. He took a deep breath and said loudly, I'm here to invest. I want to invest 200 million. I hope Hallen Group will accept it. Wow! The crowd erupted instantly. Many faces showed excitement. They didn't expect Jiangnan Wang to come to invest. Didn't that mean he was on the same side as Mo Shangwan and Yi Feng? At that moment, Mo Shangwan was stunned, her beautiful eyes looked at Yi Feng in disbelief, only to find Yi Feng was incredibly calm. It was as if he was not surprised at all by Jiangnan Wang's investment. Unconsciously, Mo Shangwan recalled what Yi Feng had said, that he would handle the investment matters. Could it be that Jiangnan Wang's investment was related to Yi Feng? Mo Shangwan was frightened by her own thoughts. However, before Mo Shangwan and the others could finish their shock, several more voices came from the entrance.
Chen Group from Jiangnan Province, investing 100 million in Hallen Group, hope Hallen Group will accept it. Jinxiu Group from Jiangnan Province, investing 200 million in Hallen Group, hope Hallen Group will accept it. Wei Group from Jiangnan Province, investing 200 million in Hallen Group, hope Hallen Group will accept it. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen big shots had arrived on the scene. Each one of them is a representative of their respective families, and many are even the heads of their households. The total investment from these families and groups has already reached as much as 1.5 billion. Once these investments are secured, the Hallen Group will completely shake off its crisis and may even soar to new heights. The crowd looked at Imo Shangwan in disbelief. They had originally thought she was finished, utterly finished, but they never expected such a result. At the same time, everyone knew very well that a successful woman either has a powerful man behind her or is with a powerful man. Clearly, not to mention the men who slept with Mo Shangwan's mother, even those who slept with her grandmother wouldn't rank in the entire Jiangnan province. Therefore, there is only one possibility: the man who sleeps with Mo Shangwan is powerful. Instantly, everyone's gaze fell on Yifeng. Could it be that this man is not the kept boy of Mo Shangwan at all? In fact, the opposite is true. Mo Shangwan is the one being kept by this man? After all, with Mo Shangwan's looks and figure, it wouldn't be surprising at all for a man to keep her. Su Guangqing took a deep breath and walked over to Jiang Nanwang. Are you really going to oppose my Su family for this kid? Don't forget, our Su family's old master is still cultivating on Kunlun Mountain. In the eyes of the old master, you people are nothing. Many from the prominent families present agreed with Su Guangqing's words. Looking across the entire Jiangnan province, across all of Huaxia, and even the whole world, truly powerful families must have real strength. Otherwise, no matter how much wealth and resources they have, they will ultimately be plundered. The old master of the Su family stepped into Kunlun Mountain over a decade ago and has already reached the level of a top-tier powerhouse. If anyone dares to touch the Su family, when the old master returns, they will surely face annihilation. Even Jiangnan Wang is nothing but a minor player in front of the top powerhouses of Kunlun Mountain. However, in the face of Su Guangqing's warning or threat, Jiangnan Wang's expression showed no change. On the contrary, a cold smile appeared on his lips as he whispered a few words to Su Guangqing. The crowd couldn't hear what Jiangnan Wang said, but they saw Su Guangqing's eyes widen in shock. His face even turned pale, and his body began to tremble involuntarily, as if he had heard something extremely terrifying. Before anyone could react, Su Guangqing suddenly let out a roar. "You waste of a son, I'll kill you." Then, they saw Su Guangqing charge at the fallen Su Kai, starting to punch and kick him. Su Kai, who had already been beaten to a pulp, let out a miserable scream and tried to flee. But Su Guangqing was like a mad tiger. He even picked up a wooden stick from the ground and chased after Su Kai, striking him fiercely. In just a moment, Su Kai knelt down. Su Guangqing swung the stick down hard onto Su Kai. Accompanied by Su Kai's screams, blood continuously sprayed from his mouth. Seeing this scene, everyone present was petrified. Even a tiger does not eat its young. How could Su Guangqing be so ruthless? This was clearly a rhythm to beat Su Kai to death. The key question is, what on earth prompted Su Guangqing's attitude to change 180 degrees? What exactly did Jin Lingwang say to Su Guangqing just now? Su Kai's mother, Li Xingyue, cried out in panic, rushing to hold Su Guangqing, saying, "Stop hitting him, please stop. If you hit him anymore, our son will die. If he dies, then so be it. I, Su Guangqing, have no such waste of a son." Su Guangqing was like a madman, kicking Li Xingyue away and continuing to strike Su Kai with the stick. Finally, put. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Su Kai completely fainted. In fact, Su Guangqing felt pain in his heart for hitting his son. However, he did not dare to linger for even a moment because Su Kai had offended Yifeng. Just now, the king of Jiangnan had informed him that Yifeng was the founder of the Gure Pharmaceutical Group. Moreover, Yifeng was not just the founder of the Gure Pharmaceutical Group, that was merely the tip of the iceberg of his identity. Su Guangqing understood better than anyone how terrifying the Gure Pharmaceutical Group was. He was even more acutely aware that the horror of the Gure Pharmaceutical Group did not lie in the fact that it had launched medicines that could almost cure all ailments, but in its confrontation with the world-class Ruihue Pharmaceutical Group, which had caused Ruihue Pharmaceutical Group to collapse overnight, uprooting even the families and forces behind it. One must ask, who exactly was Yifeng to possess such means? Therefore, Su Guangqing had no doubt that the founder of the Gure Pharmaceutical Group was just the tip of the iceberg of Yifeng's identity. He was even more certain that as long as Yifeng uttered a word, the entire Su family would be completely annihilated. By then, even if the old man practicing in Kunlun Mountain came, it would be of no use. Thinking of this, Su Guangqing suddenly knelt before Mo Shangwan, repeatedly bowing his head and saying, "Ms. Our Su family was wrong, please forgive us, please forgive us. He knew very well that for Yifeng, the Su family was like ants. And if the Su family wanted to survive, they had to start with Mo Shangwan. Seeing Su Guangqing kneeling before Mo Shangwan, desperately bowing, everyone was stunned. Mo Shangwan was also taken aback. She never expected such a result. She had originally thought that after today, the Hallen group would cease to exist. Yet she never imagined that so many companies and families would invest in her. Even the king of Jiangnan had come. And the Su family head, who had been so aggressive before, was now kneeling before her. Everything was simply too surreal. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but look at Yifeng again. She was almost certain that all of this was somehow related to Yifeng. Ultimately, the financing meeting came to a successful and satisfying conclusion. The employees of the Hallen group couldn't help but cheer. This wave would surely bring the Hallen group back to life. And the media that Su Kai had brought in also very consciously deleted the unpublished articles, as well as all photos and videos. After the meeting ended, Mo Shangwan pulled Yifeng into her office. Yifeng, was today's matter related to you? Mo Shangwan asked, staring at Yifeng. Yifeng nodded calmly. Although Mo Shangwan had already known the outcome, she was still filled with shock at this moment. She couldn't help but grab Yifeng's arm, breathing rapidly as she asked, "How did you get the king of Jiangnan and the others to invest? Who exactly are you?" At that moment, Mo Shangwan realized she had lost her composure. After all, everyone had their own secrets. And given her closeness to Yifeng, it was clearly inappropriate to ask so directly. However, seeing that Yifeng did not seem angry, Mo Shangwan felt relieved. Yifeng thought for a moment and said, "This is what we agreed upon before, I will help you resolve these matters." Did Yifeng do all this just because of his promise? Did it have nothing to do with who he was? Mo Shangwan's heart suddenly sank into immense disappointment. Just as she was about to say something, Yifeng's phone suddenly rang. "I'll take this call." Yifeng glanced at the caller ID and turned to leave Mo Shangwan's office. Watching Yifeng's retreating figure, Mo Shangwan bit her plump lips. The scenes that had unfolded earlier flashed before her eyes like a movie played in reverse. The moment when Su Kai and Li Xinyue insulted her, and Yifeng decisively intervened. The moment when Su Kai attempted to humiliate her, and Yifeng descended from the sky. The recently concluded financing meeting, where Yifeng sat calmly, yet controlled everything. These images were so impactful, striking deep into Mo Shangwan's heart. Was everything she did merely because she gave him the jade pendant? Was it just because of the promise between the two of them? Thinking of this, her heart became even more chaotic. After Yifeng left Mo Shangwan's office, he answered the phone while walking towards his own office. The call was from Zheng Hanyan. However, as soon as the call connected, it was not Zheng Hanyan's voice that came through, but CeCe's. "Daddy." The little one's voice was soft and sweet. A smile finally appeared on Yifeng's indifferent face as he said, "CeCe, do you listen to mommy at home?" "I listen, CeCe is very obedient. Mommy said she would take CeCe to see daddy." The little one sounded very excited. Yifeng was taken aback, then he heard Zheng Hanyan take over the call, saying, "Yifeng, there's something I didn't mention to you in advance. I'm planning to move the headquarters of Gure Pharmaceutical Group to Jiangnan Province, or establish a branch there. In short, with the current scale of Gure Pharmaceutical Group, the hidden costs of transportation in Jinling have increased quite a bit." Yifeng thought for a moment and said, "You can take care of the company, you have full authority." Although for many people, Gure Pharmaceutical Group was a cash cow, even a money printing machine, for Yifeng, he did not value the company's ability to make money at all. His original intention in establishing Gure Pharmaceutical Group was to alleviate some suffering in the world. Moreover, he did not want to waste too much time managing the company, as he had many other things to do. Soon, Zheng Hanyan's cheerful voice came through the phone. "Since you agreed, I'll go to Jiangnan Province in the next couple of days. I'm planning to invest in building a branch and a production base there, and I can just hand over these projects to your fiancé." Upon hearing this, Yifeng's expression became strange. Yifeng, I need to apologize. We had someone investigate you. Actually, it was mainly because you left, and both Sweki and I really miss you. We wanted to know how you were doing in Jiangnan Province. You won't be angry, right?" Zheng Hanyan asked tentatively in a low voice. Yifeng frowned and said, "I noticed someone was following me yesterday. If you had said that a little later, those who were investigating me might have ended up dead." Zheng Hanyan on the other end of the line was startled. She had witnessed Yifeng's strength many times. If Yifeng really wanted to take action against those tracking him, even if they had 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough. Please don't take action. We meant no harm," Zheng Hanyan quickly said. Yifeng did not dwell on the matter, saying, "When are you coming over? I'll pick you up." Zheng Hanyan was overjoyed, saying, "I'll arrive at 8 a.m. tomorrow at the Zhengnan high-speed railway station." Shortly after Zheng Hanyan finished her call with Yifeng, she had Gure Pharmaceutical Group release a major announcement. Gure Pharmaceutical Group was about to head to Jiangnan province to establish a branch, and the company's business would primarily focus on the branch. This news was released and instantly swept across Jiangnan province. All the prominent families in Jiangnan province were excited and envious. They were well aware of the value of Gure Pharmaceutical Group and understood what its creator represented. No matter which family it is, as long as they board the aircraft carrier that is the Gure Medical Group, they are bound to soar to great heights. Therefore, even before Zheng Hanyan arrived in Jiangnan province, many top families and companies in Jiangnan had already extended olive branches to Gure Medical Group. There were countless eager investors, and many companies and families even offered to provide free office space and factories for Gure Medical Group. The most excited were the families with eligible daughters, all pondering whether they could establish a connection with the creator of Gure Medical Group. If the other party were to take a liking to their daughters, it would undoubtedly be a leap to success. Upon hearing this news, the Mo family was also thrilled. The elderly matriarch, who had not been in good health recently, suddenly seemed invigorated, calling an emergency meeting of all Mo family members overnight. Thus, as Mo Shangwan and Yifeng just got off work, they were pulled to the Mo family. At this moment, the Mo family villa was brightly lit. The matriarch sat in her grand chair, her wrinkled face filled with excitement. Gure Medical Group is coming to Jiangnan province to establish a branch and build factories. This is an opportunity we must seize. The matriarch looked at the gathered Mo family members and said, "Grandma, all the big families and corporations in Jiangnan want to collaborate with Gure Medical Group. Do we even have a chance?" Mo Jichou said with a bitter face. The others nodded, agreeing with Mo Jichou's reasoning. Although they were all eager for the Mo family's rise, they were acutely aware that some circles were impenetrable. Forcing their way in would only lead to humiliation. Smack! The matriarch's hand slammed down on the armrest of her chair as she said, "Whether there is a chance or not, we can only find out by fighting for it. If we don't even try, there will definitely be no opportunity." Upon hearing the matriarch's words, many Mo family members lowered their heads. It wasn't out of shame, but rather fear that the matriarch would assign them the task of seizing opportunities. For those who did not understand the rules of this world, the matriarch's words were mere platitudes. As members of the Mo family, they understood the underlying logic of how this world operated far better than ordinary people. A group like Gure Medical Group, with such a strong background and destined to enter the world's top 100 sooner or later, would not even spare a glance at the Mo family. No matter who from the Mo family went to negotiate, they would likely become a laughingstock in the circle. I heard that when Gure Medical Group arrives in Jiangnan province, their first task will be to build office buildings and factories. This is a major project. Is there anyone who wants to represent the Mo family to discuss this? The matriarch scanned the room. No one spoke. The matriarch's face immediately fell, her gaze sweeping over everyone. She looked at Mo Shangwan's family, snorted coldly, and said, "Mo Chingy, Mo Shangwan, since you two are already at rock bottom, the Mo family can't rely on you anymore. Just don't drag the Mo family down, and I'll be grateful." Upon hearing this, Mo Chingy and Jian Lan buried their heads even lower. Mo Shangwan bit her lip, remaining silent. At this moment, the matriarch turned to the eldest of the Mo family, Mo Jichou's father, Mo Changren, and asked, "Changren, how about you take care of this matter?" Mo Changren felt like crying and said, "Mom, I know you want the Mo family to rise again, but a company like Gure Medical Group would never look at a small company like ours. I think." Smack! Before Mo Changren could finish, the matriarch's hand had already slammed down on the armrest again, saying, "Useless. If you can't get anything done, just shut up." At this moment, Mo Zicheng's eyes lit up as she said, "Grandma, I think we should let Mo Shangwan go. Because of her, our Mo family has offended the Su family, and she should make amends. Yes, it's most suitable for Mo Shangwan to handle this matter. This is also your chance to make amends." That's right, if it weren't for Mo Shangwan being so willful back then, our Mo family would have already allied with the Su family, and there would be no need to curry favor with Gure Pharmaceutical Group now. Mo Zicheng's words immediately resonated with many present. After all, everyone was afraid that the situation would fall on their own heads. If they could push it onto Mo Shangwan, that would be best. Mo Shangwan bit her lip, feeling very angry. These so-called relatives were truly disheartening. Upon hearing this, Mo Chengyi and Jian Lan became anxious. "No, why should Mo Shangwan handle something you all can't manage?" Mo Chengyi said. Mo Changren sneered and said, "I say, brother, if you put it that way, you lack conscience. All these years, we've been working hard for the Mo family's company,
But what about your family? Now, just because you're asked to negotiate a business deal, you have such a defeatist attitude? In an instant, Mo Chingyi found himself at a loss for words. Mo Shangwan bit her lip and retorted directly, "Second uncle, if you're going to say that, then I have no need to hold back. It was your idea to push my parents out of the company, wasn't it? Mo Shangwan, how can you speak to me like that?" Mo Chingyi said angrily. Although the Mo family knew that Mo Chingyi and Jiang Lan being kicked out of the company was related to him, some things were better left unsaid in private than brought to light. Mo Ziqing snorted coldly and said, "Mo Shangwan, can you stop changing the subject? If you don't want to do what grandma assigned, just say it outright." Just as Mo Shangwan was about to speak, the old lady also snorted coldly and said, "Mo Shangwan, this matter is entrusted to you. Do you have any objections?" In fact, the old lady thought the possibility of cooperating with Gure Pharmaceutical Group was very slim, but to give up directly was also unsatisfactory. Since that was the case, letting Mo Shangwan go could be seen as trying a dead horse as a live one. Seeing the old lady turn her attention to her, Mo Shangwan suddenly lost her temper. Although she was the cold and strong female president in the company, like the rest of the Mo family, she feared the old lady the most. The old lady was quite capable, and the Mo family's lifeline was firmly in her grasp. Noticing Mo Shangwan biting her lip, looking hesitant, the old lady waved her hand and said, "Since you have no objections, then this matter is settled." The Mo family members immediately breathed a sigh of relief, secretly delighted that they had finally pushed this hot potato onto Mo Shangwan. Although Mo Shangwan's family had their own strong opinions, they ultimately had to accept their fate. However, at that moment, an untimely voice interrupted, "If you want us to negotiate, that's fine, but if we succeed, what benefits do we get?" The voice belonged to Yifeng. As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately drew criticism from many. Mo Ziqing sneered and glared at Yifeng, saying, "You're just Mo Shangwan's kept man, you have no place to speak here." Yifeng sneered and replied, "What I, Yifeng, want to say can be said anywhere, it's not up to you to dictate." "What did you say?" Mo Ziqing instantly exploded. The others also began to scold him, sharing the same sentiment as Mo Ziqing. Yifeng was merely Mo Shangwan's kept man, just someone living off her, and had no right to speak at the Mo family's meeting. Mo Jichao stepped forward, sneering, "You want conditions, right? It's simple. If Mo Shangwan fails to negotiate, you kneel and bow to me 3 times, then the Hallen group will go bankrupt and be acquired by the Mo family's company. How about that?" As soon as Mo Jichao said this, the Mo family members' eyes lit up. Even the old lady couldn't help but want to applaud. Due to the withdrawal of investment from the Mo family and various other reasons, the Hallen group fell into crisis. However, before this, the Hallen group was doing very well, to the point that even the Mo family felt envious. If the Mo family could take over the Hallen group this time, it would be a huge profit for them. Therefore, upon hearing Mo Jichao's words, Mo Chingyi and Jiang Lan couldn't help but want to curse. If the Hallen group was taken away by the Mo family, they would truly have nothing left. Yifeng stared at Mo Jichao and said, "Fine, but if Xiangwan successfully negotiates, you have to kneel and bow 3 times to her, and furthermore, the Hallen group must completely sever ties with the Mo family, with Xiangwan being the sole owner." Yifeng had studied the equity structure of the Hallen group. When the old lady invested, she left a loophole, so even if she withdrew her investment, she still held shares in the company. Upon hearing Yifeng's agreement, the Mo family members were delighted, while Mo Chingyi and Jiang Lan shot a fierce glare at Yifeng, feeling that he was just being ridiculous and unable to hold back their reprimands. However, Mo Xiangwan stopped her parents, looking at Yifeng's back, lost in thought. Although she also felt that it was impossible for her to negotiate a partnership with Gure Pharmaceutical Group, at this moment, she held a glimmer of hope for Yifeng. What if the negotiation succeeded? Mo Jichao and the others did not expect that Yifeng would agree to such conditions. They truly thought that this freeloading pretty boy was just a fool. Mo Jichao thought of something and said to the old lady, "Grandma, this matter cannot be based on words alone, I think it's necessary to sign an agreement. What if they don't honor it later?" "That's right, such a big matter should have a written agreement." Everyone nodded in agreement. The old lady nodded and looked at Mo Xiangwan, asking, "Mo Xiangwan, you haven't expressed your stance, do you agree with what he said?" Mo Xiangwan bit her lip and said, "I will listen to Yifeng." The expressions on everyone's faces instantly became incredibly interesting. They truly doubted whether Mo Xiangwan had been drugged by Yifeng, as they said that a woman in love had her intelligence dropped to 0. "Alright, Jichao, you draft the agreement," the old lady said. Upon hearing this, Mo Chingyi and Jiang Lan became anxious. "Xiangwan, you can't sign this agreement, you won't be able to negotiate it." Mo Xiangwan shook her head and said, "Dad, Mom, I want to take a gamble this time, please don't interfere." Soon, the agreement was drafted. Mo Jichao printed it out, showed it to the old lady, and then handed it to Mo Xiangwan, saying, "Sign here." Yifeng took the agreement and said, "This agreement needs to be modified. If Xiangwan succeeds in the negotiation, the Mo family and the Hualin group will have no further relationship, whether in shares or management rights, and this needs to be signed by the old lady." "Impudent! Who gave you the audacity to set conditions with grandma?" Everyone scolded. The old lady snorted coldly, staring at Mo Xiangwan, saying, "Mo Xiangwan, is this your intention?" Meeting the old lady's gaze, Mo Xiangwan felt a bit scared. But she still bit her lip and said, "I will listen to Yifeng." The old lady slowly nodded and said, "Good, very good, Jichao. Go modify the contract according to what he said." "Okay, Grandma." Mo Jichao nodded, glaring fiercely at Yifeng and Mo Xianwan before running off to modify the contract. In fact, in his view, it didn't matter whether it was modified or not. After all, Mo Xianwan wouldn't be able to negotiate it anyway. When the contract was printed out, Mo Xiangwan and Yifeng signed it, and the old lady and Mo Jichao also signed it. A little over 10 minutes later, Mo Qingyi, Jian Lan, and Yifeng left the Mo family villa. Mo Qingyi and Jian Lan hung their heads, looking at Yifeng as if he were an enemy. "Xiangwan, come home for dinner tonight. Your dad and I have something to discuss with you," Jian Lan said to Mo Xiangwan. Mo Xiangwan glanced at Yifeng and asked, "Do you have time?" Yifeng nodded slightly, indicating that he had time. Seeing this scene, Mo Qingyi and Jian Lan felt a surge of anger. Their daughter had always been very opinionated and strong-willed. How could she now need to ask Yifeng even for a meal? Could it be that this kid had really bewitched their daughter? Or was it that their daughter had fallen for him? The key was that this kid had no merits other than being somewhat handsome. Soon, they arrived home. Jian Lan busied herself in the kitchen. After a while, she said to Mo Xiangwan, "Xiangwan, there are still 2 dishes left to cook. Can you help me out?" "Okay, Mom." Mo Xiangwan didn't think much of it and went to the kitchen to get busy. Jian Lan then walked into the living room, approached Yifeng, who was sitting on the sofa, and coldly said, "Stand up, we need to talk to you." Yifeng frowned and replied, "If you have something to say, just say it. Why do I need to stand? What kind of attitude is that?" Jian Lan was very angry. All right, let's just sit and talk." Mo Qingyi pulled Jian Lan back. Jian Lan snorted coldly and said, "You are not worthy of Xiangwan. To avoid delaying her, you should leave her immediately." Mo Qingyi echoed, "That's right. Being with a useless man like you will only ruin her. There are many young masters in Jiangnan province who like Xiangwan. Even if she closes her eyes and picks one, he would be better than you." Yifeng frowned again and said, "According to the time I agreed with Xiangwan, I can't leave yet. Besides, she needs my help right now." Jian Lan immediately laughed. "Xiangwan needs you? Are you kidding me? You don't even have a house. You're living in Xiangwan's house, and you don't have a car either. A man with nothing, and you say Xiangwan needs you?" Yifeng shrugged and said, "That's right." Jian Lan was about to explode with anger. "I see you as a scoundrel. How can you be so thick-skinned? I really doubt how Xiangwan could have fallen for you." Just then, Mo Xiangwan walked out of the kitchen and happened to hear Jian Lan's words. She quickly sat down and said angrily, "Mom, if you say anything more about Yifeng, I won't stay at home." She knew very well that Yifeng had been helping her these days, fulfilling their previous agreement. Moreover, she slowly realized that Yifeng seemed like a black hole, a deadly black hole. No one knew how deep this black hole was, nor what was hidden within it. She even felt that she was slowly getting trapped inside. However, upon hearing Mo Xiangwan's words, Jian Lan and Mo Qingyi were both stunned. Was this still their daughter? When had their daughter ever cared so much about a man? "Xiangwan, if you trust him so much, he will ruin you. Not to mention, just the agreement you signed with your grandmother today is enough to make you lose everything," Jian Lan said indignantly. Mo Xiangwan bit her lip and replied, "This is what I want to sign myself. Life has to be a gamble sometimes, or else there won't even be a chance to win." After saying that, Mo Xiangwan pulled Yifeng towards the kitchen and said, "Yifeng, I want to make a cold dish. Can you help me out?" She was afraid that if Yifeng stayed in the living room, her parents would say something again. Yifeng didn't mind and went to the kitchen with Mo Xiangwan. As a result, Mo Xiangwan found that once Yifeng was in the kitchen, she had nothing to do. Yifeng took on all the tasks, cooking the dishes and preparing the cold dish in one go. She even noticed that Yifeng's flipping of the spatula was somewhat cool. Even the chef in a movie she had watched called The God of Cooking didn't have a fraction of Yifeng's flair. In just 10 minutes, Yifeng had completed 2 hot dishes and prepared 1 cold dish. "All right, let's go eat," Yifeng said. "Yifeng," Mo Xiangwan gently called out. "What's wrong?" Yifeng glanced at Mo Xiangwan, a questioning look on his face. Emo Shangwan bit her lip and said with a half-smile, "What if, by the time we agreed upon, I've already fallen in love with you?" Hearing Emo Shangwan's words, Yifeng was slightly taken aback and looked at her. Emo Shangwan's face suddenly turned red, and she felt a bit regretful. Was she indirectly confessing to Yifeng? Wasn't that a bit too forward? How could she not have realized that, as a proud daughter of heaven, she had fallen so quickly? Seeing Yifeng looking over, Emo Shangwan's heart raced. She steeled herself, thinking that if she was going to confess, then so be it, maybe she could win Yifeng over. After all, as the old saying goes, a woman chasing a man is like a veil between them. With that thought, Emo Shangwan nervously and expectantly awaited Yifeng's response. However, Yifeng stared at Emo Shangwan for a moment before saying, "Let's go eat." Emo Shangwan. Soon, the group sat down to eat. Emo Chingy and Jiang Lan shot Yifeng a glare, finding him displeasing in every way. At that moment, Jiang Lan took a bite of the dish, her eyes suddenly widening as she stared at Emo Shangwan and said, "Shangwan, the stir-fried celery with meat is so delicious. I've never had such tasty stir-fried celery with meat before. Did you go somewhere special to learn how to cook?" Seeing Jiang Lan's exaggerated reaction, Emo Shangwan frowned and said, "I didn't make this dish. Is it really that good?" Saying this, she picked up a piece of celery with her chopsticks and put it in her mouth. Instantly, her beautiful eyes widened as she looked at Yifeng in disbelief and said, "Yifeng, how is your cooking so good?" Initially, Emo Shangwan thought Jiang Lan was being dramatic, but now she was even more exaggerated than Jiang Lan. Seeing this scene, Emo Chingy couldn't help but say, "It's just stir-fried celery with meat, an ordinary home-cooked dish. How good can it really be?" As he spoke, he took a bite, but the next second, his expression changed. "Shangwan, you said this stir-fried celery with meat was made by Yifeng?" Emo Chingy asked in astonishment, "This is way too delicious. I've had stir-fried celery with meat in 5-star hotels, and it doesn't even compare to this." Emo Shangwan nodded and said, "The stir-fried celery with meat was made by Yifeng. I didn't help at all." The three of them turned to Yifeng and asked in unison, "Yifeng, how is your cooking so good?" Yifeng shrugged and said, "It's okay, I specifically learned how to cook before." The three were shocked, genuinely wondering if Yifeng's master was a Michelin-starred chef. Soon, Jiang Lan let out another exclamation, "Oh my, this braised ribbonfish is also delicious." Jiang Lan looked as if she could cry from how good it was. This was also made by Yifeng. Emo Shangwan said, taking a bite herself. It's so good." Emo Shangwan said sincerely, feeling as if she had been struck by a bolt of inspiration. Emo Chingy couldn't wait to try a bite and was immediately conquered by the indescribable deliciousness. Emo Shangwan looked at Yifeng with a different gaze and couldn't help but say, "Yifeng, I find you like a black hole, making me more and more interested." Emo Chingy and Jiang Lan also looked at Yifeng with unusual expressions. However, before Yifeng could speak, Jiang Lan snorted coldly and said, "The cooking is good, but a man's hands are not meant for cooking. Can you really bring happiness to Shangwan through cooking?" "Mom, what are you talking about?" Emo Shangwan said angrily. "Shangwan, your mom is right," Emo Chingy said. Emo Shangwan stood up angrily and said, "Dad, Mom, if you mention Yifeng again, I'm leaving right now." Emo Chingy. Jiang Lan. At that moment, the elderly couple deeply felt the helplessness of their daughter growing up and not being able to keep her. "Yifeng, don't be angry, I apologize to you on behalf of my parents," Emo Shangwan quickly said to Yifeng. "Let's eat." Yifeng waved his hand, seemingly ignoring Emo Chingy and Jiang Lan. Emo Chingy and Jiang Lan felt a bit stifled but remained silent. Just after finishing dinner, Emo Shangwan's phone rang. She picked up her phone and glanced at it, a hint of surprise appearing on her face as she said, "It's a call from Lu Rui." Upon hearing this, Jiang Lan excitedly said, "Rui, the young lady from the Lu family in the capital? Quickly ask her what's going on, maybe she can help you make connections and secure a partnership with Gure Pharmaceutical Group." Lu Rui was Emo Shangwan's college classmate and the daughter of the Lu family in the capital. The two had a very close relationship, inseparable during their university days. Later, they even traveled abroad together, deepening their bond. Emo Shangwan answered the call, saying, "Rui, what made you think of calling me?" "Shangwan, I'm on a layover right now, I'll be in Jiangnan province in 2 hours," Lu Rui's voice came through the phone. Emo Shangwan's beautiful eyes widened slightly in surprise as she said, "You're coming to Jiangnan province? Why the rush? Is there something going on?" Lu Rui replied, "Of course there's something, and it's a big deal." "What big deal could a young lady from the capital have in Jiangnan province?" Emo Shangwan asked curiously. Lu Rui said, "Shangwan, Gure Pharmaceutical Group is coming to Jiangnan province to establish a branch. You know about this, right?" "Of course, this news has spread all over Jiangnan province," Emo Shangwan replied. "I'm coming for Gure Pharmaceutical Group. Lu Rui's voice was filled with excitement. Mo Shangwan realized and asked, Rui, is the Lu family going to collaborate with Gure Pharmaceutical Group? Lu Rui said, we are definitely seeking cooperation.
You should know that Gure Pharmaceutical Group has revolutionized the entire pharmaceutical industry. Their products are selling at very low prices, and they are already making a fortune. If they want to turn a profit, it won't take long before they become the most profitable company in the world.
Mo Shangwan's face showed shock. I know Gure Pharmaceutical Group is impressive, but I didn't expect them to be this powerful. Lu Rui laughed and said, actually, the main reason I'm coming to Jiangnan province is that I want to join Gure Pharmaceutical Group. They are establishing a new company and are in need of people.
Their HR department has already contacted me, asking me to start in the next few days.
Mo Shangwan couldn't help but feel confused and said, aren't you working for your family's group? Why come all the way to Jiangnan province?
Lu Rui paused for a moment, then smiled and said, Shangwan, to be honest, don't laugh at me, but the main reason I want to work for Gure Pharmaceutical Group is because of its founder.
The founder of Gure Pharmaceutical Group? Mo Shangwan was stunned. Lu Rui said, my grandfather had someone investigate it.
The founder of Gure Pharmaceutical Group is very young, about our age. Let me tell you, he was able to create Gure Pharmaceutical Group and make Pfizer Group and the family behind it vanish into thin air, which means he must be from the Dragon Country, one of those few families that truly hold power in the world.
Oh.
Mo Shangwan nodded, as if she understood, but also seemed not to understand. Lu Rui continued, the development of our Lu family has reached its limit. It's hard to make any progress. If we want to achieve a leap, there's only one way, and that is through marriage. If I can get close to the founder of Gure Pharmaceutical Group and become his woman, our Lu family can rise to a new level.
Oh. This time, Mo Shangwan completely understood.
At this moment, Lu Rui was as excited as a tape recorder, saying, men conquer the world to conquer women, and women conquer men to conquer the world.
I, Lu Rui, will be the woman who conquers the world by conquering men. Hearing Lu Rui's words, Mo Shangwan couldn't help but be stunned.
In her impression, Lu Rui, who came from the capital, was like a proud peacock.
Countless men had once wanted to win over this proud peacock, but all had been rejected by Lu Rui.
Now, Lu Rui had seemingly transformed into a lovesick girl, even running from the capital to Jiangnan province for a man.
What kind of man could be worthy of Lu Rui's tumultuous journey? Mo Shangwan was curious to see what kind of man could make Lu Rui so infatuated and crazy. Rui, you landed at Jiangnan International Airport, right?
I'll go pick you up later.
Mo Shangwan said. That's right, Jiangnan International Airport. By the way, Shangwan, I'm getting on the plane now. Let's talk more when we meet.
After Lu Rui finished speaking, she hung up the phone. At that moment, Mo Shangwan held the phone, still feeling incredibly surreal. Lu Rui's words had truly overturned her perception of this close friend.
I didn't expect the proud Lu Rui would come to Jiangnan province for a man, Mo Shangwan said with deep emotion.
At this time, Zhang Lan pouted and said, Shangwan, you need to be more aware.
I heard what Rui said just now. She's 100 times smarter than you. Unlike you, Sai, how can I say something good about you? Mo Chingy nodded and said, your mom is right.
Lu Rui knows that as long as she marries the right man, she can not only win the whole world but also help her family rise to a new level. But you, Shangwan, had such a good opportunity to marry into the Su family, yet you chose Yifeng.
Now we are in such a passive position, isn't it all your own doing? Mo Shangwan.
At that moment, Zhang Lan suddenly slapped her thigh excitedly and said, I think we can think about this from a different angle. Since Lu Rui can come from the capital to Jiangnan province to win the favor of the founder of Gure Pharmaceutical Group, our Shangwan can too.
Shangwan is a famous beauty in Jiangnan province. Mo Chingy nodded vigorously, unable to help but give Zhang Lan a thumbs up. Makes sense. Yifeng, hearing Lu Rui as well as Mo Chingy and Zhang Lan's words, couldn't help but show a helpless expression.
He didn't expect that Zhang Hanyan's plan to establish a branch in Jiangnan province would lead to so many events. Even Mo Shangwan's close friend had come from the capital. Seeing that the two were about to say something again, Mo Shangwan quickly stood up and said, Mom and Dad, I'm going to pick up Rui.
Saying this, Mo Shangwan pulled Yifeng and left.
After leaving the house, Mo Shangwan said, I'm going to the airport to pick up Lu Rui. Come with me, and when we get back, you can drive us while my best friend and I chat.
Mo Shangwan looked at Yifeng, her beautiful eyes filled with anticipation.
Yifeng thought for a moment and said, sure.
Mo Shangwan happily linked her arm with Yifeng's and walked towards the underground parking lot. When they arrived at the airport, they waited for a while at the exit of the hall, and soon Lu Rui appeared. She was a cold and sexy woman, around 26 or 27 years old, wearing a violet dress that accentuated her perfect figure.
Beneath the dress were a pair of stunningly long legs, and on her painted toenails were crystal high heels. Most importantly, there was an air of nobility about her that could only be cultivated by someone from a prominent family. When Lu Rui saw Mo Shangwan, a smile appeared on her exquisitely made-up face, and she waved from a distance.
Rui. Mo Shangwan also happily walked towards Lu Rui. The two women, both of whom were infinitely close to perfection in appearance and figure, embraced tightly. Passers-by nearby couldn't help but glance over, astonished. After all, such high-caliber beauties were rare even in a place like the airport, and to see two at once was unexpected. Mo Shangwan pulled Lu Rui over to Yifeng and introduced them with a smile. Hello. Lu Rui nodded slightly at Yifeng as a greeting. Yifeng merely nodded in response. Lu Rui was taken aback. In her view, any normal man would lose composure upon seeing her, seeking opportunities to shake hands or engage in deeper conversation. She didn't expect Yifeng to act otherwise. The key point was that he not only didn't do that but also didn't even look at her. Lu Rui frowned slightly, but she quickly figured it out. She thought that Yifeng's lack of eye contact was a tactic of feigned indifference, a rather cliched approach. Soon, the three of them got into the car, and Yifeng drove away from the airport while Mo Shangwan and Lu Rui happily chatted in the back. They were very close friends who hadn't seen each other in a long time, so there was no shortage of topics to discuss. Yifeng focused on driving, not interrupting or glancing at the two women. From the moment they got in the car, Lu Rui had been observing Yifeng, wanting to see if he would steal a glance at her. If Yifeng were to sneak a look through the rearview mirror, it would mean his aloofness was an act, a game of feigned indifference. However, Lu Rui didn't expect that Yifeng was completely focused on driving and hadn't looked at her at all. Lu Rui's brows furrowed. This man was quite the actor, wasn't he? Unable to hold back, she asked Mo Shangwan, Shangwan, is this gentleman your driver? At her words, Mo Shangwan was taken aback, then blushed slightly as she replied, Yifeng is my fiancé. What? Lu Rui's eyes widened as she asked, Shangwan, did you say he's your fiancé? I must have misheard. Mo Shangwan bit her lip and said, you heard correctly, Yifeng is my fiancé. Lu Rui swallowed hard, her expression becoming quite animated. I didn't expect our beautiful Mo, who has had countless suitors since school, to reject them all, leading many to say there's something wrong with your orientation. Turns out there's nothing wrong, haha. By the end, Lu Rui couldn't help but burst into laughter, her body shaking with mirth. Since it was already quite late, Mo Shangwan directly took Lu Rui to the hotel. Yifeng did not follow them upstairs but waited in the car for Mo Shangwan. Rui, you rest first. I'll treat you to a welcome dinner tomorrow, Mo Shangwan said with a smile. Lu Rui hugged Mo Shangwan tightly and said, oh, Shangwan, your figure has improved again, much better than when you were in college. Don't rush to leave, I have something to ask you. Mo Shangwan opened Lu Rui's hands and said, don't touch me randomly. What do you want to ask? The two best friends sat down on the sofa, and Lu Rui said, Shangwan, your fiancé is quite handsome. So you are a face control person. By the way, what does his family do, and what does he do? I need to vet him for you. Mo Shangwan rolled her eyes and said, Yifeng doesn't have a job right now, he's still investigating his background. What? Lu Rui's eyes widened in shock. Investigating his background? So he has no family? He doesn't have a job either? Shangwan, are you crazy? How could you let such a man be your fiancé? Lu Rui looked at Mo Shangwan, her expression one of disbelief. In her view, although Mo Shangwan's family background wasn't as good as hers, in terms of looks, figure, and temperament, she was not inferior at all. How could such a talented woman choose an ordinary man as her fiancé? Mo Shangwan, however, wore a helpless and bitter smile and said, you don't need to worry about me. Yifeng and I are childhood sweethearts. We made a betrothal agreement many years ago. Lu Rui looked stunned. Childhood sweethearts? My goodness, what era is this? There are still childhood betrothals? Are you kidding me? Even if it was agreed upon many years ago, you can still oppose it. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Mo Shangwan's face. When she first learned about her engagement to Yifeng, she indeed wanted to oppose and escape. But now, she found herself not wanting to escape. Thinking of this, she smiled and said, I think Yifeng is quite good. Besides, it doesn't really matter who a woman marries. After all, it's all about living a lifetime. Upon hearing Mo Shangwan's words, Lu Rui's eyes widened, and she seemed a bit flustered. She touched Mo Shangwan's head and asked, Shangwan, are you running a fever, or has the Yifeng cast a spell on you? With your conditions, you could easily find a man who is 1,000 times better than Yifeng. Mo Shangwan laughed and said, a man 1,000 times better than Yifeng? That should not exist in this world, right? Although she didn't know much about Yifeng, she was sure that he was definitely not an ordinary man. Lu Rui looked speechless and helpless, saying, Yifeng doesn't even have a family, which means he has no family support, and he doesn't have a job. I see he can only rely on others for a living. With his conditions, there are plenty of men who are 1,000 times better than him. Just think about the founder of Gure Pharmaceutical Group, isn't he 100,000 times better than Yifeng? No, 1,000,000 times better. As she spoke, Lu Rui's face showed a dreamy expression. Mo Shangwan rolled her eyes and said, I see you only have eyes for that founder of Gure Pharmaceutical Group, you're almost becoming infatuated. Alright, you don't need to worry about my matters. Yifeng is still waiting for me downstairs, I won't talk to you anymore. As she said this, Mo Shangwan prepared to leave but was pulled back by Lu Rui. Shangwan, let me ask you, is it because Yifeng is handsome that you've fallen for him? Generally, women in love have their IQ drop to negative numbers. Lu Rui opened her mouth and couldn't stop. Shangwan, let me ask you, have you already given yourself to him? Has he already taken advantage of you? You've never been in a relationship before, right? Let me tell you, a woman's first time is crucial. If used well, it can yield tremendous rewards. Mo Shangwan was left speechless and said, Rui, what are you thinking about? Do you want to treat yourself as a commodity? Lu Rui said solemnly, Shangwan, let me tell you, you can only get the greatest return if you treat yourself as a commodity. For example, I can easily find a man of equal status, and it's not hard to find a man stronger than me, but they can't change my fate. The creator of the Gure Pharmaceutical Group is different. As long as I become his woman, he will elevate the Lu family to the peak, and I can walk with him to the pinnacle of the world, overlooking all the beings in this world. After hearing Lu Rui say so much in one breath, Mo Shangwan felt a bit confused and suddenly found her best friend in front of her somewhat unfamiliar. It seemed like the college friend who used to share snacks and watch movies with her was a distant memory. Mo Shangwan touched her head and said, Rui, as your best friend, of course, I wish you well. If you really can reach the pinnacle of the world, then I, as your best friend, can also benefit from it. That Yifeng is still waiting for me, so I'll leave first. Lu Rui pouted and said, well, as a best friend, you don't even want to stay with me a little longer. I can see it now, that man is the most important to you. Stop talking nonsense. You've been on a plane for so long, you should rest well. Mo Shangwan said helplessly. Just thinking about meeting the creator of the Gure Pharmaceutical Group tomorrow makes me so excited that I can't sleep at all. Lu Rui said with a lovesick expression. Mo Shangwan. Soon, Lu Rui saw Mo Shangwan to the door. When they parted, Lu Rui grabbed Mo Shangwan again and said, Shangwan, if you haven't given yourself away yet, don't let the Yifeng succeed. That way, your trump card is still in your hands. Mo Shangwan. Alright, I got it. I'm leaving now. Mo Shangwan, afraid that Lu Rui would continue to instill her theories, quickly responded and left. As she went downstairs, Mo Shangwan felt a bit surreal. How did that once proud friend, like a peacock, suddenly become so lovesick? Is the creator of the pharmaceutical group really that enchanting? Soon, Mo Shangwan went downstairs and returned to the apartment with Yifeng. The next day came in the blink of an eye. Yifeng originally planned to pick up Zhang Hanyan, but he received a call from her in the morning. Due to some matters to handle, Zhang Hanyan had already taken a special car the night before and arrived in Jiangnan province, and she would be busy with office building matters all day. Then you focus on your work tomorrow, and we'll have dinner together in the evening, Yifeng said. He entrusted all company matters to Zhang Hanyan and didn't inquire further. Just after hanging up, Yifeng's phone rang again. It was Mo Shangwan's call. Yifeng, I was planning to pick up Rui for a welcome lunch, but I can't book a hotel now. I have a lot on my plate, can you help me check for hotels? Mo Shangwan said anxiously. Yifeng nodded and said, okay, leave it to me. I didn't drive to the company today. When the time comes, can you pick up Rui? Then send me the hotel address, and I'll take a taxi over. Mo Shangwan instructed again. After hanging up, Yifeng directly called Jiangnan Wang. Jiangnan Wang was surprised that Yifeng would call him and quickly patted his chest to assure, don't worry, my lord. I guarantee to book the best hotel in Jiangnan province for you, the best private room. Not long after hanging up, Yifeng received a text from Jiangnan Wang, who sent over the address, 8th floor of the Xiangxieli Hotel, Junlin Tianxia private room. After receiving the text, Yifeng forwarded it to Mo Shangwan. Around 11 o'clock, Yifeng drove to the hotel where Lu Rui was staying. Before long, the elegantly dressed Lu Rui stepped out of the hotel in high heels. Yifeng exited the driver's seat and waved at Lu Rui. Just then, a large G-Class vehicle sped over. The G-Class stopped, and a man got out of the car. It was Mo Jichao. Rui, you traveled all the way to Jiangnan province, why didn't you call me? I've already booked a hotel and plan to treat you to a meal at noon. Mo Jichao quickly walked up to Lu Rui, his face full of eagerness. Seeing Mo Jichao, Lu Rui was taken aback. She wasn't very familiar with him. Back in college, she would come to Jiangnan province for a few days every holiday and stayed at the Mo family villa, so she knew people like Mo Jichao. She hadn't expected him to come pick her up, so she smiled and said, "Actually, it's fine. Xiangwan and Yifeng have already booked a hotel, and Yifeng is here to pick me up." Yifeng. Following Lu Rui's gaze, Mo Jichao saw Yifeng, and immediately a look of disdain appeared on his face. He said, "Rui, let me tell you, this Yifeng is just a good-for-nothing who relies on others. He loafs around all day and has no skills, yet Mo Xiangwan treats him like a treasure. She even ruined a good marriage alliance with the Su family for this guy. I'm telling you, don't get too close to this pretty boy." Although Mo Jichao was a man, he opened his mouth and spoke in one breath. The amount of information was overwhelming. Lu Rui took a long time to digest Mo Jichao's words, and she was stunned. Initially, she thought Mo Xiangwan had found a useless man, but now it seemed the situation was worse than she had imagined. Moreover, it appeared that Mo Xiangwan had ruined a decent marriage for Yifeng, which was truly foolish. Lu Rui felt that she needed to have a serious talk with Mo Xiangwan, otherwise, the latter would definitely regret it later. Jichao, thank you so much for coming to see me, but I have plans with Xiangwan for lunch, so I'll be leaving now. With that, Lu Rui prepared to get into Yifeng's car. Calling him Jichao made Mo Jichao's heart soar. In fact, he had long had his eye on Lu Rui. After all, she was a top-tier beauty. Not only that, but she was also the daughter of the Lu family in the capital. Whoever could win her over would definitely reach the pinnacle of life. This was also why Mo Jichao was so proactive. Of course, Mo Jichao's parents and the entire Mo family fully supported this, hoping he could climb the social ladder. They even gave him 500,000 to ensure he made a good impression on Lu Rui today. Seeing Lu Rui about to get into Yifeng's car, Mo Jichao quickly blocked her and shot Yifeng a glare, saying, "Rui, I booked a private room at the Champs-Élysées Hotel for lunch, the best hotel in Jiangnan province. Why don't you come with me? I've already made plans with Xiangwan and Yifeng." "How about this, Jichao, I'll treat you next time," Lu Rui said, feeling quite awkward. Mo Jichao waved his hand and said, "Since it's already decided, let's all go together. After all, we all know each other." Together? Lu Rui looked at Yifeng and couldn't help but ask, Mr. Yi, is it okay if we go together?" Yifeng replied, "I have no objections." Mo Jichao sneered and said, "What opinion could a good-for-nothing like you have? If we go together, it'll be a good chance for you to see what level the Champs-Élysées Hotel is." Yifeng chuckled and said, "What level could the Champs-Élysées Hotel be? Just a mediocre level." You. Mo Jichao couldn't help but want to curse, but Yifeng had already gotten into the car. He rolled down the window, signaling Lu Rui to get in. Just as Lu Rui was about to get in, she was stopped by Mo Jichao again. "Rui, why don't you take my car?" In Mo Jichao's view, Yifeng was driving an ordinary BMW, while he himself was in a luxurious Mercedes. Therefore, Lu Rui would definitely choose to ride in his car. Of course, from Lu Rui's perspective, it didn't matter whose car she sat in. But when Yifeng saw that she hadn't gotten into his car, he started the engine and said, "Then we'll meet at the Champs-Élysées Hotel." Seeing this, Lu Rui's eyes widened in disbelief. Mo Jichao was so attentive, trying to get her into his car, while Yifeng was so indifferent, not caring at all whether she chose to ride with him. As a woman of privilege, Lu Rui had never experienced such neglect. "Yifeng, wait for me." She couldn't help but blurt out, getting into Yifeng's car without hesitation. Once inside, she took the passenger seat and frequently glanced sideways. She couldn't deny that Yifeng was indeed quite handsome, and his physique was impressive, making the overall impression much better. She even thought that, purely based on appearance, none of the men she had known before could compare to Yifeng. However, she felt different from Mo Xiangwan. Mo Xiangwan was superficial, but she wasn't the type to seek out a pretty boy. Yet, thinking about Yifeng's attitude towards her made her furious. Especially now, as Yifeng remained silent, focused on driving, like a ride-hailing driver. At that moment, Lu Rui suddenly thought of something and asked, "By the way, Yifeng, are we going to pick up Xiangwan?" Only then did Yifeng finally glance at Lu Rui and say, "Xiangwan is going on her own. If we're going to eat at the Champs-Élysées Hotel, shouldn't you let Xiangwan know?" Lu Rui reminded him. Yifeng replied, "No need, we booked the Champs-Élysées Hotel too." Oh. Lu Rui hadn't expected that Mo Xiangwan had also booked the Champs-Élysées Hotel. It was known that the Champs-Élysées Hotel was the most famous hotel in Jiangnan province, where a meal could easily cost over 100,000. It seemed her best friend really valued her. At that moment, Mo Jichao was driving behind them. Mo Ziqing was in the passenger seat, trimming her nails. How did Lu Rui end up in that Yifeng's car? This won't do. Mo Ziqing said. Mo Jichao replied angrily, that good-for-nothing Yifeng is ruining my chances, but it's fine.
Once we get to the Champs-Élysées hotel and Rui sees the private room I booked, she will definitely understand my intentions.
Mo Ziqing nodded and said, you have to work hard. As long as you can win over Lu Rui, the entire Mo family will benefit.
By then, you'll be the hero of the Mo family, and who knows, Grandma might even make you the head of the family.
Hearing this, Mo Jichao's face lit up with excitement as he said, of course, this is my opportunity, and it's also our Mo family's chance.
Naturally, Mo Jichao wanted to win over Lu Rui not just to climb the social ladder, but more importantly, Lu Rui was an extraordinary beauty, and it seemed she had never even been in a relationship.
Winning over such a woman would be a significant blessing in life.
At that moment, Mo Ziqing thought of something and said, actually, I also have someone I like, and my crush is even more impressive than Lu Rui. If I could become his woman, our Mo family would directly reach the pinnacle of Long Country.
Are you joking? Who is your crush? Mo Jichao asked curiously. Mo Ziqing replied, you don't know? The founder of Gure Pharmaceutical Group.
Soon, Gure Pharmaceutical Group will establish a branch in Jiangnan province, and he will definitely come over.
Right now, countless women in Jiangnan province want to marry him.
Speaking of which, Mo Ziqing opened her phone and pulled up a photo, saying, I've already had someone investigate this. The founder of Gure Pharmaceutical Group is very young, and his last name seems to be Yi.
This is a photo that's been circulating online.
Mo Jichao glanced at the photo and saw a very tall man with an incredibly broad back and an inverted triangle physique. A man like this would be absolutely terrifying in terms of his appeal to women.
So handsome.
I really can't wait to become his woman.
Mo Ziqing said with a lovesick expression.
Mo Jichao looked at his sister's infatuated demeanor, and the corners of his mouth twitched. His sister liked to wear makeup, but even with it, she only had about 70% of the looks. The key point was that Mo Jichao knew Mo Ziqing seemed to have had several boyfriends already, and she often spent nights out at clubs, so she was pretty much used up.
And now she was thinking about trying to hook up with the founder of Gure Pharmaceutical Group? Mo Jichao really wanted to tell Mo Ziqing, what are you thinking? Soon, the group arrived at the Champs-Élysées hotel.
Before this, Mo Shiyuan had already arrived and was waiting at the hotel entrance. Seeing Yifeng and Lu Rui get out of the car, Mo Shiyuan happily went to greet them. However, she quickly noticed Mo Jichao and Mo Ziqing getting out of the luxury car, and her brows furrowed slightly. After stopping the car, Mo Jichao quickly ran up to Lu Rui and smiled, saying, Rui, let's go. I've already booked a private room. As he spoke, Mo Jichao glanced at Mo Shiyuan and whispered, the private room is booked by me, and it's a VIP room. It'll cost at least hundreds of thousands, so you and your little white face can just tag along and broaden your horizons.
Hearing Mo Jichao's words, Mo Shiyuan was instantly furious and couldn't help but say, the private room here was clearly booked by Yifeng, okay? At her words, not only did Mo Jichao laugh, but even Mo Ziqing chuckled. I say, Mo Shiyuan, you're overestimating your little white face too much. Can you take out hundreds of thousands for a meal? Or can he? Mo Ziqing said disdainfully. Mo Shiyuan snorted coldly and said, you both think too highly of yourselves and too lowly of Yifeng.
At her words, Mo Ziqing couldn't help but laugh. It really is true that love makes one blind. In your eyes, this little white face living off a woman is a great hero.
Mo Ziqing, if you keep talking about Yifeng like that, I won't be polite with you. Mo Shiyuan finally couldn't hold back anymore. Mo Ziqing laughed mischievously and said, not being polite with me? What, do you want to hit me or something?
At that moment, Yifeng shot a cold glance at Mo Ziqing and said, if you say one more word, I'll throw you out of here immediately. Instantly, Mo Ziqing shivered in fear, feeling as if death was staring at her, and she even wet her pants a little.
Mo Jichao couldn't stand it anymore and angrily shouted, Yifeng, you little white face living off a woman, do you really think you're something? Who are you threatening? You damn. Slap.
Yifeng slapped him hard. The force of the slap was so great that Mo Jichao was sent flying. He got up from the ground, completely dazed. He hadn't expected Yifeng to strike directly, nor did he expect the other party to be so strong. Moreover, he was very aware that he had long been drained by wine and women and was no match for Yifeng. But being hit in front of the woman he liked, Mo Jichao couldn't take it anymore. He gritted his teeth and said resentfully, Yifeng, you dare hit me? Do you believe that? Yifeng shot a cold glance at Mo Jichao, a chilling aura emanating from him. In an instant, Mo Jichao felt as if death was staring at him, and he didn't dare to say another word. Originally, Yifeng thought that Mo Jichao and the others were Mo Shiyuan's relatives and didn't want to bother with them. But these two siblings kept calling him a gigolo, endlessly nagging, which had long since made Yifeng lose his patience. If it weren't for the fact that they were Mo Shangwan's relatives, they would have been dead by now. Lu Rui didn't expect such a scene to unfold. At this moment, as an outsider, she was undoubtedly the most awkward one. She quickly tried to smooth things over, saying, "We're all here to enjoy a meal together, let's not make it unpleasant." Mo Shangwan wrapped her arm around Yifeng's, saying, "Let's not stoop to their level." Yifeng nodded slightly. Mo Jichao bit his lip, deciding to endure for now. The most important thing was to win Lu Rui's favor. As for Yifeng, after the meal, he had plenty of ways to make the other party pay. Mo Zicheng quickly changed her expression to a smile and said to Lu Rui, "Sister Rui, we're all very happy that you could come to Jiangnan province. My brother has been looking for a hotel since he heard you were coming. It took several people to finally book this one." Mo Jichao also stepped in front of Lu Rui and said, "Rui, come with me." The group entered the lobby of the Xiangxieli Hotel, only to find it filled with service staff. Not only that, but a red carpet had also been laid out, as if welcoming some important figure. As they walked in, a staff member immediately approached them with a smile, asking, "Are you all together?" Mo Jichao genuinely wanted to say that Yifeng and Mo Shangwan were not with them. He had budgeted hundreds of thousands for tonight and didn't want those two to mooch off the meal, especially since they could ruin his plans. However, Lu Rui smiled and said, "We're all together." "Then please come in." The lead staff member quickly replied with a smile. But at that moment, she saw Yifeng, and her pupils instantly widened. Earlier, the hotel manager had gathered them for a meeting, saying they were to welcome a big shot, a VIP of the Jiangnan King, someone even the Jiangnan King had to rely on. They had already seen a photo of that big shot. Everything the hotel had prepared was for this person. Now, they were seeing that big shot. "Ladies, please follow me." The lead staff member worked hard to calm her emotions and led them into a private room called Junlin Tiantang. When they saw the name of the room, both Mo Shangwan and Mo Jichao were taken aback. Mo Jichao frowned and said, "I thought I booked the Shuyafang room. This Junlin Tiantang seems to be the best room in the Xiangxieli Hotel." The lead staff member secretly glanced at Yifeng and then said, "You are our hotel's most distinguished guests. This room is more fitting for your status." Mo Zicheng realized and whispered to Mo Jichao, "It must be because of our Mo family's reputation. After all, we are considered a not-so-small family in Jiangnan province." Mo Jichao nodded, his face full of pride, and said, "Today, we are hosting this beautiful lady, an important guest from the capital. You must treat her well." Upon hearing this, the lead staff member responded with utmost respect, "Please rest assured, we will provide the highest standards of service." Since Yifeng was a big shot whom even the Jiangnan King had to rely on, and Mo Jichao was Yifeng's friend, they naturally had to show him 100% respect. Seeing this scene, even Lu Rui revealed a hint of surprise. She hadn't expected the Mo family's status in Jiangnan province to be so high. Soon, the group entered the private room. As soon as they sat down, a variety of dishes began to flow in, as if the entire hotel was serving just one room. Not only that, various open fine wines were also brought up. At this moment, Mo Jichao couldn't help but frown and asked, "We haven't even ordered yet. How come the dishes are already served, and the wine is opened? Is there a mistake? We haven't even ordered yet. How come the dishes are already served, and the wine is opened? Is there a mistake?" In fact, not only Mo Jichao had such doubts, but the others also wore puzzled expressions. They hadn't ordered anything at all. How could so many dishes and drinks have been brought up? The main issue was that the speed of service was too fast. Could it be that the entire Champelasis hotel was serving just this one private room? However, the leading staff member quickly smiled and said, "You are our hotel's most distinguished guests, and the dishes and drinks in the Junlin Tiantang private room are all set menus, which are our hotel's highest standard. So that's how it is." Mo Zicheng suddenly realized, feeling for the first time that her knowledge was insufficient as a rich girl. Mo Jichao nodded as if he understood and said, "I forgot just now. Once you reminded me, I remembered that the Junlin Tiantang private room has set menus." After saying that, he raised his wine glass, full of enthusiasm and warmth, and said to Lu Rui, "Rui, today we specially prepared this to welcome you. I hope your trip to Jiangnan province will be enjoyable." Lu Rui smiled and said, "Thank you, you shouldn't have gone to such expense." Just that one sentence made Mo Jichao feel elated, and he continued to be attentive, saying, "Rui, you're being too polite, this is what I should do." After the meal, the few of them were full and satisfied. Although they had all seen the world, today's food and service still gave them an unprecedented experience. One must say, you get what you pay for. After leaving the private room, Mo Jichao went to the front desk to settle the bill. He took out his bank card and slapped it on the counter, saying, "Junlin Tiantang private room, settle the bill." Now he had over 500,000 in his card, absolutely wealthy. The Mo family was not a top-tier family, and Mo Jichao's father had not become the head of the Mo family, so he could only be considered a relatively fallen rich second generation. His usual pocket money was only in the tens of thousands. Now, carrying such a large sum made him feel like a nouveau riche. The receptionist at the front desk respectfully took the bank card and said, "Please wait a moment, sir. The total is 8.9 million, please enter your password." The receptionist smiled as she looked at Mo Jichao, her gaze changing. Although she was used to seeing wealthy people casually spending tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands on a meal, it was still rare to see someone spend several million at once. "What did you say? How much is the total?" However, when Mo Jichao heard the receptionist's words, he stumbled, thinking he had misheard. The receptionist maintained a professional smile and said, "Sir, the total is 8.9 million. Mo Jichao's eyes widened as he asked, "Are you joking? We 5 people had a meal, how could it cost several million?" Besides Yifeng, the others also showed unusual expressions and said in unison, "Yeah, is there a mistake? If a meal really cost 8.9 million, even Lu Rui, who came from the capital, would have to lament that poverty limited her imagination." The girl turned the screen towards a few people and said, "I haven't made a mistake, this is the bill. Please take a look, today's dishes are all treasures from our hotel, many of which were airlifted from their origin on the same day. Moreover, 80% of the expenses are for drinks, specifically the 1947 Chateau Whitehorse red wine, priced at $300,000 per bottle, the 1869 Chateau Lafite red wine, priced at $280,000 per bottle, and the 1787 Chateau Margaux red wine, priced at $270,000 per bottle." Hearing the girl's words, Mo Jichao was utterly bewildered. He couldn't help but blurt out, "What kind of international joke is this? A bottle of wine for $300,000, that's equivalent to 2 million. Do you think I didn't graduate from elementary school?" Upon hearing Mo Jichao's words, the girl immediately looked embarrassed. At that moment, Lu Rui thought of something and said, "The 1947 Chateau Whitehorse red wine, the 1869 Chateau Lafite red wine, the 1787 Chateau Margaux red wine? The 3 red wines we just drank were actually these 3. As far as I know, these 3 red wines were purchased by a wealthy businessman from Jiangnan province at an auction in Yinjing 3 years ago." The girl at the front desk smiled and said, "What this lady said is correct. Later, our Champelasis Hotel acquired these 3 bottles of wine as our hotel's treasures." Mo Jichao was speechless and couldn't help but angrily say, "Did you serve us such expensive wine with our consent? Without our consent, this is robbery." Now he couldn't care less about anything else. Although the Mo family could easily take out over 8 million, if Mo Jichao's family had to come up with 8 million, they would probably go bankrupt. The girl at the front desk also showed a hint of panic. Could there be some misunderstanding? After saying that, she directly picked up the intercom to call the service staff for the Junlin Tiantang private room. Mo Ziqing was also questioning her life. She whispered to Mo Jichao, "This Champelasis hotel is owned by the king of Jiangnan, right? We definitely have to pay this money today, otherwise, if we offend the king of Jiangnan, even our Mo family can't withstand it." Hearing the name of the king of Jiangnan, Mo Jichao was frightened. But he knew very well that he couldn't come up with 8.9 million, his family couldn't come up with that amount either. If the Mo family had to pay this money, the old lady would definitely vent her anger on them. Thinking of this, he steeled his heart, pulled Yifeng to the front desk, and said, "Yifeng, didn't you say this private room was booked by you? Now it's time to settle the bill, so you pay." Saying this, he pushed Yifeng towards the front desk and was about to escape. Seeing this scene, Mo Shangwan panicked. "Mo Jichao, what do you mean?" Mo Jichao gritted his teeth and said, "I mean nothing. It was you who said this freeloader booked the Junlin Tiantang private room. I booked the Shui Yifeng private room, so it should be you who pays the bill." Yifeng waved his hand impatiently and said, "Since you have no money to pay, just get lost." Mo Jichao looked at Yifeng with disdain and sneered, "Fine, you're so impressive. Hurry up and settle the bill." After saying that, he was about to flee in a panic, completely disregarding any attempts to curry favor with Lu Rui. If this matter went wrong and offended the king of Jiangnan, he might end up paying with his life. Compared to a beautiful woman, clearly, life was more important. Mo Ziqing quickly followed behind. Seeing this scene, Lu Rui couldn't help but shake her head. Mo Jichao was truly lacking in responsibility. Although 8.9 million was a lot, with so many people pooling together, it was still manageable. "Xiangwan, Yifeng, let's chip in a bit. I have a few million in my card," Lu Rui said. However, Yifeng waved his hand and said, "No need, I can handle it myself." Seeing this scene, Mo Jichao and Mo Ziqing were stunned. Mo Shangwan was also taken aback. Yifeng could actually come up with
9 million? Lu Rui shook her head even more, feeling that Yifeng couldn't possibly take out 9 million. Was the other party just putting on a show? Just then, as Yifeng took out his bank card, a man in a suit, surrounded by several staff members, quickly walked over. Upon seeing Yifeng, the man's face immediately showed a look of horror. He was the manager of the Champs-Élysées Hotel. Before this, he had arranged everything that the king of Jiangnan had instructed. However, because the king of Jiangnan had instructed not to disturb Yifeng, he did not come out to greet him or stay by his side. But he had miscalculated one small detail, which was the issue of the meal expenses. The Champs-Élysées Hotel was owned by the king of Jiangnan, and Yifeng was the king of Jiangnan's young master. Therefore, Yifeng dining at the Champs-Élysées Hotel naturally did not need to settle the bill. But now, Yifeng was settling the bill. Wasn't this slapping the king of Jiangnan in the face? Thinking of this, the hotel manager broke out in a cold sweat. If this matter was not handled well, he wouldn't be able to keep his job. Even his life would be uncertain. Ladies and gentlemen, I am the hotel manager. You are VIPs of the Champs-Élysées Hotel, so today's expenses will be covered by us, and there is no need to settle the bill. The hotel manager approached and said respectfully. Since the king of Jiangnan had instructed not to reveal Yifeng's identity, the hotel manager did not deliberately speak to Yifeng. The hotel manager took the bank card from the front desk and respectfully handed it to Yifeng. Yifeng quickly realized that this must have been arranged by the king of Jiangnan. He didn't say much and took the bank card. Seeing this scene, Mo Shangwan, Lu Rui, and the fleeing Mo Jichou and Mo Ziqing were all stunned. A free meal? What kind of operation was this? Although the Mo family was considered a medium-sized family in Jiangnan province, they had not reached the level of being catered to by the Champs-Élysées Hotel. To put it bluntly, the Mo family still had to curry favor with the king of Jiangnan, who was too lazy to pay attention to them. Was it because of Lu Rui? They all thought this. But soon, they shook their heads. Although the Lu family was a family in the capital, they also did not reach the level of being catered to by the king of Jiangnan, unless it was the Yi family from the capital. At this moment, Mo Jichou and Mo Ziqing were puzzled, but a glimmer of realization flashed in Mo Shangwan's eyes. Was it because of Yifeng? Could it be because of Yifeng? It should be noted that the king of Jiangnan had indeed placed orders with the Hualin group back then. Thinking of this, a huge wave surged in Mo Shangwan's heart. She couldn't help but look at Yifeng, only to see that he still had a face full of indifference, as if everything before him had nothing to do with him. She finally understood that Yifeng's indifference was not due to ignorance, but because of his strength and pride. At this moment, Lu Rui also had many questions in her heart. She couldn't figure out which person in their group could make the Champs-Élysées Hotel waive the bill, which one could make the king of Jiangnan value so much. Mo Shangwan couldn't, Mo Jichou and Mo Ziqing couldn't, and Yifeng couldn't. Even Lu Rui herself couldn't? In the end, everyone left with questions. However, through this incident, Lu Rui's impression of Mo Jichou worsened, and she directly got into Yifeng's car, leaving with Yifeng and Mo Shangwan. Mo Jichou, on the other hand, got into his car in a dejected manner, angrily slapping the steering wheel and saying, "Damn it, this is really bad luck. I see that Yifeng and Mo Shangwan are just bad omens, there's no good outcome being with them." Mo Ziqing shook her head and said with a hint of schadenfreude, "I told you, if you had just held on a little longer, it would have been fine. But you ran away instead, and now your image in Lu Rui's heart is completely ruined." Hearing Mo Ziqing's words, Mo Jichou felt even worse, as if he had missed out on a fortune. Not only had he missed out on a fortune, but he had also missed out on the exquisite beauty that was Lu Rui. This was undoubtedly the biggest loss of his life. Just thinking about Lu Rui's figure made Mo Jichou furious. However, Mo Ziqing continued to gloat. "It seems our Mo family's dream of relying on you to win over the Lu family's young lady and rise to the top is shattered. It all depends on me now." "Rely on you?" Mo Jichou was somewhat puzzled and amused. "Yes," Mo Ziqing said proudly, "when the creator of Gure Pharmaceutical Group arrives, I will make my move. Once I secure him, then what Lu family in the capital, what Jiangnan king, our Mo family won't even bat an eye." Mo Jichou found it amusing, thinking to himself, would such a prominent figure really take an interest in someone like you? But he didn't voice his thoughts. Instead, he encouraged her. "Then Ziqing, you must work hard. Our Mo family is counting on you." Mo Ziqing excitedly replied, "Don't worry, I will definitely work hard." Soon, the two returned to the Mo family villa. Mo Jichou said, "Ziqing, I have something to take care of, so I'll step out for a bit. Don't mention tonight's events to Grandma and the others." Mo Ziqing's eyes darted around, and she quickly caught on, saying, "Are you planning to pocket those hundreds of thousands?" Mo Jichou's expression changed as he was caught. Before he could respond, Mo Ziqing grabbed him and said,
you can pocket the hundreds of thousands, but I want my share too, you have to give me half. Mo Jicho was furious, nearly slapping Mo Zicheng across the face. What a shameless woman. However, before he could speak, Mo Zicheng said, you decide. If you want to keep it all to yourself, I'll go talk to mom and dad right now, and then you can forget about getting a single cent. Mo Jicho. In the end, Mo Jicho had no choice but to yield and transferred over 200,000 to Mo Zicheng. After receiving the money, Mo Zicheng happily entered the Mo family villa. Mo Jicho cursed shameless under his breath and drove away. As he drove, Mo Jicho recalled the events of the day, feeling extremely frustrated. Eventually, he drove into a club. Young Master Mo, you're here. Soon, someone approached respectfully. Mo Jicho coldly nodded and said, I'm in a bad mood, bring me a beauty. Yes, young Master Mo, I'll make sure you're satisfied. The staff replied respectfully. Wait, bring me 2, no, 10. I want 10. Mo Jicho boasted extravagantly. The staff member's mouth twitched, but he still said, alright, young Master Mo, please wait a moment. As he walked away, he muttered under his breath, damn it, having money really changes a person, wanting 10, do you think you're Yuan or something? Meanwhile, Yifeng and Mo Shangwan had just dropped Lu Rui off at the hotel. Lu Rui pulled Mo Shangwan aside and asked, Xianwan, does today's incident have anything to do with Yifeng? Mo Shangwan frowned and said, I don't know, there should be some connection, I guess. Yifeng is a bit mysterious. Lu Rui rolled her eyes and said, my goodness, you're practically giving yourself away, and you still don't understand. I'm really afraid you'll get sold off by someone and end up paying them. Mo Shangwan rolled her eyes and said, alright, just don't worry about me. By the way, when are you starting at Gure Pharmaceutical Group? I'm planning to go there for business, and maybe you can look out for me. Lu Rui. Mo Shangwan is actually going to Gure Pharmaceutical Group for business? If it weren't for the fact that Mo Shangwan is her close friend, Lu Rui would definitely check if Mo Shangwan had a fever. Gure Pharmaceutical Group has established a branch in Jiangnan province, and the companies or families qualified to cooperate with Gure Pharmaceutical Group are just a few, obviously not including the Mo family. I'm planning to go over tomorrow morning, I should officially start then. I can help you get in touch, but Gure Pharmaceutical Group is currently the most prominent company in the entire Long country, even in the world. It will definitely be difficult to cooperate with them. Lu Rui said this, not wanting Mo Shangwan to have too many fantasies. Well then, I'll congratulate you in advance. I hope you can soon fulfill your wish and become the woman of the creator of Gure Pharmaceutical Group. Then I, your close friend, can also benefit from it. Mo Shangwan said with a smile. This was naturally very pleasing to Lu Rui, who dreamily said, if I really do become that man's woman, I will definitely help you. At that time, all I need to do is whisper sweet nothings, and maybe I can help you secure an order, but the premise is that I have to succeed. Upon hearing this, Mo Shangwan also got excited and said, then I'll wait for your good news. She felt that Lu Rui still had hope. Although that man was very mysterious and powerful, Lu Rui was also a woman of great talent, beautiful, with a good temperament and figure, and had a pure body. Ask any man, which one wouldn't love such a woman? Of course, Mo Shangwan did not envy Lu Rui. She felt that Yifeng was already strong and mysterious enough. A man like the creator of Gure Pharmaceutical Group was not someone an ordinary person could imagine. After dinner, Mo Shangwan returned to the company to get busy. Hallen Group had secured investment, which was like coming back to life, and there were many matters to handle. Moreover, she had to go to Gure Pharmaceutical Group for business tomorrow, so there was a lot of preparatory work to do. She was even ready to work overtime. After sending Mo Shangwan back to the company, Yifeng went directly to find Zhang Hanyan. Currently, the Jiangnan branch of Gure Pharmaceutical Group had moved into a temporary office space in a building called Yuntian International. Before the company got on the right track, there were still many things to do. At this moment, Zhang Hanyan was busy in her office when her gaze suddenly caught sight of a figure at the door. She abruptly sat up from her office chair, her eyes filled with surprise, excitement, and even a bit of confusion. Even her little secretary was startled. The little secretary had always regarded Zhang Hanyan as her idol. The latter's cold beauty, strength, and independence completely captivated and inspired her, making her hope that one day she could also become a woman like Zhang Hanyan. She had never seen Zhang Hanyan lose her composure like this. Soon, the little secretary noticed Yifeng at the door. Could it be because of this man that Zhang Hanyan was so flustered? The little secretary curiously looked at Yifeng, secretly nodding in her heart. She had to admit that he was quite handsome, overflowing with hormones. He was the type that could make a woman fall for him. The little secretary couldn't help but think that Zhang Hanyan was also a face control type, liking tall, handsome, and strong men.
But then again, who wouldn't like such a man? Thinking of this, the little secretary couldn't help but frown again. She hadn't been at Gure Pharmaceutical Group for long, but she had already heard that Zheng Hanyan seemed to be the woman of the creator of Gure Pharmaceutical Group. Is this man in front of me really the founder of the Gure Medical Group? A thought like this popped into the little secretary's mind, and she was startled by it. But soon, she shook her head, as the man before her, Yifeng, was too young. Just as countless speculations floated through her mind, Zheng Hanyan's voice interrupted her thoughts. Xiaosu, could you step out for a moment? Okay, President Zhang. The little secretary quickly nodded and turned to leave Zheng Hanyan's office. As she reached the door, she couldn't help but glance at Yifeng, and her heart suddenly raced. She found herself feeling a bit envious of Zheng Hanyan, thinking that she must be very happy. Zheng Hanyan, in her high heels, happily walked over to Yifeng, took his hand, and gently asked, "What brings you here?" Yifeng sat down on the sofa as he was pulled, saying, "I just had some free time, so I came to see you." Although Yifeng's reason was as ordinary as it could be, Zheng Hanyan felt an unprecedented sweetness and satisfaction. She poured a glass of water for Yifeng and sat down as well, saying, "Before we arrived, all the facilities were already in place, and we can start working normally tomorrow. Once the recruited staff are in place, we can operate as usual." Yifeng nodded and said, "Actually, there's no need to rush. Our goal isn't profit anyway, we can take our time." Zheng Hanyan's beautiful eyes widened slightly, sparkling with happiness. Yifeng's concern swept away all her fatigue. She smiled and said, "The market demand is increasing, and even if we work overtime, we still can't meet the demand, so we need to put in more effort. After all, the company you founded can alleviate the suffering of ordinary people. Perhaps if I work a little harder, I can prevent another family from falling into misfortune." At this point, she thought of the pain and torment she felt when CeCe was sick. If she hadn't met Yifeng, she couldn't even imagine what the outcome would have been. Yifeng nodded and said, "All right, you adjust as you see fit, I won't interfere. Just let me know when you need my help." Meanwhile, Yifeng noticed that due to prolonged fatigue, Zheng Hanyan's body had developed some issues. He walked over to her, reached out, and gently massaged the acupoints on her shoulders, neck, and head. Zheng Hanyan felt warm currents flowing into her body, incredibly comfortable. When Yifeng stopped, Zheng Hanyan was shocked to find that some discomfort in her body had completely disappeared, and she felt utterly at ease. By the way, tomorrow someone named Mo Shiyuan, representing the Mo family, will come to discuss cooperation with the Gure Medical Group regarding the construction of office buildings and production facilities. Please give her some orders, Yifeng recalled and instructed. Zheng Hanyan looked at Yifeng with a strange expression. She was very clear that this Mo Shangwan was likely Yifeng's fiancé, just like Lu Ruyan. But she didn't ask further and simply nodded, saying, I'll keep an eye on her." Soon, it was evening, and Yifeng took Zheng Hanyan and CeCe out for dinner. The little one ran over happily when she saw Yifeng. Big brother is here." Just after calling out, the little one realized something and quickly covered her mouth, changing her words to, "Daddy." It was evident that Zheng Hanyan had often taught CeCe to call Yifeng daddy. Yifeng picked up CeCe and smiled, saying, "Come on, let daddy see if CeCe has gained weight." CeCe patted her little belly and said, "CeCe has been eating a lot of meat lately and has gained a lot of weight." After saying that, CeCe hugged Yifeng's neck and gave him a kiss on the cheek. At this moment, Yifeng's heart, calm as still water, suddenly felt a touch of warmth. This kind of warmth was something he had never experienced in his previous life. Zheng Hanyan watched this scene, and her heart stirred with ripples. How lucky she was to have given birth to such a lovely daughter for Yifeng. How fortunate she and her daughter were to intersect with Yifeng in this life and to have such a relationship. At this moment, Zheng Hanyan's eyes even turned slightly red. Once upon a time, she felt that happiness had nothing to do with her. But now, happiness was right in front of her, within reach. After accompanying Zheng Hanyan and CeCe for dinner, CeCe was picked up by Wang Ma, while Zheng Hanyan returned to the company to continue her busy work. At this time, Zheng Hanyan was completely a workaholic. Yifeng returned to Mo Shangwan's apartment. Mo Shangwan had not gone home either, clearly still busy at the company. However, not long after Yifeng sat down, he received a call from Mo Shangwan. "Yifeng, Grandma called again, asking me to attend the family meeting. Can you come pick me up?" Hearing Mo Shangwan's words, a bitter smile appeared on Yifeng's face. The Mo family was not large, but there were quite a few formalities, and they often held family meetings. "Okay, I'm at the apartment, I'll be at the company entrance in a bit." But Yifeng didn't say much. After hanging up, he drove to Hallen Group. 20 minutes later, the two arrived at the Mo family home. By this time, many members of the Mo family had already arrived. After all, most of the Mo family lived in the Mo family villa.
So, when Yifeng and Mo Xiangwan arrived at the villa, they were immediately met with several sarcastic voices. Xiangwan, every time there's a family meeting, your family is always the last to arrive.
You really need to work on this habit.
Exactly, it makes it seem like you don't take the family meetings seriously, as if you don't care about grandma at all. It's bad enough that you arrived late, but the second uncle and the others still haven't come.
The speakers were naturally from the Mo Jichao family.
Mo Xiangwan knew very well that explaining was useless. As long as these people seized on her being late, it would be hard for her to gain the upper hand. Moreover, she felt it was pointless to argue with these people.
But just then, the old lady scolded, "What are you all making noise about? What kind of decorum is this? Can't you see young Master Chen is here? How embarrassing."
Everyone quickly fell silent, and their gazes shifted to young Master Chen. The young Master Chen mentioned by the old lady was named Chenyu, the son of the Chen family from Jiangnan province, and also a significant suitor for Mo Xiangwan. The old lady had previously wanted Mo Xiangwan to marry Su Kai to gain benefits from the Su family, but a series of events had temporarily shelved that plan. However, she had never given up on this idea. After all, it would be a pity if a beautiful woman like Mo Xiangwan couldn't bring benefits to the Mo family through a family marriage. Recently, however, the Mo family had heard explosive news. Su Kai from the Su family had actually died. The exact cause of death was unclear, but rumors suggested that Su Kai had offended someone and was beaten to death by the head of the Su family.
This news shocked the old lady and the Mo family.
However, whether Su Kai had offended someone or whether he was killed by the head of the Su family was no longer important to the Mo family. In any case, with Su Kai gone, there could be no marriage alliance between the Su and Mo families, and the Mo family could no longer gain any benefits from the Su family. But as the saying goes, when one door closes, another opens.
Mo Xiangwan's other suitor, Chenyu, began to stir again upon learning of Su Kai's death.
Compared to Su Kai, the Mo family would naturally not choose Chenyu. But now that Su Kai was dead, that was another matter entirely. Moreover, according to the old lady's understanding, the Chen family has been developing well in recent years, and their strength is still on the rise. Therefore, she began to set her sights on the Chen family again. Last night, she also called Mo Chengyi and Jianglan, and the couple readily agreed. After all, in their view, no matter which young master Mo Xiangwan marries in Jiangnan province, he is 100 or 1,000 times better than Yifeng.
When Mo Chengyi and Jianglan arrived, the old lady nodded and said, "The Gure Pharmaceutical Group has just released an official announcement. Currently, apart from the Zhutai pill, all other businesses are operating normally. Many companies in Jiangnan province want to negotiate cooperation with Gure Pharmaceutical Group, and the competition pressure is quite high. However, no matter how difficult it is, our Mo family must give it a try." After the old lady finished speaking, the members of the Mo family all echoed in agreement. "Grandma is right, we must seize this opportunity."
No matter which family it is, as long as they can cooperate with Gure Pharmaceutical Group, they can rise to a new level.
However, although they expressed their agreement verbally, their thoughts were not aligned. A small Mo family, which couldn't even rank in Jiangnan province, was thinking of cooperating with Gure Pharmaceutical Group. Wasn't that just wishful thinking?
Fortunately, this impossible task had already been taken on by Mo Xiangwan. They were now going to see how Mo Xiangwan would meet her end.
Just then, Chenyu smiled and said, "Grandma is truly far-sighted. Our family is also actively seeking cooperation with Gure Pharmaceutical Group and has already made some progress." Hearing Chenyu's words, many members of the Mo family became excited.
The old lady of the Mo family couldn't help but say, "It seems the Chen family has already reached the forefront of Jiangnan province."
"Young Master Chen, would you mind sharing more?" Many people looked over with curiosity.
Chenyu glanced at Mo Xiangwan, a hint of admiration in his eyes, and said, "Actually, there's not much to say.
The chairman of Gure Pharmaceutical Group, isn't she called Zheng Hanyan?"
To a certain extent, she is the representative of the creator of Gure Pharmaceutical Group.
"Our family has previously collaborated with President Zhang." Upon hearing Chenyu's words, the Mo family members widened their eyes. Mo Jichao couldn't help but exclaim, "Young Master Chen, does this mean your Chen family is about to take off?" In fact, it wasn't just Mo Jichao who thought the Chen family was about to take off.
The members of the Mo family present shared the same sentiment.
As long as Gure Pharmaceutical Group is given time, it will undoubtedly grow into a world-class giant.
One could say that Gure Pharmaceutical Group is currently a divine dragon, and in the not-so-distant future, it will soar as a dragon in the skies. At that time, whoever rides this divine dragon will surely soar to great heights. Even Mo Xiangwan couldn't help but glance at Chenyu. She hadn't expected that the Chen family had already collaborated with the chairman of Gure Pharmaceutical Group before this. It seemed that this time, the Chen family was standing at the forefront. However, although she felt surprised, she had no particular thoughts in her heart, let alone considering a marriage alliance with the Chun family like the other Mo family members.
Chunyu noticed Mo Shangwan's gaze and felt a surge of excitement in his heart. He believed that not only would the Chun family take off, but he would also rise alongside them. At that time, he would become the leader among the young masters of Jiangnan province, and no one would dare to look down on him. Countless women would rush to his bed, including Mo Shangwan. He was lost in his fantasies, but he smiled and said, "It's still too early to talk about taking off. Our Chin family has merely gained a slight advantage. Whether we can cooperate with Gure Pharmaceutical Group is still uncertain."
Mo Jichao immediately flattered him, saying, "Young Master Chen, you are too modest. For the Chen family, this is the perfect time and place. If the Chen family doesn't take off, it would be against the natural order." Chen Yu laughed it off, but he certainly thought the same in his heart. Hearing this, the wrinkles on the old lady's face almost stretched out in a smile as she said to Mo Shangwan, "Shangwan, you need to represent the Mo family and negotiate business with the Gure Pharmaceutical Group. You should interact more with young Master Chen and let him guide you." It was clear that the old lady was intentionally trying to match Mo Shangwan with Chen Yu. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu's eyes lit up, and he looked at Mo Shangwan again, saying, "Don't worry, as long as our Chen family can cooperate with the Gure Pharmaceutical Group, I will definitely help Shangwan." Mo Shangwan frowned slightly. Although she also wanted to cooperate with the Gure Pharmaceutical Group, she did not want to rely on Chen Yu.
At that moment, Jiang Lan and Mo Qingyi became excited.
Originally, with Chen Kai's death, Mo Shangwan's wish to marry into a wealthy family had fallen through, and they were not in a favorable position in the Mo family.
They did not expect another Chen Yu to emerge. Jiang Lan quickly grabbed Mo Shangwan's hand and said, "Shangwan, you don't have young Master Chen's contact information yet, right? Why don't you two add each other as friends for easier communication in the future?"
Mo Shangwan frowned and said softly, "Mom, if we want to cooperate with the Gure Pharmaceutical Group, we still need to rely on ourselves. If we can't negotiate successfully on our own, even if others help us, we won't be able to hold on to it."
Jiang Lan immediately expressed her dissatisfaction, saying, "Why can't we hold on to it?
Young Master Chen has already said he wants to help you.
Can you negotiate it on your own?" At this moment, Mo Jichao sneered and said, "Mo Shangwan, this matter concerns the future of our Mo family, and Grandma takes it very seriously. Your attitude is not acceptable."
Exactly, attitude determines everything. With your current attitude, how could you possibly negotiate a partnership with the Gure Pharmaceutical Group?
Mo Ziqing added, following Mo Jichao's lead.
At the same time, Mo Ziqing looked at Chen Yu with a hint of admiration. If it weren't for the fact that he was the creator of the Gure Pharmaceutical Group, she would have wanted to seduce Chen Yu, making him her husband and becoming a daughter-in-law of the Chen family. After all, with the current development speed of the Chen family, their status in Jiangnan province would surely rise higher and higher in the future. However, compared to the creator of the Gure Pharmaceutical Group, young Master Chen was clearly not enough, so Mo Ziqing felt that her first choice must be the creator of the Gure Pharmaceutical Group. Because being with young Master Chen might lead to a life of luxury, but being with the creator of the Gure Pharmaceutical Group could lead to the pinnacle of the world, overlooking all living beings. Thinking of this, Mo Ziqing felt a surge of passion in her heart.
However, in the face of the accusations from Mo Jichao and Mo Ziqing, Mo Shangwan remained indifferent and said, "My attitude is very proper.
In any case, I will do my best for the cooperation with the Gure Pharmaceutical Group."
Upon hearing this, everyone shook their heads. Mo Shangwan was purely an idealist and a dreamer in their eyes.
They believed that no matter how much effort you put in, it couldn't compare to being with the right person, especially for women.
Mo Ziqing even chuckled and said, "Doing your best?
The key is, can such a partnership be achieved just by your efforts?" Just as Mo Shangwan was about to speak, a voice came from beside her. "Shangwan can negotiate the cooperation with the Gure Pharmaceutical Group on her own, without relying on anyone." The owner of this voice was Yifeng. Instantly, everyone's gaze fell on Yifeng, filled with disdain.
"What right do you have to speak here? You're just a kept man. What gives you the confidence to say that? Yeah, who do you think you are? You don't think just anyone can cooperate with the Gure Pharmaceutical Group, do you? I think Mo Shangwan is really confused by you.
If she has this attitude, she doesn't even need to go to the Gure Pharmaceutical Group. She won't be able to negotiate at all." The crowd's accusations were like a storm. In the eye of the storm, Mo Shangwan couldn't help but grab Yifeng's hand. Yifeng's indifferent gaze swept over the crowd as he said, "The cooperation with Gure Pharmaceutical Group can be negotiated by Shiyuan herself, without relying on anyone." Undoubtedly, Yifeng's words once again provoked wild ridicule from the crowd.
Chen Yu narrowed his eyes and asked Mo Jichao beside him, who was this person? Mo Jichao was about to say that Yi Feng was Mo Shiyuan's pretty boy, but he was shot a fierce glare by the old lady and immediately realized, smiling as he said, Chen Xiao, this kid is a suitor of Mo Shiyuan. Chen Yu's eyelids twitched, it seemed he had a rival. He smiled and said, what this gentleman said is quite biased. Any family in this world needs to leverage support because there are always people beyond others, and heavens beyond heavens. Relying solely on oneself is far from enough. Chen Xiao is absolutely right. Yes, Chen Xiao's insights are profound. Some people are just self-righteous pretty boys, really thinking they can accomplish something. Yi Feng chuckled lightly and said, only the weak rely on others. When power is in my own hands, there is no need to borrow strength. Hearing Yi Feng's words, Mo Shiyuan felt an immense shock in her heart. However, the others laughed once again upon hearing this. They found Yi Feng ridiculous, like someone who had just stepped out of an ivory tower, completely unaware of the rules governing the world. Chen Yu sneered and said, so, according to you, you are the strong one and we are the weak? You can understand it that way. Yi Feng replied. Before the others could scold him, Chen Yu's eyes narrowed as he said, in that case, let me tell you, you have no qualification to cooperate with Gure Pharmaceutical Group. Once my Chen family reaches a cooperation with Gure Pharmaceutical Group, we will suggest that they blacklist you. The Mo family members were all moved. They knew that Yi Feng, this pretty boy, was finished this time. Then let me tell you, you and the Chen family have already been blacklisted by Gure Pharmaceutical Group. Yi Feng said with an indifferent expression. After finishing, Yi Feng glanced at Mo Shiyuan and said, let's go. Mo Shiyuan bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, and then followed behind Yi Feng. However, Yi Feng's words nearly drove Chen Yu to a breaking point. He looked at Yi Feng and coldly said, very well, then we'll see. The Xia family members also shouted in reprimand. The old lady was so furious that her mouth twisted, glaring fiercely at Mo Qingyi and Jiang Lan, saying, look at the good daughter you two raised, I will be driven to my grave by you. Mo Qingyi lowered his head and said nothing, while Jiang Lan sat down on the ground and said, what a sin. After Yi Feng and Mo Shiyuan left the Mo family, they went straight back to the apartment. I still need to revise the materials for the cooperation with Gure Pharmaceutical Group tomorrow. I need to go in first, Mo Shiyuan said. Yi Feng nodded and remained silent. Once Mo Shiyuan entered the apartment, Yi Feng picked up his phone and called Zhang Hanyan. Yi Feng, what do you need from me? Zhang Hanyan was very happy to receive Yi Feng's call. Hearing the noisy sounds on the phone, Yi Feng frowned and said, why is it so noisy over there? Where's Xi? Zhang Hanyan hesitated for a moment before saying, I'm still working overtime at the company. The branch office has just been established, and there are too many things to handle. Yi Feng thought for a moment and said, actually, you just need to manage the headquarters well. You can find a professional manager for the branch office. Don't tire yourself out. Zhang Hanyan smiled and said, with you caring, no matter how much work I do, I won't feel tired. Besides, this is your business, I must do a good job for you. By the way, what do you need from me? Yi Feng knew that with Zhang Hanyan's workaholic demeanor, it was useless to say more, so he directly asked, do you know anyone from the Chen family in Jiangnan province? The Chen family in Jiangnan province? Zhang Hanyan thought for a moment and said, I remember now. In my previous company, we collaborated with the Chen family in Jiangnan province. Recently, someone from the Chen family contacted me regarding a partnership with Gure Pharmaceutical Group. Why? Did the Chen family offend you? Yi Feng replied, sort of. Zhang Hanyan immediately understood what to do, then I'll blacklist the Chen family from Jiangnan province right away. They will never have the qualification to cooperate with Gure Pharmaceutical Group. Yi Feng nodded. Setting aside his relationship with Zhang Hanyan, she was indeed an excellent professional manager. They chatted briefly, agreed to take CeCe out to play together on the weekend, and then hung up the phone. The next day, Yi Feng and Mo Shangwan arrived at Gure Pharmaceutical Group together. Yi Feng, do you think Gure Pharmaceutical Group can collaborate with the Mo family? I'm feeling even less certain now, Mo Shangwan said worriedly. Yi Feng gave her a comforting look and said, don't worry, you've prepared so thoroughly, there won't be any problems. Go in, I'll wait for you in the lobby. Mo Shangwan sighed and said, there are too many people wanting to collaborate with Gure Pharmaceutical Group, and the Mo family is basically the least powerful among them. Yi Feng patted Mo Shangwan's shoulder and said, go in. Yi Feng's comfort was effective, Mo Shangwan felt a warmth in her heart, nodded, and prepared to go upstairs. After all, she didn't have high hopes to begin with, she was just here to give it a try. However, just as she was about to go upstairs, a voice came from behind her. Xianwan. It was Chen Yu, dressed in a suit. Chen Yu glanced disdainfully at Yi Feng, then walked over to Mo Shangwan and said, Xianwan, are you here to discuss business? Mo Shangwan frowned and replied, yes. Chen Yu, with a beaming face, said, Shangwan, I heard from the Mo family yesterday.
I also know that given the Mo family's current situation, you must be under tremendous psychological pressure to approach Gure Pharmaceutical Group for business. But don't worry, once our Chen family reaches a partnership with Gure Pharmaceutical Group, I can easily give you an order. As he spoke, Chen Yu looked at Mo Shangwan, his gaze filled with eagerness. He felt that the Chen family was stronger than ever, and he was more likely than ever to win Mo Shangwan's heart and take the beauty home. However, facing Chen Yu's fervent gaze, Mo Shangwan felt a twinge of disgust. She was well aware that Chen Yu's intention to help her was driven by some ulterior motive. Among all the men she knew, perhaps only Yifeng was genuinely willing to help her without expecting anything in return. In her eyes, the gap between Chen Yu and Yifeng was like a chasm. President Zhang is about to meet with representatives from various companies, so hurry up and go in, Mo Shangwan said, stepping towards the conference room. Alright, Shangwan, let's go, Chen Yu said, his heart blooming with joy. In his memory, Mo Shangwan was the cold and proud Ice Queen president. Could it be that because the Chen family was about to rise, this top beauty was about to be captured by him? Thinking of this, Chen Yu excitedly followed Mo Shangwan's footsteps. At that moment, the conference room of Gure Pharmaceutical Group was already packed. Major families and groups from Jiangnan province had gathered here, hoping to collaborate with Gure Pharmaceutical Group. Sitting in the most important position in the conference room were the four major families of Jiangnan province, Jiang, Shen, Han, and Yang. Families like the Chen family could only sit behind the four major families. As for the Mo family, being a third-tier family, they didn't even have a seat and could only stand in the conference room waiting. Chen Yu quickly found the Chen family's seats, but he didn't sit down immediately. Instead, he said to Mo Shangwan, I'll go sit down in front first. We'll get in touch after the business talks. Mo Shangwan chuckled but didn't respond. Chen Yu confidently walked towards the Chen family's position and sat down. Looking at the seats of the Jiang, Shen, Han, and Yang families ahead, Chen Yu's heart was filled with excitement. As long as they could cooperate with the Gure Pharmaceutical Group, the future Chen family could stand on equal footing with the four prominent families. Soon, representatives from the Jiang, Shen, Han, and Yang families were called into Zhang Hanyan's office one by one. However, when they came out, their spirits were clearly low, and many speculated it was because the cooperation had not been finalized. Quickly, news spread that the Jiang, Shen, Han, and Yang families had indeed not secured any orders. Even the dozen or so families ahead of them had not obtained any cooperation projects. Instantly, everyone was filled with doubt. If even the Jiang, Shen, Han, and Yang families couldn't secure a partnership with the Gure Pharmaceutical Group, how could other families or companies have a chance? Finally, it was Chen Yu's turn. At this moment, Chen Yu felt both anxious and excited. The anxiety stemmed from the fact that the Gure Pharmaceutical Group had rejected even the four prominent families and top companies, making the Chen family's chances seem very slim. The excitement came from the possibility that if the Chen family secured a partnership with the Gure Pharmaceutical Group, it could mean that the Chen family would surpass those top families and groups, even outdoing the four prominent families. With such feelings, Chen Yu entered Zhang Hanyan's office. The small secretary at the door warmly welcomed Chen Yu and took the documents from his hands. Upon seeing Zhang Hanyan, Chen Yu couldn't help but be astonished by her beauty. He hadn't expected Zhang Hanyan to be so stunning, with a captivating figure. He had once thought that Mo Shangwan was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen, but he never imagined that Zhang Hanyan could rival her. Such a woman was undoubtedly a rare gem, hard to come by. For a moment, Chen Yu couldn't help but fantasize, even though he knew these fantasies were unlikely to come true. Hello, General Manager Zhang. I am Chen Yu from the Chen family in Jiangnan province. Here is our letter of intent for cooperation, Chen Yu said with fervent eyes. Chen family? Zhang Hanyan slightly raised her head and glanced at Chen Yu. Chen Yu nodded excitedly and said, yes, the Chen family. We have had close cooperation with General Manager Zhang before. Chen family? Zhang Hanyan, who had been looking down at the documents, finally lifted her head to look at Chen Yu. As Zhang Hanyan raised her head, Chen Yu could see her face more clearly, and he was even more shocked by her beauty. Chen Yu nodded vigorously and said, yes, General Manager Zhang, the Chen family from Jiangnan province. Our family head is Chen Guangyi. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hanyan's expression turned cold. She directly threw the documents in her hand to the secretary and questioned, did you handle the matter I assigned to you last night? Why is the Chen family's information still on my desk? Instantly, the secretary felt as if struck by lightning. Last night, Zhang Hanyan had specifically called her to tell her to blacklist the Chen family from Jiangnan province. This morning, she had remembered this matter, but after getting busy at work, she had forgotten all about it.
General Manager Zhang, I was wrong. This morning
The small secretary was about to explain but was interrupted by Zhang Hanyan.
No need to explain. You should know what to do next without me teaching you. I don't want to waste time.
Zhang Hanyan said coldly. The small secretary nodded repeatedly, glanced at the documents, then looked at Chen Yu and said, Chen Yu, right? Please leave.
The Chen family has been eliminated.
Chen Yu was instantly dumbfounded. Zhang Hanyan only glanced at the documents related to the Chen family and didn't even speak to him, yet the Chen family was directly eliminated. In an instant, he became anxious and unwillingly said, President Zhang, the Chen family has collaborated with you before, you should know our quality and efficiency. Please reconsider. At that moment, Zhang Hanyan finally put down another document in her hand and looked at Chen Yu, saying, the Chen family has already been blacklisted by Gure Pharmaceutical Group. Immediately, Zhang Hanyan turned to her little secretary and said, show them out, time is tight, let the next company come in.
Chen Yu was completely stunned. The Chen family was blacklisted by Gure Pharmaceutical Group? Boom! A loud noise suddenly echoed in his mind, as if countless thunderbolts were bombarding him.
He suddenly remembered that when he was at the Mo family's place, Yifeng seemed to have mentioned something like this to him.
Could it be that because of this Yifeng, the Chen family was blacklisted by Gure Pharmaceutical Group?
For a moment, Chen Yu was in disarray, but before he could say anything further, he was already pushed out of Zhang Hanyan's office by the little secretary. Thus, Chen Yu walked out of Gure Pharmaceutical Group, feeling lost and dejected.
On one hand, the Chen family's opportunity to rise to prominence was gone, making it much harder for him to win over Mo Shangwan.
On the other hand, he had hoped that through collaboration, he could have some interaction with Zhang Hanyan, but now it seemed that was also in vain. Meanwhile, Mo Shangwan entered Zhang Hanyan's office with a nervous and anxious mindset.
President Zhang, Mo Shangwan from the Mo family has arrived.
The little secretary reminded Zhang Hanyan, as she had previously been specifically instructed.
President Mo is here. Zhang Hanyan stood up and looked at Mo Shangwan.
Their eyes met, and both women revealed a look of astonishment. As beautiful women, they naturally had absolute confidence in their appearance, figure, and temperament. But at this moment, they both saw another woman who was completely different from themselves yet incredibly perfect. Mo Shangwan thought to herself that Zhang Hanyan truly deserved to be the representative of the creator of Gure Pharmaceutical Group, as both her abilities and appearance were outstanding among women. Zhang Hanyan similarly felt astonished, not expecting Yifeng's fiancée to be even more beautiful. This Mo Shangwan could at least rank in the top 3 among the women Zhang Hanyan had ever seen. President Mo, please have a seat. Zhang Hanyan invited Mo Shangwan to sit down and then said to the little secretary, Xiao Zhao, pour tea for President Mo. In an instant, Mo Shangwan was taken aback. She didn't expect Zhang Hanyan to be so warm towards her. From what she understood, the cooperation conditions of Gure Pharmaceutical Group were extremely high, and even the 4 major families of Jiangnan province had been excluded from working with them. According to rumors, it was because the 4 families had committed many heinous acts during their rise. In short, it was incredibly difficult to collaborate with Gure Pharmaceutical Group. Just as Mo Shangwan was thinking this, Zhang Hanyan smiled and said, President Mo, I have reviewed your letter of intent for cooperation, and I think it's excellent. Moreover, the Mo family meets our cooperation requirements very well, so we have initially decided to entrust all projects of Gure Pharmaceutical Group's office building and various factories, approximately 100 billion project, entirely to you. Hearing Zhang Hanyan's words, Mo Shangwan was once again stunned, completely taken aback. According to her original plan, as long as she could secure a small portion of the cooperation projects from Gure Pharmaceutical Group, it would already be enough. She couldn't even imagine that the Mo family could take on all the projects of Gure Pharmaceutical Group. Because the Mo family simply did not have the qualifications or the capability to take on all the projects of Gure Pharmaceutical Group. President Zhang, are you sure you want to entrust all the projects of Gure Pharmaceutical Group to the Mo family? Mo Shangwan asked uncertainly. Zhang Hanyan nodded and said, that's right, President Mo. Is there a problem? Mo Shangwan replied honestly, to be frank, President Zhang, with our Mo family's current strength, we can only undertake projects within 2 billion. 100 billion project is beyond our capacity. Zhang Hanyan smiled and said, thank you for your honesty, President Mo. However, all projects of Gure Pharmaceutical Group must be handled by one company to save a lot of communication time. Mo Shangwan's heart sank. It seemed that the Mo family did not meet the requirements of Gure Pharmaceutical Group at all. Soon, Zhang Hanyan continued, President Mo, if we cooperate, we can still assign all projects to the Mo family.
The Mo family can complete them through outsourcing and other means. But we don't care about that, we only care about the results. Upon hearing this, Mo Shiyuan was stunned again. According to Zhang Hanyan, it seemed that the Mo family could cooperate with Gure Pharmaceutical Group. Quickly, Zhang Hanyan took out a document and handed it to Mo Shiyuan, saying, President Mo, I think we shouldn't waste time. This is a letter of intent for cooperation. Once you sign it, our cooperation will take effect. Just like that, Mo Shiyuan dazedly signed the letter of intent, confirming the preliminary cooperation. For Mo Shiyuan, all of this felt like a dream. Even after leaving Zhang Hanyan's office, she remained in a daze. At that moment, she received a call from the matriarch, Shiyuan. I heard that Gure Pharmaceutical Group has confirmed its cooperation partner, and today's negotiations have ended. Come over immediately and report to me about the negotiation situation. After finishing the call with the matriarch, Mo Shiyuan, holding the letter of intent, dazedly went downstairs. Seeing Yifeng waiting on the first floor, Mo Shiyuan smiled and happily approached him. Yifeng asked with a smile, so, how did the negotiation go? Was it smooth? Mo Shiyuan touched her slightly feverish forehead, looked at the letter of intent in her hand, and said, we have reached a preliminary cooperation. President Zhang said all projects will be handed over to the Mo family, but I still feel like this is all a dream. Yifeng glanced at the letter of intent and said, the contract is signed, so it seems we can go back to the Mo family and make Mo Jichao kneel. Although Yifeng was too lazy to bother with these insignificant people, they were jumping too happily, and he didn't mind pressing them down. Mo Shiyuan nodded vigorously and said, that's right, Mo Jichao must fulfill the bet and kneel to me 3 times. He has gone too far. The two quickly arrived at the Mo family villa. At this time, except for Mo Shiyuan's parents, the Mo family members had already gathered. When Mo Shiyuan and Yifeng appeared, all eyes immediately focused on them. The matriarch smiled and asked, Shiyuan, how did the negotiation with Gure Pharmaceutical Group go today? Did you gain anything? Which families did Gure Pharmaceutical Group finally reach cooperation with? Although the matriarch and the other Mo family members knew very well that Mo Shiyuan could not secure the cooperation, they were still very interested in the cooperation between various families in Gure Pharmaceutical Group today. Mo Shiyuan bit her lip and said, Grandma, we have successfully negotiated cooperation with Gure Pharmaceutical Group. We are the only partner of Gure Pharmaceutical Group, with an order of about 100 billion. As she spoke, Mo Shiyuan picked up the letter of intent in her hand, wanting to show it to the matriarch and the Mo family members. However, her words were interrupted by a cold laugh. Mo Shiyuan, what kind of international joke are you making? Don't think I don't know. I just heard that the groups wanting to collaborate with Gure Pharmaceutical Group in Jiangnan Province were all rejected. Even the 4 major families of Jiangnan Province didn't qualify. You say we are the only collaborators of Gure Pharmaceutical Group? That's just ridiculous. Hearing Mo Jichao's words, the Mo family members nodded in agreement. Mo Zicheng, while trimming her nails, said, Mo Shiyuan, you don't really think that apart from you, we're all fools, do you? Clearly rejected by Gure Pharmaceutical Group, yet you say the talks were successful. This behavior is truly despicable. The old matriarch also snorted coldly and said, Mo Shiyuan, you dare to deceive even me, how outrageous. Mo Shiyuan frowned, took out the contract, and said, Gure Pharmaceutical Group really wants to collaborate with our Mo family. President Zhang personally signed the contract with me. However, what Mo Shiyuan didn't expect was that despite her presenting the contract, not a single person in the Mo family glanced at it. Everyone was questioning her. Faced with the accusations, Mo Shiyuan became anxious and hurriedly explained, what I'm saying is true, Gure Pharmaceutical Group really wants to collaborate with our Mo family. If you don't believe me, ask Yifeng, he went with me to Gure Pharmaceutical Group. Upon hearing Mo Shiyuan's words, Mo Jichao laughed out loud and said, ask him? You want us to ask a kept man? Isn't that just rubbing our intelligence in the dirt? After saying that, Mo Jichao coldly snorted and said to Yifeng, Yifeng, you tell us, is it your idea to let Mo Shiyuan deceive us? It must be his idea. Mo Shiyuan used to be very honest and would never do something like this. Shiyuan, you actually let such a kept man deceive us. We are truly heartbroken. Mo Shiyuan didn't expect the Mo family members to turn their anger towards Yifeng. I didn't deceive you, don't blame Yifeng. Mo Shiyuan stood in front of Yifeng and said. At that moment, Yifeng coldly swept his gaze over the Mo family members, finally landing on Mo Jichao, and slowly spoke, Shiyuan has already secured the collaboration with Gure Pharmaceutical Group. According to our previous bet, kneel down and give Shiyuan 3 kowtows. Upon hearing this, Mo Jichao became furious and directly cursed, damn you, little kept man, I. Before Mo Jichao could finish his words,
he saw Yifeng's body turn into a blur and appear right in front of him. Immediately, he felt a hand like a steel claw grip his throat. Then, boom! A tremendous force struck the back of his knee. Thud! Mo Jichao knelt heavily on the ground, his knee colliding with the floor, producing a sound of bones cracking. Ah! The intense pain made Mo Jichao scream out loud. Since you don't want to kowtow yourself, I'll help you. Yifeng held Mo Jichao's neck and forced him to bow down. Bang bang bang! 3 consecutive kowtows. Mo Jichao let out cries of agony, blood streaming from his forehead. The Mo family members stared wide-eyed, each one dumbfounded, until Yifeng's indifferent gaze swept towards the old matriarch. According to our previous bet, Shiyuan secured the contract, and Hallen Group is completely separated from the Mo family. No one from the Mo family will hold any shares. Yifeng fixed his gaze on the old matriarch and said, "Nonsense! Not to mention that Mo Shangwan hasn't secured the contract yet. Even if she did, it wouldn't be your place to act so arrogantly here," the old matriarch said, seething with anger. Yifeng said indifferently, "Since it's a bet, it must be honored. If you don't comply, he will be the next, and I will make the entire Mo family pay the price." As he spoke, Yifeng pointed at Mo Jichao, who was kneeling on the ground. The Mo family members trembled all over, wanting to curse, but it was as if someone had choked them, and they couldn't utter a word. Everyone felt an unprecedented aura emanating from Yifeng, as if he were a god high above, and they were mere ants gazing up at him. The old matriarch swallowed hard and said, "Mo Shangwan didn't even finalize the cooperation. This is just a scheme between the two of you." Hearing the old matriarch's words, Yifeng sneered and said, "A leaf obstructs the view, preventing one from seeing Mount Tai." At that moment, Mo Zicheng, holding her phone, exclaimed, "Oh my god, the Gure Medical Group really wants to cooperate with our Mo family. Even the official website has officially announced it." Upon hearing Mo Zicheng's exclamation, everyone turned to look. Mo Jichao snatched Mo Zicheng's phone and stared at it intently. Soon, Mo Jichao's eyes widened, and he blurted out, "Damn, it's true. The Gure Medical Group really wants to cooperate with our Mo family, and it's an exclusive partnership. How is this possible?" The others gathered around, feeling incredulous. Mo Jichao couldn't help but say, "Mo Zicheng, this isn't a phishing site, is it?" "What phishing? Phishing sites are usually shopping sites. The official website of Gure Medical Group can't even conduct transactions. Who has the time to mess around with phishing sites?" Mo Zicheng replied, already looking down on Mo Jichao in her heart, feeling that he was out of his mind. At that moment, the old matriarch's murky eyes brightened, and she excitedly said, "Shangwan, didn't you sign a contract with the Gure Medical Group? Hurry up and bring it to me to see." "Grandma, the contract is here. General Manager Zhang from Gure Medical Group personally signed it with me," Mo Shangwan said, handing the contract to the old matriarch. The Mo family members suddenly remembered the contract and crowded around the old matriarch to look at it. "The contract is real." The old matriarch felt the seal on the contract, excitedly saying, "The ancestors of the Mo family are blessing us, our Mo family is about to rise." Upon hearing this, the Mo family members were filled with excitement, with many even glistening with tears in their eyes. This time, the Gure Medical Group is investing over 10 billion to build office buildings and factories. Our Mo family has landed this big cake, it will be hard not to take off. The business that the 4 great families couldn't secure has actually been negotiated by our Mo family, and it's an exclusive partnership. I see that in the future, Jiangnan province won't just have 4 great families, but 5. What 5 families? In my opinion, our Mo family will leave everyone else behind and become the #1 family in Jiangnan province. The Mo family members were immersed in their excited imaginations. Mo Shangwan was also filled with excitement and joy. Although her sense of belonging in the Mo family was very low, she was still very happy that the Mo family could rise. However, her heart was filled with disappointment. Because while everyone was dreaming of the Mo family's bright future, no one acknowledged her contributions. No matter what, the cooperation with the Gure Medical Group was something she had negotiated herself. Just then, as everyone was discussing animatedly, Yifeng took out a cigarette and quietly smoked. At that moment, he had just finished a cigarette. Mo Jichao caught a whiff of smoke and quickly zeroed in on Yifeng, saying, "Who told you to smoke here? Get out." Just moments ago, he had been pinned to the ground by Yifeng and had even knocked his head 3 times in front of Mo Shangwan, losing all face. He absolutely hated Yifeng and wished he could throw him out immediately. Yifeng extinguished the cigarette, flicked the butt with his fingers, and it sliced through the air, landing perfectly in the trash can. Then, Yifeng's indifferent gaze turned to Mo Jichao. Mo Jichao felt a chill run through him, a deep intuition telling him that if he said another word, he might suffer at Yifeng's hands again. Seeing this scene, Mo Shangwan's eyes sparkled with a strange light. Even the arrogant Mo Jichao seemed like a mouse before a cat in front of Yifeng. The thought of Yifeng accompanying her to discuss a partnership, betting against Mo Jichao for her sake, and even forcing Mo Jichao to apologize made Mo Shangwan feel cherished and protected. Just then, an untimely voice rang out again. Yifeng looked at the old lady and said, "Since the contract is real, then the Hallen group and the Mo family are completely separated. Let's sign the contract now." Before the old lady could respond, Yifeng turned to Mo Shangwan and said, "Have someone draft the contract and bring it over." Mo Shangwan bit her lip. Although she was a strong woman in the company, she felt an instinctive fear in front of the old lady. But at that moment, she bit her lip, nodded, and said, "Okay, I'll make the call." She picked up her phone, dialed her secretary, and instructed her to draft the contract with the relevant departments and send it to the Mo family as soon as possible. She ignored the reactions of those around her and did not look at the old lady. She knew very well that if she met the old lady's gaze, she would not have the courage to do such a thing. However, for Mo Shangwan at that moment, the most important thing was not to disappoint Yifeng. Once she hung up the phone, Mo Jichao could no longer hold back. "Mo Shangwan, you have some nerve, actually being swayed by this pretty boy, not even putting grandma in your eyes." The others chimed in. "Jichao is right, Mo Shangwan, even if you complete the partnership, you can't get carried away. Mo Shangwan, you still don't understand one thing. The reason Gure Pharmaceutical Group is cooperating with you is not because of you, but because you are a member of the Mo family. And your Hallen Group, do you think your company could develop without the Mo family? Mo Shangwan, you are an ungrateful little person. You've already been bewitched by this pretty boy. Sooner or later, I'll make this pretty boy know his place." The last sentence was spoken by Mo Jichao. However, before he could finish, Yifeng's body turned into a blur and appeared right in front of him. Slap! A loud sound of a slap echoed throughout the Mo family villa. Yifeng had put some force into that slap. Mo Jichao's body spun like a top in the air several times before crashing to the ground like a dead dog. "After we sign the contract, Shangwan and I will leave. Before that, I don't want to hear any more nonsense from anyone." Yifeng's cold voice resonated throughout the room, causing everyone to shiver involuntarily. Even the old lady's eyes narrowed, but in the end, she remained silent. The entire Mo family villa fell silent, leaving only the sound of Mo Jichao's painful groans and the concerned inquiries of his parents. Once Mo Jichao regained some consciousness, he felt a desire to die. Why was it always him who got hurt? Soon, the secretary arrived at the Mo family with the contract and the seal of the Hallen group. Mo Shangwan glanced at Yifeng and then handed the contract to the old lady, saying, "Grandma, please take a look at the contract. If there are no issues, you can sign it." The old lady's face trembled with anger. As the head of the family, she had never been humiliated like this, nor had she ever been outmaneuvered by a junior. "Mo Shangwan, it seems you've really grown wings and no longer need the Mo family," the old lady said, fuming. "Grandma, if the Mo family recognizes me, I will always be a member of the Mo family." Mo Shangwan bit her lip and replied. After everything that had happened, she no longer held any hope for the Mo family. She felt that Yifeng was right. She had to fight for what rightfully belonged to her. Over the years, if it hadn't been for the Mo family's underhanded tactics and the old lady's manipulation of the Hallen group, she believed her Hallen group could have developed much better. With this thought, she pushed the contract further towards the old lady and handed her the pen. The old lady glanced through the contract a few times, her expression extremely grim. Once she signed, the Hallen group would have nothing to do with her. Her desire for control was strong. She wanted to insert herself into a company founded by the Mo family for generations. Gaining benefits was one thing, but the most important aspect was to grasp the lifeline of the Mo family, ensuring that no one dared to act recklessly. However, now Mo Shangwan was about to break free from her control, and she felt helpless. On one hand, she had indeed said that as long as Mo Shangwan secured the cooperation, the Hallen group would completely separate from the Mo family. Going back on her word now would be slapping her own face. On the other hand, Mo Shangwan's pretty boy, though lacking in other skills, was a violent maniac, and no one knew what he might do. The old lady even thought she might need to hire a few bodyguards. If she had bodyguards, she could throw Yifeng out right now. The old lady's mind raced, and in the end, she picked up the pen and signed the contract. In her view, the Hallen group was already half dead, with no benefits to speak of. Losing it was not a pity at all. As for Mo Shangwan, she had plenty of ways to make her pay. Mo Shangwan, the contract is signed. Are you satisfied now? But remember, if there are any problems with the Hallen group in the future, the Mo family will definitely not intervene, the old lady said sternly. The Mo family members mocked her in unison. The Hallen group is on the verge of collapse. There probably won't be a future.
Yeah, Shiyuan, you say you're playing tricks on grandma for a soon-to-be-defunct group, isn't that a case of losing more than you gain?
Because they had been focused on the cooperation with Gure Pharmaceutical Group recently, many members of the MO family were unaware that the Hallen Group had already secured enough investment. At this moment, Yifeng shot a cold glance at the MO family members.
Everyone immediately fell silent. Ultimately, under the resentful gazes of the crowd, Yifeng and Mo Shangwan left with the contract. After the two left, the once silent Mo family erupted in chaos. This Mo Shangwan is simply too much. She doesn't even regard mom, grandma. Mo Shangwan would rather believe that freeloading pretty boy than trust the Mo family. It's truly disheartening.
I think this matter involves that pretty boy, and Mo Shangwan's parents are also to blame. They raised such a daughter, which is simply a disgrace to our Mo family. The old lady squinted her eyes, her expression very unpleasant. Her hand slammed down hard on the armchair as she said, "Today, Mo Shangwan has brought you all very bad news, but I'm making it clear right here, the Mo family will pay the price for this." Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, and their spirits were incredibly uplifted.
That's right, this family is so unreasonable, they will definitely pay the price.
Now that the Mo family has reached a cooperation with the Gure Medical Group, in the future, the Mo family might even surpass the four great families. They can just wait to regret it.
At this moment, the pain in Mo Jichao's body finally eased a bit.
He covered his swollen face and stood up from the ground.
"Mom, I can't swallow this anger. That pretty boy hit me, and I must hit back."
Mo Jichao gritted his teeth and said, "Don't worry, this matter will definitely not end like this. We will not only hit back but return it tenfold, 100-fold.
Mo Jichao's parents said. Just then, Mo Jichao received a phone call.
After hanging up, his expression changed completely, and he almost dropped his phone.
What happened? What's going on? Mo Zicheng noticed the change in Mo Jichao's expression and couldn't help but ask.
Mo Jichao said, "A friend of mine has a younger brother who just graduated from a 985 university and has just started working at the Jiangnan branch of Gure Medical Group. My friend just asked him to inquire, and it seems that before the negotiations, Gure Medical Group had already investigated the families and companies in Jiangnan province and decided to cooperate with our Mo family. The specific reasons are unclear, but in short, our Mo family is the most suitable." Instantly, everyone realized why Mo Shangwan was able to secure the contract. It turned out that Gure Medical Group had already decided to cooperate with the Mo family, which meant that no matter who the Mo family sent to negotiate, they would ultimately succeed. In an instant, many members of the Mo family were pounding their heads in frustration, having missed such a great opportunity. After all, whoever secured this cooperation would have accomplished a great feat. However, thinking about how Mo Shangwan had completely offended the matriarch, everyone felt relieved. Even if Mo Shangwan succeeded this time, she could not possibly gain the Mo family's favor. With this in mind, many people's thoughts became lively again. Mo Jichao leaned in front of the matriarch and said, "Grandma, this Mo Shangwan is too much. She doesn't even regard you. Now that our Mo family is about to rise, the fruits of our development will have nothing to do with her."
The Mo family members all agreed.
Mo Zicheng even raised both hands in agreement. That's right, she must pay the price so she knows the consequences of not respecting grandma. Naturally, the matriarch was very angry about Mo Shangwan's actions, and with the people around her adding fuel to the fire, it successfully made her blood boil again. "I just said that the Mo Shangwan family will pay the price for today's events, and the upcoming cooperation with Gure Medical Group will have nothing to do with them." The matriarch narrowed her eyes, looked at Mo Jichao, and handed him the contract, saying, "Jichao, from now on, you will be responsible for the cooperation with Gure Medical Group and serve as the project director.
I hope you won't disappoint me."
Instantly, Mo Jichao's eyes widened, nearly bursting with excitement.
Mo Jichao's parents and Mo Zicheng were equally overjoyed. "Thank you, Grandma, Jichao will definitely not let you down." Mo Jichao took the contract, his face full of sincerity and excitement. Finally, the family meeting concluded. Although Mo Jichao's face was swollen, his mood was incredibly bright and sunny. The upcoming cooperation with Gure Medical Group would undoubtedly become the most important project for the entire Mo family.
As the project director, he would naturally have immense power. At that time, he would be able to make money from the project, and in short, he would never have to worry about not having enough pocket money again. By then, none of the young masters in the entire circle would dare to look down on him. The key is, Mom won't have to worry about me not having money to find a girl anymore.
Mo Jichao muttered to himself, feeling like he could wake up laughing from a dream.
Soon, he excitedly went out to the hospital to have his face treated a bit.
Then, he took out his phone, dialed a number, and said, "Find me a few tough guys, I want to take care of someone. That kid has some skills, you guys aren't a match for him head on. it's best to use a club or just run him over with a car. 100,000, right? No problem. After hanging up, he transferred 100,000 to the other party. To deal with Yifeng, Mo Jichao's parents had given him 200,000, so he still made a profit of 100,000. Mo Jichao felt that his slap in the face was not in vain. He then arrived at the club in high spirits. Immediately, someone came to greet him. "Young Master Mo, you're here, please come in." Mo Jichao nodded and said, "I'm in a good mood today, find me a couple of pretty girls, right now." The other party was taken aback, thinking that Mo Jichao's face had been swollen from being hit, yet he could still be in a good mood? Did he have a masochistic tendency? Although there were doubts in their mind, they didn't say anything and instead smiled, asking, "Young Master Mo, just like last time, should I get 10? Mo Jichao waved his hand and said, "Forget it, 10 is too much, just 2 this time will do." Meanwhile, after Yifeng and Mo Shangwan left the Mo family, they received a call from Jiang Lan. Jiang Lan asked Mo Shangwan to come home for dinner. Because they had been ostracized by the Mo family, at this moment, Mo Changyi and Jiang Lan still didn't know that Mo Shangwan had secured a partnership. Mo Shangwan glanced at Yifeng with her phone in hand and asked, "Mom, how many dishes did you make?" "A few dishes? There are at least 10. Today is your birthday, so I have to prepare well." Jiang Lan's voice came through the phone. Mo Shangwan was taken aback, suddenly remembering that today was her birthday. It seemed she had been too busy lately to even remember her own birthday. "Then I'll go home for dinner soon, Mom, prepare more dishes, okay? Yifeng and I will come back for dinner tonight." Mo Shangwan bit her lip and said happily. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lan immediately became displeased and retorted, "What do you want to bring him back for?" "Shangwan, let me tell you." Mo Shangwan quickly said, "Mom, it's settled then, I won't listen to you anymore, I'm hanging up." After saying that, she directly hung up the phone. Then, she smiled and linked her arm with Yifeng, eagerly saying, "Yifeng, tonight is my birthday, and my mom has prepared dinner at home, will you celebrate my birthday with me?" Yifeng nodded and said, "Sure, no problem." Soon, the two left the Mo family villa and arrived at the community where Mo Shangwan's parents lived. Mo Shangwan got out of the car and was just about to park when a loud roar suddenly came from behind. Then, she saw a white sedan rushing towards Yifeng from not far away. It was only a dozen meters away from Yifeng. "Yifeng!" Mo Shangwan instinctively shouted in despair. However, at such a close distance and with such speed, no one could react in time. Bang! With a loud crash, the white sedan violently struck Yifeng. The intense impact kicked up a cloud of dust. The people around were startled and turned to look. Mo Shangwan's vision went black, and she nearly fainted. She knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face like pearls that had fallen from a broken string. "Yifeng!" She exerted all her strength to stand up and cried out heart-wrenchingly. With such a violent impact, Yifeng could not possibly have survived. The people around them gaped, searching the ground, some afraid to see a scene of blood and flesh. However, when the dust settled, everyone witnessed a scene that would be etched in their memories for a lifetime. Yifeng extended a hand, blocking the speeding car as if he were a mountain, solid and unshakable. There was not a single drop of blood on him, nor was he covered in dust. In contrast, the car he blocked was completely twisted and deformed, its airbags deployed, and the entire vehicle was emitting white smoke. A man in the driver's seat was also covered in blood, unconscious. Everyone who saw this was utterly shocked. No one could comprehend how a human body could withstand a speeding car. The most astonishing part was that the entire car was held by Yifeng, suspended in midair, until Yifeng gently flicked his hand, and with a loud crash, the car slammed to the ground. "Yifeng!" Mo Shangwan, tears streaming down her face, frantically rushed towards Yifeng and hugged him tightly. "Yifeng, are you okay? Are you okay?" Mo Shangwan reached out her delicate hand, caressing Yifeng's face, checking his body, fearing he might be hurt. Yifeng said, "Don't worry, I'm fine." A torrent of complex emotions surged within Mo Shangwan. Initially, she thought Yifeng had been thrown away, and she feared losing him. She hugged him tightly and couldn't help but kiss him. The onlookers watched this scene, marveling at Yifeng's superhuman abilities while envying him for having such a beautiful girlfriend. It was only then that Mo Shangwan realized her loss of composure, and with so many people watching, some even filming, her face turned red, and she quickly released Yifeng. Yifeng opened the car door, and the bloodied driver struggled to crawl out. However, the driver's condition was clearly poor, he was already in a state of shock, with shallow breathing, and could be in life-threatening danger at any moment. At that moment, several silver needles appeared in Yifeng's hand, and he moved with incredible speed. Swish, swish, swish. The major acupoints on the driver's body were pierced with silver needles.
Soon, the driver's condition improved significantly, and the bleeding from several wounds stopped. The driver widened his eyes in disbelief. He never expected that the one who saved his life would be Yifeng. Just then, Yifeng's cold voice came, "Who sent you?" The indifferent tone made the driver shiver involuntarily. Ultimately, the driver couldn't withstand the psychological pressure and truthfully said, "It was Mo Xiao who found me. He said you were a tough nut to crack and told me to drive, hoping to run you over. It was Mo Jichao. It was actually Mo Jichao who sent you. I must settle the score with him. He must pay the price." Upon hearing this, Mo Shangwan became agitated, took out her phone, and was about to call Mo Jichao. Mo Jichao usually bullied her, but to actually harm Yifeng, she absolutely could not tolerate it. Mo Shangwan thought to herself. However, Yifeng stopped her, saying, "If you call him, he won't admit it." Mo Shangwan replied anxiously, "But we can't let Mo Jichao off the hook. I never expected he would do something like this. Since he dares to plot against me, I will make him pay the price. You don't need to worry about that," Yifeng said, a hint of killing intent subtly emanating from him. Mo Shangwan couldn't help but shiver slightly. According to her woman's intuition, she felt that her understanding of Yifeng was perhaps just a drop in the ocean. But what she could be sure of was that someone like Mo Jichao was nothing but an ant in front of Yifeng. Especially just now, when Yifeng blocked a speeding car, it completely shocked Mo Shangwan. An involuntary thought flashed through her mind, perhaps there is no one in this world who can harm this man? In the end, under the gaze of everyone, Yifeng took Mo Shangwan and left. Before they departed, he reached out, and all the silver needles that had pierced the driver's vital points appeared in his hand. The driver, who had just regained his life, suddenly widened his eyes and died with blood flowing from all 7 orifices. The two quickly returned home. Jiang Lan was busy in the kitchen, while Mo Qingyi was helping her. A fragrant aroma wafted through the air, and a cake was placed on the dining table. Mo Shangwan pulled Yifeng to sit on the sofa, poured a glass of water, and handed it to him, saying, "You sit for a while, I'll go to the kitchen and see if there's anything I can help with." Yifeng nodded and took a sip from the cup. As Mo Shangwan walked into the kitchen, Yifeng went to the balcony to look at the bustling traffic outside. He lit a cigarette and began to smoke. The smoke curled around his sharply defined face as he fell into deep thought. It had been a month and a half since he left the ghost prison, and he had obtained 2 pieces of Mother Jade pendants. Although he still had a long way to go to unravel the mystery of his identity, he already had a basic outline in his mind. He had obtained the Mother Jade pendant from Mo Shangwan and helped her solve her problems. Perhaps it was time for him to leave Jiangnan province. At that moment, Jiang Lan and Mo Qingyi were still in the kitchen complaining about Mo Shangwan bringing Yifeng back. Although the balcony was far from the kitchen and there was the noise of the range hood, Yifeng's hearing was far beyond that of ordinary people, and he could hear them clearly. However, he didn't care at all about Jiang Lan and Mo Qingyi's attitude. His past life experiences had long allowed him to easily remain unaffected by joy or anger. Soon, they began to eat. Although Jiang Lan and Mo Qingyi wanted to talk about Yifeng, they held back, especially since Mo Shangwan had specifically reminded them earlier, and it was also Mo Shangwan's birthday. By the way, Xianwan, did you go to Gure Pharmaceutical Group to discuss cooperation? Which companies finally got the project? Jiang Lan suddenly thought of something and asked. Mo Qingyi also looked over, but both of them knew very well that even if Mo Shangwan went to Gure Pharmaceutical Group, it was impossible for her to negotiate any cooperation. While serving food to Yifeng, Mo Shangwan said, "I went, and we secured the cooperation. In the entire Jiangnan province, only we have secured the cooperation." Mo Qingyi and Jiang Lan exchanged glances, both showing expressions of disbelief. Jiang Lan even reached out to touch Mo Shangwan's head, saying, "Shangwan, you're not running a fever, are you? Why are you talking nonsense?" Mo Shangwan pouted, recalling that when she mentioned this news at the Mo family today, no one believed her. In fact, a large group of people even mocked her. Thinking of this, Mo Shangwan could only patiently say, "Dad, Mom, I really secured the cooperation. Gure Pharmaceutical Group wants to have an exclusive partnership with the Mo family, and the official website of Gure Pharmaceutical Group has already announced it." Speaking of which, Mo Shangwan took out her phone, logged into the official website of Gure Pharmaceutical Group, and handed it to Mo Qingyi and Jiang Lan. Jiang Lan excitedly grabbed the phone, and just one glance changed the expression on her face. The news that Gure Pharmaceutical Group was going to exclusively cooperate with the Mo family was right on the front page of their website. "Oh my god!" Jiang Lan exclaimed, standing up in excitement, almost dropping the phone. Mo Qingyi said speechlessly, "What are you doing? You're scaring me." Jiang Lan held the phone in front of Mo Qingyi and said, "Look." Mo Qingyi took a glance and jumped up from his seat. "Damn! It's actually true!" he shouted excitedly.
Jiang Lan covered her chest with her hand and scolded, "Are you crazy? You're giving me a heart attack with your surprises." Finally, the two of them looked at Imo Shangwan excitedly and asked, "Shangwan, is it really you who negotiated the cooperation with Gure Pharmaceutical Group?" Imo Shangwan nodded and said, "Yes, Yifeng went with me today." Basically, all the major families and groups in Jiangnan province were there. At first, I thought the Imo family had no hope at all, but I didn't expect that in the end, Gure Pharmaceutical Group actually chose the Imo family. You have to know that even the four major families were eliminated. Imo Qingyi and Jiang Lan felt their blood boiling, yet they were also filled with confusion. Yes, logically speaking, the Imo family shouldn't even qualify to cooperate with Gure Pharmaceutical Group. Imo Shangwan thought for a moment and said, "I'm not sure about the specific reasons, but just now, Imo Jichao sent me a message saying he has acquaintances in Gure Pharmaceutical Group. He said that Gure Pharmaceutical Group had already investigated all the families and companies in Jiangnan province and finally decided to cooperate with the Imo family." Speaking of Imo Jichao, Imo Shangwan felt a surge of anger. He actually wanted to harm Yifeng. Jiang Lan frowned and said, "So that's how it is. That means, no matter who from the Imo family goes to negotiate, they would succeed in the end?" "Yes, it should be like that," Imo Shangwan nodded. Despite this, Jiang Lan was still very happy and said, "So, when you chose to negotiate with Gure Pharmaceutical Group, you really made the right choice. Those people are all cowards, not one dared to negotiate. Xiangwan, you have really made a great contribution to the Imo family." Imo Shangwan felt very good and said, "Actually, I could muster the courage to negotiate thanks to Yifeng's encouragement." Imo Shangwan was very grateful to Yifeng. She noticed that ever since he appeared in her life, her luck seemed to have improved. She even suspected that Yifeng might have some connection with Gure Pharmaceutical Group, otherwise, how could she have negotiated the cooperation so easily? However, she quickly dismissed this thought. Although Yifeng was mysterious and powerful, he should still be at a disadvantage compared to Gure Pharmaceutical Group, especially its founder. Hearing Imo Shangwan's words, Jiang Lan couldn't help but roll her eyes and even let out a cold snort. Her daughter's success in negotiating had nothing to do with Yifeng. "By the way, Xiangwan, since you negotiated the cooperation, your grandmother should let you be the project director, right?" Imo Qingyi couldn't help but ask. Imo Shangwan frowned and said, "I don't know. According to the previous agreement, I took back the ownership of Hallen Group today, and my grandmother was very angry. But it doesn't matter whether I become the project director or not, as long as I can get some projects from Gure Pharmaceutical Group." Jiang Lan's eyes turned, staring at Imo Shangwan and said, "Shangwan, Hallen Group is about to go bankrupt. How can you offend your grandmother for a bankrupt group? Was this his idea?" As she spoke, Jiang Lan pointed at Yifeng. Imo Shangwan quickly grabbed Jiang Lan's hand and said, "This has nothing to do with Yifeng, and I don't want to suffer any more oppression from the Imo family and grandma." Yifeng had been calmly eating, and only then did he lift his head to say, "Relying on and being controlled by others, you'll never think of developing. Only independence and autonomy can offer opportunities." Although Jiang Lan felt Yifeng's words made sense, she couldn't help but curse. "By then, we won't even be able to eat. What's the use of independence and autonomy?" Just then, Imo Shangwan's phone rang. She answered it, and Imo Jichao's triumphant voice came through. "Imo Shangwan, Grandma just appointed me as the director of the Gure Pharmaceutical Group project. Tomorrow, I will represent the Imo family to sign the formal contract with Gure Pharmaceutical Group. From now on, you have nothing to do with this project, and Huayan Group shouldn't expect to gain any benefits from it, haha." Hearing Imo Jichao's smug voice on the phone, Imo Shangwan's anger finally could no longer be contained. "Imo Jichao, how dare you call me? I know I'm not favored in front of Grandma like you are. You becoming the project director is your own ability, but why do you want to harm Yifeng?" Imo Shangwan questioned. On the other end of the line, Imo Jichao was momentarily taken aback. He had just been enjoying himself at the club and hadn't had the chance to inquire about teaching Yifeng a lesson. He didn't expect the person he hired to act so quickly. However, from Imo Shangwan's words, it seemed that his hired help had failed. Imo Jichao's eyes darted around as he quickly denied, "Imo Shangwan, stop slandering me. Unless you have evidence, I can sue you for defamation. Do you believe that?" Imo Shangwan was so furious that her chest trembled twice. At that moment, Yifeng took the phone and said, "Imo Jichao, you will pay for everything you've done, and the cooperation with Gure Pharmaceutical Group was negotiated by Shangwan. No one can take it away, including you." Yifeng's voice was calm but carried an unparalleled momentum. On the other end of the line, Imo Jichao swallowed hard, and after a long pause, he gritted his teeth and said, "You're just a pretty boy. Who do you think you are, telling me I'll pay?" "You're dreaming." Yifeng replied, "If that's the case, let's wait and see." Soon, Yifeng hung up the phone.
On the other side, Mo Jichao was about to curse but found that Yifeng had already hung up, nearly furious enough to throw his phone. Mo Shangwan felt the coldness emanating from Yifeng and quickly grabbed his hand, saying, "Don't be angry with Mo Jichao, he doesn't deserve to be your opponent." Hearing this, Mo Chengyi and Zhang Lan couldn't help but shake their heads again. They realized that Mo Shangwan's gaze towards Yifeng was quite unusual, and her tone of voice was problematic. They genuinely suspected that their daughter had been enchanted, and perhaps one day she would be sold off and still pay the seller. Yifeng's expression was calm as he said, "He truly doesn't deserve it. Before I leave Jiangnan province, if he remains stubborn, I will help you deal with him." In fact, if Yifeng wanted to deal with Mo Jichao, he only needed to make a phone call to make the other party die 100 times, and he could also bring the entire Mo family to ruin. However, he was very clear that although Mo Shangwan had suffered a lot, she still valued family ties. If he directly dealt with Mo Jichao or the entire Mo family, it would bring her even greater harm. But now, his patience had clearly been worn thin by Mo Jichao. Hearing Yifeng's words, Mo Shangwan's delicate body couldn't help but tremble. She looked at Yifeng in shock, her beautiful eyes slightly widened. Did Yifeng really intend to kill Mo Jichao? On the other hand, Mo Chengyi and Zhang Lan couldn't help but laugh at Yifeng's words. "Yifeng, can you stop boasting? The most important thing for a man is to be grounded, do you know that?" Zhang Lan stared at Yifeng, speaking in an educational tone. Yifeng completely ignored Zhang Lan and turned to Mo Shangwan, saying, "I'm done eating, I'm going to smoke a cigarette." After saying that, Yifeng walked to the balcony, lit a cigarette, and gazed at the bustling city outside. Zhang Lan felt as if she had punched a cotton ball, her lungs nearly bursting with anger. After finishing the meal, Zhang Lan said to Mo Shangwan, "Shangwan, I'm tired. You go wash the dishes." Once Mo Shangwan entered the kitchen, Zhang Lan shot Mo Chengyi a glance, and the two of them approached Yifeng together. "You better put that cigarette out," Mo Chengyi said sternly. Yifeng said nothing, quietly finishing his cigarette before turning to look at Mo Chengyi and Zhang Lan. Mo Chengyi gritted his teeth and said, "To make a long story short, you are not worthy of our Mo Shangwan. If you have any sense, you should leave her quickly and not make a fool of yourself." Zhang Lan followed up, "Now that Shangwan has secured a partnership with Gure Pharmaceutical Group, maybe the founder of Gure Pharmaceutical Group has taken a liking to her. If you cling to her shamelessly now, you will only delay her future in happiness." Yifeng frowned slightly, he had lost count of how many times Mo Chengyi and Zhang Lan had said such things to him. "I understand." Yifeng didn't want to say much to the two and turned to sit on the sofa, picking up his phone to look at. Mo Chengyi and Zhang Lan felt as if they had punched a cotton ball, nearly exploding with anger. Looking at Yifeng on the sofa, Zhang Lan couldn't help but say, "A grown man, relying on a woman, just playing with his phone every day. How could Shangwan fall for such a man? It's a tragedy." After washing the dishes, Mo Shangwan linked her arm with Yifeng and left. Watching the two of them being affectionate, Zhang Lan stomped her feet in anger, pointing at Mo Chengyi's nose and scolding, "It's over, Shangwan has already been enchanted by this guy. Whatever we say is useless, just like when I was deceived by you back in the day. By the time I realized it, it was already too late." Mo Chengyi was speechless, feeling like he was caught in the crossfire. "Come on, at least I'm a rich second generation. What does Yifeng have? He's just a freeloader, don't compare him to me," Mo Chengyi said defiantly. After Yifeng and Mo Shangwan returned to the apartment, it was basically time for bed. Once home, Mo Shangwan stretched and said, "I'm going to take a shower first. You can shower after I'm done." With that, she entered the bathroom. Soon, the sound of running water filled the bathroom. About half an hour later, Mo Shangwan, wrapped in a towel, walked out of the bathroom. While drying her hair with a towel, she said to Yifeng, "I'm done, you can go now." Yifeng nodded and turned to head toward the bathroom. However, just as he stood up, he heard Mo Shangwan let out a sharp scream. He saw her slip on the floor, and her whole body flew out. Even the towel wrapped around her flew into the air. Just as she was about to crash to the ground in a sprawled position, Mo Shangwan felt a wave of despair. She estimated that this fall would leave her half dead, possibly bedridden for 10 days or half a month. The most critical part was that she would be presenting herself to Yifeng in such a manner. How could she face him afterward? However, just as Mo Shangwan's body was about to make intimate contact with the ground, Yifeng's figure transformed into a blur, appearing in front of her and reaching out to catch her. Mo Shangwan finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed she wouldn't have to get hurt after all. The Hallen group was going through a tumultuous time, and if she lay in bed for 10 days or so, the opportunity would likely be lost. But soon, she looked down and realized something was off. Seeing herself so openly lying in Yifeng's arms made her want to cry. Although she had developed different feelings for Yifeng during their time together, it didn't mean she could accept what was happening right now. She felt like she was at a great loss. Just then, Yifeng reached out, and the towel that had fallen to the floor seemed to defy gravity, appearing in his hand. He spun around and wrapped the towel around Mo Shangwan. Immediately, she felt herself being lifted by strong arms and carried into the bedroom. What was he going to do? Could it be? In an instant, Mo Shangwan's eyes widened. Thinking about everything that might happen next, her heart raced like never before. Soon, she was thrown onto the soft bed. She bit her lip and closed her eyes. At that moment, her resistance faded significantly, replaced by a hint of anticipation. However, she quickly heard footsteps. When she opened her eyes, Yifeng had already left the bedroom. In an instant, she froze, her face turning completely red. So Yifeng just wanted me to rest in the room, he had no other intentions, but I. At this thought, she covered her head with the blanket, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Yifeng finished his shower quickly, and after washing up, he lay down in the bedroom, ready to sleep. Mo Shangwan heard that Yifeng had finished his shower and finally mustered the courage to come out. But she didn't see Yifeng. There was no one in the bathroom or the living room, which meant he was asleep. Mo Shangwan rolled her eyes. She had wanted to have a heart-to-heart with Yifeng, but he was already asleep. For a moment, her feelings were complicated. Back in her room, she tossed and turned, unable to sleep. After everything that just happened, Yifeng can still sleep? Does he not care about my body at all? Or is he not a man? Mo Shangwan thought about a lot of things. Memories of her time with Yifeng flooded her mind. She recalled everything he had done for her over the years. She remembered Yifeng's words, how he said he would leave Jiangnan province after helping her resolve her troubles. The thought of Yifeng leaving suddenly filled her with an overwhelming sadness, leaving her feeling lost. The more she thought, the less she could sleep. By 2 a.m, she had no desire to sleep at all. She sat up in bed, walked to the window, and pulled back the curtains to look outside. It was quiet outside, almost no sound, with an occasional car passing by. She stood at the door for over 10 minutes, biting her lip as if making an important decision. She stepped into Yifeng's room. The moment she entered, Yifeng opened his eyes. A cold, killing intent rose from him. In an instant, the temperature in the entire bedroom seemed to drop significantly. Mo Shangwan, wrapped in her pajamas, couldn't help but tremble slightly. She widened her eyes, looking incredulously at Yifeng lying on the bed, her intuition telling her that this man was extremely dangerous. She felt deeply that Yifeng was like a black hole, a dangerous and mysterious black hole. She was afraid to confront him, yet like a moth to a flame, she wanted to throw caution to the wind and rush toward him. The killing intent emanating from Yifeng was related to his past experiences of being always on guard. However, he quickly realized that the person who entered the room was not an enemy, but Mo Shangwan. In the darkness, he frowned slightly but did not speak. At that moment, Mo Shangwan's breathing was somewhat disordered, and she suddenly regretted entering Yifeng's room. But thinking that Yifeng might soon leave Jiangnan province, her gaze instantly became resolute. She bit her lip, walked to the bedside, and gently lay down on Yifeng. Yifeng slightly opened his eyes, looked at her, and asked, "Is there something?" In the silent, pitch-black night, Mo Shangwan's face flushed slightly as she said, "Yifeng, I remembered the car accident today, and I'm a bit scared. I can't sleep. Can I sleep here tonight?" After saying this, Mo Shangwan felt a bit anxious inside. She didn't know why, but she was worried that Yifeng would refuse her request. Although she thought that if a man's orientation was fine, he would definitely not refuse such a request, especially from a stunning beauty. In the darkness, Yifeng nodded and said, "Sure." Those 2 short words made the heavy stone in Mo Shangwan's heart fall to the ground, and for a moment, her heart blossomed with joy. It was the first time she lay on the same bed with a man so formally, and she felt an indescribable tension inside. However, since she had made this decision, she ultimately did not hesitate, reached out, and hugged Yifeng. Yifeng opened his eyes and frowned slightly. Mo Shangwan's heart raced. She buried her head in Yifeng's embrace and whispered, "Yifeng, I'm still a bit scared. Can I hold you while I sleep?" The reason she did this was not because she was afraid. She believed that having come this far, any normal man should know what to do next. Hearing Mo Shangwan's words, Yifeng nodded slightly and said, "It's fine. You don't need to think too much about what happened tonight. They can't hurt me, nor can they hurt you." Upon hearing this, Mo Shangwan's heart blossomed with joy. She slightly closed her eyes, anticipating what would happen next. She had already decided to give herself to Yifeng. She did not regret it and was even a bit impatient. Whether it was because she had known Yifeng since childhood, or because of everything Yifeng had done for her, or because she was conquered by Yifeng's strength, she had made her decision. However, what she did not expect was that after waiting for a long time, Yifeng did not make any further moves. Her brows furrowed,
Could it be that Yifeng was a block of wood, needing her to take the initiative? Until she heard Yifeng's breathing, very even and strong. In an instant, her eyes widened. This guy actually fell asleep? Mo Shangwan's face was filled with disbelief. She reached out, waved her hand in front of Yifeng's eyes, and gently called his name. But Yifeng had no reaction at all. This guy was really asleep. In the pitch-black night, Mo Shangwan's expression was very complicated. She wanted to find a word to describe her feelings at that moment, but she found that she couldn't find such a word at all. That night, Yifeng slept well, not waking until dawn. However, Mo Shangwan had a terrible night, unable to sleep well at all. A ray of sunlight filtered through the gap in the curtains, shining into the room. It was dawn. Yifeng opened his eyes, glanced at Mo Shangwan beside him, and, at this moment, Mo Shangwan's heart was collapsing. What did he mean by woke up? She hadn't slept well at all. After getting up, Yifeng quickly washed up and started preparing breakfast. Mo Shangwan lingered in bed, reluctant to get up. She hugged Yifeng's blanket, inhaling his scent, feeling very secure. After breakfast, Mo Shangwan arrived at Hallen Group, while Yifeng headed to Gure Pharmaceutical Group. Although Zhang Hanyan held absolute power over Gure Pharmaceutical Group, she still sought Yifeng's opinion on many matters. She felt that as a woman, she should do so. Just as Yifeng arrived at Gure Pharmaceutical Group and was walking inside, a voice suddenly came from behind. Yifeng. It was Mo Jichao, dressed in a suit. Yifeng frowned slightly, not intending to pay attention to Mo Jichao, and continued walking forward. Watching Yifeng's back, Mo Jichao's eyes nearly burst with anger. After all, Yifeng was just a kept man in his eyes, yet he had been humiliated by Yifeng several times. Yifeng, stop! Mo Jichao said in a commanding tone. Yifeng halted, turned to look at Mo Jichao, and coldly asked, "What do you want?" Mo Jichao snorted and said, "What are you doing at Gure Pharmaceutical Group? Is this a place you can come to?" Mo Ziqing also glared at Yifeng and said, "Our Mo family has just reached a cooperation with Gure Pharmaceutical Group, and we are signing the formal contract today. If you ruin the cooperation, can you bear the consequences?" Yifeng sneered and replied, "The cooperation with Gure Pharmaceutical Group was negotiated by Shangwan. What qualifications do you have to sign the contract? Besides, do you think you are worthy of cooperating with Gure Pharmaceutical Group?" Instantly, both Mo Jichao and Mo Shangwan were furious. This Yifeng was simply too arrogant. However, in Gure Pharmaceutical Group, they dared not act recklessly and could only glare at Yifeng, cursing, "Kept man, how dare you speak to us like that? Let me tell you, our Mo family will soon reach a cooperation with Gure Pharmaceutical Group, and then we will become one of the top families in Jiangnan province, even surpassing the 4 great families. By then, the gap between you and me will be something I don't need to elaborate on." At the end, Mo Jichao's face was filled with pride and smugness. Mo Ziqing was even more stirred up. The Mo family was about to rise, and they would rise too. However, upon hearing Mo Jichao's words, Yifeng couldn't help but laugh. He glanced at Mo Jichao and Mo Ziqing, coldly sneering, "You are overestimating yourselves. Gure Pharmaceutical Group will not cooperate with ants like you who don't know the heights of heaven and earth. As for the reason, I already said it before, you are not worthy." After saying that, Yifeng turned and left. Mo Jichao was so furious he felt like he would explode, pointing at Yifeng's back and about to curse. However, he was stopped by Mo Ziqing. "Lower your voice, this is Gure Pharmaceutical Group. The Mo family has worked hard to gain the opportunity to cooperate with Gure Pharmaceutical Group. If you start cursing here, it might really ruin everything." Mo Jichao then realized his loss of composure and quickly shut up. Right. The most important thing today is to sign the formal contract with Gure Pharmaceutical Group. We can't stoop to the level of someone like Yifeng. Mo Jichao finally reacted and quickly said. The two followed the notice from Gure Pharmaceutical Group to the office of the chairman, Zhang Hanyan, waiting to sign the formal contract. Zhang Hanyan's secretary warmly received them. "Our chairman is currently meeting with a very important guest. Please wait in the reception room." The secretary led them into the reception room and poured coffee for them. Mo Jichao excitedly took the coffee and couldn't help but ask, "Ms. Zhao, do you know who the important person that President Zhang is meeting is? Right now, how many families and groups in Jiangnan province are looking up to our Gure Pharmaceutical Group?" In President Zhang's eyes, could there still be any big shots? Hearing this, Mo Ziqing couldn't help but frown, quickly pushing Mo Jichao and glaring at him. Only then did Mo Jichao realize that he seemed to have gotten a bit carried away, saying whatever came to mind. The secretary smiled and said, "What you said is actually not wrong. In President Zhang's eyes, there are naturally no big shots in Jiangnan province.
Not to mention Jiangnan province, even looking at the entire Long country, or even the whole world, there are no big shots in President Zhang's eyes, because behind President Zhang, there is a truly big shot. Instantly, both Mo Jichao and Mo Ziqing became interested, and they exclaimed in unison, "What big shot is that, so impressive?" The secretary, with a proud expression, said, "Actually, I don't need to say it, you should know, it's naturally the founder of Gure Pharmaceutical Group." Mo Jichao and Mo Ziqing suddenly realized, nodding their heads like a rattle drum, saying, "Yes, behind President Zhang, there is the founder of our Gure Pharmaceutical Group. Looking at the whole world, what is there to fear?" Mo Jichao and Mo Ziqing had some understanding of how Gure Pharmaceutical Group had risen. Not to mention that the products of Gure Pharmaceutical Group exceeded the current human understanding, even science couldn't explain them clearly. Just considering that Gure Pharmaceutical Group had steadily gained the upper hand in its confrontation with the world's top pharmaceutical group, Ruehue Pharmaceutical Group, and even made Ruehue Pharmaceutical Group vanish, was enough to illustrate the powerful energy of the founder of Gure Pharmaceutical Group. Thinking of this, Mo Jichao and Mo Ziqing were filled with admiration. At the same time, they felt a surge of excitement. Now, the Mo family had also teamed up with Gure Pharmaceutical Group, which was equivalent to teaming up with the founder of Gure Pharmaceutical Group. The Mo family would surely soar to great heights, and they too would inevitably rise. "You two wait here for a moment. When President Zhang is free, I will come to call you," the secretary said with a smile and turned to leave. Mo Ziqing, sipping her coffee, had an excited expression. "Do you think if I go to President Zhang's door now, I could meet the founder of Gure Pharmaceutical Group? If I take the initiative, could I become the woman of the founder of Gure Pharmaceutical Group?" Mo Jichao was startled and said, "You mustn't. The founder of Gure Pharmaceutical Group might not even look at you, and if you upset him, our Mo family will suffer too." Mo Ziqing nodded and said happily, "I'm just saying that. As a woman, I still need to be a bit reserved. It's important that our Mo family has partnered with Gure Pharmaceutical Group. In the future, I will have opportunities to interact with the founder of Gure Pharmaceutical Group." Mo Jichao was filled with disdain in his heart, as if Mo Ziqing was reserved. If she met the founder of Gure Pharmaceutical Group, she would probably spread her legs wider than anyone else. Soon, Mo Ziqing finished her cup of coffee, and her eyes suddenly lit up as she thought of something. "Just now we ran into Yifeng, and President Zhang is meeting with the founder of Gure Pharmaceutical Group. Do you think it's possible that Yifeng is the founder of Gure Pharmaceutical Group?" Upon hearing this, Mo Jichao became furious, nearly slapping Mo Ziqing in the face. Yifeng and the founder of Gure Pharmaceutical Group, one is a crawling insect on the ground, the other is a celestial being in the sky. How could Yifeng possibly be the founder of Gure Pharmaceutical Group? Mo Ziqing, has your brain gone to mush? If you don't have a cerebral thrombosis in 3 years, you wouldn't say something like that. At this moment, in Zhang Hanyan's office, Yifeng was sitting on the sofa, sipping the tea that Zhang Hanyan had personally brewed. "How is CeCe? Is she getting used to living in Jiangnan province?" Yifeng asked. Zhang Hanyan smiled slightly and said, "CeCe is doing well, she often thinks of you, her dad. I've raised her for several years, yet I don't have as deep a bond with her as you do." At this moment, Zhang Hanyan's heart was filled with joy and satisfaction. She knew that Yifeng had 7 fiancés, and whether it was Lu Ruyan or Mo Shangwan, they were all beauties among beauties. Not only that, but Yifeng also had many close female friends and admirers, such as Long Xiaoyun, Long Xiaoshuat, Bu Fian, Lin Qingyi. They were all exceptional beauties. Yifeng had stayed in Jinling for more than a month, but this month had changed these women's lives. It had also brought unprecedented rewards to the families of these women. However, compared to these women, Zhang Hanyan was clearly the biggest winner, because she was now the chairwoman of Gure Pharmaceutical Group, steering this giant ship with unstoppable momentum, moving out of Jinling, out of Long country, and towards the world. Even Yifeng's first fiancé, Lu Ruyan, had not received such treatment. The reason she could have all this might be because of CeCe, but regardless of the reason, Zhang Hanyan was already satisfied, completely satisfied. In the quiet of the night, she had decided more than once in her heart to follow Yifeng for a lifetime and serve him. Yifeng, however, did not notice Zhang Hanyan's unusual demeanor. He slowly put down his teacup and said, "Then I'll go to your place tonight and make a good meal for CeCe." Zhang Hanyan's heart blossomed even more. "Great. The dishes you make have spoiled CeCe's taste. She says the food at 5-star hotels isn't good anymore." Yifeng smiled, feeling warm at CeCe's approval. This feeling was something no one else could give him. By the way, in 3 days, it's the opening ceremony of the Jiangnan branch of Gure Pharmaceutical Group. Do you have time to attend? Zhang Hanyan asked with a smile. Yifeng nodded and said, "No problem." Zheng Hanyan continued, right now, everyone in the company and in Jiangnan province is going crazy wanting to know your identity. I think it's time to reveal who you are? Yifeng thought for a moment and said, you can arrange that. Whether to reveal his identity was not important to him. Besides, he should be leaving Jiangnan province soon. The two chatted quietly in the office, and Yifeng also instructed Zheng Hanyan on some matters. 10 minutes later, Yifeng left Zheng Hanyan's office. Zheng Hanyan watched him leave. Just as Yifeng disappeared from Zheng Hanyan's sight, he bumped into a woman around the corner of the corridor. The woman was in an OL uniform, accentuating her perfect figure, and her appearance was also stunning, exuding a noble aura. It was Lu Rui, Mo Shangwan's best friend. It seemed that Lu Rui had fulfilled her wish and started working at Gure Pharmaceutical Group. Upon seeing Yifeng, Lu Rui's face showed surprise. Yifeng, what are you doing here? Yifeng replied, I'm here to handle some matters. Lu Rui looked incredulous. Yifeng was handling matters at the Gure Medical Group. What could he possibly handle? From Lu Rui's understanding of Yifeng, he seemed like a kept man. How could he possibly be connected to the Gure Medical Group? If she had known earlier, the Gure Medical Group was currently the hottest company in the entire Jiangnan province. As long as it continued to develop normally, reaching the pinnacle of top companies was just a matter of time. Did Yifeng, like herself, want to work at the Gure Medical Group? Lu Rui thought to herself. However, she quickly shook her head. The reason she could join the Gure Medical Group was that she had experience in corporate management and graduated from prestigious management programs both domestically and internationally. But Yifeng, what qualifications did he have to join the Gure Medical Group? He had no advantages at all. Lu Rui pondered various possibilities in her mind. Just as she was about to ask Yifeng, he said, I have things to do, I'm leaving. After saying that, Yifeng turned and walked away, completely ignoring Lu Rui's attitude, as if he was merely informing her of his departure. Watching Yifeng's back, Lu Rui felt speechless, and since she met Yifeng, she had lost count of how many times she had experienced such a speechless moment. Ever since she met Yifeng, he had never looked at her directly. She had more than once felt that Yifeng was doing it on purpose to attract her attention. After all, she had absolute confidence in her appearance, figure, and temperament. Even after being at the Gure Medical Group for over a week, she had already been regarded as a goddess by many and received dozens of love letters. She thought Yifeng's tactic of feigning indifference was truly clumsy. She shook her head, stopped thinking about it, and walked towards Zheng Hanyan's office, filled with excitement. She had been at the Gure Medical Group for over a week and had yet to see even a glimpse of the founder of the Gure Medical Group. In fact, she had only met Zheng Hanyan a handful of times. Finally, on this day, Zheng Hanyan had something to discuss with her. She planned to take the opportunity to ask about the founder of the Gure Medical Group. After all, Zheng Hanyan was the exclusive agent of the founder, so she should know when the founder would arrive. However, when Lu Rui first met Zheng Hanyan, she felt a sense of crisis. Zheng Hanyan was an extraordinary beauty, no less than her, and one could even say she surpassed her. Moreover, since Zheng Hanyan was the exclusive agent of the founder, Lu Rui even had reason to suspect that Zheng Hanyan had already gotten ahead of her and become the founder's woman. However, later Lu Rui heard that Zheng Hanyan had only just met the founder of the Gure Medical Group, and before that, Zheng Hanyan already had a daughter, meaning she was a married woman. With that in mind, Zheng Hanyan should not be the founder's woman. Filled with excitement, Lu Rui entered Zheng Hanyan's office and handed over some documents. Zheng Hanyan took the documents, flipped through them, and soon a smile appeared on her face as she said, as expected of a top student in management, well done. I'll study this here for a bit. Lu Rui nodded, mustered her courage, and said, Zhang, may I ask you something? Zheng Hanyan looked up at Lu Rui and asked, what is it? Lu Rui replied, the branch has been operating for so long, yet we haven't seen the founder of the Gure Medical Group come by. Everyone is very curious and wants to see the founder's style. Upon hearing this, Zheng Hanyan raised her head and stared at Lu Rui with a peculiar gaze, as if trying to see through her. In that moment, Lu Rui felt an unprecedented tension in her heart. Soon, a smile appeared on Zheng Hanyan's face as she asked, there must be many in the company who want to catch a glimpse of the creator of Gure Pharmaceutical Group, right? Lu Rui let out a sigh of relief and said, not just many, but everyone is eagerly looking forward to seeing the charisma of the creator of Gure Pharmaceutical Group. Zheng Hanyan smiled and said, well, I have good news for you. Tomorrow is the inauguration ceremony of the Jiangnan branch of Gure Pharmaceutical Group, and he will be coming then. Lu Rui was taken aback for a moment, then her heart soared with joy as she exclaimed, that's great. It's really great. I can finally meet the creator of Gure Pharmaceutical Group. After saying this, Lu Rui realized her loss of composure and quickly added, thank you, General Manager Zhang.
I will go tell my colleagues this good news right away. Once Lu Rui left, a bitter smile involuntarily appeared on Zhang Hanyan's face.
It seemed that no matter where Yifeng went, he would always be surrounded by countless beautiful women. Meanwhile, after Yifeng left, the secretary entered Zhang Hanyan's office and reported, General Manager Zhang, Mo Jichao and Mo Ziqing from the Mo family are here to sign a contract with Gure Pharmaceutical Group on behalf of the Mo family.
The signing venue is ready. No need to sign. Immediately kick them out. The cooperation with Gure Pharmaceutical Group was finalized with Mo Shiyuan, and no one else can represent the Mo family in signing contracts.
Tell the Mo family that Gure Pharmaceutical Group will not cooperate with such ants, as they are unworthy, Zhang Hanyan said coldly. Earlier, Yifeng had already briefed Zhang Hanyan about the cooperation between Gure Pharmaceutical Group and the Mo family.
Zhang Hanyan had taken Yifeng as her man, so she would execute his instructions without hesitation.
Upon hearing this, the secretary was stunned. As Zhang Hanyan's secretary, she knew that the reason Gure Pharmaceutical Group wanted to have an exclusive partnership with the Mo family was because of the connection between the Mo family and the creator of Gure Pharmaceutical Group.
Just after finalizing the cooperation, how could it change?
However, through Zhang Hanyan's words, the secretary quickly figured it out. It seemed that the person related to Gure Pharmaceutical Group was this Mo Shiyuan, not anyone else from the Mo family. The secretary soon arrived at the reception room, accompanied by several tall security guards in uniforms. Seeing them approach, Mo Jichao and Mo Ziqing stood up excitedly and asked, Secretary Zhao, is General Manager Zhang done with her work? However, upon seeing the security guards, the two were momentarily taken aback. The secretary, with a stern face, said, You two may leave. General Manager Zhang said that the cooperation with Gure Pharmaceutical Group was finalized with Mo Shiyuan, and no one else can represent the Mo family in signing contracts. Moreover, Gure Pharmaceutical Group will not cooperate with you ants, as you are unworthy. Upon hearing the secretary's words, Mo Jichao and Mo Ziqing were initially stunned. Then, Mo Jichao, furious and embarrassed, shouted, What do you mean? Who are you calling an ant? Mo Ziqing also angrily said, That's right. You're just a secretary. How dare you speak to the Mo family like this? You must apologize today. The two were very angry. Although countless people looked up to Gure Pharmaceutical Group, it did not mean that Gure Pharmaceutical Group could insult the Mo family at will. The secretary sneered and said, Since you two say that, let me tell you, what I just said is the meaning of our general manager Zhang. You two may leave, or else don't blame us for being rude. After saying this, the secretary waved her hand, and several tall security guards immediately surrounded Mo Jichao and Mo Ziqing. The two exchanged glances, both feeling a bit scared. Since this was Zhang Hanyan's intention, continuing to linger here would surely lead to no good outcome. In the end, the two left the Gure Pharmaceutical Group in utter embarrassment. Just as they stepped out of the office building, Mo Ziqing suddenly thought of something and said, There's something fishy about this, really fishy.
Mo Jichao asked, What's fishy? Do you remember when we first arrived and ran into Yifeng?
He said that Gure Pharmaceutical Group wouldn't cooperate with ants like us, and that we weren't worthy, Mo Ziqing replied. Instantly, Mo Jichao's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible, how could that be? Yifeng is just a freeloader. He can't possibly have any connection to Gure Pharmaceutical Group.
Mo Ziqing nodded and said, That's right, Yifeng is just a pretty boy with no real ability.
This must all be a coincidence. It's likely that we casually changed the contract and angered President Zhang, which is why he said that.
Mo Jichao nodded, saying, What you said makes sense, but the key is, what do we do now?
At that moment, Mo Jichao felt lost, completely flustered. He had originally thought that signing the contract would go smoothly, and he would easily become the project director, thus starting a glorious chapter in his life.
But he never expected it would turn out like this. Mo Ziqing was also at a loss and said, Let's go home first and report this to Grandma. Mo Jichao, feeling overwhelmed, dejectedly said, All right, let's go home. Just as Mo Jichao and Mo Ziqing returned to the Mo family villa, several people surrounded them. Jichao, Ziqing, how did it go? Did you sign the contract? Quick, take out the contract for us to see. This is the hope for our Mo family's rise.
Their parents looked on with pride. The Mo family's rise, with their son becoming the project director, meant the family's ascent, and soon the entire family would be theirs. Even the old matriarch, leaning on her dragon-headed cane, trembled out of her room.
Jichao, Ziqing, how did it go? Did you bring back the contract?
The old matriarch asked excitedly, her wrinkles smoothing out.
At that moment, Mo Jichao's expression was worse than if he had eaten something foul. Seeing him silent, the old matriarch's brow furrowed, and her expression darkened as she asked, What's wrong? Did the contract not get signed? Mo Jichao swallowed hard and said, "Grandma, the contract indeed didn't get signed.
President Zhang had us thrown out, and his secretary also said.
What else did the secretary say?"
The old matriarch asked coldly.
The secretary said that Gure Pharmaceutical Group wouldn't cooperate with ants like us because we aren't worthy. Mo Jichao gritted his teeth and replied, "What?"
Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Mo family members changed.
What does Gure Pharmaceutical Group mean by that? Isn't that an insult? Even if it's an insult, it shouldn't be this blatant. This is truly too much. It's just a pharmaceutical company. What's so great about it? Our Mo family is at least a well-known family in Jiangnan province. Exactly, we have our pride. Do they expect us to kneel to make money? We will earn our money standing up. Enough.
At that moment, the old matriarch slammed her dragon-headed cane hard against the ground.
She stared at Mo Jichao and Mo Zicheng and asked, "What else did Gure Pharmaceutical Group say? They can't just cancel our cooperation for no reason, can they?" Mo Jichao nodded and said, "By the way, Secretary Zhang also mentioned that the cooperation with Gure Pharmaceutical Group was finalized with Mo Shangwan. Apart from Mo Shangwan, no one else can represent the Mo family in signing the contract."
Upon hearing this, everyone was puzzled.
Why would the contract only be signed with Mo Shangwan?
Exactly, Gure Pharmaceutical Group is cooperating with our Mo family, not just with Mo Shangwan, so there's no need for that. The old lady thought for a moment and said, "Call Mo Shangwan and ask her to come over." At Hallen Group, Mo Shangwan was dealing with her backlog of work.
Just then, she received a call from Mo Jichao. Seeing Mo Jichao's name, Mo Shangwan couldn't help but frown. But she ultimately answered the call. "Mo Shangwan, come to the Mo family villa right now," Mo Jichao said in a commanding tone as soon as the call connected. Mo Shangwan frowned and replied, "Is there something urgent? I'm busy right now." "Busy? What's more important, your work or the Mo family's matters? Hurry back, immediately," Mo Jichao said impatiently. Mo Shangwan replied, "I can come back, but you need to tell me what this is about first."
Long ago, Mo Shangwan's parents had been pushed out of the Mo family. Additionally, the Mo family had withdrawn their investment from Hallen Group, forcing them into a corner. And since she had secured the cooperation with Gure Pharmaceutical Group, the old lady had said that this project would have nothing to do with her, leaving her heart completely cold. It was truly disheartening.
Mo Shangwan, what kind of attitude is that? I'm telling you, it's Grandma who wants you to come over. If you know what's good for you.
Mo Jichao on the phone was directly enraged.
Just then, the old lady's voice came through the phone. "Shangwan, it's Grandma. Come over, I have something to discuss with you." Mo Shangwan was taken aback, her eyes suddenly feeling a bit teary.
It had been a long time since Grandma had spoken to her so gently.
"Okay, Grandma, I'll finish up what I'm doing and come over." After saying this, Mo Shangwan hung up the phone. After hanging up, Mo Shangwan fell into confusion. Why was Mo Jichao so eager for her to return to the Mo family? And why was the old lady's attitude so unusual?
The more she thought about it, the more wrong it seemed, and she ultimately called Yifeng, telling him about what had just happened.
"I know what's going on," Yifeng's calm voice came through the phone. Mo Shangwan asked incredulously, "You know what's going on?"
Yifeng replied, "It's related to the cooperation project with Gure Pharmaceutical Group."
"How about this, I'll go back to the Mo family with you."
Yifeng knew that Mo Shangwan was a strong woman in the business world, and even many men were no match for her. But once it involved the Mo family, Mo Shangwan would repeatedly compromise, which led to her being taken advantage of time and again. The main reason was that Mo Shangwan placed too much importance on family ties.
Considering all this, Yifeng decided to accompany Mo Shangwan back to the Mo family.
About 20 minutes later, Yifeng and Mo Shangwan arrived at the Mo family home together. Upon seeing Yifeng, Mo Jichao's face was filled with hatred, his eyes seeming to spit fire. Mo Jichao even felt that the reason he couldn't finalize the cooperation was because of Yifeng's bad luck. When the old lady saw Mo Shangwan arrive, the wrinkles on her face instantly relaxed, and she waved her hand, saying, "Come here, Shangwan."
"Grandma, you were looking for me?" Mo Shangwan asked, looking confused as she walked over to the old lady.
Although Yifeng had just told Mo Shangwan that the old lady wanted to talk to her about the cooperation with Gure Pharmaceutical Group, he hadn't specified the details. Yifeng followed closely behind Mo Shangwan, preparing to stand by the old lady's side.
But Yifeng was stopped by Mo Jichao. "You stop right there. Grandma is looking for Mo Shangwan. What does it have to do with you? Stay away."
Yifeng coldly glanced at Mo Jichao and spat out two words, "Get out of the way."
Gulps. Mo Jichao couldn't help but swallow hard. To be honest, he was completely afraid of Yifeng. After all,
he had been bullied by Yifeng several times and was thoroughly terrified. Because they were at the Yi family, he felt a bit more confident, but now, under Yifeng's gaze, he instantly wilted and instinctively took 2 steps back. By the time he reacted, Yifeng had already walked over to Mo Shangwan's side. Seeing this scene, Mo Zicheng couldn't help but shake her head. She felt that Mo Jichao was really useless. When he saw Yifeng, he was like a cat seeing a mouse. She felt sorry for Mo Jichao. At this moment, the old lady smiled at Mo Shangwan and said, "Xiangwan, you still need to make a trip to Gure Pharmaceutical Group to sign the cooperation contract." Mo Shangwan's heart couldn't help but stir. Indeed, as Yifeng had said, the old lady called her to the Mo family villa for a reason related to the cooperation with Gure Pharmaceutical Group. However, she felt a bit confused and asked, "Grandma, isn't the project director Mo Jichao? Even if it's to sign a contract, shouldn't it be Mo Jichao representing the Mo family?" At this point, Mo Shangwan felt a bit wronged. Previously, she had clearly negotiated the contract, yet the old lady made Mo Jichao the project director and explicitly stated that the cooperation with Gure Pharmaceutical Group would have nothing to do with Hallen Group. Now, she was being asked to represent the Mo family to sign the contract. Did the old lady see her as someone who could be summoned at will and dismissed just as easily? The old lady held Mo Shangwan's hand and said, "Shangwan, let me tell you the truth. President Zhang of Gure Pharmaceutical Group said that when the cooperation was discussed, it was you who went, so the contract can only be signed by you. Because you didn't go, President Zhang was very angry, so you still have to work hard to sign the contract and explain things to President Zhang." Upon hearing this, Mo Shangwan was stunned, and her brows couldn't help but furrow. "Isn't anyone able to sign the contract? Why does President Zhang specifically want me to go? Shangwan, do you have some relationship with President Zhang?" The old lady stared at Mo Shangwan and asked. The others were equally curious. If Mo Shangwan had no connection with Zheng Hanyan, why would Zheng Hanyan specifically ask Mo Shangwan to sign the contract? Mo Shangwan shook her head and said, "I don't know President Zhang. The last time we discussed cooperation, it was my first time meeting President Zhang." The crowd saw that Mo Shangwan didn't seem to be lying, and they felt relieved. It seemed that Gure Pharmaceutical Group's refusal to sign was simply because of a change in personnel. Mo Jichao let out a long breath. As long as Mo Shangwan had no connection with Gure Pharmaceutical Group, then after signing the contract, he could still be the project director, and he would still be the biggest winner. The old lady's murky eyes also revealed a hint of understanding as she smiled and said, "Shangwan, this afternoon you should go to Gure Pharmaceutical Group to find President Zhang and see if you can get the contract signed." Just then, a voice suddenly came. "Letting Shangwan sign the contract is fine, but what's in it for her?" The owner of the voice was none other than Yifeng. Hearing Yifeng's words, the Mo family members were furious. Mo Jichao was the first to lose his temper. "Yifeng, I warn you again, this is the Mo family, and you have no right to act wild here." Jichao is right. Mo Jichao's words immediately garnered the support of many. Mo Jichao straightened his back, a proud look on his face. At that moment, Yifeng shot a cold glance at Mo Jichao and said, "What I, Yifeng, want to say or do is none of your business, and you have no right to interfere." Gulp. Mo Jichao swallowed hard, his eyes twitching uncontrollably. He wanted to say something, but meeting Yifeng's gaze, the rest of his words were swallowed back down. Mo Shangwan glanced at Yifeng, bit her lip, and said, "Grandma, I think Yifeng is right." Since the Mo family previously stated that the cooperation with Gure Pharmaceutical Group has nothing to do with Hallen Group, and the project director is also Mo Jichao, now asking me to sign the contract, at least I deserve an explanation. Originally, it was very difficult for Mo Shangwan to muster the courage to oppose the matriarch. Moreover, now that Hallen Group had secured investment and was developing well, she didn't want to fight for anything from the Mo family anymore. But as the old saying goes, when the husband sings, the wife follows. Since Yifeng had spoken, she had to keep pace with him. The matriarch narrowed her eyes slightly, her expression darkening as she stared at Mo Shangwan and said, "What kind of explanation do you want?" Mo Shangwan bit her lip, turned to look at Yifeng, and said, "I will listen to Yifeng." Mo Shangwan became increasingly certain that her previous success in negotiating the cooperation with Gure Pharmaceutical Group was closely tied to Yifeng. Since Yifeng had arranged everything for her, she was willing to follow his lead. However, as soon as she said this, it immediately drew the ire of the Mo family. "What do you mean, Mo Shangwan? This matter is our Mo family's business. What does it have to do with an outsider like him?" "Exactly, I see you've been bewitched by this kid. You haven't even married yet, and you're already turning your elbow outward. If you really get married, what will happen then?" Mo Shangwan bit her lip and said, "In business, one must be fair. I, Mo Shangwan, have a clear conscience regarding the Mo family. As she spoke, she looked at Yifeng and said, Yifeng, you say it, I will listen to you. During this time, Mo Shangwan had done some deep thinking. She had given too much to the Mo family and had endured too much. It was time for a change. The key was that she didn't want to disappoint Yifeng. Yifeng nodded and said, it's simple. Shangwan will go to Gure Pharmaceutical Group to sign the contract, and the cooperation project with Gure Pharmaceutical Group must give Hallen Group 30%. In fact, Yifeng could have taken the entire project back and let Hallen Group take full responsibility. However, he had further plans, and taking everything back would affect his next steps. Hearing Yifeng's words, the Mo family exploded. Hallen Group is on the verge of collapse, and its scale is less than 1/10 of the Mo family. You actually dare to ask for 30% of the project? Are you crazy? You're simply asking for too much. Not to mention that it's impossible to give you 30% of the project, even if we did. Could you handle it? Yifeng ignored the scorn and ridicule from the crowd and focused on the matriarch, saying, the Mo family agrees, Shangwan will negotiate. If you disagree, we will leave right now. Instantly, the Mo family members were all dumbfounded. Although they cursed more fiercely than anyone else, they knew very well that if Mo Shangwan left, the cooperation with Gure Pharmaceutical Group would be completely ruined. Slap. The old lady slammed her hand on the armchair and said, alright, I agree. To prevent any prolonged delays, Shangwan, you should go talk to the Gure Pharmaceutical Group immediately, lest they confirm another partner. Soon, Yifeng and Mo Shangwan left. The members of the Mo family were filled with righteous indignation. After holding back for a long time, Mo Jichao couldn't help but curse, that little white face Yifeng is truly despicable. Grandma, he actually dares to negotiate terms with you, it must be Mo Shangwan's instigation. The old lady's expression was exceptionally grim. Throughout her life, she had always been in a position of power, especially in her old age as the head of the Mo family, where no one dared to oppose her. But today, she was completely at the mercy of Yifeng and Mo Shangwan. Mo Zicheng added fuel to the fire, saying, I think our Mo family's assets must not fall into Mo Shangwan's hands, otherwise, sooner or later, she will conspire with that little white-faced Yifeng to take over the Yi family's assets. Everyone nodded in agreement. Finally, a cold smile appeared on the old lady's face as she said, let them have their fun for now. Even if they want 30% of the project, even if we give it to them, without the startup capital, it will be useless. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded and said, Grandma is wise. At this moment, Yifeng and Mo Shangwan had already arrived at the Gure Pharmaceutical Group. Standing at the entrance, Mo Shangwan hesitated again and said, Yifeng, do you think President Zhang is still angry? What if I go up to sign and it doesn't work out? Yifeng gave Mo Shangwan a comforting smile and said, no, perhaps President Zhang is waiting for you. Mo Shangwan's heart stirred, and she asked, Yifeng, is the reason why the Mo family can cooperate with Gure Pharmaceutical Group related to you? Yifeng nodded and replied honestly, it is related to me. Everything was as Mo Shangwan had anticipated, and she couldn't help but ask, how did you manage that? Yifeng felt there was no need to hide it from Mo Shangwan and said, because I am the founder of Gure Pharmaceutical Group, it is my enterprise. Upon hearing this, Mo Shangwan was stunned. If Yifeng had given another reason, she would have believed it, but this reason was simply too fantastical. She playfully punched Yifeng's arm and said, Yifeng, I didn't expect you to be so aloof yet enjoy joking around. Yifeng did not explain and said, you should go up and discuss the cooperation with President Zhang. In a few days, you will know. In a few days, there would be a ceremony for the establishment of the Jiangnan branch of Gure Pharmaceutical Group, and Yifeng would attend. By then, everyone would know his identity. Mo Shangwan nodded, picked up her folder, and stepped upstairs. She arrived at the front desk and politely said, hello, I am Mo Shangwan from the Mo family, here to discuss cooperation with President Zhang. She had not made an appointment, so she felt a bit anxious, unsure if she would be able to see Zhang Hanyan. However, to her surprise, the young beauty at the front desk immediately smiled upon hearing her name and said, hello, Miss Mo, please go upstairs. President Zhang is waiting for you. Mo Shangwan was momentarily stunned. Zhang Hanyan was waiting for her? Soon, Mo Shangwan went upstairs and reached the door of Zhang Hanyan's office. Please come in, came Zhang Hanyan's pleasant voice from inside. With a nervous heart, Mo Shangwan entered Zhang Hanyan's office. Hello, President Zhang, I am Mo Shangwan from the Mo family. Mo Shangwan adjusted her emotions and said. Zhang Hanyan was handling documents, and upon seeing Mo Shangwan enter, she stood up from her seat, shook hands with Mo Shangwan, and said, Shangwan, please have a seat. Being pulled by Zhang Hanyan to sit on the sofa, Mo Shangwan felt both flattered and incredibly strange.
President Zhang, does the Mo family still have a chance to cooperate with Gure Pharmaceutical Group? I've brought all the relevant documents, Mo Shangwan said, biting her lip, a bit anxious.
Zheng Hanyan took the documents, glanced at them briefly, then placed them on the coffee table, smiling as she said, "There's no problem with the cooperation."
Mo Shangwan was taken aback and instinctively blurted out, "No problem?"
Previously, Mo Jichou and Mo Ziqing had been kicked out by Gure Pharmaceutical Group, and Zheng Hanyan had been furious. Yet now, Zheng Hanyan was so gentle, readily agreeing to the cooperation.
But soon, Mo Shangwan figured it out.
It must be because of Yifeng. It definitely had to do with Yifeng's attitude.
Just as Mo Shangwan was thinking this, Zheng Hanyan smiled and said, "Of course, there's no problem."
"Shangwan, you don't need to be so formal with me, perhaps we can become sisters in the future."
Mo Shangwan was stunned, completely taken aback. Gure Pharmaceutical Group was the darling of the entire Jiangnan province, pursued by countless families and groups.
As the leader of Gure Pharmaceutical Group, Zheng Hanyan naturally had many people trying to curry favor with her. But now, Zheng Hanyan was calling herself sisters with Mo Shangwan. If this got out, no one would believe it.
However, Mo Shangwan quickly reacted again.
It must also be because of Yifeng that Zheng Hanyan referred to her as a sister.
But the question was, how could Yifeng have such influence that even Zheng Hanyan lowered her stance? At this moment, Mo Shangwan even began to believe that Yifeng was the creator of Gure Pharmaceutical Group. Mo Shangwan bit her lip and asked, "President Zhang, is the Mo family's cooperation with Gure Pharmaceutical Group related to Yifeng?" Zheng Hanyan looked at Mo Shangwan and smiled. "That's right, it's related to Yifeng."
Although she had anticipated this outcome, Mo Shangwan was still greatly moved inside.
Indeed, everything was related to Yifeng. What other secrets did this man hold? Mo Shangwan bit her lip again and asked, "President Zhang, what exactly is Yifeng's identity?" Zheng Hanyan looked at Mo Shangwan, thought for a moment, then smiled and said, "Yifeng is very mysterious, like a bottomless black hole.
Although I've known him longer than you, I still can't answer that question."
Mo Shangwan nodded, increasingly shocked, and couldn't help but ask, "Then is Yifeng related to the creator of Gure Pharmaceutical Group?" Zheng Hanyan smiled and said, "Let time answer that question."
In a few days, there will be the opening ceremony of Gure Pharmaceutical Group's Jiangnan branch, and you will meet the creator of Gure Pharmaceutical Group at the ceremony.
Mo Shangwan nodded and said, "President Zhang, thank you for telling me all this."
I said no need to be polite.
"Let's sign the contract first,"
Zheng Hanyan said, calling over her secretary to prepare for the signing.
Soon, the contract was signed. Mo Shangwan took the contract and left Gure Pharmaceutical Group.
At this moment, her feelings were incredibly complex, especially when she saw Yifeng leaning against a car, smoking. Her emotions became even more complicated. At that moment, she felt Yifeng was so close to her because he had done so much for her. At that moment, she felt that Yifeng was so far away from her, as she increasingly realized that he was like a deep black hole, one she could never understand. Soon, Yifeng and Mo Shangwan returned to the Mo family villa. When the Mo family members saw the two return so quickly, disappointment immediately showed on their faces. Without an appointment, meeting Zheng Hanyan was definitely not a simple matter. They would have to wait for several hours at least.
So the most likely scenario was that Mo Shangwan hadn't even seen Zheng Hanyan's face. The old lady, looking disappointed, said, "Mo Shangwan, why are you back so soon?"
The others glared at her, as if she were the family's sinner.
Mo Shangwan took out the contract and said, "Grandma, I have signed the contract with President Zhang." "You've signed the contract? Hurry, let me see it."
The old lady's face lit up with surprise. The others were equally excited. Just as Mo Shangwan was about to take out the contract, she was stopped by Yifeng. Yifeng said, "As we discussed before, Xiangwan successfully signed the contract, and 30% of the projects in the contract go to Hallen Group.
Let's sign the contract now."
Without a doubt, upon hearing Yifeng's words, the Mo family members were furious. Mo Jichou was the first to rush out again. This time he truly couldn't hold back, pointing his finger at Yifeng and shouting, "Yifeng, I warn you, the Mo family's matters are not for you to meddle in."
"Don't think that." Slap.
Yifeng slapped Mo Jichou to the ground and stepped on his face.
Mo Jichou let out a series of agonizing screams. "Yifeng, I."
Just as Mo Jichou was about to curse, Yifeng pressed down harder with his foot, causing him to scream again. "When I'm speaking, you'd better keep your mouth shut.
This is my last warning to you,"
Yifeng said coldly.
Instantly, Mo Jichou became obedient. Mo Jichou's parents were furious, but when they met Yifeng's gaze, they were immediately frightened. Mo Ziqing rolled her eyes. She thought Mo Jichou's intelligence was concerning.
He had tripped over the same thing several times and clearly knew Yifeng was a violent person, yet he still provoked him. The old lady furrowed her brows tightly. Mo Jichao had always said Yifeng was a gigolo, but she felt she needed to reassess Yifeng. Not only had Mo Jichao been bullied by Yifeng several times, but she herself had also been at his mercy repeatedly. The old lady frowned at Mo Shangwan and said unhappily, Xianwan, are you bringing someone to slap my face? Mo Shangwan quickly pulled Yifeng and said, Yifeng, let him go. Yifeng nodded and released Mo Jichao, saying to Mo Shangwan, as you said before, in business, we sign the contract first, then give the contract to the Mo family. A contract worth 10 billion, giving 30% to Hallen Group. The Mo family was naturally unwilling. However, they were at Yifeng's mercy and could only obediently sign the contract. After signing the contract, Mo Shangwan handed it to the old lady, and those who had signed with the Mo family left. Once the two left, the old lady stroked the contract in her hands and couldn't help but laugh heartily. 100 billion contract, the heavens are watching, our Mo family is about to rise. The Mo family members were equally spirited, believing their worth would surely multiply several times. At that moment, Mo Jichao touched his swollen half-face, his eyes fixed on the contract in the old lady's hand, a hint of cold murderous intent flashing deep in his gaze. Meanwhile, Mo Zicheng exclaimed in delight, great news! Gure Pharmaceutical Group will hold the opening ceremony for its Jiangnan branch in 3 days, and the creator of Gure Pharmaceutical Group will be present. Hearing Mo Zicheng's voice, the Mo family members were undoubtedly excited. What? The creator of the Gure Medical Group has finally made an appearance. This is truly a long-awaited moment. In the entire Jiangnan province, who knows how many people want to catch a glimpse of the true face of the creator of the Gure Medical Group? Zicheng, where did you hear this news? I just logged onto the official website of the Gure Medical Group, and there's no announcement there. Yeah, Zicheng, is this news reliable? It can't be fake, right? Everyone chimed in with their comments. Mo Zicheng said, the creator of the Gure Medical Group is very low-key, so it won't be announced on the official website. I've been following some forums, interest groups, and posts about the creator of the Gure Medical Group, and there are staff from the Jiangnan branch of the Gure Medical Group who leaked this information, so it can't be false. Upon hearing this, everyone was incredibly excited. That's great! We can finally meet the creator of the Gure Medical Group. At the opening ceremony of the Jiangnan branch, our Mo family, as the exclusive partner, will surely be invited. Of course. Being the exclusive partner of the Gure Medical Group and securing a 10 billion project, our Mo family will become the top family in Jiangnan province. Mo Zicheng was even more elated and said to the old lady, Grandma, can you arrange for me to be closer to the creator of the Gure Medical Group at the opening ceremony? Zicheng, do you have something in mind? The old lady looked at Mo Zicheng and seemed to anticipate something. Mo Zicheng nodded vigorously and said, Grandma, I do have something in mind. I heard that the creator of the Gure Medical Group is very young and I want to find an opportunity to get to know him better. Upon hearing Mo Zicheng's words, everyone suddenly understood. So, Mo Zicheng wants to become the woman of the creator of the Gure Medical Group. Many were taken aback by Mo Zicheng's thoughts. After all, based on the current legends, the creator of the Gure Medical Group is almost a godlike figure, and to be worthy of him, one must come from a prestigious background, which the Mo family clearly does not have. However, the old lady's eyes lit up, and she said with approval, Zicheng, your idea is great. Grandma supports you. Mo Zicheng nodded excitedly and said, actually, I've been preparing for a long time to get close to the creator of the Gure Medical Group. I've followed all the forums, interest groups, posts, and group chats related to him. Now I know more about the creator of the Gure Medical Group than anyone else. If I get the chance to get close to him, I will definitely give it my all. Alright, our Mo family has successfully partnered with the Gure Medical Group. When the opening ceremony comes, I will create opportunities for you. The old lady nodded firmly and then looked at the Mo family members, saying, today, I want to specifically commend Zicheng. I hope everyone can learn from Zicheng and be a person with ambition, so that our Mo family's future can be even more glorious. Naturally, everyone supported the old lady's words, nodding in agreement. However, they all felt that something was a bit off. After the family meeting ended, everyone dispersed one by one, still in good spirits. After all, the Mo family had the opportunity to collaborate with the Gure Medical Group, and it was a 10 billion exclusive partnership. The Mo family was bound to soar, and every member of the Mo family would benefit. Mo Zicheng was even happier. She had already begun to look forward to the opening ceremony of the Gure Pharmaceutical Group's Jiangnan branch, eagerly anticipating meeting the founder of Gure Pharmaceutical Group and quickly becoming his woman. The only one in a bad mood was Mo Jichao. Originally, he had become the project leader, with countless benefits ahead, but now, he had nothing. In fact, the entire project had been taken over by the Hallen group, which claimed 30%. Just thinking about how Mo Shangwan and Yifeng had gained so many benefits from the project made Mo Jichao furious. This matter absolutely cannot be left as is. I must become the project director. I must become the head of the Mo family. At that moment, Mo Jichao's face was incredibly grim. Soon, he took out his phone and dialed a number, inviting a few friends to meet. A little over 10 minutes later, in a private room at a club. Chao Gu, long time no see. What's up? Inviting the brothers out to meet some club models today? A few of them joked. Mo Jichao replied, what club models? I've been troubled lately. What's there to be troubled about, Chao Gu? Your Mo family has been in the spotlight lately, collaborating exclusively with Gure Pharmaceutical Group. Once you hit it big, you have to take care of the brothers. Wow, once Chao Gu makes it, we won't be on the same level anymore. No wonder Chao Gu isn't interested in club models. Next time he plays, he'll be going for little stars. A group of people flattered him. However, at that moment, Mo Jichao did not feel elated. Instead, he was even more agitated. He said angrily, this time, it's true that our Mo family is taking off. But just because the Mo family is taking off doesn't mean I am. I was supposed to be the project director for the collaboration with Gure Pharmaceutical Group, but then an accident happened. Just thinking about it makes me furious. I called you guys over today to get some ideas. Seeing Mo Jichao's miserable expression, the others realized he might really be facing some issues and asked, Chao Gu, what's the specific situation? Mo Jichao shared what had recently happened to the Mo family and himself. Chao Gu, I think the key to this matter isn't Mo Shangwan and that pretty boy, one person said. Mo Jichao nodded and asked excitedly, then what's the key? The person replied, the key is whether you can get Gure Pharmaceutical Group in your hands. As long as you can grasp Gure Pharmaceutical Group, then everything about it will be yours, and you can even directly kick Mo Shangwan and that pretty boy out. Mo Jichao's face showed excitement, but he quickly shook his head and said, it's basically impossible for me to get Gure Pharmaceutical Group in my hands. My grandmother has always held all the power, especially in personnel and finance. She has it firmly in her grasp. The speaker revealed a mysterious smile and said, Chao Gu, if your grandmother wants to hold all the power, you just need to find a way to make her not hold all the power, right? Upon hearing this, Mo Jichao was taken aback and asked in confusion, what way is there to stop my grandmother from holding all the power? The speaker shook his head and said, Chao Gu, you're usually quite smart. How come you're confused now? Mo Jichao said somewhat displeased, Liangzi, just say it clearly, stop playing riddles with me. The person named Liangzi shook his head, raised his hand, and made a gesture of cutting his throat, saying, just find a way to make her shut up. Upon hearing this, Mo Jichao's eyes widened slightly. In fact, he had wished for his grandmother's death every single day. After all, as long as the old lady died, at least his father, Mo Changren, would be in power, and then he would truly soar. Because he had thought this way, dark thoughts often plagued his mind, and he had been struggling against them. But at this moment, with someone reminding him, he felt he could no longer suppress such thoughts. He shook his head and said, this idea is too risky, and no matter what, she is my grandmother, I can't bring myself to do it. The person named Liangzi said, people don't act for themselves, heaven will punish them. She is your grandmother, but she is also the grandmother of many others. Aren't you afraid that Mo Shangwan and her pretty boy will rise through the Gure Medical Group's project, and then your grandmother will pass the Mo family legacy to Mo Shangwan? Mo Jichao's face changed drastically, his eyes widened in shock, and his heart raced. He absolutely could not allow such a situation to happen, because if that were the case, he would only be able to live on a meager salary. Meanwhile, someone next to him added fuel to the fire, saying, Liangzi is right, people don't act for themselves, heaven will punish them. Since ancient times, how many times have princes murdered emperors to seize the throne? Such things can be done, but you must be careful not to get caught. Mo Jichao let out a long breath and said, I'll think this over carefully. The person named Liangzi said, Brother Chao, if you decide, just find me. I can get some drugs that can cause a heart attack without anyone knowing, or even turn someone into a vegetable. Turn someone into a vegetable? And without anyone knowing? Mo Jichao's heart stirred. Although he wanted his grandmother to die, she was still his grandmother and had always favored him, so he found it hard to go through with it. But if he could turn her into a vegetable, that would be the best outcome. That's right, with modern medical technology, it can't be detected at all, Liangzi said confidently. At this point, Mo Jichao was thoroughly tempted. However, he still masked his emotions and said, I need to think about this some more, I still feel it's not right. Liangzi patted Mo Jichao on the back and said, Brother Chao, just contact me when you've made up your mind. I'm always here for you. Don't dwell on these worries, we came here to have fun.
I'll call over some young models for you to choose from.
Mo Jichao was feeling troubled and had no mood to deal with young models, but to avoid exposing his thoughts, he nodded and said, I'll go with what you say. The next day, Mo Jichao left the club and walked alone on the bustling street, plotting something in his mind. In fact, he already knew his choice, he just couldn't bring himself to make a decision. Just then, he received a call from Mo Zicheng, delivering two important pieces of information. One was the time for the opening ceremony of the Jisher Medical Group's Jiangnan branch, which was set for tomorrow at 10 in the morning. The second piece of information was that the Hallen Group had overcome its difficulties and secured over 2 billion in investment. If they also had the Jisher Medical Group's project to support them, they would surely soar.
These two pieces of information threw Mo Jichao's mind into chaos.
Especially the second piece of information filled him with worry. He felt that once the Hallen Group took off, it would undoubtedly gain his grandmother's approval, which would inevitably affect his position in the Mo family and hinder his path to becoming the ruler of the Mo family. Thinking of this, he squinted his eyes, took out his phone, dialed Liangzi's number, and said, Liangzi, I've made up my mind. Help me get the drug, the one that turns people into vegetative states. By the way, Liangzi, you must keep this a secret. No one else can know. Liangzi on the other end quickly patted his chest and said, Don't worry, Brother Chow, we're brothers.
I know what to do.
When you become the head of the Mo family, don't forget your brother.
An hour later, Mo Jichao received the drug from Liangzi. He returned to the Mo family villa with immense anxiety. At this moment, the entire Mo family villa was filled with a festive atmosphere. Tomorrow was the opening ceremony of the Gure Pharmaceutical Group's Jiangnan branch, and the Mo family had been invited to attend. It was expected that almost all families, big and small, in Jiangnan province would actively participate in the opening ceremony of the Gure Pharmaceutical Group.
At that time, the Mo family, as the exclusive partner of the Gure Pharmaceutical Group, would undoubtedly be the center of attention, gaining prestige. The old lady had someone find out a dozen outfits, trying them on one by one, hoping to find the most appropriate attire. But at this moment, Mo Jichao was not in high spirits. He walked up to the old lady, forced a smile, and said, Grandma, I heard that Mo Shangwan's Hallen Group received an investment of over 2 billion? The old lady nodded, her wrinkles smoothing out as she said, Yes, Shangwan is indeed the most capable among your generation. She managed to revitalize the Hallen Group, which was in a dire situation, and secured so much investment.
I really underestimated her. Mo Jichao's expression immediately soured.
After thinking for a moment, he said, Grandma, you withdrew your investment from the Hallen Group, yet Mo Shangwan managed to attract so much investment. I see this as her deliberately slapping your face. The old lady stared at Mo Jichao's face and said, Actually, I have considered this issue too. However, I have reflected recently.
Shangwan is also part of the Mo family. If she can manage the Hallen Group well, our Mo family's overall position in Jiangnan province will naturally improve.
Mo Jichao squinted his eyes, his expression growing even darker, but he still wore a look of being taught a lesson and said, Grandma, you have a far-sighted vision.
Our Mo family will definitely get better and better.
However, when he turned away, his expression became extremely grim, and he muttered to himself, Grandma, you are forcing my hand.
Don't blame me for being heartless.
Soon, he returned to his room. He had no mood to prepare for the opening ceremony. Instead, he kept thinking about how to drug the old lady. In the Mo family villa, everyone was joyfully preparing, and Mo Shangwan's family also received the notice to attend the opening ceremony of the Gure Pharmaceutical Group.
After Mo Chingy finished the old lady's call, he was so excited he almost fainted. He said to Jiang Lan, Mom just called and said we should all go to the opening ceremony of the Gure Pharmaceutical Group.
She also confirmed what Shangwan did, saying she would take care of the Hallen Group, and even mentioned considering letting us return to work for the Mo family. Jiang Lan was also very excited and said happily, My daughter is so outstanding, contributing greatly to the Mo family.
Mom's change of attitude was only a matter of time. Our family is finally turning around. Mo Chingy nodded excitedly and said, We must prepare well.
Tomorrow, we need to leave a good impression on Mom, especially on the founder of the Gure Pharmaceutical Group.
You should call Shangwan and give her a good reminder. It's important to firmly advise Xianwan not to take Yifeng with her.
Just thinking about Yifeng made Jianglan feel incredibly disgusted. She couldn't understand it either. Ever since Mo Xianwan met Yifeng, it was as if she had been drugged, constantly defending this pretty boy. Over the years, Mo Chingy and Jianglan had been thinking about returning to the Mo family, while also hoping that Mo Xianwan could marry into a wealthy family, but all of this had been ruined by Yifeng. However, after Mo Xianwan received Jianglan's call, she wore a face of helplessness. When Jianglan insisted that Yifeng must not attend the opening ceremony, Mo Xiangwan's expression changed even more, saying, "Mom, I have other things to do, I'll hang up now." "You can't hang up. You must promise me that under no circumstances can Yifeng attend, you have to promise me," Jianglan said, clearly agitated. "I have other plans tomorrow, I won't be attending the opening ceremony with the Mo family," Yifeng said casually. Jianglan snorted coldly on the other end of the line, "As long as you know your place. If you delay our Xiangwan, I won't let you off the hook, I'm telling you." "Mom, stop talking nonsense. I will definitely take Yifeng with me tomorrow. I'm hanging up." Mo Xiangwan furrowed her brows tightly and directly hung up the phone. "Yifeng, I'm sorry, my mom and the others don't speak nicely." After hanging up, Mo Xiangwan looked at Yifeng, feeling very apologetic. Yifeng smiled, patted Mo Xiangwan's shoulder, and said, "It's fine, don't think too much about it." Mo Xiangwan felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude and suddenly hugged Yifeng, saying, "Thank you, Yifeng, you're really wonderful." Yifeng's expression was a bit strange, he actually didn't care about others' opinions, but he didn't expect this would move Mo Xiangwan. Holding Yifeng, Mo Xiangwan felt an unprecedented sense of security, her heart warm. She wished time could stop, so she could hold Yifeng like this forever. Until her phone rang, she reluctantly let go of Yifeng. The call was from her best friend, Lu Rui, asking her out for a meal. Mo Xiangwan didn't think much and agreed. A few minutes later, they met at a Western restaurant. When Lu Rui saw Yifeng, she was taken aback. She didn't expect Mo Xiangwan to bring him along, and her expression became a bit strange. It seemed her best friend had truly been conquered by this man. She thought Mo Xiangwan was being too irrational, just giving herself away like this. "Rui, how's work going? Did you ask me out for something?" Mo Xiangwan looked at Lu Rui with a radiant smile. Lu Rui felt a sense of emotion. Could it be that love really nourishes women? Otherwise, how could Mo Xiangwan's complexion be so good? Tomorrow she would meet the founder of Gure Pharmaceutical Group. Would she be able to catch his attention, become his woman, and receive his nurturing? At that moment, Lu Rui's heart was filled with anticipation, but also anxiety. Because during her time working at Gure Pharmaceutical Group, the more she learned about its founder, the more uncertain she felt. In front of such an excellent and powerful man, her so-called noble background and sense of superiority were shattered. Seeing Lu Rui fall into silence, Mo Xiangwan couldn't help but be taken aback, reaching out to wave her hand in front of her eyes, saying, "Rui, Rui, what are you thinking about?" Lu Rui finally came to her senses and asked somewhat flustered, "Xiangwan, I heard that Gure Pharmaceutical Group has entered into an exclusive partnership with the Mo family. Have you met the founder of Gure Pharmaceutical Group?" Mo Xiangwan felt a slight stir in her heart and couldn't help but glance at Yifeng. To be honest, she had some doubts that Yifeng might be the founder of Gure Pharmaceutical Group. However, seeing Yifeng's unperturbed expression, she once again dismissed that notion. She felt that Yifeng should be a friend or perhaps a partner of the founder. She ultimately shook her head and said to Lu Rui, "I've only met General Manager Zhang of Gure Pharmaceutical Group. The founder is very mysterious. I've never seen him even once. But I heard from General Manager Zhang that the founder will attend tomorrow's opening ceremony." Lu Rui nodded and said, "I know that news, but I can't wait any longer. I'm going crazy just thinking about meeting the founder of Gure Pharmaceutical Group, CeCe." Hearing Lu Rui's soft sigh, Mo Xiangwan's expression became even stranger, and she said with a hint of amusement, "Rui, you haven't even met the founder of Gure Pharmaceutical Group, and you're already falling in love? Where did that proud princess of the capital go, huh?" Lu Rui's face turned slightly red as she replied, "Xiangwan, stop teasing me. Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. After all, I'll get to see him tomorrow." Originally, Lu Rui and Mo Xiangwan were friends who shared everything, but with Yifeng nearby, Lu Rui still felt embarrassed. Yifeng calmly ate his meal, but he couldn't help frowning. Mo Xiangwan's friend was quite crazy. Should he perhaps keep his distance? During the meal, the two women talked a lot about the founder of Gure Pharmaceutical Group, and Lu Rui's words were filled with admiration and adoration. Even Mo Xiangwan was infected by this, becoming even more excited about tomorrow's opening ceremony. However, Mo Xiangwan glanced at Yifeng, her gaze firming up. Although the founder of Gure Pharmaceutical Group was a godlike man, she had already made up her mind about Yifeng. Of course, Yifeng himself was also a man she could only look up to. Finally, the next day arrived, and the highly anticipated opening ceremony of Gure Pharmaceutical Group's Jiangnan branch was about to begin. The entire Jiangnan province was focused on the opening ceremony of Gure Pharmaceutical Group's Jiangnan branch. The Mo family had risen early at 6 o'clock to prepare. The matriarch, with her white hair neatly pinned up, leaned on her dragon-headed cane, walking back and forth in the villa, constantly reminding the Mo family members, everyone must present their best selves, especially in terms of clothing.
We must show absolute respect for the founder of Gure Pharmaceutical Group. Every member of the MO family must be in top form. The MO family members, full of spirit, replied, Grandma, Mom, don't worry. This concerns the future of our MO family, and we will definitely take it seriously.
At that moment, Mo Jichao walked up to the matriarch and said, Grandma, I heard that the opening ceremony of Gure Pharmaceutical Group's Jiangnan branch will be held outdoors, and there are still nearly 3 hours left. You should rest for a while. I've been walking for a bit, and my back is a little sore. I do need to rest, the matriarch said, holding her old waist. She usually had someone taking care of her daily needs, and aside from eating and using the restroom, she mostly sat or lay down, rarely standing for such a long time. Mo Jichao's eyes lit up, and he quickly supported the matriarch, saying, Grandma, let me help you rest for a bit.
The matriarch nodded and said, all right. Soon, Mo Jichao helped the matriarch into the room, letting her lie down on the bed. After the old lady lay down, Mo Jichao brought over a bowl of pear juice and said, Grandma, I see you've been coughing a bit lately. Drink some pear juice to soothe your throat.
At that moment, Mo Jichao's voice trembled slightly, betraying his undeniable tension. The old lady looked at Mo Jichao with appreciation and said, Jichao, you are thoughtful.
You must work hard and not let Grandma down. I'm getting older and my health isn't good. I will focus on nurturing you. Upon hearing this, Mo Jichao felt a surge of excitement.
He suddenly wanted to take the pear juice away because it contained the medicine that Liangzi had given him. Once the old lady drank it, she would become a vegetable. But just then, the old lady added, however, while I focus on nurturing you, all of you younger generations must compete fairly, including Mo Shangwan. When the old lady mentioned Mo Shangwan, Mo Jichao's eyes narrowed sharply, a hint of coldness flashing through them.
Among the younger generation of the Mo family, he feared no one, but he was most afraid of Mo Shangwan. After all, among the direct descendants of the Mo family, aside from Mo Shangwan's capabilities, there was only his sister, Mo Ziqing.
Mo Ziqing was Mo Jichao's biological sister, who was lazy and lived a chaotic life. In Mo Jichao's eyes, she could never compete with him. As for the other younger members of the Mo family, he simply ignored them.
However, Mo Shangwan's abilities were not something Mo Jichao could compare to. He had worked hard to drive Mo Shangwan's family out of the Mo family, but unexpectedly, the Hallen group that Mo Shangwan established was thriving. If Grandma values Mo Shangwan, I won't have any chance at all. Mo Jichao thought to himself, a hint of ruthlessness appearing in his eyes. Grandma, you are forcing me.
Soon, Mo Jichao raised the cup in his hand and said, Please rest assured, Grandma, I will work hard.
Drink the pear juice, Grandma. All right.
The old lady smiled and was about to drink the pear juice. Mo Jichao stared at the old lady, his eyes filled with tension, and when the old lady finally opened her mouth to drink, he let out a sigh of relief. The old lady naturally noticed the look in Mo Jichao's eyes, but she didn't think much of it. However, after just a few sips, the old lady felt that the taste was off.
Jichao, why does your pear juice taste bitter and sour?
The old lady frowned and asked.
Ah.
Mo Jichao's heart skipped a beat, and his phone fell to the ground. Seeing Mo Jichao's panicked expression and recalling his earlier gaze, the old lady instantly realized something. After all, she had lived long enough to be quite astute. A hint of coldness appeared on her face as she said, Mo Jichao, did you put something in this pear juice? Mo Jichao's face changed drastically, and he quickly raised the cup, trying to pour it into the old lady's mouth. Grandma, how could I possibly drug you? Please drink it. The old lady's eyes widened, gritting her teeth as she said, You little bastard, don't think I'm a fool. Someone, come here. Seeing the old lady calling for help, Mo Jichao panicked and quickly grabbed a pillow, pressing it down on the old lady's head with force. The old lady instantly found it hard to breathe, unable to even call for help, only managing to make muffled sounds as she struggled with her hands. She never expected that her most trusted and beloved grandson, Mo Jichao, would actually want to kill her.
Grandma, don't blame me. It was you who wanted to pass the Mo family legacy to that wretched Mo Shangwan. I will never let such a thing happen, Mo Jichao said through gritted teeth. Finally, the old lady stopped struggling, her arms falling weakly to her sides. Mo Jichao pressed the pillow down for a moment longer before releasing her. He took a look at the pillow and saw that the old lady had no breath left, her face just a bit off color. At that moment, voices from the Mo family outside could be heard discussing, and Mo Jichao's heart suddenly raced. He quickly tidied his clothes and stepped outside. Although he felt panicked inside, he still tried to maintain his composure because he knew that this matter absolutely could not be exposed, otherwise, he would be doomed. About an hour later, the Mo family was all set to head to the Gure Medical Group for the opening ceremony. Mo Ziqing bounced into the villa, eager to help the old lady out. Upon entering the old lady's room,
she found her lying peacefully in bed, seemingly asleep. She couldn't help but frown. Today was the opening ceremony of the Gure Medical Group's Jiangnan branch, and the old lady had been more excited than anyone. How could she still be lying in bed? Could it be that she was so excited that she didn't sleep well last night and had fallen asleep again? Grandma, the opening ceremony of the Gure Medical Group is about to start. We need to leave. Mo Zicheng cleared her throat and called out. She shouted once, but the old lady showed no response. Grandma! Mo Zicheng furrowed her brow and called out again. Still, the old lady remained unresponsive. Mo Zicheng had no choice but to reach out and give the old lady a gentle push, saying, Grandma, it's time to go. The old lady still did not respond. At that moment, Mo Zicheng finally sensed that something was wrong. She swallowed hard and reached out to check the old lady's breath. To her shock, she discovered that the old lady had already stopped breathing. Ah! Mo Zicheng couldn't help but let out a shriek, frightened enough to sit down on the floor. People outside rushed in upon hearing the sound, and upon seeing the old lady lying in bed and Mo Zicheng sitting on the floor, they asked in confusion, Zicheng, what happened? Mo Zicheng pointed at the old lady and said, Grandma. Grandma has no breath. What? Grandma, Mom, has no breath? Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Mo Changren was the first to react, quickly pulling out his phone and saying, call an ambulance first. At his words, Mo Jichao involuntarily shuddered, deep worry showing in his eyes. But seeing that the old lady was completely lifeless, Mo Jichao finally breathed a little easier. He could only comfort himself in his heart, thinking that doctors are not police, they can only diagnose that the old lady has passed away and won't discover anything unusual. Instantly, the entire Mo family was thrown into chaos. After all, the old lady had been in charge, and now they were left without a leader. Grandma was in good health, how could this suddenly happen? Yes, just a few days ago, Grandma had a checkup, and the doctor said her health was quite good. Now that Grandma is like this, what should we do? The opening ceremony of the Gure Medical Group's Jiangnan branch is about to start. At this moment, Mo Changren stepped forward decisively and said, the cooperation with the Gure Medical Group is very important. Today, they have invited our entire Mo family, so this matter cannot be delayed. Let's arrange for a few people to go to the hospital, and the rest of us will proceed with the opening ceremony as planned. Everyone nodded in agreement with Mo Changren's decision. Now that the old lady was dead, Mo Changren had essentially become the head of the family. Soon, the ambulance arrived, and the old lady was lifted onto it. Mo Changren assigned 2 distant relatives from the Mo family to accompany her to the hospital, while the rest participated in the opening ceremony of the Gure Pharmaceutical Group as planned. At that moment, the scene of the opening ceremony for the Jiangnan branch of the Gure Pharmaceutical Group was already packed with people. Prominent figures from Jiangnan province, whether invited or not, came to show their support. Mo Shangwan and her parents also arrived early. Just then, Mo Chingyi received a phone call informing him that the old lady had suddenly stopped breathing that morning and was being rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment. Upon hearing this news, Mo Shangwan's family was stunned. Jian Lan widened her eyes and said, how is that possible? The last time I saw Mom, she looked quite well. How could this happen so suddenly? In an instant, tears fell from Mo Shangwan's eyes. Although the old lady had been very biased over the years, Mo Shangwan clearly remembered that when she was young, her grandmother had doted on her very much. Mom, I'm going to the hospital to take a look. Mo Shangwan wiped her tears and prepared to leave. Jian Lan immediately became anxious and said, Shangwan, the opening ceremony is about to start, and the founder of the Gure Pharmaceutical Group will also attend today. It's not appropriate for you to leave now. Mo Shangwan shook her head and said, there are so many social elites attending the ceremony, and almost all the Mo family members will be there. It doesn't matter whether I'm there or not. Jian Lan quickly grabbed Mo Shangwan and said, Shangwan, how can you say it doesn't matter? You are the representative of the Mo family. Who knows, the founder of the Gure Pharmaceutical Group might want to meet you alone. In fact, Jian Lan was also calculating in her heart. Although the founder of the Gure Pharmaceutical Group was very mysterious and powerful, her daughter was also exceptionally beautiful. Perhaps she would catch the founder's eye. If that happened, their family could soar to new heights. Mo Shangwan smiled helplessly and said, Mom, you're overthinking it. Now that Grandma is gone, whether I can still be the representative of the Mo family is uncertain. Mo Chingyi sighed and said, if Mom really doesn't make it, the entire Mo family will definitely fall into Mo Chingren's hands. Upon hearing this, Jian Lan almost jumped up and said, he dares. Even if Mom really can't be saved, the family assets must be divided according to the rules. Otherwise, I will sue them. Mo Chingyi shook his head and said, I don't know how Mom's will is written. If she leaves the Mo family to Mo Changren and the others, suing them won't help.
Let's not think about it too much. I'll go to the hospital with Shiyuan.
Jianglan instantly felt as if all her strength had been drained, and she slumped back into her seat.
Soon, the Mo family members arrived and took their seats in the audience.
Since the Mo family was the exclusive partner of the Gure Pharmaceutical group, their seats were right in the center and at the front of the podium.
The other families and groups from Jiangnan province could only sit beside the Gure Pharmaceutical group. Everyone greeted Mo Changrun and the others. Old Mo, your Mo family is impressive, becoming the exclusive partner of the Gure Pharmaceutical group. It's truly enviable. I don't think it will be long before your Mo family joins the ranks of the top families in Jiangnan province. Our Zhao family has close business ties with the Mo family, and we hope Brother Mo will take good care of us in the future. Hearing these voices, the Mo family couldn't help but feel elated.
Perhaps the Mo family had lost the old lady as their helmsman, but this time, the Mo family was truly taking off.
Mo Jichao's hands trembled slightly, but his heart was filled with excitement.
The old lady was dead. As long as the hospital issued the death notice and completed the cremation, everything would be perfectly fine.
Meanwhile, the opening ceremony of the Gure Medical Group's Jiangnan branch was about to begin.
The host introduced the leaders attending the ceremony, including the provincial governor Chen Dihai and representatives from various families in Jiangnan province.
Next came speeches from Zhang Hanyan, Chen Dihai, and others.
The audience listened patiently, filled with anticipation, wondering when the creator of the Gure Medical Group would make an appearance. Finally, after Zhang Hanyan finished her speech, the host excitedly announced, "Next, please welcome the creator of the Gure Medical Group to the stage." The venue erupted in warm applause as everyone turned their attention to the podium, waiting for the creator of the Gure Medical Group to appear. Below the stage, the Mo family was filled with excitement, believing that the creator of the Gure Medical Group would be the one to change the fate of the entire Mo family. Mo Zicheng's eyes brimmed with tears as she stared at the stage, eager to witness the extraordinary presence of the creator of the Gure Medical Group, hoping to become that person's woman. Jiang Lan's eyes widened, her heart racing with anticipation. Lu Rui and the company employees busily moved about, their hearts racing as they wondered if the person they had longed for was finally about to appear. Amidst everyone's gaze, a man stepped onto the podium. Although the man's appearance and demeanor caught everyone's attention, they all frowned in unison. The man was dressed in casual clothes, completely out of place compared to the formal attire of the attendees. At that moment, Jiang Lan's eyes widened, and she suddenly stood up from her seat. She could clearly see that the man who had walked onto the stage was none other than Yi Feng.
It's over, it's all over. Yi Feng is going to cause trouble. If he offends the Gure Medical Group, the entire Mo family will have no way out. Hearing Jiang Lan's words, the Mo family members also became agitated. Mo Zicheng was the first to speak up, saying, "Is Yi Feng out of his mind?"
The host asked for the creator of the Gure Medical Group to come up, not him.
"You can say he's crazy, but to go up dressed like a beggar? How will that reflect on our Mo family?"
"Exactly, Jiang Lan, your son-in-law is too unreliable. Our Mo family has put in so much effort to finally become the exclusive partner of the Gure Medical Group, and now he's causing trouble.
Is he trying to waste all our hard work? Jiang Lan, did you see that mom died, and now you can't inherit the family fortune, so you want to bring down the entire Mo family? Yeah, I see this as your family's scheme. You are truly malicious." Jiang Lan didn't expect the Mo family's anger to be directed at her. Jiang Lan was stunned by the accusations. He is causing trouble. What does that have to do with us? I don't even know this son-in-law. Meanwhile, seeing Yi Feng on stage, Lu Rui backstage was also taken aback. She had wanted to pull Yi Feng back, but there was no time. She took out her phone and called Mo Shangwan, wanting to ask what was going on. Yi Feng was simply out of control. However, when Yi Feng reached the stage, everyone at the podium stood up. It should be noted that these people were all significant figures in Jiangnan province. Chen Dihai walked up to Yi Feng and smiled, saying, "Mr. Yi, it's been a long time since we last met. My old brother has really missed you, my little brother." Seeing Chen Dihai's attitude towards Yi Feng, everyone was stunned. It should be noted that Chen Dihai was the governor of Jiangnan province, a true figure of power, and his demeanor towards Yi Feng was so warm, as if they were brothers. The Mo family members were even more bewildered by this scene and these words. One of them couldn't help but murmur, "Do you think it's possible that Yi Feng is actually the founder of the Gure Medical Group?" The Mo family members immediately widened their eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. How could Yi Feng possibly be the founder of the Gure Medical Group? These two people had no connection at all. They were worlds apart. However, Chen Dihai's next words dispelled all doubts in everyone's hearts. "Mr.
Yi, your ability to establish the Jisher Medical Group and set up companies in Jinling City and Jiangnan Province is not only a recognition of my old brother but also a blessing for the entire Jiangnan Province, Chen Dihai sincerely said as he held Yi Feng's hand. Boom! The crowd erupted. If before there were doubts about Yi Feng not being the founder of the Jisher Medical Group, after hearing Chen Dihai's words, everyone completely believed it. After exchanging pleasantries, Yi Feng stepped onto the stage to speak. He simply talked about the original intention behind the establishment of the Jisher Medical Group and its future development plans. Of course, what he said was no longer important. What mattered was that countless people in the audience were in shock. They never expected that the founder of the Jisher Medical Group would be so young. At this moment, the Mo family members all widened their eyes, and some even slapped themselves, deeply doubting whether they were dreaming. For these days, they had always looked down on Yi Feng, thinking he was just a kept man, after the wealth and property of the Yi family. Yet now, they realized that they were the true clowns. Yi Feng had always been an unattainable existence. Mo Zicheng sat down heavily on a chair, her body trembling. Yi Feng was actually the founder of the Jisher Medical Group. Yi Feng was the man she had been thinking about day and night. No wonder Mo Shangwan could negotiate a partnership with the Jisher Medical Group. The man behind her was the founder of the Jisher Medical Group. Mo Zicheng felt like a joke, a complete and utter joke. Mo Jichao also stared wide-eyed, his expression pale as ash. The founder of the Jisher Medical Group was actually Yi Feng. How could these two seemingly unrelated people be the same? If Yi Feng was the founder of the Jisher Medical Group, what could he achieve by taking over the Mo family? Yi Feng only needed to say a word to shatter the Mo family's path to success. And to take over the Mo family, he had even killed his own grandmother. Mo Jichao felt he was not just a joke but a tragedy. At this moment, Jiang Lan, after experiencing immense shock, was engulfed in great happiness. Yi Feng is actually the founder of the Jisher Medical Group. My son-in-law is the founder of the Jisher Medical Group. Ha, our family has finally turned the tide. Jiang Lan couldn't help but laugh, even though her laughter was exaggerated and out of control. No one in the audience mocked her, because everyone knew that Jiang Lan had won this time, completely won, and won big. In the working area next to the podium, Lu Rui witnessed everything as well. In just a few short minutes, her emotions shifted from anticipation to shock, and then to utter despair. She never expected that the creator of the Jisher Medical Group, whom she had been eagerly waiting for, was actually Yi Feng, the very man of her best friend, Mo Shangwan. Just a few days ago, she thought that Mo Shangwan had made a huge mistake by giving herself to Yi Feng. She even earnestly advised Mo Shangwan to leave Yi Feng. How could she have imagined that the man she had always looked down upon was actually the founder of the Jisher Medical Group? Could it be that Shangwan knew about Ji Feng's identity all along and just didn't tell me, just to see me make a fool of myself? Lu Rui couldn't help but think. However, she quickly dismissed this idea. She knew that Mo Shangwan was not that kind of person, and from Mo Shangwan's behavior, it was clear that she also didn't know Yi Feng's identity. Lu Rui couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. If Yi Feng were not Mo Shangwan's fiancé, even if he were a married man, she would pursue him without hesitation. But Lu Rui could never steal a man from her best friend. At some point, a tear rolled down Lu Rui's face. Letting go was a kind of relief, but it was also a kind of pain. Soon, the opening ceremony of the Jisher Medical Group's Jiangnan branch came to a successful conclusion. People began to disperse, while the Mo family surrounded Yi Feng. Especially Jiang Lan, who enthusiastically handed a bottle of mineral water to Yi Feng, saying, "Son-in-law, you must be tired, have some water." Yi Feng frowned slightly but still accepted the mineral water. After successfully handing over the water, Jiang Lan nearly fainted from happiness. The Mo family members chatted excitedly, trying to get closer to Yi Feng. "Mr. Yi, I didn't expect you to be the founder of the Jisher Medical Group. Our Mo family must have accumulated virtue in our ancestors for Shangwan to find such a good son-in-law. Thanks to you, the Mo family can become the exclusive partner of the Jisher Medical Group." Mo Zicheng even took the initiative to get closer to Yi Feng. She didn't speak, but her eyes were filled with affection as she gazed at him. At that moment, she had some thoughts in her heart. Although Yi Feng and Mo Shangwan had already established a relationship, it didn't mean she had no chance. As long as the hoe was wielded well, there was no corner that couldn't be dug out. Compared to a girl like Mo Shangwan, Mo Zicheng felt she was more attractive to men. Just then, several melodious female voices came over. A few stunning beauties, each with their own unique style, approached. Among them were Lu Ruyan, Long Xiaoyun, Long Xiaoxue, Bufian, and Lin Qingyi. Yi Feng, long time no see. Lu Ruyan walked up to Yi Feng, her toes drawing circles on the ground, her beautiful face showing a hint of blush. Long Shoshuo even took the initiative to link her arm with Yifeng's, looking at him with a face full of longing, saying, Mr.
Yi, it seems you've been doing well in Jiangnan province. Have you forgotten about us?
Long Xiaoyun also gazed at Yifeng with her beautiful eyes, gently saying, Are you doing well? Meanwhile, Wu Fian looked at Yifeng, her heart surging with endless waves. As the vice-captain of the Wolf Fong assault team, she believed there was no task she couldn't complete, no woman she couldn't conquer, and no man she couldn't win over. But since meeting Yifeng, she realized she was wrong. Her excellence, her family background, her beauty, everything about her seemed ineffective in front of Yifeng. She even tried to persuade Yifeng to join the Wolf Fong assault team, but it ended in failure. So when she saw Yifeng, Wu Fian felt a strange discomfort. He was the task she couldn't complete, the enemy she couldn't defeat, the man she couldn't have. She couldn't help but punch Yifeng's solid chest, sulking, Stinky Yifeng, it's only been a short time since we last met, but you seem to have lost a lot of energy.
Have you been wasting it on some beauty?
Several beauties chimed in, not giving Yifeng a chance to speak. After they finished, Yifeng smiled and said, It's been a while.
I'm treating tonight, what do you all want to eat?
Lu Ruyan also took the initiative to link her arm with Yifeng's, saying, Anything is fine, I'll follow your lead. The once domineering campus beauty now appeared like a well-behaved child in front of Yifeng. Long Xiaoyun added, Sweki is right, you are the head of the family, you call the shots. Yifeng couldn't help but frown. He felt something was off about Long Xiaoyun's words. Meanwhile, the departing guests were all stunned at the scene.
How did so many beauties suddenly appear around the founder of the Jisher Medical Group?
The key was that each of these beauties was stunningly beautiful, truly exceptional and hard to come by.
Indeed, since ancient times, beauties have loved heroes. Many people sighed inwardly, but others secretly lamented.
They had originally thought about letting their daughters get close to Yifeng, hoping that one of them could catch his eye, and then they would all rise together. But now it seemed that their daughters couldn't compare to the beauties around Yifeng at all. However, they quickly came to terms with it. After all, Yifeng was the founder of the Jisher Medical Group, mysterious and powerful. It was normal for such a man to be pursued first.
Zhang Lan's expression changed dramatically upon seeing this.
Initially, she thought her daughter was so beautiful and had a marriage contract with Yifeng, so their relationship was surely set in stone. But she didn't expect Yifeng to be surrounded by so many charming women. This made her feel a tremendous sense of crisis. She quickly glanced around and left the spot, preparing to find Mo Shangwan and urgently remind her to do whatever it takes to win Yifeng over as soon as possible.
Mo Ziqing, who was about to leave, also witnessed everything.
Her expression instantly turned uglier than if she had eaten something disgusting. Originally, Mo Shangwan, with her looks and figure, had already put immense pressure on her, and now Yifeng was surrounded by so many beauties who were on par with Mo Shangwan. Compared to them, she felt like a plucked chicken.
However, Mo Ziqing still secretly encouraged herself. One must have ideals, after all, what if they came true?
On the way home, Mo Jichao was driving while Mo Ziqing sat in the passenger seat.
Mo Jichao's face was quite grim, and Mo Ziqing was equally worried.
At that moment, Mo Ziqing motivated herself, saying, No matter what, I must work hard to win Yifeng over.
Mo Jichao frowned and said, somewhat speechless, Yifeng is the founder of the Jisher Medical Group, you want to win him over? Mo Ziqing looked as if it was obvious, saying, Of course.
It's precisely because he is the founder of the Jisher Medical Group that I want to win him over.
Mo Jichao looked speechless and said, Are you out of your mind?
Yifeng has a marriage contract with Mo Shangwan.
Although I really dislike that shameless Mo Shangwan, I want to know, what advantage do you have over her in competing with her?
Mo Ziqing thought seriously for a moment and said, I'm more flirtatious than her, I have more skills than her. Mo Jichao was almost amused to the point of laughter by Mo Ziqing, giving her a thumbs up and saying, You're right, as your brother, I support you. You must win over Yifeng, otherwise, the Mo family might really fall into the hands of Mo Shangwan's family. Mo Ziqing said excitedly, Don't worry, I will work hard.
Mo Jichao stumbled, almost mistaking the accelerator for the brake, and couldn't help but curse inwardly, Damn, Mo Ziqing is really serious.
At this moment, Yifeng was chatting with several women when Zhang Hanyan walked over. Ever since taking over the Gure Pharmaceutical Group, Zhang Hanyan had not had a single day without overtime. But at this moment, Zhang Hanyan appeared more confident, more intellectual, and even more beautiful. As a result, women like Lu Ruyan felt somewhat overshadowed in front of her. However, Zhang Hanyan was in a hurry, walking up to Yifeng and saying, I saw Shangwan didn't come, so I called her, and only then did I find out that the old lady of the Mo family suddenly passed away.
Now she is in the hospital. Yifeng frowned and asked, When did this happen?
Zhang Hanyan replied, It seems to have happened this morning.
The call hasn't ended yet, you can talk to Shangwan.
Yifeng took the phone, and he heard Mo Shangwan's cries on the other end. Yifeng took the call, and on the other side, Mo Shangwan was already in tears.
What happened? Yifeng frowned and asked. I don't know either.
This morning, Grandma was already dressed and ready to attend the opening ceremony of the Gure Pharmaceutical Group's Jiangnan branch, but suddenly she stopped breathing.
After being sent to the hospital, she was diagnosed with brain death. Mo Shangwan sobbed. Yifeng's brows furrowed tightly. He had just seen the old lady a few days ago. She was in great health and could probably live for another 10 years without any problem. How could she suddenly die? At the same time, he recalled a detail. Previously, he had noticed a faint layer of black mist hovering over the old lady's forehead. Although this black mist was not very obvious, it was definitely an ominous sign. He didn't expect the old lady to pass away so soon. However, one thing was certain, the old lady's death had nothing to do with her physical condition. Originally, he didn't want to get involved in the Mo family's affairs, but hearing Mo Shangwan's painful cries, he still said, "Send me the hospital's location, I'll go take a look." After hanging up the phone, Yifeng received a message from Mo Shangwan.
He turned to Zhang Hanyan and said, "I need to handle something, you arrange a place for them first, and we'll have dinner together tonight."
Zhang Hanyan nodded and said, "Just leave it to me, you go ahead."
Long Shiyuan, however, was reluctant to let go of Yifeng's arm and said, "Damn Yifeng, are you in such a hurry to shake us off?
Wherever you go, I want to go with you."
Yes, it's been a long time, I want to stay with you." The girls chimed in one after another.
Yifeng.
Although he felt speechless, he still said, "I'm going to see a patient, to be precise, a corpse.
Let's go together."
Hearing the word corpse, the girls' expressions changed, but since they had known Yifeng, they had seen all kinds of situations and ultimately insisted on going with him. About 20 minutes later, Yifeng and the girls arrived at the special care ward of Jiangnan Province's First People's Hospital. At this time, the Mo family had also arrived, and the entire special care ward was filled with people. The old lady lay on the hospital bed, covered with a white cloth.
The atmosphere in the room was extremely solemn and sorrowful.
When Yifeng and the several women arrived, the Mo family quickly made way, allowing Yifeng to reach the old lady's bedside.
The arrival of Yifeng filled the Mo family with joy and excitement. This represented Yifeng, the creator of the Gure Medical Group, affirming the Yi family.
Although the matriarch had passed away, with the backing of the Gure Medical Group, the Mo family was bound to soar to new heights. When Mo Ziqing saw Yifeng, she trembled with excitement and approached him, saying, "Yifeng, you're here, Grandma."
However, upon seeing Yifeng, Mo Jichao's heart couldn't help but tremble.
He felt an indescribable pressure from Yifeng, along with a very ominous premonition. Yifeng didn't even bother to glance at Mo Ziqing and went straight to Mo Shangwan, patting her shoulder and saying, "Shangwan, step back, let me see Grandma."
Once Mo Shangwan took a step back, Yifeng walked over and lifted the white cloth covering the matriarch.
In the past, such an action by Yifeng would have been seen as a great disrespect to the matriarch, and the Mo family would have been in an uproar, with Mo Jichao and Mo Ziqing likely leading the charge. But now, not a single member of the Mo family spoke. Yifeng quietly gazed at the matriarch's serene face, his eyes narrowing slightly. He slowly took a talisman from his pocket and tossed it into the air. The talisman immediately ignited in a blazing flame.
Seeing this, everyone present widened their eyes in astonishment. What was Yifeng doing? Was this some kind of magic trick?
Soon, from the roaring flames, Yifeng saw a scene, the very scene from before the matriarch's death.
As the flames dissipated into the air, Yifeng's sharp gaze turned towards Mo Jichao.
The moment their eyes met, Mo Jichao's body shuddered violently, and he stammered, "What are you looking at me for?
Did you kill her?"
Yifeng's voice was calm, but it carried a questioning tone and an icy pressure. Mo Jichao felt as if his heart had taken a heavy blow, and he immediately blurted out, "Yifeng, don't slander me.
How could I kill Grandma? Are you out of your mind?"
The others, hearing Yifeng's words, were equally stunned. They felt that Mo Jichao had no reason to harm the matriarch. In the past, they would have surely criticized Yifeng. But now, everyone knew that Yifeng was the creator of the Gure Medical Group, so they chose to remain silent. Only Mo Jichao's parents, with pained expressions, said, "Yifeng, we haven't done well in the past, but please don't wrong Jichao." Hearing his parents' words, Mo Jichao instantly seized the opportunity, saying, "Everyone knows that Grandma loved me the most. If I harmed her, I would be struck by lightning and die a terrible death. If I harmed you, I would turn myself in."
Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but nod, feeling that Mo Jichao made a valid point. Even Mo Shangwan nodded, as she knew better than anyone that the matriarch favored Mo Jichao the most. Seeing the expressions on everyone's faces, Mo Jichao felt a sense of relief.
The most important thing for him now was to stabilize the crowd. After all, the matriarch was already dead, and there were no witnesses. Once she was cremated, he would be completely safe. At that moment, Bufian spoke up, "I trust Yifeng's judgment. Since there are doubts, we can have a forensic expert determine the cause of death, and if necessary, conduct an autopsy." Hearing the words autopsy, Mo Jichao's mind nearly exploded. He rushed in front of Bufian, pointing at her and shouting, "Who the hell are you? Why do you want to perform an autopsy on my grandmother? She's already dead. Why do you want to insult her body?" Bufian coldly glanced at Mo Jichao, delivering a sharp knife hand strike to his chest. As Mo Jichao let out a terrible scream, Bufian executed a shoulder throw, slamming him hard onto the ground. In an instant, Mo Jichao was left half dead from the fall. Bufian stared coldly at Mo Jichao and said, "Although this is our first meeting, I really don't like you." With that, she forcefully twisted Mo Jichao's arm. He screamed like a slaughtered pig, "Ah, who are you?" Mo Jichao was on the verge of tears. This woman, dressed in a fitted tracksuit, was quite beautiful, but why was she so violent like Yifeng? Bufian spoke with a cold voice, "Vice captain of the Wolf Fong assault team, if you want revenge, I'm always ready." Saying this, she lifted Mo Jichao and brought him in front of Yifeng, asking, "What if he doesn't admit it? Should we beat him until he does?" Hearing Bufian's words, Mo Jichao's parents and Mo Ziqing became anxious. Where did this female brute come from? At that moment, Yifeng shook his head and said, "No need. Let the old lady speak for herself about who killed her." Everyone froze at Yifeng's words. Let the old lady speak for herself? But the old lady was already dead. How could she say anything? Mo Shangwan was the first to react. She excitedly grabbed Yifeng's hand and asked, "Yifeng, can you save grandma?" Yifeng nodded slightly and said, "I can give it a try." He didn't make any absolute promises, even though he was 90% sure. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, their gazes towards Yifeng completely transformed. From morning until now, it had been 3 to 4 hours since the old lady had died. Even if it were only 30 to 40 minutes, one would likely be gone. Yifeng actually claimed he might be able to bring her back? There were too many questions in everyone's hearts, but no one spoke, only staring at Yifeng in shock. Lu Ruyan and the other women had witnessed Yifeng's medical skills. Although they felt astonished, deep down, they still believed he could do it. The Mo family had just seen Yifeng's methods, and even if they had doubts, they didn't voice them immediately. Mo Jichao's face turned ashen. If Yifeng could really bring the old lady back to life, then he was finished, utterly finished. But soon, his gaze became resolute. The old lady was dead, completely dead. In this world, there was no such thing as resurrection. If Yifeng had such abilities, then the world's top figures would surely treat him as an honored guest. Everyone, wait outside the ward. I need 10 minutes. Yifeng looked at everyone, speaking in a commanding tone. At that moment, Zhang Lan was the first to step forward in response to Yifeng, saying, "Did you hear that? My son-in-law wants everyone to leave. Hurry up, don't delay my son-in-law's treatment for mom." Hearing Zhang Lan's words, Mo Qingyi was stunned. Why had Zhang Lan's attitude towards Yifeng suddenly changed? Mo Qingyi had come to the hospital with Mo Shangwan and hadn't attended the opening ceremony of the Jisher Medical Group's Jiangnan branch, so he still didn't know that Yifeng was the mysterious creator. Soon, everyone exited the room one after another. Yifeng threw the white cloth off the old matriarch onto the floor and looked at her. Previously, Yifeng had saved Lu Gongming and Long Shiyuan, bringing them back from the brink of death. However, at that time, both Lu Gongming and Long Shiyuan had just died, and he had pulled them back from the gates of hell. Now, the Mo family matriarch had been dead for several hours, and the difficulty was not comparable. Of course, this did not mean that Yifeng could not save her. Rather, saving her would require a certain price. Mo family matriarch, you are not qualified for me to save you, but out of respect for Elder Chen and the Mo family's friendship, I will save you this once. Yifeng's cold voice filled the hospital room. As his words fell, 9 crystal-clear jade stones appeared in his hand. He flicked his fingers, and the 9 jade stones flew above the matriarch's body, forming a marvelous formation in the air. 9 Yang Resurrection Formation, rise. As Yifeng's voice echoed, the 9 jade stones emitted an incredibly brilliant light. The matriarch's body also broke free from the pull of gravity, floating in mid-air above the formation created by the 9 jade stones. Immediately, Yifeng extended his hand, and a dozen silver needles shot out, hovering above the matriarch's body. Fall. With Yifeng's command, the silver needles whistled through the air and landed on the major acupoints of the matriarch's body. An endless stream of true energy surged from Yifeng's dantian, frantically pouring into the 9 Yang Resurrection Formation. The formation radiated dazzling light, which penetrated through the silver needles and entered her body, flowing into her meridians. After about 10 minutes, Yifeng coldly uttered a single word, fall. The entire formation vanished, and the jade stones and silver needles all returned to Yifeng's hand. The matriarch's body also fell back onto the hospital bed. Yifeng reached out, and a blue pill lay quietly in his palm. He flicked his finger, and the pill flew directly into the matriarch's mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, transforming into a warm current that flowed down her throat and into her body, rushing towards her meridians. After completing all this, Yifeng looked towards the door and said, "Everyone, come in." Hearing his voice, everyone walked into the hospital room. They were filled with anticipation and questions. Could Yifeng really bring the matriarch back to life? As they re-entered, Mo Jichao's legs felt weak, and he was nearly scared to death. If the matriarch really woke up, he would be doomed. However, he soon realized that the matriarch was still quietly lying on the bed and had not awakened. This meant that Yifeng had not succeeded in reviving her. Seeing this scene, although everyone felt disappointed, they were not surprised. After all, such miracles of resurrection only existed in legends and were not seen in reality. Just then, the matriarch suddenly opened her eyes. She sat up abruptly from the bed, clutching her neck and gasping for air as if she had just emerged from drowning. Huff, huff, huff. The entire hospital room fell into a dead silence, with only the sound of the matriarch desperately breathing. At the moment the matriarch woke up, Mo Jichao's eyes widened in shock, and he felt as if his scalp was about to explode, collapsing onto the floor. The Mo family members were equally stunned. The matriarch had clearly been dead for several hours, and even the hospital had declared her brain dead. How could she come back to life now? Was she human or ghost? Mom! In the end, it was Mo Chingy who tentatively called out. The old lady finally noticed that there were so many people around her. She looked at everyone and shouted anxiously, "I'm dying. I'm about to die. Someone wants to kill me. Save me, save me." Hearing the old lady's voice and tone, everyone felt a slight relaxation in their hearts. It seemed that she had truly come back to life. Mo Chingy said, "Mom, you just fainted. It was Yifeng who saved you." At that moment, the old lady's eyes suddenly widened, filled with endless shock. She had truly experienced the process of death. Although she had lost her breath and heartbeat, she had not lost her perception. She could clearly feel everything around her. She knew that it was Mo Jichao who had harmed her, and she also knew that it was Yifeng who had saved her. After the old lady figured everything out, her heart was violently shaken. She never expected that her most beloved grandson, Mo Jichao, could be so ambitious and ruthless, willing to harm her for the sake of family wealth. She also never expected that the Yifeng she had always looked up to could actually bring her back to life. Although she had not seen how Yifeng saved her, she was certain that his methods were like those of a true god. Yifeng was a godlike existence. The old lady had lived for decades and had become quite astute. She understood very well what it meant to have someone like Yifeng around. Yifeng could control her fate. He could control the fates of others. Such an existence was destined to rise above power and stand at the pinnacle of the world. Yet, such a treasure had always been looked down upon and underestimated by the Mo family. The Mo family had nearly missed this dragon of a person. Thinking of this, the old lady reached out and slapped her own face hard. Slap, slap, slap. The sound was incredibly crisp and loud. Mom, Grandma. Everyone on the scene became anxious, thinking that the old lady had just experienced a death and had become confused. But the next second, the old lady jumped off the bed and directly knelt in front of Yifeng, saying, "Son-in-law Yi, it was my fault for not recognizing your greatness. I have wronged you these days. Thank you for not holding it against me and for saving me." This scene undoubtedly brought a severe shock to the hearts of the Mo family members. It was known that the old lady was proud and arrogant, but now she willingly knelt on the ground, even slapping her own face in repentance. The one who caused this change in the old lady was Yifeng. At this moment, the hearts of the Mo family members were somewhat complicated. If it weren't for Mo Shangwan always defending Yifeng, perhaps the Mo family would have truly missed the opportunity to rise to greatness. Lu Ruyan and Long Xiaoyun, seeing this scene, couldn't help but curl their lips. This scene felt so familiar. However, compared to her own grandfather, the Mo family old lady seemed to have an even thicker skin. Yet, in the face of the old lady's kneeling in confession, Yifeng remained unmoved and said, "You can get up. I did all this not because of you." Yifeng only said half of his words. He felt it unnecessary to tell the Mo family the rest. The reason he saved the Mo family old lady was mainly due to the friendship between the deceased old master of the Mo family and old Chen. However, when Mo Shangwan heard Yifeng's words, she instinctively thought that Yifeng had acted because of her, and for a moment, her heart was filled with happiness and love. In the end, Mo Shangwan stepped forward and helped the old lady up. The old lady looked at Mo Shangwan, filled with countless emotions and affection, and said, "Shangwan, I haven't treated you well in the past. You won't hold it against me, will you?" During the time she was half a foot buried in the gates of hell, The one by her side was Mo Shangwan.
The one truly shedding tears was only Mo Shangwan.
In contrast, the emoji Chow, whom she had always loved, was nothing but a beast. Mo Shangwan's eyes instantly turned red as she said, I do have grievances in my heart, but after knowing that Grandma had an accident, all I could think of was the kindness Grandma showed me when I was young. Upon hearing this, the old lady's eyes also turned red, and she nodded, saying, Shangwan, you have suffered these years, Grandma will compensate you. I declare that from now on, you are the head of the Mo family, in charge of the entire Mo family and all the industries under it. Your whole family can also return to work at the Mo family's company. The old lady's decision did not surprise the Mo family members at all. Jiang Lan even curled her lips, feeling no surprise, and even wanting to laugh. After all, Yi Feng was the creator of the Jisher Medical Group, and Mo Shangwan was Yi Feng's woman. What Yi Feng could give Mo Shangwan surpassed 10 Mo families, 100 Mo families. Finally, the old lady's sharp gaze turned to the fallen Emoji Chow.
Emoji Chow, you wolf-hearted dog, for the sake of the Mo family's industries, you actually dared to put me in danger. If it weren't for the son-in-law Yi, I would have died today. In the old lady's murky eyes, there was endless anger and sadness, along with a hint of coldness. Emoji Chow wanted to deny it, but out of fear, the muscles in his throat stiffened, and he couldn't utter a word. The Mo family members finally confirmed that Emoji Chow was indeed the murderer.
They began to scold him. Ji Chow, you are Grandma's most trusted person, and you actually did such a thing. You are worse than a pig or a dog. Yes, how could Grandma and everyone trust you so much, and you actually wanted to harm your Grandma? You are truly a beast.
This is intentional murder, an absolute crime.
Hearing the criticism around him, Emoji Chow covered his face and cried out, I was wrong. I was bewitched. I don't even know what's wrong with me.
You don't know what's wrong with you, yet you harmed Grandma? This explanation is too far-fetched.
Yes, it's too late for you to say anything now. Having someone like you in the Mo family is truly a misfortune for the family.
At this moment, Mo Zichow's parents were dumbfounded, and his sister Mo Ziching was equally bewildered.
They could not imagine that Mo Zichow was the murderer who killed the old lady.
Ji Chow, you are confused.
Mo Changrun collapsed to the ground, his face ashen. He knew that Mo Zichow was finished, he was finished, and his whole family was finished. At this time, Mo Zichow suddenly knelt before the old lady, repeatedly bowing his head.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Mo Zichow's forehead slammed hard against the ground, blood gushing. Then, he hugged the old lady's legs, crying and snotting, saying, Grandma, I was wrong, please give me a chance. Seeing Mo Zichow rush over, the old lady was startled and instinctively wanted to step back. After all, the scene of Mo Zichow drugging her and then suffocating her with a pillow was still vivid in her mind. That feeling, once experienced, was something she never wanted to go through again. She quickly pulled her legs away and coldly said, I give you a chance? Did you give me a chance? The one who gives me a chance is not you, but son-in-law Yi. From now on, you are no longer a member of the Mo family, you are no longer my grandson. Since you are an adult, you must take responsibility for everything you have done. Saying this, the old lady looked at Mo Chingy and said, Chingy, call the police.
This matter, we Mo family will resolve through legal means. Soon, Mo Chingy dialed the police, and Mo Zichow was taken away.
The old lady and the Mo family members returned to the Mo family villa.
Yi Feng went out to dinner with a few beautiful women.
In the Mo family villa, the old lady held Mo Shangwan's hand and said, Shangwan, although Yi Feng is not a businessman and doesn't have a deep background, I have seen his medical skills, and that is absolutely enough to be our Mo family's son-in-law. However, upon hearing the old lady's words, the expressions of those present turned strange. Jiang Lan couldn't help but say, Mom, you know Yi Feng is a divine doctor, but you probably don't know his other identity, right? The old lady looked at Jiang Lan, curious, and asked, What is Yi Feng's other identity? Mom, you didn't attend the opening ceremony of the Gure Pharmaceutical Group's Jiangnan branch, so you don't know that Yi Feng's other identity is the founder of the Gure Pharmaceutical Group. Jiang Lan said excitedly. What? This news was like a bolt from the blue for the old lady. Yi Feng was actually the founder of the Gure Pharmaceutical Group? The old lady was drinking water when she was so shocked that the cup fell to the ground. Jiang Lan, what did you say? Yi Feng is the founder of the Gure Pharmaceutical Group? Is that true, or are you kidding me? The old lady grabbed Jiang Lan, asking excitedly. Jiang Lan nodded and said, It's true, Mom. At the opening ceremony of the Gure Pharmaceutical Group's Jiangnan branch today, Yi Feng even gave a speech. He is indeed the founder of the Gure Pharmaceutical Group. If you don't believe me, you can ask them. Saying this, Jiang Lan pointed to the Mo family members. The Mo family members nodded, each chiming in, That's right, Yifeng is the founder of the Gure Pharmaceutical Group.
Our MO family really hit the jackpot this time. We have to thank Shiyuan's family.
If it weren't for Shiyuan, we would have offended Yifeng long ago.
Yeah, without Shiyuan, we probably wouldn't even have a place to cry. Meanwhile, Mo Qingyi and Mo Shangwan were also stunned by this news.
Mo Qingyi was in a daze. As a failed man, he had once looked down on Yifeng, thinking that Yifeng was living off others and was even more pathetic than himself. But Mo Qingyi never expected that Yifeng was actually the founder of the Gure Pharmaceutical Group, that man who seemed like a legend.
Mo Shangwan couldn't help but widen her beautiful eyes.
Although she had once suspected that Yifeng was the founder of the Gure Pharmaceutical Group, she ultimately dismissed that idea. She never expected that Yifeng was indeed the founder of the Gure Pharmaceutical Group, that mysterious man.
After the shock, Mo Shangwan felt a mix of emotions, and faintly, there was a strong sense of loss.
Especially when she thought about the few stunning girls who were with Yifeng today. Mo Shangwan couldn't help but take out her phone to check online for reports about the opening ceremony of the Gure Pharmaceutical Group's Jiangnan branch, wanting to see what Yifeng had said. But soon, she widened her eyes again. Because she could find information about the opening ceremony of the Gure Pharmaceutical Group's Jiangnan branch online, but there was no news about the founder of the Gure Pharmaceutical Group. Although the views on these reports were high, and the related videos had astonishing views and likes, comments were not allowed. In short, there was no information about the founder of the Gure Pharmaceutical Group online.
Mo Shangwan couldn't help but gasp. What kind of existence was Yifeng to achieve this? Soon, the old lady's words interrupted Mo Shangwan's thoughts.
I originally thought Yifeng was a hidden dragon, but now it seems he is a divine dragon.
An undeniable divine dragon.
As long as our Mo family associates with this divine dragon, not to mention Jiangnan province, we will have a place in the entire dragon country, the old lady said excitedly.
Hearing her words, the members of the Mo family couldn't help but nod, their blood boiling with enthusiasm.
Immediately, the old lady excitedly grabbed Mo Shangwan's hand and said, Shangwan, the reason Yifeng is helping the Mo family is mainly because of you.
You two have established a relationship now, right? Mo Shangwan's face turned slightly red as she replied, Grandma, Yifeng and I. We haven't established a relationship yet.
Previously, we agreed that Yifeng would help me resolve my troubles, and our engagement would be nullified.
What? The old lady became anxious and said, how can it be nullified? That's foolish, Shangwan. The future of our Mo family depends on you. You saw those girls around Yifeng today, right?
They will be your biggest competitors.
No matter what, you must help the Mo family secure Yifeng. Ah, Mo Shangwan didn't expect the old lady to say such things, and her face turned completely red. Zhang Lan was the first to react, saying, Shangwan, don't hesitate. Wait until you secure Yifeng before you hesitate.
Yifeng has gone to dinner with those girls, you should hurry over.
We can't fall behind. Mo Shangwan's face turned even redder. Mom, what are you talking about? However, Shangwan, your mom is right. Everyone, including the old lady, said in unison. Soon, Zhang Lan shamelessly called Yifeng, son-in-law Yi, where are you having dinner tonight? I'll have Shangwan come and keep you company.
After hanging up, Zhang Lan said excitedly, Yifeng and the others are in the royal suite at the Champs-Élysées Hotel. Hurry over. Once you get there, be proactive in getting close to Yifeng.
Try to spend the night with him.
In any case, even if you can't spend the night with Yifeng, you must not let him spend the night with other women.
Mo Shangwan's face was so red it seemed like it could drip juice. Mom, what are you talking about? However, Shangwan, your mom is right. Everyone, including the old lady, said again in unison.
Finally, Mo Shangwan got into the old lady's special car and headed to the Champs-Élysées Hotel. Shortly after Mo Shangwan left, Mo Zicheng finally mustered the courage to say, Grandma, I also want to go to the Champs-Élysées Hotel and get to know Yifeng better.
What do you want to get to know Yifeng for?
The old lady frowned and said irritably.
Because of Mo Jichao, the old lady was currently displeased with the Mo Changren family.
Mo Zicheng said, I think having one more person gives us one more chance, so my approach to Yifeng is also for our Mo family. Upon hearing this, the Mo family members were speechless.
In terms of looks, figure, and temperament, Mo Shangwan could easily overshadow Mo Zicheng. They really didn't know who gave Mo Zicheng the courage.
Hearing Mo Zicheng's words, the old lady didn't respond immediately. Instead, she walked into her room, took out a mirror, and handed it to Mo Zicheng.
Grandma. Mo Zicheng was taken aback, not understanding what the old lady meant. Did she want her to dress up nicely to win over Yifeng?
Before you speak or act, take a good look in the mirror first. If that doesn't work, just pee and look at yourself. The old lady coldly dropped this line and turned to leave.
Meanwhile, Mo Shangwon had arrived at the Champalicis Hotel.
She looked up at the magnificent hotel shrouded in the night, her heart racing.
Was she really going to spend the night with Yifeng tonight?
At this moment, Yifeng, along with Lu Ruyan, Long Xiaoyun, Long Xiaoshui, Bu Feiyan, and Lin Qingyi, had already arrived at the royal suite of the hotel.
The group chatted casually over tea, waiting for Zheng Hanyan and CeCe to arrive.
After the opening ceremony of the Jisher Medical Group, they had come directly to the hotel, while Zheng Hanyan had gone to pick up CeCe from kindergarten. Soon, Zheng Hanyan, dressed in a purple dress, entered the royal hall holding CeCe. Daddy, upon seeing Yifeng, CeCe immediately jumped out of Zheng Hanyan's arms and dashed into Yifeng's embrace, showering his face with kisses.
The sight made the women laugh uncontrollably.
It must be said, human cubs are indeed adorable. Zheng Hanyan, thanks to CeCe, had become the woman closest to Yifeng among the group, reaping the most benefits. Every time they thought of this, the women couldn't help but harbor their own thoughts, wondering when they could also give Yifeng a little one. At that moment, there was a knock at the door, and it was Mo Xianwan who entered. Seeing the several stunning beauties in the suite, Mo Xianwan felt a bit awkward but still managed to muster a smile and said, "Hello everyone, I'm Yifeng's friend, Mo Xianwan." At this time, Zheng Hanyan stood up, pulled Mo Xianwan to sit down, and smiled as she introduced her to the others. "You might not be familiar with each other yet, but I've had several dealings with Sister Xiangwan. She's very outstanding, the daughter of the Mo family from Jiangnan province, and the chairwoman of Hallen Group." As she spoke, Zheng Hanyan added to Mo Xiangwan, "Sister Xiangwan, actually, we'll all be sisters from now on, so you don't need to be so formal." Mo Xiangwan felt grateful but also puzzled as to why Zheng Hanyan was speaking up for her and acting so close. After Zheng Hanyan finished speaking, Lu Ruyan and the others also greeted Mo Xiangwan. Once everyone was present, the waiter began to serve the dishes. The royal hall was the most prestigious suite in the Xiangxieli Hotel, and with the special instructions from the Jiangnan king, there was no need to order. They served the most luxurious set meal in the hotel. Dish after dish was brought to the table.
Mommy, can I eat now?"
CeCe asked, her mouth full of chopsticks, saliva almost dripping out.
The little one's antics made everyone in the suite burst into laughter. Zheng Hanyan patted CeCe's head and said, "CeCe, didn't mommy tell you? Even if you really want to eat, you have to wait until everyone starts eating before you can eat. That's polite." "Oh,
okay." CeCe looked like a deflated balloon, but soon she fixed her dark eyes on Yifeng. "Daddy, you hurry and eat, only then can CeCe eat." Yifeng patted CeCe's head and said, "All right, Daddy will eat now." Saying this, Yifeng looked at the women, raised his glass, and smiled. "Come, let's welcome everyone to Jiangnan province." Upon hearing this, the women also raised their glasses and picked up their chopsticks, saying, "Looks good, let's enjoy the delicacies of Jiangnan province." Mo Xianwan also picked up her chopsticks, but she froze, realizing that Yifeng was actually CeCe's father.
Doesn't that mean Yifeng and Zheng Hanyan are?
Thinking of this, a wave of immense disappointment washed over Mo Xianwan, and because of that disappointment, she felt that the food she was eating had lost its flavor.
Halfway through the meal, Mo Xianwan went to the restroom.
When she walked out, she found Zheng Hanyan waiting for her at the restroom door.
"Zheng, President Zheng," Mo Shangwan greeted.
Zheng Hanyan smiled and said, "I already said, from now on, we should call each other sisters."
"To be able to call President Zheng's sister is my honor,"
Mo Shangwan replied with a somewhat forced smile.
Zheng Hanyan took Mo Shangwan's hand and asked, "Shangwan, you must like Yifeng too, right?" "Ah." Mo Shangwan didn't expect Zheng Hanyan to ask so directly, and her face instantly turned red. Seeing Mo Shangwan's reaction, Zheng Hanyan chuckled and said, "Did I ask too directly?
I didn't mean anything else, but I can answer this question first. I do like Yifeng." Mo Shangwan felt a bit speechless, thinking to herself that Zheng Hanyan was already Yifeng's woman and had even given birth to his daughter, so of course she liked him. If she said she liked him too, wouldn't that be clearly trying to dig a hole in her wall? However, Mo Shangwan eventually said, "Sister Hanyan, I do like Yifeng, but don't worry, since you both have a child, I know what I should do."
Zheng Hanyan smiled helplessly and said, "Shangwan, you must have misunderstood. Although I like Yifeng, our relationship is not what you think. Not that kind of relationship? You and Yifeng have a daughter, aren't you in that kind of relationship?" Mo Shangwan was a bit confused, wondering if Yifeng and Zheng Hanyan had a one-night stand that resulted in CeCe. That would be quite the play. Soon, Zheng Hanyan explained, "CeCe is indeed my and Yifeng's daughter, but we didn't have a relationship to have her, rather." As she spoke, Zheng Hanyan detailed the explanation to Mo Shangwan. After hearing the explanation, Zheng Hanyan was stunned, her eyes widening in disbelief. Could there really be such a coincidence in this world? Zheng Hanyan continued to smile and said, "Shangwan, actually, besides us,
The other girls in the private room also like Yifeng. There's no way any woman can resist Yifeng. Once you meet him, you're bound for life. Mo Shangwan was taken aback. Once you meet Yifeng, you're bound for life. Zheng Hanyan was spot on. She had a very strong feeling that what she knew of Yifeng was merely the tip of the iceberg, yet despite that, she was still deeply infatuated. Seeing Mo Shangwan fall into silence, Zheng Hanyan continued, Shangwan, the reason I want to be sisters with you is also to form an alliance. Alliance? Mo Shangwan was taken aback, her beautiful face filled with confusion. Zheng Hanyan continued, Lu Ruyan from the Lu family, the two sisters from the Long family, Bu Fian from the Wolf Fong assault team, and Lin Qingyi from the Lin family, they all have a good relationship now. I want to integrate into their circle, and it's better to ally with you. Mo Shangwan finally understood, but her expression became quite strange. Sister Hanyan, listening to you, this sounds a bit like palace intrigue. Zheng Hanyan shrugged her fragrant shoulders and said, when a man has many women, it's like ancient emperors, his women will inevitably have palace intrigue. Of course, I think if we can all become Yifeng's women, we would get along very well. This statement left Mo Shangwan deep in thought, but soon she nodded and said, Sister Hanyan, I am willing to ally with you. The two women's hands tightly clasped together, smiles appearing on their faces. Just then, what are you two whispering about here? Yifeng walked over. Ah, we weren't saying anything. Zheng Hanyan and Mo Shangwan said in unison, their pretty faces turning red. Yifeng didn't say much and turned to enter the men's restroom. But at that moment, Bu Fian rushed out, looking very upset. Have you seen Yifeng? Bu Fian asked anxiously. In the restroom, Zheng Hanyan replied. Bu Fian nodded and dashed into the restroom, pulling Yifeng out. Yifeng, there's been an unexpected situation. One of our bases has come under attack, and the casualties among the nearby residents are significant. Comrade Yen personally led the team and fought hard, but he was seriously injured and is now lying in the hospital, unconscious. According to the latest intelligence, the enemy is preparing to attack our second base. Bu Fian stared at Yifeng, her voice urgent. Comrade Yen. Yifeng nodded, recalling his impression of Yen Guohua. When he was in Jinling City, Yen Guohua had supported him several times. Yifeng, this time the enemy is coming on strong, and it's clear they are well prepared. I'm leading the team for this tough battle, but even if I bring all the experts from the Wolf Fong assault team, we might not be able to handle it. Bu Fian looked at Yifeng seriously and said, I know you don't want to join the Wolf Fong assault team, but can you fight alongside me just this once? At that moment, Bu Fian's eyes were filled with hope. Hearing her words and seeing the expectation in her gaze, Yifeng's brows furrowed slightly. He had no interest in joining the Wolf Fong assault team, nor did he have any desire to participate in their battles. He had once won victories in glory for the Dragon Kingdom as the Phantom War God, and the battles he had experienced were unimaginable, even for a formidable force like the Wolf Fong assault team. However, in the end, he nodded and said, alright, let's go. The reason he agreed was mainly because Yen Guohua from the Wolf Fong assault team had supported him multiple times. Although he didn't need that support, he still felt the need to repay some sentiments. Moreover, with foreign enemies attacking the Dragon Kingdom, it was reasonable for him, as the Phantom War God, to take action at this time. When Bu Fian heard Yifeng's words, her heart couldn't help but bloom with joy. Initially, when she made this request, she felt quite anxious, having been rejected by Yifeng many times before, almost developing a psychological shadow. She didn't expect that this time Yifeng would actually agree. It seemed this guy wasn't as hard-hearted as she thought. She punched Yifeng lightly on the chest, her heroic face slightly flushed, and said, at least you have a conscience. Yifeng thought for a moment, unsure how to respond, and finally said, there's no time to waste, let's go. The girls knew that Yifeng was going to fight with the Wolf Fong assault team, and naturally, they were filled with worry, as battles come with dangers and even the possibility of sacrifice. However, thinking of Yifeng's strength, they felt somewhat reassured. Mo Shangwan, who hadn't seen Yifeng in action much, couldn't help but grab his arm, her beautiful eyes filled with endless concern, and said, do you really have to go? Is it dangerous? Yifeng patted Mo Shangwan's hand and said, don't worry, there will be danger, but I won't be in danger. Mo Shangwan. Yifeng's words only made her more worried. The group quickly left the Champ Elysees hotel, and at that moment, the Wolf Fong assault team's vehicle was already waiting at the entrance. Daddy! CeCe suddenly rushed towards Yifeng and said, is Daddy going to fight, like in the TV shows? Will Daddy be in danger? Yifeng picked up CeCe, kissed her on the cheek, and smiled, Daddy won't be in danger. In Daddy's world, there's only victory. Then CeCe will wait for Daddy to come back and make delicious food for CeCe. The food in the restaurant isn't as good as what Daddy makes. CeCe pouted. Yifeng patted CeCe's shoulder and said, okay, when Daddy comes back, I'll make you a big meal. Daddy is the best.
CeCe exclaimed happily, bouncing around and giving Yifeng a peck on the cheek. Soon, Yifeng and Bufian got into the car. The little warrior driving slammed the accelerator down hard, accompanied by a powerful roar, and the car sped away. A few girls watched the car leave, feeling an inexplicable sense of loss and worry in their hearts. A little over 10 minutes later, Yifeng and Bufian arrived at the Wolfang assault team. On the way, Bufian had already been planning the upcoming battle. Upon reaching the Wolfang assault team, Bufian and Yifeng entered a command room. The commanders of the Wolfang assault team had already gathered here. Let me briefly introduce this person to everyone. This is Yifeng, who I believe you have all heard of. He is the one that political commissar Yin dreams of mobilizing to join the Wolfang assault team, Bufian said. The commanders stood at attention in respect. Bufian continued, next, I will deploy the upcoming battle. As she spoke, Bufian pointed to an electronic sand table and said, according to the latest intelligence intercepted from higher-ups, there are a total of 50 top experts among the foreign enemies this time, including 38-star and 9-star ninjas from Sakura country, and 30 undead warriors cultivated from the American Gene Project. Their target is the ZS Project blueprints at our Long Eagle Ridge base. According to orders from higher-ups, we must stop and eliminate this group of enemies at all costs. At this moment, a commander couldn't help but ask, what is the ZS Project, and why are the blueprints at our Long Eagle Ridge base? Bufian's face showed a hint of coldness as she replied, don't ask about secrets that shouldn't be asked. Have you forgotten your confidentiality regulations? The commander quickly stood at attention and said, understood. Bufian continued, to implement the higher-ups decision, I have initially decided to split our forces into two. I will lead 80 to 100 top experts from the Wolfang assault team to maneuver and ambush the enemy on their path, striving to annihilate them outside the Long Eagle Ridge base. The remaining members of the Wolfang assault team will be led by Deputy Captain Zhao, stationed around the Long Eagle Ridge base. If we fail, we must protect the Long Eagle Ridge base at all costs and strike back hard against the enemy. After finishing, Bufian looked at everyone and asked, does anyone have any objections or other suggestions? The crowd exchanged glances and unanimously said, no objections. Bufian then looked at Yifeng and asked, Mr. Yi, as an external aid for this operation, do you have any suggestions or objections? Yifeng shook his head and said, I have none, I will follow your command. A warm current flowed through Bufian's heart as she continued, next, on behalf of the Wolfang assault team, I will establish the battle determination as follows. Upon hearing this, everyone stood at attention, their expressions resolute as if they were ready to face death. After the meeting, in about 3 minutes, the Wolfang assault team dispatched 93 top experts, who, under Bufian's leadership, leaped into the deep mountains and jungles, marching rapidly toward the designated location. According to intelligence from higher-ups, the enemy would arrive in an hour and a half, and they had to march 100 kilometers before that. To avoid alerting the enemy, they did not deploy aircraft or helicopters but chose to run on foot. Along the way, Yifeng and Bufian walked side by side. Accompanying them was Zhao Daji, the deputy commander of this operation and another deputy captain of the Wolfang assault team. On the way, Zhao Daji frowned slightly, hesitating to speak. In the end, he couldn't help but say, Fian, today's mission is extremely important and significant. Is it really wise to let an outsider participate in the operation? Zhao Daji's outsider naturally referred to Yifeng. Upon hearing this, Bufian's expression immediately soured. Zhao Daji, what do you mean? Mr. Yi is the young man that political commissar Yin values the most, and I have also reported to higher-ups about inviting Mr. Yi to participate in this battle. Zhao Daji said with a smile, Fian, don't be anxious. I was just speaking casually. This mission is too important. It's not that I doubt Mr. Yi's strength and loyalty to our country, but if there is a mistake, we will be the sinners. Bufian's expression darkened further. Zhao Daji, I warn you once more, it is an honor for Mr. Yi to participate in this battle. If you have any objections, please keep them to yourself, or don't blame me for being rude. However, in the face of Zhao Daji's doubts, Yifeng's expression remained unchanged. Seeing this scene, Zhao Daji couldn't help but sneer inwardly. He felt that since Yifeng could endure so much, he must not have any real ability. After all, true strong individuals do not allow others to insult them. The group ran all the way without resting and finally arrived at their destination on time. After settling in, Zhao Daji suddenly picked up the walkie-talkie and said, we just received the latest intelligence. The enemy will arrive an hour later. Everyone must be tired now, so let's lie low and treat it as a rest. Everyone must have sweated a lot just now, so you can replenish some water and food, but don't eat or drink too much to avoid affecting the upcoming battle. Bufian frowned, not expecting the enemy to be delayed. She even doubted the accuracy of this intelligence.
However, since Zhao Doji was responsible for contacting the communications officer and the intelligence department, she didn't think too much about it. Reminded by Zhao Doji, the Special Forces members took out water and compressed biscuits to replenish their hydration and energy. But after drinking the water, they realized something was wrong. They found that they suddenly couldn't move. The members of the Wolfang assault team lost their ability to act instantly after drinking the water. In an instant, they realized something was off. What's going on? Why can't I move? I think I couldn't move after drinking the water? Me too. Could there be a problem with our water? Bufian discovered she had lost her ability to move, and her expression changed involuntarily as she couldn't help but curse, "Damn, our water was drugged." Just then, Zhao Doji got up from the ground and directly disengaged the safety on his weapon. Bufian's eyes lit up as she asked, "Deputy Captain Zhao, you didn't drink from the water bottle?" Zhao Doji couldn't help but laugh heartily and said, "If there was a problem with the water in the bottle, of course, I wouldn't drink it." Bufian was taken aback, and her expression changed again. "Zhao Doji, did you poison it?" "Congratulations, you got it right, but there's no prize," Zhao Doji said with a mocking expression, aiming his weapon at Bufian. Bufian was so furious she nearly ground her teeth, shouting, "Zhao Doji, you traitor! Why did you betray the Wolfang assault team? Do you know that what you're doing is treason?" Zhao Doji sneered, "Treason? What a joke! Today, I help them obtain the ZS plan's blueprints, and I can go abroad with them. I will get everything I want: money, honor, status, power." Bufian shook her head and said, "You betray Long Country, you will forever be nailed to the pillar of shame. Don't let them use you as a pawn, it's not too late to turn back now." Zhao Doji's face instantly twisted in anger. "Turn back, stop joking. I joined the Wolfang assault team when I was 18. I've participated in 181 battles, and I've been wounded 30 times, but what have I gained? Until now, I'm still just a vice captain, and I will be stuck here for the rest of my life. Even Yen Guowa, who parachuted in, is 3 years younger than me. You're just a little brat, and you can be on the same level as me. Why is that? All of this, you owe me, all of this, I deserve." Bufian's face turned pale. She didn't expect Zhao Doji to become a variable that would lead to the failure of their normal operations. At that moment, not far away, a strong member of the Wolfang assault team stood up, aiming his weapon at Zhao Doji. But when Zhao Doji heard the sound of the gun being cocked, he instantly became alert. He rolled over onto the ground and aimed his weapon at the distance. Da-day-day-day. The weapon in his hand spat out flames. In an instant, the Wolfang assault team member who attempted to ambush Zhao Doji was hit in the arm, and his weapon fell to the ground. Zhao Doji walked over, confiscated the opponent's weapon, and then stepped on the opponent's neck, sneering, "You little brat, when I was dominating the battlefield, you were still playing in some mud pit, and you thought you could ambush me." A strong member of the Wolfang assault team couldn't help but scold Zhao Doji, only to be knocked unconscious by a blow from the butt of Zhao Doji's gun. Seeing this scene, Bufian was utterly desperate. It seemed that Zhao Doji was determined to go down this dark path. But just then, Yifeng's voice came, "You are much older than them, but they are the most lovable people, while your original intention has long since decayed." Zhao Doji was instantly enraged by Yifeng's words. He walked over to Yifeng, pressing his weapon against Yifeng's head, saying, "Kid, what right do you have to look down on me? I've long found you displeasing. You think I don't know? You must have bribed Yen Guowa, so he wanted to make an exception to let you join the Wolfang assault team, right?" Yifeng shook his head and said, "A filthy person sees everyone and everything is filthy." Zhao Doji, humiliated and furious, shouted, "Kid, I'm going to blow your head off right now, let's see if you still talk tough." "Yifeng, stop talking," Bufian exclaimed, desperately signaling to Yifeng. If they really angered Zhao Doji, it would be a loss. Moreover, in such a situation, arguing was of no use. But at that moment, Yifeng slowly stood up, looking down at Zhao Doji like a deity, saying, "Is there a problem with what I said? Why should I stop talking?" Zhao Doji was taken aback, instinctively about to pull the trigger. But Yifeng reached out, and the weapon appeared directly in his hand. Before Zhao Doji could react, the dark muzzle was already aimed at his head. He widened his eyes in shock, his spine chilling, and asked in disbelief, "Why you? You're not poisoned?" Yifeng replied, "Of course not. First, I already knew you were a traitor. Second, even if I drank the poisoned water you prepared, I wouldn't be poisoned." As he spoke, Yifeng picked up a water bottle and took a gentle sip. Zhao Doji's expression shifted from shock to despair, then from despair to fear. "How is that possible? How could you not be poisoned? This drug is the latest achievement of the American Technology Organization. How did you see through me? It's just garbage. As for you, you've already revealed your flaws," Yifeng said. At this moment, Zhao CeCe became calm instead and asked, "Flaws? What flaws have I revealed?" Bufian and the other strong members of the Wolf Fong assault team also showed curiosity on their faces, not knowing how Yifeng had seen through Zhao Detzizi. Yifeng said, "First, your eyes betrayed you. From the moment you started moving, I noticed something was off with your gaze. Secondly, you pretended to contact the Superior Intelligence Organization just now, but you didn't even press the button on the communication device. Lastly, you just made everyone drink water, but you didn't drink yourself, and you even urged Bufian to drink. So I have every reason to suspect you are a traitor." Zhao Detzizi was increasingly shocked and said sincerely, "Impressive, it seems I underestimated you. There's a reason why Yen Guowo values you so much, but none of this matters now. The immortal warriors from the United States and the 9-star ninjas from Sakura country are on their way, you all will die." Upon hearing this, the strong members of the Wolf Fong assault team fell into anger and despair. Since Yifeng had already discovered that Zhao Detzizi was a traitor, he should have exposed him immediately. Now everyone had lost their combat ability, and dozens of strong enemies were about to arrive. They were all doomed. "Yifeng, take my communication device in contact for support immediately." Bufian was the first to react, speaking anxiously. But at that moment, the sound of running footsteps came from around them, and dozens of people appeared before them. It was indeed the immortal warriors from the United States and the 9-star ninjas from Sakura country. "Isn't it a bit too late to think about calling for support now?" said the leading immortal warrior, speaking in a heavily accented Dragon Country language. In an instant, the strong members of the Wolf Fong assault team were surrounded. The ninjas from Sakura country either held long swords or ninja blades, and they all clutched poison shurikens in their hands, their eyes glinting coldly from behind their masks. The immortal warriors from the United States were larger than normal, their muscles bulging, as if they possessed explosive strength. At this moment, the strong members of the Wolf Fong assault team were filled with despair. Even if they weren't poisoned and had combat capability, facing these immortal warriors and ninjas would still be a 50-50 situation. Now that they had lost their combat ability, it was almost a certain death. Even Bufian fell into despair. Although Yifeng was strong and had killed top experts on the martial arts stage, even he would feel hopeless against this lineup of 50 strong enemies. Seeing this, Zhao Detzizi became excited and shouted to the leading immortal warrior, "Lord William, you have finally arrived. I have successfully completed the mission." Yifeng chuckled lightly and said, "Seeing your new master, you seem quite happy. Do you think they can save you?" Release Zhao Detzizi. He has successfully completed the mission. He will be one of us, and he will receive great honor and rewards that you Dragon Country cannot provide, said the leading immortal warrior, William. Upon hearing this, Zhao Detzizi was instantly elated. He could survive, he could get everything he wanted, and from now on, he would live a life of luxury. But at that moment, a cold arc appeared at the corner of Yifeng's mouth. He directly threw the weapon in his hand to the ground, reached out, and grabbed Zhao Detzizi by the neck, lifting him off the ground. Zhao Detzizi instantly found it hard to breathe. He felt as if his throat was being tightly gripped by a giant steel claw. If the other party exerted force, he would surely die without a burial place. "I told you, your master can't save you." Yifeng's hand exerted a gentle force. Looking for death. William's face showed an expression of anger, as if Yifeng had challenged his authority. The members of the Wolf Fong assault team were puzzled by Yifeng's actions. They were surrounded by enemies, and the most important thing was to think about how to break out, not to teach Zhao Detzi a lesson. However, they quickly realized that the current situation was a dead end. No one could save them. Just then, Yifeng coldly glanced at William and said, "William, during the battle at Wild Wolf Valley, you were lucky enough to escape with your life. Who gave you the courage to step foot in Dragon Country again?" Upon hearing this, William's eyes widened in shock, staring intently at Yifeng. When he recognized Yifeng's appearance, fear instantly filled his face. His body trembled violently, as if he were a leaf in the wind. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he said, "Ghost war god, you are the ghost war god." A cruel smile crossed Yifeng's lips as he replied, "Correct, but you all must die." As his voice fell, Yifeng's body vanished from the spot, turning into an afterimage, rushing towards William and the others. The undead warriors, without hesitation, picked up their weapons and fired wildly at Yifeng. The 9-star ninjas from Sakura country hurled poison shurikens, creating a whistling sound as they shot towards Yifeng. Soon, screams filled the air. But these screams did not belong to Yifeng, they came from the undead warriors and 9-star ninjas. Yifeng's speed was too fast, even though these undead warriors and 9-star ninjas had incredibly quick reflexes, and despite their numbers and the world's most advanced weapons, none of their attacks could even graze the hem of Yifeng's clothes. Instead, Yifeng appeared before them, striking at will either their necks were snapped, their skulls crushed, or their chests pierced. Rat-a-tat-tat. Endless tongues of fire lashed out at Yifeng, but he moved like a dancer walking on the edge of a blade, reaping lives one by one. In the end, all the undead warriors and 9-star ninjas were dead on the spot. The air was thick with the smell of blood, staining the ground red. Yifeng finally reached William's side. William raised his weapon, aiming it at Yifeng. His eyes were filled with fear, as undead warriors, their bodies had undergone genetic modification, and even ordinary firearms could not take their lives. This was the origin of the name Undead Warriors. But in front of Yifeng, they were as fragile as clay chickens, easily crushed. Thud! Driven by fear, William knelt on the ground. Back during the battle at Wild Wolf Valley, he had been terrified by the Ghost War God. He had even sworn that as long as the Ghost War God existed in Dragon Country, he would never set foot there again. Over the years, the Ghost War God had vanished, becoming a legend, which was why he dared to undertake this mission. But he never expected that his foolproof plan would lead him to encounter the Ghost War God as soon as he arrived in Dragon Country. Yifeng looked down at William and said, "Contact your commander." William nodded repeatedly and said, "No problem, I'll do whatever you say. I'll contact the command immediately. Don't kill me, I promise to leave the Dragon Kingdom right away and never set foot in it again. Let's talk, if you don't want to die, hurry up and make contact." Yifeng said coldly. A chilling killing intent enveloped William. He quickly found the communication device on the ground and contacted the command center. An elderly voice came from the device. "How is it, William? Did you get the stuff?" Before William could respond, Yifeng had already snapped his neck. William's body immediately went limp, and as his consciousness sank into nothingness, he heard Yifeng's icy voice, "Those who offend the Dragon Kingdom shall die." The person on the other end of the communication fell silent, and after a long pause, they slowly spoke, "Ghost War God, long time no see. I am your old friend, Bruce." Yifeng chuckled lightly and said, "You should be grateful that it's not you who came to the Dragon Kingdom, or else I would send you to meet your god." Bruce chuckled lightly and said, "Ghost War God, you are still so full of hostility. In fact, we are old friends, we could clearly join forces and gain the benefits of the whole world." "Join forces with me? You are not worthy." Yifeng's voice remained as cold as ever. Bruce laughed dryly twice and said, "Ghost War God, sometimes it's not about worthiness or willingness. Do you think today's operation is aimed at the Dragon Kingdom's god-making, ZS, blueprint? No, our operation today is aimed at you." At that moment, Yifeng's phone rang. It was a call from Zheng Hanyan. Yifeng answered the phone, and immediately, Zheng Hanyan's painful cries came through. "Yifeng, CeCe has been taken away." Boom! Hearing Zheng Hanyan's cries and knowing CeCe had been kidnapped, an endless rage enveloped Yifeng. But he still tried to suppress his inner fury and said, "Don't panic, take your time. Just now. Woo woo." Zheng Hanyan wanted to speak, but as soon as she opened her mouth, she broke down in tears. In the end, Mo Shangwan took the phone and said, "After we finished eating, we were out shopping with CeCe when suddenly several motorcycles came and snatched her away from us. Their speed was so fast that we couldn't catch up in the car. We have already called the police." Yifeng realized something and said, "Calling the police is useless. I'll go find you right away." After saying that, Yifeng hung up the phone. At that moment, Bruce's triumphant laughter came from the communication device. "Ghost War God, your daughter will soon be sent to a place you can't find. We discovered you a month ago, and we have rehearsed the diversion route several times. Let's make a bet. I bet you won't find her within half an hour, huh?" Boom! An endless chill swept over Yifeng, as if the temperature of the surrounding air had dropped several degrees. "I guarantee you will pay a bloody price for your actions." Yifeng's indifferent voice fell, and with a sudden force, he crushed the communication device in his hand into powder. "Yifeng, get me a communication device. I'll contact the Wolfang Assault Team headquarters immediately to coordinate the rescue of CeCe," Bu Fian said anxiously. Yifeng took out a porcelain bottle from his pocket, poured out a pill, pried open her mouth, and stuffed the pill inside. The pill melted instantly, and Bu Fian felt a warm current filling her body, cleansing the impurities and the medicine within. In an instant, Bu Fian felt her body could move again. However, just as she was about to speak, Yifeng tossed the porcelain bottle into her arms. Immediately, Yifeng flicked his fingers, and a stream of air, accompanied by a sound of breaking through the air, pierced through Zhao De's skull. In the next moment, Yifeng's body transformed into a shadow and left the spot. At this time, at the entrance of a large shopping plaza in Jiangnan province, Zheng Hanyan sat on the ground, looking in the direction where CeCe had been taken, crying uncontrollably. Mo Shangwan comforted Zheng Hanyan beside her, tears streaming down her face. At this moment, Lu Ruyan and the other women also rushed over. Although they felt a pang of jealousy in their hearts because Zheng Hanyan had helped Yifeng give birth to a girl, instantly winning over them,
the fact that CeCe had been kidnapped still tugged at their hearts. Yifeng is so powerful, he will definitely bring CeCe back. The girls could only comfort Zheng Hanyan this way, also reassuring themselves. Just then, a shadow flashed before the girls' eyes. It was Yifeng coming over. Seeing Yifeng, Zheng Hanyan instantly broke down. She grabbed Yifeng's shoulder and said painfully, "Yifeng, please save CeCe. You must save CeCe, she is still so young." Yifeng's eyes, for the first time, were covered with a layer of mist. Everything he had experienced had long since dried up his tear ducts, but unexpectedly, CeCe brought those emotions back to him. He gently patted Zheng Hanyan's shoulder and said, "Don't worry, everyone involved in this matter, I will make them regret coming into this world. If anything happens to CeCe, I will make the whole world pay the price." Hearing Yifeng's words, Zheng Hanyan and the other girls were stunned. They felt Yifeng's anger, sensed the killing intent emanating from him, and recognized his rock-solid determination. Boom! 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 A powerful engine sound approached, and a military Hummer sped over. Several men in military uniforms got out of the Hummer, exuding an aura of dominance, and most importantly, they bore the brilliant military stars on their shoulders. When the girls recognized the faces of these men, their eyes widened in shock. They recognized these men. They were the 5 Tiger Generals, who had gained fame in the Battle of Wolf Valley, the 5 Tiger Generals beside the Ghost War God. Although they were young, each had outstanding military achievements. Especially in the Battle of Wolf Valley, from start to finish, while the Ghost War God attracted the attention of the whole world, he had never shown his true face, so the ones who were heavily promoted were the 5 Tiger Generals. Slap! The 5 Tiger Generals walked up to Yifeng and respectfully saluted. Ghost War God, 5 Tiger Generals, reporting for duty. At this moment, the 5 Tiger Generals were filled with tears. In the Battle of Wolf Valley, they were completely convinced by Yifeng. After the battle, Yifeng was undoubtedly going to be pushed to the peak, one person beneath the heavens, above 10,000. But what no one expected was that Yifeng quietly left, making the Ghost War God a forever legend. When Yifeng left, countless passionate men who participated in the Battle of Wolf Valley shed tears on the battlefield, as if their faith had collapsed. And now, Yifeng had summoned them once again, the Ghost War God had summoned them once again. Hearing the words of the 5 Tiger Generals, the girls' eyes widened once more, their hearts experiencing an unprecedented violent impact. Yifeng was actually the Ghost War God. Yifeng nodded slightly and said, "To make a long story short, the Americans, specifically Bruce, who participated in the Battle of Wolf Valley back then, have now taken my daughter. I need to do 3 things. First, find my daughter as quickly as possible and ensure her safety. Second, I want all individuals related to this matter to disappear from this world within a day. Third, I want to uproot all organizations involved in this matter and make them vanish within a day." After Yifeng finished speaking, the 5 Tiger Generals saluted again and said, "Understood." Soon, the 5 Tiger Generals left. Yifeng took out his phone and dialed a number, saying, "Issue a ghost order worldwide, especially in the Eastern Hemisphere. I will send the content to your email." Watching Yifeng do all this, Zheng Hanyan slowly stopped crying. Yifeng had given her hope for rescuing CeCe. This was the father of her child, who might also be her man in the future. He was simply too powerful, too domineering. Lu Ruyan and Mo Shangwan and others witnessed all of this, and endless complex emotions surged within them, their eyes filled with little stars. This man was like a black hole, an unfathomable black hole. When you explore this black hole, you discover its mysteries and terrors, and you can't help but be drawn in, deeply trapped within, unable to extricate yourself. Finally, Yifeng looked at Zheng Hanyan and said, "Don't worry, the jade pendant I gave to CeCe can ensure her safety for now. Before that, I need CeCe's hair or something like her clothes." Zheng Hanyan nodded and hurried into the car, bringing out a jacket belonging to CeCe and handing it to Yifeng. Yifeng took the jacket and went to a nearby hotel, booking a room. He needed a quiet place. The people who took CeCe this time are different from last time. I might need more time. Before that, don't let anyone disturb me. By the way, if someone comes to search the room, give them this document. Yifeng instructed, handing a document to Zheng Hanyan, then directly threw CeCe's jacket into the air. The jacket seemed to defy gravity, floating in mid-air. Yifeng formed a seal with his fingers and pointed into the air. His cold voice echoed in the air. Reverse yin and yang, search for the person across 1,000 miles. CeCe's jacket was instantly engulfed in raging flames. Immediately after, Yifeng shot out a drop of his essence blood towards the flames. Under normal circumstances, at this point, Yifeng would be able to know CeCe's location and see her current situation. However, now, the scene was shrouded in a layer of mist, and he couldn't see clearly at all. He wanted to see the moment CeCe was taken away, but everything was hidden. This proved that someone powerful was obstructing him,
but he couldn't determine who it was yet. He vaguely saw CeCe's porcelain doll-like face filled with fear through the endless mist, and he faintly heard her cries for help. "Daddy, save me, CeCe is scared." At that moment, endless coldness and killing intent erupted from Yifeng's body, rising up. The temperature in the entire hotel plummeted, as if it had turned into an ice cellar. The few women in the room felt this coldness and killing intent. If they weren't familiar with Yifeng, they wouldn't be able to withstand this pressure, and their minds would instantly collapse. Of course, at this moment, Yifeng's mind was very clear. He knew exactly what he needed to do. What he had to do was break through the barriers set by the other party and retaliate against them. At this moment, Zhang Hanyan, who had just regained her composure, glanced at Yifeng's identification. The other women couldn't help but look over as well. It was a plain red document, quite ordinary. It bore Yifeng's photo and was stamped with a steel seal. Name, Yifeng. Nationality, Dragon. Country. Rank, 9-star. General. Title, Phantom War God. This small document struck a deep chord in the hearts of the women. They understood very well what this little document represented. It meant that Yifeng had once risked his life and shed blood for the Dragon Country, forging unparalleled glory. It meant that Yifeng possessed absolute power, second only to none. Any girl in the world who saw this document would go mad with excitement. After all, following the battle at Wolf Valley, although the Phantom War God had emerged unscathed and had not appeared in public, there had been no grand promotion, yet even elementary school idols had shifted from those young heartthrobs to the Phantom War God. Countless girls were crazed for the Phantom War God, desperately searching online for any news about him. Many fans spontaneously created interest groups, forums, and chat groups. The topic volume surrounding the Phantom War God left those capital-operated young heartthrobs in the dust. At this moment, the women all felt a strong sense of emotion. Encountering Yifeng was unfortunate for them, as meeting him would alter their lives forever. Had they not met Yifeng, they might have found a suitable partner, married, had children, and lived a quiet life. But having met Yifeng, they were no longer willing to settle, even if it meant growing old alone. Yet, encountering Yifeng also made them fortunate. They were lucky to meet such a powerful and charismatic man, fortunate to have crossed paths with him, and perhaps even lucky enough to walk together towards the pinnacle of the world, overlooking the rise and fall of this world. Just as the women were lost in thought, an alarm suddenly blared outside. It was as if the entire city had gone on high alert. They walked to the window and looked down, seeing a line of soldiers seemingly conducting a search. At that moment, with a loud bang, the door to the room was broken open, and several fully armed personnel rushed in. They presented their identification and said, "We are here to conduct a search. You must cooperate unconditionally." They held a tablet in their hands, displaying a photo of CeCe. At the same time, they spotted Yifeng in the room, with flames roaring in the air. Instantly, they became alert and drew their weapons. "Who are you? What is he doing? Make him stop immediately," the leader shouted sternly. At this moment, Zhang Hanyan took out Yifeng's identification and handed it to them. The personnel glanced at the document, and their faces immediately showed shock, followed by a salute. The leader then ordered, "Search for the next target, immediately." Once the personnel left, the women exchanged glances, their faces filled with shock. It seemed the entire city was searching for CeCe. Perhaps it wasn't just the city, but the entire Jiangnan province, or even the whole Dragon Country, and possibly the entire world. At that moment, they heard voices from the streets outside. "Fight for the Phantom War God! Fight for the Phantom War God! Wherever the Phantom War God's sword points, that is our battlefield! Wherever the Phantom War God's sword points, that is our battlefield!" Listening to the sounds coming from outside the window, the shock in the hearts of the few women surged wave after wave. Undoubtedly, the one most impacted was Mo Shangwan. During her time with Yifeng, she had always speculated about his identity. She could sense that Yifeng was extraordinary, even imagining that he might be the founder of the Jisher medical group. However, she never would have thought that Yifeng was actually the Ghost War God, who had won victories and glory for the Dragon Kingdom, bringing peace and tranquility to the people, adored and revered by countless individuals, and admired and yearned for by thousands of young girls. At this moment, as the 5 Tiger generals began their work, orders were issued layer by layer, and each grassroots unit received the commands. The assembly call was sounded in each barrack. Teams were gathering. Soldiers shouted their loud slogans. "Fight for the Ghost War God! Fight for the Ghost War God! Wherever the Ghost War God's sword points, that is our battlefield." Meanwhile, on a mysterious island in the Pacific Ocean. This small island did not appear on any map, and even the most advanced satellites on Earth could not locate it. Inside a cave on the island, a man used Yifeng's recorded call to open a safe. Inside the safe lay a black token, quietly resting, adorned with complex and ancient runes. The man took the token out and placed it in a groove within the cave.
The token fit perfectly into the groove. Boom! The entire island trembled. Immediately after, a massive device broke through the ground, piercing the sky. A powerful electromagnetic signal was emitted from the device. At that moment, all electromagnetic communications worldwide were interrupted, and all satellites lost contact. In the next second, every display device in the world, shopping mall screens, computer monitors, mobile phones, tablets, and so on showed the image of a ghostly face. At that moment, many people were startled, thinking their devices had been infected by a virus. However, there were quite a few who could understand this ghostly image. In a vegetable market in the Dragon Kingdom, a man selling pork was wielding a bone-cutting knife, slicing meat for customers. With one swift cut, he divided the meat perfectly. Just then, the mobile phone he had placed on the table displayed a ghostly face. His eyes narrowed sharply, and the knife in his hand moved quickly, slicing the pork into dozens of pieces in an instant. "You can divide this meat yourselves, today it's free." As soon as he finished speaking, his body vanished from the spot. In a securities exchange in the Dragon Kingdom, a man was confidently predicting the upcoming stock trends. But at that moment, a ghostly face appeared on the large screen displaying the stocks in the hall, instantly capturing his attention. "Mr. Su, you are the stock god. I know you don't recommend stocks, but I'm about to go bankrupt. I need to turn my situation around. Please tell me which stock I should buy," a man said, his face flushed with urgency. The man quickly opened his backpack, took out a specially made weapon, and said, "Something big might happen worldwide soon. Your goal now should be to stay alive, not to make money." After saying this, the man's body transformed into an afterimage and vanished from the spot. In the Kingdom of France, in a prison located on the outskirts, the most dangerous criminals in the entire country were held. It was a rest day, and the prisoners were outside for fresh air, with some watching a movie. At that moment, the screen playing the movie displayed a ghostly face. In a corner of the prison, a burly man covered in tattoos, shackled with chains and leg irons, stood up abruptly upon seeing a certain image. Without hesitation, he strode towards the prison exit, ready to leave this place. However, he was soon warned that if he did not immediately cease his escape attempt, he would be shot on the spot. A cold smile appeared on the man's face as he roared like a beast, "If I want to leave, nothing here can stop me. Now my master calls me, those who obstruct me shall die." As his voice fell, a fist struck the iron door in front of him. With a loud clang, the entire iron door separated from the wall. In the next moment, countless bullets rained down on the man. Yet, he suffered no harm, instead transforming into a blur and vanishing from the prison. Similar scenes unfolded in various places around the world. These powerful individuals from across the globe were converging towards Jiangnan province in the Dragon Country. In a hotel room, Yifeng was casting a spell, searching for someone across 1,000 miles, and it had already been a full hour. However, the raging flames showed no sign of abating. At this moment, the hearts of Zheng Hanyan and the others began to rise with worry. After all, the last time something happened to CeCe, Yifeng had used the same spell and pinpointed her location in less than a minute. But this time, a whole hour had passed. They could clearly see that Yifeng's clothes were soaked with sweat. Finally, at that moment, Yifeng once again directed a drop of his essence towards the blazing flames. "Now is the time." A cold voice emerged from Yifeng's throat. The roaring flames expanded once more, enveloping the entire room in fire. The girls stepped back in fright, but soon they were shocked to discover that the flames seemed to pose no harm to them or anything around them. At the same time, they caught a glimpse of a scene in the blazing flames that would be etched in their memories for a lifetime. They faintly saw CeCe's figure, trapped in a small dark room, her big eyes filled with fear. However, apart from this, they could not determine CeCe's exact location, as a gigantic demon was blocking their view. At that moment, Yifeng's body appeared before the demon. Compared to the demon, which resembled a small mountain, Yifeng's figure seemed so small. In the scene, Yifeng stomped the ground fiercely, launching himself into the air to battle the enormous demon. The two fought fiercely, as if the very heavens and earth were about to collapse. They felt it was strange. Yifeng's body was clearly in the hotel room, yet there was another Yifeng in the blazing flames, fighting the demon. Although they knew that the one in the flames was not Yifeng's true body, the girls still secretly felt anxious for him. Just then, Yifeng delivered a powerful strike, like a meteor streaking across the sky, directly hitting the demon's vital point. The demon let out a tragic and furious cry, You actually destroyed my avatar. You dare to destroy my avatar. I will kill you and turn you to ashes." But as the demon was destroyed, the scene in the blazing flames began to slowly clarify. They finally knew where CeCe was now. After the gigantic demon was defeated, the scene in the raging flames gradually became clear. They finally knew where CeCe was now. On the vast ocean, a ship was cutting through the waves.
and CeCe was in a small dark room in the ship's cabin. At that moment, CeCe was bound hand and foot, her mouth sealed, her big eyes filled with fear. The raging flames dissipated, but in Yifeng's eyes, flames of fury ignited. He took out his phone and dialed a number. The one who answered was Zhu Ke, one of the 5 tiger generals. Once the call connected, Yifeng spoke directly, immediately intercept in the waters between Dragon Country and Cherry Blossom Country. Received. Zhu Ke replied respectfully. Yifeng glanced at the few women, his gaze finally landing on Zhang Hanyan. After giving her a comforting look, he turned and left. Just as Yifeng was about to step out, his phone suddenly rang. When he answered, an elderly voice came through. Inghan, you are the backbone and pride of Dragon Country. All the power of Dragon Country can be commanded by you, but the premise is that it cannot leave the territorial waters. Yifeng narrowed his eyes slightly and said, no problem, but right now, I'm giving Dragon Country an opportunity to repay a favor. Are you sure you don't want it? The person on the other end fell silent, and after a long pause, said, Inghan, this is the bottom line, I have no way to change it. Fine. Yifeng coldly uttered a word and hung up the phone. Just after hanging up, his phone rang again. It was Zhu Ke calling. At this moment, Juchua's voice was filled with urgency and anger. Inghan War God, that ship is already in international waters. I can't mobilize forces to intercept. Hearing Juchua's words, the hearts of the women sank once more. Zhang Hanyan's face once again showed a look of despair. Only Yifeng's expression remained unchanged. I understand. After saying that, Yifeng hung up the phone again. After hanging up, Yifeng took out his phone once more and pressed a series of special characters. A few seconds later, a shadow descended from the sky, crashing through the room's glass window and appearing before everyone. The owner of this shadow was a middle-aged man with a hawk-like nose, exuding a murderous aura. Slap! The man walked up to Yifeng, saluted, and said, Commander of the Inghan team, Jack, reporting for duty. Yifeng nodded and handed Jack a coordinate from his phone, saying, immediately activate the Inghan fleet and intercept that ship. Jack replied, after receiving the Inghan order, the Inghan fleet has already assembled in the waters near Dragon Country and can act immediately. Originally, the ship that had taken CeCe had entered international waters, and Dragon Country's forces could not intercept in international waters, leaving the women feeling despair once again. But they did not expect that Yifeng had another trump card, the Inghan fleet. Their shock escalated once more. I will go bring CeCe back now, wait for my news. Yifeng left this sentence and turned to leave. At this moment, the ship holding CeCe had just left the waters of Dragon Country. A man on the ship took out a communication device, and after connecting, he respectfully said, Lord Bruce, I am James. Our ship has entered international waters and is heading towards Cherry Blossom Country. Very good. Once we enter international waters, Dragon Country won't be able to act. Victory is already beckoning us. Bruce's triumphant voice came through the phone. But just then, the man holding the communication device suddenly exclaimed, Oh my God, what is that? He saw a massive whirlpool suddenly appear on the sea not far away. The whirlpool was large enough to swallow dozens of ships. Steer the ship, avoid the whirlpool ahead. The man immediately commanded. What happened next plunged the man into endless fear and shock. Suddenly, from the massive whirlpool, enormous warships surged forth, cutting through the waves, and the frantically spinning vortex showed no sign of slowing down their speed. On these warships, the coldly gleaming cannons were aimed directly at the vessel holding CeCe. Not only that, but 2 aircraft carriers also leaped out from the gigantic whirlpool, and one by one, fighter jets were catapulted into the air from their decks. In the blink of an eye, the sky was filled with a dense swarm of warplanes, blocking all escape routes. Beneath the water, ghostly nuclear submarines advanced silently, locking onto the ship that held CeCe. On the ship holding CeCe, everyone witnessed this scene and instantly wet themselves in fear. They had come to Long Country to commit their crimes, and although they had the most advanced weapons and equipment for cover, they were still quite anxious inside. They had originally thought that once they left Long Country and reached international waters, everything would be smooth sailing. They never expected to be surrounded by such a powerful force, with no chance of escape. At that moment, James, who had just spoken with Bruce, tremblingly crawled up from the deck, gritted his teeth, and said, Everyone, don't worry. They must be here for that little girl. As long as we have her, no one dares to touch us. Upon hearing this, the others calmed down a bit. However, seeing the aircraft carrier battle group pressing in from all sides, they instinctively felt fear. Just then, a rough voice came from not far away, You are surrounded. Surrender now and hand over the hostage, and you may have a chance to live. Otherwise, what awaits you is hell. On the ship, everyone trembled, and some even considered handing over CeCe. Although this deal could earn them a lot of money, allowing them to indulge in food, drink, and pleasure with endless wealth. The current situation was that they might not even have their lives to spend. Bruce noticed the wavering morale and showed a hint of anxiety on his face. He gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "Everyone, do not harbor any illusions. The hostage is our only bargaining chip. Once we hand her over, they will definitely blast us to pieces." At that moment, satellites around the world captured this scene and it was quickly published online. This moment soon caused a huge uproar worldwide. Was there another conflict or confrontation? Was war about to break out? Given the current situation, it was definitely not a minor conflict. The history of humanity is a history of blood and fire. Although there are still many frictions on Earth today, overall it is peaceful. However, from the looks of it, it certainly did not seem like a small conflict. It seemed that people in certain places were about to be dragged into the quagmire of war again. But soon, people were shocked to discover that the insignias of those aircraft carrier battle groups did not seem to belong to any country. On the vast sea, the Ghost Fleet demanded that James and the others surrender the hostage, but James and the others insisted that the Ghost Fleet clear the way first before they would hand over the hostage. Undoubtedly, both sides were at a stalemate. Just then, beside James, a man suddenly pointed at the sea and stammered, What is that?" Everyone turned to look in the direction the man was pointing, their eyes wide open in shock. In the distance on the sea, a massive white wave suddenly appeared. This wave was even more terrifying than the wake created by the fast-moving warships. The key was that this wave was moving too quickly, even the fastest warships could not compare. When James and the others first noticed it, the wave was still far away, but in the blink of an eye, it was right in front of them. At that moment, they finally saw clearly that the wave of water was not a vessel at all, but a person running across the surface of the sea. Although James tried hard to remain calm, he was once again frightened and sat down on the ground. He was a tough character who had experienced countless life and death situations and storms, but what was happening today completely shattered his understanding. Who is this person? How can they walk on water, and at such a speed? The Dragon Kingdom is truly dangerous, James said, trembling with fear. What should we do? Should we surrender? If we surrender, we might still have a chance, someone beside him asked. James stood up, drew his weapon, and shot the person who spoke, saying, "Right now, we have no chance at all. Surrendering means certain death. We must resist. Everyone needs to abandon their fantasies and prepare their weapons immediately. As soon as that person gets close, we attack." The order was relayed, and everyone sprang into action, aiming all the weapons on the vessel at the rapidly approaching figure on the water. At that moment, the soldiers on the Phantom Fleet also saw the figure racing across the sea. Instantly, everyone was excited. It was unclear who started it, but someone began to shout, "Phantom! Phantom! Phantom!" The cheers echoed across the entire sea. Waves of cheers crashed against James and the others' hearts like a tsunami. Meanwhile, satellites in space captured the scene. Online, live broadcasts had already begun. In just a few minutes, the number of viewers skyrocketed to an incredibly terrifying level. Zheng Hanyan and the others anxiously waited in their hotel room. Just then, Lu Ruyan's phone vibrated, displaying a message, "Confrontation at sea, war on the verge of breaking out, humanoid weapon walking on water." Lu Ruyan glanced at it without paying much attention, but just as she put her phone down, something stirred in her heart. She quickly unlocked her phone and opened the linked page. It was actually a live broadcast page from a short video platform. When she saw the content on the live broadcast, Lu Ruyan's eyes widened in shock. "Look!" Lu Ruyan held her phone in front of the other girls, saying in utter astonishment. The girls took a glance, their beautiful eyes also widening. On the vast sea, a carrier battle group flying the Phantom flag surrounded a vessel completely. Of course, that was not the most important part. The most crucial detail was that a blurry figure was walking on the water, creating a long wave behind it. Although the figure was quite indistinct, the girls recognized it at a glance. The owner of that figure was none other than Yifeng. Seeing this scene, Zheng Hanyan suddenly covered her mouth, and the tears she had been holding back flowed out once again. At that moment, the figure was about to approach James and the others' vessel. Viewers online watched the scene and began to comment, the comment section nearly exploding. "My God, what is happening? This person can actually run on water. Can they perform magic? This person seems to be from the Dragon Kingdom. Who said people from the Dragon Kingdom can't do martial arts? I don't believe it." At this moment, James also ordered to open fire without hesitation. Rat-a-tat-tat. The heavy machine guns spat fire. Bang! 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 The ship's cannons roared deafeningly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Missiles streaked across the sky like shooting stars. This scene was broadcasted to the world through satellite live streaming. When Zheng Hanyan and the other women saw this scene, their hearts immediately sank, their eyes filled with fear and worry. Although they knew Yifeng was strong, witnessing such a terrifying war scene completely shattered their understanding. In the video, endless attacks rained down on Yifeng. Boom, boom, boom. The surface of the sea where Yifeng stood turned into a sea of flames. In an instant, the hearts of the women jumped into their throats, and their eyes couldn't help but moisten. The live stream online froze with a barrage of comments. But soon, the screen was filled with a dense stream of comments. My god, this martial arts master is done for. No way, I wanted to see this martial arts master perform, he's probably going to turn to ash now. Meanwhile, the people of Long Country were also in an uproar. The appearance of such a remarkable person who could walk on water was a source of pride for Long Country. However, they didn't expect him to be directly overwhelmed by firepower. What the hell? Why isn't he dodging? How shameless, how can they use firepower? And what about the fleet nearby? Why aren't they firing? They could easily sink that little boat. At this moment, the online debate was heated, and Zhang Hanyan and the others were filled with concern. Seeing the successful hit, James and the others were also excited, cheering loudly. Haha, it hit. I thought this person was so powerful, now he's going to turn to ash. I have to admit, the people of Long Country do know martial arts, but martial arts are useless in the face of modern weapons. Any flesh and blood will be destroyed. However, just as everyone thought Yifeng was finished, a massive wave appeared above the sea. The dazzling wave, like a towering giant sword, split the calm sea in two, strikingly eye-catching. At the front of the wave, Yifeng's gaze was cold, as if he were a god looking down on everything. Seeing Yifeng walking on the water, the entire internet exploded again. Foreign netizens were shocked and instantly filled with joy. My dear god, are you kidding me? This person can't even be killed by hot weapons? This is not a human, this is clearly a god. Only a god cannot be killed. This is not a god, just an ordinary person from Long Country. I've said it before, the people of Long Country know martial arts, and you still don't believe it. The netizens of Long Country were boiling with excitement, and many even cheered. So strong, so strong. Who is this person? This is the pride of our Long Country. I finally understand why our Long Country can rise. It must be because there are people like this protecting it. I hope our Long Country's men are all like dragons. With such strong warriors, we fear no battle. In the hotel room, Zhang Hanyan and the others saw this scene and their hearts blossomed with joy. They couldn't help but cheer, even tightly hugging each other. Several of them couldn't hold back their tears. Yifeng is so powerful, he will definitely rescue CeCe. The women's eyes became incredibly determined. On the warship, James and the others were horrified, but they could only watch helplessly as Yifeng approached their ship. When he reached the side of the ship, Yifeng suddenly stomped on the surface of the sea. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, it was as if a deep water bomb had exploded. The sea began to churn violently. Yifeng's body soared into the air, tracing a perfect arc before landing steadily on the deck of the ship. The entire ship shook along with him. Yifeng's indifferent gaze fell upon everyone. In an instant, they all felt an overwhelming sense of killing intent. A person who cannot be killed even by firearms, if they want to take action, is undoubtedly a terrifying killing machine. Thinking of this, many people were so scared they nearly lost control, and even James sat on the ground, fearing that Yifeng's gaze would fall on him. However, Yifeng couldn't be bothered to take action. He slightly closed his eyes and instantly sensed CeCe's location. His body turned into an afterimage, disappearing from the deck and entering the cabin. When he appeared in the cabin, several burly men quickly drew their weapons, aiming at Yifeng. A cold smile crossed Yifeng's lips as several streams of energy shot out from his hands. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. These men were directly hit and their lives were swiftly taken. Ah, Daddy, help me. At that moment, CeCe's voice came through. A burly man held a dagger, one hand gripping CeCe, with the dagger pressed against her neck. You step back, if you dare to come forward, I'll send her to the afterlife immediately, the man growled in a foreign language. Fear was etched on CeCe's porcelain-like face, but she dared not make a sound. Yifeng's body ignited with a fierce rage. He stared at the man and, in the same language, said word by word, if you dare to touch my daughter, I will make you wish you were dead. As he spoke, Yifeng slowly stepped forward towards the man. Tap, tap, tap. Yifeng's footsteps sounded like the call of death, striking at the man's soul. Why you, don't come any closer. If you do, I'll really do it. The man kept retreating until his back hit the cabin wall, with nowhere left to go. Yifeng, however, paid no heed to the man's threats and continued to walk towards him, looking for death. The man could no longer endure the torment and raised the dagger in his hand, ready to stab CeCe. Ah! CeCe cried out in fear once more. Just then, Yifeng's body transformed into an afterimage, instantly appearing beside the man. Slap! Yifeng firmly grasped the man's wrist and squeezed hard. Crack!
The man's wrist holding the dagger was crushed. The sharp dagger fell to the ground. In the next second, Yifeng held CeCe in his arms and delivered a powerful punch to the man. The man's body was like a cannonball, crashing through the cabin's glass and flying out like a meteor. CeCe lay in Yifeng's arms, crying loudly. Yifeng patted CeCe's shoulder, wiped her tears, and said, "CeCe, it's okay, you're safe now. Daddy will take you home." Then, Yifeng carried CeCe and walked step by step towards the deck. When James and the others saw Yifeng, it was as if they had seen a devil, and they all stepped back in fear. Yifeng, however, did not glance at them but continued to stride forward, leaping into the surging sea. Soon, that splash reappeared on the vast ocean, touching every soul. Before long, Yifeng arrived on the aircraft carrier of the Phantom Fleet. On the deck of the aircraft carrier, rows of soldiers stood like javelins. Salute! When Yifeng and CeCe appeared on the deck, the leading soldier let out a thunderous roar. Clap! The soldiers on the deck saluted Yifeng and CeCe. At this point, CeCe had begun to shake off her fear. The little one lay in Yifeng's arms, her curious big eyes looking around, saying, "Daddy, this ship is so big." Soon, Yifeng carried CeCe into a spacious room in the cabin. When Shiyuan entered the room, she was completely stunned. The entire room was decorated like a dream crystal palace, sparkling with light everywhere. Not only that, but there were also many plush toys and little princess figurines inside. The table in the center was filled with delicious food, cream cakes, fruit salads, chocolates, steaks, hamburgers, and everything one could imagine. "Daddy, Shishi wants to play." Shishi's playful spirit was instantly ignited. At that moment, several beautiful girls in military uniforms approached. Yifeng pinched Shishi's chubby little face and said, "Shishi, you stay here and let the sisters play with you. Daddy has some business to attend to, okay?" Shishi nodded and was picked up by one of the girls. "Shishi, is it okay if the sisters play with you?" "Big sister, you are so beautiful, just like Shishi's mommy," Shishi said happily. However, when Yifeng left the cabin, a surge of murderous intent rose from him once again. He arrived on the deck, accompanied by a communications officer. "Fire!" Yifeng coldly uttered 2 words. Immediately, the ships surrounding James and the fighter jets in the sky unleashed torrents of flames. The submarines lurking in the deep sea also launched deadly torpedoes. James and the others had initially breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Yifeng leave, but now they were undoubtedly plunged into despair. Yet they knew very well that they had no chance of survival. All that awaited them was annihilation. The entire ship was engulfed in flames. This scene was broadcast live, displayed before the eyes of the entire world. James and the others' ship was instantly blown to smithereens, flames shooting into the sky. Their lives were extinguished just like that, leaving without a trace of pain. However, this scene, shown to the world, instantly ignited the entire internet. "Wow, this is the first time I've seen a real war scene. It's simply explosive, nothing like movie special effects. I wonder who commands this fleet flying the ghost flag. It feels like this fleet doesn't belong to any country. Does it need saying? It must be that man walking on water commanding it. It's so cool, so domineering. A real man should be like this. This person seems to be from our dragon country, definitely a pride of our dragon country." At first, the online crowd was discussing how powerful the man walking on water was. But gradually, everything took a turn. People began to debate which country this man belonged to, and arguments slowly ensued. Although the video isn't clear, this man's appearance and demeanor clearly show he is from our dragon country. "How can he be from your dragon country? I feel this man is from our cherry blossom country." "I disagree, just look at his height, he can't be from your cherry blossom country. Mainly, this man has a righteous aura, unlike the lewd demeanor of your cherry blossom men." "I agree with the previous comment. I think this man is from our universe country. Only men from our universe country could be this handsome." Yes, you're right, even the universe belongs to your universe country. Pfft. In short, most of the online chatter was from netizens in the Eastern Hemisphere. After all, judging by appearance, the man walking on water was indeed Oriental. Meanwhile, those who were annihilated on the ship were Westerners. The discussions online continued, gradually escalating to the point of tearing each other apart. Netizens in the Eastern Hemisphere all believed that the man was from their own country, eager to jump through the internet and fight. However, the live video continued. The Ghost Fleet was fully prepared and began to move towards the direction of the Dragon Country. Soon, the Dragon Kingdom received relevant news: a powerful and mysterious fleet was approaching. Tension instantly rose, and they entered a state of combat readiness. At that moment, in a conference room, several elderly men were holding a meeting. Their expressions were complex and somber. From the trajectory of their movements, the Phantom Fleet is heading towards our Dragon Kingdom. I didn't expect that the powerful and mysterious Phantom Fleet would actually be related to the Phantom War God.
The advanced technology of the Phantom Fleet surpasses the naval forces of all countries in the world. Their carrier aircraft can take off from a standstill, which is at least 2 generations ahead. The key issue is how they land. I can't quite figure that out. When that ship captured the daughter of the Phantom War God and escaped to international waters, we should have mobilized all our forces, withstood all pressures, and intercepted them. The Phantom War God was right. This was his opportunity for the Dragon Kingdom. The main question now is whether we should open our ports to allow the Phantom Fleet to dock in our Dragon Kingdom. After about 10 minutes of discussion, we must open the ports and let the Phantom Fleet dock in our Dragon Kingdom. Isn't everyone online discussing which country the Phantom War God belongs to? We want the whole world to see which country he truly represents. In an instant, all the elders in the conference room felt an unprecedented surge of excitement. Thus, the Phantom Fleet smoothly entered the waters of the Dragon Kingdom and docked at a port in Jiangnan Province. When this scene appeared on the global internet, the world fell into silence. Only the people of the Dragon Kingdom were completely exhilarated at that moment. It's confirmed, this powerful and domineering man is ours. He will be the pride of our Dragon Kingdom. He will be the idol of our people, just like the Phantom War God in the Battle of Wolf Valley. Wow, I just noticed something. It seems this fleet is flying the Phantom flag. Do you think it's possible that this man is the Phantom War God from the Battle of Wolf Valley? The possibility is huge. My God, there is such a powerful man in the world. What should I do if I fall for him? The internet was buzzing with heated discussions, and the omnipotent netizens quickly uncovered the port where the Phantom Fleet was docked. The entire story of this event was also revealed by netizens. Although there were some discrepancies in the details, the basic facts were largely accurate. The daughter of the Phantom War God was captured by hostile forces, and at his command, the Phantom Fleet intercepted the enemy's ship, reducing it to ashes. This incident instantly stirred the emotions of countless people. Netizens condemned these individuals for having no bottom line. Unable to defeat the Phantom War God, they resorted to capturing his daughter. Only the Phantom War God could make them vanish. If it were an ordinary person, they would be helpless. As the emotions of countless netizens were stirred, people near the port rushed to welcome the fleet. At this moment, the roads near the port were packed, with enthusiastic citizens holding flowers, eagerly awaiting at the port. Considering that the Phantom War God's daughter was still young, many people also brought plush toys. Not only that, but the entire short video platform was also filled with joy. In short, it seemed that netizens from all over the country were heading to the port in Jiangnan Province. The hottest video, in just over an hour, received 20 million likes, breaking the platform's record. The video features a bald, greasy uncle who sells used cars, and at that moment, his video showcases a convoy of hundreds of luxury cars. The bald, greasy uncle is explaining in front. Hello everyone, I am Bald Lou, the used luxury car dealer. Our convoy of 100 luxury cars is heading to the port of Jiangnan Province to welcome our Ghost War God and the little princess home. Right now, all the luxury cars are filled with flowers and plush toys. The second hottest video is from a fireworks dealer. In the video, there are 7 or 8 containers, the doors of which are still open, filled with fireworks. Hello everyone, I am the chairman of Longwashington Fireworks Manufacturing Group, known as the Fireworks King. We have prepared 10,000 fireworks, waiting for the Ghost War God and our little princess to return to the embrace of our motherland. Our company's signature fireworks, 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains, the Great Peng soars, dragons dance and phoenixes fly, and home across the seas are all arranged. Aside from these 2 videos, the rest are also very popular, with millions of likes that don't even rank. Finally, the Ghost Fleet arrived at the port, and the entire port erupted in cheers. Under the cover of night, the Ghost Fleet slowly sailed into the port of Jiangnan Province. At this moment, the port was surrounded, with no way to get through. Upon seeing the Ghost Fleet enter, everyone immediately cheered. Ghost War God, Ghost War God. Little princess, little princess. Everyone was shouting hoarsely, waving flowers, glow sticks, and toys in their hands. The atmosphere on site was explosive. At the same time, huge fireworks soared into the sky from the outskirts of the port, decorating the entire sky brilliantly, illuminating the port as bright as day. Hundreds of luxury cars lined up from the port to the outside, filled with flowers and plush toys. Many people on site took out their phones, live streaming this scene. Online, countless citizens were sleepless, waiting for the return of the Ghost War God and his little princess. Finally, a tall figure emerged, holding CeCe. The comments on the live stream and videos exploded. The cheers in the air escalated once again. Ghost War God, you are our great hero of Longwa. Ghost War God, I love you, I want to have your children. The girls on site went even crazier. On the online platform, countless people were eagerly waiting to see what kind of extraordinary charm the mysterious and powerful Ghost War God possessed.
But just then, the network signal suddenly cut out. Everyone's phone signals went black and froze. Not only that, but their digital cameras also malfunctioned and became unusable. In an instant, everyone was dumbfounded. How could it suddenly disappear at such a critical moment? In no time, all the forums, chat groups, and even the comments sections under related videos exploded. What the hell is going on? We were about to see the true face of the Ghost War God, and the connection dropped. What the hell? I even took my pants off just to see this. I can't stay calm at all. At the most critical moment, it just vanished? At this moment, at the port site, although everyone's phones and electronic devices could no longer take pictures, the fact that they could see the Ghost War God with their own eyes kept their enthusiasm undiminished. Thus, amidst the cheers of the crowd, Yifeng walked down holding CeCe. Countless people presented flowers and toys. Although CeCe liked it all, she simply couldn't take any of it. In the end, Yifeng did not join the convoy, because on the helipad at the port, there was a helicopter waiting. Yifeng directly carried CeCe onto the helicopter. Seeing Yifeng about to leave, the crowd went wild again. Ghost War God, little princess, we love you. Ghost War God, I also want to give you a little princess, please give me a chance. Finally, the helicopter took off, leaving the ground. After the helicopter ascended, a dozen armed helicopters escorted it. As they watched the helicopter depart, the crowd remained unable to let go for a long time. I finally saw the hero in my heart. The Ghost War God is really so tall and handsome. The Ghost War God's little princess is so beautiful. If I could also give the Ghost War God a child, I would be so happy. Once the helicopter completely disappeared from view, the crowd reluctantly dispersed. In the end, at the entire port, besides the staff, only one disheartened figure remained. It was Mo Shangwan's best friend, Lu Rui, the daughter of the Lu family from Yanjing. Originally, she had traveled thousands of miles from Yanjing to Jiangnan province just to meet the founder of the Gure Medical Group and become his woman. But she never expected that the founder of the Gure Medical Group, whom she had always imagined and longed for, was actually her best friend's man. This outcome was a devastating blow for her. Just thinking about how she once looked down on Yifeng and even advised Mo Shangwan to leave him made her feel even worse. In her moment of despair, she saw the Ghost War God online, and at that moment, she felt her spirit had found a new anchor. She felt her life had direction again. Although the founder of the Gure Medical Group was powerful enough to be looked up to, compared to the Ghost War God, the founder was clearly not enough. If she could become the Ghost War God's woman, her wishes and ambitions could also be fulfilled. So, she arrived at the port in Jiangnan province, waiting desperately to welcome the Ghost War God. However, she never imagined that the Ghost War God was actually Yifeng. At that moment, she fell into utter despair, feeling like a joke, a tragedy. At this time, Yifeng and CeCe had already arrived at Zhang Hanyan's apartment in Jiangnan province. When Zhang Hanyan saw CeCe appear before her unharmed, her tears flowed once again, no matter how much she tried to wipe them away. CeCe had once lingered at the gates of death, and it was Yifeng who pulled her back from the brink. CeCe had been captured by bad people more than once, facing the danger of death, and it was also Yifeng who saved her. Zhang Hanyan tightly embraced CeCe, as if holding on to everything she had. Then, she stood up and looked at Yifeng. Yifeng, thank you. She couldn't help but hug him and kissed him on the lips. Her tears fell like pearls from a broken string onto Yifeng's face. She didn't want anything else, she just wanted to hold Yifeng tightly because she didn't know any other way to thank him. If she could, she would even want to give herself to Yifeng. Suddenly being embraced by Zhang Hanyan, who also offered a kiss, Yifeng's expression slightly froze. Although he felt a bit unnatural, he realized that the hostility in his heart had instantly diminished a lot. When Lu Ruyan and the other girls saw this scene, they immediately showed helpless expressions. They were still children, and this scene was not suitable for them. But what made them feel flushed and their hearts race was that they actually felt a bit envious. Zhang Hanyan was immersed in a certain emotion until CeCe's words interrupted her thoughts. Mom, I want a kiss too. At that moment, Zhang Hanyan realized what she was doing, especially when she saw the gazes of those around her. Her face instantly turned red. Zhang Hanyan quickly let go of Yifeng, and seeing so many people surrounding her, she suddenly felt an urge to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Just then, CeCe's eyes rolled back, and she suddenly collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, Yifeng reacted quickly, reaching out to catch CeCe's body. CeCe, CeCe. Looking at the fainted CeCe, tears welled up in Zhang Hanyan's eyes again. The other women also showed expressions of anxiety. Yifeng hurriedly placed his hand on CeCe's wrist, then put his hand on her head. Certain images flashed in Yifeng's mind, and his expression instantly became extremely grim. Watching CeCe collapse, Zhang Hanyan's heart was filled with worry as she asked, Yifeng, what happened to CeCe?
Yifeng initially wanted to keep it from Zhang Hanyan, but after thinking it over, he said, I managed to bring CeCe back, but the enemy still has a trick up their sleeve. One of CeCe's souls has been captured by them. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the women widened again, revealing their fear. They never expected that people really had souls, nor that someone could imprison a person's soul, and they were shocked by the enemy's maliciousness. Zhang Hanyan's body trembled, and the pain in her heart made her want to speak but unable to. Yifeng carried CeCe into a room and laid her on the bed. Then, several jade stones shot from Yifeng's hand, forming a small magical array around CeCe's body to stabilize her remaining soul. He then patted Zhang Hanyan's shoulder and said, CeCe will be fine for now, I will soon find the soul that has been imprisoned. In fact, he only said half of what he meant. He not only needed to find CeCe's soul but also the person who imprisoned it. He wanted to make those people suffer. After saying this, he turned and left. In that instant, a killing intent surged from him. Finding an open space, he cast a spell to search for people across 1,000 miles. Because CeCe's soul was imprisoned and hidden by magic, the search was extremely difficult. Yifeng suspected that the one who imprisoned CeCe's soul was related to the giant demon from last time. However, he had no idea who that giant demon was or where it came from. Yifeng's mind raced, and he quickly found a breakthrough. That was the instigator of this incident, Bruce from the United States. Originally, after this incident, Yifeng planned to go to the United States to settle accounts with Bruce. For now, he could only target Bruce first. He dialed a phone number and said, investigate Bruce's location and contact me immediately with any news. This call was to a force he controlled, the Ghost Team's intelligence department. The intelligence department of the Ghost War God had the world's top hackers. As long as they wanted to investigate, there was almost nothing they couldn't find. After hanging up, about 10 minutes later, Yifeng received some information. This was precisely the information about Bruce. The first page contained an introduction about Bruce. Bruce, an American, 52 years old, participated in the Battle of Wolf Valley, and suffered heavy losses due to the defeat in that battle. Currently, the Bruce family's largest source of income is the pharmaceutical industry, and their influence is very powerful. The rest detailed the Bruce family's situation and their sphere of influence. It must be said that the Bruce family is indeed very powerful, even more so than the family behind the Ruehue group, which was destroyed by Yifeng. After reviewing this information, Yifeng suddenly understood why Bruce wanted to take action against him. He and Bruce had a history of both new grudges and old enmities. The Bruce family had participated in the Battle of Wolf Valley, originally hoping to gain honor and then profit from supplying drugs and arms. However, several members of the Bruce family died in that battle, and with Yifeng leading the passionate sons of Longwei to a swift victory, the Battle of Wolf Valley ended in just a few months, resulting in the Bruce family not only losing money but also suffering casualties. Naturally, they harbored deep hatred for Yifeng. Recently, with the rise of Gure Pharmaceutical Group, which also affected the Bruce family's pharmaceutical industry, Bruce devised a series of schemes upon learning that Yifeng had been exposed. It must be said that Bruce's schemes were quite impressive. At least Yifeng had truly been outmaneuvered. Although he had won every step of the way, he was very much on the defensive. Now, while CeCe had been rescued, her soul was imprisoned, and even Yifeng could not locate where her soul was being held. Yifeng's eyes narrowed slightly, and he quickly clarified his next plan. He set off directly for the United States, heading to the Bruce family's secret base in Gary. The Phantom Squadron dispatched a formation of supersonic fighter jets. In just a few hours, they arrived in Gary. The Phantom fleet also advanced with full force and entered combat readiness, with everyone fully armed and all weapons in place. Moreover, the Phantom fleet did not disguise itself or go silent. Instead, it displayed its actions to the entire world. Thus, the internet, which had just calmed down, was once again thrown into turmoil. What's going on? The Phantom fleet has appeared again, and it looks like something big is about to happen. Yeah, I had been keeping an eye on the Phantom fleet. When it docked at the Jiangnan province port, that man walking on water was about to show up, but then the whole world lost signal. My God, if that's the case, the Phantom fleet is deliberately exposing itself. He wants the whole world to know his fighting spirit. Heavens, I can hardly imagine. I feel like the whole world is about to be in turmoil. If that's the case, our lives will definitely be affected. Get ready for turmoil. This world has never been peaceful. Humanity has enjoyed relative peace for 70 years. Perhaps this is just humanity's honeymoon period. The person upstairs is too pessimistic. I believe humanity's future will definitely get better. This world will surely become more beautiful. Is the person saying this not even a middle school graduate? Humanity's biggest misconception is thinking tomorrow will be better than today, and the same goes for humanity's future. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the world, the Phantom fleet quickly advanced towards Gary. Yifeng had already quietly entered Gary, approaching the Bruce family's secret base. At this moment, in the Bruce family's secret base, Bruce sat in his office, frowning deeply. His expression was quite grim. His plan was foolproof. He had collaborated with a powerful entity from Sakura country to capture the daughter of the Phantom War God, intending to use her to threaten the Phantom War God and eliminate him. However, he never expected that although the Phantom War God had withdrawn from the Longwa system, he himself controlled an extremely powerful force. Fortunately, that powerful entity from Sakura country had imprisoned one of the Phantom War God's daughter's souls. In this way, they still held the Phantom War God's lifeline, putting him in a passive position. As long as the Ghost War God dares to venture into the Cherry Blossom country to rescue his daughter's soul, the other party is bound to die without a doubt. However, at that moment, a staff member rushed over in a panic and said, "Lord Bruce, it's bad." Bruce's expression slightly darkened as he replied, "What is it? Speak slowly. How many times have I told you, no matter how big the situation is, you must maintain absolute rationality and emotional stability, only then can we make the right decisions." The staff member repeatedly nodded and said, "Lord Bruce, the Ghost Fleet is advancing towards Gary State, and their target seems to be our secret base." "What?" Bruce was taken aback, suddenly standing up, causing the cup in his hand to fall to the ground. Upon hearing that the Ghost Fleet was advancing into Gary State, directly targeting the Bruce family's secret base, even someone as strong as Bruce couldn't help but panic. As the head of the Bruce family, he controlled countless wealth and resources. Even though the battle at Wolf Valley years ago had severely weakened the Bruce family, their foundation was still far beyond that of ordinary families. In terms of overall capability, the Bruce family was number one in Gary State. No other family dared to claim second place. Even looking at the entire United States, the Bruce family could at least rank in the top 10. Thinking of this, Bruce calmed down and said, "I will contact the relevant forces." The Ghost Fleet's advance into Gary State is not only a provocation to Gary State but also to the entire United States. As long as they dare to approach, we will dare to turn them to ashes. Moreover, even if the Ghost War God enters Gary State, as long as he dares to come to our base, I have 1,000 ways to deal with him. Saying this, Bruce took out his phone and dialed an old friend's number, saying, "John, have you detected the Ghost Fleet advancing? This is a serious provocation to our Gary State and to the entire United States." A gloomy voice quickly came from the other end of the line. "We have detected it, but it no longer matters. The whole world is paying attention to this matter, we are very passive." Hearing this news, Bruce was quite pleased. Since the whole world was watching, Gary State would inevitably face immense pressure and would definitely fire upon the Ghost Fleet. Bruce felt that he could just lie back and win at that point. At this moment, the appearance of the Ghost Fleet in the waters of Gary State had already caused a huge uproar online. The most excited were the people of Gary State and even the entire country. They deeply felt that the actions of the Ghost Fleet were a serious provocation against them. Although the Ghost Fleet was very powerful, and the Ghost War God was very strong, they still could not tolerate it. Because they were the most powerful country in the world, without exception. Therefore, they would not tolerate anyone's provocation. At this time, the Ghost Fleet had already arrived in the waters of Gary State. Soon, they received a warning. If the Ghost Fleet continued to advance, they would face a fierce barrage of fire. In the command center of the Ghost Fleet, a dark-skinned man was coldly staring at several large screens in front of him. He was the commander of the Ghost Fleet. "If we continue to advance, we will face a fierce barrage of fire." One person ran over and said. The commander of the Ghost Fleet had a cold expression and said, "Convey the Ghost War God's order, those who block the Ghost Fleet will die." Exceptionally tough. However, the response from Gary State was equally firm. "If you continue to advance, what awaits you will be a barrage of fire and annihilation." Both sides were poised for a hard confrontation. Not only that, in order to appease the emotions of netizens, Gary State held a press conference, stating that it would definitely defend its dignity, and that if the Phantom Fleet crossed the line, it would be sunk. After the press conference, the public was stirred. They felt immense pride and honor. In this world, on this planet, no one could challenge their authority. The consequence of challenging them would be utter destruction. However, shortly after the press conference, the Phantom Fleet took a combat stance and advanced into the designated waters without any hesitation. All the weapons on the Phantom Fleet were also set to launch mode. Moreover, in the nearby waters, two massive whirlpools appeared out of nowhere. Two more fleets surged forth from the whirlpools, standing tall on the vast sea. The ships and aircraft carriers of these two fleets also flew the Phantom flag. This scene instantly ignited the entire internet. One Phantom fleet had already overturned everyone's perception, and now two more fleets had appeared. Moreover, these fleets did not belong to any country, but to that powerful man. This image not only exploded across the internet, but countries around the world were also plunged into complete shock. All nations were frantically analyzing the combat power of the Phantom Fleet, and except for a few major powers, all countries reached a conclusion that left them in despair. The Phantom Fleet completely possessed the power to annihilate a nation. Just then, several high-tonnage surface vessels of the Phantom Fleet raised a massive launch platform. On the launch platform was a huge egg-shaped weapon. Upon seeing this weapon, even a few major powers lost their composure instantly. It's a quantum nuclear weapon. It's actually a quantum nuclear weapon. How is this possible? The Phantom Fleet has actually developed quantum nuclear weapons? The destructive capability of quantum nuclear weapons is completely beyond that of ordinary nuclear weapons, and they can be precisely controlled. The key is that this kind of weapon was supposed to be only in the theoretical stage, right? Yeah, even the scientist from Dragon Country who proposed quantum nuclear weapons was locked up in the mysterious Phantom Prison, wasn't he? No, wait, that scientist was imprisoned in the Phantom Prison, the Phantom War God, the Phantom Fleet. I think I'm starting to understand something. As the Phantom Fleet continued to advance, Gure State's forces began to prepare for a counterattack. Although the Phantom Fleet was powerful, Gure State believed that in a homeland battle, they were completely invincible. But at that moment, Gure State received an urgent order to stop confronting the Phantom Fleet and to understand the demands of the Phantom Fleet for peace negotiations. The commanding officer, Curry, received this order and was taken aback. Curry was just about to issue an order to launch a fire strike against the Phantom Fleet, to reduce them to ashes, thus venting his anger and leaving a brilliant mark on his entire career. But Curry never expected that he was being ordered to stop the attack and to engage in peace negotiations. Even with 3 Phantom Fleets on the sea, they had no reason to be afraid. They were the most powerful country in the world, they were invincible. Instantly, Curry lost his composure. He directly contacted his superiors and said, "Why negotiate for peace? We've already held a press conference, and now the whole world is watching. If we back down now, we'll just be a joke." By the end, Curry was practically shouting. Soon, a deep voice came from the phone. The Ghost Fleet is equipped with the most advanced quantum nuclear weapons. Currently, no country in the world possesses this technology. One quantum nuclear weapon can erase the entire state of Gure from this world. Each of the 3 Ghost Fleets has at least 100 quantum nuclear weapons, and the Ghost War God has said that anyone who tries to intercept the Ghost Fleet will die. Thud! The communication device in Curry's hand fell directly to the ground. Ultimately, under the gaze of countless people, the 3 Ghost Fleets formed a combat formation and approached Gure. At first, the netizens of Gure were excited. They thought they would soon witness a scene that made them proud and honored, seeing the powerful Ghost Fleet being blasted into pieces by even stronger firepower. However, as the excited netizens waited and waited, all the way until the Ghost Fleet got closer, until their adrenaline was nearly depleted, they still did not see the legendary firepower coverage. Instantly, the internet was on the verge of exploding, with some websites crashing directly. What's going on? The Ghost Fleet is right under our noses, yet there's no action? Damn, they shouted slogans for so long, and now that it's time to act, they just went limp. Can they do it or not? If not, step down and let someone else take over. Just as the internet was in an uproar, Gure held another press conference, claiming that there was a misunderstanding with the Ghost Fleet, and that the Ghost Fleet had come to Gure for mutual communication. Therefore, for the sake of friendship, Gure would not attack the Ghost Fleet. As soon as this was said, the netizens of Gure completely rejected it and began to vent their frustrations. Do they still have any shame? They're clearly afraid and came up with such a clumsy excuse. Exactly, they've been ridden hard and still say they're friends. This slap to the face is too painful, the kind that echoes, completely unbearable. The arguments online continued. But Gure had no choice but to explain it this way. First, they were ridden hard by the Ghost Fleet, and then they were ridden hard by their own citizens. It was simply too tragic. Many netizens from the Dragon Country were also watching in real time, and when they saw Gure open fire, their hearts raced. Unexpectedly, as 2 Ghost Fleets appeared, the other side was directly scared and didn't dare to mention opening fire at all. In an instant, the netizens of the Dragon Country were in a frenzy. The feeling of riding hard on others was simply exhilarating. Meanwhile, in the secret base of the Bruce family, Bruce and others had been closely monitoring the movements of the Ghost Fleet. Everyone, rest assured, as long as the Ghost Fleet dares to approach the United States, they won't even need to lift a finger. The United States will make the Ghost Fleet vanish into thin air, Bruce said proudly. Hearing Bruce's words, the members of the Bruce family all chimed in. Of course, we are the most powerful country in the world. In front of us, even the Ghost War God wouldn't dare to act recklessly. If he insists on advancing, what awaits them will be hell. Bruce nodded and said, "Next, our plan must continue. As long as we can kill the Ghost War God, our Bruce family will not only recover the losses from the Battle of Snow Wolf Valley, but once we swallow the Gure Pharmaceutical Group, our Bruce family will surely grow to become one of the top 3 families in the United States. Hearing Bruce's words, everyone was excited. If they could annex the Gure Medical Group, if they could become one of the top 3 families in the United States, then the annual profits of the Bruce family and the treatment they could enjoy would be unimaginable. Thus, they excitedly stared at the screen in front of them, waiting for the Phantom Fleet to be blown to dust. However, they waited until the Phantom Fleet broke through the high seas and entered the territorial waters, yet there was still no movement. Bruce was about to make a call to question this when he learned about the press conference being held in Gure State. He was completely stunned. F-U-C-K. Bruce couldn't help but curse. The members of the Bruce family were also taken aback. The next moment, everyone panicked. The Phantom Fleet is coming. They must be here to settle accounts with our Bruce family, right? Yeah, I heard that this Phantom War God is very powerful and quite brutal. Our base is very secretive and impregnable. He shouldn't be able to find us, right? Even if he does find us, he can't break through our base, right? Bang! Bruce slammed his hand on the table and said, "Shut up! This plan against the Phantom War God has been in the works for years. I spent billions of US dollars to build this underground base for this very plan. Don't say the Phantom War God can't find this place. Even if he does, what awaits him is only death." Hearing Bruce's words, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But just then, boom! The entire underground base suddenly shook violently. At that moment, a clear image appeared on the large screen in the base. This image was a 3-dimensional diagram of the entire underground base. The base was located several hundred meters underground, constructed from a special titanium alloy, incredibly sturdy. The entrance to the base was also very secretive, situated beneath a desolate swamp. Several hundred meters below, the entire base was cylindrical, with a diameter of several hundred meters and a height of several hundred meters. It resembled a steel building buried underground. But at that moment, the surveillance footage showed a man had already entered the base's entrance and successfully cracked the password at the entrance. He even descended from the entrance to the exact bottom of the underground base. Upon reaching the bottom, the man did not crack the password. Instead, he delivered a thunderous punch, striking the iron door of the underground base. Boom! The man's punch caused the entire underground base to tremble violently. When everyone saw the man's appearance, their hearts raced. It's the Phantom War God. Even Bruce was taken aback. But he still comforted everyone, saying, "Our Bruce family's underground base is made of special materials. No matter how powerful the existence, it cannot be breached." Someone added, "That's right, even if he can break in, what awaits him will be a fatal attack." The others nodded, and the panic on their faces lessened somewhat. Just then, boom! In the video surveillance, Yifeng struck the base's main door with another punch. The entire door twisted and deformed, and a huge crack appeared. The base trembled even more violently, followed by a rapid alarm sound. Boom! Yifeng's powerful attack struck again. This time, the indestructible door was blasted open, creating a gap wide enough for a person to pass through. Yifeng lifted his leg and stepped inside. The moment he entered the base, da-da-day, several heavy machine guns suddenly appeared on the wall in front of him, spewing flames toward Yifeng. The heavy machine guns unleashed a torrent of fire at Yifeng. The place where Yifeng stood was filled with smoke and sparks flying everywhere. Just as the members of the Bruce family were about to rejoice, Yifeng stepped out from the smoke and dust, charging directly towards the heavy machine gun spewing flames. With a thunderous punch, the entire machine gun was reduced to scrap metal. At that moment, the members of the Bruce family felt their eyelids twitching, engulfed by an endless fear. Yifeng's expression was icy as he continued towards the base below. Just then, several modified immortal warriors appeared before him. These immortal warriors were clearly much stronger than the ones Yifeng had encountered before. Not only did they possess muscles as solid as boulders, but their bodies were also modified, with metal weapons installed in their fists and saws, gleaming with a cold light. The moment Yifeng saw these immortal warriors, he launched an attack, taking the initiative. He didn't want to waste any time. Yifeng's powerful strikes spread out. The dozens of immortal warriors erupted with a murderous intent, charging towards Yifeng. The two sides instantly clashed in battle. However, soon the members of the Bruce family witnessed a scene that filled them with horror and despair. These immortal warriors were strong. They could even annihilate a regular army of tens of thousands, fully equipped, with their bare hands. Yet, as Yifeng plunged into the midst of these immortal warriors, it was as if he had entered a no-man's land. In the blink of an eye, all the immortal warriors lay on the ground, destroyed by him. Yifeng continued to move forward at a rapid pace. Suddenly, a superhuman crackling with lightning appeared before him.
Yifeng showed no hesitation and launched an attack. Crack! A terrifying bolt of lightning tore through the air, striking Yifeng. He was hit by the lightning and was instantly thrown back, crashing heavily against the hard alloy wall. Good! The tense members of the Bruce family finally let out a suppressed cheer. But the next second, their spirits plummeted again. They saw Yifeng stand up, forming his fingers into a blade, and slashed down fiercely. Whoosh! An attack condensed with true energy, like the Grim Reaper swinging a scythe, headed towards the superhuman hired by the Bruce family. The superhuman also unleashed a powerful bolt of lightning, colliding with Yifeng's attack. The lightning exploded in the air again, and Yifeng's condensed attack dissipated as well. However, Yifeng's hand continued to slash down, launching relentless and formidable attacks towards the superhuman. The speed at which the superhuman condensed his lightning attack was clearly several beats slower than Yifeng's. Ultimately, the two attacks of condensed true energy struck the superhuman. In an instant, the superhuman's body was sliced into several pieces, as if he had been dismembered, scattering across the ground. Blue-green blood splattered everywhere, filling the air with a nauseating stench. Yet, Yifeng's brow didn't even twitch as he stepped forward. The members of the Bruce family watched this scene, horrified, for even through the screen, they could feel the overwhelming killing intent emanating from Yifeng. If they fell into Yifeng's hands, they would surely die a fate worse than that of the superhuman. Bruce's face fell, his trembling fingers hinting at the fear within him. He quickly pressed a red button on the wall, saying, "All members of the defense team, come here immediately, right now." Soon, more than a dozen staff members rushed over. Clearly, they had also witnessed the earlier scene, their faces filled with genuine panic. "Activate all defensive forces immediately. I want to stop the Phantom War God at all costs, and it would be best if we could turn him to ashes," Bruce nearly shouted. A dozen staff members quickly nodded, glancing at Yifeng on the screen, and without hesitation, took out control devices, inputting a series of commands. Boom! Soon, the entire ground began to shake violently. One by one, superhumans, some crackling with lightning, others engulfed in raging flames, or covered in sharp, icy spikes, burst forth from their cages. Not only that, accompanied by a deafening roar, several wolves 2 to 3 meters long and tigers 5 to 6 meters long also charged out of their enclosures. These beasts had muscles like steel, their fur glinting with a piercing cold light, and their fangs sharp as daggers. In short, these creatures were the most powerful killing machines. When these mutants, undead warriors, and giant beasts were released, it was as if Pandora's box had been opened, dragging the entire underground base into hell. At Bruce's command, they all surged toward Yifeng. Seeing this scene, excitement and fervor lit up the faces of Bruce and the others. This is the result of years of research by the Bruce family, our trump card. This time, even the Phantom War God is doomed to die, Bruce said, filled with excitement. The members of the Bruce family, while relieved, were also thrilled. If the Bruce family could destroy the Phantom War God in one fell swoop, they would take control of the Jisher Medical Group. The Bruce family would become a truly powerful family. Meanwhile, in a hall, Yifeng was already facing off against a dozen superhumans, a dozen undead warriors, and a dozen ferocious beasts. The air was thick with an endless aura of slaughter. Despite facing dozens of enemies, Yifeng's expression remained unchanged as he took the initiative to attack. The superhumans, undead warriors, and ferocious beasts let out roars and charged at Yifeng. Whoosh! Endless true energy emanated from Yifeng's body, forming concentrated attacks that surged toward the dozens of enemies before him. The scene was filled with roars, the sounds of bodies colliding, and blood spraying, while the images on the large screen descended into complete chaos. The faces of the Bruce family members and the staff showed tension and shock. These superhumans, undead warriors, and ferocious beasts were the Bruce family's trump card, the culmination of decades of effort. Ordinary experts would be torn to shreds in an instant against such a lineup. Yet now, Yifeng was fighting them fiercely, having already slain one superhuman, 2 undead warriors, and 1 ferocious beast. Just then, a cold voice suddenly rang out. "Sword, come!" A blinding light flashed, and a radiant long sword appeared in Yifeng's hand. Holding the sword, Yifeng resembled a deity descending from the heavens. With a single swing, he unleashed a massive sword light that swept toward the superhumans, undead warriors, and ferocious beasts before him. The fierce sword light swept past, instantly slicing through the bodies of these superhumans, undead warriors, and ferocious beasts, ultimately striking the steel alloy of the base. Clang! Accompanied by a dull sound, the sword light left a deep mark on the wall of the steel alloy. The superhumans, immortal warriors, and ferocious beasts swept away by this sweeping force were all cut in half. Crash! The superhumans, immortal warriors, and ferocious beasts all fell to the ground, their organs and blood spilling everywhere. The air was filled with a murderous aura, and the stench of blood was nauseating.
In the deepest part of the underground base, Bruce and the members of the Bruce family watched this scene, their eyes wide open in shock. Endless unease and fear enveloped them completely. Is there any other way? Bruce looked at several staff members and asked. The staff members shook their heads. The leading staff member, with a face ashen as death, said, "No, these superhumans and immortal warriors are equipped with the most advanced weapons. If even they can't kill the Phantom War God, we can only pray to God that our base's defenses are strong enough to hold out until rescue arrives." Upon hearing this, everyone's face turned ashen, but only Bruce's eyes lit up as he said, "That's right, call for rescue immediately." Saying this, Bruce dialed an old friend's number and said, "The Phantom War God has arrived in Gure State and is attacking our Bruce family. Now we in the United States have every reason to take action against him." However, before Bruce could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by the person on the other end of the line. "Bruce, the U.S. has made its final decision. The Phantom War God's visit to Gure State is purely a personal matter, so the U.S. will not take action." The other party then coldly added, "Bruce, I think the biggest mistake you made in your life was offending the Phantom War God. But since a person has made a mistake, they must pay for it. That's it." After saying this, the other party directly cut off the communication. Listening to the beeping sound coming from the phone, Bruce was stunned, completely stunned. Although the members of the Bruce family did not hear clearly, they generally understood the meaning. Everyone's face turned pale as paper. At that moment, boom! The entire underground base trembled violently again. On the video surveillance, Yifeng broke through another steel alloy door, his entire being radiating a cold murderous intent as he approached underground. Boom! Following that, the sounds of the underground base shaking continued incessantly. The specially crafted steel doors made of unique materials were like paper in the face of Yifeng's immense power. Even after each door was broken, the underground base would activate its defense mechanisms, deploying various weapons to attack the intruder. However, these weapons, which could easily destroy ordinary experts, felt like mere tickles to Yifeng. Yifeng moved as if in a no man's land. On the screen, it showed Yifeng getting closer and closer to Bruce and the others. 100 meters, 90 meters, 70 meters, 20 meters. Bruce and the others were terrified, with some already kneeling on the ground, their bodies trembling like chaff. Finally, boom! A loud noise erupted from the core area where Bruce and the others were located. Their hearts instantly leaped to their throats. Boom! Another loud sound came. The alloy iron door of the core area crashed heavily to the ground. A figure radiating a murderous aura appeared before everyone. Ah! The members of the Bruce family on site even let out screams, as the cold and bloody murderous intent emanating from Yifeng struck at the very souls of each person. Ghostly War God, if you dare to lay a hand on the Bruce family, you won't have a good ending. A member of the Bruce family gritted his teeth and said, "You are Bruce?" Yifeng stared at the speaker and asked. The other shook his head, just about to speak, when Yifeng unleashed a burst of true energy from his hand, instantly piercing through his throat. Ordinary. The other fell to the ground, dead in an instant. "I'm looking for Bruce, anyone else who dares to talk will die." Yifeng's cold gaze swept across the faces of the crowd. At that moment, everyone felt their scalps tingle, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, all looking towards Bruce. Yifeng's gaze also landed on Bruce, asking, "Are you Bruce?" Just as Bruce was about to speak, a hand as strong as a steel rod suddenly lifted him by the throat. His entire body was lifted by Yifeng, like a little chick. Yifeng's icy eyes locked onto Bruce as he said, "Bruce, who has imprisoned my daughter's soul, and where is it? I don't have many chances to give you, you better cherish this one." Bruce's face was filled with pain, but he gritted his teeth and said, "Ghostly War God, if you kill me now, you'll never find your daughter." He knew very well that this was his only trump card. Once he revealed the location of CeCe's imprisoned soul, Yifeng would definitely kill him. "Very well, you've wasted one opportunity." Yifeng's indifferent voice came, and then he swung his sword down fiercely. Whoosh! Accompanied by a flash of cold light, Bruce's feet were severed from his body. Yifeng's speed was so fast that Bruce hadn't even reacted before his feet hit the ground. The cut was incredibly clean, and blood sprayed out immediately. In the next second, endless pain began to shake Bruce's nerves. Ah ah ah! The excruciating pain made Bruce scream, but after just 2 cries, he fainted from the intense agony. Yifeng sheathed his sword, and several silver needles appeared in his hand, directly piercing into Bruce's major acupoints. Bruce, who had originally fainted, instantly regained consciousness, but the pain in his body felt 100-fold, 1,000-fold worse. Seeing this scene, the members of the Bruce family were terrified. This was simply a killing god. Why did the Bruce family provoke such a being? I will ask again, where is my daughter's soul, and who has imprisoned it? I will only give you 5 seconds. Yifeng stared coldly into Bruce's eyes. 5, 4, 3. Just as he counted to 3, he grabbed Bruce's arm and yanked it hard, tearing it off. Ah. Bruce cried out in pain, tears streaming down his face. Wasn't he supposed to have 5 seconds? Why did he act after only 3? The main thing was that Bruce realized the pain in his body had reached its peak, yet there was no sign of fainting. Was it just because of the few silver needles Yifeng had inserted into him? At that moment, Bruce was in utter despair, his will completely shattered. I said. Bruce dared not linger for a moment, fearing that Yifeng would strike again.